Welcome, players, to the new round of the Eerie Dungeon. Dungeon name, The Wedding of Fengmen Village. 80 years ago, a wedding was supposed to take place here, but during the ceremony, the groom disappeared, and the next day, the entire village vanished. Please uncover the secret of Fengmen Village, and do everything you can to survive. The winner will receive a generous reward and have one wish granted. Difficulty, A. Current number of surviving players, 10. Qin Lang opened his eyes and found himself standing in a gloomy forest. Not far away, dilapidated village houses unfolded before him, with low, weathered mud walls covered in mysterious, meaningless ghostly symbols. There were traces of human life everywhere, but not a single living person in sight. A moon hung in the sky, its cold light making the bones feel chilled. Then, a crisp voice echoed in Qin Lang's mind. Qin Lang swallowed hard. Well, what luck, stumbling into an eerie dungeon the moment I crossed over. As a traveler, Qin Lang had just arrived an hour ago. He had barely begun to understand what was happening and the situation of this world when the system had selected him for this place. This place is called Blue Star. Its land area and population are more than 10 times larger than Earth, where Qin Lang had lived before. Moreover, people here tend to live much longer, but there are no population crises or aging problems. Because Blue Star has always had a mysterious force that periodically selects certain people for the secret realms, sending them into one bizarre dungeon after another to explore. Many people die in the dungeons, and Blue Star indirectly completes a population screening through this process. Those who clear the dungeon not only receive generous rewards but also gain a powerful talent that allows them to dominate in the real world. Invisibility, time freezing, space teleportation, fire breathing, and other powerful abilities, anything you can imagine, the system dares to grant. Those who pass the dungeon usually return to the real world either rich or powerful, and calling it a loser's comeback would be an understatement. Many big shots who have cleared the dungeon multiple times can even move mountains and fill seas, deciding life and death with a single word. But the difficulty of clearing the dungeon is incredibly high. Especially in the A-level dungeon Qin Lang was in, the average survival rate is usually less than 1%. Even some powerful individuals who have already cleared dungeons and possess extraordinary talents still have a chance of dying in the dungeon when they enter again. Qin Lang could only think of one plant name right now, grass. He was a total newbie. Isn't this like a bronze-level player accidentally entering a king's game? But what made Qin Lang despair even more was not just this. After fully merging with the original owner's memories, Qin Lang discovered that aside from being an orphan, the original owner also had a fatal buff. He was terminally ill. This terminal illness, once it flared up, caused excruciating pain that felt like dying. Currently, there was no cure, only one thing could relieve the pain. That was the scent of a girl. Yes, as long as he smelled the fragrance of a girl, the pain would stop. The more he inhaled the fragrance, the longer he could maintain normalcy. If he went too long without breathing in the fragrance, it was basically a death sentence. In such a situation, finding a girlfriend would solve the problem. But the original owner was an orphan and a poor boy, and no girl was willing to grow up with him. At first, the hospital staff knew about this situation, and some kind-hearted nurses would often accompany him or give him worn jackets or something. But over time, both sides felt uncomfortable, and the original owner also didn't want to bother those kind-hearted nurses. The original owner would often go to places where girls gathered, like cosmetic stores, malls, cinemas, etc. He would follow the girls, picking up a little of the fragrance they left behind as they passed by. Although it wasn't very effective, it could at least relieve the pain a little. After learning about this, Qin Lang was completely numb. Bro, your condition is basically a congenital pervert's body. At this moment, Qin Lang vaguely felt some discomfort in his body. Damn, could it be that the female body fragrance I inhaled earlier wasn't strong enough? This is a desolate wilderness, where am I supposed to get some female body fragrance? Original owner, why didn't you at least carry some of your natural scent with you? It could have solved the problem in a pinch. Now, Qin Lang can only hope that when the dungeon starts, he'll find some female players to team up with. Original owner, even if you had cancer, at least you could have gained some sympathy. Isn't this terminal illness a bit too over the top? Qin Lang suddenly remembered the prompt from the dungeon just now. The players who clear the dungeon not only receive generous rewards but can also make a wish? If I wish to cure this terminal illness, wouldn't that work? Qin Lang gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. Fine, it's just a dungeon. I'll go for it. Anyway, it's all the same if I die. Ding. Host successful crossing detected, spiritual power system bound. Ding. System binding complete. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, the gold finger of the crossover welfare is here. Wait a minute, what's with this death countdown system? Can't you at least give me a woman? Holding on to the thought that having something is better than nothing, Qin Lang started to ponder the use of the system. System, can you introduce your functions? Okay, host can now use their spiritual power to perform various skills. After midnight every day, the host will receive a new skill. The host has just bound the system, and as a gift, the system is offering a skill, Death Countdown. One skill every day? Qin Lang suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore. This is going to take off. And this Death Countdown skill sounds amazing. System, this Death Countdown, can I see this so-called Death Countdown? Host is correct, now you can consume a certain amount of spiritual power to check the death time of anything. Not just people, even plants, trees, and even bizarre life forms will have their countdowns precisely displayed in front of you. The countdown will be in hours. For example, if a person has only 48 hours left to live, you'll see the number 48 on them. Once the death countdown appears, it will be permanent, and the host doesn't need to use this ability on the same target again. Your current spiritual power, 100 out of 100. Note, consuming 10 spiritual power allows you to check the death countdown of one target. Wow! Qin Lang immediately understood the brilliance of this skill. As long as he finds the player with the longest remaining life, he can just hug their leg, right? There are 10 players now, so he can spend up to 90 spiritual power to find that leg to hug. The remaining 10 spiritual power will be kept for emergencies. Thinking this way, clearing the dungeon doesn't seem so difficult. The problem is, where are the people? Someone, please come out so I can check. It would be best if it's a girl. I feel like my body can't hold out any longer. Great, it's a man. Suddenly, 8 people emerged from the woods, 3 men and 5 women. Great, people are here, and a good number of them are women. Qin Lang was about to approach. Hello. A bald man suddenly stepped forward. Wait. First, tell us your name and your specialties. We've already formed a team, and we don't need anyone who will hold us back. Have you been to this dungeon before? Qin Lang looked carefully and realized that these people didn't have friendly expressions. Their eyes were full of scrutiny, as if they were interviewing Qin Lang. This is my first time here. Qin Lang told the truth, because lying would be exposed quickly. Behind the bald man, a heavily made-up woman sneered, another rookie, huh? Little brother, your luck's not good. All 8 of us are veteran players. It's tiring to carry a dead weight in the dungeon. You'll have to team up with another newbie. Qin Lang's heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally sank. Great, even hugging a leg won't work. The bald man pointed to the woods. The other rookie is behind, go find him. Don't follow us. Newbies are the easiest to get killed. We don't want to be dragged down by you. The other 6 didn't say a word, nor did they glance at Qin Lang again. Qin Lang had no choice but to find another new player like himself. After walking a few steps, a small figure appeared in front of Qin Lang. You? Hello. A girl with twin ponytails greeted Qin Lang timidly when she saw him. In the faint light, Qin Lang saw that the girl had fair skin, looking no older than 20, with a pair of big, bright eyes, a small, delicate nose, and a slightly upturned tip, giving her a playful and lively look. Her exquisite face was as delicate as a porcelain doll. Luckily, she was a girl, and quite pretty. It was a small blessing in the misfortune. Qin Lang smiled and said, My name is Qin Lang. This is my first time in the dungeon. I heard you are the same. If you don't mind, let's team up. What's your name? Su Mubai. Su Mubai lowered her head, looking a bit socially awkward. Qin Lang nodded, nice name. He took the opportunity to use 10 mental power to see Su Mubai's death countdown. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from behind, sending chills down their spines. Qin Lang turned around and saw the bald man from earlier had fallen to the ground with a loud crash. A little girl in red clothes was holding the bald man's head, savoring it. Chapter 2, The Tianshan Young Lady? The scene in front of them terrified everyone, causing them to step back. The previously flamboyant woman turned pale as paper, trembling as she hid behind her companions. The little girl in red bit into the bald man's eyeball, giving them a chilling smile. The other 7 players furrowed their brows, taking up defensive stances. But none dared to run. As experienced players, they knew that running away in the face of an anomaly was the stupidest thing to do. Because anomalies had to follow the rules of the dungeon, they couldn't just kill anyone at will. On the contrary, running away easily could violate the rules, giving the anomaly a reason and excuse to kill. Qin Lang didn't know this rule, but he didn't run either. Instinctively, he stood in front of Su Mubai. It's okay, I'm here. If we're going to die sooner or later, then let me die looking good. At this moment, Su Mubai asked, aren't you afraid? Qin Lang was definitely afraid. This was the first time he had seen such a scene, and his heart began to race, almost breaking his ribs. But in the spirit of keeping up appearances, Qin Lang took a deep breath. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Humanity's anthem is the anthem of courage. Su Mubai smiled faintly without showing much expression. The little girl in red pointed at one of the 7 players, a man with glasses, and gave a creepy smile. Come play with me. The atmosphere on site immediately froze, and a cold wind blew around them. The little girl had also issued the same invitation to the bald man earlier. The bald man certainly knew she was an anomaly, but he can only agree. Because this was another hidden rule of the dungeon: if an anomaly made a request to you, you had to try to fulfill it. Otherwise, the anomaly had the right to attack and even devour the player. The little girl in red said to the bald man, I want to play ball, give me a ball. The bald man was instantly puzzled, about to search for a ball when the red-dressed girl suddenly pointed at his bald head. Isn't this just a ball? Give it to me, give it to me. The bald man was stunned. How did my head become a ball? No way. Before he could finish, the red-dressed girl directly bit his head off. The man with glasses turned pale, but still maintained basic composure. He nodded, all right. All right. The flamboyant woman spoke up, Luigi, be careful. Luigi pushed up his glasses and said, don't worry, I've encountered similar anomalies before. Their requests seem impossible to satisfy, but there are patterns to follow. The bald man, old 7, instinctively refused her, so he died so horribly. Seeing him analyze it so confidently, Qin Lang activated the Eye of Death. Host spends 10 mental power to check Luigi's death countdown. The host's remaining mental power, 90/100. In the next moment, Qin Lang noticed a number appeared above Luigi's head. 0. The system had mentioned, if a person's remaining life is less than an hour, it will show as 0. In other words, is he going to die soon? No way, buddy, you look so cool, and yet you're gonna die in less than an hour? Luigi stepped forward and smiled, hey, little sister, what game do you want to play? The little girl in red bared her blood-stained teeth and said, I want your liver. Luigi's face changed. But he tried hard to stay calm. Ah, okay, sure. The bald man, Lao Chi, was killed for refusing, but if I agree to her request, it should be fine, right? The little girl in red grinned, lunged forward, and inserted one hand into Luigi's stomach, her small hand stirring inside. Ah! Luigi screamed loudly, making a noise like a pig being slaughtered. Qin Lang swallowed and thought to himself, this is it. If everyone plays this game with the little girl in red, won't they all be wiped out right at the start? At that moment, something unexpected happened. Qin Lang noticed the number above Luigi's head started to rise steadily. From 0, it shot up to 39. Does that mean he's not going to die? Everyone noticed the little girl in red's expression changed noticeably. She stopped smiling and even seemed quite terrified. She pulled her hand out of Luigi's body, and quickly turned into a red light and vanished. This scene left everyone at the scene stunned. She's leaving just like that? Qin Lang was shocked by the sudden change and also realized something. It turns out that the death countdown is not constant. The amount of time a person has left to live will change according to their actions and the surrounding circumstances. Qin Lang thought to himself, this way, I can also determine a person's actions by looking at their death countdown and predict what to do next. Qin Lang, are you okay? Su Mubai whispered from behind. Qin Lang turned his head and smiled, I'm fine. This strange situation has been more of a damp squib. It's a bit of misfortune, but also some luck. You're really brave. You don't seem scared at all. Su Mubai smiled helplessly, if I'm scared, it doesn't help. Besides, I'm someone who's going to die sooner or later. A month ago, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness. I only have less than half a year to live. Now that I'm here, I think dying here wouldn't be so bad. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. You also have a terminal illness? Su Mubai asked in confusion, what do you mean, you also? You have a terminal illness too? Qin Lang suddenly wanted to stop the conversation. His terminal illness was something he couldn't talk about. He stretched out his hand. Actually, I can read fortunes. Let me see your fortune, give me your hand. Su Mubai smiled like a child and simply extended her hand. Qin Lang took her hand, holding it in his left hand while using his right hand to point here and there on her palm, pretending to read her palm carefully. He was hoping to get a little bit of her fragrance, to heal his strange illness. At the same time, he activated the system, wanting to check this poor girl's remaining life. Host spends 10 mental power to check Su Mubai's death countdown. Host remaining mental power, 80 out of 100. Qin Lang looked up and met Su Mubai's big eyes. At the same time, a long string of numbers appeared above Su Mubai's head. 187-9680. What? Qin Lang's mouth dropped open. Over 1.8 million hours? That's more than 200 years? Is this little girl going to live forever? Qin Lang, why are you looking at me like that? Su Mubai touched her face and asked a bit embarrassed, am I so ugly? Qin Lang shook his head. No. You scared me. Sumubai lowered her head. I'm sorry. Qin Lang quickly corrected himself. No, that's not what I meant. Miss Su, trust me, you're going to live a long, long life. He understood. It must be that Sumubai will successfully clear the dungeon and then make a wish to the dungeon to cure her terminal illness, gaining long life in the process. The thigh that he had always dreamed of is right in front of him. If you want to sleep, just come for a pillow. Sumubei smiled bitterly, you don't have to comfort me anymore. Qin Lang said confidently, trust me. The person who clears this dungeon can make one wish. Let's work hard and try to clear it together, then live through it safely. Sumubei turned his head and locked eyes with Qin Lang again. Time seemed to pause at that moment, everything around them was blocked out, and all the people and things were irrelevant to them. Sumubei asked, do you really mean what you said about doing it together? Can I really trust you? Qin Lang didn't hesitate, of course you can. Sumubei smiled and stepped forward, alright. A fragrance that was hard to describe suddenly filled the air, and Qin Lang sucked it in with a gust of wind. All the discomfort in his body instantly disappeared. Ah, so comfortable. You two are quite sweet, huh? Lu Ji shouted from behind, aren't you going into the village? Are you waiting to be eaten by other weird things here? Qin Lang was a bit surprised. Wasn't he just having his heart ripped out by the girl in red? Why was he talking like nothing had happened? Turning around, Qin Lang was immediately stunned by Lu Ji's appearance. Chapter 3, The Female Horse. Just a moment ago, Lu Ji was about to have his intestines exposed, and now he looked like nothing was wrong. Could it be that what I saw earlier was just an illusion? Qin Lang focused his gaze and noticed that the clothes around Lu Ji's abdomen were torn and stained with blood, which meant that he had indeed been attacked earlier. But under the clothes, there was a lean body, a flat abdomen, completely unharmed. What's going on? Lu Ji pushed his glasses, guessing Qin Lang's confusion. Don't look anymore, this is a talent I got after passing the dungeon. My talent is healing, those minor injuries were nothing to me. Qin Lang suddenly understood, and said, Sigui. So, the other 6 people also have their own abilities? Lu Ji then casually complained, luckily that weird thing left just now, giving me time to heal myself, or else I would have been done for. Qin Lang's mind kept circling the question, why did the girl in red suddenly run away? What was she afraid of? The seductive woman walked over and said to Qin Lang and Sumubei, you two did well just now, you weren't scared like the other newbies. You have some talent, you should be able to help. So, we decided that you two can join our team. I'm Linglong, nice to meet you. At this moment, a cold-looking, extremely beautiful woman spoke up, Linglong, I think they must be scared silly, no need to invite newcomers. It's too risky. This dungeon is obviously different from the previous A-level dungeon. Linglong said, Old 7 is dead, we need a man to join, or else we won't have enough backups for the groom. The beautiful woman didn't speak anymore. Qin Lang asked in confusion, Groom? What groom? Linglong said, didn't you read the hint at the beginning of the dungeon? The plot of this dungeon is to help the young lady get married, so we need a groom. Now that Old 7 is dead, including you, there are only 3 men left. In other words, you might be the groom. Qin Lang was speechless, so they want to use me as a filler? Sumubei smiled at this moment, Qin Lang, don't be afraid, isn't being the groom a good thing? Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh, the young lady here must be some kind of weird thing. Is it a good thing to marry a weird thing? Sumubei asked, you don't think so? Qin Lang thought for a moment and said, if she's really beautiful, I could consider it. Lu Ji then said, alright, no point in saying more. Let's go into the village first. If we escape this one, it means we still have a connection. That's enough. The beautiful woman snorted, and the others looked indifferent, tacitly agreeing with Lu Ji's words. The group headed toward the village. Along the way, Sumubei stayed very close to Qin Lang. Qin Lang couldn't be happier, because the fragrance on Sumubei's body was like a medicine that could heal him. He couldn't help but lean closer to Sumubei, and their arms brushed against each other. It was cold, yet soft to the touch. Sorry. Qin Lang awkwardly smiled. Sumubei smiled and shook her head, it's fine. Actually, I think we can hold hands and walk together. Qin Lang didn't expect the shy little girl to be so proactive. Qin Lang wasn't a saint and especially didn't need a woman around, but as a 2-time virgin, he still felt a little uneasy. You won't mind? Sumubei smiled, didn't you say you could trust me? Qin Lang was moved by her smile, alright. After saying that, he directly took Sumubei's hand. After entering the village, a foul, fishy smell immediately hit them. The village roads were rough and uneven, and there was a thick layer of decayed leaves on the ground. The houses on both sides were arranged neatly, but the damage was severe, with dust and cobwebs piled thickly in the corners of the walls. Something's wrong. Linglong looked at a chair by the roadside and suddenly shouted. Lu Ji asked, "What's wrong?" Ling Long pointed and said, "Look, everywhere else is covered in dust, but why is this chair so clean?" Qin Lang looked and found that the chair was indeed spotless, as if it was brand new. It was clear that someone often sat there. But the mission description said the villagers of Fengmen village had all left. Things weren't right, everyone instantly became alert. "Someone!" The beautiful woman shouted into the distance, "and I'm sure it's not human." Qin Lang looked around but saw nothing. Could this be the beauty's ability? Lu Ji nervously said, "More strange things?" The beauty closed her eyes, as if sensing something, then said, "It's not strange. I'm certain of that. It seems like it has a woman's body, but its face." Ah! The beauty's face lost color, her eyes snapped open, as if she saw something terrifying. Her legs went weak and she collapsed to the ground, her beautiful face filled with horror and fear. Ling Long was about to ask what happened when a cold, sinister voice suddenly came out. "Welcome to Fengmen village." On the clean chair, someone had sat down without them noticing. To be precise, it was a monster with a human female body but a horse's head. No wonder the beauty reacted like that just now. Anyone would be shocked sensing such a monster. Horsewoman. A woman in a business suit trembled as she said, "I've never seen such a strange thing." "Wrong, I'm not a horsewoman, I'm a female horse." The female horse smiled. "A horsewoman has a horse body with a human face, but I have a human body with a horse's face. Also, I'm not strange, I'm the caretaker of Fengmen village's instance. Welcome, everyone." Seeing that the female horse didn't seem to have any ill intentions, Lu Ji asked, "You must have some task for us, right? Just tell us directly? Is it to have us complete the young lady's wedding?" The female horse shook her head. "No, my main task is to host you all. The wedding will be held tomorrow night. One of you will become the groom, and the rest will be guests." She paused, then pointed to the houses on both sides. "We've prepared rooms for you, the ones with the wedding characters on the doors. Please rest here for the night, and then go to attend the young lady's wedding tomorrow. Remember, only 2 people are allowed in each room, and you cannot open the doors if anything happens halfway. Otherwise, something terrible will happen." Lu Ji and the others exchanged glances. They all knew, these rooms definitely had problems. Maybe there were strange things hidden inside, or there were traps. In short, nothing good could come from it. The veteran players were even more nervous. They all knew, in a strange instance, choosing a room was like choosing a way to die. Without hesitation, Qin Lang said to Sumubai, "Miss Su, let's share a room." Sumubai was slightly stunned. "Aren't you afraid I'll drag you down?" "I'm a newbie, I don't know anything." Qin Lang said, "I told you I trust you, of course, I will stay loyal." Looking at the long countdown on Sumubai's screen, Qin Lang felt that following her would be the right choice. After hearing this, Sumubai's lips curled up. "Alright, let's do it together." At this moment, Lu Ji spoke to the female horse, "So, how do we choose the room?" The female horse said, "You are the guests, you can choose freely. But remember, no matter what happens, you must not open the door." As soon as her voice fell, a piercing scream suddenly came from a room behind them, sending chills down their spines. Ah! Chapter 4, Choosing a Room. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the door from which the scream came. Is there someone inside? The beauty was surprised. She hadn't sensed anything just now. The female horse seemed a little angry. "Fat girl, no more pranks. Come out." One of the doors opened, and a chubby girl poked her head out, smiling at everyone. Qin Lang felt quite uncomfortable seeing her smile. The chubby girl looked a lot like the traditional Fuwa dolls from the countryside, with a round face and big, bright cheeks, and if you stared at her too long, you'd feel unsettled. The female horse smiled apologetically. "Sorry, this is my daughter, she likes to prank." Everyone remained silent, all thinking, a woman like this can have a child? And the child looks quite normal, it's a bit unbelievable. "Mom, so many people." The chubby girl smiled and leaned her whole body out. Below her neck, her body was covered in scales, like a snake, without arms or legs. Ah! The beauty was so scared she collapsed onto the ground again. A horse-faced person with a snake body, what is this? Qin Lang couldn't help but mutter a comment. Detected a strong emotional fluctuation from the host, spiritual power increased. Remaining spiritual power, 160/200. Qin Lang was a bit surprised, so this is how you can increase spiritual power? Right, I haven't asked the system how to increase spiritual power yet. I'll find a chance to ask properly later. Seeing Qin Lang smile, Sumubai was a little confused. "Qin Lang, why are you smiling when everyone else is so scared?" Qin Lang snapped back to his senses. "It's nothing, I just think this little one looks quite unique. By the way, why aren't you scared?" Sumubai also smiled. "What's the point of being scared? I've stopped caring a long time ago." The chubby girl wriggled her body like a snake, twisting and crawling on the floor, constantly staring at all the players. Under everyone's horrified gazes, the chubby girl crawled to the female horse's feet and wrapped her body around her thigh, continuing to stare at everyone with her big head. The female horse smiled. Sorry, my daughter is like this, she really likes that room. But it's also prepared for you, so you can choose. Everyone internally scoffed. Who would choose a room that a creepy creature likes? The female horse touched the chubby girl's snake-like body, revealing her crimson tongue. Alright, you can start choosing your rooms now. Lu Ji and the others exchanged glances, already sensing that something extraordinary was about to happen tonight. But they still had to choose a room, so Lu Ji spoke up. It's better if 2 people go into a room, but that means 1 person will be left alone. Is there anyone volunteering? I'll say right now that I can't, because my abilities are best for support, I'm not good for solo battles. The others fell silent. The person left alone would surely be the most dangerous. The beauty pointed at Sumubai. Let her stay alone. Qin Lang stood in front of Sumubai. No. I must be in a team with Miss Su. The beauty rolled her eyes at him. Are you an idiot? 2 newbies together? That's a sure way to get wiped out. You're being given a chance to survive, and you don't even want it? Are you out of your mind? Qin Lang insisted. I don't care, anyway, I'm in a team with Miss Su. You're the one who's out of your mind. After all, Sumubai could live for over 200 years. At that moment, Qin Lang felt his hand being tightly grabbed by Sumubai. A man with a tattoo on his arm spoke. I don't agree with having 2 new people in a group. They might be wiped out, and 1 ability user will be left alone. Originally, it was just 1 person who might die, but now 3 people will die at once. This is definitely not worth it. The others also expressed their agreement, and their eyes on Qin Lang and Sumubai changed. Qin Lang realized something was wrong. Could they be forced to go together? Suddenly, Linglong said, then I'll stay alone for the night. The tattooed man said, Linglong, we know your abilities, but the strangeness of this instance cannot be judged by common sense. Look at how suddenly Old 7 died. Linglong interrupted him. Old 7 was an accident. This will never happen again. Enough, it's settled. Linglong obviously played the leadership role among them. After she spoke, the group immediately divided into 4 teams, with Linglong alone. Qin Lang said to Linglong, thank you. Linglong tied her hair up, looking a bit decisive. No need to thank me, I actually prefer to work alone. As for you 2 new people, follow the rules. If you're not allowed to open a door, don't open it. The strangeness in the instance follows a set of rules. As long as you don't break them, you'll be fine. Qin Lang nodded and thanked her again. He calmly checked Linglong's death countdown. 87,654. Only a little more than 10 years of life left? That's fine, at least she can last through this instance. Because Linglong was alone, she had the privilege of choosing her room first. The cottages in Fengmen village were all roughly the same size, the only difference being in their style. Some looked newer, while others were obviously old and dilapidated. The woman with the horse tattoo and the fat girl didn't rush, they just watched them with a look that was almost a smile. Linglong looked for a long time and then pointed to the room in the middle. I'll choose this one. She was about to step inside. At this moment, Qin Lang saw the number on Linglong's head suddenly drop from 5 digits to 0. Linglong. Qin Lang blurted out, don't choose that one. Linglong frowned, why? When she pulled her leg back, the death countdown changed back to 87654. Qin Lang said, just a feeling. I think this room is unlucky. Try another one? He felt that Linglong had helped him, so if she made a wrong decision, it would be fair to pull her back. But to truly save someone, he couldn't do that, nor did he have the obligation. The King of Hell can't even stop the dead from dying. Linglong thought for a moment and then pointed to the next room. How about this one? Qin Lang looked and saw that the number on Linglong's head didn't change. He nodded, I think this one's fine. Linglong nodded, okay, I'll choose this one. Lu Ji was speechless. Linglong, has your brain gone bad? You actually listened to a new person's advice? In this instance, only your own judgment is worth trusting. Linglong shrugged, what's it to you? With that, she walked confidently into the cottage. The others couldn't be bothered to say more and started choosing their rooms. Qin Lang looked at Sumubai. Miss Su, where do you think we should go? Sumubai blinked. Aren't you the one with the good intuition? You choose. Qin Lang smiled. Intuition isn't always right. No matter how good your intuition is, it can't compare to your ability to live over 200 years as an European emperor. Sumubai glanced at the room Linglong had entered and asked, are you very concerned about that woman? Qin Lang was a little confused by this question and then shook his head, not concerned, just out of reciprocity. If she didn't voluntarily act alone, wouldn't we have been split up? Split up. Sumubai murmured the word, alright, I understand. Qin Lang was still puzzled, not understanding what Sumubai meant by understand. Let's choose this room. Sumubai casually pointed. Qin Lang looked over. Isn't this the room the fat girl likes the most? His eyes became a bit confused. But he quickly nodded, okay, let's go in. Sumubai smiled, okay. Seeing Qin Lang and Sumubai's choice, Lu Ji couldn't help but sigh. After all, they're newbies, they really don't believe in evil. The beauty asked Lu Ji, aren't you going to stop them? The last part of the instance definitely needs one man to be the groom. You don't even need to guess, the groom's death rate is definitely high, that kid is a newbie, perfect for it. Lu Ji shrugged, Ling Long agreed, what can I do? After entering the room, Qin Lang found that the space was not small, enough to accommodate 4 people, but the setup was quite simple. There were mosquitoes, insects, and ants everywhere, and there was thick dust on the tables, chairs, benches, and even the beds. The light bulb above was very dim, and it flickered from time to time, as if the voltage was unstable. But fortunately, there was nothing strange, and no traps waiting for them. Qin Lang picked up a broom in the corner to clean up a bit, after all, they had to stay here for one night. Just as he was about to grab the broom, Sumubai also reached out her hand. They both held the broom together, then exchanged a smile. Qin Lang took the broom, Miss Su, let me do it, you sit down somewhere, I'll clean for a while. Sumubai smiled and stepped back, standing in the middle of the room, suddenly saying, you're such a good person. While cleaning, Qin Lang said, we're the only 2 newbies in the team, of course we have to support each other. They're too unfriendly to newbies. Sumubai sighed lightly, no choice, the survival rate for newbies in instances is really low. There was even a year when only old players could clear the instances, not a single newbie made it out alive. I believe they've helped newbies before, even saved them, but after seeing one newbie after another die in front of them, they probably became numb. Qin Lang nodded, feeling that made sense. But he quickly noticed something was off. When Sumubai said this, she didn't seem like a newbie at all. Thinking back to the earlier scene, when she saw the fat girl, she didn't overreact. Could it be that she didn't care because she feels her life won't last long? While thinking, Qin Lang had cleaned by the bed. Qin Lang widened his eyes, crouched down, and looked under the bed, feeling a chill run through him, surprised, no way. Sumubai stepped forward in confusion, what's wrong? Qin Lang pointed at the bed. The top of the bed was covered in dust, even the blanket had mold on it. However, underneath the bed was very clean. Qin Lang wiped his finger across it and didn't see much dust fall. Qin Lang said, the top of the bed is all dusty, but under the bed is very clean. Doesn't this mean there's been someone in this room all along, and they've been hiding under the bed often? As soon as he thought of this, Qin Lang suddenly felt uneasy. What's hiding under the bed isn't something good, right? Sumubai said, didn't the woman just say her daughter really likes this room? Maybe she often plays under the bed? Qin Lang shook his head, it's not possible, the fat girl's head and body are too wide. The gap under this bed is too small, she can't get in. But if it's a little kid, it would fit perfectly. Sumubai suddenly thought of something, a kid? Could it be the little girl in red we saw at the village entrance? Qin Lang replied with an it's possible, she might be a villager from Fengmen village, and this could be her room? But why would she hide under the bed? Sumubai looked at Qin Lang with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Your observation is quite sharp, you seem to have potential. Qin Lang smiled, what's that worth? The one with real potential is you, a girl who can live for 200 years. The next second, the light bulb in the room suddenly dimmed. Qin Lang and Sumubai both moved a little closer to each other, nervously staying silent. Outside, the woman's voice was heard. Guests, it's curfew time in our village now. The young lady is watching us, she said, she doesn't like people running around, so definitely don't open the door. Do you understand? The voice of the mayor came closer and farther, seemingly moving back and forth. Qin Lang frowned. The young lady is watching us? Is she picking a groom? Sumuwa said, Qin Lang, are you afraid of being a groom? Qin Lang shook his head. Being a groom might not be a bad thing. What if this young lady is a beauty? I'd be quite lucky. Before he finished speaking, a strange sound came from outside. The sound seemed like some kind of wild beast howling, echoing continuously in his ears. But Qin Lang racked his brain and couldn't imagine what kind of creature could make such a noise. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, telling himself not to scare himself. It should be almost midnight by now. At that time, he would refresh a powerful new skill, and maybe he wouldn't need to fear anything strange. SSSH. Another chilling sound came from outside, like 2 knives constantly rubbing together. This sound kept repeating, young lady, young lady. SSSH. The sound echoed around, growing louder and louder. Just listening to it sent chills down one's spine. Bang, bang, bang. A strong knocking sound came from the door. Qin Lang held his breath, clenched his fists, determined not to open the door. He even glanced at the countdown to the door's destruction. The door could still last for 10 more years. In other words, as long as he didn't open the door, the things outside couldn't break it. Qin Lang sighed with relief. Miss Su, don't be afraid. Miss Su? Qin Lang reached his hand forward, but he didn't touch anything. Su Muo was gone. Qin Lang took a sharp breath and asked, Miss Su? Where are you? There was no sound of the door opening, so she should still be there. At the same time, the knocking stopped abruptly, and the noises outside grew much quieter. Qin Lang felt a bit anxious. Miss Su? Where are you? In the darkness, he didn't dare to act rashly. He even had the impulse to open the door and look for her. No, I can't open the door. Qin Lang pulled his hand back. Su Muo must still be in the room. She said she had a terminal illness. Could she have fainted from her condition? Qin Lang bent down and reached out his hand, trying to see if he could find Su Muo. But before he could start looking, a worse situation occurred. Qin Lang's body began to feel very uncomfortable. Oh no, the perfume from the woman's body wasn't enough. Could I also be getting sick? And that wasn't the most worrying thing. As long as there's a woman around, even the body scent in the air can ease his illness. Now, if he was getting sick, it meant there was no woman in the room. Su Muo wasn't here. At that moment, a blood-red light appeared in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang's pupils dilated, and he stiffly turned to look. Chapter 6, Come over here first. The red-dressed girl who had twisted the bald old seven's head off was now standing behind Qin Lang. Big brother, let's play together, okay? The red-dressed girl crouched under the bed, letting out a cold giggle in a low tone that made one's skin crawl. Qin Lang's first reaction was not fear. Because the pain in his body had become severe, as if countless needles were stabbing into his limbs. Qin Lang couldn't help but squat down and hug himself. Damn, why does it hurt so much? It turned out that the outbreak of this illness was even worse than he imagined. It was truly worse than death. The little red-dressed girl slowly crawled out from under the bed, standing still with her hands outstretched. Big brother, come play with me. Big brother. At this point, Qin Lang was already sweating from the pain. Suddenly, a bold idea flashed through his mind. This red-dressed girl is also a woman. He decided to take a chance. It was better than dying from pain. Okay, big brother can play games with you. Qin Lang extended his hand. But can you come over here first? The girl in the red dress froze. She clearly didn't expect Qin Lang to say that, and even the strange atmosphere from before weakened considerably. The girl in red stepped forward a few steps, uncertain, and asked, You want me to come over? Qin Lang nodded and waved his hand, looking a bit impatient. The girl in red took a few more steps forward, and Qin Lang grabbed her hand, pressing it to his forehead, his nostrils flaring as he inhaled the scent of her fingers. It's the smell of a girl. After the pain in Qin Lang's body disappeared, he let out a long sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and found that the hand he was holding was quite normal, not like the long nails of the female ghost in movies, dirty and ugly. Suddenly, Qin Lang noticed a strange symbol on the girl's hand. He raised his head and saw the red-dressed girl's innocent and confused face. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Qin Lang's heartbeat quickened, and he tried hard to stay calm. Now that she hasn't made a move, it means I haven't broken her rules, right? Upon closer inspection, Qin Lang realized the girl wasn't as scary as he thought. Little sister, you're quite cute. The girl in red's voice became full of grievance. Whoa. The young lady has gone mad, she killed so many people. I've been locked up here, no one is coming to save me. Qin Lang glanced at the bottom of the bed and asked, Who locked you in here? The girl's shoulders trembled, and she started crying. The young lady, it's all the young lady. The young lady? Qin Lang was about to continue asking when a loud noise suddenly came from outside. It was that sound again. Qin Lang was sure that no known creature could make such a strange and terrifying noise. The crying girl in red suddenly showed a hideous expression. Veins popped out all over her face, and her teeth became sharp and terrifying. Arg! Just as the girl in red was about to bite Qin Lang, her eyes suddenly widened. Young lady, go back quickly. Qin Lang froze, go back quickly? What does that mean? In a flash, the once ferocious little girl turned into a red light and quickly disappeared under the bed. Hey, little sister, why did you leave? Before Qin Lang could react, a cold hand was placed on his shoulder. Who? Qin Lang turned around, and a familiar fragrance filled his nose. Shoo! Su Muo whispered, Don't make a sound. Qin Lang stood up, his mind racing with questions about where the girl had gone. He glanced at Su Muo and noticed that the death countdown above her head still showed a terrifying 200+ years. It seemed like she was fine, and there was no sign of her being impersonated by anything else. Coincidentally, the noise outside also stopped as soon as Sumubei appeared, and the lights were restored. Sumubei sighed in relief and said, "Qin Lang, are you okay?" Qin Lang shook his head. "Miss Su, where did you go just now?" Sumubei replied, "I don't know. I just blacked out for a moment and lost consciousness." "What happened to you just now? Who were you talking to?" It was that little girl I saw at the village entrance earlier." Qin Lang explained what happened, but left out the part about inhaling the girl's scent. After hearing this, Sumubei said, "You're really lucky. I passed out and knew nothing, but you didn't break that girl's rules, and she didn't do anything to you. Your luck and mental toughness are really impressive." Qin Lang forced a smile. "It's the same for both of us. Actually, I should have expected something was wrong with this room, but I didn't think it would be like this." Sumubei asked, "You already expected it?" Qin Lang explained, "Yeah, earlier, the woman outside said not to open the door and that the young lady doesn't like people running around. When we heard 'don't open the door,' our first instinct was that something would break in from outside, so we shut the door to keep others out. But actually, there's another possibility. That is, something in the room will force us to leave. If we run out, we will break the young lady's rules." Sumo Hike nodded. "That makes sense. So, the thing in this room that will force people out is that little girl?" Qin Lang shook his head. "It should be like that. But I don't know what the young lady did to make her so scared." Sumo White's voice became much colder. "Do you think the young lady did something wrong?" Qin Lang was a little confused. "What's wrong or right with this?" "I was just thinking about the relationship between the young lady and these strange things. And the biggest danger in this room, if it's not her, is probably those strange things that can make you lose consciousness." Sumo Hite hurriedly said, "Oh. Yeah, you're right. So what should we do now?" Qin Lang looked at the bed and said, "Let's lift it and take a look." The girl in red came out from underneath it, and from her description, something seems to have happened under the bed. The key to this mission is the young lady, and maybe we can find some clues about her from the girl. Sumo Hite asked, "Lift the bed? Aren't you afraid the girl will come out again?" Qin Lang glanced at the death countdown above Sumo White's head. There was still no change. This meant that what he was about to do wouldn't affect her lifespan. If there really was something terrifying under the bed, it couldn't just be after him, right? With the European king around, there's no need to be afraid. Qin Lang said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Trust me." Sumo Hite hesitated for a moment but nodded. Qin Lang took a deep breath, squatted down, and tried to lift the bed. Ding! Midnight arrives. Host's superpower is refreshed. New superpowers again? Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, this is really timely. Host gains the ability, sensory loss. Host can make parts of their senses and emotions automatically inactive, such as joy, anger, sorrow, fear, smell, hearing, sight, etc. After losing a sense, the host can choose when to restore it. Each activation consumes 50 mental power. Host remaining mental power, 140 out of 200. Losing part of his senses? This ability seemed useless at first, but for Qin Lang, it was actually quite good. The most terrifying thing is fear itself. If he didn't feel fear, he could remain calm in any situation. Qin Lang chose to turn off the feeling of fear. Host has turned off the feeling of fear. Host remaining mental power, 90 out of 200. Alright, Miss Su, please step back for a moment. Qin Lang felt that his voice had become much calmer, and he no longer felt nervous or uneasy about this room, or even the whole mission. With a forceful push, he directly flipped the bed that was hiding the girl in red. Ah! Sumo Hite covered her mouth and stepped back a bit. Under the bed, there was a dried-up corpse curled up in the corner. From its size and the clothes it was wearing, it was easy to tell that it was the same girl in red. Qin Lang's face was like a calm lake, and he didn't find the corpse terrifying at all. After looking at the dried-up corpse for a while, Qin Lang's attention quickly shifted to the bottom of the bed. Countless scratch marks appeared on it, some still had bloodstains. It was easy to see what kind of struggle and endless pain the person trapped under the bed had gone through. Sumo Hite pointed at the dried-up corpse and asked in a low voice, "Did she scratch this out?" Qin Lang nodded, "Yeah, it should be. She must have been trapped under here before she died, unable to get out, unable to move, only able to struggle like this. No wonder the bottom of the bed is cleaner than the top." Sumo Hite asked, "She won't come out herself?" "She can't come out." Qin Lang sighed and said, "Remember I told you? The fat girl can't crawl under the bed because the gap is too small. Even a teenage girl can hardly get in from the outside. In the same way, if she were pressed under the bed, she could never get out. In other words, she was slowly suffocated to death." Sumobai nodded, "So, someone like you just did, would lift the bed up first, and after the girl enters, press it down again." Qin Lang stared at the scratches. That's right, the girl in the red dress, after being pressed down, without water or food, soon starved to death. Su Mubai frowned. Who could be so cruel, to make a girl die so tragically? Qin Lang touched the deep and shallow scratches, squatted down to examine the dried corpse. Seeing Qin Lang so bold, Su Mubai was filled with surprise. Isn't he afraid? Such courage and mental strength, it absolutely surpasses 90% of newcomers. Qin Lang suddenly said, it wasn't to harm her. The one who pressed her under the bed might have wanted to protect her. Su Mubai was confused. What do you mean? Qin Lang said, by common sense, we can figure it out. The bed isn't a torture device, and normal people wouldn't think of such a way to kill. There are no signs of her mouth being blocked, or any traces of being tied up. In other words, she was allowed to scream for help and escape. Fengmen village originally had many villagers. This method of killing is slow and easy to detect. Who would do that? Su Mubai thought for a moment, then asked, then what do you think happened? Qin Lang said, look at the clothes she's wearing, they're not normal everyday wear. Before being pressed here, she was probably attending some kind of celebration or festival. Su Mubai immediately said, a wedding. Qin Lang agreed, that's right. Perhaps something happened during the young lady's wedding, and her family or friends hid her here. It was this accident that caused the tragedy for her and the entire village. Maybe something happened in the village that made everyone start running, and this girl was hidden here by her parents. Qin Lang then picked up the little girl's hand and, sure enough, saw the strange symbol. Su Mubai asked, what's wrong with this? Qin Lang said, looks like some kind of religious totem. Could it be Fengmen village's local belief? Just as he finished speaking, a scream came from outside the window. Ah, let me out. Please, let me out. Did something happen to a player? Qin Lang and Su Mubai rushed to the window to see what was going on. As they reached the window, a dark figure suddenly emerged. It was a woman's face. A strange creature was wearing that face, with two tentacles emerging from the eyes. The nostrils, mouth, and other openings were also writhing with tentacles. The woman's face seemed freshly peeled off, with blood continuously flowing down. Su Mubai, frightened, covered his eyes and screamed, ah. Qin Lang, however, had no reaction. Having lost his sense of fear, he remained remarkably calm, even too calm, in the face of this terrifying scene. Qin Lang immediately recognized, this face belonged to the beautiful woman who had treated him poorly earlier. Clearly, she was dead, and her skin had been bizarrely peeled off. Qin Lang asked the strange creature through the window, could you move aside? Such a polite question, but Qin Lang wasn't sure whether the tentacled creature understood. It pointed at Qin Lang with the two tentacles emerging from its eyes, as if staring at him. Qin Lang shook his head, if you don't want to move, then forget it. Su Mubai, astonished, asked, aren't you scared? Qin Lang replied, I'm naturally brave. Help! Don't come near. A man's voice came from outside. Are you crazy? If we open the door, we'll die. Are you trying to kill me? Another woman, probably in the same room as the man, angrily shouted. Then came more shrill screams and howls. Ah! No! Soon, everything around them fell into dead silence. Su Mubai grabbed Qin Lang's arm. Did they all die? Qin Lang nodded, yes, including the one who was skinned, at least 3 died. It's only the first night, and yet it's almost a total wipeout. The strange tentacle at the window hasn't left, still staring at Qin Lang. Su Mubai said, we're really lucky. We didn't break any rules, so it can't come in. That girl in red too, she's not reacting either. Qin Lang was silent for a while, then walked back to the window. He looked at the strange tentacle. Do you have something to tell me? Chapter 8, The Unexpected. Qin Lang actually tried to talk to the strange entity? Su Mubai stared at Qin Lang in shock. The strange tentacle kept staring at Qin Lang, but didn't take any further action. Qin Lang thought for a moment, then extended his hand, preparing to open the window. Su Mubai quickly grabbed the corner of Qin Lang's shirt. Qin Lang, be careful. Qin Lang said calmly, don't worry, as long as I follow the rules of not opening the door or running around, I should be fine. After all, no one said we couldn't open the window, right? Su Mubai gave a helpless bitter smile. Your courage is the biggest I've ever seen. Indeed, bravery is a valuable trait. Qin Lang looked at her for a moment, then smiled. Maybe it's because you're here. A hint of shyness flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. Qin Lang opened the window and spoke to the strange tentacle. What do you want to say? To Qin Lang's surprise, the strange tentacle actually spoke. Miss, come back. Miss? Come back? It sounds almost the same as what the little girl said. As Qin Lang was thinking about the connection between the two, the strange tentacle began to mutate. All its tentacles suddenly became incredibly sharp, and began to stab toward him. Qin Lang reacted quickly, immediately stepping back. A cut appeared on his chest. If he had been a second slower, his internal organs would have been sliced open. Su Mubai quickly grabbed him, asking, Qin Lang, are you okay? I told you it was dangerous. Qin Lang looked at the strange tentacle. Its tentacles began to stretch longer, and more tentacles emerged from the hole in the woman's face. Strange, which rule was violated? Qin Lang wasn't frightened by the scene, his brain started working quickly. Phew, finally safe. A woman's voice sounded from behind. Su Mubai and Qin Lang turned around to see a female player standing behind them. Qin Lang recognized her immediately as the glasses-wearing woman in a suit from the other building. Wasn't she in the opposite house? How did she suddenly appear here? Qin Lang asked, did you use your ability? The glasses-wearing woman nodded, yeah, my house was breached by the strange entity, and my teammates were so stupid. Before she could finish, Qin Lang immediately said, get out. The glasses-wearing woman frowned, what did you say? The lady said, a room can only hold 2 people. You're breaking the rules now. Qin Lang pointed to the strange tentacle at the door, it wasn't planning to attack me, but because of you, it now plans to kill us and cover it up. The glasses-wearing woman said, so what? We'll figure out how to deal with it together. You're not helping your own kind? Qin Lang retorted, why should I help you? Back then, you agreed to sacrifice Miss Su, and now when you're in trouble, you want to save yourself. Are you that shameless? It was because this glasses-wearing woman showed up uninvited that Qin Lang almost died, so how could he still help her? Though in the strange instance, his survival should come first, and it's understandable that the glasses-wearing woman did this, Qin Lang didn't want to sympathize with her because of it. The person is hell itself. The glasses-wearing woman took a dagger from her waist and sneered, you're a brave newbie, looks like I'll have to teach you how to show respect to your seniors. Qin Lang cracked his neck, want to do this the hard way? Alright then. He glanced at the death countdown of the glasses-wearing woman. 0. In other words, she has less than an hour to live. We will win. Qin Lang spent another 50 mental strength to turn off his sense of pain. No fear, no pain. Although Qin Lang did not know the strength of this old player, he believed in his own abilities. Most importantly, he truly did not know what fear was right now. Su Mubai said anxiously, Qin Lang, be careful. She is an old player, and we still don't know her abilities. Qin Lang picked up a candlestick from the table and aimed it at the glasses-wearing woman. It's fine, when brave men meet, the courageous win. Su Mubai was momentarily speechless. Has he always been this brave? The glasses-wearing woman was also a bit surprised, even somewhat admiring Qin Lang's performance. However, she took the initiative to attack first, stabbing fiercely at Qin Lang, clearly aiming for his life. Qin Lang dodged and kicked, striking the glasses-wearing woman's chin directly. With a scream, her glasses flew off. Ugh! You! The glasses-wearing woman clearly felt her chin dislocate from the kick. Who is this kid? Qin Lang instinctively wanted to continue attacking. Unexpectedly, the glasses-wearing woman suddenly appeared behind him, grabbing his neck and lifting a dagger to stab into his throat. Goodbye, newbie, it's over. Qin Lang, however, turned his head and rubbed against the glasses-wearing woman's neck. You smell so good. When the girl in red first appeared, Qin Lang had only inhaled a small amount of her body fragrance, his strange illness hadn't stabilized enough. Now, with a woman suddenly close to him, his body instinctively took in a storm of the scent. You are crazy? The glasses-wearing woman was momentarily thrown off guard and pushed Qin Lang away with a violent shove. At this moment, Su Mubai grabbed a broom and charged at the glasses-wearing woman. Without even turning her head, the glasses-wearing woman kicked Su Mubai away hard. Ah! Su Mubai cried out in pain as she fell to the ground, and Qin Lang countered, knocking the dagger out of the glasses-wearing woman's hand. You're seeking death. The glasses-wearing woman seethed with fury, repeatedly striking at Qin Lang's back. Having turned off his sense of pain, Qin Lang remained unfazed and tightened his grip even more. Qin Lang knew how to bring her to her end, but right now, he just wanted to inhale as much of her body fragrance as possible to stabilize his illness. At the same time, that strange tentacle had crawled into the room, topped with a piece of skin that had been completely peeled off, writhing toward the 3 of them. The glasses-wearing woman panicked, let go of me. Let go of me. If you don't, we will all die. Her ability allowed her to teleport in a small radius. From the moment she entered this room to the moment she ambushed Qin Lang, it was all done using that skill. But the prerequisite for her ability to work was that her body could not touch any solid object. Now that Qin Lang was holding her, she couldn't activate her ability at all. Qin Lang seized the opportunity and directly pushed the glasses-wearing woman in front of the strange tentacle. The tentacle's sharp appendage immediately pierced into the glasses-wearing woman's body. You little brat, you will regret it. The glasses-wearing woman spoke through gritted teeth, and then she was pierced with hundreds of holes. In the next second, all her blood and flesh, including her bones, turned into pus, leaving only a light, fluttering piece of skin. Sumubai watched from the side, her face even paler than before. She did not expect Qin Lang's skills to be this good. What unsettled her even more was that Qin Lang remained terrifyingly calm, as if what was happening before him was perfectly natural. "Qin Lang, what are you?" Qin Lang stood up from the ground, smiled slightly. "Miss Su, trust me, you wouldn't want to know." His identity after crossing over was just a hapless person entering a bizarre instance. But about his past life, Qin Lang felt it was better not to say anything at all. After punishing one person, the strange tentacle collected its spoils and slowly retreated. Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief, thinking fortunately this strange thing is quite rule-abiding. He turned to Sumubai. "Miss Su, are you all right?" Sumubai struggled to get up. "I'm fine." Qin Lang said, "All right, now it's just the two of us left, there won't be any problems." At that moment, a cold voice rang out. "Player Qin Lang killed player Fu Qin. Player judgment is now starting. Remaining players will vote to decide if Qin Lang can continue the game. If more than half of the players believe Qin Lang shouldn't stay in the instance, he will be erased." Qin Lang. What? Chapter 9. Only 4 people. Qin Lang was shocked. Huh? What does that mean? Players can't kill players? He couldn't understand. According to logic, in a strange instance survival should come first. How could there be such a restriction? But soon, Qin Lang figured it out. This wasn't a restriction, it was just that the instance system wanted players to distrust and kill each other even more. After a player kills another player, the other players can then decide the killer's fate. This essentially aggravated the conflict and suspicion between players. Especially in situations where choices had to be made, due to this rule, players would hesitate. And hesitation could lead to defeat or even death. For example, if Qin Lang had known this rule earlier, he might not have been so ruthless with the girl with glasses, otherwise, he might end up dead himself. If one chose to be decisive, one would end up like Qin Lang now, facing judgment from strangers, completely leaving one's life to luck. The girl with glasses dared to come after Qin Lang because, for the seasoned players who had long formed a group, there was no doubt they would eliminate newcomers. To survive, one had no choice but to turn on each other, yet killing also carried risks. In this instance, you were the biggest old coin. Sumubai forced herself to stand and said, "Qin Lang, don't worry, I will vote to keep you alive." Qin Lang smiled bitterly. "Thank you, Miss Su, but I still need the majority vote. If the others disagree, I will still die." Sumubai came over and held his hand. "It won't happen, you can live. I promise." Qin Lang looked at the beautiful girl, feeling surprisingly calm inside. Even if he really would die, having such a beauty by his side wasn't too bad. Sumubai lifted Qin Lang's clothing and saw the numerous wounds on his body inflicted by the girl with glasses, her brows furrowing into a frown. "Doesn't it hurt?" Qin Lang smiled and shook his head. "Just endure it." It seemed Sumubai truly believed he wouldn't die and still had the mood to check his wounds. Time passed by second by second. Death wasn't scary, waiting for death was scary. Sumubai kept staring at Qin Lang, noticing that there was not a hint of emotional fluctuation on his face. "Qin Lang, aren't you afraid of dying?" Qin Lang said, "Being afraid is useless. Actually, I'm pretty thick-skinned, so I'm rather dull to these feelings. Right now, I feel like a foreigner who doesn't even know how to write the word fear. Sumubai wondered, why? Is it because foreigners are braver? Qin Lang laughed. "No, it's because foreigners can't write Chinese characters." This cold joke successfully earned a look of disdain and helplessness from Sumubai. What time is it, and yet still having these thoughts? Voting completed. Half of the players believe Qin Lang's actions were fine. Player Qin Lang can continue the game and inherit player Fu Qin's equipment and abilities. Qin Lang felt a surprise again. There's this good thing too? The others chose to save themselves, and the equipment and abilities of the girl named Fu Qin also became spoils. Double happiness. It seems that killing a player, despite the huge risks, also has substantial rewards. Sumubai smiled and held Qin Lang's hand. "I told you you'd be fine." Qin Lang nodded. "Miss Su is truly amazing." Sure enough, following a lucky star is never wrong. In the next moment, Qin Lang suddenly felt a warm current continuously filling his body. The dagger used by the girl with glasses also floated up automatically, flying to Qin Lang's face, a line of text appearing before him. Ability, Beginner Teleportation. Can allow you to quickly flash to any location within 1 meter. In a short time, it can be continuously released, but it will consume a large amount of energy. Before using the teleportation, if encountering any entity, one must distance themselves from it and wait for 10 seconds to use that ability. Black Dog Blood Dagger. Item level, C. Function, can cut through strange bodies, causing 1 minute of continuous damage. Qin Lang said, can cause continuous damage to strange beings within a minute? This gear is quite powerful, I didn't lose out this time. It's just that this basic teleportation is a bit troublesome, the distance is short with many limitations. No wonder the girl in glasses was so easily killed by me and Su Mubai. Aside from Qin Lang's special advantage, she must have teleported multiple times before entering this room, which also consumed a lot of her energy. Su Mubai smiled and said, "Better than nothing, Qin Lang, now you are also a power user." Qin Lang smiled back. He really wanted to say, "Actually, I already have 2 skills, and I will have even more in the future." Oh. A long rooster's crow came from outside, indicating that the bloody night in Fengmen village had finally passed. Su Mubai said, "It seems we can finally go out." Qin Lang glanced at the dried corpse of the girl and read under the bed, not knowing what to think. The girl horse outside spoke, "Guests, you can come out now." Creak. Qin Lang and Su Mubai held hands and pushed the door open, discovering the sunlight outside was just right and quite warm. However, the pieces of corpses on the ground made the scene horrifically bloody, making one's heart tremble. Without a doubt, these were all players who broke the rules and opened the door last night, now turned into a pile of meat mush. Fat girl twisted her snake body, voraciously devouring a human thigh, her already large belly continuously swallowing. Qin Lang noticed that the girl horse also had blood stains around her mouth. She did it too. The girl horse wiped her mouth. Guests need not be afraid. A horse does not grow fat without eating night grass. I need to eat at night too. Qin Lang asked, "So in your eyes, we are just food, right?" The girl horse smiled without answering. "Qin Lang, you actually managed to kill Fu Qin, well done." Lu Ji stepped out, followed by a girl who looked even smaller than Su Mubai. The girl covered her eyes and constantly muttered, "So scary, so scary." Ling Long also came out, she was indeed fine. "Yeah, I was also shocked." Ling Long said, "Fu Qin is a veteran who has cleared 2 dungeons, I wonder if she tripped in the gutter this time." Qin Lang said, "Out of necessity. Thank you for voting to let me survive." Lu Ji said, "Since you've inherited Fu Qin's abilities, the responsibilities that follow will be heavy, we won't treat you as a newcomer." Lu Ji's words implied that Qin Lang was now on the same team with them, and only Su Mubai remained as the sole newcomer. Qin Lang had to make a statement. "I thank you, but I'm still in a team with Miss Su." Qin Lang said, "Next time there's a vote, I'll let you survive too." Facing Qin Lang, who didn't read the situation, Lu Ji's expression changed. He wanted to say more, but Ling Long gave him a look to shut him up. Qin Lang counted the number of people, counting himself, there were only 5 left. Suddenly, the girl horse clapped her hands. "All right, dear guests, please allow me to take you to the next place to prepare for the wedding. Please 4 of you keep pace with me." Qin Lang frowned. 4? Have you made a mistake? There are clearly 5 of us here. The corners of the girl horse's mouth curled up. "No, only 4 survived last night." "Only 4 survived?" Qin Lang glanced back at Ling Long and the others. "Who was the extra person?" Su Mubai's eyes widened. "Could it be that one of us is not human?" Lu Ji immediately became alert, his gaze fixed firmly on Qin Lang. While Ling Long looked at Su Mubai with a cold stare. "Woo, so scary." The girl behind Lu Ji burst into tears, continuously stamping her feet in place, her short hair bobbing up and down. Qin Lang looked at the short-haired girl, frowning. Those who survived last night were not simple at all. So, the short-haired girl's current weak appearance seemed rather unusual, even a bit intentional. Lu Ji had said that although he possessed healing skills, he was merely an assistant, only able to cooperate with those who had combat abilities. Therefore, the short-haired girl must have battle capabilities herself, and she couldn't possibly be so delicate. Could it be a contrast? In a place where others couldn't see, the bullet screen began to celebrate. "It's my favorite part again, the undercover segment. If nothing goes wrong, they will surely start to distrust each other, then turn on one another. In the next adventure, they'll have to guard against each other, keek." At this moment, Qin Lang used 10 spirit points to take a look at this girl. Su Miao, 434678. Wow, she can live for about 50 more years? Looks like she's also quite tough. And this can also prove that she should not be the strange one infiltrating the team. So, who could it be? Qin Lang glanced at Lu Ji and discovered the text above his head had changed. Paperman Monster, 11898. It's him. Qin Lang smiled. I didn't expect this ability to be quite convenient. But now there's a problem, how to reveal the true identity of this monster. Right now, everyone was trapped in a chain of suspicion, no one would easily believe what others said. If I directly say it, what if the other party plays tricks and claims they are the strange one? That would be confusing. Qin Lang suddenly laughed. I've been foolish, why am I dragging this out? The best way to eliminate a monster is to confront the monster. Just do it. Look quickly, there seems to be a monster ahead. With Qin Lang's shout, everyone started to nervously look into the distance. Qin Lang activated the small-range teleport skill he had just obtained and appeared behind Lu Ji. What are you doing? By the time Lu Ji realized what was happening, Qin Lang had already plunged the black dog blood dagger into his neck. Ah! You! Lu Ji's expression twisted, veins bulging. He reached out to grab Qin Lang, but Qin Lang dodged directly. Qin Lang pulled out the dagger and struck again, aiming straight at his face. Ling Long became anxious. What are you doing? She pulled out a willow branch from who knows where and swung it towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang dodged again, shouting, "Look for yourself." With red eyes, Ling Long turned her head to take a look and gasped in surprise. The Paperman monster revealed its true appearance, a body and limbs made of paper, with facial features drawn with a pen, looking extremely eerie. Lu Ji. Ling Long's legs went weak. So, he's been dead for a long time? The Paperman monster began to scream in agony. The wound inflicted by Qin Lang continuously burned, causing lasting damage. However, this clearly did not cause any fatal harm. It quickly recovered its state. This kid can actually see through me at once. The Paperman monster instantly grew immensely, towering over 2 meters, its limbs also becoming incredibly thick. Clearly, its hands were made of paper, yet with a light sweep, it directly smashed through a dirt wall. At the same time, the dungeon system provided a prompt. Sea-level monster appeared. Ling Long was dumbfounded. What? A sea-level monster right from the start? In the dungeon, monsters were ranked from high to low based on combat strength, SSS, A, B, C, D, E. For ordinary players, monsters of D and E level could be tackled solo, but anything above C required at least 3 people to fight together. Ling Long felt it was all over now. She knew she definitely couldn't fight the Paperman monster. It was probably too late to cooperate against it, and they lacked the rapport. Did this mean they were going to be completely wiped out? Aao. The Paperman monster angrily lunged at Qin Lang, who had just attacked it, ready to start the slaughter. Qin Lang didn't resist head-on, instead, he stepped backward. However, no one expected that just as Qin Lang's dagger plunged into the Paperman monster's head, its movements began to slow down. Aao. The Paperman monster let out a wail, shaking its head repeatedly. Qin Lang! Come down quickly! Su Mubai suddenly shouted. Qin Lang pulled out a dagger, flipping in the air before landing smoothly on the ground. Bang! The next second, the paper figure ghost actually self-destructed on the spot. Ling Long and Su Miao were momentarily dumbfounded, completely not expecting this outcome. Even Qin Lang felt a bit baffled. What's going on? He looked at the black dog blood dagger in his hand. This thing has such great killing power? Weren't they saying it was only a C-class item? Why was its power so exaggerated? The viewers in the live stream were also stunned. No way? The C-class anomaly just disappeared like that? I thought I would have to fight for 500 rounds, is this it? The black dog blood dagger is just a C-class weapon, it can't have such great power. Qin Lang got super lucky, right? Su Mubai stepped forward, concerned, and asked, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang nodded, I'm still okay. Su Mubai said, you are so impressive, your skills don't seem like a new player at all. What did you do before? Qin Lang smiled, it's nothing, just worked as a teacher for a few years. Ling Long stared at Qin Lang, teacher? You killed an old player and even one-shot a C-class anomaly, what do you teach? Qin Lang did not answer. Player Qin Lang has killed a C-class anomaly. Reward obtained, Paperman puppet. Item level, B. Then, a golden light appeared in front of Qin Lang, and a paper figure cut from white paper landed in his hand. Qin Lang carefully looked at the instructions for this item. Can instantly summon a Paperman puppet to serve you, for reconnaissance and combat. It can change into any shape and gender, but if you have bold ideas, please be cautious. Qin Lang furrowed his brow. How did you know I just happened to have a bold idea? This dungeon is not serious. But this thing is really good, it will definitely be useful. After putting away the item, Qin Lang looked at the female horse. What should we do next? The female horse smiled. Mr. Qin, do we even need to ask? You are now the only male player. So tonight, you will participate in the wedding as the groom, marrying the young lady. The fat girl shook her snake body, excitedly saying, marriage, marriage. Big happiness, big happiness. Qin Lang felt a bit speechless for a moment. Single for 2 lifetimes, and now he was getting married? By the way, this young lady he had to marry was definitely an anomaly too. The most critical identity of the groom had just fallen onto him. Look quickly. Su Miao suddenly shouted, what is that? Everyone turned to look, and then a chilling wind blew, making people feel a shiver down their spines. Chapter 11, The Gift of the Ghost-Slaying Knife. A group of people was seen walking from a distance, dressed in red ancient costumes, just like a traditional wedding procession in ancient times. Every one of them wore painted white faces, with a uniform eerie smile that made people feel creeped out at a glance. They were carrying 4 large bridal sedan chairs, clearly well prepared. Su Miao was so frightened she covered her face and screamed, "Ah, they are so scary, could they be anomalies again?" The group became on high alert again. The female horse smiled, "Alright, everyone can set off to attend the wedding now." At this moment, an old hunched lady stepped out from the wedding procession. The old lady was wearing a bright red long gown, with a big red flower stuck in her silver white hair. Her lips were painted a deep red, looking as if smeared with blood. The same bloody red appeared on her blush, and coupled with her already pale face, she looked very much like one of those paper figures from a paper-making shop. This makeup would be difficult for even a 17 or 18-year-old girl like Su Mubai to pull off, and for an old lady to dress like this, it was truly a bit nauseating. "I am Li, the young lady's personal maid. Groom, and several guests, please come up." As these people drew closer, Qin Lang found that they were all real people with flesh and blood, though their makeup was indeed quite terrifying. But considering that just now a paper figure ghost could also disguise itself as a person. So Qin Lang and the others were still on guard. Qin Lang exchanged glances with the others. Qin Lang asked Ling Long, "What do you think? Should we go over to them?" Ling Long said, "It should be fine to follow. If there really is an ambush, we'll just adapt and respond." Su Mubai nodded, "I'll go with you, Qin Lang." Su Miao only knew how to cry and didn't object. Ling Long looked a bit worried but still agreed. Qin Lang said again, "But to prevent something like what happened to Lu Ji from happening again, I think we should be a bit more prepared. For example, we could agree on a password. If we're unsure whether the other is real, we can just check the password." Ling Long nodded, "Good idea, so what password is good?" Qin Lang said, Imperial Jade Liquor, 180 per cup." The other 3 looked at Qin Lang with confusion, as if they didn't quite understand what this password meant. Imperial Jade Liquor, 180 per cup. Ling Long pinched her chin, "This is easy to remember, let's go with this." After confirming the password, the group was about to set off. At this moment, Ling Long spoke up again, "Wait. I want to pay respects to the dead, especially Lu Ji. He fought through several dungeons with me." Qin Lang didn't oppose, it was only human nature. But Grandma Li frowned and said, "Young master, wasting the auspicious time isn't good. Let's hurry on our way." Qin Lang said, "Don't you understand that the dead are to be honored? Waiting a bit won't hurt." Grandma Li sneered, "There are plenty of dead here. Even if we put up a stone tablet for them, it will just be dug up later. It's a waste of effort." Before she could finish, Qin Lang directly punched her in the face. He felt no fear now, showing no hesitation towards this possibly eerie presence of Grandma Li. Hearing those words earlier, Qin Lang was simply furious. What's the rush? Grandma Li was knocked back 2 meters, staggering a few steps before falling down. Ling Long and the others were stunned at this scene. Grandma Li was definitely an important NPC in the dungeon, not to mention her power, her role was significant. Did Qin Lang really just take action like that and hit her so hard? This newbie was too reckless. The viewers in the livestream were also collectively shocked. Is this kid made of pure dare? That was so decisive. Impressive. I've never seen such a fierce newbie. Those eerie beings probably didn't react in time. Qin Lang said, "Did I not say waiting a bit is fine? I know you all are eerie beings who have died once, but just because no one collects your corpses, doesn't mean you can't see others being honored." As soon as these words left his mouth, the villagers carrying the bride all changed their expressions, as if Qin Lang had hit a sore spot. Qin Lang coldly said, "What are you staring at? If you have the ability, come kill me. Let's see how your young lady can continue this wedding without a groom. I wouldn't mind killing a few more eerie beings." These words were truly effective, the eerie beings instantly withdrew their bloodlust. It seemed this young lady's wedding was indeed quite important. Grandma Li slowly stood up, and it was clear her features had all been distorted from the blow, her nose caved in a few centimeters. "Young master truly has great strength, but young master, please remain calm. Let's wait for a moment." Qin Lang snorted. Ding. Detected that the host's emotions have surged again, mental strength has increased again. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up successfully. Current mental strength, 500 to 500. Host received item, Demon Slaying Knife. A powerful weapon feared even by evil spirits, considered an A-level treasure in the dungeon. The treasure has automatically been placed in the host's storage space and can be accessed at will with thought. Qin Lang felt excited again, the C-level Black Dog Blood Dagger was already quite powerful, and now he also had an A-level Demon Slaying Knife. This is going to take off. Ling Long made a small mound of dirt on the ground and bowed towards the broken corpses at the village entrance. She then took out a cigarette and lit it. Insert the mound, hands clasped together. Rest in peace, I will avenge you. Su Miao also bowed behind her. The silent Su Mubai came to Su Miao's side and bowed to the mound. Qin Lang did not move, he kept staring at Granny Li and those carrying the sedan chair in a strange manner. Ling Long stood up and said to Qin Lang, "Thank you, Qin Lang." Qin Lang remained calm and unruffled. "It's nothing, let's get going." Su Miao and Ling Long each chose a sedan chair and sat down. When Su Mubai was about to board, Qin Lang called out to her, "Miss Su, this is for you." He handed over the black dog blood dagger. "For me?" Su Mubai was taken aback, such a precious thing. Qin Lang said, "You are the only one among us without a weapon or skills. Having something to protect you is always good, take it. I have my own ways." With the ghost-slaying blade being such a sweet thing, this dagger could be given to Su Mubai as a favor. After all, she is an EU emperor who can live for 200 years, it's never wrong to build good relationships. Su Mubai was a bit touched. "You. Qin Lang, you are really good to me." This dagger had just helped Qin Lang take care of a paper puppet, it could be said to be a treasure everyone wanted. Now, Qin Lang was willing to give it away for his own safety. He really cares about me. Qin Lang waved at her and then entered the frontmost sedan chair. Su Mubai stored the black dog blood dagger and whispered, "Qin Lang, don't worry, I will definitely keep you alive." As Qin Lang sat in the sedan chair and was about to pull down the curtain, Granny Li suddenly walked over. At this time, the wounds on her face had disappeared, but she still looked as ugly as before. "What, do you want revenge?" Qin Lang was already planning to take out the ghost-slaying blade. Granny Li said nothing but quietly tossed a note to Qin Lang before leaving. Qin Lang opened the note and was instantly shocked. Chapter 12, Let's Wash Together. Qin Lang found that the note only wrote one sentence. "Save the young lady." Huh? What does that mean? What happened to the young lady? Why do I need to save her? And why me? For a moment, Qin Lang could not grasp what it all meant. He had just fought this Granny Li, could it be that she wanted to take revenge on him and set some kind of trap? But before he could think much, the sedan chair started to float up by itself. And it moved faster than he expected, as if these villagers were not walking too quickly, but flying too low. At this moment, the bullet comments in the live stream started to fervently discuss again. They really sat in this sedan chair. If they knew the truth about this sedan chair, they might go crazy, right? What is this? If they see their destination, they might shiver. From the audience's perspective, what these villagers were carrying was not just any sedan chair, but clearly 4 giant coffins. Qin Lang and his companions were like 4 corpses being swiftly carried away. Not knowing how long it passed, Granny Li's voice came through, "We're here. We're here." Qin Lang sat down, feeling that his buttocks were numb. He lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and found that it was already dark outside. What is going on? Have they been sitting in this sedan chair for a whole day? Is this Fengmen village really that big? After Ling Long and the others got off the sedan chair, they also looked incredulous. Granny Li smiled and said, "Everyone, please come in." Only then did they notice that the sedan chair had stopped in front of a huge mansion gate, looking quite magnificent. On both sides of the gate, there were 2 stone statues placed. According to reason, the stone statues at the gate should be animals like stone lions. But these 2 statues were a bit different, having 2 horns on their heads, seeming like some kind of mythical beast. Qin Lang felt they looked very familiar, but for a moment he really couldn't recall. Su Mubai came over and held Qin Lang's hand, appearing quite nervous. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Miss Su, there is no need to be afraid. Now, just wait and see what happens." Su Mubai nodded, "With you here, I'm not afraid." Ling Long glanced over towards them, looking like she wanted to say something but hesitated. The 4 of them walked through the door and saw that it was filled with men and women dressed in festive clothes. Great joy! Great joy! Great joy! Congratulations, son-in-law and young miss. May you have a harmonious marriage for 100 years. Upon seeing Qin Lang, they loudly shouted various celebratory phrases, their faces full of excitement. Although the scene was lively, Qin Lang could read an emotion from their faces, greed and hunger. It was as if he and Su Mubai had already become their prey. A young woman in a red qipao, over 1.8 meters tall, with a slit that reached her thigh, came to Qin Lang and smiled, "Greetings, son-in-law. My name is Xiao Qin, I am the chambermaid assigned to you by the young miss. Please follow me to bathe and change." Qin Lang glanced at Ling Long and the others, "What about my friends?" Grandma Li spoke up, "Don't worry, son-in-law. These guests are all important ones, and we will serve them well. The young miss likes crowds, the more, the better." Ling Long gave Qin Lang a wink, signaling that there would be no problem. Qin Lang nodded, then followed Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin not only had a tall figure, but also a perfectly curved body. The qipao clung to her rounded backside, swaying with each step, a perfect drifting hip move. Especially the fragrance she gave off, which made Qin Lang, a man with a condition who needed the scent of women, inhale deeply in pleasure. Qin Lang was aware that Xiao Qin was most likely a female ghost. But his strange illness made his body desperately crave this scent. Sister, you smell so good. The closer Qin Lang got, the more intense the craving. Son-in-law, we've arrived. Xiao Qin opened a door. Her eyes fell to the ground, then she took out a few silver needles, thinner than hair, from her sleeve, and quietly scattered them on the floor. The tiny needles stood up on their own after hitting the ground, as if alive. Xiao Qin sneered, even someone in iron armor would get pricked with holes stepping on these. Humph, dare to touch Grandma Li, I'll give you a little warning. Xiao Qin turned her head and said, Son-in-law, please come in. Ah! Xiao Qin screamed because Qin Lang had, without her noticing, moved so close that he was now near her shoulder, constantly sniffing. Son-in-law, what are you doing? Xiao Qin looked at him with a terrified expression. Qin Lang smiled, it's nothing, I just think, you smell so good. It's fine, aren't you my chambermaid? Let me sniff some more. Xiao Qin stepped back, no. Son-in-law, I'm going to scream. What's wrong with this guy? At this moment, the bullet screen went crazy. As long as you have guts, a female ghost can take maternity leave. If you're bold enough, she can take it twice. Xiao Qin is a female ghost, but Qin Lang is a pervert. Qin Lang hadn't had much chance to inhale a woman's fragrance along the way, his body already desperate for it. Now, with such a beautiful woman in front of him, he didn't care whether she was a ghost or not. He pounced on her forcefully. Xiao Qin couldn't dodge in time and was completely embraced by Qin Lang, then fell backward. Oh, there are silver needles on the floor. Needles. Xiao Qin didn't have time to gather the silver needles, so she had to take all of them with her back. She was now like a human shield, helping Qin Lang avoid the first wave of traps. Even worse, this trap was set by her. The excruciating pain made Xiao Qin lose her composure, yet she had to bite her lip tightly to hold it in. Qin Lang, however, was comfortably lying on Xiao Qin's chest, greedily inhaling her fragrance. Ah! After releasing a shameful moan, Qin Lang's rationality gradually regained control. By the way, lying on Xiao Qin felt pretty good, no wonder so many boys like to drive fancy cars. Qin Lang lifted his head. Noticed that Xiao Qin's expression was off, he asked, what's wrong with you? Xiao Qin gritted her teeth and said, it's nothing uncle, can we get up first? She felt like something was bleeding on her back. Qin Lang nodded, oh, sorry, I got a little carried away. After standing up, Xiao Qin endured the pain in her back and pointed to a wooden tub nearby, uncle, you can take a bath now. Humph, I want you to have some bad luck this time. In that bathwater, I've prepared something good for you. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang grabbed her hand, Xiao Qin, I'm not used to bathing alone. So, let's wash together. Xiao Qin's face changed, this uncle. Qin Lang pulled hard, no need to be shy. Let me check your body. Chapter 13 The young lady is peeping. Xiao Qin panicked, quickly covering her chest and stepping back, uncle, like this the young lady will be unhappy. Qin Lang chuckled, you only thought about the young lady being unhappy, what about me? Come on. Qin Lang tugged at Xiao Qin and threw her into the wooden tub. As soon as Xiao Qin hit the water, she immediately felt something bite her. Ah! Xiao Qin couldn't help but scream. In the bathwater, there was a carnivorous fish possessed by a water ghost, quite ferocious and biting anything in sight. Qin Lang stood by, laughing, what's wrong? Xiao Qin, is the water that hot? Then why did you let me in? That's not right. Come on, I'll help you. Qin Lang reached out and grabbed Xiao Qin's arm, then pulled hard. Crack. This time, he actually pulled her arm off. Qin Lang looked at the arm in his hand, and then at Xiao Qin, who had already turned into a one-armed girl, momentarily unsure of what to say. Xiao Qin thought he was scared, so she quickly pulled out the water ghost fish, stood up again, and restored her smile, uncle, you're so bad. You actually broke my arm. Qin Lang surprisingly laughed, sorry, I didn't think you were so fragile. Look at you having only one arm, it's too inconvenient and not beautiful. Have you heard of the Venus de Milo? Xiao Qin, Qin Lang grabbed Xiao Qin's other arm and pulled forcefully again. Crack. Another arm broke. Now it looks much better. Qin Lang clapped his hands and laughed, now you are the second Venus. At this moment, the barrage was flying everywhere. Damn, I've seen strange deaths before, but teasing the strange is a first for me. If it were me just now, I would have been scared to death the moment I saw the arm. Bro, your path has narrowed. Xiao Qin's head of black hair suddenly stood up. You die. Xiao Qin's body grew taller, her limbs began to mutate to varying degrees, and a huge insect head sprouted. It turned out she was the strange one with the original form of a dragonfly. Qin Lang laughed, I'm your uncle now, if you kill me, aren't you afraid the young lady will blame you? Xiao Qin roared, you're just a stinky man. The change in Fengmen village is all your stinky men's fault. You want to marry the young lady, but I can still eat one of your arms or legs. After saying this, she opened her bloody mouth and bit towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled and took out the ghost-slaying blade. The moment the ghost-slaying blade appeared, a mass of white gas floated out from the blade, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The ghost-slaying blade hadn't even touched Xiaoqin, just the heavy murderous aura on it made Xiaoqin tremble all over. What is this? Xiaoqin was stunned. What's this thing? Don't come closer. Qin Lang smiled. What's wrong? Not so tough anymore. Come on, didn't you want to eat me? Xiaoqin, scared, immediately reverted to her human form. Uncle, I was wrong. Please don't hold grudges, spare me. As a C-class monster, facing an A-class weapon like the ghost-slaying blade, there was no other outcome but to turn to ashes. Qin Lang smiled. You don't want to die, right? Then tell me some things about Fengmen village and the wedding. Otherwise, this ghost-slaying blade in my hand. I'm going to slide smoothly into your body, then thrust in and out over and over again, hard and fast, until I release my white energy inside you. The livestream chat exploded again. Damn. What kind of wild words are these? That's way too fast. This guy must be sick in the head. No, seriously, how can you make killing monsters sound so dirty? Xiaoqin quickly nodded. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Actually, I don't really know much. The village was already like this when I was born. What I know was told to me by Granny Li. Granny Li said that Fengmen village used to be a good place, but after the young lady was born, she began to abuse the villagers and killed many people. As Xiaoqin spoke, her expression suddenly turned to sheer terror. She dropped to her knees, clutching her head, crying bitterly. Young lady, I was wrong. Young lady, I'll never do it again. Qin Lang frowned. Hey, what's going on? Before he could say more, Xiaoqin's body split open with countless cracks, swelling rapidly. Bang! Pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Xiaoqin was gone. Player Qin Lang has killed a Class C Spectre. Reward obtained, Primary Marrow Cleansing Pill. Primary Marrow Cleansing Pill temporarily enhances the user's strength, endurance, and stamina. Though it sounds like a certain blue pill that makes men stand tall, it's quite different. Weak individuals should use with caution. Qin Lang scratched his head. That works too? I didn't even do anything though. From Xiaoqin's last words, could it be that the one who struck her down was the young lady? Was she spying on him this whole time? That's kind of perverted. Qin Lang glanced around and said, since you're watching me, you should know I don't take orders easily. If you want to kill me, just do it. No response came. Qin Lang shrugged and prepared to rejoin Sumubai and the others. When he reached the door, something felt wrong. On the table was a piece of Tang Sankai pottery. Though its name sounds pleasant, Tang Sankai is actually a burial object, something placed in tombs with the dead. How could such a wealthy family display something so ominous? Then a thought struck Qin Lang. The two stone statues at the gate. I remember now, those were Tianlu. Tianlu are mythical beasts said to ward off evil spirits, also used in tombs as burial guardians. A terrifying realization formed in Qin Lang's mind. Son-in-law. Granny Li appeared again from the corridor. What's wrong? Where's Xiaoqin? Qin Lang looked at her and said, she's dead, killed by the young lady. Granny Li just gave a faint oh, seemingly unconcerned. You haven't changed clothes yet, hurry, don't miss the time. When the young lady comes out for the wedding ceremony, don't make her angry. Qin Lang asked, you all seem terrified of this young lady. What does she look like? Can I go see her now? Granny Li stopped, then twisted her neck 180 degrees, glaring at Qin Lang with chilling eyes. The young lady will appear when it's time. The son-in-law need not worry. Qin Lang was about to question further when he noticed Granny Li's mouth moving silently. She seemed to be mouthing something. He focused and realized she was repeating one word, behind. A cold chill ran down his spine. He spun around, but nothing was there. When he turned back, Granny Li had vanished. Ah! A scream echoed from the other end of the corridor. It was Su Miao. Qin Lang dashed toward the sound, hoping Su Mubai and the others weren't in trouble. Passing through room after room, he finally found Su Miao and one of them kneeling on the ground and crying hysterically. Chapter 14, 3000 Divine Jades. There's a mouse. Su Miao squatted on the ground, crying like a blooming pear tree in the rain. Qin Lang was momentarily speechless. Is this what they call an experienced player? Where are Ling Long and Miss Su? Where did they go? Su Miao glanced around and then said, I don't know when they left. Qin Lang felt even more helpless. He shouted the slogan, Imperial Jade Liquid Wine. Su Miao looked up, her big watery eyes fixed on Qin Lang. That, 180 for a cup? Fine, that kind of worked. Qin Lang pulled Su Miao up and started running out to find Ling Long and Su Mubai. Qin Lang. Ling Long's voice came from a corner. Qin Lang turned to look and saw Ling Long standing at the door of a room. Imperial Jade Liquid Wine. 180 a cup. The slogan was correct, so Qin Lang dashed over to her. Both Ling Long and Su Mubai were in that room, and the decor in that room was quite unique. In the large room, aside from an altar, a statue, and a wooden table with an incense burner, there was nothing else. Looking at the statue, it wasn't a Buddha or a Jade Emperor but a Taoist priest in a robe, grinning without knowing what he was laughing about. Qin Lang wondered, is this some kind of belief in Fengmen village? Su Mubai touched the table and then said, it should be. Look, it's quite clean here. Ling Long and I just encountered a strange creature, we wanted to follow it, catch it, and ask for some clues. But once we got here, it disappeared. Qin Lang looked at the statue and felt something was off. Su Mubai then asked, by the way, Qin Lang, the wedding is about to start. Are you ready? Qin Lang let out a bitter laugh, ready for what? I don't want to go at all. Ling Long asked, why? Qin Lang replied, because this wedding isn't normal at all. Not only is everyone here strange, but this house is also unusual. I suspect we might be in some kind of ancient tomb. This terrified Su Miao, and she cried out, huh? What? An ancient tomb? Ling Long covered Su Miao's mouth and asked, Qin Lang, why do you think that? Qin Lang said, don't you see that everywhere here are items for the dead? Only tombs have these things. And the pair of stone statues at the entrance are the mythical Tielu beasts that guard graves. Also, the layout of this place is very strange. To get to any room, you have to pass through a long corridor, a typical tomb structure, narrow in front and wide in the back. Do you remember the hints at the start of the dungeon? All the villagers in Fengmen village died in a wedding 80 years ago. So this could very well be a tomb, and it's the grave of all the villagers. Although it seems like night has fallen, it's actually because we're underground. Ling Long and the others' expressions changed. The live chat room began to flood with comments. Damn, this kid seems clueless, but he actually has some brains. He figured it out, that's impressive. But so what? If they don't deal with these strange entities, especially the boss lady, they might be heading for doom. Qin Lang continued, can a wedding held in a graveyard be good? Wouldn't I be a fool for going? Instead, let's spend more time looking for clues. He looked again at the statue and murmured, this thing might just be a clue. The people of Fengmen village don't believe in land or gods, yet they worship such a weird Taoist, it's very suspicious. Su Mubai frowned and said, but when the wedding time arrives, they will definitely come looking for you, and we don't have that much time. At that moment, Ling Long sighed, looks like we have to use that trick. She took out a black jade pendant from her bosom. Ling Long explained, this is called the 3000 Divine Jade. It can summon a deity and allow us to converse with it, obtain information, and even acquire items, among other things. Qin Lang, upon hearing this, asked in confusion, why didn't you take this out sooner? Ling Long replied, though this thing is powerful, the risks are also extremely high. 3000 divine jades, as the name suggests, contain all kinds of deities from 3000 worlds. Different people will summon different deities. If a proper deity is summoned, that's fine, but if a bad one appears, it might not be worth the trouble. Previously, someone summoned an evil god, and the result was that the god asked for his soul as payment for granting wishes, and he died soon after. I got this from a big shot who had it for a long time but was too scared to use it. I've had it on me for a few years. Qin Lang's gaze lingered on the black jade. The risks and rewards of this thing are both significant, how to choose? Ling Long said, Qin Lang, I'm giving it to you now. Whether to use it or not is up to your choice. Qin Lang asked, you're giving it to me? Why? Ling Long smiled, to be honest, my life isn't good, I'm what they call a calamity star. So if I use this divine jade, it probably won't bring any good results. I see you are different from other newcomers, you seem to be a lucky person, so you should be able to summon a useful deity. Qin Lang took the 3000 divine jade, deep in thought. 3000 divine jade. Item level, A. Can summon powerful deities, but may also bring forth terrifying evil gods, everything depends on fate. The copy system also provided relevant information, confirming that Ling Long was not lying. Qin Lang wasn't quite sure what he could summon. However, without any fear, he really wanted to give it a try. Su Mubai frowned, Qin Lang, think carefully. Su Miao said, hurry up and try it, what if it actually works? Then we can all clear the level together. Qin Lang thought for a moment and then asked Ling Long, how do you use this thing? Ling Long's expression turned serious, you need to drop your blood on it, then recite a mantra. Seeing that Qin Lang was really going to use the 3000 divine jade, the audience in the livestream suddenly erupted. Ah, someone fearless is going to use this thing again. The 3000 divine jade should be classified as an S-grade treasure for its power, but because of its obvious side effects, it was downgraded by the copy system, it's very sinister. I remember last time a guy summoned an evil god, it promised to grant 3 wishes but wanted the summoner to fulfill its wishes. In the end, that guy was played to death. Everyone was now focusing on Qin Lang, eager to see what he would summon. Chapter 15, The Bathing Girl. Lu Ji slammed the door and stormed out. Qin Lang looked at Ling Long and said, I see you two have a good relationship, aren't you going to stop him? Ling Long smiled ruefully, he has always been like this, relying on his strong healing ability, he loves to run around. Don't worry, he won't die that easily. Having seen Lu Ji's abilities, Ling Long was quite confident. Qin Lang asked, but didn't he say that his healing ability is only auxiliary and not very strong? Ling Long smiled, in the copy, just listen to what others say. Lu Ji's abilities are far stronger than he lets on. But to lower other players' guard, some will deliberately hide their capabilities to increase their odds. This is also a trick used by old players to clear the levels. After hearing this, Qin Lang shrugged. This isn't an old player, it's clearly an old fox. In fact, he already knew Lu Ji's fate. At the moment Lu Ji stepped out, Qin Lang noticed the countdown above his head had quietly changed. Lu Ji, fuming, strode along the corridor. They're all a bunch of crazy people, one moment they listen to a newbie, and the next they want to hear something bizarre. Splash splash. A sound of water caught Lu Ji's attention. Lu Ji became vigilant and drew a knife. He cut off his own thumb and threw it up to the ceiling. After finishing this, Lu Ji followed the sound of water and walked over. Through a wooden hollow window, Lu Ji saw a beautiful woman entering a large wooden tub, completely naked, stretching her legs. Covered by layers of steam, he could not see her face clearly, but he could see her slim curves. Such a sensual scene made Lu Ji feel a bit dazed. He shook his head, thinking, wait, could she be the legendary young lady? Lu Ji thought he should hurry and notify Ling Long and the others. Splash splash. Wash it, hurry and wash it clean, first wash the intestines, then wash the heart, wash it, wash it. Lu Ji was drawn to this strange song and slowly turned his head to look. Ah! After taking a glance at the scene inside, Lu Ji was so frightened he almost screamed, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. He saw the girl bathing had split open her belly, pulling out her intestines and continuously washing them in the bathwater. And hands. Then her arms fell off, dropping into the bathwater and swirling around. Oh, and the hair needs washing. The girl's head snapped off with a loud crack, falling into the water and rolling on its own. This scene made Lu Ji too scared to look any longer, his legs began to weaken, and he had only one thought in his mind. Run! Just as Lu Ji was about to turn back, he found his foot was being pulled by something. Looking back, it was a severed female hand. Are you also a guest of the young lady? Sneaking a peek at others bathing is truly depraved. On the wooden windowsill nearby, the girl's head floated, grinning with a terrifying smile, wet hair dripping continuously. Lu Ji wanted to scream, but a severed foot was shoved directly into his mouth, making him feel a rush of breathlessness. The girl let out a cold laugh, other parts of her body floating out and circling Lu Ji to attack him. Just washed intestines wrapped around Lu Ji's neck, and with a tight grip, the girl strangled him to death. After Lu Ji fell, the girl's body parts reassembled, and a beautiful naked woman appeared in the middle of the hallway. She bent down, tore off a piece of Lu Ji's face, and chewed it eagerly. Young people's faces are so tender. The girl ate with delight, and soon there was only a pile of white bones left on the ground. She licked her lips, I wonder what the groom tastes like. At the same time, the thumb Lu Ji had thrown onto the beam also began to change. The cut on the finger emitted a faint light, and threads began to stretch out from inside. More and more thin threads gathered, eventually forming numerous fibers that transformed into various organs and a brand new body. Damn it, good thing I'm clever. Lu Ji coughed weakly, lying on the beam and saying, I didn't expect to use my rebirth ability from the very start. What is this strange thing? He claimed that his ability was healing, but that was just a facade. His true ability was limb rebirth. As long as even a fragment of his body remained, he could reassemble a new body after his original was destroyed. This was also why he had the confidence to act alone. Lu Ji confirmed that no one was around and planned to hurry back to the room to report everything to Ling Long. If what had just happened was indeed about the young lady, then it would be best for them to leave quickly. Here you are. The girl's head appeared behind Lu Ji without him noticing, smiling and staring at him. Your ability is very interesting. Lu Ji exclaimed ah, and the girl opened her bloody maw wide, biting down on his neck. A large amount of blood flowed from Lu Ji's neck, dripping onto the headless girl standing below. Lu Ji struggled to regenerate the blood vessels in his throat quickly, while biting his finger to draw a talisman on the girl's face. Zzz. Puffs of white smoke rose from the girl's face, and with a howl, she let go. You can still drive away demons? The girl, enduring pain on one side of her face, sneered coldly, not simple, huh? Lu Ji covered his throat and jumped down. At this moment, his throat had already healed, allowing him to breathe again, but his vocal cords would take a while to regain their voice. Lu Ji quickened his pace, wanting to leave this hell as soon as possible. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead. Instinctively, Lu Ji thought there was still an enemy, so he hurriedly made a gesture with both hands, forming an exorcism sign like a Western priest, and pushed forward forcefully. With his vocal cords partially restored, he quickly recited the spell, Anna Dolong, Dorosogia, Hu Hunage. This was a Western exorcism spell he learned from a previous quest, a technique used by high-level exorcists that could fight against the 14 demons of Satan. A golden light surged toward the shadow, and at the moment of contact, the golden light sank into the shadow, causing not the slightest effect. Lu Ji despaired, how is that possible? At this moment, the shadow began to charge toward him. Lu Ji's pupils dilated in terror. The young lady, it's the young lady. You are the young lady. In the room, Qin Lang was still staring at the note filled with clues. Sumubai used the tea set in the room to pour a cup of hot tea and handed it to Qin Lang. Qin Lang thanked him, took the cup of tea, sipped it, and continued to ponder. Sumubai sat down next to him. We're going to formalize our marriage in a bit, aren't you scared? Qin Lang smiled, he truly didn't know what fear was right now. If time allowed, he would want to take another nap. We've come this far, there's nothing to fear. In fact, I find it somewhat interesting. Upon hearing this, Ling Long, who was meditating on the ground, leaned over. What's so interesting? Qin Lang pointed at the line of text above. After the young lady becomes strange, she must regularly hold weddings to gather yang energy to replenish yin energy. But the problem is, there are many ways to gather yang to replenish yin. Why must it be through a ghost marriage? Ling Long asked, what are the ways to gather yang and replenish yin? Qin Lang was about to explain when he noticed that Su Mubai, Ling Long, and Su Miao were eagerly waiting for him to elaborate on other ways to gather yang and replenish yin. Forget I said anything. Qin Lang waved his hand, don't mind the details. Just then, the door was pushed open. A naked man, covered in blood, walked in. Who else could it be but Lu Ji? Ah! Su Miao hurriedly covered her eyes. Lu Ji, you pervert! Shameless! Lu Ji stared blankly at everyone and then said, so cold. Ling Long, puzzled, asked, Lu Ji, why were you gone for so long? Wait, did you use that trick? Lu Ji nodded, I did. Ling Long was greatly surprised. Forcing Lu Ji to use his resurrection ability meant something serious had happened. What exactly happened? Sit down and tell me. Qin Lang suddenly stopped Ling Long, don't go over there. He isn't Lu Ji. What? He isn't Lu Ji? Ling Long couldn't help but take a step back, then stared at Qin Lang and asked, how do you know? Qin Lang said, trust me, he is definitely not. From the moment Lu Ji stepped out of the door, he had already seen Lu Ji's death countdown reaching 0. In other words, he had less than an hour of life left. Now that an hour had passed, how could Lu Ji still be alive? Also, when Qin Lang looked at Lu Ji earlier, he noticed that the death countdown above his head had already disappeared, indicating he had long since died. Lu Ji glared at Qin Lang and shouted, you brat, always talking nonsense here, and now you want to sow discord. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. After saying that, he rushed toward Qin Lang. Ling Long saw this and immediately pulled out the branch she had hidden in her sleeve, striking down fiercely at Lu Ji. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A plume of white smoke rose from Lu Ji's arm. Lu Ji's features twisted together, and he shouted loudly, Ling Long, what are you doing? Ling Long looked at the white smoke, frowning as she said, you are indeed already dead. If you are really Lu Ji, then you should know that my willow branch drives away evil and ghosts, and it reacts like this only when it strikes something strange. After saying this, a cruel smile appeared on Lu Ji's face. The young lady has already said that you must die without realizing it, that is the only way to be a qualified sacrifice. It seems now that you can only serve as a second-rate sacrifice. Lu Ji then fixed his gaze on Qin Lang, you can die a little later, but eventually, you will be played with in the young lady's palms. After saying this, he opened his mouth wide, and his jaw actually dropped down to his chest. In the next second, a mass of long black worms crawled out from his body, quickly covering the entire room. Su Miao was so frightened that she began to cry loudly, quickly jumping onto a nearby antique table. Qin Lang hurriedly picked up Su Mubai and placed her on the bed while revealing his black dog blood dagger. Miss Su, hold on tight to me. Su Mubai clung tightly to his neck and nodded vigorously. Ling Long raised the branch and struck down at the top of Lu Ji's head. That willow branch was like a sword, directly splitting Lu Ji in two. As the worms rushed towards Ling Long, preparing to bite, her skin felt like steel. The worms bit down several times but had no effect. Ling Long grabbed the branch again and swung it back, smashing the black worms on her body into two pieces. Lu Ji immediately transformed into a puddle of pus, while the other worms, like toys losing their remote control, screamed unsettlingly before slowly dissipating into black smoke. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief. Well done. Linglong said, how did Lu Ji become such a monster? Players who die in the instance, once dead, are just dead. Such a thing has never happened. Qin Lang said, this is probably the power of the blood sacrifice. Hurry, we need to leave. Linglong questioned, where to? Aren't we supposed to wait for the wedding to start? Qin Lang shook his head, leave the wedding to me and the crybaby, you and Miss Su go find the truth behind the blood sacrifice. Linglong felt surprised by this division of labor, and even Su Mubai looked confused. Qin Lang, aren't you coming with me? Su Mubai's tone carried a trace of reproach. Qin Lang said, Miss Su, of course, we will still be together, so I need you to keep an eye on Linglong. I'm only at ease knowing you're responsible for the blood sacrifice ritual. Although I don't like that crybaby, she is at least one of the survivors from last night, so it should be safe to act with her. If the young lady shows up, I will try to hold her off. You and Linglong need to act quickly to find the place of the blood sacrifice from back then, and also the bizarre thing that wants to hide among us. Su Mubai nodded with a complex expression, then said, well, alright. Pop, pop, pop. Sounds of firecrackers echoed outside, accompanied by the noise of gongs and drums. Son-in-law, the auspicious time has arrived. Old Lady Li's voice came from the other side of the corridor. Qin Lang immediately changed into the groom's outfit on the bed and whispered, hurry up and go. Linglong and Su Mubai looked at each other and quickly ran out. Qin Lang watched their backs, then glanced at Su Miao, who was trembling in the corner. Alright, let's go. Su Miao covered her face and shouted, no, I don't want to go, woo woo woo. Old Lady Li appeared at the door and saw Qin Lang, sneering, son-in-law, why did two girls just run out? If the young lady sees them, it won't be good. Should I call them back? Qin Lang replied, my friends can go wherever they want, who are you to interfere? Old Lady Li remained indifferent and said, son-in-law, I still advise you to have them come back. Without a word, Qin Lang approached and slapped Granny Li. Old thing, I've tolerated you for too long. Qin Lang said, I'll say it again, my friend can do whatever he wants, you have no right to interfere. Granny Li struggled to turn her neck back, it crackled as she did so. With a venomous glare, she looked at Qin Lang and said, alright, since my son-in-law says so, let's hurry and go out. Qin Lang grabbed Su Miao and headed outside. Woo woo woo, I don't want to go. If you don't go, you'll die here faster. Seeing them pulling and tugging, Granny Li coughed and said, son-in-law, if you keep this up, the young lady might get unhappy. Qin Lang raised his hand, old thing, do you believe I will hit you again? Lead the way. Granny Li could only keep her mouth shut. After pulling Su Miao a few steps, Qin Lang felt someone watching him again. Turning his head to look down the corridor, he discovered a woman in a black and white cheongsam walking toward him. Granny Li, who is she? Could she be the young lady? Qin Lang asked, only to realize Granny Li had vanished without a trace. Granny Li? Old thing? Qin Lang called out several times, but received no response. What a pretty little gentleman. The woman in the cheongsam had somehow appeared right in front of Qin Lang, her smile stretching from one ear to the other, her eyes filled with desire. The young lady is so fortunate. She was the strange woman who had just devoured Lu Ji whole. At this moment, facing Qin Lang, her saliva was uncontrollably dripping down. Chapter 17, Behind the Statue. The commotion made Qin Lang alert once again. 6 sources of light appeared in the corridor, rapidly approaching them. Upon closer inspection, it was 6 large eyes emitting a ghostly glow. A spider-like monster, covered in countless human heads and remains, with 8 long legs intertwined, scuttled quickly. Corpse Ghost Spider King. Anomaly level, B. Su Miao turned pale with fright and immediately hid behind. Ah! A B-level anomaly. Qin Lang was about to charge forward, but was stopped by Linglong. Don't go. B-level anomalies are almost like mini-bosses. Even though you have an A-level weapon and decent skills, facing a B-level anomaly is still a lost cause. Let's retreat for now. Qin Lang glanced at the statue of Sun Yangzi and said, let's go there. He suddenly remembered the message Granny Li had conveyed to him through lip reading. The back. Could it be that she meant the back of this statue? Although Linglong did not understand Qin Lang's intention, she had no choice but to trust this powerful newcomer's intuition. Every statue or idol worshipped in a temple has its back well protected. Who has seen the back of the Buddha or other statues? Qin Lang and the others jumped up to the altar, even Xiao Chun followed along. The flapping of wings looked a bit like a moth fluttering around. The corpse ghost Spider King reached the doorway, roaring angrily at Qin Lang and the others. Hey you! Su Miao clung tightly to Linglong and asked, Sister Linglong, why, are we coming here? Linglong tightened her grip on the willow branch used to fight ghosts, her palms beginning to sweat. But Qin Lang remained very calm, holding the ghost-slaying knife and keeping his eyes locked on the corpse ghost Spider King. Surprisingly, Qin Lang's plan actually worked. Seeing Qin Lang and the others behind Sun Yangzi's statue, the corpse ghost Spider King seemed to lose its target and did not attack them further. But it also did not leave, just standing at the doorway, staring at Qin Lang and the others. At this moment, the live stream was flooded with a large audience, calling it thrilling. B-level anomaly. I haven't seen one in ages. Is this instance so intense? Even the elite monsters are of this level, the young lady must be even tougher. These players are bound to be wiped out. What a shame, I thought we could keep watching Qin Lang's antics. Speaking of which, what is Qin Lang doing? The crowd's attention quickly focused on Qin Lang. Qin Lang did not want to continue confronting the corpse ghost Spider King, as time was not on his side. The longer it dragged on, not only was Su Mubai in greater danger, but it was also uncertain whether they could escape this ghostly place. Behind. Qin Lang kept recalling the hint given by Granny Li. The reason the corpse ghost Spider King did not dare to come over might be because it was afraid to provoke Sun Yangzi, but could there be another possibility? Was there some secret behind the statue of Sun Yangzi? In the pitch darkness, Qin Lang had no choice but to feel around with his hand at his back. Suddenly, Qin Lang felt that he had touched something. Qin Lang said to Xiao Chun, "You can't fight, but you must know some magic, right? Can you make a fire?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun quickly responded with an "Oh." She snapped her fingers, and a flame immediately appeared in her palm. "Darling, this fire is so we can play with some candle drippings during our dual cultivation. It's a fire of passion." Qin Lang. He never expected summoning a succubus would turn out to be a troublesome matter. But at least they now had a light source, allowing Qin Lang to see the truth behind Sun Yangzi. He saw that a long string of incomprehensible characters was engraved on the back of Sun Yangzi. Chufu Wei Ju Zhao. Qin Lang wondered, huh? It looks like what's written here might be some kind of cultivation method. Ling Long was greatly astonished. "Qin Lang, you can understand these things?" Qin Lang nodded. "Yeah, I can understand." "Why, can't you all?" Ling Long and Su Miao, including Xiao Chun, who was a god, all shook their heads in confusion. Qin Lang frowned. "But isn't this really easy to understand? This first line says Dima Xia Ji Tian Dio. The second line is Yi Jian Er Ji Ju Dio Lei Wei. Isn't it quite simple? It's obvious at a glance." Ling Long and the others looked at Qin Lang like he was a monster that emerged from the ground, and they didn't know whether the scary thing was the corpse ghost Spider King outside or Qin Lang who was babbling nonsense. Qin Lang himself did not really know why, but he could understand these things. Ever since he crossed over, he discovered that the original owner must have had some serious illness, at least with brain structure and bodily organization issues. Otherwise, how could he have contracted such a strange sickness that required him to inhale the scent of women to survive? Perhaps precisely because his brain was different from others, he could understand these heavenly texts that others couldn't? "Ah, you all look!" Xiao Chun shouted. Everyone looked over and found that the appearance of the corpse ghost Spider King had changed. It retreated a few steps, lowering its head and body. Its 6 large eyes began to lock onto Qin Lang, but the murderous aura from earlier was gone. It looked as if it was kneeling before Qin Lang. Ling Long exclaimed with excitement, "Qin Lang, it might be because of the spell you just recited. Quick, try again." Qin Lang tried again to recite. "Xia Chao Qi Xia Liang Hu." The expressions of the corpse ghost Spider King actually became much more peaceful. Qin Lang continued to read, noticing that many things were recorded on Sun Yangzi's back. But even though he understood what each character meant, understanding them all was still difficult. It was like ancient classical texts, few words but heavy in information, with different interpretations altering the meaning. However, since reciting it worked on the corpse ghost Spider King in front of him, he decided to keep going. Qin Lang continued to read down the line, Sheng Hu and Chu Lu. The corpse ghost Spider King's demeanor grew increasingly excited, then delighted, before ultimately stepping aside, seemingly inviting Qin Lang and the others to leave. Ling Long still suspected something was wrong, but Qin Lang had already jumped down first. "Qin Lang!" Ling Long called, wanting to warn him to be careful. But Qin Lang strode forward and found that the corpse ghost Spider King did not stop him, instead appearing quite respectful towards him. Qin Lang frowned and looked at it, saying, "Do you like hearing me read those things? Can you understand what I'm reciting?" The corpse ghost Spider King nodded and shook its head. Qin Lang said again, "I want to leave here now. Can you help me?" The corpse Spider King nodded again. Qin Lang pointed to the statue of Sun Yangzi. "If you like listening, then carry that thing and take it out with you." Without saying a word, the corpse Spider King obeyed at once, scaring Ling Long and Su Miao, who were hiding behind the statue, to dodge away. Ling Long exclaimed, "Qin Lang, you actually tamed a B-level anomaly?" Chapter 18, Are you still acting? Qin Lang smiled slightly. Maybe it just likes listening to me chant. Not only Ling Long, but the viewers in the live broadcast were also shocked. What kind of immortal is this Qin Lang? Even a B-level anomaly dares not move against him. He can understand those celestial texts. Obviously he is not an ordinary person. Are all the newcomers this year monsters? The corpse spider king carried the statue on its back and began to lead the way. Qin Lang and the others quickly followed suit. At this moment, many shadows appeared in the manor. Those shadows quickly turned into physical villagers, starting to walk towards Qin Lang and them. Son-in-law, big joy, big joy. Why are you leaving, son-in-law? The young lady is still looking for you. Those people had a rather eerie smile on their faces, constantly surrounding Qin Lang and them. The corpse spider king opened its bloody mouth and let out a roar towards the front. Those villagers seemed to be scared by this roar, standing in place without moving forward. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse spider king, thinking that having an anomaly as a minion felt quite good. At this time, Ling Long pulled Qin Lang, since you can command this corpse spider king, why not let it help us find Su Mubai? Qin Lang responded, this corpse spider king might not really be that obedient, right? Plus, I already said that we need to get out first to save people. Seeing that Qin Lang still insisted on his original view, Ling Long added, I have something good, even rarer than 3,000 divine jades. Help me find Su Mubai, regardless of life or death, I will give you this thing. How about it? Otherwise, I would rather destroy it. Qin Lang looked her up and down, how come you have so many good things? Then why don't you use it yourself? Ling Long sighed, just like my reason for not using the 3,000 divine jades, it's because my fate is not good, and using them easily won't yield good results. Moreover, everyone's equipment and treasures are for survival, who would easily say it out loud? Unless absolutely necessary, I don't want to talk about it. Qin Lang was somewhat puzzled and asked, but you and Su Mubai are just acquaintances, why does her disappearance feel like a matter of life and death for you? Ling Long bit her lip, I don't want to leave my teammates behind, nor do I want to see anyone easily die in front of me. Is this reason good enough? Qin Lang didn't know what to say anymore. Good enough, indeed overly compassionate. He felt that Su Mubai, who could live for over 200 years, wouldn't easily die, so he wasn't in a hurry to save her. But if he said this now, Ling Long wouldn't believe him. However, the thing that Ling Long said was rarer than 3,000 divine jades piqued his interest. Alright, it's a deal. Ling Long finally smiled, great. Qin Lang immediately said to the corpse spider king, we need to find another companion. Help me catch a talking anomaly. Upon hearing this, the corpse spider king's 6 big eyes immediately began to move. Suddenly, it spat out a string of blood-red threads from its mouth. The threads shot into the darkness, quickly bringing out an old woman. Who else could it be but Granny Lee? Granny Lee was tightly bound by the corpse spider king and was unable to move at all. Qin Lang asked, Miss Su was captured by you, right? Where is she now? Granny Lee glanced at Qin Lang, then looked at the corpse spider king and couldn't help but shake her head. I've already died once, I won't fear dying again, and I absolutely cannot betray the young lady. It seems that Su Mubai was indeed captured by the young lady. Qin Lang said, if you don't speak, I'll tear this place down right now, and when I go up, I'll also demolish Fengmen village. I don't believe that the young lady you speak of will remain indifferent. Old Granny Lee's expression changed when she heard this, Qin Lang, you ungrateful thing. The young lady will never let you off. Indeed, there isn't a good man among them. This line again. That little Qin also said the same before she died. Isn't the tragedy of Fengmen village caused by the young lady? Why do they all hate men with such fervor? The corpse spider king seemed to be hungry, and it took a bite, crunching half of old Granny Lee's body. Su Miao saw this bloody and terrifying scene, immediately covered her eyes and started screaming. Stop! A desolate, lingering woman's voice echoed around them. A woman dressed in a gorgeous crimson robe, with exquisite dark golden embroidery, exhibited a classical and solemn demeanor. The red veil draped over her head covered most of her face, and the edges were adorned with tiny silver patterns, shimmering in the flickering red light around her. Old Granny Lee was already on her last breath. Upon seeing the woman, she immediately exclaimed, young lady, young lady. I tried my best. Ling Long shouted, Qin Lang. The young lady has appeared. Be careful. The young lady walked towards them step by step. Young lady of Fengmen village. Weird level, eh? In the next moment, the air around seemed to drop several degrees, and all the villagers knelt in worship of the young lady. A strong aura of danger struck everyone present. Qin Long's hands trembled slightly. This is the horror of an A-level weirdness. Xiao Chun quickly hid behind Qin Lang. Dear, you must protect me. Even though she is a goddess, she fears this the most. Qin Lang. You really are ruining the goddess's reputation. Qin Lang turned to look at the young lady, smiling, so it turns out your figure is so good, I should have gone to marry you sooner. I wonder if it's too late to regret now. A chilling voice came from beneath the young lady's veil. I hate men. You all should die. The corpse spider king let out a low growl, blocking Qin Long's path. Qin Lang took out her willow branch and said, Qin Lang, where's your ghost-slaying knife? Qin Lang drew the ghost-slaying knife and said, it's right here. Qin Lang said, Qin Lang, since you can command the corpse spider king, why not give me that ghost-slaying knife? You give the corpse spider king orders to deal with the young lady, and I will use the ghost-slaying knife against her. Su Miao also has combat abilities and can protect you, how about it? Qin Lang nodded, there's long range, front line, and an auxiliary to protect the back line. A good team plan. Qin Lang extended her hand, then, we. But Qin Lang directly said, but I refuse. Qin Lang looked puzzled, why? Qin Lang smiled, you want to take the ghost-slaying knife and then find a chance to take me out, right? Qin Lang was taken aback, and Su Miao also stopped crying, staring blankly at Qin Lang. Qin Lang became anxious, Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Qin Lang yawned, why, do you still want to pretend? Chapter 19, Betrayal. Qin Lang stepped back a few paces, pointing the ghost-slaying knife at Qin Lang, and asked, actually, the biggest boss is the young lady, but you're not a good person either, right? Qin Lang's expression changed as she glared at Qin Lang, asking, what do you mean? Qin Lang, you haven't been bewitched by the weirdness, have you? Qin Lang laughed, no, I am very clear-headed right now. By the way, aren't you looking for Su Muxue? She's right in front of you. Qin Lang was stunned, what, do you mean? Qin Lang looked at the young lady, sighed and said, Miss Su, there's no point in wearing that veil anymore. After hearing this, the young lady fell silent for a few seconds, then took off her veil. It was a stunningly beautiful face. Skin as white as porcelain, delicate features tinged with a hint of strange allure. The eyes were deep and pitch black, with slightly red pupils showing a strange allure, and blood tears seemed to flow from the corners. It was Su Mubai. Su Mubai was the young lady of Fengmen village. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang and asked, how did you know? Qin Lang sighed softly, I guessed it when I saw old lady Li. He pointed to his nose, I have some issues with my brain, and I am particularly sensitive to smell, especially women's body fragrance. I was in the same room with you last night, smelled your body fragrance, so I knew what your scent was like. When I met old lady Li, I smelled the same body fragrance from afar. When I encountered Xiao Qin, I smelled that same body fragrance again. In other words, you must be quite familiar with these strange things. After figuring this out, Qin Lang also understood why Su Mubai had a lifespan of over 200 years. For humans, this is a long life, but for the strange things, it makes much more sense. The audience in the live stream room cheered for Qin Lang. Awesome! 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 Turns out he knew it all along. So he has been pretending to be a fool all this time? Even guessed who the boss is? Let's check who this Qin Lang really is. The essence of the Fengmen village instance is, mix a boss among the teammates and then slowly kill the human players. On sight, Su Mubai smiled wryly, Qin Lang, you are truly the smartest newbie I have ever seen. Normally, newbies who learn of my identity would have already been scared to death. Since you already knew, why didn't you expose my strangeness earlier? Qin Lang said, I am someone who judges by actions, not by intentions. Miss Su, even though you are from a different camp, you haven't harmed me along the way. Moreover, I suspect that the first paper doll ghost that died at my hands and the Xiao Qin who attempted to harm me were both helped by you, right? When the paper doll ghost self-destructed, I observed your demeanor, you appeared too calm, as if everything was under your control. Before Xiao Qin died, she even shouted, Miss, I was wrong, which indicates you were secretly helping me. After hearing this, the atmosphere around them became even more tense. You are wrong, I am not helping you. Su Mubai shook her head, I just want to play with you and see how you will die in the end. Qin Lang laughed, say whatever you want. He then looked at Qin Lang, the reason I didn't reveal my reasoning earlier is also because of this woman. Qin Lang frowned, what's wrong with me? Qin Lang, you are being a bit unreasonable. You believe in a living strange thing, but you don't believe in me, a player who fights by your side. Qin Lang chuckled, your acting is quite convincing. I just said it, actions speak louder than intentions. You seemed to be with us all along, but you were basically sabotaging us. First, you suggested we get into the carriage before coming to this ghostly place. Second, even when you knew that splitting up was a dead end, you insisted on saving Su Mubai. Not only that, you encouraged me to use the extremely risky 3,000 divine jades, and later the thing summoned was indeed useless. It seems you are intentionally causing me trouble. Xiao Chun? The more Qin Lang spoke, the worse Qin Lang's face became. Finally, when the corpse spider king appeared, you wouldn't let me use the ghost slayer blade, saying I couldn't unleash the power of an A-grade weapon, and that I could only run away. But just now, when facing Miss Su, you said you wanted to use my ghost slayer blade to fight. Why, when facing an A-grade strange thing, you understand how to unleash the power of an A-grade weapon. Then why did you want to be a turtle when the corpse spider king appeared? Qin Lang looked at old lady Li, who was only half a body left, and sighed, old lady, I misunderstood you. What you were mouthing to me in the corridor wasn't back. You were telling me betrayal. There is a traitor beside me. Grandma Li's expression became tranquil, then she spat out a mouthful of black blood. Ling Long revealed a sinister smile. Ha 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 ha. Qin Lang, very good. You are really something. No wonder you could possess an A-class weapon and escape the 3,000 divine jade calamities. The corpse Spider King also turned its head, staring at Qin Lang with murderous intent, completely different from its previously docile demeanor. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse Spider King and said, indeed, you are all in cahoots. You said you wanted to find Su Mubai, not just to send me to my death, but to hold me back so the corpse Spider King could find me, right? Ling Long coldly replied, so what? The corpse Spider King is my pet. I originally planned to swallow you all at the wedding, but I didn't expect you, kid, to have an A-class ghost-slaying blade. I can't sleep until I have it in hand. Now, with one B-class Eerie and one A-class Eerie standing on my side, you and Su Miao are definitely dead. Oh, you must be very curious why I counted Su Mubai among you, right? Ling Long proudly glanced at Su Mubai and said, Qin Lang, if you want to understand your death, why not kneel for me? Or hand over the ghost-slaying blade, I could grant you a quick end. Qin Lang responded, you don't need to say. I know why Miss Su stands with you. Because of Sun Yangzi, right? Both Ling Long and Su Mubai's expressions changed. Ling Long steadied herself, good kid, you even know this? Suddenly, Ling Long was stunned and looked sharply at the celestial books behind the statue of Sun Yangzi. Could it be, the celestial books told you? Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying blade, you can guess. Alright, Sun Yangzi, stop hiding. I already know. The boss and the boss of Fengmen Village is you. Come out. Chapter 20, The Wayless Meeting. Kick. A lewd and shrill laughter rang out as the corpse Spider King opened its gaping mouth once again. But this laughter did not come from the corpse Spider King itself. A squinty-eyed Taoist with a long beard down to his chest walked out from the mouth of the Spider King, wearing an oversized robe. Seeing this scene, the live broadcast room erupted. Oh my god. There's even this kind of spy in a spy? According to Qin Lang, Ling Long is colluding with the Eerie to plot against his ghost-slaying blade? Something's wrong, this instance isn't right. It's different from what I saw before. Sun Yangzi laughed, Qin Benefactor has great eyesight, actually able to see through the Taoist. You are the first. Qin Lang said, after I recited those ghostly symbols from behind your statue, the corpse Spider King became as humble as a grandson, it's hard not to think it has nothing to do with you. Since Miss Su is not someone who wants to harm me, then among the characters appearing in this instance who can conspire to harm, besides you Sun Yangzi, who else could there be? Sun Yangzi laughed, Qin Benefactor has spiritual roots. Why not join me to comprehend the celestial books and cultivate the right path together? He was eager for talent, having comprehended those celestial books for many years yet grasping none of their secrets. Qin Lang ignored him and turned to Ling Long, I didn't expect you, with such bushy eyebrows and big eyes, to have also betrayed. What is your reason? A player can still ally with the Eerie? Ling Long smiled slightly, then unbuttoned the fastenings on her dress, pulling it open vigorously, revealing a snow white. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the instance was suddenly interrupted. What's happening? The internet got cut off? It was great, what a climax, what's going on? Damn, is there a welfare shot that isn't showing us? Faced with Ling Long's sudden reveal, Qin Lang frowned, what are you taking your clothes off for, On Ling Long's chest, there was a rather peculiar pattern, at first glance resembling the Taoist black and white yin-yang fish diagram, but within the black and white yin-yang fish, there were strange runes. Instance system unable to detect signal. Repairing. Qin Lang's heart jolted, after this pattern appeared, it even blocked the signal from the dungeon system? Ling Long said, I am a member of the Wudao Association, and our purpose is to collect all treasures in the dungeons and items in players' hands. Qin Lang, you said you couldn't understand how players could join forces with the strange beings? Because the power of the Wudao Association surpasses your imagination. Qin Lang responded with an O and then said, I understand now, your Wudao Association can negotiate with the strange beings in the dungeon, determine who can clear the level, and then share the player's treasures and the rewards for clearing the level, right? Ling Long nodded, Qin Lang, you are very talented, you figured it out so quickly. That's right, on my first night here, I had already spoken with Sun Yangzi through the strange beings. Originally, there could only be one clear winner for this dungeon, me. Now it seems, there can be another. That would be you. Ling Long suddenly pointed at Su Miao, kill her first, then we will kill Su Mubai, and this dungeon will be cleared. At that time, we will share the profits, and I can also recommend you to join the Wudao Association, how about it? As long as you are willing to collect items and treasures for our Wudao Association, you will receive unimaginable rewards and power. Qin Lang looked at Su Miao after hearing this. Su Miao cried out in fear, Wah! No, please don't kill me. I can join the Wudao Association too. Ling Long shook her head. The more people clear the dungeon, the less the rewards, and the lower the score. Su Miao, you don't have Qin Lang's qualifications, you can only be eliminated. This is the survival rule of the dungeon. Qin Lang, what do you think? Su Mubai, who had been silent, glanced at Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Sun Yangzi. Sun Yangzi, the strange beings in the entire Fengmen village listen to you, right? Sun Yangzi smiled and nodded. That's right, the Dao Master has always regarded this place as a place for immortal cultivation. Su Mubai is also a pawn of the Dao Master, used to observe and select useful people among the players, to assist in my cultivation. Every groom is an excellent sacrifice and training material. Qin Lang, although it is a pity to let you clear the level, the Wudao Association will still be grateful to the Dao Master, so it's not a loss. Don't worry, the Dao Master will help you kill Su Mubai, and then you can choose another new strange being to take as a lady. After you join the Wudao Association, the connections will last long. Qin Lang nodded. So it seems, as long as I give a nod, I can easily clear the level. But, I refuse. Ling Long frowned. What did you say? Qin Lang smiled. I have a quirk, I like to reject others' proposals when they think they hold the advantage, feeling pleased with themselves. Seeing the other person's stunned expression is a great enjoyment for me. Ling Long coldly said, you are looking for death. You have no idea how powerful the Wudao Association is. Qin Lang raised his grim slayer blade. Whether it is the Wudao or the Das, my way is the greatest way. The fearless Qin Lang simply didn't know how to write the word fear. The most crucial point. The system reminded him, there are 10 minutes left until midnight. A new superpower is about to arrive. There's a chance. Just hold on for 10 more minutes. Ling Long angrily said, Sun Yangzi, make your move. Sun Yangzi looked at Su Mubai. Go, kill Qin Lang. But Su Mubai stood still. Sun Yangzi frowned. What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Don't forget, it was you who killed all the villagers in Fengmen village. Without the Dao Master, your sins will never be cleared in this lifetime. Only by helping the Dao Master become an immortal do you have a chance to wash away this guilt. Su Mubai, make your move. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang, gritting her teeth. Qin Lang, would you just surrender? Join the Wudao Association. Then kill me, and then clear the level. I'm begging you. Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai, shook his head. Sorry, Miss Su, I don't know you well, so I can't do as you say. I, Qin Lang, have always done things according to my own thoughts. Let me make the Wudao Society a dog, that's absolutely impossible. Ling Long sneered. Sun Yangzi, it seems your subordinates are not so united after all. You better work harder, our Wudao Society has what you want. Sun Yangzi shouted angrily. Su Mubai, do you want to taste my power? If you don't take action, the corpse Spider King and Ling Long can still take his life, it will just take a little time. Su Mubai shed 2 lines of hot tears. Then can I kill myself? If I die, can they all clear the level together, okay? Chapter 21, All Out Efforts. Su Mubai said, as long as I die, it counts as clearing the level, right? At that time, you let Qin Lang leave, and then let him hand over the clearance reward, right? Ling Long said, Su Mubai, did you not hear what I just said? The more players that clear the level, the less valuable the reward. Now there are only 3 players left. If Qin Lang doesn't cooperate, then I can only be the sole clearing player. Sun Yangzi lost his patience, took out a talisman from his Dao robe, and with a snap of his fingers, he stuck the talisman onto Su Mubai. A puff of white smoke came out from Su Mubai's body, and she fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Ah! Seeing Su Mubai like this, Ling Long took out a willow branch from her hands and said to Qin Lang, since you refuse to cooperate, there is only one way to die. I will represent the Wudao Society and punish you. Xiao Chun and Su Miao shrank back in fear to the corner. Dear, go for it. Qin Lang, we are counting on you. Qin Lang helplessly lifted the ghost-slaying blade, ready to fight back. The new super ability would arrive in 6 minutes. It really felt long. Ling Long suddenly rushed towards Qin Lang while constantly waving the willow branch in her hand. Qin Lang blocked with the ghost-slaying blade, but the willow branch unexpectedly lengthened in an instant, growing countless roots and leaves, entangling the blade and tightly locking Qin Lang's other hand. Ling Long smiled confidently and then kicked him in the chin. Qin Lang sealed his sense of pain, but his body was still kicked back. His right hand firmly gripped the ghost-slaying blade, while his left hand was tangled by the willow branch full of leaves, unable to break free, almost becoming Ling Long's live target. Ling Long pounded hard at Qin Lang's abdomen, head, and chest. Pooh! Qin Lang spat out a mouthful of hot blood, landing on the ghost-slaying blade. The ghost-slaying blade seemed to gain some kind of boost, its murderous aura began to erupt continuously, and those willow branches entangling it broke free one after another. Just when the blade was about to slash at Ling Long, she swiftly turned and jumped. Ha! In midair, Ling Long exerted force and kicked the ghost-slaying blade away. Ha ha, this is mine now. Wu Dao, invincible. Ling Long picked up the ghost-slaying blade, looked at Qin Lang in front of her, and sneered, regret in hell. Sun Yangzi shook his head, what a pity, I finally found someone who can understand the heavenly text, and yet they die just like that. But Qin Lang, don't be discouraged, after you die, I will find a way to turn you into an aberration of Fengmen village. By then, you can focus on helping me interpret the heavenly text and assist me in becoming an immortal. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly smiled. Ling Long wondered, what are you laughing at? Qin Lang spoke, you cannot kill me. At that moment, a figure charged out from behind Ling Long. Ling Long was startled and quickly sidestepped. When she saw the figure clearly, Ling Long was once again shocked. Qin Lang? There were actually two Qin Langs appearing on the scene. The two Qin Langs simultaneously lamented, your reaction is really fast. Then, the Qin Lang who had just jumped out immediately picked up the ghost-slaying blade from the ground. Ling Long was in a state of panic, still trying to understand the situation before her. Sun Yangzi revealed the mystery, it's a paper doll puppet. Ling Long then remembered, the reward Qin Lang received after defeating the paper doll ghost was the ability to imitate a real person with the paper doll puppet. Is this how you drag time with such petty tricks? Ling Long tugged at the willow branch in her hand and shouted, I'll deal with one first. Sun Yangzi, why are you just standing there and watching? Sun Yangzi, displeased, formed seals with both hands, directing the corpse Spider King and puppet to bite in. The paper puppet raised the ghost-slaying blade, without needing much movement. The malevolent energy from the blade made the corpse Spider King hesitate to approach easily. At this moment, Sumu Bai, enduring excruciating pain, pulled out the black dog blood dagger that Qin Lang had given him from his bosom. Qin Lang, catch. Qin Lang caught the black dog blood dagger with one hand. Ling Long tugged while sneering, it's useless. My willow branch is an A-level weapon, while your mere C-level black dog blood dagger cannot cut it. Qin Lang maintained his smile, then made a swift cut across his own wrist. What? Both Sun Yangzi and Ling Long were startled by Qin Lang's action. To escape, he actually chopped off his own hand. Qin Lang remained calm, unfazed by it all. It's just a hand. If I can survive, that's a bargain. Qin Lang clenched the black dog blood dagger tightly in his teeth, then exploded into action, charging towards Ling Long. Ling Long was just about to engage when Qin Lang suddenly vanished. What? Qin Lang reappeared right behind Ling Long. After killing the player Fuqin, he had gained her ability, short-distance teleportation, and now it was about to come in handy. Just as Qin Lang was about to slice Ling Long's throat, a yellow talisman was hurled out. Qin Lang instantly felt 1,000 pounds of force collision against him, causing several of his bones to snap. Sun Yangzi pinched another talisman in his hand and said, Ling Long, your Wudao's strength should be decent. How could you be beaten by a newbie like this? Why don't I take action and just kill him? Ling Long glared at him, mind your own business. If you kill him, his equipment and ability will go to the dungeon system. Only if I kill him can I inherit all his attributes. Sun Yangzi tucked away the talisman in his hand and said, alright, my earlier attack has sealed all his strength. Next, it's up to you. Ling Long shrank her willow branch down to the size of a longsword and began to walk towards Qin Lang step by step. Qin Lang, accept your fate. Wu Dao is invincible. Qin Lang lay on the ground, watching Ling Long step by step approach him. There were still 2 minutes until he had a new superpower. Why is it taking so long? And he had no idea what kind of effect this new superpower would have. Qin Lang, unafraid of death, smiled, this is really bad. Suddenly, Little Chun flapped her big wings and darted past. Little Chun grabbed Qin Lang and flew into the air. Little Chun looked at Qin Lang with concern, darling, how are you? Qin Lang rested against Little Chun's towering peaks, inhaling a great deal of feminine fragrance, feeling quite refreshed. Looks like you aren't completely useless. Ling Long yelled angrily, you useless succubus, trying to help him struggle in his last moments? Hurry up and put him down. Sun Yangzi didn't waste words, muttering incantations, thrusting a peachwood sword at Little Chun and Qin Lang. In the end, Little Chun was just a lowly deity, unable to withstand such powerful magic. Ah! The peachwood sword pierced through Little Chun's wing, causing her to lose balance in the air and quickly plummet. Ling Long rushed over again, don't struggle. Obediently die and contribute your strength to Wu Dao. Chapter 22 The Final Move. Qin Lang watched as Little Chun's wing was pierced and forcefully pushed her away, run. But Little Chun still tightly clung to Qin Lang. I waited 3,000 years for you, I can't lose you like this. Ling Long swung her willow branch down heavily. Ding! Midnight has arrived. New superpower credited. Bang! The willow branch smashed down fiercely, leaving a nearly 1 meter deep pit in the ground. Smoke and dust rose, sand and stones flew. Sumu Bai revealed a desperate look in his eyes. Su Miao cried even louder, whoa, don't come over, please don't come over. Suddenly, Su Miao stopped crying. Su Mubai was also taken aback. No way. Sun Yangzi shouted, Ling Long. Qin Lang is not dead. Ling Long suddenly looked up and found Qin Lang standing about 10 steps to her left. Even Xiao Chun did not expect this, continuously checking himself, surprised. It's okay, dear, you're okay too. Ling Long was astonished. Do you have an immortal body? Qin Lang laughed. Hee, haven't you heard the rule that smoke does no harm? That was really a close call. Just when Ling Long was about to deliver a fatal blow, Qin Lang's new ability finally arrived. Time stands still. It can halt all time, allowing only the host to move freely. Time stand still costs 200 mental points each time, lasting for 5 seconds. Relying on this move, Qin Lang narrowly escaped the recent fatal blow. Detected host emotional fluctuation, mental power restored 20. Current mental power of the host, 320/500. Although this ability was powerful, it didn't mean much for the already heavily injured Qin Lang. If he still had enough strength to fight with the ghost-slaying blade, then 5 seconds would be enough to eliminate Sun Yangzi and Ling Long in an instant. Now, he could only use the time standstill ability one more time. At this moment, the corpse ghost Spider King finally completely devoured the paperman puppet of Qin Lang. The ghost-slaying blade also fell into Sun Yangzi's hands. Ling Long continued to adjust her condition, saying, Qin Lang, this time I want to see where you hide. Su Mubai applied force and finally tore down the talisman on her body. But more white smoke rose from her body, and the damage and pain she suffered doubled. At this moment, Su Mubai, with disheveled hair, had a kind of chaotic beauty. Sun Yangzi frowned. Are you crazy? You're really going to defy me? Su Mubai said, I won't assist the evil anymore. For deceiving so many people, killing so many people. If I die today, I won't let you succeed. Su Mubai summoned the Yin energy in her body and rushed in front of the corpse ghost Spider King. Swish swish. Su Mubai moved her fingers as if she were a swordsman, directly cutting off 3 legs of the corpse ghost Spider King. The corpse ghost Spider King let out a wail, half of its body sinking down. Even Sun Yangzi, who was standing above, lost balance and shouted as he fell down as well. Unfortunately, Sun Yangzi had protective talismans, and he was basically unscathed. Su Mubai immediately sent a wave of evil energy into the corpse ghost Spider King. Bang! The corpse ghost Spider King couldn't withstand Su Mubai's energy and unexpectedly exploded like a ball. Then, Su Mubai swiftly dashed towards Ling Long. Ling Long immediately used the willow branch in her hand to hit her. As an A-class anomaly, Su Mubai's power was not something Ling Long could easily counter, so she easily blocked the willow branch. Ling Long's expression became extremely anxious, shouting to Sun Yangzi, What are you still standing there for? Sun Yangzi gritted his teeth and said, Ungrateful thing. Watch how I get rid of you. He recited a spell again, and 2 talismans were launched. The talismans I refined are just wasted like this. It makes me so angry. Su Mubai saw Sun Yangzi launch talismans again and immediately dodged. Bang bang. 2 talismans exploded in the air. At this moment, Su Mubai had nearly released 200% of her years of power and Yin energy, and her whole body was at the extreme limit. Qin Lang saw something bad and immediately said, Miss Su, don't force yourself, I have a plan. Sun Yangzi pinched another talisman with his hand and said coldly, Su Mubai, I didn't expect that you already have such strength. But what about your little lover? How is he? After speaking, the talisman in Sun Yangzi's hand began to ignite, but the remaining ashes did not scatter under his command. Soon, from the dark depths of the corridor, one strange scene after another unfolded. There were dismembered corpses everywhere, large amounts of blood and flesh flowing out from within, some areas devoid of meat, only white skeletal remains exposed, which bore many bite marks, a patchwork of human skin, either dragged on the ground or floating in the air like banners. These corpses included both men and women, completely naked, clearly showing that there wasn't a single intact piece left on their bodies, all were shattered in broken parts. Moreover, none of these corpses had heads, the necks were topped with paper doll heads, the pale faces adorned with thick lipstick drawn into a sinister smile. Su Mubai's expression changed as she said, These are all the villagers from Fengmen village. Sun Yangzi, you beast, you promised me. Sun Yangzi chuckled, They all died by your hands, and you still have the face to speak? Now, I will have your villagers surround Qin Lang. If you want to save him, then you have to deal with these corpses. Seeing the zombies ready to surround Qin Lang, Su Mubai gritted her teeth and rushed in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang, quickly use the black dog blood dagger to kill me. As long as you kill me, the instance will clear. This will all end. After the instance is cleared, player killing among each other is against the rules. Ling Long and Wudao Association won't be able to do anything to you. Qin Lang shook his head, It's useless, if he really wants to kill me, what good is clearing an instance? Ling Long relaxed and smiled, Right, our Wudao Association has already locked onto you. Qin Lang, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we can find you. And then kill you. Sumubai cried, saying, I'm sorry Qin Lang. I shouldn't have chosen you to be the groom, I should have told you all of this sooner. Qin Lang said, there's no point in saying this now. Miss Su, can you give me one more minute? Sumubai was stunned, asking, 1 minute? Qin Lang nodded, yes, just 1 minute. I have another way. Although I don't really want to use it. Zunyangzi coldly said, stop pretending. Your meridians have already been sealed by me, no matter what divine skill you have, you can't use it. Qin Lang laughed as well, then, what about the heavenly book? Zunyangzi was taken aback, what did you say? While Sumubai was helping him deal with the zombies, Qin Lang began to silently recite part of the content of the heavenly book he had remembered. Duji, Xia, Kung. After finishing, Qin Lang suddenly raised the black dog blood dagger and fiercely stabbed it into his own chest. Xiao Chun panicked, darling, what are you doing? Ling Long and Zunyangzi also couldn't understand, did Qin Lang give up? Was he going to commit suicide? To their surprise, Qin Lang opened his mouth, but his voice had changed, and his expression was particularly grim. He, this feeling of returning to the world is truly wonderful. Chapter 23, Evil Spirit. Qin Lang felt an indescribable joy, and upon seeing the blood everywhere, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. What he had just said was also out of a certain impulse. While looking at the heavenly book, he had learned a passage from it. That passage taught one how to invite evil spirits to possess them. It seemed similar to the 3,000 spirit jades, but the heavenly book spoke of summoning true evil spirits. Qin Lang wasn't quite sure what this evil spirit was. But for now, it didn't seem weak at all. Seeing Qin Lang in this state and transformation, everyone present, including Sumubai, felt uneasy. Ling Long frowned, Qin Lang, do you want to rely on trickery to get through this? Qin Lang's expression showed some anger. How daring! Upon seeing this, commander, why aren't you kneeling? At this moment, his voice was extremely rough, entirely resembling that of a tall man. Qin Lang could clearly feel that this was not his voice, nor was it what he wanted to say. It was as if there was a gigantic roommate in his own small territory. Suddenly, Qin Lang's vision changed, and he plunged deep into the ground, the surroundings becoming incredibly dark. Ah! Qin Lang opened his eyes, discovering himself standing on a circular jade plate the size of a football field. Is it you who called me out? Qin Lang turned around and saw a creature with 2 horns on its head, big eyes, and long whiskers, resembling a dragon king, but dressed almost like an ancient warrior, staring at him intently. Qin Lang looked at him, what are you? The dragon-headed creature was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Not bad, you are not afraid upon meeting me, you are someone. To call me out from the underworld means you are fated. Too bad your mortal body can only unleash a bit of my power. Qin Lang questioned again, you still haven't answered my question, who exactly are you? Are you asking for my name in the human world? The dragon-headed creature stroked its beard, if I remember correctly, I should be called by Qi? The god of killing by Qi? Qin Lang gasped. Detected the host's emotional fluctuations, mental power is starting to increase. Host's current mental power, 500/500. He muttered a spell and surprisingly summoned the legendary Bai Qi? Wait a second. Qin Lang asked, how could the great butcher Bai Qi turn into an evil spirit? Bai Qi laughed heartily, butcher? Ah, good, I like this title. Cut the small talk, look at this. Qin Lang turned around again and found a big hole had been opened, revealing Ling Long's terrified face, along with her wailing, don't come here, don't come. It felt just like watching a first-person game scene. Bai Qi chuckled, this girl is your enemy, right? Kid, this time I'll give you a favor and deal with her. As he finished speaking, Ling Long in the scene was instantly heart extracted, her blood-red heart burst out. Blood gushed from Ling Long's chest. Although Qin Lang was not afraid, he still felt a strong impact upon witnessing this scene. Bai Qi added, also, that old Taoist with the ox nose should be dead as well, right? The scene changed, and Sun Yangzi looked pale with fear. The way of heaven is clear, the way of the earth is peaceful. Sun Yangzi chanted, again producing a few yellow talismans. Bai Qi sneered, just a little trick. In the scene, Qin Lang's severed hand somehow grew back and directly grabbed those yellow talismans as if nothing had happened. Seeing his last resort was useless, Sun Yangzi panicked and ran away. But it was too late. Qin Lang grabbed one of Sun Yangzi's feet with each hand and pulled hard outwards. Sizzle! Sun Yangzi was torn in half as if he were dried meat, his organs spilled everywhere in a river of blood. Qin Lang frowned, for such a person, you should go harder, but can you maintain some hygiene? Besides, you are using my body, right? Whose blood is this splattered all over? Bai Qi clicked his tongue, thinking, this kid really has no fear, is he naturally this bold? Originally, Bai Qi intended to seize the body, but seeing that Qin Lang was indeed somewhat extraordinary, he became curious to observe. He could let Qin Lang handle those things. Then the scene went dark, and voices of Sumu Bai and Xiao Chun echoed around, calling Qin Lang and Deer in turn. Bai Qi said to Qin Lang, "Kid, I've already helped you for free once, now it's time for you to help me with something." Qin Lang knew there's no free lunch in this world, but still tried asking, "Can I refuse?" Bai Qi raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" "Summoning me means you have to help me fulfill 3 wishes. After the 3 wishes are fulfilled, I will return to the underworld and will give you some benefits." Qin Lang was speechless. Others call on spirits to have them fulfill wishes, yet he is turned into a beast of burden. Bai Qi's so-called benefits seem just a fairy tale told by a stingy employer. "Then tell me, what is the first wish?" Bai Qi laughed and said, "Then you have to help me fulfill 1,000 wishes." "Qin Lang? Are you out of your mind? 3 wishes are already a hassle, and your first wish is to fulfill 1,000 wishes? Have you killed too many people? Is your brain not working well?" Bai Qi said, "Don't you know how to write the word evil spirit? Before these 1,002 wishes are fulfilled, I won't leave easily." Alright, you are trying to stick to me, aren't you?" Qin Lang said, "What if after fulfilling these 1,000 wishes, the second wish is to have another 1,000, then 10,000? You would never go back." Bai Qi sneered and said, "You are too confident in yourself, aren't you? What if you die halfway through? I can indeed help you a little in times of danger, but not unconditionally and without limits. I was just a bit restless after returning to this world. And your mortal body simply cannot unleash all of my power. You might not be able to handle a strong enemy." After hearing this, Qin Lang pondered for a moment. "So, you are in control of me? I can only serve you to the best of my ability?" Bai Qi nodded in satisfaction. "You could say that. You finally understand." Qin Lang chuckled, "Dream on. Do you think I can summon you back, but can't send you back again?" Bai Qi widened his eyes. "What did you just say?" Qin Lang said, "Although I haven't fully deciphered the contents of the heavenly book, I now know a way to send the evil spirit back. First, if I die, then you have no vessel, naturally you will roll back." A trace of unease flashed in Bai Qi's eyes. Chapter 24, Deal Reached. Qin Lang continued, "Besides that, there's another way to send you back, but I haven't fully cracked it yet." Seeing Bai Qi full of killing intent, Qin Lang added, "Of course, there is also a way to let evil spirits stay in the human world permanently. If you cooperate, I can choose to keep you here." Bai Qi became angry. "Do you want me to be your servant?" Qin Lang replied, "Do not impose on others what you do not desire. You don't want to serve others, and I feel the same. Clearly, we can benefit from each other. Why should I become your dog? We can just as well perish together." He could see that Bai Qi was very afraid of returning to the so-called underworld. Otherwise, he wouldn't be resorting to tricks, trying to force him to stay by proposing 1,000 wishes. Bai Qi asked, "The perish together approach is naturally not good for either of us, so tell me, what do you really want?" Qin Lang said, "It's simple, let's not be servants but brothers. This way, we can benefit each other as brothers, how about that?" In fact, what Qin Lang said about dying to send Bai Qi back to the underworld was nonsense. The heavenly book had other ways to make evil spirits disappear or stay, all just hyped to deceive Bai Qi. Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard and said, "Humph, brothers? In the past, even the king of Qin had to bow to me. What virtue or ability do you have?" Qin Lang was confused, but in the end, you were granted death by the king of Qin, weren't you? A single sentence killed the competition. Bai Qi was left speechless, then stretched out his palm and said, "All right. From today on, let's seal our brotherhood with a handshake." Qin Lang also stretched out his hand, and with a slap, they struck palms and vowed. However, Bai Qi's size and strength were more than double that of Qin Lang, and the impact made Qin Lang step back several paces. "Ha ha ha ha." Bai Qi found it amusing and laughed, "Kid, since you've become my brother. Wait a minute, I was the one who proposed the alliance, so you should call me brother." Qin Lang said, "The Peach Garden Oath is arranged like this." Bai Qi clearly didn't know what the Peach Garden Oath was, and angrily said, "What? How old are you, and you dare to be my older brother?" Qin Lang waved his hand, "If you don't agree, I'll." "Then let's perish together. It's just a title, what difference does it make? Don't forget, if it weren't for me, you'd still be stuck in that ghostly place." Bai Qi clenched his fists, "All right. Kid, but as your big brother, you must help your little brother fulfill his wish." Qin Lang smiled, "Of course, my dear brother, tell me, what do you want?" Bai Qi said, "The first wish, I want you to get the Qiankuan Jade Bottle and the White Dragon's Reverse Scale." Qin Lang frowned, "Qiankuan Jade Bottle, White Dragon's Reverse Scale. What are those? I'm still waiting to conquer the next dungeon, where would I have time to help you find them?" Bai Qi said, "I didn't ask you to find them, just go buy them. I know there's something called strange currency in your world that can be used to exchange for plenty of treasures. Just ask around, you'll find out." Qin Lang said, "Oh, so I can buy it with money? That makes it easier. Alright, I'll ask around for you." By the way, how do I get out? Bai Qi laughed. You've always been in your own body, just close your eyes and feel a bit. Qin Lang followed his advice, closed his eyes, and imagined he was back in his own body. Wet, so wet. Qin Lang felt something cold hit his face, salty as it flowed into his mouth. Qin Lang. Qin Lang. Sumu Bai held Qin Lang, continuously shouting his name. Xiao Chun was also crying very sadly. Darling, hurry and wake up. You can't just summon me and then not take responsibility, right? Qin Lang coughed, opened his eyes. Okay, I'm not dead, stop crying. Seeing Qin Lang wake up, Sumu Bai and Xiao Chun were very surprised. Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang nodded, sitting up and saying, yeah, it's fine. He looked at his body and found that all the wounds had disappeared, and even his severed left hand had grown back, feeling just like the original. Su Miao, sitting nearby with her knees hugged, said, Qin Lang, are you human or ghost now? Qin Lang felt inexplicably angry. Wow, turns out the one who has been lying around winning all along is you. Where's Ling Long and Sun Yangzi? Mentioning these two people, Sumu Bai and Xiao Chun's expressions changed. Su Miao started crying again. The scene of Qin Lang tearing someone apart was still shocking to them. Now it seemed like Qin Lang had amnesia, really not remembering anything? Qin Lang looked to the side and discovered two still bleeding corpses, a man and a woman, both in a tragic state. He recalled, it was me possessed by Bai Qi that killed them. Qin Lang coughed, alright, I understand. Then next. Dungeon signal has been restored. Significant bug detected in Fengmen Village dungeon. Player compensation is being issued. Player Qin Lang's killing of player Ling Long will not be pursued. Player Qin Lang receives all equipment and abilities of player Ling Long. Player Qin Lang receives 1000 strange currency as compensation. Player Su Miao receives 500 strange currency as compensation. Players Qin Lang and Su Miao officially cleared the dungeon. Rewards are being calculated. Qin Lang sighed in relief, cleared the dungeon, finally over. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire underground tomb began to shake violently, the ground continuously rising. Sumu Bai immediately stood up, smashing several large stones to protect Qin Lang from harm. Passing through the rock layers, everyone finally breathed the fresh air outside. Even though it was still deep night, it was much better than being underground. Qin Lang's guess was correct, the initial wedding procession was just to bring them to an underground tomb. All the villagers and the beautifully carved buildings were merely illusions. Looking at the desolate graves around, Sumu Bai felt a bit more sorrowful. She knelt on the ground and knocked her head 3 times towards the moon. Villagers, Sun Yangzi is dead, you can rest in peace. Sumu Bai got up and said to Qin Lang, thank you, Qin Lang. Otherwise, we would have been slaves to Sun Yangzi for generations. When we clear the dungeon later, you'll be leaving, and I really feel a bit reluctant. Qin Lang's gaze was somewhat complicated, and he asked, Miss Su, what happened between you and the villagers of Fengmen Village? Sumu Bai sighed helplessly after hearing this and began to tell the truth about the story of Fengmen Village. Chapter 25, MVP Player. 80 years ago, Sumu Bai's family was the big landlord of Fengmen Village. Though called landlords, the Su family treated the villagers well, and Fengmen Village enjoyed good weather and prosperity. However, one day, the villagers of Fengmen Village began to disappear, and it hadn't rained for a long time, making life extremely difficult for the villagers. At this time, a young man passed by Fengmen Village, claiming that strange phenomena nearby had brought disaster to the village. He personally performed rituals and called for rain, and finally saved the village. This young man was Sun Yangzi. The people of Fengmen Village were very grateful to Sun Yangzi, building a statue and temple for him. Sumu Bai's father, wanting to keep him, decided to marry his daughter to Sun Yangzi, thus leading to that wedding. The villagers of Fengmen Village were unaware that this wedding would become their greatest nightmare in life. On the wedding night, Sun Yangzi killed Sumu Bai. It turned out that all the demons and disasters from the beginning were arranged by Sun Yangzi. Years ago, Sun Yangzi obtained a celestial book, and with the guidance of a master, learned that it contained a cultivation method to greatly enhance his power by marrying a woman with a purine destiny, performing a blood sacrifice during the wedding day's auspiciousness and joy. He had set his eyes on Sumu Bai's purine destiny from the start, meticulously planning everything to merge with her, so he could successfully refine her. Once Sumu Bai became strange, she suddenly went mad, becoming a fierce and terrifying figure, directly beginning to kill and slaughter the villagers. When Sumu Bai came to her senses, she found that she had killed all the villagers. And Sun Yangzi was using the villagers' corpses for a blood sacrifice, claiming he would use their souls to cultivate immortality. From then on, Sun Yangzi turned Fengmen Village into his blood sacrifice venue, regularly selecting a player as a groom, so Sumu Bai could complete the ceremony with him, continuously completing a blood sacrifice. At this point, Sumu Bai couldn't help but sob. Now, I can finally be free. Qin Lang and Xiao Chun fell silent. Just as they were about to say a few words, Bai Qi's voice rang in Qin Lang's ear again. Big brother, think of a way to keep this girl. Qin Lang was puzzled and asked in his heart, what, do you like her? This commander has no interest in women. Bai Qi said seriously, this girl has a natural purine destiny, and she will be of great use in the future. Qin Lang frowned, but she is the anomaly of this instance, how can I take her away? That's something you need to solve, who told you to be the big brother? You. Before Qin Lang could continue asking, the voice of the instance system sounded. Fengmen Village Instance Reward Settlement begins. Unravel the truth of Fengmen Village, score, S. Reward plus 20%. Defeat hidden boss Sun Yangzi, score, SSS. Reward plus 20%. Total score, SSS. Total reward plus 200%. Player Qin Lang earns 100,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, incredible strength. Instantly increases stamina and physical strength, up to 500%. Gains S-level item, Shahua Stone. A spirit stone that only produces on the road to the underworld, a nightmare for evil spirits, can be used for weapon and equipment upgrades. For example, upgrading an A-level weapon to S-level. Note, this is a one-time item. Player Su Miao earns 5,000 ghost coins. Gains skill, invisibility. Player can remain invisible for 10 seconds, but attacking will immediately reveal them. Extra reward, all damage and negative effects received by all personnel are completely cleared. As soon as these words fell, all the wounds on Qin Lang's body disappeared, and he felt much lighter than before. Even the wounds on Xiao Chun's wings were gone. The key point was that he now received an SSS rating, a score that had surpassed many veteran players. And there was also the powerful S-level item, Shahua Stone. Simply blood profit. Upgrading a weapons level, can't that A-class slaying blade go straight to S? Especially with these 100,000 ghost coins, Qin Lang thinks it's definitely enough to buy that Qian Kuan Jade bottle and White Dragon reverse scale for Bai Qi, right? Then when his wish is fulfilled, he will have another reward for himself. So satisfying. Su Miao felt a bit wronged, why is the reward so little? But thinking about how she hadn't done much along the way, it makes sense that the reward was small. At this moment, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has been confirmed as the MVP player. Player Qin Lang can make one wish, and it can be fulfilled now. Qin Lang glanced at Su Mubai and then said, let Su Mubai become my companion, and closed the entire Fengmen village dungeon. Su Mubai was shocked, Qin Lang, you. Qin Lang said, Miss Su, you will be my companion from now on. Having you by my side makes me feel much more at ease. Su Mubai's eyes turned red as she said, Qin Lang, thank you. Player Qin Lang's wish has been received. This wish can be fulfilled, but Su Mubai, as a dungeon entity, cannot return to the real world with you, please be aware. After hearing this, Qin Lang nodded, alright. The Fengmen village dungeon is about to close. Will the players enter the next dungeon? Qin Lang heard this and asked, no rush on that, can I use ghost coins to buy some things first? Yes, we are now opening the mall interface for players. A bunch of item information appeared in front of Qin Lang. Upon closer inspection, he found that the two items Bai Qi wanted were indeed there. After checking the prices, Qin Lang instantly gasped. Just for one Qian Kuan Jade bottle, it costs a whopping 1.2 million ghost coins. How many dungeons do I need to clear to save up this money? Good heavens, the rewards from the God of Slaughter are not that easy to obtain. Hey, Bai Qi, let me tell you something, can we buy this treasure later? Bai Qi, what do you think? Big brother, you promised, so let's get it done quickly, so we don't have lingering worries. What if someone buys it? It would be even more troublesome. Let's go to the next dungeon and earn more ghost coins, or you can rob those players. Qin Lang had no choice but to say to Su Mubai, Miss Su, it seems we don't have to part ways for now. I want to go to the next dungeon, do you want to come with me? Su Mubai replied without hesitation, Qin Lang, I will stick with you from now on. As long as I can be of use, just give me orders. Little Chun quickly hugged Qin Lang, I want to follow you too, dear. Su Miao also said, Qin Lang, I'm going with you. Qin Lang looked at her, somewhat speechless. You just want an easy win, right? But upon thinking further, Su Miao indeed was not simple. Just now, when they were rising from the ground, with so many falling rocks, he had to rely on Su Mubai for protection, but Su Miao had nothing happen to her? Could it be that she's really a master? Then let's go together. Qin Lang said to the dungeon system, I want to challenge the next dungeon. As soon as he said it, Qin Lang felt his eyes black out. Chapter 26, Is there anyone here? When Qin Lang woke up again, he found himself sitting on a long-distance bus. Where is this? The light inside the bus was dim, with a few small lights looking smaller than red dates. Qin Lang sat up straight and looked around. His seat was near the aisle, with a row of 4 seats, and now there was only him. Where are Su Mubai and Su Miao? Where did little Chun go? Welcome to the new dungeon. Dungeon name, Donghu High School. In this dungeon, players will play roles such as teachers and school workers, and interact friendly with the students of Donghu High School. Clearance requirement, survive for 3 days in Donghu High School. Dungeon difficulty, AA. First task, arrive alive at Donghu High School. The new dungeon has already started? So this bus is on the way to Donghu High School? Dear, you finally woke up. A voice entered Qin Lang's mind from his palm. Qin Lang raised his hand and frowned. When did you hide here? Little Chun said, you summoned me with 3,000 divine stones. On your palm, there will be divine patterns, and naturally, I can hide inside. All right. So, inside my body, there is an evil spirit named Bai Qi, and also a succubus named Shao Chun. 2 serving 1, what a blessing is this? Qin Lang asked again, then why don't you come out? Shao Chun's tone trembled slightly. There's a very fierce strange thing on this bus, and it was just staring at me. I'm afraid that if I come out, it will find me and put my dear in danger. Qin Lang nodded. I see, then you're quite a nice person. Shao Chun's tone became a bit wronged. Dear, I'm sorry, I can't help you anymore. Qin Lang said, it's okay, you can't fight, and you've done well. That information you just provided was very timely. Shao Chun immediately perked up. Then can my dear reward me a little? I'm on your right hand, can you guide me here once, let me feel it? Qin Lang. I usually use my left hand. Suddenly, the long-distance bus jolted. Ah! A woman's voice came from behind, impatiently yelling, driver, can you drive or not? The driver in front responded, sorry, this road isn't easy to drive, everyone please hold on tight. Qin Lang turned his head to see who was talking. Don't look back. A girl's voice popped out like a needle. This voice was very recognizable, a bit neutral, but from the tone, it could be heard that it was a girl, similar to a singer with a name that has Chun in it. Qin Lang asked, who are you? The girl said, my name is Yi, you must not look back. This bus is a bit strange. Qin Lang frowned slightly, how are you so sure? The girl said, because that strange thing just spoke too. Just now, someone went over to see what was going on, and now there's no sound, probably dead. You definitely don't want to end up like him, right? Qin Lang stopped talking. If what the girl said was true, then the elimination of players in this scenario had already begun. The girl asked again, you're a player too, right? What is your role this time? Qin Lang whispered, role? What role? The girl said, there must be an envelope in your position, with the character you're playing in Donghu High School written on it. Qin Lang touched beneath him, and there really was an envelope. Using the dim light, Qin Lang opened it and found that there was indeed a piece of text. Qin Lang, senior year math teacher. Your students' math grades this semester are not good, find a way to help them. They've been dozing off in math class lately. Although it's normal for students to sleep in class, you'd better figure out what they are doing in private. Tips. 1. Don't mention the previous math teacher in front of them. 2. Students like to play pranks, so try not to turn your back on them. 3. Students in Donghu High School all live on campus, so at night, strange sounds may occasionally be heard. You can come out to patrol, but never casually come out after 2 a.m. After reading this long passage, Qin Lang felt his head ache. What the heck, I'm going to teach math. Seriously? I've forgotten all the knowledge points for the college entrance examination, okay? So, what character did you draw? Yi asked from behind. Qin Lang tucked the envelope away and said, I can't say. Yi asked, why? Qin Lang said, on the way to Donghu High School, there might be many accidents. No one can guarantee that you will make it to the end alive. If you die midway, telling you these things would be useless. If we reach safely, then we can talk about it later. Yi laughed out loud, you're quite cautious. Not a newbie, huh? Qin Lang didn't answer, which counted as tacit agreement. If it was the him from before, these pieces of information would just be stated and done. But after learning about the existence of the Wadawi, Qin Lang decided to stay cautious towards anyone other than Sumu Bai. What if a player disguised like Ling Long mixed in? Qin Lang gazed ahead. The seats in this car were designed very high, making it impossible to see the back of the front passenger's head, and with the dim lights, it was even harder to tell how many people were in the car. Perhaps, besides the driver and the strange figure in the back, there were only 2 passengers, Qin Lang and Yi. Maybe there were others too, Sumu Bai and Su Miao were also in the car, but for some reason, they were not speaking now. There was another possibility. The only passenger in the car was Qin Lang himself. The owner of that voice, and the so-called Yi, were not human. Swoosh. The car suddenly slammed to a stop, causing Qin Lang's upper body to lean forward. The angry woman in the back yelled again, driver, I'm going to mess you up. Can you even drive? Do you believe I'll tear you apart? The driver, unfazed, continued, sorry, someone is blocking the road ahead. Qin Lang tilted his head forward to look. The car door opened, and sure enough, there were footsteps. An old woman's voice rang out, could we catch a ride? We want to go to Donghu High School. This old woman also wanted to go to Donghu High School? Is she also a player? Just as Qin Lang was pondering, the driver directly rejected her. No, we're full. Qin Lang looked at the empty row of seats beside him. The driver was lying. But this was understandable. In these remote areas, it was not surprising that there were cases of robbery by flagging down cars, so not picking up strangers was the right choice. However, the old woman spoke again. Please, we're in a hurry. We don't need seats, we can stand. The driver hesitated for 2 seconds and surprisingly agreed, all right. Soon, an old woman with a cane, hunched over and wearing a black coat, got into the car. Behind her were 2 people in black robes. The robed figures looked quite tall, exuding a strange and mysterious aura, making it impossible to guess their gender or identity. Qin Lang also didn't smell any fragrance in the air, concluding that they should be 2 men. The old woman came to Qin Lang's side. Qin Lang thought that the 3 of them would see the 3 empty seats beside him and choose to sit down or argue with the driver. To his surprise, the old woman shook her head. It seems there are really no seats. Qin Lang couldn't help but ask, old lady, what do you mean? There are empty seats on both sides. But the old woman looked at Qin Lang with a surprised expression. Young man, there are people sitting on both sides of you, how can you say there are empty seats? Chapter 27, Unclear. Qin Lang frowned slightly. People are sitting on both sides of me? Qin Lang asked again, are you saying there are people on both sides of me? The old woman replied, young man, don't joke with me. After saying that, she stood still, using her hand to support the seat. Qin Lang felt around the empty space beside him. It was completely empty. Is it me who has a problem, or is it this old woman? Suddenly, the old woman screamed like a kettle, young man. You are going too far. You just reached out to touch a girl who was sitting there. Look at how scared she is. Qin Lang looked confused. What girl? I am clearly touching thin air. However, Qin Lang's hand was near the cushion. If there was indeed a woman sitting there, then he was indeed touching an unimaginable place. Aren't you going to quickly take your hand away? The old woman's voice became louder and more anxious. Qin Lang frowned and then moved his hand upward, making a groping gesture. You are still groping her, too much. The old woman raised her cane and angrily said, this is scandalous. Pervert. Everyone come see, there's a pervert here. She stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. The 2 robed figures stood still, not moving at all. The old woman managed to stand up and said, you young man, truly outrageous. Qin Lang pointed at the 2 robed men and asked, aren't you 2 going to help her? The robed figures did not answer. The old lady puzzledly asked, young man, what are you doing? Trying to act crazy and fool everyone? Qin Lang replied, old lady, those 2 got on the bus with you, why would I act crazy? The old lady frowned, every wrinkle on her face filled with disdain. So you really are a madman. I clearly got on the bus alone, where did these people come from? The 2 men in black robes began to closely follow the old lady, quickly passing by Qin Lang. Qin Lang suddenly didn't know what to say. What he could see, she couldn't see. What she could see, he couldn't see. Who was really mistaken? She reached out her hand behind Qin Lang, young lady, don't cry, come out, come to me. Madmen can kill and set fires without guilt, I don't know who came up with this law. Then, the old lady made a gesture as if holding hands, really seeming to comfort someone by her side. The old lady looked around again and said, kids, don't be anxious. Why bother with a fool? What? He's still a teacher? No way, if a teacher treats students like this, he's worse than an animal. Oh, young man, thank you so much, no need to get up, I'll be fine standing for a bit. Oh dear, how can I accept this? The old lady laughed heartily and then sat down in a spot right in front of Qin Lang, continuously thanking the air as if there really was a kind person giving her a seat. Qin Lang began to suspect that it was the old lady who had a problem with her mind. Yi Zi? Are you still there? Qin Lang wanted to say a few words to the only entity he could communicate with normally, to confirm who really was mistaken. But Yi Zi, who had just spoken to Qin Lang a lot, was now silent, as if she didn't exist at all. Could she also be my illusion? Qin Lang reached to touch his letter again. It was still there. This proved that what Yi Zi and he saw should all be real. It must be this old lady who has a sickness in her mind. But what about those 2 men in black robes? They were indeed standing here. If the old lady had a bad mind, could her eyes also be bad? Qin Lang looked outside the window again. It was still the desolate scenery, and as the vehicle sped up, strange trees were continuously retreating. What was going on? Was East Lake High School built deep in the mountains? Were Su Mubai and Su Miao also riding in such a strange vehicle? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. Why was it so quiet? If the vehicle was speeding in the mountains, it couldn't possibly be completely silent. What kind of method was this vehicle using to move? The vehicle suddenly jolted again. As expected, the angry woman at the back started cursing again. Are you crazy? Can't you let people sleep? If you can't drive, don't drive. Go back and drive your mother. Qin Lang glanced at the old lady beside him. She seemed to have not heard what the woman said at all, her hands gripping the cane, resting her eyes. Qin Lang shouted forward, "Driver, how much longer until we reach East Lake High School?" The driver replied, "Soon." Qin Lang stood up and asked again, "Can you stop the vehicle? I need to go to the bathroom." The driver replied calmly, "Just wait, we'll be there shortly." Qin Lang walked over, "Stop the bus. I can't hold it anymore." As he walked forward, Qin Lang also looked at the other seats in the vehicle. They were all empty. Then why did the driver say it was full, and why did the old lady leave so many empty seats unoccupied? What did they all see? The driver still spoke in an emotionless voice, "We'll be there soon." Qin Lang stepped forward, "Are you taking me for granted?" He took out a black dagger from his storage space, ready to have a serious talk with the driver. But when he reached the driver's seat, he found it completely empty. My goodness, high technology, is this self-driving? Qin Lang looked at the steering wheel that could turn by itself, feeling that this vehicle was getting more and more interesting. Isn't it strange to have so many odd things before reaching Donghu High School? The old lady at the back saw again. "Young man, what are you trying to do? Don't you know you can't disturb the driver while he's driving? Didn't you hear everyone cursing you as crazy? If you want to die, don't take others with you." Qin Lang stood in place, deep in thought. It would be fine if there were really strange things, at most, just a big battle. He had the demon-slaying knife, and after Ling Long's death, he received the willow branch, both A-class items. With Bai Qi helping him inside, he could just charge through if he encountered ordinary weirdness. But now, he saw nothing. How was he supposed to deal with this? Maybe this vehicle was filled with invisible strange beings except for him from the very beginning. The old lady who boarded halfway could see them, but he couldn't. The old lady stepped forward and shouted, "Hey, young man, didn't you hear? Don't disturb the driver, come back quickly." Qin Lang ignored her. If there really was a powerful oddity on board, he thought engaging in a battle wouldn't be a problem. But what if it was also transparent? Also, was he truly hallucinating? Was this illusion caused by it? Right now, it hadn't attacked him. What was it waiting for? Qin Lang felt he should gather more reliable information before acting. At this moment, Qin Lang noticed a newspaper posted by the driver's door. He carefully glanced at it under the dim light. This is Chapter 28, Are You a Devil? The newspaper read, Donghu High School bus crash, all students on board perished. 2 years ago, Donghu High School had chartered 2 buses to take 200 senior students to the county to take the college entrance exam. After finishing the last subject, the students joyfully returned to campus, planning to celebrate with their teachers. But on the way back, the buses malfunctioned, both falling off a cliff, resulting in the collective death of the teachers and students. 200 young lives were lost right after the end of an exam and the beginning of a new stage in life. There was also a picture in the news, showing the accident vehicle before the crash. Qin Lang focused on it and saw that it was exactly the bus he was on. Goodness, I boarded a ghost vehicle. Quite thrilling, indeed. Teacher, are you okay? Is everything all right? A young boy suddenly appeared from nowhere, gently tapping Qin Lang's shoulder. Qin Lang turned around, shocked by the scene before him. The once empty seats were now filled with people. One youthful face after another, eyes bright and innocent. All were students. Was everything he just saw really an illusion? Next to the old lady stood a girl, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. The boy said, "Teacher, you were just touching Xiaoyu randomly, and now you're disturbing the driver. What's going on? It's scary. Are you under too much pressure? But we've already finished the exams." Qin Lang looked at these young faces and felt a moment of unreality. Looking again at the driver's cabin, there was a middle-aged man driving cautiously where there had been no one before. The uncle looked at him with the corner of his eye, as if shocked. And the newspaper about the accident had also vanished. The boy asked again, "Teacher, you've been talking to yourself since a while ago. You're not possessed, are you?" Qin Lang looked ahead and found the 2 black-robed people who had boarded with the old lady were still there. He suddenly smiled. "Teacher, say something." The boy asked in a low voice, "Are you all right, teacher?" Qin Lang patted his head and asked, "You mean, was I acting strange earlier in my seat?" The boy nodded, "Yes, you even touched. We won't blame you, but if something's wrong, you should tell us." Qin Lang nodded, "Okay, I understand." He knocked on the driver's cabin, "Stop immediately." The driver asked in confusion, "Sir, what are you doing?" We're climbing a slope right now, we can't stop randomly or something bad will happen. Qin Lang shouted again, stop. Hurry. He pulled out the black blood dagger. Start to smash the glass of the driver's cabin. The driver was startled, don't mess around. There are kids in the car. The old woman pointed at Qin Lang and shouted, are you trying to die? Everyone, hurry and stop him. Several taller male students stood up and quickly stepped forward. Teacher, stop making trouble. If you keep this up, we won't be polite anymore. They rushed forward to grab Qin Lang. In a moment of panic, the driver slammed the steering wheel. The car started shaking violently, the students' bodies swayed, and those standing in the aisle fell to the ground. Ah! The students began to scream loudly. The car quickly lost control, rushing straight towards the cliff ahead. Qin Lang held onto the driver's cabin and shouted, Bai Qi. Bai Qi's voice sounded in his ear, what's wrong? Qin Lang said, Big Brother orders you to stop the car immediately, by any means necessary. Bai Qi answered, oh? They all seem to be mortals, at least I don't see anything strange. Do you really want to take action? You might end up with some blood debts. Qin Lang spoke firmly, who cares? I want to get out of the car. Bai Qi pinched his dragon whiskers, all right, Big Brother, are you ready? As soon as he finished speaking, all the windows of the car cracked, then with a bang, they shattered. Glass shards flew inside the car, piercing into the students. Even the roof had a dent, as if something was pressing down on the car. The old woman watched all this and couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What on earth is this, teacher? Boom! The car finally crashed through the roadside guardrail, with nearly half of the car body hanging in the air. Whoa whoa whoa. Mom, I'm so scared. I don't want to die here. Qin Lang immediately ran to the back, stepping on several students along the way. He reached a window where the glass was relatively intact and stepped on two students' bodies to get near the windowsill. The old woman gritted her teeth, hey! These are your students, aren't you going to take care of them? Are you a devil? Shouldn't the students go first? As a teacher, you should be the last to leave. Qin Lang smiled coldly, oh, I didn't know you were so kind. Since you want to be a saint, then you can take responsibility for them. Goodbye. After saying that, Qin Lang jumped out of the car. As soon as Qin Lang landed, he activated his incredible strength and forcefully pushed the car towards the cliff. The previously balanced long-distance bus slowly moved forward as Qin Lang pushed it, about to fall off. The old woman inside the car saw this through the rear window and urgently shouted, hey, do you have a conscience? There are so many children still inside. Qin Lang smiled, since you love children so much, go keep them company. The students saw this and cried out loudly. Teacher, wake up. Save us. How can you do this to us, teacher? You bastard. We won't let you go even if we become ghosts. With one strong push, Qin Lang sent the long-distance bus down the cliff. Looking at Qin Lang standing at the edge of the cliff, the old woman gritted her teeth, I didn't expect someone could see so clearly. I miscalculated. Sigh. Qin Lang let out a sigh of relief and said, it's so tiring from the very beginning. This instance must have many rewards, right? You really are strong. A familiar voice sounded again, and Yi Zi walked over from a distance, her body covered in dirt. Behind Yi Zi was a beautiful woman in red high heels, and her legs were really longer than life itself. To be able to wear high heels on such a mountain road, she must be a tough person. Qin Lang could guess that this woman was the one who cursed loudly in the car. Yi Zi smiled, thanks to you, we were able to get out of that ghost car. The beautiful woman also said, handsome guy, I owe you a life. Let me introduce myself, my name is Lu Jiu, and you? Lu Jiu 6 and 9. Girl, your dad really knows how to name. Qin Lang looked indifferent. Let's skip the names, I didn't intend to save you anyway. As long as you don't betray me, that's fine. Next, we should think about how to get to East Lake High School. Yi Zi pointed ahead, we have already arrived. Chapter 29, Laughter in the Teaching Building. Qin Lang looked forward, and indeed a large area of brightness appeared, along with a whole building of classrooms. After putting away his black dog blood dagger, Qin Lang walked ahead. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu wanted him to wait for them, but Qin Lang's steps were quick, and he ignored their calls. He really has no sense of gentlemanly conduct. Lu Jiu frowned, this man must not have a girlfriend and has no charm with women. Yi Zi laughed, people with great abilities often have great tempers, I see he is quite impressive in every way. By the way, how is your good friend Ling Long? Any news? Lu Jiu sighed, I don't know, she might still be exploring some dungeon. It's fine, her skills are so good, she won't be in any danger. We agreed to finish another dungeon and then take a break, after which we can go shopping and get our nails done, hee hee. As they spoke, the three of them consecutively reached the gate of East Lake High School. Welcome, everyone. A plump monster with a horse's head stood in the middle of the gate. Qin Lang felt as if he was seeing an old acquaintance. "Horse lady, it's you again." The horse lady smiled. "Mr. Qin, you closed the system of Fengmen Village, so I was assigned here. Speaking of which, your performance in Fengmen Village was truly excellent. You are the best newcomer I have seen in years." She stuck out her long tongue to lick her lips and patted her belly. "Thanks to you, I had a big meal." Qin Lang now understood how Ling Long and Sun Yangzi's bodies were dealt with. But it wasn't his concern. "By the way, have you seen anyone else?" Qin Lang asked. "Just the girl who was with me in the last dungeon." At the entire gate, only the horse lady was present. Su Mubai and Su Miao were still nowhere to be seen. The horse lady smiled. "Mr. Qin, you are the first player to arrive here. I haven't seen anyone." Yi Zi and Lu Jiu followed up. "Wow, this time the steward looks so weird?" Lu Jiu covered her mouth and nose, seemingly disgusted by the horse lady's appearance. The horse lady didn't mind, but looked back and smiled. "Another player has arrived." Qin Lang turned around and saw a long-distance bus slowly approaching, almost identical to the one he had just pushed down. As the bus door opened, there came a rush of footsteps. First, two men stepped off the bus. They stood on either side of the door. One man wearing glasses smiled. "Lon Lon, we have arrived." The other, a muscular man in a tank top, said warmly, "Welcome to East Lake High School, my noble little princess." A young girl in a pink dress with twin ponytails walked down. "Haoran, Wan Long, thank you for protecting me all the way." Lu Xianlan smiled and patted the heads of the two men. Just as her one foot was about to touch the ground, the muscular man Zhang Haoran quickly squatted in front of her and stretched out his hands. "My princess, please don't let the dust here dirty your shoes. Next, let me be your knight and protect you." Lu Xianlan laughed. "Sure." When her feet stepped onto Zhang Haoran's palms, he exerted strength and lifted Lu Xianlan, making her sit on his shoulders. Wang Long pushed up his glasses and said somewhat reluctantly, "Lon Lon, are you thirsty? I have some water." Qin Lang looked at the three people and couldn't help but sigh. A warm guy ranking behind a sycophant, indeed. Yi Zi asked, "What does that mean?" Lu Jiu snorted, "Did you see? That's what you call gentlemanly conduct." Qin Lang ignored what the two said and continued to stare at that long-distance bus. "Is that it? Just those three? Where are Su Mubai and Su Miao?" The female horse laughed and said, "The time has come. Congratulations to the 6 players for reaching their destination. The East Lake High School instance officially begins." As soon as the words fell, a white mist rose before the 6, enveloping the entire high school. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, vaguely seeing a short figure appear in the middle of the school gate. "You all must be the teachers sent from the county, right?" A short, chubby middle-aged man cheerfully said, "I am the principal of East Lake High School, He Jinpeng." Qin Lang remembered his identity as a math teacher, which meant he would have to deal with He Jinpeng for the next 3 days. Yi Zi smiled and said, "Mr. Principal, I am the new school doctor, please take care of me." Then the others also started to introduce themselves. Lu Jiu is a Chinese teacher, LV Xinlan is a music teacher, Su Haoran is a physical education teacher, and Wan Long is an English teacher. He Jinpeng smiled and said, "Great, with you all here, our school will surely achieve good results in this year's college entrance examination." Mentioning the college entrance examination, Qin Lang remembered the newspaper he saw in the car. The date of that car accident was in June 2021. What year is it tonight? Qin Lang doubted that the game time for the instance and the time when he was in the car were the same, or even in the same spacetime. From the moment the female horse disappeared and He Jinpeng appeared, many things refreshed. However, it might be strange to directly ask what today's date is, and Qin Lang didn't want to attract attention right away. He Jinpeng cheerfully took them to the dormitory, saying they could have a rest for the night and start teaching tomorrow. East Lake High School is not large, with only one big teaching building, one boys' dormitory, one girls' dormitory, a cafeteria, and an office building that also serves as a teacher's dormitory, plus a playground. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, and some classrooms had lights on. He Jinpeng said that was because the senior students were studying. On the way, He Jinpeng enthusiastically introduced the school situation to them. East Lake High School currently has 620 students, all from nearby villages. They came here to study because they couldn't get into the key high schools in the county and didn't want to be too far away from their elderly at home. Although East Lake High School is small, it has a history of nearly 70 years. It started as a primary school and slowly upgraded to a high school. The first principal was He Jinpeng's grandfather, and their family has been teaching and running the school here for 3 generations, earning great respect from nearby villagers. The county leaders also supported He Jinpeng and East Lake High School, often allocating funds to assist them, so facilities like plastic tracks and multimedia classrooms are not lacking. "Teachers, I have arranged for someone to clean your rooms. The bunk beds are set up for 4 people in a dormitory, just right for you 3 men and 3 women, leaving an extra bed for some things." Except for LV Xinlan, who showed displeasure, the others had no problem with the arrangement. Qin Lang stood in the corridor, carefully observing the surroundings. Suddenly, he noticed a lonely little house in the center of the school playground. That house looked like it was from the last century, at least Qin Lang had never seen anything like it since he was born. Such an old house stood amidst the modern plastic track, creating a strange sight and carrying a hint of eeriness. Qin Lang pointed at the house and asked, "Principal, what is that?" He Jinpeng looked over and smiled, "That is?" Before He Jinpeng could finish, a strange laugh came from the teaching building. He he he. Ha he he. The sound was very odd, seeming to come from afar, yet also nearby, worming its way into everyone's ears. Qin Lang instinctively covered his ears. At that moment, he saw something terrifying appear in the corridor of the teaching building. Chapter 30, The Top Scorer Soup. A pale human head floated past the corridor, and the laughter followed it away. Qin Lang took a closer look and found that the head had disappeared again. Did I see it wrong? The laughter shocked Lu Xinlan, making her pale with fright. She covered her ears and trembled, saying, "Who is there?" He Jinpeng's face looked a bit ugly, then he laughed heartily. "This might be some child not sleeping at night, playing tricks on us. Children in the mountains are mischievous, unlike those in the city who are so well behaved. Teachers, please forgive them. I'll talk to them properly tomorrow, so don't worry, everyone." The laughter stopped, but everyone felt a bit uneasy in their hearts. He Jinpeng continued, "Teachers, you came from afar, you haven't eaten yet, right? I've already asked the cafeteria to prepare late-night snacks for you. If you're hungry, you can go get some. Students finish their self-study at 10 o'clock, they will also go to the cafeteria then, so you can go early to avoid waiting in line with them, huh?" Yizi smiled and said, "Okay, thank you, Principal." He Jinpeng smiled slightly, saying, "All right, I'll take my leave now." Qin Lang called out to him, "Principal, you still haven't answered my question. What is the building in the middle of the playground for?" He Jinpeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled, "It's nothing. That building has been there since the beginning. My grandfather said that no matter how the school changes, we can't touch that place. There's nothing inside." Then, he changed the subject and said seriously, "Please do not go in if there's nothing going on." Qin Lang frowned, thinking, isn't this like covering up the truth? That old house must be hiding something. Afterwards, the boys and girls each entered their respective dormitories. Zhang Haoren and Wan Long entered and immediately took two lower bunks. Zhang Haoren said proudly, "Sorry, Teacher Qin, you sleep on the upper bunk." Wang Long pushed up his glasses, saying, "We're not bullying you, but if Lan Lan needs us, we have to be able to reach her as quickly as possible." Qin Lang didn't bother arguing and didn't speak to them. His attention was drawn to a calendar hanging on the wall. May 13th, 2022? Qin Lang let out a hiss. Indeed, the time at school is different from the time on the way here. In other words, the moment he entered the school, he traveled to the future. The car accident happened more than a year ago. "Qin, how many copies have you cleared?" Zhang Haoren was doing push-ups on the floor without him noticing. Moreover, he had one hand behind his back, supporting himself with just one finger on the ground. Even doing such a difficult move, he asked Qin Lang his question with steady breathing, not at all flustered. Qin Lang didn't answer, continuing to think. Zhang Haoren felt a bit dissatisfied. "I'm asking you a question. Why not show a bit of politeness?" Wang Long said, "All right, he has the right not to answer. By the way, I'm really a bit hungry. Do you want to go to the cafeteria together?" Zhang Haoren suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go ask Lan Lan. If she goes, then I'll go." Wan Long immediately said, "Zhang Haoren, you just let Lan Lan sit on your shoulders. Now it's my turn to serve her." Zhang Haoren said coldly, "You sissy dog, how dare you compete with me? If it weren't for Lan Lan telling me to get along with you, I would have already." He cracked his knuckles, his fingers making popping sounds. Wang Long took off his glasses. "Oh? Then go ahead, let's see who can." Wang Long, Haoren. Next door, Wang Xinlan shouted, "There's a cockroach. Come save me." The two men who were just at odds rushed out immediately. "Coming. My little princess. Lan Lan, I'm coming to save you." Qin Lang quietly closed the dormitory door and then extended his right hand. "Xiao Chun, come out." A burst of golden powder scattered from Qin Lang's palm, and moments later, a rushing wave, with two large wings, appeared before Qin Lang. "Dear." Xiao Chun couldn't help but rush over. Qin Lang pushed her away gently, saying, "Don't get excited. I called you out to help me do something." Xiao Chun asked curiously, "But I can't fight." Qin Lang said, "You don't need to help me fight, just listen to me." 5 minutes later, Qin Lang walked out of the dormitory door. In the hallway, Yi Zi and Lu Jiao were staring blankly at the dormitory. Zhang Haoren and the others were doing a thorough cleaning, struggling hard against the cockroaches, while Lu Xinlan sat on the upper bunk cheering them on. Yi Zi looked quite speechless, then asked Qin Lang, "Did you find anything?" Qin Lang retorted, "What about you? What did you discover? Yeezy smiled. Why are you still so cautious? What happened in the last side quest? Did someone trick you badly? I noticed that old house on the playground, just like you did. There might be something extraordinary hidden inside. From my experience, such mysterious places could be the key to clearing this round. So, how about we check it out together when we have time? Qin Lang neither refused nor agreed, but instead brought up a doubt he just thought of. It's already mid-May, with less than half a month until the college entrance exam. Why are they suddenly making us new teachers? Where did the previous teachers go? Lu Jiu nodded. That makes sense. Something must have happened to make those teachers leave, or they all died? The three fell into silence. Yeezy spoke again. Qin Lang, let's go to the cafeteria and grab something to eat. Qin Lang did not refuse, partly because he was indeed quite hungry, and partly because he wanted to see what other oddities the school had. The cafeteria was a two-story small building, with the dining and serving area on the first floor, cluttered with some tables and chairs that looked somewhat aged. As soon as he walked in, Qin Lang smelled a special fragrance. Not just him, Yeezy and Lu Jiu also sniffed. Wow, it smells great. Is it pork rib soup? Oh, you are all new teachers, right? A chubby auntie saw Qin Lang and the others and said with a smile, the principal told us to make delicious food for you. Come on, come on. Qin Lang and the others ordered 3 dishes and a soup, but they were still most focused on that peculiar fragrance. The three quickly pinpointed the source of the smell, a big pot at the entrance of the cafeteria. At that moment, the pot was tightly covered, with only white steam continuously rising from it. Yeezy couldn't help but ask, Auntie, what are you cooking? It smells so good. The chubby aunt wiped her hands and walked out, smiling proudly. This is our school's secret recipe, specially made for students to boost their brains. The students all say it helps them feel refreshed and clear-headed when doing problems and exams. They even call it top scholar soup. You 3 teachers should try it too. After saying that, she opened that big pot. Qin Lang looked into the pot and was instantly shocked. Inside were several living human heads being boiled. Chapter 31, Have a bowl. Boiled human heads? Qin Lang couldn't help but frown. You use this to boost brains? The so-called top scholar soup was actually soup made from human heads? At that moment, he felt his tray moving. Looking down, what was once braised pork and vegetables had turned into severed fingers and internal organs, and even the steaming white rice had become black insects crawling onto Qin Lang's hands. Even the previously warmed soup had turned into a bowl of blood. Qin Lang immediately shoved those things aside. Clatter! The stainless steel tray fell to the ground, spilling food everywhere. Hey! You, why are you wasting food? The chubby aunt squatted down, regrettably picking the food up with her hands. Yeezy and Lu Jiu quickly put down their food and took the broom and dustpan from the corner to help clean up. The chubby aunt was furious with Qin Lang. What kind of teacher are you? If you don't want to eat, you don't have to, but why waste it? Do you know what kids eat these days? The school's funds are so tight, giving you meat and you waste it like this. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, almost crying. Qin Lang glanced again at that big pot. It was indeed human heads. Qin Lang picked up a spoon hanging on the wall. Start stirring that pot of soup. The plump woman grew more anxious. What are you doing? What are you doing? That's for the students to drink. Qin Lang pushed her aside. Step aside. Are you boiling human heads here, still acting so arrogant? Human heads? Yeezy and Lu Jiu gasped in shock and rushed over to take a look. Qin Lang fished out a human head, and upon closer inspection, he surprisingly recognized it. Wasn't this the boy who spoke to him on the bus? Didn't he already die? Could it be that the school collected the bodies of last year's deceased students to use as broth? Qin Lang, there's no human head here. Yeezy questioned. Inside it's clearly just some pork ribs and beef bones. After hearing this, Qin Lang realized what he scooped up was indeed just a large beef leg bone. What's going on? Is it another illusion? Am I being weirdly tricked again? The plump woman looked at Qin Lang with a gaze as if she were looking at a monster. You're not some kind of lunatic, are you? How did you become a teacher with that look? Lu Jiu quickly snatched the spoon from Qin Lang's hand, laughing. Sorry, ma'am, our friend here has had a tough journey, please don't mind. He tends to talk nonsense when he's tired. Could you please prepare some more food? After he eats and gets some sleep, he'll be fine. The plump woman covered the pot again, cleaning up the dishes while saying, all right, you all wait there. Once they sat down, Yeezy asked, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Are you seeing illusions again? Qin Lang raised his head. What do you mean again? Lu Jiu said, you were like this on the bus too, just talking to the air. Qin Lang was greatly puzzled. Talking to the air? Yeezy and Lu Jiu then described everything they saw on the way. At first, Qin Lang and Yi Zi were having normal conversations, but after the bus stopped for a bit, Qin Lang started acting a bit strange, battling wits with the air. After saying a bunch of nonsensical things, Qin Lang got up to the driver's cabin and knocked on the door and windows with a dagger. The bus then began to shake violently, followed by the windows shattering, and something squeezed the bus, causing the two of them to jump out. Qin Lang suddenly felt more confused. When the bus stopped, it was when the old woman and two people in black robes got on. Since then, had he fallen into an illusion? Was it the old woman's doing, or those two in black robes? Qin Lang asked again, "You just sat there and watched? Didn't you do anything?" He wasn't blaming them for not acting but imagining there might be other reasons why Yi Zi and Lu Jiu didn't dare to act. Yi Zi said, "The bus was filled with oddities at that time, how could we dare to act recklessly? It was you who was so noisy, we were all on edge watching you." Lu Jiu took a sip of soup. "Yeah, I thought you were like me, using foul language to drive away evil." Qin Lang wondered, foul language can drive away evil? Lu Jiu nodded, "Yeah, haven't you heard that saying? People fear ghosts 3 parts, ghosts fear people 7 parts. As long as you act fiercer than them, they won't dare to come close. This is a trick my grandmother taught me." Qin Lang now understood why Lu Jiu kept talking nonsense in the back. What he cared about more now was whether everything he saw was really an illusion. Or was it half-truth, half-lie? Was something odd deliberately disturbing his mind, trying to drive him crazy? The plump woman brought over a simple meal. This time there was only a canned fish and a plate of stir-fried greens, which could be considered quite perfunctory, probably worried Qin Lang would waste it. Yi Zi sighed as she placed her braised pork into Qin Lang's bowl. "I'm on a diet, you eat it." Lu Jiu also offered a piece of rib to Qin Lang. "I don't like eating bones." Qin Lang looked at the normal meal in front of him again, feeling puzzled once more. What is real now? For some reason, the heavenly scriptures he saw in the sealed village floated past before his eyes again. Qin Lang scratched his head, feeling a mysterious force wandering around him, but he just couldn't understand what it was. Ding-a-ling. The bell rang, marking the end of evening classes, and the teaching building filled with a lively rush of footsteps. A group of students charged into the cafeteria like cavalry on the attack. "Auntie, Auntie. I want this. Auntie, don't let your hands shake. Are you afraid of Parkinson's? Where's the top scorer soup? Auntie, I want 2 bowls today." The students chattered loudly, and the plump auntie was busy and overwhelmed. Yi Zi couldn't help but sigh, "They are so young, full of energy." Lu Jiu laughed, "I used to be like this in school, eating 4 times a day, and I still felt unsatisfied after 2 bowls of rice each meal." Qin Lang watched the students silently, not saying a word. The most popular dish was the top scorer soup. Each student got a bowl, and before they even sat down, they couldn't resist taking a sip. "Ah. I feel like I'm not tired at all. I look forward to this sip every day. It's so delicious. What will I do after graduation if I can't drink it?" Qin Lang watched them and remembered the sight of heads bobbing in the pot. He was momentarily speechless, wanting to laugh. If he hadn't shut down his fear, he might think the scene was horrifying, right? Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were looking a bit greedy. Is it really that delicious? I should go get a bowl too. Yi Zi stood up and asked Qin Lang, "What about you? Do you want a bowl?" Qin Lang thought for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll have a bowl. I really want to see what this top scorer soup tastes like." Chapter 32, They Are All Rich Women. 3 steaming bowls of top scorer soup were served. Looking at the creamy soup, Qin Lang's mind flashed back to the few heads he had just seen. They say you are what you eat, eating human brain should help your brain, right? Could it be that the students at Donghu High School rely on this to study hard and improve every day? At this moment, Qin Lang vaguely felt someone was staring at him. He turned his head and found an old stooped man by the cafeteria window, leaning on a cane and looking inside. It was the old lady from the school bus. Behind her stood those 2 figures in black robes. Qin Lang stood up and pulled out his black dog blood dagger, running outside. Yi Zi was just about to drink her soup when she asked, "Qin Lang, where are you going?" Lu Jiu, while drinking her soup, said, "Honestly, you can't sit still for a moment. This soup really is delicious." What she didn't notice was that the expressions of the students in the cafeteria were somewhat strange. Qin Lang ran outside but saw nothing. Gone? Qin Lang vaguely felt that something had stuck to him since he started his way back. "Bai Qi, do you feel anything wrong?" Bai Qi's voice sounded, "Hee, you should ask me, where is it right? This place is too eerie. I suspect there's a mass grave beneath this school, or else how could there be such strong resentment? For a place that even an evil god finds strange, this AA-level dungeon is indeed not a joke." Qin Lang looked at the playground. The most sinister energy is coming from that building, right? Bai Qi was silent for a moment before answering, "I don't know." "Don't know?" "Yeah, I can't clearly explain what that feeling is." Qin Lang thought for a while and suddenly felt a chill passing through his body. Yeezy asked from behind, Qin Lang, what's wrong? Are you seeing illusions again? Qin Lang shook his head and said, it's nothing. Back in the cafeteria, the two were surprised to find that students were lining up to leave. There wasn't a scrap of food left on the table, all the trays were neatly placed at the door, and everyone's movements were so synchronized it looked like they had practiced beforehand. Compared to the earlier scene of everyone rushing for food, it was simply a world apart. Yeezy wondered, could it be because of the top scorer soup? Qin Lang asked, you feel something is wrong too? Yeezy couldn't help but look at Lujio, worried. Xiao Lu, how are you doing? Lujio sat in her seat, hands hanging down, head lowered, silent and motionless. The food in front of her had all been eaten. The bowl containing the top scholar soup was completely clean, showing that Lujio had licked it with her tongue. Yeezy stepped forward and asked again, Xiao Lu, what's wrong? Lujio raised her head, squinting her eyes and said, Yeezy, you're back. I suddenly feel so sleepy. Yeezy saw nothing wrong with her, so she replied, okay, I'll finish eating and then we'll go back together. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, then asked, Lujio, where did you sit on the way back after last year's college entrance examination? Yeezy looked at him with confusion. Qin Lang, why are you asking this? Who would have thought that Lujio suddenly became exceptionally agitated? Who is talking? Lujio looked around as if someone was talking to her. Come out. Don't sneak around. Yeezy was startled. Xiao Lu, don't scare me. What's wrong? It's just me and Qin Lang here. Lujio's face was filled with terror. No. A man is talking to me. I can hear him clearly. What did he say? Someone set fire on the bus, the driver has been killed. Ah. He said he's in my head. Yeezy panicked and asked, quick, use your best exorcism method. Lujio quickly took a deep breath and then yelled, you scoundrel. Get out of my head. Ah. Lujio suddenly slapped herself and then said in a nasty voice, no cursing, a good student can't do such rude things. Yeezy was greatly alarmed and hurriedly asked Qin Lang, what should we do? Qin Lang said, I guessed correctly. This so-called top scholar soup is made from the corpses of students who died last year. The grievances of those students are residing in it, drinking it may allow some of their spirits to enter her brain, controlling her consciousness. Yeezy was confused, last year's accident? What? Qin Lang, do you know how to break this? Qin Lang sat down and even started stirring the top scholar soup with a spoon, saying, I have thought of a method. To untie a knot, one must be tied by the one who tied it, just ask those resentful spirits. Yeezy quickly asked Lujio, I don't care who you are, as long as you leave Xiao Lu's body, I will agree to any condition. I can even help you to be reborn, assist you to ascend to the paradise soon. Lujio shook her head, I don't want paradise, I want to take exams, I want to take the college entrance examination. As long as I'm not dead in class, I will study hard. In the next moment, Lujio panicked, those words were not mine. Yeezy, think of a way. Qin Lang laughed beside them and said to Yeezy, are you stupid? Why would they come out easily? These resentful spirits would rather parasitize more people. Otherwise, why do these students want to drink this so-called top scholar soup? Seeing him like this, Yeezy asked, if you have a method, hurry up and use it. Qin Lang smiled, is there really no free lunch in this world? I do have a method, but it depends on how much sincerity you have. Yeezy hurriedly covered her chest after being sized up by Qin Lang, as long as it's not giving myself away, whatever price you name, I will pay. 100,000 ghost coins, how about that? Wow, can 100,000 ghost coins be so easily taken out? The reward I received from the Fengmen village instance was also just 100,000. Let me think. Qin Lang then looked at Lujio, what about you? How much are you willing to offer as a reward? Lujio gritted her teeth, I will offer 120,000 ghost coins. I didn't expect both of them to be wealthy. Qin Lang extended 2 fingers, 40,000 ghost coins in total, 200,000 for each. Lujio's eyes widened, are you robbing me? Yeezy immediately agreed, okay. Open your system mall, I will transfer it to you. At this moment, Qin Lang realized that players in the instance could conduct transactions or purchase props through the system mall. Soon, Yeezy transferred 200,000 ghost coins directly to Qin Lang. But the system actually deducted a 0.1% handling fee. Such a familiar operation. Although Lujio was reluctant. Only 200,000 past has been transferred. Yeezy asked, alright, I have given you the money, how do we drive away the resentful spirit in Lujio's mind? At this moment, Lujio let out a cold laugh, he, you overestimate yourself, I will never leave. Qin Lang picked up the bowl of top scholar soup, is that so? Let's give it a try. After saying that, he tilted his head back and gulped down the bowl of soup in one go. Yeezy and Lujio were both astonished, are you crazy? You know you will be possessed and still drink it? Chapter 33 Resentful Spirit Jian. After drinking the top scholar soup, Qin Lang felt a surge of energy rolling around in his body, gradually merging into him. Soon, a male voice appeared in his mind. He, this is the first time I've seen such a stupid person. Very good, I have another body. Next, I want you to drink the top scholar soup every day and help me fulfill my dream. Ha 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 ha. In Qin Lang's consciousness, a white resentful spirit gradually took shape. The resentful spirit quickly transformed into the appearance of a high school student, but his body possessed countless faces, with several pairs of eyes even on his fingers. Each face looked to be around 17 or 18 years old, some with eyes closed, some wide open, mouth agape, not knowing what to say. The resentful spirit looked at the faces growing on him and chuckled, "Don't worry, classmates, we will soon have our wishes fulfilled." Big brother, how could you quietly bring in a new roommate? Bai Qi walked out from behind, his voice deafening. You think this little body is big? The resentful spirit was shocked. Who is it? Upon turning and seeing Bai Qi's dragon-headed, human-bodied appearance, the resentful spirit collapsed in fear onto the ground. A ghost. How could there already be a spirit parasitizing in Qin Lang's body? Soon, Qin Lang joined them. Wow, Bai Qi, he looks even more disgusting than you. Bai Qi stroked his dragon whiskers. I am much more handsome than him. By the way, where did you get this Jin, ghost, from? He had already become accustomed to calling Qin Lang big brother. Qin Lang puzzled, Jian? What is that? Bai Qi chuckled, pleased, with your knowledge, you still dare to call yourself big brother. When a person dies, they are called a ghost. When a ghost dies, they are called Jian. Jian cannot reincarnate, has no spiritual body, and is not accepted by the six paths, so they can only parasitize within a human body. Humans have homes, ghosts have corpses, each has their form, but a Jian has no such restrictions. It should be a product of many ghosts mixed together after death. I often see Jian in the spirit world, but this is the first time I've seen so many young and eerie ones combined together. It was Qin Lang's turn to feel proud. How about that? Hanging out with big brother broadens your horizons, right? Bai Qi. This person's mind must be seriously sick, better not try to take over him. The resentful spirit Jian trembled in fear upon seeing the two. You, don't come near. I tell you, this is just a part of me, even if you destroy me here, I still exist. He, when the time comes. Qin Lang pointed at Bai Qi. Do you know who my little brother is? Evil spirit Bai Qi. Ever heard of Bai Qi? The infamous butcher. In the Warring States period for 500 years, over 200 million people died, with more than 1 million killed by him. How many clones do you have? Enough to be a mere fraction of his kills? I advise you to behave, or else when he goes crazy, even I, the big brother, won't be able to control him. Bai Qi was pleased to hear this, nodding, big brother is right. The resentful spirit Jian finally showed a look of horror. No, please. I don't want to die again. Qin Lang recited the lines he had prepared. You explain clearly how you came here and the inside story of this top scholar soup, then roll out of my and Lugio's bodies. Then I might consider giving you a chance to live. Bai Qi, big brother, what are you talking about? He can't die anymore, and there's still a chance to live? Qin Lang glared at him. The resentful spirit Jian quickly replied, I can leave, but I can't say anything. Gentlemen, I am also being forced. Someone said they could help fulfill my dream of being a top scholar, otherwise, I wouldn't harm so many classmates. I am just a student, please let me go, okay? The young faces with open eyes on him also stared at Qin Lang and Bai Qi with the same pleading look. Qin Lang waved his hand. Bai Qi, just kill him. By the way, if the ghost dies, what about Shen? Bai Qi twirled his dragon whiskers. The ghost dies for Shen dies for she dies for E. If he dies, I don't know. So it can still be divided. Qin Lang felt this was a bit like knowledge in physics, where molecules break down into atoms, and atoms into quarks, etc. No matter what kill him. Bai Qi was dissatisfied. We agreed to be brothers, yet you keep treating me as a thug. I once led 400,000 Qin troops. Qin Lang waved his hand. I get it, help me with one thing, and I'll grant you a wish, alright? Bai Qi laughed. Now that feels like a big brother. The resentful spirit Shen panicked instantly. No. I'll tell. We all died last year on the way back from the college entrance examination. That car accident was not an accident, someone deliberately set fire in the car and killed the driver, and then we fell off a cliff. We were originally hoping to get into college and live a good life, who would have thought? The resentful spirit Shen became more and more excited and even cried. Qin Lang saw a strange kind of crying for the first time. No, he had seen Su Mubai cry before. Qin Lang said, stop howling, quickly tell me, who is the one that set the fire and harmed you? The resentful spirit Shen said, I don't remember because they wore black robes and I couldn't see their faces at all. Black-robed people? Qin Lang suddenly remembered seeing those two people when he came. Was there an old lady in your car? The resentful spirit Shen was shocked. How do you know? Have you seen her too? Qin Lang, you continue talking, what happened next? The resentful spirit Shen said, I don't know about the events afterward, I only remember that my classmates and I became strange, and it took a long time to become like this. Someone told me they could let us live on in the minds of juniors and guide them in learning and exams. Once Dongmu High School had students who got into Qingbei, we would have fulfilled our mission. Not only would our dream of being top scorers come true, but we could also ascend from then on. After listening, Qin Lang asked, who is that person? The resentful spirit Shen shook his head, I really don't know. Bai Qi said, Big brother, you asking is useless. Killing ghosts and turning them into Shen is a technical job, the one doing this must be skilled and will definitely leave no trace for you to find. Qin Lang scratched his head, didn't expect Dongmu High School to have such a tricky existence. It seems this instance is quite difficult. After pondering for a moment, Qin Lang said to the resentful spirit Shen, alright, you roll out of my body in Lu Jiu's body. But if I look for you through students, you must appear and listen to me, understand? Otherwise. Bai Qi then said, otherwise, I will really follow Big Brother's instructions and destroy all your avatars. Qin Lang glanced at Bai Qi, this is quite in sync. The resentful spirit Shen nodded repeatedly, yes, yes, yes. I will definitely listen, I'll leave now, I'll leave now. Suddenly, Qin Lang remembered something. Wait. Since you are a student of this school, I have to ask you one thing. Chapter 34, Death of Senior 3. Qin Lang asked, what exactly is in that broken building in the middle of the Donghu High School playground? When the resentful spirit Shen heard this, his face became even uglier. I don't know. Qin Lang didn't waste time, Bai Qi. Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth and let out a roar. The resentful spirit Shen immediately knelt, I'll tell. Actually, I really don't know what's inside, but all past principals forbid us from entering. Previously, 2 seniors and 1 senior sister went in. But they went crazy afterward. One senior smashed a mirror in the dormitory and used the glass to cut off his own ear. The other senior went home and used a kitchen knife to chop off his fingers, and finally lay down in a pigsty and let the pigs eat him. The last senior sister was the most miserable, she killed her parents and younger brother, then stuffed all their tongues into her own mouth. Choked to death. We all guessed there were ghosts in that old house, but the principal said they were just under too much academic pressure. Qin Lang knew right away that He Jinping was talking nonsense. Who cuts their own flesh because of academic pressure? Every single person in this school is talented. That old house must be visited sooner or later. Qin Lang said, alright, you can go. I'll call you if I need you. The resentful spirit nodded repeatedly and then left. Bai Qi suddenly laughed, brother, this time you might be in serious trouble. If you could reach my peak period, it wouldn't be a problem, but in your current state, it might be tough. Qin Lang shot him a glare, mind your own business. After returning to his body, Qin Lang found Yi Zi nervously waiting nearby. What happened? Seeing Qin Lang open his eyes, Yi Zi quickly asked. Qin Lang stretched his arms, it's fine now. Lu Jiu touched his head and said, it seems, that strange voice is really gone. Yi Zi breathed a sigh of relief, that's great. By the way, Qin Lang, how did you do it? It's a secret. Qin Lang got up and stretched, okay, let's go back. We still have to teach those students tomorrow. As the three left the cafeteria, the chubby ant serving food kept staring at them from the counter. A hunchbacked figure walked out from behind, what's up with this Qin Lang? He drank the top scholar soup and seems fine. The chubby ant asked, Mom, should we report this to the elder? The old lady shook her head, is it worth bothering the elder over such a small thing? He would definitely blame us for incompetence. Let's wait and see. I don't believe they can last. Back in the dormitory, Qin Lang found Zhang Haoran and Wang Long had already fallen asleep. The girl's side was dark, and it seemed like Lu Xinlan, who had been flirting, also rested early. Qin Lang frowned slightly. The three of them avoided the fate of drinking the top scholar soup by going to bed early instead of the cafeteria. What luck? Or was it really just luck? Qin Lang lay down, quietly waiting for midnight to arrive. Ding! A new superpower has been acquired. X-ray vision. Can see through objects within 2 meters, ignoring all clothing, walls, and flesh. Each activation consumes 2 points of mental strength per second. Current mental strength, 500 to 500. X-ray vision? This ability is great. That way, while exploring that mysterious old house, I won't have to go inside, I can just use my power within 2 meters of it. Qin Lang silently made a plan in his mind. At the same time, another question constantly troubled him. Where did Su Mubai and Su Miao go? What roles were they playing in this instance? The next day, around 6, the school's broadcast played the wake-up music. Qin Lang and the others washed up and gathered downstairs. He Jinping was already waiting for them. A group of students was jogging on the playground. Good morning, teachers. He Jinping smiled. Everyone worked hard yesterday, so I didn't ask you to wake up early. I hope everyone can wake up at 5:30 tomorrow, because the students will be up at this time too, and it'll be too late when the bell rings at 6. Principal, what are we doing today? Lu Xinlan rubbed her eyes, enjoying Zhang Haoran's massage, while Wang Long stood nearby holding a piece of bread. He Jinping laughed again. Yesterday the third-year students had a weekly test, so you all revise the test papers, report the scores, and then explain the questions to the students. Any questions? Yi Zi raised her hand and asked, Principal, are we the only teachers here? What about the other grades? He Jinping replied, there were a lot of teachers before, but something urgent came up, and they can't come. I will explain to everyone in detail later what that urgent matter was. With the college entrance exam and finals approaching, the students just need to practice and study by themselves. Our school's kids are very well behaved, so as long as everyone can patrol a bit when you have time, that's enough. Everyone shook their heads, indicating it's no problem. He Jinping took them to the teacher's office, then made an excuse to leave. Looking at the table full of exam papers, each person received a stack according to their subjects. Even the school nurse role, Yi Zi, received a bundle. Qin Lang did not start grading the papers immediately, but instead began to count the number of papers. Not right. His sudden remark grabbed everyone's attention. Yi Zi asked, what's not right? Qin Lang pointed at the exam papers and said, look here, there are 4 classes with 200 papers, which indicates that there are only a bit more than 200 students in the third year. But the entire school has nearly 1,000 students. In other words, there are 800 students from the first and second years combined. If this third-year class only admitted a bit more than 200 students that year, and the current second year just started school, it's unlikely to double the intake. Maybe they will only admit a bit more than 300? So according to this calculation, when the new first-year students enroll, wouldn't that mean admitting more than 500? 200 admitted the first year, 300 the second, and 500 the third. How can Donghu High School, a non-key school, possibly achieve such a doubling of enrollment every year? Every year, so many students are unable to get into a good high school? Even if enrollment increased, the number of students in different grades shouldn't vary so greatly. Zhang Haoran felt a bit confused and asked, what exactly do you want to say? Qin Lang said, it's very simple, the truth should be that this school admits 400 or 500 students every year. These 400 or 500 students should have completed the second and third years, and even with transfer or dropout situations, there shouldn't be too much variation. But now there are only 200 students in the third year. In other words, a large number of students must have disappeared after moving up to the third year? As soon as this conclusion came out, the site fell silent immediately. Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and LV Xilan sensed that something was wrong all at once. Disappeared? Yi Zi asked, are you saying that many students couldn't survive to finish the third year? Lu Jiu shook his head, that's too exaggerated. What kind of school is like this? Could it be that Donghu High School purposely persuaded a group of students to drop out to improve the college admission rate? Qin Lang shook his head, the number of students is the life of the school, how could they easily give up? If they want to improve the admission rate, they could just let a group of students give up the college entrance exam, why make it so troublesome? Yi Zi frowned, but aren't there really so many students disappearing every year? Don't parents check? Aren't students afraid? Isn't Donghu High School's reputation pretty good? Qin Lang said, so this needs to be investigated thoroughly. I'm afraid the principal has something to hide from us. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open all at once. Chapter 35, Jumping Off the Building. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu's faces changed drastically. A petite female student stood at the door, with a high ponytail, her hair neat and tidy, revealing a smooth forehead, a small and delicate face, and a pair of bright, big eyes showing an innocent expression. Even in oversized school uniform, her cuteness could not be hidden. Yi Zi sighed in relief, thinking that her discussing the school had been overheard by He Jinping. LV Xilan couldn't help but laugh when she saw the girl, saying, ah, how cute! I want my daughter to be just as adorable in the future. Zhang Haoran quickly chimed in, my little princess, you'll surely have a lovely daughter. After saying that, he even flaunted his biceps. Wang Long rolled his eyes at him, saying, what are you thinking? What does Lan Lan having a daughter have to do with you? The two glared at each other. Lu Jiu walked over with a smile towards the cute female student and asked, hello, classmate, are you here to find the teachers for something? The girl trembled and said, hello, teachers, I am Chu Anren from class 2 of the third year. Who is the math teacher here? Everyone's gaze focused on Qin Lang. Qin Lang calmly answered, I am, what's the matter? Chu Anren quickly walked to Qin Lang's front and directly knelt down. Teacher, can you help me, please? Yi Zi and the others were shocked. Lu Xinlan went over and pulled Chu Anren up. Little sister, what are you doing? Just say what you want. The teachers will help you. Chu Anren cried like a flower in the rain and said to Qin Lang, Teacher, I didn't do well on this exam, can you find a way to let me pass? I will definitely work hard next time, please don't let me fall below the 50th place. Yeezy patted Chu Anren's back and whispered, Classmate Chu, calm down. How do you know you didn't do well in math? The papers haven't been graded yet, it might not be that bad. Chu Anren cried very sadly, I didn't write several big questions this time, woo, teacher, please help me. I'm not worried about my other subjects, but I must be in the top 50 in every subject. Everyone frowned. In every subject, you must be in the top 50? Are students at Donghu High School really this competitive? Qin Lang asked calmly, it's just one exam, if you didn't do well, you can try again next time. Chu Anren quickly replied, No, teacher, you must help me. Qin Lang asked, it's just an exam, what consequences could there be if you don't meet the requirements? At most, just a scolding. Chu Anren's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, and no, that's not it. Teacher, if I don't do well, I will. Teacher, please don't ask anymore, help me, I'm willing to do anything. Qin Lang shook his head, no. Lu Xinlan said unhappily, why do you have no sympathy at all? You just need to change one score, why are you so stubborn? If she doesn't do well again next time, we can talk then. Zhang Haoren and Wang Long stood firmly on Lu Xinlan's side, also urging Qin Lang to change the score. Even Yi Zi and Lu Jiu couldn't bear it and began to persuade Qin Lang. Qin Lang still shook his head and refused, no, the score is what it is, it cannot be changed. Unless you tell me what will happen if your rank drops. Chu Anren saw this and quickly said, my parents will hit me, they will scold me. The teachers and classmates will be disappointed in me. Teacher, please help me. She spoke with genuine emotion, and the few people in the office were all touched. Qin Lang still shook his head, if that's the case, I will have a serious talk with your parents. If classmates look down on you, I can also help educate them. But rules are rules. Chu Anren started crying again. Qin Lang remained unmoved. Chu Anren seemed to have made some kind of decision and said, Teacher, I will say it. If I don't do well, I will be. Chu Anren. A tall man appeared out of nowhere, his round eyes nearly bulging. Director. Chu Anren covered her mouth, collapsing to the ground. The man rushed over, grabbing Chu Anren angrily, what are you doing here during class? You dare disturb the teachers while they work. You want the teacher to change your score, what do you think school discipline is? Is this how I taught you to behave? The man looked at Qin Lang and the others, his expression softened slightly, sorry, teachers. I'm the director, Su Hu, this student is too naughty, making you laugh at me. Yeezy spoke up, Director Su, the child didn't do it on purpose, please don't punish her. It's almost exam time, it's normal to feel pressure. Su Hu said sternly, first learn how to be a person, then learn how to do things. If she dares to ask the teacher to change scores now, I can't imagine what she will dare to do in the future. I'm doing this for her own good. After saying that, he suddenly pushed Chu Anren and shouted, hurry up, go to the office and wait for me. Chu Anren trembled all over, cold sweat pouring down, looking back at Qin Lang. The resentment and grievance in her eyes reached their peak, like a prey caught in a trap knows it is about to die. When Su Hu and Chu Anren reached the door, Qin Lang stood up and asked, Director Su, I have a question. Is it because Chu Anren is so afraid of her rank dropping that there are any special punishment measures in the school? Su Hu shot a glare at Chu Anren, then spoke to Qin Lang in a calmer tone, Teacher Qin. You are overthinking it, our school has always used persuasive education to teach students, legally running the school. There are no punishments, she just thought too much, a little education is enough. Just then, Chu Anren suddenly rushed to the corridor railing, ready to jump off. Ah! Yeezy shouted, don't! Qin Lang immediately activated the time stop skill. Everything around froze, even Chu Anren, who had her feet in mid-air, was still. Qin Lang went over and pulled Chu Anren up, placing her back on the ground. What terrifying secret is hidden in Donghu High School? Why must one jump off just for failing an exam? What made him feel a bit heartbroken was, 200 mental strength just vanished like that. He hoped to gain some useful information from Chu Anren, otherwise, it would truly be a waste. 5 seconds later, time resumed its flow. Ah! Seeing Qin Lang catch Chu Anren, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But they were also puzzled, just moments ago, it seemed Chu Anren was about to jump, how could Qin Lang be so fast? Chu Anren cried on Qin Lang's shoulder, Teacher. Su Hu was furious, you little girl, come here. Still thinking about jumping off? Do you think this will solve anything? Teacher Qin, please hand her over to me. What a joke, if you take her back to kill her, then I saved her for nothing. Qin Lang was about to refuse when Chu Anren suddenly whispered something to herself. Chapter 36, The Self-Reflection Conference. Qin Lang was slightly stunned. By the time he reacted, Xu Anren had already been pulled away by Su Hu. Xu Anren looked back at Qin Lang with eyes full of hope and expectation. Qin Lang bit his lip and said nothing, turning to enter the office. Yeezy said, "The secrets hidden in this school probably go beyond that old building. We must figure out the weirdness here as soon as possible, otherwise, we might be in danger too. Last night, nothing happened when we arrived, but tonight might be different." Based on their previous experiences, once night fell, very dangerous things would occur in the instance. Just like when Qin Lang was in the Sealing Gate Village instance, strange things began happening at night. Something is bound to happen tonight, they must gather as many clues as possible before dark. Lu Jiu agreed, "Isn't it? Students are jumping off buildings for poor exam scores, what's going on? I'll try to give higher scores when grading later, otherwise, it's unbearable. After grading, I'll take a look around the school to see what's really going on." Qin Lang shook his head. "No, give them all low scores. Deduct points wherever possible, deduct as much as you can. Even if their handwriting is ugly, they should still get low scores." LV Xinlan protested, "Do you have no conscience? Knowing how important scores are to students, you still want to torment them like this? What if innocent people die, how will that lower our score?" Qin Lang asked, "Will casually killing people lower the score?" Zhang Haoren scoffed, "You don't even know this? You can't be a rookie, right? The instance will score us strictly based on our actions. If any innocent people die, it will lower the final score and rewards and may even attract system punishment. If you could kill freely, I would have gone on a killing spree from the first day. Why would I play house here?" Qin Lang suddenly remembered, in the Sealing Gate Village instance, everything except the players was strange, so killing didn't affect much. But here at school, there hasn't been any weirdness yet. Qin Lang continued, "No, I'll still give low scores. If they can't handle the pressure and die, that's their problem, I didn't force them." After saying that, he picked up his test papers and went to a corner to start grading. Lu Jiu looked at Yi, "What should we do?" Yi hesitated for a moment before saying, "According to Qin Lang, let's give low scores and be strict." Soon after, the results of the weekly test came out. The entire senior year scores were painfully low. Especially for the math papers graded by Qin Lang, among 200 students. Nearly half failed. After the exam papers were returned, the students showed extreme agitation and dissatisfaction. "Teacher, I just got the answer wrong on this question, the other steps were right. Why didn't I get any points? Didn't you say that writing a solution also gets 2 points? Teacher, you can't do this." Facing the noisy shouts, Qin Lang pulled out the black dog blood dagger and stabbed it directly onto the table. "This is how I grade papers, who agrees, who disagrees?" The students in the class saw the oddly shaped dagger and immediately fell silent. Qin Lang said, "If you keep talking, I'll send you to speak with Director Su and Principal He. Do you want to rebel?" At the mention of Su Hu and He Jinpeng, the students fell silent, their eyes filled with fear. A few looked at their papers and cried out loud. Qin Lang pretended not to see and, too lazy to discuss the exam papers, told them to study on their own. By afternoon, the scores had been tallied. Because of the strict grading by Qin Lang and others, many who were previously in the top 50 were dropped. He Jinpeng opened the broadcast with a very stern tone. "This exam result is quite unsatisfactory. Many students have made serious regressions. This indicates your irresponsibility towards your future and a lack of seriousness. You cannot be so lax before the college entrance examination. Students who were previously in the top 50 but have now fallen out, as well as those who have been outside the top 50 for 2 consecutive times, must go to the back mountain to attend the provincial reflection meeting." After the broadcast ended, many students cried even harder and got up to leave. Qin Lang stopped a girl and asked, "What does the provincial reflection meeting mean?" The girl cried uncontrollably, "I reflect on myself 3 times a day, the reflection meeting is about self-reflection. Teacher, you are so heartless. I shouldn't have to go." Qin Lang asked again, "I didn't ask you for the literal meaning, I'm asking what the provincial reflection meeting is for." The girl bit her lip, glared at Qin Lang with hatred, and quickly left the classroom. Without saying a word, Qin Lang was about to follow her. But Su Hu's figure appeared again. "Teacher Qin, you should be watching the remaining students study now, where do you think you're going?" His voice carried a hint of threat and warning. Qin Lang said, "It's nothing, I urgently need to go to the bathroom, is that okay?" Su Hu was taken aback and didn't say anything further, letting Qin Lang pass. Qin Lang took a few steps and then turned back to Su Hu, asking, "Director Su, what about Xu Anren? Why haven't I seen her?" Su Hu replied straightforwardly, "Her behavior was a serious violation of discipline, I've already sent her home to reflect." Qin Lang smiled and walked towards the bathroom at the end of the corridor. Standing by the window near the bathroom, Qin Lang clearly saw students running orderly toward the back mountain. With no adults watching, neither He Jinpeng nor Su Hu around, they advanced into the mountain like well-behaved children. Qin Lang sneered and walked downstairs. Suhu suddenly appeared and asked, Teacher Qin, where exactly do you want to go? Don't you want to keep the rules? Qin Lang glared at Suhu and asked, why are there so few students in the third year, but so many in the first and second years? I've checked in the office, your first year enrollment is stable every year, about 400 students. So why is it that in the third year, only half remain? Why are so many people not completing to the third year? Suhu's face changed, and he swallowed hard. Qin Lang continued to press, also, what is the purpose of this provincial reflection meeting the students are attending? Suhu's face turned quite ugly. What does this have to do with you? You are just here temporarily to help, why do you care so much? Now, get back to your post. Qin Lang walked closer to him, smiling, if you don't tell me, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. Suhu's eyes glinted with a fierce light, what? Do you want to make a move? One hand reached into his pocket. Chapter 37, The Ancestor. Before Suhu could get to whatever was in his pocket, Qin Lang lunged forward, pinning him directly to the ground. Suhu wanted to shout, but Qin Lang pressed a dagger against his throat, make a sound, and I will kill you. I'm not a teacher at all, don't expect me to reason with you. Suhu gritted his teeth, saying, fine, I won't yell, just let me go first, it hurts. Qin Lang didn't release him immediately, instead, he pressed him against the wall of the corridor and reached into his pocket. There was a hard object in Suhu's pocket, pulling it out revealed a small handgun. This gun didn't have bullets, but a smaller crossbow, similar to a hidden weapon used in martial arts novels for stealth attacks. Qin Lang leaned close to the gun's muzzle, sniffed it, and laughed, good guy, this is pure anesthetic. It seems you often use this trick on students? Suhu broke out in a cold sweat and then said, let's go to the office, I will explain to you. Qin Lang certainly wanted to go to the office with him, but before that, he needed to call Yi and Lu Jiu. There's no choice, he needed to inhale the scent of a woman to prevent that strange illness from reoccurring. Even if he knew that Yi and Lu Jiu might have some connection to the wicked society, he could only temporarily choose to believe. After all, Su Mubai and Su Miao had not shown up until now. Where are you all? Arriving at Suhu's office, Qin Lang waited for the three of them to sit down around him. Yi asked, Qin Lang, should we go to that self-restraint conference first? Those students won't be in danger, right? Qin Lang felt a bit speechless, their lives or deaths had nothing to do with you. He shook his head, don't worry, they are about to take the college entrance exam, the school won't let them die easily. He looked at Suhu, now say it. First, answer me this question, why have so many students died when entering their senior year? Suhu swallowed hard and then said, it's a rule set by the ancestor. He said Donghu High School only needs 200 students to take the college entrance exam each year, the rest of them don't need to, just stay here and be human pillars. Lu Jiu frowned, human pillars? What does that mean? Suhu shook his head, I don't know either, the ancestor said as long as they stay, the school will continuously produce college students, even have talents for Tsinghua and Peking University. And indeed, according to the ancestor, even though our school isn't great, the students can all get into undergraduate programs, for a small place like ours, that's already a blessing from our ancestors. Qin Lang directly interrupted him, who is the ancestor? Suhu said, the ancestor is just the ancestor, I've never seen him. Lu Jiu was speechless, you believe in something you've never seen? Suhu retorted, so many people believe in God and Buddha, have they really seen Jesus and Buddha? Lu Jiu was instantly at a loss for words. Qin Lang asked again, has the principal ever seen the ancestor? Suhu paused, then nodded, yes, he has. The old principal has seen him, many major events in our school need the ancestor to decide. Also. Suhu started to say something but stopped, it's nothing. Qin Lang brandished the dagger, keep talking. Otherwise, I will cut off your fingers one by one. Yi and Lu Jiu exchanged glances. Qin Lang is truly ruthless. Suhu hurriedly said, at the self-restraint conference, the ancestor will also appear. Students who don't perform well will receive the ancestor's guidance and admonishment, the effects are quite good. Our school's results are improving year by year. Last year, we even produced a top scorer, but unfortunately, he died on the way back. Qin Lang, Lu Jiu, and Yi exchanged glances. It seems that it's the so-called ancestor who's been doing these things at Donghu High School. It sounds a lot like the leader of a cult. But the problem is, the ancestor's actions actually encourage students to study hard? Is there really such a boring cult leader in the world? Seeing that Qin Lang and the others remained silent, Suhu timidly asked, can I leave now? Qin Lang smiled again, you think you can just leave like this? Go tell the principal? You need to give some juicy information first. What is really in that old building in the middle of the playground? Upon hearing this, Suhu quickly waved his hands, I don't know. I really don't know this. Please don't ask. Don't ask. He was sweating, rambling, and could only keep repeating these simple phrases. Just as Qin Lang was about to move closer to force him to speak, he suddenly saw a white mist appear behind Su Hu. This white mist quickly solidified into a strange shape, with a head, torso, and limbs slowly taking form. With a head like a wolf and a fox, one hand long and one short, and feet like chicken claws, it seemed to be some sort of sinister creature patched together. It's Eerie. Qin Lang swiftly drew the demon-slaying blade and charged at the monster formed from the white mist. The white mist opened its mouth bizarrely and lunged at Su Hu's shoulder, biting down fiercely. Ah! Su Hu let out a heart-wrenching scream, followed by a large amount of blood spraying out, splattering the walls with deep red. The abnormal amount of blood even surprised Qin Lang. The white mist grinned eerily, showing Qin Lang a chilling smile. It's you watching us from behind. Qin Lang swung the demon-slaying blade directly down. The white mist reached out a hand and surprisingly caught the demon-slaying blade in one swift motion. The murderous energy from the demon-slaying blade erupted, shattering the white mist's hands. The white mist appeared flustered and continued to retreat. Qin Lang pressed forward again, his movements becoming even quicker. The white mist suddenly concentrated together, and the next moment transformed back into human form. Qin Lang intended to strike again, but when he saw the new shape of the white mist, he couldn't help but yell out. Miss Su! The white mist bizarrely transformed into the form of Su Mubai. Qin Lang, please save me. Qin Lang halted his actions. Su Mubai has been captured by this Eerie thing? Suddenly, a voice within him rang out, Big brother, you are too attached. Look more clearly. What is that? This voice was like a loud bell, waking Qin Lang up. The previous white mist also vanished. Qin Lang opened his eyes again, only to find Yi Zi standing in front of him. Yi Zi was spitting blood, barely blocking Qin Lang's demon-slaying blade with a paper fan. Behind her, Lu Jiu held a demon-slaying staff, staring at Qin Lang. What do you want? If you don't stop, I won't hold back. Yi Zi shouted, Little Lu, put down your weapon. Mr. Qin's eyes seemed to have returned to normal. Qin Lang's breath quickened. What happened? Lu Jiu gritted his teeth. You still have the nerve to ask? Look down at your feet. Qin Lang looked down, and couldn't help but be shocked again. He saw a pile of soft flesh and blood on the ground. Su Hu had been killed by his own hand. What's going on? Lu Jiu said, what else do you want to say? Just now you took out your knife and started chopping at him, and we couldn't stop you. Now he's dead, what do we do? What if the principal finds out? How do we stay in this school? If they come after us, we can't just kill them. We'll be in a passive position. Aren't you alerting the enemy? Facing Lu Jiu's accusations, Qin Lang paid little attention and didn't respond. His mind was buzzing. What just happened was even more real than the illusions he encountered before. What on earth was happening? Was it the abnormality of this scenario being too strong? If it could affect his consciousness and create illusions, why hadn't it taken action against him yet? Yi Zi stepped forward and asked, Qin Lang, are you okay? Qin Lang suddenly asked without any lead, have you all seen Journey to the West? Yi Zi was taken aback, huh? Qin Lang said, when Sun Wukong deals with some small monsters and little deities, he can use his magic to make them feel sleepy whenever they want, and dizzy whenever they want, and he can also confuse them with his 72 transformations. Why can he do that? Lu Jiu pulled Yi Zi closer to herself. Yi Zi, let's stay away from him. This guy may really be abnormal. Qin Lang continued talking to himself, because Sun Wukong is stronger than they are, his magic and abilities are more powerful than theirs. So he can do whatever he wants to those weaker than him. Yi Zi asked, so what? What conclusion do you draw? Qin Lang didn't answer, but continued to ask, but there are many deities and monsters whose magic is stronger than his, why haven't they made Sun Wukong faint? For instance, Tai Shang Lao Jun, his circle is so powerful, why couldn't he subdue Sun Wukong during the havoc in the Heavenly Palace, but later, on the journey for the scriptures, his ox used that circle to make Sun Wukong suffer a lot? The reason is simple, everything is fake. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu both looked puzzled. Qin Lang shook off the blood from the demon-slaying knife and said, the havoc in the Heavenly Palace was designed by the Jade Emperor to settle scores, and the journey for the scriptures was arranged by the Buddha to prove his strength. Everything is fake, all calculated and arranged. From the very beginning, what Sun Wukong can or cannot do was predetermined for him. Stronger people don't go after him, simply because they haven't used their full strength. Fake. Everything is fake. After speaking, Qin Lang walked out with the knife. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, what are you going to do? Qin Lang reached the door and said, do I need to say it? I'm going to that provincial self-reflection conference. I want to see who this so-called ancestor is. I want to see what is truly real. Yi Zi was about to stop him, but Qin Lang had already dashed out. Lu Jiu held her head with both hands. It's over, it's over. He is messing up, and if he provokes the boss, what will we do? We haven't collected any clues or items, isn't it all ruined? Yi frowned, thought for a moment, and said, at this point, we can only try to follow and see. Maybe we can stop Qin Lang. Lu Jiu pulled her back and closed the office door firmly. Little Lu, what are you doing? Yi was filled with confusion. Lu Jiu shouted, Yi, are you being stupid? Did that Sima guy put you under a spell? Do you trust him that much? He has gone mad now. Yi said helplessly, then what do you suggest we do? Lu Jiu said, now we can only go consult with LV Xinlan and the others. But before that, we need to handle Suhu's body, otherwise, it will be troublesome if the principal finds out. We can only deal with the strange. Suddenly, Lu Jiu gazed out the window and exclaimed, oh no, the sun is setting. As dusk fell, the night began to descend. The slaughter time of the dungeon had begun. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock came at the office door. Director Su, are you there? A hoarse voice came from outside. Lu Jiu and Yi looked at each other. Yi raised her fan and waved it vigorously toward the ground. A swift and strong wind blew through, magically sweeping Suhu's body and the blood on the floor into a bundle, making it shrink under the table. Lu Jiu opened the door and found an old woman standing outside. If Qin Lang were there, he would surely recognize her immediately. She was the old woman who appeared on the long-distance bus. Behind the old woman still stood those two figures in black robes. But in Lu Jiu and Yi's eyes, there was only that one old woman outside the door. Lu Jiu asked, Elder, do you need something? The old woman said, oh, it's like this, I'm a helper in the cafeteria, and I wanted to ask Director Su about something. I've been looking for him for a long time but haven't seen him. Have you seen him? Lu Jiu shook his head nervously. Director Su just took a leave to go home. They said they wouldn't come back until tomorrow. The old woman looked at her with suspicion on her face. Lu Jiu swallowed hard. What's wrong, old woman, don't you believe me? Of course I don't believe it. The old woman stared fixedly at the office. Isn't he standing right behind you? As soon as she said this, Lu Jiu and Yi felt a chill down their spines. The two turned their heads and found that Suhu, who had just been cut in half by Qin Lang, was actually standing up. He had already used his hands to hold his exposed intestines, his head tilted at an incredible angle. His other half was also standing, moving around like it wanted to reunite with the half that had a head. He. Suhu's body bled continuously, his mouth twisted, giving off a chilling laugh. Lu Jiu and Yi realized immediately, it's strange. This old woman must be problematic too. Lu Jiu and Yi quickly pulled out their weapons, ready to split up and deal with them. Ha! Where did she go? As Lu Jiu just took out the demon-slaying staff, she found that the old woman had mysteriously disappeared. Yi pulled Lu Jiu, running outside. No matter what, we shouldn't stay here. This teaching building is strange, let's talk outside. But just as they took a few steps outside, a piercing scream echoed from downstairs. Ah! At this moment, Qin Lang had run to the back mountain. After climbing over a small hill, Qin Lang paused after a few steps. Bai Qi's voice rang out again, asking, what's wrong? Qin Lang turned around, showing a victorious smile towards the school, saying, of course, I ran back. Chapter 39, The Way of a Soldier is Deception. Bai Qi asked in confusion, aren't you going to find some old ancestor? Qin Lang laughed, it's surprising you used to lead soldiers. The way of a soldier is deception. I want to make it clear that there are strange things hidden in the school, so they know I've gone to the back mountain. But actually, my target is that old house on the school playground. Bai Qi understood, so the things you just said to those two women were all a ruse? You wanted to prove that you're not normal, and then let them relax their guard? Qin Lang nodded, you got half of it right. I do want the people behind me to think I've gone mad. But what I said wasn't a lie. The entire story of the journey to the west is a carefully arranged performance by heaven, earth, gods, and demons. When I entered this dungeon, I was already suppressed by a mysterious, powerful, and indescribable force. As long as I'm still in the school, I will be influenced by it. Bai Qi asked again, but if you go back now, won't he know? Qin Lang laughed, you're wrong about that. I've already set things up. After saying that, he whistled to the sky. Soon, a shadow with wings began to swoop towards Qin Lang. Darling! Xiao Chun tightly hugged Qin Lang, I haven't seen you for almost 24 hours, I missed you so much. Qin Lang was nearly short of breath from her ample bosom. Cough, okay, hurry up and take me flying. Also, tell me what you found from last night until now. After Qin Lang released Xiao Chun last night, her task was to monitor the entire campus and surrounding conditions from the air. Xiao Chun smiled, sure. Darling, after the job is done, you have to reward me with a lollipop. It would be even better if there's milk. Qin Lang. Bai Qi laughed, amazing, you really have a way to fly back. Big brother, your mind works pretty well. When you let this demoness out last night, did you anticipate this step? Xiao Chun immediately squatted down, then said, "Come on, darling, just ride on me, and use your natural weapon to urge me to fly forward." Qin Lang would rather walk back now. Xiao Chun took off with Qin Lang on her back, quickly reaching above the school. Along the way, Xiao Chun and Qin Lang shared her discovery. Last night, in the middle of the night, a group of students ran out of the dormitory. They went straight to the back mountain. Again, the back mountain. It seems that it is closely related to that so-called ancestor. Qin Lang asked, "Did you follow them to take a look?" Xiao Chun replied, "Yes, from a distance, I saw the students running to an open space on the back mountain." As Xiao Chun described the scene, goosebumps rose on her arms. 800 first and second year students gathered in an open space, each holding a book. In the center of the open space was a huge statue of Confucius, and the students began to gather around it, opening their books and continuously reading aloud in low voices. The scene looked quite eerie. All the students appeared like emotionless machines, their eyes incredibly empty. After the reading ended, a few students actively approached the statue of Confucius to confess their sins. Some said they shouldn't have fallen in love early, some said they climbed the wall to go out, and others said their grades had dropped recently, and so on. After these students finished confessing their sins, they began to bow repeatedly before the statue of Confucius. They also cried out, "Ancestor, spare us! Ancestor, spare us! I will definitely study hard and bring glory to the school." They continued to bow and apologize, even causing their foreheads to bleed but not stopping. Then, one or two of those students suddenly floated into the air, their feet off the ground. Bang! With a loud sound, those two students were blown in half, and other body parts scattered all over the ground. The students who weren't blown to pieces continued to bow, saying, "Thank you, ancestor, for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely study hard in the future." A fat ant stepped out from the crowd and left after severing a head. Then, a short, chubby man stepped forward. It was Principal He Jinpeng. He Jinpeng said, "Dear students, you are all part of this school and the pride of your parents in the future. You do not have parents who arrange jobs for you, you do not have strong connections, and you have no other path to take. The only way is to study hard. If you do not cherish the environment and opportunities that the school provides you, then you are wasting your life. Instead of this, why not make a greater contribution? Now, according to your ranks, come up to receive the ancestors' rewards. Let the second-year students come up first." As soon as he finished speaking, one by one, students stepped forward, first bowing to the statue of Confucius, then taking out a knife to cut a piece of flesh from those who had been blown in half and putting it in their mouths. By the time everyone had eaten, the dead students had already turned into skeletons. After hearing this description, Qin Lang frowned. The statue of Confucius? Could it be that the ancestor they spoke of is Confucius? Bai Qi chuckled at that moment. Confucius? That corrupt Confucius doesn't deserve to be called a saint. Qin Lang then remembered that Bai Qi was part of the legalist school, and that he was an enemy of Confucianism. But putting those aside, Qin Lang felt that what Xiao Chun saw last night must have been a reflection conference for the first and second year students. No wonder that more than half of the students were gone by the time they entered the third year. Given that this reflection conference resulted in several deaths each time, how many survivors could there be? What sort of process would the third year reflection conference entail? At this moment, Xiao Chun reminded, "Dear, we have reached above the school." Bai Qi asked again, "Aerial ambush is indeed a good method. But aren't you afraid that the strange things hidden in the school will give you hallucinations?" Qin Lang replied, "No, I am 90% sure that nothing will happen." Bai Qi asked, "Why?" Qin Lang said, "The Wudao meeting." Bai Qi replied, "The Wudao meeting? What does that have to do with them?" Qin Lang said, "So far, I have experienced hallucinations 3 times. Once on the long-distance bus coming here, once in the cafeteria, and the third time was just now in Su Hu's office." "Did you not notice? Every time, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi are right beside me." Bai Qi suddenly realized, it's them who are causing trouble. Qin Lang said, "One of them must be a member of the Wudao Society. Or maybe both of them are. The Wudao Society operates this way, finding ways to kill players and then taking their equipment and skills. I probably angered them when I killed a Wudao member in the last dungeon. I don't know how they can chase me down so accurately." At that moment, Qin Lang noticed someone suddenly running out from the old house in the middle of the school's playground. Someone broke into the old house ahead of time? What did he discover? Chapter 40, Mystery of the Old House. Because he was flying too high, Qin Hao couldn't see clearly who that person was, but he could faintly make out it was Zhang Haoran, who was following Lu Xinlan. Zhang Haoran was in a hurry, as if he was running for his life. "Xiao Chun, fly down a bit," Qin Lang ordered, "just land on the roof of the teaching building." Xiao Chun complied, lowering Qin Lang onto the rooftop. Standing on the rooftop, Qin Lang finally saw clearly, indeed, it was Zhang Haoran. Then, Lu Xinlan, Wang Long, and others stood on the other side of the playground, shouting Zhang Haoren's name loudly. Zhang Haoren's situation was very strange. He was biting his own ears, blood constantly spraying from both sides of his face. His eyes were wide open, and his running speed was increasing. He had many wounds that looked like they were made by a beast, with some deep enough on his left arm to see bone. Zhang Haoren kept running outward, his face full of terror. Lu Xinlan covered her eyes. Ah! Haoren, what happened to you? Wang Long stood in front of Lu Xinlan, shouting, Lan Lan, don't worry, I will protect you. Zhang Haoren has gone crazy, we need to leave. At that moment, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also rushed down quickly. What's going on? Crying, Lu Xinlan explained everything that happened. It turned out that when they planned to search for clues hidden in the school, they also noticed the old house on the playground. Wang Long said the old house was unusual and should not be entered recklessly. But Zhang Haoren said Wang Long was just scared. So they made a bet, whoever dared to go into the old house to check and find vital clues would win. The loser couldn't get close to Lu Xinlan again. Zhang Haoren rushed in like that, and as a result, he ended up like this. At this time, Lu Jiu turned around and exclaimed, Whoa, what are those students doing? Everyone turned to see that the students in the teaching building had come out, standing side by side in the corridor and looking down. They didn't seem to find anything strange, instead, they were all remarkably calm. Suddenly, the muscles in Zhang Haoren's arms started to swell rapidly, becoming thicker than his thighs. Immediately, Zhang Haoren rushed directly towards Lu Xinlan and the others. Wang Long immediately took out a bell and began shaking it repeatedly, chanting something. As Zhang Haoren heard the bell, blood marks exploded from his back, as if someone had stabbed him. Wang Long increased the speed of shaking the bell, and bulging veins appeared on his forehead. Zhang Haoren let out a wail, kneeling on the ground, his hands pinned down by something. Wang Long gritted his teeth. What great strength! What did this guy see in there? Why is he so violent all of a sudden? Yi Zi said, it seems, he is being controlled by something weird. Lu Jiu gripped the demon-slaying staff tightly. Let me try. She stomped in her high heels, leaped up, cursed a few times in the air, then struck fiercely at Zhang Haoren's head. Suddenly, from Zhang Haoren's wounds, long whips made of bone shot out, fiercely striking towards Lu Jiu. Seeing this, Lu Jiu reacted quickly. Quickly throw the demon-slaying staff into the sky. Om Maha, Basmaha. The demon-slaying staff burst forth with a golden light, instantly repelling the bone whips. Lu Jiu saw that his weapon was effective and immediately laughed, chanting the spell louder. Avalokitesvara Guru, that Buddha Falbaram. The golden light on the demon-slaying staff became even more dazzling, and the temperature around it continued to rise, causing the air to begin to warp. Zhang Haoren and the bone whips on him seemed to show signs of fear, wanting to retreat. At this time, Wang Long suddenly shook the bell, trying to press Zhang Haoren down again. Just as they were about to subdue Zhang Haoren, Yi Zi and Lu Xinlan breathed a sigh of relief. But at that moment, Yi Zi looked up again and felt a chill run down her spine. The eyes of those students looking this way grew excited, their smiles becoming even more eerie and unsettling. Suddenly, the old house in the middle of the playground let out a piercing and terrifying scream. This sound seemed to come from hell. Appearing in the human world was a huge mistake. Those who heard it felt the greatest fear of their lives, their legs constantly going weak. Wang Long and Lu Jiu also stopped their actions and spells. In their hearts, they thought of the same thing, this might be their last day on this earth. Ayo. With another roar, Zhang Haoren slammed his fist down, directly creating a huge pit in the playground ground. The massive force produced shockwaves, unexpectedly knocking Lu Jiu back more than 2 meters, breaking 2 of his ribs. Wang Long spat blood, fell to the ground, shouting, his power is too strong, I can't hold him down. Run! He has completely lost his reason now. Zhang Haoren struck the ground fiercely, each hit causing small-scale earthquakes. Seeing this, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu also gave up their plan to confront him head-on and chose to run away. Faced with the terrifying scene of Zhang Haoren going wild, the students present, however, looked calm and composed, as if they were watching a show. Yi Zi shouted, classmates, run! Don't look! But those students all stared at them in a soulless manner, looking extremely eerie. Zhang Haoren's eyes rolled up, a blank white, even more frightening than before, and the force of his punches became heavier. Ayo. Zhang Haoren nearly smashed the playground to pieces, and unsatisfied, he aimed at the teaching building, taking a quick step forward. Is he going to attack the students? Yi Zi shouted, quickly save them. But no one responded to her. At this moment, it was hard to even protect themselves, who had the time to save any students? Moreover, it was clear that these students were not normal. At this moment, a figure flashed in front of Zhang Haoren. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying knife, a smile on his lips. Your style is quite unique. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu exclaimed, Qin Lang? Didn't you go to the provincial conference? Zhang Haoren opened his mouth to howl in anger, seemingly telling Qin Lang to get lost. Qin Lang grinned, what's the rush? Don't worry, I have a good guess about what you're planning. But first, you need to answer me a few questions. Zhang Haoran yelled loudly, and the bone whips on him were ready to attack. Yi Zi raised her paper fan. Qin Lang, let me help you. He is definitely going to attack the students, we can't let him go up. Lu Jiao spat on the ground, didn't expect this Qin guy to have some conscience. Unexpectedly, Qin Lang seemed to not hear, continuing to speak to Zhang Haoran. Oh? Not willing to speak? Then I'm going upstairs now. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to kill these students one by one. Yi Zi gasped in shock. What? Chapter 41, The Mutating Monster. Qin Lang's words shocked everyone again. Yi Zi asked in confusion, Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Why do you want to attack the students? Others also found it hard to understand. The once fierce and intimidating Zhang Haoran suddenly fell into silence. Qin Lang smiled slightly and said, now you know, to be honest? Listen carefully, if you don't tell me what is in that old house, I will really make a move. With bloodshot eyes, Zhang Haoran let out a few low growls. Qin Lang didn't waste words and directly grabbed the student, raising his knife to strike. Zhang Haoran roared in anger, looking particularly anxious. Yi Zi flung the paper fan in her hand, striking Qin Lang's ghost-slaying knife heavily. Qin Lang felt a twinge of soreness and numbness in his arm, temporarily stopping. Yi Zi was furious. Qin Lang, are you really crazy? Why target innocent students? They must be controlled by something. Qin Lang replied, this monster isn't after the students, you still don't see that? Yi Zi looked confused. What do you mean? From what just happened, Zhang Haoran was indeed going to target the students. Qin Lang explained, I just saw him upstairs, even though he was fighting you, his eyes were always directed at the principal's office. Once these words were spoken, Yi Zi and the others seemed to understand something. Right, where is Principal He Jinpeng? Could it be that these matters are related to him? Wang Long asked, then how do you know this monster won't target the students? Even if it won't target the students, what significance does killing a student hold for it? Qin Lang said, I can't tell you this right now. Someone among you must be a member of the Wu Dao Society. I don't want to share such important clues. As Wang Long and the others battled Zhang Haoran, Qin Lang had quietly approached the old house from the other side of the playground. At a distance of 2 meters, he activated his insight and saw the situation inside the old house. In that moment, Qin Lang felt he had understood everything. Zhang Haoran roared, kill him, must kill him. Qin Lang said, He Jinpeng is not here right now. He has already gone to the provincial assembly, you should look for him on the back mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran immediately turned and rushed out. LV Xinlan asked, Haoran, he. Wang Long said, Zhang Haoran is already dead. Now this is just a vessel possessed by something strange. At this moment, Yi Zi and Lu Jiao exchanged glances. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, you just mentioned the Wu Dao Society, why do you say there are members of the Wu Dao Society here? Qin Lang glanced at both of them but didn't answer. He turned to the students and shouted, that Ling. Come out. One of the boys stepped forward, opening his mouth to make a sound, Mr. Qin. Qin Lang said, you let all the students surround that old house, standing in a circle. The ghostly Ling hesitated and said, but that house. Qin Lang shouted, if I tell you to go, then go. The ghostly Ling had no choice but to agree, yes. Soon, one by one, the students quickly bowed their heads and walked down towards the old house. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, what does this mean? That house is clearly so dangerous. Qin Lang sneered, dangerous? I'll show you what real danger is. His gaze turned towards the distance. As the ghostly Ling led the students towards the playground, a hunched figure blocked their way. The old woman tapped the ground with her cane and said, go back. Don't you know it's class time now? Seeing the old woman, the ghostly Ling seemed to recall some bad memories, and its control and emotions became very strange and unstable, while the students showed signs of unease. Qin Lang walked over and said, old lady, we meet again. The old woman stared at Qin Lang, chuckling, young man, not killing you back then was really my mistake. It's been a year, hope you've been well. Qin Lang laughed, what nonsense are you talking? What year? I've only been here for 2 days. The old woman frowned, 2 days? What do you mean? I remember when I saw you a year ago. Qin Lang sighed, indeed, indeed. Everything is a lie. You still haven't figured all of this out, no wonder you can't get out. It's so absurd, truly absurd. The old lady's eyes widened, what do you know? What are you saying? Qin Lang said, you've been trying to stop these students from leaving this school. The old lady was stunned, staring blankly at Qin Lang. Yi Zi was even more confused, Qin Lang, what are you talking about? Qin Lang continued, this old lady is talking about a tragedy that happened a year ago at Donghu High School. After the college entrance examination, 200 senior students fell off a cliff on their way back to school and ended up dying tragically. And the instigator was this old lady. She got on the bus midway, using that opportunity to start a fire, causing the vehicle to lose control, resulting in the students' deaths. The vengeful spirit Lian spoke up, questioning the old lady. Why did you do this? How did we offend you? Who are you to treat us this way? Nearly 1,000 students spoke up at once, questioning the old lady in unison, the sound overwhelming and deafening. But the old lady said nothing. Qin Lang then said, "All right, you should reveal your identity now. You killed those 200 students returning to school last year, not to hurt them, but to stop them from harming others, right?" As soon as this was said, the people present were shocked again. Lu Jiu gasped, "Qin Lang, what are you saying? What does it mean to stop students from harming others?" Qin Lang said nothing, but stared at the old lady, seemingly waiting for her to speak. The old lady asked, "What else do you know?" Qin Lang shrugged, "So far, that's about it. Once I learned about the Zhuan Yuan soup and Lian's existence, I could roughly guess how students from this school might not be normal. And the Zhuan Yuan soup has been brewed since last year. In other words, the students who drank it and took the college entrance exam are those who died in the accident last year. It's probably not a coincidence that they were all killed by you. You were stopping them from graduating and leaving, weren't you?" The old lady laughed. "You truly are unpredictable to the ancestor. Unfortunately, you are no match for him. Young man, it's best for you to leave here soon. Otherwise, you will die." Chapter 42 The First Principle. Qin Lang said, "If it weren't for other things, I wouldn't want to stay in this cursed place. Now, you have to tell me what you know." The old lady sighed. "All right, these people were indeed harmed by me. What they drank was not the Zhuan Yuan soup, but a potion that allowed Lian to possess humans. All of this was ordered by the ancestor. Such a sin." Lu Jiu said, "You did such an inhumane thing and still have the nerve to say anything about sin? Who exactly is that ancestor?" At this moment, two men in black robes appeared behind the old lady. Unlike before, this time everyone could see them. "Ah!" Yi Zi and the others were startled, thinking something new and strange had appeared. The old lady turned around, her pupils dilating. "Who are you?" One of the men in black spoke to the old lady. "Li Chunhua, you assisted others in the malevolent refining of vengeful spirits, unlawfully killed souls, and disrupted the order of the underworld. Today, you must die. In the 18 levels of hell, there is a place for you." "Li Chunhua?" Yi Zi looked at the old lady. "Is this your name? That sounds a bit familiar." Hearing the man in black speak, Li Chunhua smiled with relief. "So there really is hell in this world." Qin Lang looked at the two men in black. Are you the legendary underworld messengers?" The first man in black said, "That's right, a large number of people have died prematurely here. We were ordered to investigate. But we didn't expect they didn't turn into ghosts after dying, but were instead refined into Lian. This matter is too strange. We are here on a mission to investigate." "Qin Lang, you truly discovered the real culprit this time and prevented these people from causing harm to the world. This is a great achievement. I will report to the higher-ups and seek a reward for you." Qin Lang said, "The matter is not yet resolved. I need to hear Li Chunhua speak about the clues she knows." The person in black hesitated for a moment, then said, "I was supposed to take her away immediately, but I will give you this courtesy." Yi Zi and the others dared not breathe a word. To have a Grim Reaper show such respect truly means Qin Lang holds a significant status. That said, it was their first time seeing a Grim Reaper in the instance. Qin Lang turned to Yi Zi and the others and said, "Everyone, step back a bit." Lu Jiu said, "Hey, why should we? Can't we just listen from the side?" Qin Lang coldly replied, "I already said, among you there are people from the undeclared association, and I will not cooperate or share information with them. This clue is something I discovered myself. Why should I allow you to eavesdrop?" Lu Xinlan pouted and said, "So stingy. You are skilled, but can you really clear this instance on your own?" Qin Lang responded, "You don't need to worry about that. As long as you are here, I won't let Li Chunhua speak any further. Or, do we want to have a fight? You choose." Wang Long showed an indignant expression and took out a bell, seemingly wanting to fight head-on. Yi Zi stopped the agitated Lu Jiu and Wan Long, saying, "Let it go, there's no way to change Qin Lang's distrust of us. Everyone knows what kind of existence the undeclared association is. There's no need to make it hard for him. This clue really has nothing to do with us, and Qin Lang has the right to decide who can listen and who cannot." Lu Jiu saw that Yi Zi said this and could only hum, then turned and walked away. Yi Zi said to Qin Lang, "I understand your thoughts, but you are truly too suspicious. If there were members of the undeclared association among us, why haven't they taken action all this time? Moreover, the purpose of the undeclared association is to harm players. From the start of the instance until now, have we done anything to you? Instances rely on cooperation to succeed. You can learn to trust others, starting with us. How about that? Qin Lang did not answer directly, only giving her his back. Yi Zi sighed and left. At this moment, Li Chunhua finally spoke. Qin Lang, although I don't know what method you used, you must already know what's in the house, right? Qin Lang nodded. That's right. Then you also know my identity? You are the first principal of East Lake High School. Qin Lang said, in other words, you are He Jinping's grandmother. Through his perspective eye, Qin Lang saw 3 old photos in that old house, one of which belonged to Li Chunhua. Below the photo was a line of words, Principal Li Chunhua, 1977 to 1997. She served as the principal of East Lake for 20 years until her death. In other words, this old woman has actually been dead for nearly 40 years. Li Chunhua sighed, actually, all of this is my fault. This old house was originally the first classroom of East Lake High School. That year, Li Chunhua was sent to the countryside and then encountered the restoration of the college entrance examination. But she didn't get into university, so she stayed to become a rural teacher. The school kept growing, teaching from elementary to middle school. East Lake Elementary School became East Lake Middle School. Many nearby villages had children who could not afford to go to school, and many were left behind children. Li Chunhua went to persuade them one by one to come here to study, hoping they could change their fate with knowledge. Later, as the government announced free compulsory education, the students could afford to attend middle school. But when it came time for high school, they still had no way to go. At this time, Li Chunhua stood up again, willing to set up a high school so these students could attend university, fulfilling her long unrealized dream. Unfortunately, her abilities were limited, and the students' grades could not go up. The county did not support her, and the school's teaching quality began to decline. Li Chunhua knew clearly that she could no longer support it. The county thought for a while and simply decided to cancel Donghu High School and set up a new public school to better accommodate those children. But Li Chunhua had an obsession in her heart, believing that she could definitely teach students who could go to college. Back then, when Donghu High School was about to be revoked, I was possessed and listened to others' words to invite a statue, saying that this could bless the children in the mountains to go to college, even to become top scorers. The statue was indeed invited back, and the students' grades did improve. The school was also saved, but... Qin Lang asked, that statue is the Confucius statue placed in the back mountain, right? Li Chunhua nodded. Recalling the past, Li Chunhua still felt fearful, saying, inviting a god is easy, sending a god away is hard. I only found out later that it wasn't a Confucius statue at all but a monster. Every year at the beginning of school and before the big exam, I would bring the students to offer incense and pray to it. I didn't expect it to absorb a lot of incense, which allowed it to take form, and later it could even give me dreams. It was at that time that I and the children in this school fell into a complete nightmare. Chapter 43, The Origin of the Ancestor. Li Chunhua did not know what kind of monster was inside that Confucius statue. One night, the monster gave Li Chunhua a dream, saying that those students could be better, and even top students could appear who would get into Tsinghua or Beida. This was a great honor for Li Chunhua. She felt that if someone from her school, from her students, got into Tsinghua, then her life would be worth it. As she said this, Li Chunhua couldn't help but kneel down and cry. Qin Lang coldly stared at her and asked, what did you promise it? Li Chunhua said, it said as long as I choose suitable students as sacrifices from some of them, and let the other good students eat their flesh, their intelligence would improve. The more they eat, the faster their grades would rise. At first, I was unwilling, but it said that if those students couldn't get into college, they would be trapped in this big mountain forever like me. What meaning would life have then? All things are inferior, only reading is high. Qin Lang sighed softly, and then you agreed. Li Chunhua cried even louder. I was really confused. I actually promised it. At that time, I was only thinking, I am originally a top student, it is the times that have let me down, it is this society that has let me down. I could have gone to college back then, all my classmates around me got in. Why couldn't I? I just wanted to prove, I am not worse than others. Qin Lang shook his head and said, it's not just like that, you think that since you could be let down and life could be cut off, why couldn't others? Li Chunhua, you are not trying to cultivate these children into talent, you are simply treating them as tools. Li Chunhua collapsed on the ground, crying even harder. Yes. That's right. From that moment on, I became a devil. I did as it said, cast spells on the students, allowing them to eat their classmates' flesh, making them understand that this is the survival of the fittest. After the sacrificed students died, I even helped it kill those ghosts, turning them into one after another Xiang. Because Xiang does not belong to the 6 realms, even the underworld would not easily notice. The Yin official corrected, it's not that it can't be noticed, it's that using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken is unnecessary. For this little matter, the 2 of us are enough, why make a big commotion? Qin Lang then asked Li Chunhua, so many people died in the school, do the students' parents not know? Li Chunhua replied, these left-behind children here live how, no one would care at all. If their parents often thought of them, how would there be so many left-behind children going astray? Even if those children's parents came looking for them, as long as they made them eat that meat and let the spirit control them, there would be no problem. With the scholar's soup, this method became even more convenient, easily allowing the spirit to parasitize students both physically and mentally. Qin Lang glanced at the students behind him parasitized by the spirit and said, you really are. That monster also told me, since they will eventually become trash in society, why not let them realize more value? I am such a bastard. I actually believed him. Qin Lang continued to calmly ask, you also ate those students' meat, right? Li Chunhua gritted his teeth and nodded, yes. He said this way I could survive, he helped me extend my life, said he would let me see a top student from East Lake High School. Qin Lang looked at the two dark messengers, eating human flesh can extend life? The dark messenger said, I cannot answer that. Qin Lang smiled. Not denying it actually indicated the problem. Li Chunhua said, I can't go back anymore. What I can do is help it recruit more students, letting more students become its sacrifices. Last year, I just couldn't bear it anymore, I finally went crazy and killed those children. But it just wouldn't let me go, saying I had to collect all those children's bones to make scholar's soup. At this point, Li Chunhua didn't want to talk anymore, only able to cry continuously. Qin Lang said expressionlessly, what does that old ancestor look like? How powerful is he? Li Chunhua said, I don't know. I've never seen his appearance. My son, daughter-in-law, and grandson are just like me, becoming his slaves, unable to persuade or move them. Now it's good, I can finally leave. Mr. Qin, since you can end all of this, please. Qin Lang said, you don't need to say such things, making you seem like a big-hearted person leaving a legacy. You have always been the most damned one. If it wasn't the case, why would you have acted against me on the way here? Where have all those teachers gone? Can you explain that clearly? You clearly want to continue living. I ask you one last question, besides us, who else have you seen? Were there two girls who arrived at the school? Li Chunhua was slightly stunned upon hearing this, girls? No. The dark messenger spoke up at this moment, alright, the time has come. It's time to go. After speaking, he took out a thick black chain from his robe and directly locked it around Li Chunhua's neck. The dark messenger said again, Qin Lang, you have helped us a lot this time, you can be credited for this. This so-called ancestor's monster, perhaps only you can subdue. We won't let you work for nothing, nor let you work alone. Another dark-robed messenger stepped out. The locking messenger said, he can be your assistant. Once this is accomplished, we will have great rewards. Qin Lang glanced at that dark-robed messenger, thinking his combat power should be decent, perhaps he wouldn't need to call on Bai Qi. Besides, wouldn't the dark messengers have specific attributes to deal with these bizarre things? Not bad, you guys are quite generous. Qin Lang said, then I'll take care of this matter. The locking messenger nodded, then a dark tunnel appeared in front of him, with waves of wailing echoing from within. Li Chunhua trembled and then asked, I have taught and nurtured for many years, I just took a wrong path for a moment, I shouldn't suffer too much, right? Can I still be reborn as a human? The dark messenger coldly replied, what do you think? Li Chunhua's face turned pale as paper, shouting, no. No. The dark messenger kicked her inside, then said to Qin Lang, by the way, there's still one thing in this old house, you mustn't touch. Although I don't know why the thing is here, but it's not something you mortals should meddle with. Qin Lang smiled, then nodded. After the shadowy figure left, the remaining one suddenly shrank a lot. Woo woo woo, he finally left, I was scared to death. Upon hearing this voice, Qin Lang's expression changed. Why does this crying sound so familiar? Chapter 44 What kind of immortal is this? After realizing Su Miao was one of the black-robed figures, Qin Lang really couldn't hold back anymore. Why? If she was one of the black-robed figures, then why didn't I notice it at the beginning? And if the other black-robed figure is the real shadowy figure, why would they let Su Miao be a colleague? Su Miao wiped her tears and looked at Qin Lang, I can finally talk to you, I was so scared earlier. Qin Lang asked in confusion, so what is going on? You aren't playing the role of a shadowy figure in this scenario, are you? Su Miao nodded, then took out an envelope. Opening it, she saw several lines of big, neat letters written on it. Your role, shadowy figure. In Donghu High School, there are always deaths, but not a single ghost reports to the underworld. This has seriously affected the order of the underworld for decades. As the newly appointed shadowy figure, you should do something. Next, you will be blocked from all human sensations and follow the real shadowy figure to fulfill your duties. Remember, during this process, listen to your senior's words, don't act on your own, and especially do not make a sound, or else the mission will fail. Qin Lang was speechless. Why? This role is way too easy, isn't it? Has her luck always been this good? Could she have some shady deal with the scenario system? Su Miao exclaimed angrily, it's not easy at all. You have no idea how strange that person is, and you don't know what tasks he will give you. What if he wants me to go back to the underworld with him? Woo woo woo. Qin Lang facepalmed, alright, stop crying, let's go to the back mountain together. Su Miao asked, mountain? I'm most afraid of climbing mountains, woo woo woo. Qin Lang glared at her, if you don't go, you'll be scared of me next. Su Miao, woo woo woo. In the distance, Yi Zi and the others didn't know what the two were discussing, but seeing Qin Lang chatting so comfortably with the shadowy figures, especially one shadowy figure crying so hard in front of him, sent shivers down their spines. Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, Yi Zi, you were right, it's wise not to confront Qin Lang directly. If even the shadowy figure can be reduced to tears, how powerful must he be? Wang Long recalled his earlier argument with Qin Lang and felt even more chilled, panic rising in him. Could Qin Lang be some hidden boss here to bully the weak? Qin Lang summoned Xiao Chun again. A flash of golden light appeared, and a strikingly beautiful, sexy figure with large wings materialized in front of everyone. Xiao Chun saw Qin Lang and instinctively wanted to rush over, darling. Qin Lang waved his hand, mind the occasion. You lead the way, I want to see the place for the provincial assembly. Xiao Chun pouted, Master, what about my reward? Qin Lang squinted at her for a moment. Xiao Chun shivered, stuck out her tongue, and said, Darling, I'll lead the way right now. This scene left everyone else dumbfounded. My god, is that a succubus? Is it really a succubus? Lu Jiu covered his mouth with both hands. Qin Lang actually has a succubus, which is the hardest to summon and has extremely high combat potential? Yi Zi asked, Xiao Lu, how do you know that's a succubus? And what do you mean by having extremely high combat potential? Lu Jiu gulped and replied, my sister Ling Long has a piece of 3000 divine stone, which is an A-grade item that can summon 3000 deities. She told me that among the deities summoned by the 3000 divine stone, they can be divided into upper, middle, lower, and miscellaneous categories based on cost-effectiveness. The succubus belongs to the highest cost-effectiveness tier. A succubus starts with very low power and even no combat ability, but as long as she has a relationship with her master once, after the yin-yang exchange, she can evolve into a powerful succubus with other abilities. The more times one collects yang to supplement yin, the stronger the succubus becomes. Moreover, their loyalty is extremely high, making them one of the most cost-effective deities among the 3000 gods. Wang Long looked at Xiao Chun's fiery figure and couldn't help but feel a stir inside, saying, collecting yang to supplement yin will eventually turn him into medicinal dregs. Lu Jiu shook his head, you are wrong. Collecting yang to supplement yin is not a one-sided act of taking, that's a misunderstanding of ordinary people. The master and the succubus, every time they collect yang to supplement yin, are also collecting yin to supplement yang, gaining a certain enhancement. In other words, as long as the master's physique is good enough, and the time is sufficient, and he doesn't mind the monotony of the act, he can completely rely on daily collecting yang to supplement yin for cultivation. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They looked at Qin Lang's departing figure, their expressions filled with astonishment. Qin Lang carried the ghost-slaying blade and had a succubus by his side, even able to banter with the ghost envoy. What kind of god is this? Qin Lang began to walk up the mountain, heading personally to see what the provincial self-discipline conference was all about. Yi Zi and others quickly followed. A group of people climbed mountains and crossed hills for quite a long distance. My dear, it's just ahead. Xiao Chun pointed upwards, and indeed, a sea of bright lights awaited them. At the same time, a thick smell of blood wafted down the mountain with the wind. Something's wrong. Qin Lang slightly flared his nostrils, then said, looks like we're a step too late. Roar! A familiar roar rang out once again. It was Zhang Haoran. Su Miao covered her ears, has the monster come? Qin Lang said, it's a monster, but not coming for us. Just catching up, Yi Zi asked, how do you know it's not coming for us? Qin Lang replied, that monster's target from the very beginning is the principal. Can't you see? Just now, if it wanted to harm the students, it would have been effortless. The students chose to observe because it's not for fun, but rather a kind of natural familiarity. Lu Jiu asked in confusion, familiarity? Qin Lang nodded, although the dead may lose most of their memories, they still have obsessions with certain things from their past lives. So when something that represents their obsessions appears, it must provoke a reaction, much like hunger prompting a need for food, it's instinctive. In other words, the spirits inside the students and this monster are actually old acquaintances. It should have been sealed in that old house for a long time, and Zhang Haoran accidentally unsealed it when he entered, leading to the possession. These conclusions were drawn by Bai Qi based on his understanding of the spirits in the underworld. At first, Qin Lang didn't quite understand, now Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were even more confused. They felt Qin Lang was even more monstrous than the monster itself. Don't tell me that a max-level big shot came here to crush weaklings? Lu Jiu swallowed hard and said, there must be some unspeakable business between He Jinping and the ancestor. If they succeed, we are doomed. The group accelerated their pace and rushed up. When they reached the slope, the scene before them left them all stunned. Chapter 45, The Art of the Scholar Child. On a man-made flat ground, over 100 shredded corpses lay scattered. Upon closer inspection, they were arranged in a pattern that was hard to comprehend, surrounding a giant statue of Confucius, spreading outward. In front of the Confucius statue, there was a girl bound up. Lu Jiu took a look and said, isn't that Chuanren, who came to find us to change grades today? Qin Lang shook his head, no, she is not Chuanren. Yi Zi asked in confusion, then who is she? Qin Lang took a few steps forward and shouted loudly, Miss Su. Chuanren raised her head and, upon seeing Qin Lang, gave a bitter smile, Mr. Qin, you finally recognized me. Yi Zi and others were even more confused, what is going on? Did they know each other already? Qin Lang smiled, actually, I should have thought of it earlier. Since the spirits can possess students. You are definitely strange too. Before, after Chuanren was saved by Qin Lang, he said one word to Qin Lang. Seal. At that moment, Qin Lang suspected that this seal referred to Fengmen village. In this instance, the only ones who knew about Fengmen village were Su Mobai and Su Miao, who had gone through the last instance with him. When Su Miao appeared, Qin Lang also realized that Chuanren was actually Su Mobai. Qin Lang asked, is this arranged by the instance system? Su Mobai nodded, I arrived earlier than you, and there are many plots and tasks. And the system requires that I cannot reveal my identity, I can only admit it when you figure it out. Qin Lang shook his head, alright, so that's how we play? In the Fengmen village instance, Qin Lang suggested to bring Su Mobai, who was the boss, out. Although the instance system agreed, it clearly felt unwilling. So, in this instance, it deliberately forced Su Mobai and him apart, also preventing Su Mobai from revealing his identity and forcibly weakening him. It was clearly making things difficult for him. However, it was no use to dwell on that now. Qin Lang asked again, what about He Jinping? Su Mobai said, just now, a person whose body revealed many bones came, and after they fought for a while, they left. Mr. Qin, you must be careful, the ancestor has already possessed He Jinping. He was originally going to possess me, but that man came to stop him. Qin Lang nodded after hearing this, I understand. Roar. After a roar, the nearby woods suddenly erupted into chaos. Qin Lang and the others immediately took their positions. At this moment, trees began to fall, and a tall figure slowly stepped out. Judging roughly, that thing was at least nearly 3 meters high, looking intimidating. Boom! More big trees fell, and a large monster dressed in ancient clothes appeared before everyone. It had no eyes, nose, or ears, and its huge head was bald, with a massive mouth splitting open to the sides, a long tongue hanging down to its chest, and a lot of blood continuously dripping down. On its thick limbs were many ancient Chinese characters that no one could understand, seeming like some kind of spell. He, a few more have come. The monster licked its fingers, saying, just in time, after completing the ritual, I need to replenish my strength, you are just on time. Seeing it at that moment, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were so scared they couldn't move. They had truly never seen anything so bizarre. Donghu Ancestor. Weird level, AA. Qin Lang raised his ghost-slaying knife, somewhat eager to give it a try, A-level weirdness. If we take it down, the rewards must be very rich, right? The ancestor chuckled, take me down? You really are naive. I have been lurking here for almost 60 years, cultivating countless spirits and ghosts. Even the ghosts of the underworld cannot handle me. You, a little insignificant one, think you can deal with me? He took out 2 heads from behind, grinning, your fate will be like this. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that the 2 heads were Zhang Haoran and He Jinping's. LV Xinlan covered her eyes and said, Haoran is really dead. The ancestor laughed, I have waited so many years, today, I finally have my own body again, ha ha ha. This must be fate. Qin Lang said flatly, it is indeed fate. However, you have not mastered this Confucian boy technique, and in the end, you even chose to use He Jinping's body as a medicinal guide, it's truly a failure among failures. Everyone looked puzzled again, Confucian boy technique? The ancestor was astonished, wide-eyed asking, how do you know? The Confucian boy technique is an ancient magic, how could anyone still know it? Before he finished speaking, the ancestor seemed to realize something. Have you read the Pango Heavenly Book? You can even understand it? Qin Lang smiled and then said, before I came here, I once stayed in a place called Fengmen village. There is a seeker named Sun Yangzi, and he has collected something called the Heavenly Book. It records many things that are quite interesting. For example, this Confucian child technique is about constantly creating a return to life for the dead scholars, and can even lead to becoming an immortal in one stroke. Although scholars are not saints, they read the words of saints, and after studying day and night, they will absorb some so-called bookish aura, making them better offerings than ordinary ones. Especially young scholars are easier to manipulate and brainwash. As long as they are given a little benefit, they are willing to do anything. After they are made into a return to life, they can transcend beyond the six paths, making it hard for the underworld to find and capture them. After storing for a certain amount of time, they can be used to arrange formations for cultivation. Qin Lang glanced at the corpse on the ground and said, "These students, to pursue education and find a way out, risk their lives to study, and each generation is more relentless than the last. They are the best material for the Confucian child technique. You put in a lot of effort, fooling 3 generations of principals from Donghu High School to collect offerings for you, and over these 60 years, you've actually killed so many students." After hearing this, Yi Zi and others turned pale. Lu Jiu trembled and said, "Such evil techniques, can they really lead to becoming an immortal?" Qin Lang glanced at her and replied, "In ancient times, human sacrifices were popular. If eating humans can lead to becoming an immortal, why not?" The ancestor chuckled, "Indeed, how many people have been devoured by the imperial examination over the centuries?" Batch after batch of scholars went to the examination, and many died in the process, contributing to the prosperity of dynasties and the glory of emperors. This is simply a ritual where some sacrifice their lives to allow a few to attain the way. As for how many I devoured, it's probably not even close to a small fraction of what they've taken. Qin Lang smiled, "Unfortunately, everything you do does come at a cost." The ancestor felt inexplicably nervous. Cost? What cost? Chapter 46, The True Ancestor. Qin Lang raised the demon-slaying knife and said, "Your cost is me." The ancestor opened his mouth wide and laughed heartily, "Just you? Even if you understand the Pango Heavenly Book, so what? Can you really wield the knowledge within it with ease? If you could truly comprehend the Heavenly Book, you would have attained immortality long ago. Why waste your breath?" Qin Lang walked step by step toward the statue of Confucius, preparing to set Sumubai down. "You can come and try. I'm about to save your most favored offering. Do you dare to stop me?" The ancestor really froze for a moment. Why is this mortal so brave? Qin Lang cut the ropes binding Sumubai with the demon-slaying knife, then caught her in his arms. Sumubai was extremely weak at this moment. Clearly, she could not exert her strange powers while attached to Chuanren. Qin Lang handed her over to Xiao Chun and then approached the ancestor with his knife raised. The ancestor laughed again. "I let you save her, not because I'm afraid of you, but because I think killing you and then eating her is the same. Next, I will." Qin Lang lunged forward and swung the demon-slaying knife at the ancestor. When the ancestor realized what was happening, one of his arms was directly chopped off by Qin Lang. The ancestor's mouth fell open, facing the severed limb, unable to accept this reality. Although he had no physical eyes, he still had spiritual sight to perceive everything that was happening right now. What on earth is Qin Lang? Qin Lang pointed the demon-slaying knife at him. "Stop howling here. Are your farewell words ready?" The ancestor retreated sharply, veins bulging on his body. "You, don't come over." At this moment, in his spiritual sight, Qin Lang was not just a person. Behind him, there was a huge black shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a monster with the head of a dragon and the body of a man. "Big brother, you're borrowing my power again, but you'll have to repay me later." Bai Qi chuckled. Qin Lang said, "I never said I wouldn't repay. Hurry up and help me deal with it. If it adapts to this flesh over time, it will be hard to handle." Bai Qi said, "All right, big brother." Qin Lang raised his knife again and slashed down at the ancestor. The ancestor quickly dodged, but with his massive size, how could he escape? Swish, swish, swish. After a few moments, the ancestor's limbs were chopped off, and his body was left in pieces by Qin Lang. Only his large head was still rolling on the ground. When the head rolled in front of Confucius's statue, the ancestor howled to the sky. "Impossible! Impossible! I have never encountered anything like this in thousands of years. Master, you lied to me." Qin Lang was slightly taken aback. "Master?" The ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "I am not like you mortals. I was one of Confucius's 3,000 disciples back in the day. What you did was an ambush. Despicable. Cheating." He simply couldn't accept it. He hadn't even used his strength and had already been beaten so badly by Qin Lang. He hadn't even made a move yet. Qin Lang furrowed his brow and said, "Fighting isn't turn-based. Do I have to wait for you to unleash your moves? If I take you down quickly, I can still get a reward." Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh, so he was a student of the Confucian family. No wonder he has that stale scholar's vibe. I guess this so-called scholar's technique was taught to him by Confucius? "I told you, those bookworm types are up to no good." Qin Lang said, "You killed 40,000 people, does that make you a good person? You can't blame the 100 steps for laughing at the 50 steps." Bai Qi. The ancestor shouted at the statue of Confucius as master. "If you have any spirit in the heavens, please help me once more. Your disciple has done so much, could you bear to Before he could finish speaking, the statue of Confucius began to sway slightly. The surrounding mountains and forests began to tremble. "There's an earthquake!" Yi Zi exclaimed, and the others quickly scattered, running to open spaces. The statue of Confucius swayed back and forth, and the connection between the statue and its base actually broke. Ah! Ah! The enormous statue crashed down, directly landing on the ancestor's head. Puff! The ancestor's head was crushed into a pile of meat paste, and he no longer made a sound. Almost at the same time, the earthquake ended, and everything returned to calm. Qin Lang planted the knife into the ground, smiling slightly. It seems there really is a heavenly intent. For some reason, despite achieving a great victory, he felt no joy at all. Instead, his expression was quite serious. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao were completely dumbfounded. They hadn't even had a chance to make an appearance, and this boss was dealt with by Qin Lang just like that? So this instance, is it just over? It ended that quickly? A direct speedrun. Qin Lang still held the demon-slaying blade and walked towards Sumu Bai. "Mr. Qin, you are really impressive." Sumu Bai smiled. "I knew it, without me, you could still clear the level." Qin Lang sighed lightly. "Don't speak yet, just take care of yourself." Sumu Bai couldn't imagine how long she had suffered here before arriving early. It was truly not easy to be alive now. At this moment, Lu Jiao couldn't help but ask, "Qin Lang, who exactly are you?" Qin Lang didn't answer but said, "You all should prepare quickly. Things here are not over yet." Yi Zi was puzzled. "Not over? But didn't you just kill that ancestor?" Qin Lang sighed softly. "You really are naive. If we cleared the level, why wouldn't the system prompt us with a notification? Generally speaking, the boss has to be defeated or the quest must be completed to clear the level. But now, without any reward notification, it means the boss is not dead yet." Yi Zi and the others felt a chill run down their spines. "So you mean, the ancestor is actually still alive?" Qin Lang looked down at the teaching building. "The ancestor just failed to refine his physical body. I only destroyed his scholar's technique and ruined his body. I certainly didn't kill him." Su Miao started crying again. "How is it not over? Does that mean we have to kill all those students too?" Qin Lang was at a loss for words, thinking how could she say such cruel things in such a cowardly tone. Yi Zi asked, "Qin Lang, are you saying that among those students below, there is still the incarnation of the ancestor?" Qin Lang replied, "Did I not say this before? Everything is fake. The ancestor I just fought might not even be the real ancestor. The true ancestor has actually been watching us all along." Then, he turned to look at the Confucius statue that had smashed the ancestor's skull. "Right? Ancestor." Everyone suddenly turned their heads to look. What happened next sent chills down everyone's spines. Chapter 47, Immortal and Indestructible. They saw the already fallen Confucius statue slowly stand back up bit by bit. The flesh remnants it had smashed out began to attach to it, slowly covering the statue, leaving only a head exposed. Not only that, but many strange objects also appeared behind the Confucius statue, and even the corpses of the students on the ground began to mutate as if driven by some terrifying power. What was happening before them was truly beyond everyone's comprehension. Yi Zi and the others didn't dare to move. Only Qin Lang remained somewhat clear-headed, staring at it intently. He, how do you know I'm not dead?" The voice of the ancestor echoed again, penetrating everyone's eardrums. It had no mouth or vocal cords, as if it was connecting with everyone's minds, spreading the sound to all. Qin Lang said, "Your obsession is too deep, lingering in this world for 1,000 years. The Confucian youth technique is just one of your obsessions, not the essence of your life. Breaking your technique doesn't mean taking your life. I believe that over these 1,000 years, you've tried countless times to use the Confucian youth technique to come back to life and become an immortal, but not once have you succeeded. Otherwise, how could you have thought of collecting sacrifices through exams and controlling them with the different types? You have done everything perfectly, evading human laws. Even the underworld messengers almost couldn't catch you. As long as the students' obsessions remain, you will remain. As long as we are still in this school, we can never defeat you and will eventually be eliminated by you." Upon hearing this, Yi Zi couldn't help but tremble, asking, "Qin Lang, are you saying that we have no chance of winning?" Lu Zhou's face went pale. "No way, is this really an AA-level instance?" A sense of despair and dread spread within everyone's hearts. The ancestor, represented by the Confucius statue, took slow steps towards Qin Lang, coldly speaking, "You really are clever, even able to guess this? Indeed, I have long been an immortal and indestructible existence. As long as there are people in this world with the obsession to excel through studying, I will exist. As long as the students in the school are still studying hard, they will ultimately be my pawns. Studying and becoming an official is like 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. The world only pays attention to the victors who cross the bridge. Who cares about those who fall? Just like the students from Donghu High School, coming here to study shows they are untalented, never to be able to get into a good university in their lifetime, and no one will care about them in the future. Since no one cares, what harm is there in using a few of them? After a pause, the ancestor said proudly, no matter how powerful you are, you cannot eliminate me. I just wanted to play a game with you, haha. Yi Zi's face turned even whiter. Lu Jiu murmured, immortal and indestructible? What do we do? Everyone's eyes dimmed again, watching as the ancestor continued to approach them, the inexplicable sense of oppression growing stronger. Qin Lang smiled, I'm not smart, I couldn't have thought of all this by myself. The ancestor asked, oh? Then why could you think of these things? Qin Lang paused, then said, someone told me. The ancestor was stunned, stopping at steps, who? Qin Lang replied, I don't know, but he is standing right behind you now. He is an old man with a white beard, looking quite aged. It's quite high. The ancestor was taken aback and then said, do you want to deceive me? Qin Lang shook his head, as you said, I did see part of the Pango Heavenly Book. After understanding it, I found my brain became even stranger, often hearing and seeing some different things. I suspected that my brain was broken, I even doubted if someone was causing trouble around me. Qin Lang glanced at Yi Zi and Lu Jiu at this moment. Yi Zi looked a bit nervous, you suspected us? Qin Lang didn't answer but said to the ancestor, later, I understood that all of this was someone communicating with me in some way. Sometimes, he was even helping me. Perhaps this is the wonderful part of the Pango Heavenly Book you mentioned. Do you want to know what I heard after seeing you? The ancestor hesitated slightly, what did you hear? Qin Lang smiled, the old man behind you told me to say you made a mistake. The ancestor's body began to swell further, growing limbs that looked like arms and legs, and the surrounding bodies seemed to be affected by some kind of shock, exploding with a loud bang. A long tentacle stretched out from the Confucius statue, sweeping towards Qin Lang and the others. Qin Lang jumped up, holding Su Mu by. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu quickly retreated. Wang Long stood in front of Lu Xinlan, firmly blocking for her, but soon his body was torn in half, letting out a painful scream before spitting out a large amount of blood. Only then did Lu Xinlan have a chance to run out of the ancestor's attack range. Wang Long! Lu Xinlan cried out in pain. Qin Lang held Su Mu by and said to the ancestor, what's wrong, are you anxious? The ancestor's voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. What nonsense are you saying? Where did I go wrong? The Confucian child's technique was taught to me by my teacher at the end of his life, wasn't it to help me become an immortal? You are lying to me. You are lying to me. I know, in your eyes, this method is cruel and shouldn't be done. But my teacher said, to do what you know is impossible. Some things, even if you know they are impossible, still have their reasons. Where did I go wrong? These were all the teachings of my teacher. Qin Lang frowned and shouted, nonsense. This roar was deafening, sounding almost like it wasn't Qin Lang himself. Su Mu Bai held Qin Lang tightly, looking at him with changed eyes. Qin Lang continued, to do what you know is impossible is not to ask if it is possible, but to ask if it should be done. The ancestor was stunned, old. Qin Lang proceeded, causing harm to heaven and people, hurting the innocent, is that also to know it is impossible and still do it? If I show you the Confucian child's technique, are you going to learn how to harm innocent students? Don't forget, you are also one of them. You remember to do what you know is impossible, why don't you remember, do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself? All of the ancestors' movements stopped, and the strange happenings around also ceased. Qin Lang lowered his head and fell silent. Su Mu Bai looked at Qin Lang's face, holding her breath. The ancestor suddenly let out a loud wail that echoed through the night sky. Chapter 48, Learning without thinking leads to confusion. After the ancestor wailed, the changes in his body became even more apparent. Many organs and body parts that words could not describe grew from him, looking even more horrifying. Impossible! 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 The ancestor roared as he lunged at everyone, you won't escape alive. All of you will become mine. At this moment, a white light appeared from Qin Lang. When the ancestor saw that white light, he froze again. The white light was quite dazzling, making it impossible for Qin Lang and the others to see what it was. But the ancestor stared at it, his voice gradually trembling. Impossible, impossible. As the white light approached the ancestor, a hand reached out from within and gently placed itself upon the head of the Confucius statue it clung to. Lowering his head, Qin Lang suddenly began to talk to himself again. What a pity, you can no longer reincarnate, you can only go to the underworld to suffer. Learning without thought is labor lost, thought without learning is perilous. Why can't you understand this principle? The ancestor's voice suddenly became younger. Teacher, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Another hand reached out from the white light and similarly placed itself upon the ancestor's head. Qin Lang, Yin Chai, go ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, the weeping Su Miao quickly took out an iron chain and slowly walked towards the ancestor. She threw the iron chain in front of the ancestor and surprisingly pulled out a young man who had been lowering his head. Woo woo woo. I'm trying to think of the spell. Su Miao bit her lip and softly said, Yin Chai bind the soul, living beings, keep away, the gate of hell, open. A huge black cave appeared ahead, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling came from within. The black-robed Yin Chai reappeared, standing at the cave entrance, taking the trapped ancestor. The black-robed Yin Chai first gave a slight bow to the white light, and after the light slowly dissipated, he fixed his gaze on the young man turned from the ancestor. Ah, originally one of Confucius' 3,000 disciples, such a bright future wasted on these matters. The black-robed Yin Chai sighed, then looked at Qin Lang. Thank you for your help this time, Qin brother. He reached out and dug into the young man's heart, pulling out a piece of blood-red jade. The black-robed Yin Chai said, this blood jade was a treasure given to him when Confucius passed away. Over the thousands of years, he has concentrated quite a bit of essence into it while cultivating the way of the Confucian youth. It must be a treasure, and I give it to you as a reward. After saying this, he tossed the blood jade to Qin Lang. Qin Lang suddenly raised his head and caught the blood jade in one hand. Blood jade. Treasure level, S. Function? S-level treasure? Yi Zi and the others were instantly shocked upon seeing the system prompt. They had only heard that S-level items could drop in S-level dungeons, but didn't expect to see S-level items drop in an AA-level dungeon one day. Moreover, they had never seen a real S-level item before. They were now incredibly envious and jealous of Qin Lang. How could he obtain an S-level item in an AA-level dungeon? What luck and strength was this? Qin Lang, however, wore a puzzled expression. What's this thing useful for? The black-robed Yin Chai said, this item surely has divine powers, but how to use it depends on your fortune. Qin Lang held the blood jade, feeling that the blood light on its surface seemed to pulse slightly, as if it were a weak, living heart. Not only that, but Qin Lang suddenly felt that his body became much lighter. The next moment, his superpower system also spoke up. Congratulations, host upgrade. Superpower system fully upgraded. Now the host will not randomly receive new skills every day, but will refresh new skills daily. The host has already obtained 3 skills and can choose one to refresh at midnight every day. For example, for the countdown death skill, if the host does not want to use it, they can choose from options A, B, or C to refresh a new skill. The host can also choose not to refresh, and by not refreshing, they will receive 100 mental power as compensation. Current mental power of host, 1000/1000. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that getting this blood jade would come with such benefits. S-level items are really useful. Qin Lang held the blood jade and said, alright, I will accept it. The black-robed Yin Chai nodded slightly and led the ancestor away. In the instant the gate of hell closed, the dungeon system finally appeared. Donghu High School dungeon completed. Congratulations to players Qin Lang, Su Miao, Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and Lu Xinlan for clearing the dungeon. Dungeon goal, survive for 3 days at Donghu High School. Player Qin Lang actually soloed the boss on the first day, breaking the record. Evaluation, SSS. Super God Perfect. Rewards are as follows. 1. Player Qin Lang receives 1 million ghost coins. 2. Receives item, Desperate Virus Potion. Item level, AAA, disposable. Significantly enhances human functions and allows for self-healing from injuries, transforming into a super warrior. 3. Acquire item, Assassin's Cloak. Item level, AA. Wearing it makes movements like being on 8 times speed, greatly increasing agility and jumping ability, becoming a true top assassin. 4. Choose privilege. Player Qin Lang can choose the difficulty of the next dungeon. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, smiling as he thought he had struck it big this time. 1 million ghost coins, plus the ones he earned before, were enough to buy by Qi either the Qiankuan Jade Bottle or the White Dragon Reverse Scale. As for the Deadly Virus and Assassin's Cloak, they were also great items. Paired with the Blood Jade Jockey, wouldn't he soar? Especially this choosing privilege, it was enough to make anyone jealous. This time, clearing the AA level dungeon could be done in one day. Choosing a relatively easier one was like drinking water, right? Guaranteed victory, right? Qin Lang had undoubtedly become the biggest winner. The other players were each awarded 10,000 ghost coins as a reward. Lu Jiu couldn't help but cry out, damn system. I have worked hard too, why only give this little? She still had over 200,000 ghost coins when she came to this dungeon. After giving Qin Lang 200,000, she thought she could break even upon clearing it. Is this it? Like throwing crumbs to a beggar. Yi Zi smiled, alright, little Lu, we are basically lying down and winning with Qin Lang this time. If it weren't for him, who could have figured out how to deal with that boss ancestor? I fear in the end, everyone would have been killed by this ancestor. A little less is a little less, staying alive is what matters most. Lu Jiu, upon hearing this, could only nod helplessly. Lu Xinlan stepped forward quickly and said to Qin Lang, "Brother Qin Lang, you are so amazing. You must take care of me in the future." Qin Lang took a step back. "Stay away from me." Lu Xinlan froze. What are you doing?" Qin Lang said, "I just saw everything. You are the most dangerous one among this group." Chapter 49-3 A New Dungeon. Lu Xinlan was momentarily stunned and then felt a bit wronged. "Why do you say that? What's wrong with me?" Qin Lang said lightly, "When the ancestor attacked, Wang Long had a chance to survive. It was you who controlled him." In the moment when Qin Lang jumped holding Su Mubai, he saw Wang Long trying to dodge, and Lu Xinlan made hand seals, causing Wang Long to be immobilized and take the hit. "I suspect Su Haoren and Wang Long don't genuinely like you, but have been bewitched or controlled by you in some way. Now tell me, did Su Haoren really voluntarily go into that old house for an adventure?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes on Lu Xinlan changed. Lu Xinlan's earlier pitiful expression changed, and her face looked much colder. "You are really smart, really very smart." Lu Xinlan smiled. "No wonder you are the man who can clear the AA-level dungeon in one day." Qin Lang said, "Now is not the time for flattery. Someone like you who enjoys killing players for fun, you must be with the Wudao Association, right?" As soon as the words Wudao Association were spoken, Yi Zi and Lu Jiu tensed up. Lu Xinlan smiled. "Qin Lang, you are too sensitive. I did consider joining the Wudao Association, but I am still in the assessment stage." Qin Lang said, "That's about it. If you are one of them, don't come and mess with me." The matter where he almost fell into a trap set by Ling Long and the Wudao Association was still fresh in Qin Lang's mind. This debt he had to settle sooner or later. If Lu Xinlan had just admitted she was with the Wudao Association, Qin Lang would not mind trying out the effect of his new equipment and new items right now. Lu Xinlan shrugged and walked away reluctantly. Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai in his arms and asked, "Miss Su, how are you doing?" Su Mubai's tone was a bit weak, then she said, "I'm fine, you can put me down now." After Qin Lang complied, Su Mubai suddenly separated her soul from Chuanren's body. Reappeared in front of Qin Lang. Yi Zi and others were shocked again. The Su Mubai that Qin Lang mentioned turned out to be a strange creature. And it was an A-level strange creature. In other words, besides a succubus, Qin Lang had a powerful strange creature that could take out any one of them as a teammate. This was terrifying. Qin Lang could practically be a boss in a dungeon all by himself. Su Mubai gave a bitter smile to Qin Lang. "I'm sorry, Qin Lang, I didn't help much this time." Qin Lang smiled and said, "The dungeon system deliberately weakens you, there's nothing we can do. Next dungeon, I will choose an easier one, so everyone can be more comfortable." At this moment, Bai Chi's voice sounded. "Big brother, are you silly? It was precisely because we were worried you would pass this dungeon too easily that they intentionally held back this girl. If you choose an easy one, won't it just make her suffer more?" Qin Lang thought about it too. "So you mean, the next dungeon must be a harder one then?" Bai Chi replied, "Otherwise? The rewards for completing a harder one are more generous." Qin Lang sighed, thinking to himself that this time it wouldn't be easy. The East Lake High School dungeon is about to end. The new dungeon will open in 1 hour. Players can decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. Will you continue the challenge or temporarily return to the real world? Without saying, Qin Lang was definitely going to continue earning strange coins. After spending 1.2 million to buy the Qian Kuan Jade bottle from the mall, Bai Chi was genuinely happy for a while, but he never said what it was useful for. "Big brother, the secrets of heaven cannot be leaked. I'll tell you once we get the White Dragon's reverse scale." Bai Chi placed the Qian Kuan Jade bottle in front of the long dragon nose, its dragon scales trembling as if it had slipped on ice. Qin Lang also began to ponder what difficulty to choose for the next dungeon. At this moment, Su Miao also came over. "What would Qin Lang, can you take me with you again?" Qin Lang was speechless. "You didn't do anything this time, just cosplayed as a Grim Reaper once, wasn't that enough? Why do you always want to follow me?" Honestly, Qin Lang felt this crybaby was even creepier than Lu Xinlan. 2 perilous dungeons could be cleared just by crying. Looking timid as a mouse, yet she didn't even think twice about challenging the dungeon. What was she after? Moreover, so far, she hadn't revealed any details or abilities. Su Mubai smiled and hugged Su Miao, saying, "Mr. Qin, you weren't aware, but it was Su's sister who helped me all along. She recognized me from the start and secretly assisted me using the Grim Reaper's identity. Otherwise, I might have been sacrificed by the ancestor long ago. Su's sister does have some skills." Qin Lang sighed lightly. "All right then." So he continued to choose to team up with Su Miao, heading to the next dungeon together. "Qin Lang, bring us along too?" Lu Jiu and Yi Zi approached. "We want to go to the next dungeon with you too." Qin Lang said, "Why?" I'm about to choose a harder challenge for the next dungeon. Aren't you afraid of dying if you come with me? Lugio said, who here is not afraid of death when they come to this dungeon? But this time after clearing the dungeon, we only got this little reward, and the strange coins are almost all yours, we can't go back empty-handed. We can definitely help, don't worry. Yeezy also said, yeah, you've already figured it out, the two of us won't harm you. A harder dungeon is fine, even if we die we won't blame you. Qin Lang glanced at the two of them, then said, alright, just bear the consequences yourselves. Having more women around would help with his illness as well. But speaking of that illness, Qin Lang noticed that after reading that ancient text, it seemed to have gotten worse. It was only because he always had a woman around that it didn't show. Could it be that he really had a problem with his brain? Qin Lang shook his head and looked carefully at the dungeon system. A-level dungeons were followed by AAA, then Quad A, and finally 5A. Other level dungeons were similar. However, in 5S dungeons, there were new difficulties. But it seems that no one has challenged it yet. Although Qin Lang is now well equipped, he still does not dare to easily confront it. He then said to the dungeon system, for the next dungeon, I want a challenge. AAA level. Received. The AAA level dungeon is about to open, please prepare, players. The only one being ignored, LV Xinlan, looked at the few of them and smirked slightly. She took a red card out of her pocket. Qin Lang, do you want to get rid of me? It's not that easy. A flash of golden light passed, and Qin Lang and the others all disappeared from their spot. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on a big bed. With an ancient style of house and a classical dressing table, it was like being on the set of a historical drama. Qin Lang looked confused. What am I here for? Chapter 50, The Presence of the Leading Actress. Qin Lang sat up and turned to get out of bed. Cut. A rough, loud voice rang out. A man wearing a baseball cap stood up, pointed at Qin Lang, and shouted angrily, you were supposed to be unconscious in the script, how could you wake up by yourself? How can you be such an unprofessional actor? Qin Lang looked at him and then at his surroundings. Cameras, spotlights, and many modern-dressed men and women. They really are filming a historical drama? The director, Sinister, said to Qin Lang, hey, I'm talking to you, can you hear me? He said dissatisfied to a skinny guy next to him, Li Wei, I gave you so much time to cast, and this is who you found? Li Wei quickly replied, sorry, director, just wait for me to talk to him. He came in front of Qin Lang, bro, according to the script, you should be lying on the bed now, waiting for the female lead to come find you. Qin Lang shrugged, since it's such an easy part, he might as well cooperate. He could use a break anyway. When Qin Lang lay down, he took the opportunity to glance at the clothes he was wearing. A gray-black long coat, which had a bit of the style from the Republic of China era. Could it be a period drama? Just as his head touched the pillow, Qin Lang discovered that there was a face on the ceiling. That's right, it was a woman's face. The woman seemed to be stuck to the ceiling, constantly making faces at Qin Lang. But Qin Lang didn't react at all. So what if it's strange? Just don't disturb my sleep. The eerie woman saw that Qin Lang was actually unfazed and showed a look of surprise on her face. As if asking, why aren't you afraid? It was at this moment that the dungeon system's prompt finally came. Dungeon name, Death Crew. 2 years ago, 5 young bloggers who came here for an adventure livestream mysteriously died here. Since then, production crews have continued to come here for filming, but without exception, they have all encountered paranormal events, and filming has always been unable to proceed smoothly, often resulting in accidents or even deaths. This crew also does not believe in the uncanny. Can you complete this filming? Clearance requirement, help the crew complete the filming. Difficulty, AAA. Immediately, a lot of background information flooded into Qin Lang's mind. The place he was in was an ancient mansion from the Qing dynasty with a history of 200 years. It is said that a shocking family massacre once happened here, and since then, every family that has lived here has met with misfortune, becoming a well-known haunted house far and wide. After the founding of the country, this place was developed into a scenic area, but it also often had supernatural events, and the local management could only choose to abandon it. They didn't take any action since tearing it down would require a massive amount of funds. 2 years ago, 5 adventure bloggers came here to prove there were no ghosts by staying a night. Unexpectedly, the next day, all 5 of them died tragically. At this moment, a woman slowly walked up to Qin Lang. She exaggeratedly exclaimed, oh my god, Owen, what happened to you? Qin Lang slightly frowned. Is this the female lead? Her acting is too bad. Qin Lang opened his eyes slightly. The female lead is unfamiliar, yet has a face that fits a trend. To be honest, the ghost face on the ceiling looks much better than hers. Suddenly, the female lead shouted at the empty air beside her, ah! There's a ghost. Ka! Ka! Shinshir couldn't help but shout, Mimi, that was too fake, anyone can tell you are acting. Qin Lang laughed, the director was right. Mimi pouted, but aren't we acting? Chen sure. Then Chen sure could only sigh and continue the scene with her. Listen carefully, in this scene, you have just discovered your missing companion, On, and you should be very happy. But when you see his strange clothes, you suspect there is something wrong. At this moment, you see a female ghost sitting by the bed and you are immediately scared. Do you understand? You must be more natural, got it? Mimi lifted her overly enhanced chin. I understand, you've said it several times already. Let's do one more take and then go eat, I'm so hungry. Chen sure had an expression that seemed to curse her entire family, but quickly gritted his teeth and said, okay. Qin Lang found it boring and opened his eyes. He discovered that the woman's face had moved from the ceiling to the wall across from him. Oh, you want to come over and play with me? Qin Lang had dealt with the Eerie for so long that he could clearly feel this female ghost was not scary at all. Since lying down and shooting was too boring, Qin Lang simply stared at her. The female ghost realized that Qin Lang was really staring at her, and for a moment, she became somewhat flustered. He can really see me? Then why isn't he afraid of me? Ah, Owen. You are here, you are here. Mimi began her exaggerated acting again, this time struggling even with her lines. Director Chinsher felt somewhat desperate and sighed helplessly. What else could he do? After all, Mimi was the mistress of the investor. If he fired her, he would be in big trouble himself. He glanced at his meticulously polished script, feeling like his heart was bleeding. If only a ghost would come out and take care of this annoying woman. Chinsher muttered under his breath, only he could hear it. At this moment, after reciting her lines, Mimi looked to the side, planning to feign a scream and go eat. Unexpectedly, the female ghost walked out from the wall, staring directly at Qin Lang. Mimi suddenly saw a woman with disheveled hair emerge, her eyes bleeding, her face as white as paper, instantly making her scalp tingle. Mimi's legs went weak, and a hot, wet liquid spurted out. Ghost, ghost, ghost. There's a ghost. Don't come over, don't come over. Chensher's eyes lit up instantly. Good, very good. This is the feeling. Finally, they captured the effect he wanted. He hurriedly instructed the cameraman to zoom in, capturing Mimi's facial expressions more closely. Mimi, scared, sat down on the ground and shouted to Chinsher and the others, there's a ghost. There's really a ghost. Come save me. The crew members felt surprised. Her acting was really amazing. Unexpectedly, Mimi had a hidden talent. The assistant director felt something was off. Director, this scene isn't in the script, something seems wrong? Chinsher was extremely excited at this moment. What do you know? This is an actor's improvisation, alright? I think it's great, let her continue acting, don't stop. This Mimi truly has the aura of a leading actress. Mimi started crying, are you all dead? I'm not joking, there's really a ghost. But no matter how loudly she screamed, everyone thought she was putting on a fantastic performance and appreciated her terrified expression. The female ghost slowly walked closer, but her focus was not on Mimi, but on Qin Lang lying on the bed. Mimi cried out, help! Don't come over, don't come over. In the next second, her vision suddenly went dark, and she passed out. In this moment, everyone finally realized something was wrong. Damn! Something's wrong. Quick, save her. The crowd hurriedly rushed to carry Mimi away. Chinsher stood up, his expression was completely dazed. Is it really that serious? Was the acting too intense? Chinsher called up the previous clip and found that Mimi's terrified expression was indeed very real, completely a subconscious reaction. Not like acting. Chinsher suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. No way. Could there really be a ghost? Other staff members quietly asked, Director, should we leave for now? Chinsher swallowed hard and said, what's there to be afraid of? We are almost done with the shoot, nothing happened before, what's there to be afraid of now? Let's go eat something first. He said not to be afraid, but in reality, he was the fastest one on his feet. The others quickly followed suit. At this, Qin Lang was left behind. Qin Lang sat up and stretched. So comfortable. Qin Lang patted his head, I slept really well. You can see me? The female ghost stared at Qin Lang, asking very seriously. Qin Lang nodded, yeah, I can see you, what's wrong? The female ghost suddenly sneered and stretched out her long arm to grab Qin Lang. Then you can go die. A sharp pain shot through him. The female ghost found that her chest had been stabbed hard by Qin Lang. Sizzle. White smoke started to rise. Qin Lang held the black dog blood dagger and shrugged, sorry, I'm just a bit faster. The female ghost spat out a mouthful of black blood and then said, I just wanted to make a joke, I meant no harm. How can there be someone not afraid of ghosts? Ordinary people would have been scared out of their wits like that Mimi just now. Qin Lang said, "Oh, you should have said that earlier." After saying that, he suddenly yanked the dagger out. Sizzle. Another round of white smoke erupted. The female ghost cried out in pain, "Ah." Qin Lang looked apologetic, "Sorry, is it more comfortable when it's in?" Then he stuck the dagger back in. "Ah." The female ghost clenched her teeth, You. Qin Lang said, "Is it more comfortable when I take it out?" He pulled the dagger out again. The female ghost was in so much pain she lost her expression management. No. Qin Lang said, "You don't want me to pull it out? Then fine, I'll stick it back in." Put. The female ghost glared at Qin Lang with resentment. "I meant, don't put it in again." Qin Lang nodded. "I got it, when a woman says no, she means yes. Just wait, I'll stick it in a few more times and you'll be more comfortable." Put. After several thrusts, the female ghost shouted, "Stop." Qin Lang sighed, "When I put it in, you say it hurts, when I take it out, you say no. So women are really too troublesome." The female ghost got angry. "You dare to fool me." Her hair suddenly stood on end, her body began to levitate, and then she opened her massive mouth to lunge at Qin Lang. Qin Lang calmly took out his ghost-slaying knife. The female ghost's eyes instantly cleared up. "Ah." The female ghost stepped back, clearly unable to bear the evil energy of the ghost-slaying knife. Qin Lang stroked the ghost-slaying knife and asked, "What's wrong? Not so tough anymore." The female ghost pressed against the wall, swallowing hard. "Who are you?" Qin Lang laughed. "Who I am doesn't matter, what matters is you're about to have some trouble." The female ghost said, I haven't harmed anyone, can't you just let me go?" Qin Lang carried the ghost-slaying knife forward and said, "Sure, but you have to answer me a few questions first." The female ghost nodded. "Okay, I promise to answer everything, master, please ask." Qin Lang stroked his chin. "Am I handsome?" The female ghost was taken aback upon hearing this. In the next second, she kept nodding, "Handsome. So handsome." Qin Lang raised his knife and slashed at her. "Ah." The female ghost let out a heart-wrenching wail. "Why?" The female ghost couldn't understand what she said wrong. Qin Lang shook his head. "You know too much." Female ghost. Qin Lang continued, "I'll give you another chance." "Am I handsome?" The female ghost shook her head. "Not handsome." Qin Lang didn't hesitate and slashed again. "How dare you lie?" The female ghost was in despair. Qin Lang asked again, "I'll ask you one more time, am I handsome?" The female ghost covered her already battered body, gritting her teeth, vowing to remain silent. Qin Lang slashed again. "Not speaking means I'm not handsome." The female ghost was completely desperate. She was not human, but Qin Lang was definitely a real devil. The female ghost cried, "Master, please let me go. I won't dare anymore." Qin Lang held the ghost-slaying knife and asked, "Then tell me, how long have you been a ghost in this ancient house?" The female ghost weakly replied, I don't know, I can't even remember when I came here." Qin Lang asked again, "So you've been obstructing the film crew's shooting?" The female ghost shook her head. "I didn't. I was just playing a prank." Of course, Qin Lang didn't believe her. "You have no useful information, so you can die again." The female ghost hurriedly said, No, master, give me another chance. This ancient house has many ghosts, almost every room has one. But the most powerful ghost king is actually hiding in a well. He's really strong, be careful. We are also controlled by someone, we're so miserable, woo-woo. After hearing this, Qin Lang said, "Alright, I understand, then you can die." The female ghost wailed, "I've already given you information, why do you still want to kill me?" Qin Lang laughed, "I just said you didn't give me information, so I have to get rid of you. When did I say I would let you go because you provided information?" The female ghost was truly going crazy. This man was indeed a real devil. Player Qin Lang successfully killed an B-level Eerie being. Reward, 1,000 Eerie coins. Ha! Such a weak Eerie being is actually B-level? Qin Lang remembered that B-level Eerie beings usually required a team to tackle. Is it really just this? But thinking about it, I did use the Black Dog's blood dagger and the ghost-slaying knife repeatedly. After so many chops, it indeed is a bit capable of being Eerie. Qin Lang walked out of the room, wanting to see where Sun Yuba and the others had gone this time. Since there are Eerie beings everywhere here, Sun Yuba should be useful. Qin Lang looked down at his clothes and found them really ugly, so he wanted to see where the changing room was to change. At this moment, a loud commotion came from the yard. "What did you say?" Director Qin Shi loudly held his phone and shouted, "Mimi is dead?" Other staff members looked astonished. Shenshir put down his phone and looked at everyone else. "Mimi encountered a car accident on the way to the hospital, she should be gone." The assistant director asked, "Director, how are we going to explain this to General Liu?" And, the other film crew is still shooting, should we call them back too? The lead actress is gone, so ideally, the filming should stop. But Chen gritted his teeth and said, no. We can't stop filming, we can change the script and write that the lead actress has just died. Where's the screenwriter? Call him over. At this time, a staff member ran over, out of breath, Director. Director. Me. Mimi is back. Chapter 52, A False Alarm. How can a dead person come back? Chen Shi's eyes widened as he stared at the staff member. You're not mistaken, are you? The staff member replied, no, it's really Mimi. She said she wants to find you. Chen Shi's legs were already trembling. No way, could it be because I often ruined her scenes, so she has complaints against me? Qin Lang stood silently by, watching. Are the ghosts in this instance so arrogant? Showing up in broad daylight? The assistant director asked, Director, what should we do? This ancient house can't really be haunted, right? Chen Shi kept trembling, then forced himself to calm down. Everyone don't panic. We have a lot of people, and there are so many men here, the yang energy is strong, it's still daytime, what is there to be afraid of? As soon as he finished speaking, a woman appeared before them, her head lowered, hands stretched forward, walking slowly barefoot. Mimi raised her head, Director. Her face was covered in bright red blood, her eyes filled with deep resentment. You made me suffer so much. Ah. It's a ghost. Chen Shi and the others quickly turned and ran. As they passed by Qin Lang, Chen Shi was pulled back by him. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Chen Shi's legs were still trying to run, but Qin Lang was strong enough to pull him back. Take a good look. Is she really a ghost? The crowd stopped and turned to look closely. Chen Shi. Who are you calling a ghost? Mimi wiped the blood off her face and shouted, I'm going to tell my daddy to fire you. Chen Shi pointed at her face, you're bleeding so much. Mimi angrily said, I just accidentally got some blood from the prop team. How can you guys not keep anything in order? Chen Shi raised his phone and asked, but I just heard that the car taking you to the hospital got into an accident. Mimi frowned, what accident? I didn't even leave. When I was lifted into the car, I was fine, then I came back. This old mansion is so big. I couldn't find you guys for ages. Chen Shi asked again, then why are you barefoot? Mimi said, I just went through a gap, and my high heel broke, so I had to come over barefoot. You still dare to call me a ghost? Chen Shi and the others breathed a sigh of relief, patting their chests. Scaring ourselves. Turns out it was just a false alarm. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly spoke, don't be too happy too soon. He asked Mimi, so who was supposed to take you to the hospital? Mimi frowned, how would I know? I said I didn't need to go, but they still drove off. Qin Lang asked again, was it one car or two? Definitely one. Mimi said impatiently. Qin Lang looked at Chen Shi, Director, who called you just now? Chen Shi felt a chill run down his spine. Right. If one car got into an accident and people died, then who called him? The reassurance everyone felt vanished again. Chen Shi hurriedly checked the caller ID. The number was correct, it was a crew staff member. But when he called back, all he heard was a burst of creepy laughter on the other end. Ah. Chen Shi was so scared he dropped his phone. What's going on? Qin Lang said, it's obvious, we've been targeted by the ghosts here. The accident might be real, it was a ghost who called you. Everyone's legs trembled, ready to flee again. Stop. Qin Lang said, you guys are supposed to be filming a horror movie. Don't you know splitting up is exactly what these fierce ghosts want? Chen Shi asked, what should we do? He never expected this temporary stand-in hero to be so calm. Qin Lang said, it's simple, call the other crew people back. Then keep filming. Chen Shi stared wide-eyed, keep filming? Shouldn't we call the police now? Qin Lang said helplessly, if you manage to call the police successfully, won't the ghosts lose face? They want to keep us trapped here. Instead of that, we might as well finish filming. The more you aren't afraid of the weirdness, the more it fears you. Chen Shi swallowed hard, why should I believe you? Qin Lang chuckled, well, anyone who wants to run, feel free. Everyone looked at each other, none of them made a move. A skinny guy couldn't take it anymore. I can't. I want to leave, I don't want to die with you. He immediately ran outside the courtyard. But the moment he stepped out, bang, a stone came flying and smashed his head. In an instant, brain matter splattered everywhere, blood flowed like a river. Ah! Mimi was so scared she collapsed on the ground again. Now no one dared to run away. Qin Lang shrugged, see? This is the fate of those who try to run. We're okay now, which means we followed some kind of rule. Running is simply breaking the rules, and that leads to death. Chen gasped for breath and asked, then, can we leave once we finish filming? Qin Lang nodded, I think so. He wasn't really sure. But to complete the mission, they needed to finish this film. Before that, he had to trick them into completing it. Mimi began to cry, Daddy. Daddy. I don't want to film any more movies, I want to go home. Wah. Qin Lang frowned and asked Chen, this girl is too annoying to be the lead. Can we change the person? Chen shook his head, the previous scenes were all hers, it's probably not possible to change now. Qin Lang scratched his head and sighed, alright, how much is left to shoot? The script? Let me see. Also, go do what you need to do, isn't it time for lunch? Now, Qin Lang had completely become the backbone of these people. The assistant director followed Qin Lang's words and called over another crew, while the rest went to prepare lunch. Qin Lang took the script and started to flip through it. Chen carefully explained, we have completed most of the plot shooting. Only the ending part is left, which is when the male and female leads encounter an evil spirit, then kneel down to beg for forgiveness, and then safely leave the old house. But in the end, the female lead discovers that it's all a dream, she is actually still in this old house, and then the evil spirit devours her. Qin Lang nodded, right, there's a twist. Speaking of which, real ghosts have appeared, can it pass the review in the country? Chen said, of course it can't pass the review in the country, but this film is not made for domestic audiences. Qin Lang asked, then who is it for? Chen suddenly showed a troubled expression. At that moment, a wailing sound came from the next yard. Ah! You all come quickly. Chapter 53, The Cannibalistic Old House. This wail quickly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone nervously ran over. Qin Lang walked over and saw a staff member slumped on the ground, pointing at several food containers, shaking uncontrollably. Look! The lunchboxes in the food containers were all smashed, spilling out a pile of moldy food. Even the sealed packages of meat, bread, sandwiches, etc., were all moldy and full of bugs. This scene made everyone present feel a chill run down their spines. Needless to say, it was definitely the strange occurrences in the old house causing trouble. Chen teeth were chattering as he looked at Qin Lang, what do we do? Qin Lang was about to speak when another group of people rushed over. Qin Lang. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu recognized Qin Lang at once. The crying Su Miao was following closely behind them. Qin Lang frowned, where is Miss Su? Isn't she here again? Qin Lang, I'm here. A sweet-looking girl with a youthful appearance raised her hand. Qin Lang scanned her up and down, you've possessed someone else again? Su Mubai smiled bitterly, yes, what can I do? My physical body was destroyed long ago. After leaving Fengmen village, I could only possess others to exist in human form. Qin Lang patted her shoulder, that's good, you can experience different lives. Have you encountered any weirdness in this old house? Lu Jiu interjected, not just encountered. 3 people from our crew just died. But we didn't even see a shadow of the weirdness. What about you guys? After Qin Lang heard this, he said, well, we just dealt with a B-level weirdness, and someone died here too. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu gasped in shock. Did they kill a B-level weirdness? Solo kill? What terrifying combat power. But thinking about Qin Lang's performance in the last instance, they felt it wasn't that hard to understand. Su Mubai asked, how is it on your side, Qin Lang? Qin Lang pointed to the moldy, foul-smelling food and said, these weirdness don't let us eat. Faced with the stinking food, Lu Jiu and the others furrowed their brows tightly. Chen quickly said, we didn't expect to have you all here, any abilities you have, please help us. This film must be completed. Yi Zi frowned, what time is it, still thinking about finishing the movie instead of leaving? Is shooting a movie more important than your own life? Suddenly, Qin Lang smiled, alright, if they won't let us eat, then they can forget about eating well. After saying that, he walked into a room and closed the door. Qin Lang took out the desperate virus he received as a reward from the last instance and drank it. Ah, this feeling. Qin Lang felt a strong heat spreading from his throat throughout his body. It felt like swallowing a shot of 50-degree white liquor. Refreshing. Qin Lang clearly felt his body undergoing a qualitative change from cells to bones. Bai Qi said, brother, this stuff is indeed useful. I feel that your physical condition is greatly different from before. In the past, you were just a mortal. Qin Lang asked, oh, and now? Bai Qi, much more powerful than just a mortal. Qin Lang. Bai Qi said, that's already pretty good. I think you can now exert at most 2,000ths of my strength. By the way, why did you suddenly do this? Qin Lang took out the black dog blood dagger, cut into his palm, and said, just want to try something different. A blood-red cut was made, and the next second it slowly healed at a visibly fast rate. He. Qin Lang laughed, enhanced physique, immense strength skills, plus the superhuman healing speed altogether. There are so many ways to play. Outside the house, Chen and others were anxiously waiting for Qin Lang. Why is there no sound? What if something happened? This place is too eerie. Bang! A huge noise came from inside the house, as if the wall had collapsed. Qin Lang. Yeezy thought something had happened to Qin Lang. But Sumubai reached out to stop her. No need to go, Qin Lang is fine. Boom! Then there was another loud bang. Qin Lang kicked open the main door and punched through a row of windows. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene. Isn't this too insane? Qin Lang then twisted off a pillar at the door, weighted in his hand a few times, and suddenly jabbed it towards the nearby wall. The wall instantly shattered, and dust filled the air. Qin Lang shouted to those around him, "Not letting us out and ruining our dinner, do you want to starve us to death? If you don't let us get some food, I'll flatten this whole area. If you're capable, come out now." After saying that, he raised his fist and was about to smash another wall. Yeezy suddenly shouted, "Qin Lang, hold on. Look over there." On the side wall, 2 characters written in blood appeared. "Stop." Qin Lang laughed, "Then let 2 of us go out to buy food and bring it back." The wall again revealed 2 characters written in blood. "Okay." Qin Lang said to Lugio and Yeezy, "You 2 go buy it. The others stay put and don't move." At this moment, Qin Lang undoubtedly became the backbone, and while everyone wanted to go out, they still obeyed the arrangement. Qin Lang proudly brushed the dust off his hands, thinking this 3 dungeon's weirdness wasn't so bad. "Ah! This house!" The female lead, Nini, suddenly yelled. Qin Lang turned around and was immediately startled. The brick wall that had just been smashed, along with those pillars, all automatically returned to their places as if they had life, and all the holes and cracks had disappeared. It was as if everything Qin Lang had just done had never happened. Bai Qi couldn't help but laugh. "Brother, it seems those strange things weren't afraid of you, but were just giving you face. You have something to deal with next." Qin Lang's lips curled up. This is getting interesting. Chen was so scared his legs went weak, and he slumped to the ground. Could it be, the legend is true? Qin Lang asked, "Legend? What legend?" Chen swallowed hard, as if he hadn't heard Qin Lang speak, muttering to himself, "The house that eats people, the house will eat people." The staff also turned pale. Qin Lang squatted down and patted Chen face. "Stop mumbling, what house that eats people?" The pain made Chen come to his senses. He touched his reddened cheek and said, "There has always been a legend in this area, that this old house is actually alive. And for over 200 years, it has been constantly eating people." Chapter 54, A Movie for Ghosts. Chen trembled as he said, "The first owner of this ancient house was a scholar from the early Ming dynasty. It is said that he would have a strange dream every day. There was a woman walking back and forth in the yard, and she kept spitting water out. Later, he invited a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. In the yard where the woman appeared in his dreams, when they dug down, they found a female corpse, one that was even submerged in water. But the female corpse looked just like a normal person. The Taoist priest suggested burning the corpse, but that night, the Taoist and the scholar's family all died, and the corpse vanished without a trace. Since then, anyone who moved into that house would inexplicably die. People said it was the ghost of that female corpse merging with the house, then devouring everyone inside." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang said again, "Is that it? Sounds not that scary." He had just dealt with a 1,000-year-old ghost in the last mission. Now, this 100-year-old female ghost didn't seem to be a problem in Qin Lang's eyes. But the mission of this chapter was to complete the film. The difficulty mainly lay in protecting the crew so they could finish the movie and not get bizarrely killed before the film ended. Chen continued, "I haven't finished. 2 years ago, 5 young people came to do a haunted house livestream. When they moved in here, someone dreamed of a woman walking back and forth in the yard again. They copied what the scholar in the legend did and dug up the land in the yard, wanting to see what was there. Just like the scholar from 200 years ago, they also dug up a corpse submerged in water. That corpse, just like in the legend, had not rotted in the water and looked almost identical to a living person. But the next day, they all died. And they died in a very tragic way. It is said that one person split open their own belly and grabbed their own intestines with both hands. And there were bite marks on those intestines, as if someone had taken a few bites. Sumio was so scared that she stepped back 2 paces. Woo-woo. Don't say any more." Qin Lang rubbed his chin. "Oh? From this, it looks like the key to this old house is that corpse submerged in water?" Chen nodded, "It should be." At this moment, the assistant director couldn't help but ask, "Director, how do you know all this? Wasn't that live stream interrupted midway?" Qin Lang asked, "Interrupted? How did it get interrupted?" The assistant director said, "I also watched that live stream. I was one of the viewers that night. The live stream was interrupted halfway, and there were no segments about dreams or corpses. I was curious, which is why I joined this crew. As soon as he finished speaking, the others in the crew added, yeah, I also watched that livestream. There certainly weren't any of the scenes and segments the director mentioned. What a coincidence, you saw it too. Darn, if I had known, I wouldn't have come. This place is really creepy. At this point, Qin Lang and Sumubai finally understood. This group of people had one common point: they had all seen that livestream of the 5 people. Is there such a coincidence in the world? Qin Lang stared at Chen Shi again. Director, where did you see those segments you just talked about? Chen Shi hesitated, looking around nervously. Qin Lang said, don't worry, with me here, those strange things won't dare to act easily. Chen Shi then carefully said, actually, a month ago, I received a video. Someone added me as a friend on Feishin, sent the video, and then blocked me. I opened the video and found it was the second half of that livestream from those 5 people, which scared me so much that I couldn't sleep well for half a month. Qin Lang asked, then why did you dare to come here to make a movie? Chen Shi's face turned very ugly, clearly finding this question even scarier than what he just said. Because after watching that video, that night I received a call. The person on the call said, I had to come here to shoot a movie, then show it to the ghosts. Qin Lang frowned, what? Show a movie to the ghosts? Chen Shi said, I don't know what this means either. At first, I thought it was a prank, but this phone call kept coming, as if it had latched onto me. Not only that, I also have nightmares every day, dreaming about this place each time. I had no choice but to find a way to attract investment, and then I came here. I have a vague feeling, if I don't finish this movie, I'm afraid I will die. The other crew members exchanged glances and, all at once, stared at Chen Shi with resentful eyes. It turned out it was because of this guy that they were in this situation today. Qin Lang stroked his chin. There were too many doubts at the moment. First, why did the live stream of those 5 people get interrupted? Generally, when such technical problems arise, the first reaction should be to restore the stream, right? Why did they continue to dig up the corpses? Since there would be live stream footage, does it mean they didn't realize their broadcast was interrupted? Second, who sent Chen Shi that strange video and kept harassing him? Lastly, what does it mean to make a movie for ghosts? Just as Qin Lang was about to ask further, a phone suddenly rang. Chen Shi quickly answered it. Hello? It's me. The person on the other end said something, and Chen Shi was so frightened that he jumped up. What did you say? Chen Shi quickly looked around, are you sure? Qin Lang asked, what happened? Chen Shi swallowed hard. Just now, the police called, saying they found our crew's vehicle in an accident. Inside were 2 bodies, a man and a woman. And according to the IDs on the bodies, one of them is Mimi. When this was said, all the crew members suddenly felt a chill behind them, shivering with fear. Where is Mimi? Everyone began looking around in a panic. The female lead Mimi, who had just been with them, had now vanished. Could it be that they had just been with a female ghost? Chen Shi trembled non-stop, as if his whole skeletal frame was about to fall apart. Qin Lang said, don't be afraid, sit down and wait for dinner. He then said to Sumubai, Miss Su, please go and check. Sumubai nodded, then stood up and walked outside. Ah! As soon as Sumubai took a couple of steps, she saw a figure standing at the gate of the yard. It was Mimi. Chen Shi and the others quickly took several steps back. The assistant director, in a daze, called out, Mimi? Mimi turned slowly to face everyone, her back to them. Then, a scene that would be unforgettable for a lifetime appeared before everyone. Chapter 55 Restart. Mimi turned her body around, her face had been peeled away, exposing 2 eyeballs, white teeth, and bloody facial muscles laid bare to the air. Not only that, all the clothes and skin on her neck, chest, abdomen, and lower body were gone. The bleeding muscles and organs, along with the bones, looked extremely horrifying and disgusting. She didn't have a single patch of skin left, looking like a human model in a medical school. Ugh! Some crew members saw this and vomited immediately. More people felt an icy chill spread through them, desperately covering their eyes, not daring to look again. Qin Lang wasn't afraid, he even said, wow, this is what they call exposing the bones, right? Chen Shi and the others were speechless. At this moment, he was still in the mood to joke? But in fact, Qin Lang had already sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, he glanced at Su Miao behind him. This crybaby usually cries when hearing a ghost story, so how is she so quiet now? Qin Lang glanced at Su Miao again and found she was actually smiling. Qin Lang, watch out! Su Mubai shouted, pulling Qin Lang's attention back. Mimi reached out her hand, running towards everyone with a cheerful expression. Ha ha ha, keep filming, aren't you missing my scene? Su Mubai extended her right hand, slicing toward Mimi's neck. Immediately, Mimi's head and body separated. Su Mubai reached out again and directly plucked out Mimi's heart, squeezing it with a bit of force and crushing it. Mimi suddenly carbonized, with cracks appearing all over her body, turning into a pile of powder that scattered in the wind. Sumubai said, "What a pity, what a pity." Qin Lang said, "It seems the strangeness in this ancient house can no longer bear the loneliness. It will probably be very lively at night." Shenshur became very desperate. "Why, was nothing wrong during the previous filming?" Qin Lang asked. "One of you must have violated the rules." "Rules?" Qin Lang said, "Strangeness harms people in both active and passive ways. If nothing happened to you before, it means the strangeness in the ancient house did not actively harm people. Now that they are causing such a ruckus, it can only prove that someone among you has violated the rules and touched their reverse scale." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the crew looked at each other, recalling carefully if they had any inappropriate actions. Shenshur asked, "Master, will we die?" This was also the concern of others. Qin Lang said, "Maybe, but I hope the movie can be completed. So, those who don't want to die should do as I say." Shenshur nodded vigorously. At this moment, Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, who had gone out to buy food, returned. They brought back 2 full boxes of lunchboxes and started distributing them on the ground. However, after the earlier incident, many people lost their appetite, chewing food like wax, and began to cry while eating. Qin Lang ate heartily and shared everything that had just happened with Yi Zi and the others. "Huh? There's such a thing?" Yi Zi clicked her tongue and said, "No wonder it's a level 3 copy, even the strangeness here is so strange." Lu Jiao said, "Watching a movie for ghosts? How do you do that?" Qin Lang shook his head, "I've only heard of performing for ghosts. Wasn't there a tradition in the countryside? Inviting a theater troupe to sing for the ancestors in the ancestral hall all night to make them happy." Lu Jiao responded, "I understand, maybe the strangeness here also means that they want to film the movie and then screen it in this old house. As long as we fulfill their wish, it'll be fine." Qin Lang said, "But I always feel this matter is not so simple." Yi Zi asked, "Why?" Qin Lang took a sip of cola and said, "Think about it, the man-eating legend in this old house has existed for over 200 years. In other words, even if there is strangeness, it must have gained an old pedigree of over 100 years. Did they know what a movie was back then? Why would they have an obsession with watching movies? Even if they kept up with the times and knew about movies, it wouldn't just satisfy them after watching one, would it?" Others also nodded in agreement. Qin Lang continued, "Moreover, the strangeness here is quite unusual. That Mimi disguised herself as a human and mingled among us. I didn't even realize she was strange. Even when she stood right in front of me, I didn't notice any difference. So, the strangeness in this copy is very different from before." Sumubai said, "Qin Lang, you can leave this matter to me. As soon as that Mimi appeared, I knew she was one of my kind. So, I think I can distinguish who was a real person and who was strange." Qin Lang smiled and glanced at Sumubai. Then he said, "There are also some rules of killing here. As long as you violate them, they will act without hesitation. One known rule is, anyone who leaves here without permission will undoubtedly die. Including that staff member at the beginning, and Mimi, and the person who took her to the hospital, they all died for this reason." At this moment, Su Miao asked sobbingly, "What should we do tonight? We can't just sleep in this courtyard, right? What if this is the courtyard where that female corpse is buried?" Yi Zi and Lu Jiao also felt anxious and couldn't help but look down at the ground. Qin Lang scratched his head and said, "This is indeed a problem. Although I don't have to worry. But the people in this crew are too easily taken down. But without them, this movie can't be completed." Suddenly, Qin Lang thought of something. He called Shenshur over. "Director, how long do you think it will take to finish filming the remaining scenes?" Shenshur shook his head, "I think it can't be filmed anymore. The male lead and the female lead are dead, what can we do?" Qin Lang asked in confusion, "When did the male lead die?" Yi Zi said, "I didn't mention we lost 3 people on our side? One of them was the male lead." Qin Lang rubbed his forehead and asked again, "What if we change the script and shoot again?" Shenshur shook his head again, "There's not enough time. If we reshoot it will take another half a month. I fear too much time will bring too many dreams." Qin Lang said, "I'm talking about changing the script. No need to shoot a long film of over 2 hours, just do a short one around half an hour, is that okay? We can also find new actors and use local talent, that should work, right? Counting the actors, photography, lighting, and you, how many people does a crew need at least?" Shenshur thought for a moment and said, "I estimate, at least 10 people. Qin Lang said, "Great. We only have 5 people here, you pick 4 more from those people. The 10 of us will be the new crew, and we'll all sleep in one room tonight." Shenshur was stunned and asked, "What about the remaining 20 or so people?" Qin Lang answered calmly, "They can die as they please." What? Chapter 56 Cold-Blooded. Yi Zi exclaimed in shock, "Qin Lang, you mean to abandon them?" Qin Lang nodded, "Exactly, that's what I mean." Lu Jiao objected, "No way, this is too cold-blooded, this isn't the way to clear the level. Qin Lang asked, so what do you say is the way to clear the instance? Lu Jiu replied seriously, of course, it's to complete the instance task with all your strength while minimizing sacrifices. Because the characters in the instance are real people. Empathize with them. If it were you, would you want to be abandoned? Chenshur looked at them in surprise. Instance, you guys? Yeezy said, you probably can't understand, we are not from the same dimension or world as you. Your place has already been designed as a horror instance, we are the players trying to clear it. Chenshur's expression froze, as if he couldn't grasp it, or perhaps his brain had crashed. Qin Lang stroked his chin and said, so that's it, the instance system links stories from different eras and worlds, bringing us here to complete the so-called mission. The system, or rather, a group of people are watching us. Lu Jiu nodded, exactly. Qin Lang, one day you too will have to return to the real world. If your life were chosen as an instance and became an NPC in someone else's eyes, how would you feel? Would you want to be abandoned? Qin Lang chuckled, humph, of course not. I would choose to kill those players and become the biggest boss in that instance. I have always believed that my life is in my own hands, not in the hands of fate. Lu Jiu couldn't help but say, crazy. Anyway, I oppose your idea. Yeezy nodded, I also oppose. Qin Lang said, doesn't matter, I don't plan to gain your understanding anyway. He looked at Sumubai, I believe Miss Su will definitely stand on my side. Sumubai nodded, yes, whatever Qin Lang says, I will do. Lu Jiu looked at Su Miao again. Su Miao covered her face and said, whoa, don't look at me, I don't know. Qin Lang said, I am not seeking your opinions, nor will I decide by vote whether or not to do this. I am just notifying you. Since 10 people are enough to finish a film, then the rest are superfluous. Protecting them will divide extra energy and make it easier for the strange things in the ancient house to launch attacks. If you must be overly compassionate, then so be it. Lu Jiu stood up angrily and walked out straight away. Yi Zi sighed and followed. They both knew well that they were no match for Qin Lang. But they also did not agree with Qin Lang's methods, they only protested in this way. Qin Lang didn't care. He never intended to let these two women follow him. In a level 3 dungeon, he would never think of a happy ending, no matter how much he drank. Qin Lang looked at Chenshur and said, 2 more have left, you need to find 2 more people. In short, we need to gather enough team members to finish filming the movie. Chenshur nodded, his voice trembling as he said, okay. After the people left, Qin Lang asked Sumubai, do I seem too cold-blooded? Sumubai smiled and said, Qin Lang, just do what you think is right. Qin Lang smiled too. Soon, the people were split into 2 groups. One side was Qin Lang, Sumubai, Su Miao, and Chenshur, along with a 10-member crew. The other side was Yi Zi, Lu Jiu, and the remaining 22 crew members. It was now about 5 in the afternoon, and the sun was about to set. With the group reshuffled, Qin Lang needed to consider rewriting the script. Qin Lang asked, does the person forcing you to make the film have any requirements for the movie? Chenshur swallowed hard and said, I remember he said it must be related to the sequel of the 5 people in the old house. In other words, the adventure livestream of those 5 people is the first part, and the film we are making is their sequel. Qin Lang said, by the way, you always say you have watched the subsequent livestreams of those 5 people, pull it up for me and show me what they encountered afterwards. Chenshur hesitated, are you sure, you want to watch? Everyone who has seen it, except me has died. It turned out that before this, Chenshur had let other friends watch it together, and they had all died one after another in accidents after being scared. Chenshur had thus obediently followed what that mysterious person said and made efforts to bring in investments to finish the movie. At present, Qin Lang was the only reliable force Chenshur had seen. If he got into trouble, wouldn't it mean he would really die in the strange clutches of this old house? Qin Lang yawned, you don't need to worry about this. Just open it. Chenshur had no choice but to comply. He took out his computer and opened one of the videos. In the video, 3 males and 2 females were excitedly chattering at the camera. A boy with a buzz cut said seriously, you might not believe it, but all 5 of us just had the exact same dream. We all dreamt of a woman appearing in the outer courtyard. It was truly identical. Oh my god, could this curse of the old house be real? I'll say it again, this is not a drill, this is not for show. Another long-haired girl said, so we plan to do as the legend says, dig up the land in the courtyard to see if there really is something. Another short-haired girl stared at the screen and seemed to read a comment saying, aren't you afraid of disturbing the ghosts here? Ha, we aren't disturbing them, we are just saying hello. She took out her phone and said, and look, our mobile signal is still full. This means if something happens, we can still call for help. And all of you watching, if there are really ghosts, then we all witness it together. The buzzcut boy said, if there are really ghosts, I absolutely want Nobel to come back to give me an award. The 5 young people burst into laughter. Qin Lang paused the video and asked, this segment of the video, was it only you and your friends who watched it? It wasn't part of the original livestream? Shenshur shook his head, no. The livestream stopped after they fell asleep. The next news we got was the report of the terrible deaths of those 5 people. So this video of waking up from a dream in the middle of the night is definitely exclusive. Qin Lang said again, that's interesting. They just acted like they didn't notice the livestream was interrupted, and they are still interacting with the bullet comments. Is a ghost accompanying them in the live broadcast? Chapter 57, Conflicts Arise. As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, Shenshur and the crew couldn't help but shudder. A ghost is actually interacting with these 5 people? Ghosts playing with people? Qin Lang smiled slightly. It seems the strangeness in this old mansion is quite interesting. He pressed the play button and continued watching. The 5 people in the livestream took out tools and began to dig the soil, really planning to dig up the yard. Shenshur had already watched the video and knew what would happen next, but now he was shivering and dared not look directly, so he turned away. Look quickly. In the video, the short-haired girl excitedly exclaimed, there's really something. The buzzcut man and the other 2 boys said, wow, it's gold. But in Qin Lang's eyes, what they dug out was not gold at all. In the excavated soil, there was a lot of standing water, and a pale female corpse was lying inside. But the 5 people acted like they didn't see it, continuing to say there was gold underground. We're rich. We're rich. My God, do we need to report this to the government? Is it really gold? Show it to us, don't throw it in the water and let it float away. At that moment, the female corpse opened her eyes. The next second, the video ended. Su Miao cried out in fear, wah 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 wah. Qin Lang looked at Shenshur, is that all? Shenshur trembled and nodded, yes, I wanted to delete it after I watched it. But the day after I deleted it, this video appeared on my computer desktop. I suspected I had a virus, I have changed several computers, but this video always shows up. Qin Lang laughed, so this strangeness can also act as a hacker, it knows how to mess with your computer. You don't have any study materials on your computer, right? Did they see you looking at Japanese teachers' tubes that night? Shenshur looked speechless, he really couldn't understand why Qin Lang could joke at this moment. Qin Lang clapped his hands and said, since that's the case, let's start thinking about the script. Since we are going to film the story of these 5 people, let's confirm the actors. The director, the assistant director, and I can play the 3 male roles. As for the 2 females, Miss Su and Su Miao will do just fine. At this time, Shenshur asked, what about the ghost? Who is going to play the ghost in this old mansion? Qin Lang smiled, there's no need to specially set someone to play the ghost. He looked around and said, aren't there ghosts all around in this place? Shenshur and the assistant director were shocked, so you mean we don't need someone to play the ghost, but let the ghost actually appear? Qin Lang nodded, that's exactly what I mean. Since this movie is to be watched by ghosts, why not let the ghosts come on screen? Shenshur's hands trembled, unable to stop himself from asking, is there any other way? Qin Lang retorted, what do you think? Shenshur looked absolutely hopeless. He then asked, if we film the movie, can we leave afterwards? Qin Lang said, I don't know. If it weren't for completing the quest, he wouldn't have the heart to deal with all this. A glimmer of despair flickered in Shenshur and the other's eyes. One of the crew members couldn't help but sit down, crying, are we not dead for sure? Filming means death, not filming also means death, so what's the difference? Qin Lang shot him a cold glance, of course there's a difference. If you don't film, then you'll die right now. The guy bit his lip, you dare. When I go out, I'll call the police. Qin Lang sneered, if you can go out, feel free to call the police. Let's see if the police die with you in the end. And do you think I would give you that opportunity? The man saw Qin Lang's murderous face and immediately shut his mouth. On the other side, Lu Jiu and Yi Zi gathered together, surrounded by the uneasy crew members. Lu Jiu said, everyone, don't be afraid, we will definitely protect you. Although our skills and strength are not as good as that Qin Lang, compared to ordinary ghosts, we are still fearless. A strong man asked, then hurry up and take us away. I don't want to stay in this ghostly place at all. The other few people nodded in agreement. Yi Zi patiently said, everyone, please calm down. I understand your feelings, but it's already getting late, and taking action carelessly will cause problems. And you have seen, anyone who tries to leave easily will die. The strong man said again, but the problem is, staying here is not a solution. And according to what you said, we can't move at night, can we do so during the day? Didn't Mimi die during the day? Lu Jiu was getting a bit impatient, then what do you want to do? The strong man huffed, I see you all have some ability. Of course, we should come up with a way to break out now and see if we can find a way out. Only then can we escape. As soon as he said this, it immediately gained the approval of other crew members. After all, it's not them who charge into battle and confront the evil ghosts, maybe they could really charge out a path. Lu Jiu was furious, I kindly gathered you all together to protect you, and you think of me as a cannon fodder, right? The strong man spread his hands. You said it yourselves that you would protect us. If you are too scared, then just say so. Why act all tough? Lu Jiao was about to go crazy. Why are these people so ungrateful? Another long-haired woman took out her phone. Everyone, stop arguing. I think this matter is very simple. Why don't we call the police? The police are strong, maybe they are not afraid of these ghosts, and then we can just follow them out. Others expressed their agreement. Yeezy quickly said, No, absolutely do not call the police. You are provoking those evil ghosts by doing this. The fact that we are still alive means that this state does not violate their rules. Calling the police now would be creating unnecessary trouble, and even if the police can come in, we still can't go out with them. The long-haired woman snorted, Is what you say final? We already have no food, and later tonight we have to sleep. We can't sleep in a haunted house, can we? Since the phone still has signal and can connect to the internet, why can't we try calling the police? Are we supposed to just wait to die? The strong man agreed, Exactly, I support calling the police. And we can even send a message to family and friends, or go online to post about this situation. More people means more power. I don't believe the ghosts in this ancient house are that powerful. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi helplessly looked at each other. At that moment, they heard strange footsteps coming from the neighboring courtyard. Tap. 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 Chapter 58, An Unsettled Night. The people in the courtyard felt a chill after hearing the sound, their hair standing on end. What is that noise? The strong man tightened his grip on his phone. Are the directors coming? Just a moment ago, everyone was eating in one courtyard, and after parting ways, Qin Lang went to the eastern courtyard, while they moved to the slightly larger western courtyard. All the equipment and props were placed in the middle courtyard. In other words, the two groups were only separated by one courtyard. And the footsteps were coming from the east, from Qin Lang's courtyard. More than 20 pairs of eyes stared intensely at the half-arched door of the courtyard but never saw any shadow. Yet, the tap-tap footsteps continued to echo in the air, now near, now far, now near. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately took out their weapons, on high alert. No! This sound is clearly unusual. Everyone, do not move rashly. But that strong man immediately shouted, A ghost is coming, everyone run. After his shout, more than 20 people immediately ran to the house in the yard next door, which was further west. Yi Zi was anxious. Everyone, please don't run around. It's very easy to become a target like this. Lu Jiao was already somewhat tired. Why do these people never listen? Oddly enough, after most of the people ran away, the ta-ta-ta footsteps suddenly stopped. Yi Zi hurried to catch up. Everyone, come back quickly. There are no ghosts, don't get separated. After they finally managed to pull people back, they counted and found that one person was missing. It was the long-haired girl who said she would call the police. Lu Jiao frowned. Oh no. It seems we really broke the rules and angered those ghosts. What, help me. The long-haired girl's voice suddenly came from the room in the next yard. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao immediately ran over. In the dim room, the long-haired girl said, I sprained my foot and can't move. Wah, it's so dark here, I can't see anything, someone come save me. A strong man and another tall, thin man ran over, and upon hearing this, immediately said to Yi Zi, You go check it out. Lu Jiao blared at him unhappily. At that moment, the long-haired girl shouted even more plaintively, Why aren't you four coming yet? Lu Jiao had no choice, gripping her demon-slaying stick said, I'll go take a look. Yi Zi pulled her back. Didn't you hear what she said? Little Lu, she is no longer human. Lu Jiao suddenly realized, right, she just said she couldn't see, how does she know there are four of us here? A chill swept up from their feet to their heads. Let's go back first. Yi Zi, guided by her fear, keenly sensed that she couldn't handle this situation. The ghost in this house was definitely not something she could deal with. After retreating, Lu Jiao put her hands on her hips and said to the others, Now do you understand? It was right not to let you run around or call the police. The strong man argued, You can say whatever you want. If we had called the police earlier, this might not have happened. Besides, you keep saying you will protect us, and now one person is missing. Aren't you ashamed? Lu Jiao was enraged. Are you sick or what? Damn it, even the king of hell can't save a dead ghost. If you insist on courting death, what can I do? Am I supposed to bow down to you? If it were up to Qin Lang, you should fend for yourselves. Yet here we are still with you, shouldn't you be grateful? The strong man said, You should be grateful for keeping us safe, but what is there to be grateful for now? Lu Jiao was so angry that she rolled up her sleeves and was about to strike. Yi Zi quickly stopped her. Alright, little Lu, now is not the time for infighting. We initially didn't have much of a grasp to deal with these ghosts, arguing is useless. A fist can't kill a demon, let alone with disunity, right? Lu Jiao blared fiercely at the man, then pointed at him. Yi Zi then stood up and said, "Everyone, I know you are all very scared and nervous right now. When we first faced various strange happenings and ghosts, we felt the same. But this won't do us any good, we still need to rely on ourselves to get through. Qin Lang and the director are figuring out ways to shoot a new movie again, maybe when the movie is done, we can get out. Before that, let's unite first, okay?" These words were heartfelt and quite infectious, even the strong man who argued moments before temporarily fell silent. Seeing that she had stirred up their emotions, Yi Zi felt very gratified and continued, "Since that's the case, let's decide the rotation and schedule for tonight. We now have 24 people in total, we can form teams of 4, change every hour, and make a full rotation in 6 hours. Everyone, try to endure sleeping in this yard tonight. In the morning, you can go help Qin Lang and the others with the movie. Little Lu and I will find a few suitable rooms. Let's get rid of the weirdness in here, so everyone can sleep well tomorrow night." Lu Jiao gave a commendatory glance at Yi Zi. "I have to say, this is a really good plan." But the big man spoke again, "Nonsense. We are unarmed and can't catch ghosts. If we run into one during the watch, even if we call for help, we will get eaten, right? Besides, why should we work during the day while you don't have to? Do you want to use us as meat shields tonight and then secretly escape during the day? Are you going to help us find a place to sleep and lull the kids?" As soon as this was said, people started discussing among themselves. Yi Zi earnestly said, everyone, I absolutely do not mean that. You have to believe me, if you can't get out, we can't either. Since I chose to be with you, I won't abandon you." The big man stood up and pointed at her, "But you clearly turned a blind eye when someone was in danger." The tall, thin man echoed, "Exactly. Just now, when you heard the cry for help, you said she wasn't human and just left. Why should we trust you?" Yi Zi was dumbfounded. She still tried to explain, "It's night now, we don't have much chance against ghosts. Everyone, please understand." The big man said, "Understand what? We absolutely do not accept your plan. We need to find a way out ourselves. Isn't that right, everyone?" Others chimed in, "Yes. Let's get out first." Lu Jiao was furious, Fine, go ahead, if I care about you all, then I'm not human." At this moment, suddenly a rotten hand reached out from the direction of the long-haired girl's cry, slowly crawling towards them. Chapter 59, The Man in the Pink Cloak. The crowd was still angry, expressing their distrust of Yi Zi and Lu Jiao intensely. At that moment, someone suddenly screamed loudly, "Ah! Let go of me, let go of me." A girl saw a pair of rotten hands grabbing her feet and immediately let out a heartbreaking scream. When others saw the scene, they quickly avoided it, and the crowd suddenly scattered. Yi Zi took out her white paper fan and rushed over. Paper blowing snow. Several thin pieces of paper flew over like blades, hitting the rotten hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. That rotten hand transformed into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Yi Zi sighed in relief and looked at the girl. "Miss, are you okay? What are you doing? Why didn't you act sooner? You almost scared me to death." The girl pushed Yi Zi away forcefully. "Yeah, why weren't you more careful? We chose to stay because we believed you could handle it. If you had been a little faster just now, I wouldn't have fallen." People around also started to blame Yi Zi. Yi Zi was stunned. She clearly saved someone, so why was she being scolded? Should a good person be held at gunpoint? Lu Jiao, unable to bear it any longer, shouted, "Are you done yet? If you want to die, just go die. No wonder Qin Lang said it would be better if you all died. You don't appreciate kindness at all, why don't you just all perish?" As soon as these words came out, it immediately stirred a strong reaction from the crowd. "What did you say? Qin Lang said for us to die? So cold-blooded, you're just like him. I don't care, you are responsible for us. If one of us dies, it's all your fault." They began to slowly surround Yi Zi and Lu Jiao. Yi Zi quickly pulled Lu Jiao and headed for the exit. "Don't run." Those people chased after them when they saw this. Lu Jiao was furious, "Really? These people are too ungrateful, let me just kill them." Yi Zi said, "Don't say such foolish things. Killing innocent people will ultimately harm us too. Sigh, maybe Qin Lang is indeed right." Lu Jiao fell silent. If they followed Qin Lang's advice, letting these people fend for themselves, there wouldn't be so many troubles. Sometimes, people are scarier than ghosts. After Yi Zi sighed, she quickened her pace. Suddenly, Yi Zi exclaimed, "Wait. This isn't right." Lu Jiao asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Zi said, "We're clearly running towards Qin Lang. Why haven't we run out yet?" Lu Jiao also realized this, and involuntarily stood still, trembling. They were only one small courtyard away from Qin Lang's yard. But they had just run through 2 or 3 courtyards, so why hadn't they arrived yet? Yeezy looked around. We have been targeted by the ghosts in this old house. Lu Jiu raised her magic staff and began to stand guard around her. They're here. The crew members caught up, and it looked like they were about to surround them again. Yeezy shouted, "Everyone, stay calm. We have already been targeted by ghosts. Don't come closer, or you'll be in trouble too." The big man just shouted, "Do you think we would still believe you? Hurry up and take us out." Lu Jiu tightened her grip on the magic staff and lunged toward the big man's face. Puff! A large blood hole was pierced in the big man's face by Lu Jiu. Yeezy was shocked. "Little Lu, what are you doing?" Lu Jiu shouted, "They are not human. Look." As soon as she finished speaking, Yeezy noticed that the eyes of these people were different from ordinary ones. Black, very black. Their pupils were pitch black, without a hint of light, as if their eyes had been hollowed out. The big man, whose face had been pierced, actually grabbed Lu Jiu's hand. He. A chilling laughter came from all directions, shaking every cell in Yeezy and Lu Jiu's bodies. Those crew members extended their hands to begin attacking Yeezy and the others. Ayo! Several people opened their bloody mouths and pounced. Yeezy quickly waved a sheet of paper, fanning it, and turned it into blades shooting out again. But even with half a head chopped off, those people still moved freely. Oh no! Yeezy encountered such a situation for the first time. "Little Lu, run." Lu Jiu fought and cursed along the way, saying, "Damn. Can't kill them. Absolutely can't kill them. Where to run? These people are just like zombies. Zombies die without a head, but they seem to have no weak points." Suddenly, a pink figure flashed out. Swish swish swish. Several silver blades of light appeared. The nearest mutated people to Lu Jiu and Yeezy were shattered into dozens of pieces. I didn't expect this mansion to be so large. A man in a pink cloak stood in front of Lu Jiu and Yeezy. Didn't expect that there would be two beautiful girls here. The man was tall and imposing, exuding an aura of charm and hidden strength. He wore a hat that was a bit rough at the edges, giving off a somewhat chivalrous vibe. Lu Jiu and Yeezy were stunned. Who are you?" The man chuckled, took out a pink ribbon, and tied up his long black hair. "Just call me Qin Lang. Don't worry, little beauties, you are safe now." He raised the curved blade, shining coldly, and dashed like a pink lightning towards those mutated people. Lu Jiu and Yeezy stood still, watching the bizarre beings being taken down by Qin Lang one by one, their faces full of surprise. It was the first time they saw such powerful swordsmanship. In less than 2 minutes, Qin Lang had already cut those mutated people into a pile of flesh. He flicked the blood off the blade, smiled at Lu Jiu and Yeezy. "Little beauties, it's all good now." Lu Jiu was captivated by his handsome appearance and powerful skills, quickly stepping forward to clasp her hands. "Thank you." Are you a player too?" Qin Lang laughed. Yes, but I sleep during the day and come out at night to look for some fierce ghosts to play with." "I didn't expect to run into you." Yeezy was surprised. "You dare to sleep so much in a 3A instance? Aren't you supposed to gather clues and progress the story during the day?" Qin Lang laughed heartily. "I came here just to kill ghosts. I don't care about stories or missions at all." As soon as he finished speaking, heavy footsteps could be heard from the ancient house, as if some gigantic creature was about to come out. Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Looks like the big one is coming. Little beauties, step back." Yeezy just noticed that Qin Lang had 3 knives on his waist, each of different sizes. How violent to treat my toys." A blue-faced fierce ghost wearing clothes from the Ming and Qing dynasties walked out of the ancient house, having no lips and fangs exposed to the air. "You should die too." Blue-faced corpse. Weird level, B. Lu Jiu quickly said, "Qin Lang. Let's deal with this B-level weirdness together." Qin Lang waved his hand, then pulled out a knife with each hand. "B-level weirdness? Then I'll use 2 knives to show my respect." Chapter 60, Let Me Cut Once. The blue-faced corpse's saliva dripped from its fangs, chuckling, "Looks like you're very tasty." Qin Lang smirked slightly. "Needless to say? Too bad you can't eat me." The blue-faced corpse roared in anger and took a deep breath. A whirlwind rose up around them, catching Lu Jiu and Yeezy off guard, making them almost lose their footing. But Qin Lang remained steady as a mountain, his expression unchanging. The scattered meat on the ground was also sucked into the blue-faced corpse's mouth. In the next second, the blue-faced corpse had grown significantly larger than before. Qin Lang, who was originally about the same height, could only barely reach its belly now. Delicious, delicious. The blue-faced corpse wiped its mouth. "Next, it's your turn." Qin Lang smiled. "Now that you're full, you can go on your way." The blue-faced corpse roared in fury and reached out its giant hand to strike down. Qin Lang's figure vanished in place, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on the back of the blue-faced corpse's hand. He pushed hard, jumped into the air, and slashed down with both knives at the blue-faced corpse's face. This ghostly speed startled the blue-faced corpse. It tried to block with its other giant hand, then slammed it down. But Qin Lang vanished again. Before the blue-faced corpse could react, it felt the world spin and turn upside down. Not the world turning upside down, but its head had been chopped off and fell to the ground. The blue-faced corpse tried to understand everything, while Qin Lang had already appeared before it. Qin Lang's expression was quite relaxed, the double knives stained with green blood were dripping. Lu Jiao and Yi Zi swallowed hard, murmuring, "So fast." They were shocked by the blue-faced corpse's size, and when they came to their senses, they saw Qin Lang pass through the neck of the blue-faced corpse. The blue-faced corpse's blood hadn't even splattered out, and Qin Lang's pink cloak had already swept past, followed by a graceful landing. Everything happened in an instant. They were even more bewildered than the blue-faced corpse. How could a knife be so fast? The blue-faced corpse growled, "You." Before it could finish its sentence, Qin Lang's knife moved again. Swish 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 swish. Qin Lang's knives were as fast as lightning, cutting the blue-faced corpse into fine pieces in just a few strokes. Ha! Qin Lang happily laughed, his curved knife violently cutting down towards the ground. A powerful sword wind rose from the ground, sweeping toward the blue-faced corpse's fragments and body. Bang bang bang! The blue-faced corpse's body exploded in multiple places, crashing backwards. Qin Lang flicked the blood off his knives, quickly sheathed them, and turned confidently. Ghosts from the 3A copy feel great to chop. Player Qin Lang successfully killed B-level weirdness. Reward, 1,200 ghost coins. Qin Lang smiled, now I have money for drinks. Unknowingly, a silver wine flask had appeared in his hand. Ah, the wine after slaying ghosts is the best. After taking a sip of strong liquor, Qin Lang sighed contentedly. Then the surroundings changed, and Lu Jiao and Yi Zi finally realized they had not left the courtyard but had been trapped in a ghostly wall, going around in circles. Lu Jiao stepped forward and smiled, "Thank you, brother Qin Lang. If it weren't for you, Yi Zi and I would have been finished." Qin Lang laughed, "It's nothing, you were safe, I gained joy, and we all owe nothing to each other." Lu Jiao felt a warm breeze, "If only I had met you earlier, Qin Lang. This time, we owe our success to you." Qin Lang said, "Are you in a hurry to pass the level? Then we can go find the strongest one." Lu Jiao agreed without hesitation. Yi Zi said, "Little Lu, wouldn't it be better to discuss this with Qin Lang? After all, it's a 3A level dungeon, what if there are other traps?" Lu Jiao pouted, "What do we have to say to that cold-blooded guy? He'd probably sell us out." Qin Lang asked, "Oh? Are there any other players besides you?" Lu Jiao nodded, "Of course, but he's a talented but morally bankrupt bastard. His name is Qin Lang, he can single-handedly take on B-rank anomalies, but his character is far worse than yours." Hearing that Qin Lang could handle B-rank anomalies alone, Qin Lang's expression changed. "Is that so? I want to meet him." Yi Zi pointed to the yard nearby, "He is right there." On Qin Lang's side, he had just finished the script. This is how we shoot it, director, is half an hour enough?" Chenshir looked at the script Qin Lang wrote, exclaiming, "Amazing. This story you wrote is fantastic. I see no problem at all." Qin Lang smiled, thinking how these people hadn't seen Burial Ground Encounter, Grudge, or The Conjuring. "Qin Lang. Miss Lu and the others are back." Su Mubu pulled Qin Lang, "They even brought someone." Qin Lang turned his head and saw Lu Jiao and Yi Zi, and the most eye-catching Qin Lang. Qin Lang also noticed Qin Lang, their eyes met, both sensing a powerful pressure. Qin Lang thought, "This guy in a pink cape is a master. But it has nothing to do with me." Not knowing if it was because he read the heavenly book or because he had been harboring a wicked god in succubus for too long, Qin Lang felt a sense of alienation from ordinary humans. From now until now, apart from himself, he trusted no one else. Lu Jiao proudly pointed at Qin Lang, saying, "Qin Lang, let me introduce you, this is our savior, his name is." "I am not interested in knowing." Qin Lang asked, "Why are there only you few? What about the other crew members?" Yi Zi looked troubled, saying, "They seem to have been controlled by the ghosts in the ancient house and started attacking us." Lu Jiao continued, "Thanks to brother Qin Lang, he saved us and single-handedly took down a B-rank anomaly." Qin Lang smiled, "Just a casual move." Qin Lang looked at Lu Jiao and teased, "So, did you find that being a babysitter for a bunch of people isn't fun?" Lu Jiao's face showed some embarrassment. What you said is not right. If brother Qin Lang had shown up earlier, maybe those anomalies wouldn't have happened." Qin Lang couldn't help but interrupt her, turning to Qin Lang, "You are Qin Lang, nice to meet you." Qin Lang nodded, Lu Jiao was a bit dissatisfied. Why was Qin Lang so cocky? Was he not able to accept someone more capable than himself? Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, "I heard you can also single-handedly take on B-rank. What weapon do you use? Can I see it?" Qin Lang said, "I am not interested in talking about this, if you don't want to help, just leave quickly." Qin Lang smiled. Suddenly, his gaze turned cold. Qin Lang stared at Su Mubu, his hand already reaching for the knife handle. Are you an anomaly? Su Mubu asked, what's wrong? Qin Lang exclaimed excitedly, an A-rank anomaly. Can you let me take a cut? Chapter 61, 30% and 70%. Su Mubu's face changed. Qin Lang had already begun to draw his knife. Boom! A powerful aura emanated from Qin Lang, sending everyone close to him crashing to the ground. Qin Lang sheathed his knife. You don't want me to act? Qin Lang said nothing, but gestured for Su Mubu to come a little closer. Su Mubu swallowed hard, walking toward Qin Lang like a scared little rabbit. Actually, just now, Qin Lang didn't make a move. It was Bai Qi who acted. Qin Lang pulled his consciousness back into his body. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Qin Lang looked around but didn't spot Bai Qi's figure. Big brother, over here. A familiar, weathered voice echoed. Qin Lang turned around, stunned by the scene before him. Bai Qi had transformed into a black dragon, coiled around the Qianquan jade bottle. The Qianquan jade bottle could still be lifted with both hands when it was bought, but now it had grown to several meters high, overwhelming Bai Qi completely. Qin Lang asked, what were you angry about just now? Bai Qi opened his dragon mouth. Isn't Su Mubai your woman? That pretty boy wants to hurt her. I can't just watch my sister-in-law get hurt, right? Qin Lang chuckled, you don't have that much subjective initiative. What is the reason then? Bai Qi said, when I was still immortal, I had a daughter. Su Mubai looks a bit like her, so I softened for a moment. Qin Lang laughed, so the butcher Bai Qi has a daughter too. Your wife seems quite pitiful. Bai Qi's eyes showed a hint of sadness. Yes. Qin Lang shook his head. It seems I can no longer target Miss Su in the future. You treat her like a daughter and me like an elder brother. Won't it be a mess if we're together? Bai Qi chuckled. So what, we each have our own ways. I call you brother, you call me father. Get lost. Qin Lang asked again, what do you think of this guy Qin Lang? Bai Qi disdainfully said, if I can return to my peak, he, as a mortal, is not worth fearing. Unfortunately, you're not strong enough now, you only have a 70% chance of winning. Qin Lang frowned, why only 70%? Bai Qi replied, 70% is his. Now you only have a 30% chance, and it also depends on luck. Qin Lang was speechless, so I shouldn't try to fight him? That would be too frustrating. Bai Qi said, don't worry, I can sense that he is not a person who likes to kill. I have already shocked him with my evil god power. This Qin Lang, no matter how powerful, is still immortal. He seems fine now, but deep down he is already flustered and won't attack you for the time being, at least not with lethal force. Qin Lang asked again, how do you know he doesn't like killing? Bai Qi laughed, brother, don't I know what a true murderer looks like? Qin Lang thought for a moment. Bai Qi had killed over 1 million people. He could tell who the killer was at a glance. Qin Lang waved his hand, I got it, you can play with that bottle by yourself. Bai Qi then said, brother, you still need to be careful. That Qin Lang is immortal, but his body and sword skills are already perfect. The moment you show killing intent, he can take you down. Don't provoke him. Qin Lang didn't respond and walked away directly. Back in his original body, it was indeed as Bai Qi said, the earlier confrontation had left Qin Lang silent for a long time, showing no intention of drawing his sword, and his killing intent had diminished a bit. But there was a hint of excitement in Qin Lang's eyes as he looked at Qin Lang. Interesting, too interesting. Yeezy spoke, Qin Lang, although Miss Su is strange, she is not bad. And she is someone Qin Lang always brings with him, don't ruin the harmony. Qin Lang rubbed his chin, so there's such a way of doing things? I will try it next time. Su Mubai glanced at him uneasily. Qin Lang licked his lips, but it's hard to encounter an A-class strange thing, it feels unreasonable not to draw my sword. Qin Lang, can I spar with her a bit? Qin Lang replied straightforwardly, if you like drawing your sword to slice things, you can go to New Oriental, why are you here babbling? Qin Lang chuckled, if you say that, then it can't be said like that, I just want to exchange moves with her. He began to draw his sword again. Qin Lang also prepared to take out his ghost-slaying knife. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Woo 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 woo. Su Miao suddenly cried out, so scary, so scary. Qin Lang was startled and turned to look at Su Miao. Meow meow? Qin Lang and the others were taken aback. They knew each other? Su Miao curled up in the corner, saying, woo woo woo, so scary, don't come near. Qin Lang stood still, his expression showing rare surprise. But soon, he returned to his original cold demeanor. I see. Since Meow Meow is crying, I won't make jokes anymore. He sat down with a thud, then reached out his hand to Qin Lang, sorry for what happened just now. Qin Lang frowned and ignored him. What is the relationship between Su Miao and Qin Lang, and who are they? But no matter what, with two experts, Qin Lang and Qin Lang, everyone's heart was somewhat at ease. At least they didn't have to worry about some strange, reckless person crashing in. Qin Lang glanced at the time and found it was already 9:30. There were still 2.5 hours until midnight, the time when he could refresh his skills. He looked up at the sky. At this time, Qin Lang was lying on the eaves of a building, covering his face with a bamboo hat, and the pink cloak he wore covered him like a blanket, looking as if he was asleep. What a carefree character. Qin Lang felt that Qin Lang could even catch the attention of Bai Qi, showing he wasn't an ordinary person. At this distance, even if he used time pause, it would be hard to ambush successfully. He hoped to get a skill, not to take him down, but at least to keep things balanced. A 30% chance of winning was too low. Feeling a bit anxious and then bored, Qin Lang called Qinsher to look at the previous script. Qinsher asked while flipping through, "Master Qin, didn't we just write a new script? Why are you looking at the old one?" Qin Lang replied, "The fact that your previous script was so smoothly filmed means the old storyline satisfied the ghost of the ancient house. If something went wrong later, could it be that something was written that made them unhappy?" Qinsher felt a bit nervous and quickly found a script. Qin Lang picked up the script and began to flip through it. Suddenly, Qin Lang's gaze stopped on the second page. Could it be? Qin Lang looked at Su Mubai and asked, "Miss Su, you were at another filming crew during the day, can you tell me who died and when they died?" Su Mubai nodded, "I remember them all, wait a moment, I'll write them down for you." The first to die was the actor playing the male lead. At this moment, Qin Lang, who was sleeping on the roof, lifted the bamboo hat with his finger and looked at Qin Lang. After Su Mubai finished speaking, Qin Lang frowned. "So that's it." Chapter 62, Qi Man. Qin Lang said, "If the ghosts in this ancient house are killing according to this pattern, then it would be interesting." Su Mubai asked, "Qin Lang, what did you discover?" Qin Lang pointed at the original script and said, "Look, isn't the current order of deaths the same as the order the characters appear in the script?" As soon as he said this, the others quickly gathered around. Indeed, the current order of deaths, as Qin Lang said, was determined by the order of appearance of the characters in the script. Qinsher swallowed hard. Why would the ghosts here do this? Qin Lang said, "Isn't it simple? All of you have watched that live broadcast, the ghosts here want to continue their past ties with you." The expressions on Qinsher and the others' faces changed. Continue past ties? What does that mean? Qin Lang said coldly, "The people from the same crew all watched the live broadcast, how could they gather together to film? Is there such a coincidence in this world?" Qinsher, you should not have told me the whole truth, right? Qinsher felt a chill up his back and then said, "I." Qin Lang added, "You don't need to answer me now, in this situation, what you say is mostly lies. Anyway, starting filming tomorrow, you are also one of the actors, whether you want to live or die, you decide for yourself." After saying this, he turned to lie down on the ground, closed his eyes, and started to rest. Qinsher and the other crew members exchanged glances, their faces full of guilt. Clearly, they must have done something wrong in the past and were too scared to say it directly. The assistant director looked at Qinsher, "Director. It shouldn't be related to that matter, right?" Qinsher swallowed hard, "Don't say random things. Let me think about how to explain it to Master Qin." Another staff member said, "Director, if worse comes to worst, shouldn't we just tell the truth? Those people are all dead, why are we keeping that secret?" Qinsher gritted his teeth, "Those people were not killed by ghosts. Didn't you hear what Lu Jiu said? Those people are being controlled by ghosts, and the one killing them is that man with the knife and sword." Others looked at each other, their minds heavy with worries. The task of keeping watch was given to Su Mubai, who didn't need to sleep, while the rest gathered around a campfire and slept in the yard. Lu Jiu glanced at Qin Lang lying on the roof and asked Yi, "Isn't brother Qin Lang cold? And sleeping in that place, isn't it easy to be targeted by the ghosts in the ancient house?" Yi smiled lightly, "How long have you known him? You're already showing such concern. Once this chapter is over, you should team up with him." Lu Jiu gave her a gentle hit, "What are you talking about? Don't start making strange flags, okay? I feel relying on brother Qin Lang is much better than relying on that Qin Lang, at least he has some human warmth." Yi glanced at Qin Lang, who was sleeping soundly, and shook her head, "I don't think so. Qin Lang might be a little more reliable than Qin Lang." Lu Jiu asked, puzzled, "Why do you say that?" Yi said, "Qin Lang isn't thinking about clearing the stage, he's looking forward to fighting stronger foes. Staying with him will only lead you to encounter more strong enemies. But Qin Lang really took us through a tier 2A level chapter." Lu Jiu argued reluctantly, "But I just don't like him, he makes it seem like the whole world owes him something. In terms of strength, isn't brother Qin Lang stronger?" Yi smiled helplessly, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang. At that moment, Qin Lang had gone to find Bai Qi. Bai Qi seemed to particularly enjoy curling up on the Qian Koan jade bottle, still clinging to it. Qin Lang asked, "You don't have any special hobbies, do you?" Bai Qi opened his eyes, the dragon whiskers on his face began to tremble. "Brother, why aren't you sleeping at night? What are you doing here? Qin Lang stretched lazily and said, I wanted to ask you something. What is the Pango Heavenly Book? Bai Qi laughed, didn't you think of asking me until now? Qin Lang replied, I've always wanted to ask, but I just didn't have time. After seeing those so-called heavenly books in Fengmen Village, those words seem to be engraved in my mind, I can't forget them. The ancestor from Donghu High School said I've seen the Pango Heavenly Book and even summoned Confucius. But each time I didn't know why I could summon it, and it would work mysteriously. Can you tell me what's going on? Bai Qi chuckled, if I could directly use the Pango Heavenly Book, would I even be dependent on you, big brother? Qin Lang was speechless, do you even realize you're dependent on me? Bai Qi opened his mouth, the Pango Heavenly Book only borrows the name of Pango, who exactly wrote it is still unknown. I heard of the power of this heavenly book when I was in the underworld, it can summon deities from all directions and communicate with the myriad worlds. But very few people can interpret the heavenly book, only one type of person can do it. Qin Lang asked, what kind of person? Bai Qi stared at him, that would be the Qi people. Qin Lang looked confused, Qi people? What Qi? Anger? Rage? Balloon? Bai Qi said, not that kind of Qi, but the kind without up or down, the fire Qi. I don't really understand what this Qi person means either. But it said that Qi people are very rare, and only Qi people have the qualification to interpret the heavenly book. Also, not all Qi people can read the heavenly book, let alone use it. Big brother, you're considered a special case, enjoy it. This is a great opportunity given to you by heaven and earth. Qin Lang chuckled, do you want this opportunity? Will becoming this Qi person make me a bit too noticeable? Bai Qi nodded, once the Pango Heavenly Book is used again, it's very easy to be targeted. After all, many people want the power of such a worldly treasure. As someone who can summon evil gods with the heavenly book, any discerning person will treat you as a valuable asset. At that time, you can only pray that the other person doesn't have power as strong as that Qin Lang. Moreover, with so many strange beings around you now, perhaps in the end, those who can stay by your side will not be good things at all. Qin Lang waved his hand, stop cursing me. He seemed to think of something and planned to ask Bai Qi again, but after glancing at its current appearance, he decided against it. After his consciousness returned to his body, Qin Lang looked at the time again, and there were still 10 minutes until 12 o'clock. Qin Lang changed his position and lay down, gazing at the starry sky, lost in thought. What will he ultimately gain from repeatedly traversing through these copies, while also carrying the secret of the heavenly book? A commoner is not guilty but bears the sin of possessing a treasure. I am afraid nothing good will happen next, right? Ding! Midnight has arrived. Skill refresh has begun. Please choose the skills that need refreshing. Chapter 63, You Did Not Speak the Truth. Finally, it has come. Qin Lang chose to refresh the Death Countdown skill. At first, he used this skill to cling to a powerful ally. Now he himself is the strongest leg to cling to, leaving it useless. Death Countdown skill has been refreshed. Please select a new skill. A damage reflection. Reflects 50% of the damage dealt by enemies. Consumes 100 mental power per second. B. Danger perception. Scans the environment within 5 meters to detect anything that may cause danger, and predicts danger in advance. Consumes 20 mental power per second. C. Super defense. While fighting against the same enemy, immune to damage from the first 3 attacks and only takes 30% damage from subsequent attacks. Consumes 100 mental power each time it is activated, cooldown, 120 seconds. Wow, they are all quite practical. This is indeed an upgraded system. Qin Lang felt these skills would be useful when battling Qin Lang. For some reason, Qin Lang felt he would eventually have to fight that effeminate figure in the pink cloak. In this case, A and C seemed to be the best choices. But when Qin Lang was about to choose, he hesitated. Strangely, I came here to clear the copy, not to fight with Qin Lang. Why should I care about him? Besides, with that crybaby Su Miao around, Qin Lang probably won't attack easily. Qin Lang chose B. Then, Qin Lang activated Danger Perception to see what was hidden in this ancient house. Qin Lang closed his eyes, but instead of falling into darkness, he found he could still see some things clearly. The surrounding environment was so clear at that moment that Qin Lang could even feel the movement of every gust of wind. And many small red dots had appeared. The walls, door frames, abandoned wells, and several tiles in the neighboring yard were all flashing red, clearly warning that there was something deceptive here. Good heavens, there are indeed many. If I carelessly step in, I don't know how much trouble I might face. It's truly hard to defend against. Qin Lang was also a bit puzzled. What kind of rules did the ghosts in this ancient house follow when killing and hurting people? The script could be one of them, but the 5-person live stream team that died before didn't have a script. If ordinary people like Qinsher keep dying without knowing this rule, then this movie probably cannot be completed, and I would not be able to clear the copy. The boss of this copy is very clever. It is only sending some B-level or lower strange beings to set various traps. It is not targeting capable players like me at all, but aiming at ordinary people like Chunshur. The goal is to prevent the completion of the movie. As long as it continues to hide, preventing the movie from being completed, I will not be able to clear the copy, giving it the home field advantage. Thinking this way made Qin Lang's head start to spin. First, the condition for clearing the copy is to complete the movie. What is the definition of this movie? If it is the movie that Chunshur originally wanted to shoot, then now that I have changed the script, does the new story still count? If it doesn't count, then wasn't my previous effort in vain? Secondly, in this ancient house, besides us players, there are no other people. For ordinary people, going out is like facing death, but it seems that for some, entering is not affected at all. Thinking from another angle, one can constantly let people in to expand the workforce and finish the movie. But doesn't that just turn it into a war of attrition? Indeed, the AAA level copy is not so easy to clear. Qin Lang thought for a long time and unknowingly spent the whole night. When Qin Lang woke up again, a delicious smell of food wafted nearby. He sat up and saw everyone gathered together eating noodles. Qin Lang, you're awake. Sumubai handed him a bowl of noodles. This is for you, and if it's not enough, there's more. Qin Lang took the noodles and asked, where did it come from? The bowl of noodles clearly looked like it was from a shop outside. Someone must have gone out. Sumubai said that Qin Lang went out to buy it. He's gone to search the ancient house again, saying he wants to practice with new peculiarities. Qin Lang said nothing and began to eat the noodles heartily. Lu Jiu mocked from the side, it seems we really have to wait for big brother Qin Lang to do something, otherwise, if you keep eating, we'd probably starve in the morning. You're eating so deliciously, be sure to thank big brother Qin Lang when he returns. Yi Zi frowned, little Lu. Qin Lang ignored her. Speaking one more word with such a woman is a waste of breath. Chunshur came over, looking apprehensive. Master Qin, I thought about it last night. Actually, we have concealed something. If I tell you, will you still help us? Qin Lang did not answer directly but asked, do you think you have any other choice? Just say it, I don't have time for riddles. Chunshur swallowed and then said, actually those 5 people who came here to livestream, they used to work in our company. He and the entire crew were from the same film company, and the 5 young people who came to livestream were signed hosts from their neighbor's new media division. In other words, they were all acquaintances. Qin Lang nodded, go on. Sure enough, it was not that simple. Chunshur continued, actually, the entire adventure livestream and the ancient house to the movie filming was all planned by our company as a project. The boss originally planned for those 5 hosts to come here for livestream promotional work to boost their fame. Then buy a few marketing accounts to say how terrifying and bizarre it is here, and so on. Once the popularity and various rumors here increased, we could come here to film a movie, and it would definitely sell well. Qin Lang drank up the soup and asked Sumubai for another bowl. At the same time, his mind quickly processed this information. It matched, everything matched. No wonder these crew members had watched the livestream. So it was due to being colleagues and for work needs. Qin Lang asked again, so many legends in the ancient house are actually fake? Chunshur nodded, yes, things like 200-year-old ancient houses, scholars meeting female ghosts, houses eating people, and so on. These are just gimmicks. But the incident of the uncorrupted female corpse being dug up is true, you saw it during the livestream. Qin Lang waved his hand, speak slowly, don't try to disrupt my thoughts. The highest lie in the world is mixing fake words into the truth or reversing the order of facts. Chunshur is a filmmaker, he is too familiar with these tricks, and Qin Lang did not want to be influenced by him. Your company deliberately created rumors of the ancient house being haunted and then tried to take advantage of it. But you didn't expect the 5 people who came to livestream actually died, then what happened? Chunshur continued, then, the company paused the project. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, that is, not long ago, I received the second part of that livestream recording, and it was ordered by the ghost here to be used to make a movie. You know what happened after that. Master Qin, everything I'm saying now is the truth. Qin Lang thought for a moment and shook his head. No, you're still lying to me. Did your company boss just suspend the project? But didn't your boss initially want to blow things up to gather material for a movie? If someone really died, how could that be good for his plans and projects? Why would he stop? Doesn't death make money? I don't believe there are such soft-hearted capitalists. Moreover, now that you've gotten into trouble, your company has restarted the project? Just for your safety alone? I believe your boss is bad, but I don't quite believe he's stupid. You must be hiding something else, right? Chunshur dripped with sweat, unable to resist glancing back at the assistant director behind him. The assistant director and others just exchanged a glance with him, then immediately lowered their heads to continue eating noodles. Yeezy spoke up at this moment, Director Chen, you can express your difficulties freely. Even if bearing a huge secret, is it more important than your lives? If you don't talk, how can we help you? This gentle voice really helped Chen relax. He wiped his sweat and said, Master Qin, Miss Yi. I didn't mean to hide anything, but there are some things I really don't dare to say. You all must be deities descended to Earth, each with your own supernatural abilities. You can definitely ensure our safety. Once things are done, I'm sure each of you will have your own path. But I still have to keep muddling through here. If I say something carelessly, I'm done, please understand me. However, since Missy just said that, I also know I can't keep hiding it from you. After Qinshe ramblingly finished speaking, he took a sip of water and said, In fact, as Master Qin said, after those 5 people died, the boss really had us make a movie. Qin Lang took a bite of noodles and said to Qinshe, Stretch your hand out. Qinshe was confused, then stretched his hand out in front of Qin Lang. Qin Lang took out a black dagger and swiftly made a cut on his hand. Ah! Qinshe yelled in pain, covering his wound and shouted, Master Qin, why are you doing this? Lu Jiu also asked in confusion, Qin Lang, why are you messing around with a knife? Isn't this bullying? After seeing how Qin Lang was brave and saved his own life, Lu Jiu felt 100 times disgusted by Qin Lang's actions. Qin Lang appeared calm and said to Qinshe, I don't like this slow, toothpaste-like question and answer. It wastes everyone's time, forcing you to say a little bit. I already gave you a whole night to think it over. If you still won't talk to me properly, then you just need to learn a lesson. Lu Jiu said, but can't you use another method? Does it have to be this way of hurting others? Isn't this behavior no different from the anomalies? Qin Lang glanced at her and said to Su Mubwa, Miss Su, is there any way to make her shut up? Su Mubwa's eyes turned cold, slightly exerting power, and the temperature of the air around them dropped several degrees instantly. Su Miao was so scared that she covered her eyes and said, Whoa, so scary. Lu Jiu was truly panicked this time. She struggled with B-level anomalies, not to mention the A-level Su Mubwa? Lu Jiu nervously said, You all don't mess around. Otherwise, when Qin Lang bro comes back, he definitely won't let you off. Yi Zi quickly said, Everyone calm down. Now is not the time for internal strife. Qin Lang, do whatever you want. We won't say anything. Then she glared at Lu Jiu. It was at this moment that Su Mubwa also looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang said, Next time that annoying woman speaks again, Miss Su, you just go and pull out her tongue. Su Mubwa nodded, okay. Qinshe began to tremblingly explain again. This time, he told an even more bizarre and strange story. After the 5-person live broadcast team was completely wiped out, the company planned to rush to film a movie based on this as a prototype. Of course, to successfully pass the examination, ghosts and monsters couldn't appear in the film, but it had to be changed to a serial killer who blended in with the 5 people. The result was that he himself was captured and shot dead by the police. The filming of the movie went very smoothly, taking less than a month to finish. However, during the preview of the movie, strange things began to happen. First, the office where the master tape was stored mysteriously caught fire, killing several employees who were working overtime. Next, while editing the footage, the editor, for some unknown reason, killed 2 colleagues during the night shift and then jumped from the building to commit suicide. Seeing the situation getting worse, the boss invited a Taoist priest to perform rituals. The priest said that there was a heavy grudge on the master tape, that the 5 tragic deaths resented the company for joking about their deaths and were unwilling to seek justice, which led to so many casualties. The boss had no choice but to hire a private detective and help to get the police to investigate their cases, even holding a grand ceremony to appease the spirits of the 5. The boss said he would send the master tape to a Taoist temple for offerings, and indeed, it calmed down for a while. However, on the boss's birthday, he shockingly killed his entire family with a knife, causing a sensational massacre, and he also committed suicide. After the new boss took over, he demanded that no one mention the ancient house again, even erasing all the project's documents completely. Qinshe and the others were able to remain only because they had a good relationship with the new boss. That's all there is to it. Qinshe looked at Qin Lang uneasily, I assure you, nothing is missing. Qin Lang twirled the black dog blood dagger with his hand, his mind racing swiftly. After hearing this, Yi Zi said, So it seems, the curse of the ancient house really exists. But if it's the resentment of those 5 that caused all this, why 2 years later do they still want you to shoot again? Could it be that someone else has provoked their spirits? Su Mubai also said, Strange vengeance is often very strong, generally, they will eliminate all enemies quickly. Moreover, if everyone who had contact with the master tape and the project dies, how come you, Director Chen, are still fine? Qinshe waved his hand, I don't know. I really don't know. I've said everything I know. This time, Qin Lang did not immediately respond to him but said to Su Mubai, Strange things sometimes do not retaliate against enemies immediately. For example, Miss Su, didn't you also not retaliate against Sun Yangzi immediately? Mentioning Sun Yangzi, Su Mubai could not help but think of the incident in Fengmen village, her emotions becoming complicated. But soon, Sumubai understood the reason for Qin Lang's words. Qin Lang was not trying to pry at her wounds, he was simply thinking of the key point. Qin Lang, you mean, someone is controlling those strange beings? Chapter 65, The Underground Secret Room. Qin Lang nodded. The 5 people who were live streaming must have been controlled by something. Otherwise, they would not have behaved so unusually. The biggest suspect is that female corpse they dug up. That female corpse might have found a way to control the 5 of them to seek revenge on the crew and the company. Then forced the crew back to the old site. The question is, what does she aim for? With so much effort, there must be a purpose, right? There was another moment of silence. Lugio then said, why think so much? Let's just dig out that female corpse and destroy it. No matter what strange things are involved, we just need to take action and eliminate it. With brother Qin Lang here, everything will be fine. Qin Lang glanced at her, feeling that there could not be a more foolish woman than this. This ancient house can automatically restore itself once it's damaged. How hard can it be to move a corpse? Can you please use your brain a little? Lugio, you. Yeezy said, alright, now is not the time to argue. In my opinion, it's better to wait for Qin Lang to come back before discussing. He went to hunt for strange things, right? There may be new discoveries. Lugio crossed her arms and said, yeah, maybe brother Qin Lang found the boss, slashed it dead, and we could just clear the level. She then looked at Qin Lang and said, this time, let you enjoy the feeling of lying down and winning too. Qin Lang replied, you really like lying down and winning, and you like being saved by others. As soon as he said this, Lugio's ears turned red. She had also been saved by Qin Lang before. In the last dungeon, she had won by lying down with Qin Lang. What she just said seemed really inappropriate. At that moment, the pink figure appeared again. Qin Lang shook his head and said, I'm so tired, this mansion is really huge. Lugio quickly stepped forward and asked, brother Qin Lang, how is it? Did you find anything? Qin Lang smiled bitterly and said, no, I didn't find a single strange thing. They seem to have all hidden away. After hearing this, Qin Lang quietly activated his danger perception. There were still many red dots around. It can be seen that the strange things and traps are still there, but since Qin Lang said he didn't find them, it seems they chose to hide. But he didn't know what would happen after everything broke out. Qin Lang thought for a moment and then said to Qinshi, have you eaten enough? Then let's get to work. Let's finish filming the movie early and see if the strange things in this old mansion are satisfied. Qinshi nodded quickly and immediately arranged for the remaining people to get ready. Qin Lang knew that he didn't need to appear in the next scene, so he also started walking toward the ancient mansion. Su Muba also wanted to go over, but Qin Lang told her to stay and supervise the completion of the movie. Qin Lang saw Qin Lang going to explore and immediately suggested, hey, take me with you? I walked through here in the morning, so I'm more familiar with the roads. Qin Lang coldly said, I'm not interested in forming a team. Qin Lang laughed and said, so cold? I'm just being kind. Qin Lang then said, I don't need kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang directly walked toward the depths of the old mansion. Lugio disdainfully said, what the heck? Pretending to be all high and mighty. Brother Qin Lang's good intentions are treated like horse organs by him. Su Muba turned her head and said, watch your words. Otherwise, I will pull your tongue out like Qin Lang said. Lugio clenched her fists, about to explode, but was directly stopped by Yeezy. Alright. Yeezy looked at Qin Lang's back and felt an ominous premonition in her heart. Qin Lang walked into a room and found that the furnishings had an antique charm and were quite clean and tidy. It's been many years since anyone has been here, and it's still this clean. Hee. What are you pretending for? Qin Lang said to the empty room, trying to scare me? If you have the ability, come out and chat. Only Air responded to him. Qin Lang said, if you don't come out, that's fine, but you better hide quickly. He immediately activated his danger perception. Underneath the bed, there was a dark compartment with red light that was most obvious and brightest. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Qin Lang smiled, then raised the ghost-slaying blade and chopped that bed in half. When the hidden compartment under the bed appeared, Qin Lang inserted the ghost-slaying blade into the gap in the floor tiles, planning to pry it open with force. With his current strength and the toughness of the ghost-slaying blade, this little task was effortless. Bang! The hidden compartment was opened. Hisses. Several black poisonous snakes shot out from under the floor tiles, directly biting Qin Lang's arm. He. The roots of the snakes were connected to a beautiful woman's head, and those snakes had grown out of her eyes. If an ordinary person suddenly saw the scene, they would probably be frightened to death. Qin Lang directly waved his blade to cut off the snake's body, then stepped on the woman's head. Is this it? The expression of the woman's head became somewhat flustered, but she still showed a fierce look, continuously making beast-like growls. Behind the woman's head was an extremely dark opening. Get out! The snake-eyed beautiful head gritted her teeth and said. Qin Lang glanced at the poisonous snakes still biting his arm and said, "Do these snakes still have poison? What a pity, I'm not afraid of these now. After injecting the dead-end virus, this little injury and toxin are nothing at all." Qin Lang directly pulled off the snake head, then with his right foot, he forcefully crushed the snake-eyed beauty's head. Player Qin Lang eliminates C-class anomaly. Reward 500 anomaly coins. Qin Lang looked around and said, "There must be good things down here, right? If you don't stop me, then I'm going in. Only sending one C-class anomaly to guard the door, is that too underestimated me?" The surroundings were still very quiet, but Qin Lang could feel a faint cold wind blowing in, chilling against his body. Qin Lang smiled, took out a useless straw anomaly left behind from the sealed village, transformed it into a shape, and threw it down. 5 minutes later, the straw anomaly sent back a signal from below, indicating it was temporarily safe. Qin Lang immediately turned and jumped down. Clang! His foot stepped onto a step, and after stabilizing, airflows blew towards him from both sides. It shouldn't be this way. In a sealed space, how could there be air movement? No wonder the straw anomaly did not suffocate. Qin Lang judged the size and direction of the airflow, realizing that this hidden chamber was quite large. Suddenly, a somewhat terrifying thought popped into his mind. Could it be that the above of the ancient house is all an illusion and decoration? The real horror is beneath the ancient house? Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps came from behind. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slaying knife in his hand and said, "Don't try to play tricks on me. Otherwise, you will find out I am the real devil." Chapter 66, The Woman in the Background. The footsteps got closer, and Qin Lang was ready for battle. But nothing happened, it was as if just a gust of wind had passed by. Tap tap tap. Another set of footsteps went by. Qin Lang's danger-sensing ability did not detect any threats. How strange. Could it be that there are no anomalies in this underground space? Qin Lang simply followed the sound of the footsteps forward. The straw anomaly led the way, and still, nothing happened. It seemed like there really was nothing here. But the surroundings were indeed very spacious, and it felt like there was no end. At that moment, a small point of light appeared ahead, as if there were a room. Qin Lang walked quickly toward it, thinking there must be something this time, right? Upon entering the room, Qin Lang could make out the layout in the dim light. My God! Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim, "So there are these things hidden in this ancient house? Now that's going to be fun." I said, how could the anomalies in this ancient house be so well hidden? On set, Chen Shi and the others had just finished filming a scene. Okay, very good, everyone take a break. Chen Shi hadn't called for a stop the entire time. He looked like he wanted to leave this place quickly, completely unconcerned about the quality of the final cut. One reason was that the crew was working extremely hard. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Who would dare to be careless? It was already noon, yet they still hadn't seen Qin Lang return. Sumubai was a bit worried. Why hasn't Qin Lang returned? Did he get lost? Yizi said, maybe he found some clues and is studying them. Lu Jiu mumbled beside, Yizi, why do you always defend that Qin Lang? I think he's probably. She made a gesture across her neck. Yizi jumped in shock. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Lang can even single-handedly kill A-class anomalies. How could something happen to him so easily? You should take care of your own business. If Sumubai hears you wishing misfortune on Qin Lang, I'm afraid. Yizi patted Lu Jiu's shoulder, then prepared to go distribute the lunchboxes. Lunch was also bought by Qin Lang, and it seemed the anomalies in the ancient house didn't plan to starve them. Lu Jiu wanted to eat with Qin Lang, but Qin Lang only drank alcohol and didn't eat. A person is lying on the rooftop, sleeping. Bored to death, Lu Jiu had no choice but to open a computer in the crew, wanting to search for some movies or TV shows to keep herself entertained. While eating and watching, she was suddenly drawn in by the plot when she noticed a woman's back in the screen that looked very much like her. Huh? How did I end up in the TV show? Lu Jiu thought she was seeing things, so she rubbed her eyes. Looking again, she found that the figure was still there on the screen and seemed to be slowly turning towards her. Lu Jiu gasped, quickly hitting the pause button. Yizi. Brother Qin Lang. You guys, come look quickly. Yizi hurried over. What's wrong? Qin Lang lifted his hat and asked what happened. Lu Jiu quickly explained her discovery. I saw me in there. The moment those words left her mouth, Chen Shi and others who were eating changed their expressions immediately. But soon, after exchanging glances, they lowered their heads and continued eating their takeout. Yizi came to Lu Jiu's side, staring closely at the screen, puzzled. You're in there? I don't see it. Lu Jiu pointed at the screen, right there, right there. Huh? It really is gone. She almost pressed her face to the screen, it was just here. I saw someone just like me. Although Yizi felt something was off, she really couldn't find anything wrong. Little Lu, did you see it wrong? Lu Jiu shook her head. No way, I clearly saw a figure, let me rewind and take a look. But after rewinding several times, she still found no abnormalities. The characters in the show were still the same, neither more nor less. Lu Jiu scratched her head. That's strange, how could it not be there? I definitely saw it. Yeezy said, did you really see it wrong? If there really was something strange, with so many of us, we wouldn't miss it. Moreover, you should be able to sense the presence of something abnormal. While clearing the previous dungeon, Lu Jiu and the others learned a skill to sense abnormalities through touch and perception. If there really was something strange in that computer, Lu Jiu and Yeezy would definitely notice it. Lu Jiu was so close to the computer, yet still felt completely fine and noticed nothing unusual. This just proved there was nothing wrong. Could it be? I really saw it wrong? Lu Jiu swallowed, feeling something was off. Yeezy patted her shoulder. Don't be paranoid. Hey, where did Qin Lang go? The two girls turned back and found Qin Lang was missing again. Lu Jiu felt a bit worried. Brother Qin Lang won't be in trouble, right? Beside her, Sumubai spoke up. Just now, Qin Lang seemed to see something and jumped away directly. Yeezy exclaimed, oh, then said to Lu Jiu, Qin Lang is so strong, how could he get into trouble easily? Little Lu, don't be nervous, don't scare yourself. Lu Jiu nodded and continued to sit down, eating while watching. Did I really see it wrong? The protagonist in the TV show continued delivering lines. I see that at this point. The male lead said, there's only one explanation. Lu Jiu, you are going to die. Lu Jiu nearly spat out her mouthful of food. How could the male lead say my name? Did I mishear? Lu Jiu, is it delicious? How do you think we did? Why haven't you come to join us yet? Lu Jiu trembled all over, her face pale as paper. This was the first time she encountered such a strange thing. Moreover, all the characters on the screen were staring at her. Lu Jiu lost grip, and her takeout box fell to the ground. Those characters were staring at her intently, their faces showing eerie smiles. He. Lu Jiu, come play with us. Stay with us. Lu Jiu hurriedly closed the laptop, her breathing becoming extremely heavy. She just wanted to call Yeezy and the others over to look. But for some reason, Lu Jiu inexplicably reopened the computer. At this moment, the TV show continued normally, and all the characters began to say their lines as usual. Lu Jiu swallowed hard. What's going on? Did I see it wrong again? And in the center of the screen, that same figure as herself reappeared. That woman was standing right in the middle of all the characters in the drama, now half-turned, from the side profile and body shape, completely just like her. Lu Jiu grabbed the mouse, hurriedly wanting to close the webpage. But to her surprise, all the characters in the drama turned to stare at her. In unison they shouted. Don't close it. Chapter 67 They spoke. Ah! Lu Jiu shouted, pushing the computer over to the ground. The noise startled everyone. Yeezy rushed over. Little Lu, what happened? Lu Jiu pointed at the computer, her lips trembling constantly, her speech was not coherent. There's a ghost. There must be a ghost in there. The Eerie Sumubai walked over, closed his eyes to feel for a moment, then looked at Lu Jiu in confusion. No, there isn't. I didn't sense any similar aura nearby. At least in this courtyard, I haven't found anything unusual. Lu Jiu screamed hysterically, yes. There really is. They spoke to me. She told everyone everything she saw just now, and the people present looked at each other, finding it hard to believe what Lu Jiu said. Characters in the drama talking to her? Could such a thing happen? Yeezy picked up the computer, finding the screen had cracked, but it still worked. She opened the page playing the drama, yet still found nothing unusual. Little Lu, there's nothing. Yeezy said, I didn't find anything. Lu Jiu swallowed again. What about brother Qin Lang? I want him back. He must be able to see the problem. At this moment, Chen, who had been silent, said, can you tell me what those characters said to you? Yeezy looked at him and asked, do you know what's going on? Chen shook his head. I don't know, but I've encountered something similar. Remember the editor who committed suicide that I mentioned yesterday? It turned out that the deceased editor had encountered something similar to Lu Jiu. That night, the editor was working overtime in the office, editing a film. Chen was also there reviewing the footage. The editor suddenly said, Director, come look at this, there seems to be a woman who doesn't belong here, did we accidentally film her? Hearing this, Chen immediately denied, how could such a thing happen? But looking closer at the screen, he found a woman standing in the background of the conversation between the male and female leads. That woman had her back to the camera, wearing clothes that did not match the storyline, and didn't seem like a background actor. Chen felt something was off. He didn't remember filming this woman. So he asked, can we cut her out? The editor made an okay gesture, and they both got busy again. Unexpectedly, the editor began mumbling, "Strange, why can't I cut it? Director, I seem to be unable to cut this woman out. I don't know if there's something wrong with the software." Censure said, "Then just restart it, why ask me?" The editor responded with "Oh," and then said, "Why does this woman look a bit familiar?" The next moment, the editor suddenly screamed. "Ah!" Censure was startled and dissatisfied, asking, "What are you doing?" The editor pointed at the screen, trembling. "They spoke, they talked to me." Censure thought he was just hallucinating from staying up too long, walked over to question him. "What did the film say? Are you out of your mind?" The editor covered his eyes, telling Censure, "Just now, the characters inside were talking to me." Of course, Censure did not believe it, thinking he was really being foolish. He watched again and found everything normal, and the strange woman was gone. "Isn't this already cut?" Censure tapped the editor's head. "Finish the rest, then go to sleep." Suspicious and paranoid. The editor's face was filled with terror, then he took a deep breath, picked up the mouse, and continued working. Censure sat in his chair, continuing to review the footage, but he felt an unusual silence in the office. He thought the editor had fallen asleep and was slacking off, so he turned to look. What happened next was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. The editor stared at the footage and revealed a strange smile, then repeatedly cut his own arm with a utility knife. Censure was horrified. Just as he was about to speak, the editor suddenly stood up and began walking towards the door. Then, several colleagues upstairs were killed by him. Censure was covered in sweat. After that, he also committed suicide. Before he died, his experience was very similar to Miss Lu's. Lu Jiao's breathing became heavy. She had encountered many strange things and ghosts. But never had she felt such fear. This feeling of being caught off guard was slowly seeping into her body. "Yizi, hurry and find brother Qin Lang. As long as he is here, there will definitely be no trouble." But who would dare to go out easily now? Moreover, even Qin Lang had to admit the layout of this ancient house is complex. If they went out, it would be hard to come back. Yizi held her tight. "Don't be afraid, we are still here." Miss Su is also very strong. Generally, strange things won't dare to come close. Maybe they just want to scare you. And didn't we just check several times? Whether it was the computer or everything around, there were no shadows of the strange things. Little did they know, the strangeness in this ancient house was so concealed, it could even be said to be everywhere. Sumubai turned to Censure and asked, "Why didn't you say these things earlier? When Qin Lang asked you yesterday, you should have made it clear." Censure hurriedly said, "No, listen to me. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was scared by Mr. Qin last night. How could I remember all the details? The night the editor went on a killing spree, I almost died too." Sumubai said nothing, just silently put away the computer, thinking everything would be discussed when Qin Lang returned. Yizi hugged Lu Jiao and said, "Miss Su, I think waiting like this isn't a solution. Everyone probably doesn't have the mood to continue shooting. Moreover, based on little Lu and the director's experiences, these strange things might make manipulations in the film. The more footage we shoot, the more dangerous it might be." Sumubai replied, "No, we must follow Qin Lang's orders and complete the movie first." Lu Jiao got angry. "Are you crazy? Did you not hear what I just said? Those strange things can appear in the film. Maybe what we shot this morning has it too. What do you mean by continuing to shoot? Just because you are no longer alive, do you want us to accompany you?" Sumubai turned her head, frowning and questioning, "What did you say?" Yizi saw Sumubai getting angry and hurriedly said, "Miss Su, little Lu is just scared, please don't mind her." Just then, the entire ancient house suddenly shook. Ah! Chapter 68, The Timely Earthquake. The ancient house shook for about 10 seconds, and then everything returned to normal. Lu Jiao, still in shock, asked, "What happened?" Yizi gently comforted her, it's okay, maybe it was just a simple earthquake." Lu Jiao recalled the terrifying scene she just saw and tightly grasped Yizi's hand. "Yizi, do you believe what I just said?" Yizi's expression became a bit hesitant. "This." She nodded, "I believe." She had fought through many scenarios with Lu Jiao, seeing many incredible situations, so she naturally would believe. But it could also be that Lu Jiao really saw it wrong or was confused by the strangeness. Moreover, neither she nor Sumubai had sensed any hint of the strange things. Sumubai continued to focus his gaze on the ancient house's interior. Qin Lang has been gone for a long time, why is there still no news? Could the recent earthquake be related to Qin Lang? Censure and the crew members were huddled in a corner, trembling, then asked, what do we do next?" Sumubai said, "Just do as I said earlier, stick to finishing the movie." As Qin Lang said, finishing the movie may not guarantee safety, but not doing so will definitely keep us trapped. Censure and the assistant director exchanged glances, then hurried to get to work. Sumubai then walked over to Lu Jiao and Yizi. Lu Jiu thought Su Mubai was coming to take revenge, so he instinctively prepared to use the demon subduing staff. What do you want? Su Mubai coldly said, don't waste your effort. You guys struggle against B-level weirdness. If I really make a move, can you defend against it? Lu Jiu fell silent immediately. Yi hurriedly said, Miss Su, Lu Jiu was just scared and didn't mean what he said, please don't. Su Mubai replied, that's not what I meant. I just want to tell you, just because I'm no longer alive, I understand even more how painful death feels, and I also understand the meaning of life. If it weren't for Qin Lang, I would be like the weirdness in this ancient house, forever trapped here, taking others' lives as my goal and meaning. Even though I'm dead, I want to live more than anyone. After saying this, Su Mubai turned and left. Lu Jiu watched her, put down the demon subduing staff in his hand, and all the words he wanted to say suddenly vanished. Yi gently patted Lu Jiu's back, whispering words of comfort. Until evening, Qin Lang and Qin Lang still hadn't returned. Filming was going quite smoothly. Su Mubai was vigilant. Wherever there was weirdness, she could sense it in advance and eliminate it with her strength, so the crew had not suffered any casualties. But the more it was like this, the more uneasy everyone felt. Why is nothing happening at all? This is not normal. Miss Su, we are a bit hungry. Shenshir said while holding his stomach, can we go get something to eat? Su Mubai looked at Yi and Lu Jiu next to her. You two have gone out to buy food before, so I'll leave dinner to you. I'll stay to protect everyone. Yi nodded, okay, but Lu Jiu was scared today, I can go by myself. Lu Jiu looked at Su Miao, who had been squatting in the corner, and said, it's too dangerous for Yi to go alone. She could go too. She knows brother Qin Lang, she must also be a skilled person. She didn't do anything in the last instance, it's time for her to contribute. Su Miao immediately started crying. Whoa, no, I don't want to go, I'm most afraid of the dark. Once everyone heard her cry, they felt inexplicably annoyed. Su Mubai had no choice but to say, then let's wait for Qin Lang or Qin Lang to come back. Yi dusted herself off, alright, I'll go. Qin Lang and Qin Lang might be very late, by then everyone might be starving. It's fine, if there's danger, I'll find a way to escape, maybe I'll run into Qin Lang or Qin Lang on the way. Su Mubai looked at her for a moment and said, then be careful. Yi nodded, okay. After saying that, Yi quickly walked toward the outside of the ancient house. After taking a few steps out, Yi noticed that the temperature around her had dropped, and goosebumps began to rise on her skin. Yi realized something was wrong and immediately took out her white paper fan. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in front of her. Who's there? Yi swallowed hard, opening her white paper fan and preparing for battle at any time. But the other party did not respond at all, their bodies swayed unsteadily, continuously backing away toward Yi. Stop, freeze. Yi began to retreat as well. But after taking a few steps, it seemed as if something had collided with her. Yi turned her head and was surprised to find that a high wall had suddenly appeared behind her. It was a trap. Yi immediately waved her white paper fan and began to attack the high wall. Dang. But no matter how hard Yi hit, the wall in front of her remained unmoved, only making a metallic ringing sound. A copper wall and an iron barrier? Yi turned her head again and found that the figure was now very close. Yi calmed down and forcefully waved forward again, paper blows snow. Countless paper pieces like snowflakes flew out and struck that figure. Break! Yi shouted, and the paper pieces began to explode, making loud bang sounds, with a cloud of white smoke rising at the scene. Yi nervously stared ahead, her heart racing. Is it useful? But when the white smoke dissipated, that figure became clearer, yet it remained completely unharmed. Yi gritted her teeth and refused to give up the attack, instead continuing to wave her paper fan, sending more paper pieces toward that strange figure. But after taking 2 steps forward, she suddenly saw that figure clearly. Ah! Yi was stunned at first, then let out a sharp scream, you. She saw herself. That Yi turned her head, gave her a cold sneer, and stretched out a dark arm. Yi quickly dodged and shouted through gritted teeth, get away. It was all an illusion. But that Yi grabbed her paper fan and suddenly lifted her up with great force. Yi held tightly onto her weapon, using her legs to push fiercely in the air, tightening her whole body, and pressing down using her own weight. Yi's feet sank into the ground, but the smile on her face became even more wild. Yi opened her big mouth, and a dark arm stretched out from within, directly reaching for the Yi above. Oh no! Suddenly, the entire ancient house began to shake violently again. Boom 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 boom. Yi's expression changed, and she let go of her grip, disappearing into that mysteriously appearing high wall, her expression one of unwillingness. The real Yi fell to the ground, feeling the strong vibrations. What on earth is happening here? Chapter 69, Collaborator with the Tiger. Yi. Sumubai rushed over, asking, "How are you?" Yizi saw her and breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "I just encountered a strange." The shaking of the ancient house came to an end again, no one knew why, just as they couldn't understand why it had suddenly started shaking. Sumubai said, "As soon as you went out, I felt something strange around, but I searched everywhere and couldn't find you. It was only when the quake happened that I saw you had actually been in the neighboring yard." Yizi looked around and finally realized she hadn't moved more than 10 meters from her original spot. "This place is too eerie." Yizi said to Sumubai, "Thank you, Miss Su, otherwise I might have just died back there." Sumubai said, "If it weren't for that quake, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found you." "No need to mention it." Yizi forced a smile, "Only you would dare to come out, my legs are all weak now. Without you, those strange things might come back." Sumubai helped her up and said, "You are much better than that Lujio, at least you can reason." Yizi was being helped by Sumubai as she walked forward. "Don't blame Lujio too much. She has her own suffering. She had a very good friend who died in a previous quest, and it was at the hands of a female strange entity." Sumubai's expression changed a bit. Yizi continued, "At that time, Lujio had hidden that friend away. She was hiding in the shadows, watching helplessly as that female strange entity devoured her friend. She's just too sensitive, but she's actually a decent person." Sumubai listened silently for a moment, then nodded, "I understand." Seeing Yizi return covered in wounds, Lujio became anxious. "Yizi, what happened to you?" Yizi said, "The strange entities attacked, and that strange entity can change into other people's appearances, and everyone be careful. Change into someone else's appearance?" Upon hearing this, Lujio recalled the strange incident from the day. "Isn't that the same as what I saw in the TV drama?" Yizi replied, "She is very powerful, at least B-level or above. Before Qin Lang and Jun Lang return, we should not act rashly." Lujio felt a bit desperate, but now we can't see the trace of those two at all. Where could they have gone? Chenshur and others also felt hopeless, shrinking their bodies as they anxiously looked around. Time passed little by little, hunger tormented everyone. Except for Sumubai, who didn't have to eat, the others felt quite uncomfortable. However, the lack of food and water was secondary. What made everyone anxious was the current predicament. Now that Qin Lang and Jun Lang were missing, Yizi was seriously injured, Sumubai couldn't leave, and outside there were B-level anomalies. They felt like they were trapped on an isolated island. At this moment, Chenshur spoke up, "How about we finish filming the remaining shots tonight?" Lujio expressed discontent. "At this time, you're still thinking about filming? What is there to film?" Chenshur patiently explained, "What I mean is, let's all act together. Those anomalies only dare to act outside and don't come in, which shows they are afraid of Miss Su and everyone here. Moreover, I noticed that during the filming, those anomalies rarely came out to cause trouble. This means they actually don't oppose the start of filming. So why don't we act together now, moving towards the exit under the pretense of filming, and then send someone out to buy supplies? We could also speed up the progress, how about it?" This was indeed a good idea, and everyone nodded in agreement to give it a try. Sumubai and Yizi exchanged a glance and also expressed their agreement. The group tidied up their things, carefully preparing to step out of the yard. "Wait." Everyone turned around abruptly, only to see Qin Lang walking out from another part of the yard. "Qin Lang." Sumubai walked over with joy. Are you all right?" Qin Lang nodded and then asked, "Where are you all going?" Chenshur quickly said, "Master Qin, it's good that you're back. We want to continue filming in another location." After hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly chuckled. You plan to find them a better grave, right?" Chenshur was stunned, stammering as he asked, "Mr. Qin, what do you mean?" Qin Lang said, "Stop pretending, I already know the secret of this ancient house. Or perhaps, I also know your secret." Sumubai was shocked as well, then immediately jumped in front of Chenshur, grabbing his neck. Qin Lang shouted, "Miss Su, don't kill him yet. Just capture him first." Sumubai nodded, holding onto Chenshur's neck and quickly pushing him down to the ground. Chenshur screamed, No, let me go. "You! Master Qin, please don't joke like this." Qin Lang pulled several USB drives from his pocket and threw them on the ground, claiming injustice. "Then you explain these." Upon seeing those USB drives, Chenshur's expression changed, clearly different from before. But he immediately shouted in protest, "Master Qin, I don't know what you mean. Master, let's not joke around like this, okay?" Yizi, holding her wound, walked over, picked up a USB drive and asked, "Qin Lang, what are these?" Qin Lang replied, "I found them underground. I discovered a large underground space beneath the ancient house this morning. At first, I didn't know what it was for. Until I found a small room." At that time, Qin Lang entered the room and saw a pile of tapes, marked with dates and many people's names. In the center of the room, there was also a computer and a projector. Qin Lang saw that the tape with the most recent date had the names of 5 people. Those 5 people were exactly the ones who had come here to live stream before. Qin Lang then opened that tape and discovered a USB drive inside. After inserting the USB drive into the computer, Qin Lang found only one movie inside. When he clicked it open, Qin Lang discovered that it was a scene of 5 people tied to pillars. And in the video, a person appeared to be torturing them, the realism unlike any performance. That person was Chen Shi. The other drives were the same, all filled with scenes of Chen Shi torturing various individuals. Those 5 people haven't actually gone missing. Qin Lang said, "You captured them." Chen Shi was drenched in sweat, quickly saying, "Mr. Qin, I don't know what you're talking about." I said, "I watched that live broadcast clip, you all saw it, right? They clearly died because of the female corpse in the ancient house. It has nothing to do with me." Qin Lang laughed again. "Isn't this simple? The clip you showed me is just an experiment you designed with the ghost in the ancient house. You are already in cahoots with the eerie things here." Chapter 70, Keeping Up with the Times. In cahoots with the eerie things? Everyone's gaze towards Chen Shi suddenly changed. Chen Shi hurriedly said, No, how could I possibly team up with a ghost? Master Qin, you are making a big joke. You can't frame a good person, right? Qin Lang smiled and said, "Isn't it clear? Let's check and find out, shall we? Is there a computer?" Yeezy immediately brought over a laptop. Qin Lang plugged in the USB drive and then opened a video clip. "Ah. No, director, I beg you. I don't want to die here." In the video, 5 young men and women were tied to pillars, 2 of whom were already dismembered. Chen Shi stood in front of a dead woman, slowly peeling off her skin with a knife. Throughout the process, Chen Shi's expression was oddly calm and composed, and his technique was quite skilled. Such a disgusting and bloody scene made those present feel nauseous. Lu Jiu covered his mouth and said, "Ugh, what is he doing? Does he simply enjoy torturing?" Qin Lang replied, "Didn't he say he came to this ancient house to film ghosts? He does all this, films all this, just to show to the ghosts here. He probably has made some agreement with the ghosts here, continuously luring people to come. As long as someone comes, he will cooperate with the eerie things to shoot these disgusting things. If you don't believe me, just keep watching." In the end of the video, after killing the 5 people and skinning and dismembering them, Chen Shi bowed to the camera. "To the masters in the ancient house, I hope you enjoyed today's performance." Then he bowed and knelt variously to thin air, making the scene incredibly eerie. Qin Lang then said to Chen Shi, "If I'm not mistaken, all the people in the crew are also your filming material, right? You just said you wanted to leave this courtyard, which was also to create opportunities for the eerie things, wanting to control Miss Su and them, right? I think those 5 people were the same back then. They indeed excavated a female corpse and were misled by the ghost. But you were also in this ancient house at that time. After they fully fell into the illusion, you came out to take them underground. The reason the underground is so spacious is because it was meant for filming. I just broke a hole in the underground and found that there's another layer beneath. There are countless corpses hidden down there." Yeezy remembered the earthquake during the day, so it was you, Qin Lang. Chen Shi's face had turned very ugly, his clothes soaked with sweat. No. Mr. Qin, you have misunderstood. I have never done such a thing. I'm not. Sumubai pressed him down hard. "Stop arguing. The facts are right in front of you, hurry up and confess. Where are those ghosts hiding? Speak." Chen Shi swallowed. "I don't know, I really don't know. These things are not done by me." The other members of the crew were huddled in the corner, trembling. In Chen Shi's eyes, there was more resentment, complaint, and fear. The assistant director asked, "Master Qin, then why has Chen Shi not filmed those pieces for 2 whole years? And during these 2 years, Chen Shi's behavior has been quite normal. Why did he act again after 2 years?" Qin Lang said, "This is very simple. Because he brought the ghosts from the old house outside. Do you remember those 5 people? In the later part, they didn't realize the live stream had been interrupted, and they could still see many bullet screens and interactive messages. What does this indicate? Those bullet screens and messages are fake, they were created by these ghosts." Everyone was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Ghosts can send bullet screens? Qin Lang said, "Let me give a simple example. For instance, in those movies that men love to watch, why do many feel empty and drained of energy afterward?" This sudden question made the men present exchange glances, feeling a mix of confusion and embarrassment. What else could it be for? Isn't it a well-known reason? Qin Lang continued to explain, "Have you ever thought that the female leads in those films might be monsters, constantly tempting the watching men, and then absorbing their energy? Similarly, during that live stream, Chen Shi and the ghosts in the old house accidentally discovered they could enter phones, USB drives, and even the internet. They manipulated the relevant data, causing the images and things people saw to change. You think what you see on your screen is already filmed, but in fact, it has been custom-made for you by them. They can really do it. When you're watching, they can enchant your eyes and absorb your energy for their use. Sumobai suddenly understood. No wonder those who watched the original film of the old house went crazy, saw many strange images, and even went to kill people. So it's like this. Last night, Chen mentioned that the editor who killed his colleague saw an unremovable woman's silhouette, ultimately harming himself with a knife and killing his colleague. It was because the ghost possessed the data of the film, controlling his computer. Yi Zi looked at Lu Jiao and said, "Little Lu, is that strange scene from the TV drama you saw in the daytime also because of this?" Lu Jiao also recalled, "Yeah, that laptop seems to be Qinshi's. The reason he saw a woman in the TV drama who looked like him was that the ghost in the computer was scaring him." Sumobai also nodded, "I can only feel the eeriness in reality. I have never seen a ghost hiding in the data. They can also hide their presence this way." Qin Lang nodded, "Right, these days, even ghosts have learned to keep up with the times. When you watch these videos and movies, you are actually controlled by ghosts. With such convenient means, why bother hiding in this old house to scare people?" Chen gritted his teeth and said, No. You are slandering me. What data-driven ghost, what ghosts in movies, it's all nonsense. Then tell me, why do they want me back now? If according to your logic, shouldn't they continue hiding in USB drives, computers, and wires? Why do they want me back? Isn't this like taking off your pants to fart? Qin Lang shook his head. "You won't stop until you reach the Yellow River. Do you want me to dig out that female corpse for you to see?" Female corpse? Mentioning the female corpse, Chen face changed again. Qin Lang said, "Yeah, you've been doing this, aren't you raising a corpse? Those who died in the old house, or those who were harmed by its eeriness, their souls will be absorbed into one entity. I think it's that female corpse, right?" Chen swallowed hard. How do you know?" Qin Lang smiled, "You should be the one answering my questions now, right? Besides, your rhetorical question is a confession itself. The matter of raising corpses was actually told to him by Bai Qi. Who understands this knowledge better than Bai Qi, who has spent time in the underworld?" At this moment, another voice came. "Qin Lang, you are wrong." Jun Lung appeared with his signature pink cloak. Phew! Finally made it back. There was blood on Jun Lang's body, and his hair was a bit messy. Seeing Jun Lang, Lu Jiao was extremely excited. "Brother Jun Lang, you're back." Jun Lang smiled, "Sorry, I saw signs of something strange this morning, so I rushed over to check." He then looked at Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, you are mistaken." Qin Lang asked, "Why do you say I'm wrong?" Jun Lang said, "I also went to that small room you mentioned. There were indeed many of those USB drives inside, but how can you be sure that the Qinsher in the video is real? Strangeness can take on human forms, didn't you know? So seeing with your own eyes doesn't mean it's real. Human lives are at stake, we can't be careless." Qin Lang laughed, "So the strangeness stuffed itself and disguised itself as him? Even if those things weren't done by him, he is still inextricably linked to the strangeness." Jun Lang patted the dirt off his clothes, "But no matter what, we can't panic ourselves." He stared at Sumobai, "Hey, why don't you let the person go first, and then we can ask questions slowly. What good comes from torture?" Lu Jiao spoke up, "Yeah, I think brother Jun Lang makes sense. Let the person go first, so we don't scare ourselves." Sumobai did not loosen her grip but looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang looked at Jun Lang and said, "First of all, her name is Sumobai, not Hei. Besides, my rules are my rules, you just need to focus on how to deal with the strangeness, and don't meddle." Jun Lang touched the hilt of his knife. "Oh? You mean you want to treat me like your thug?" Qin Lang nodded, "You could say that." He also took out his ghost-slaying blade and faced off against Jun Lang. As the tension thickened, a great battle was about to break out. Yi Zi quickly said, "Don't be impulsive. The strangeness is still nearby, fighting here will easily give them an opportunity." Jun Lang and Qin Lang exchanged glances. "To deal with external threats, we must first secure the internal ones, what do you think?" Qin Lang replied calmly, "Agreed." Then, in the next second, the two charged at each other fiercely. Clang! The two knives clashed, sending sparks flying, and they took turns attacking, flipping into the neighboring yard. Boom! With a loud bang, dust and smoke rose, obscuring everyone's view. Sumobai, Yi Zi, and Lu Jiao panicked and immediately wanted to go check it out. But after barely taking 2 steps forward, they were stunned by the aftermath of the battle ahead. This was clearly not a fight they could interfere in. He. Behind them, Chen suddenly laughed. Sumobai and the others turned back to find he was holding a computer, opening the screen to face everyone. Sure enough, humans are like this, they enjoy internal strife. Chen opened the computer, so my choice was right, as long as I don't act human. Yi Zi was shocked. "Quick, stop him." Sumobai rushed over, but everything was too late. Countless shadows flew out of the computer screen, darting overhead, filling the surroundings with the sounds of ghostly howls. Chen laughed wildly. Masters, come out. Although the sacrificial ritual failed, and my movie can't be completed, they can still be your food. The shadows gradually gathered together, forming a solid figure, crashing down to the ground. A creature with 3 heads, each showing different expressions, appeared before everyone. Chilling and towering nearly 4 meters tall, standing up it directly blocked the moonlight. Some crew members attempted to escape, but one of the 3-headed beings grabbed them and tore them into 3 parts to swallow separately. Eating human flesh raw is simply unappetizing. The 3-headed monster spat out a mouthful of black phlegm, staring at Su Muwen and the others. How about trying these 3? The other 2 heads also let out sinister laughs, closing in menacingly. Lu Jiu raised the demon-slaying staff and shouted behind him, Brother Qin Lang, stop fighting. The monsters have appeared. Chen laughed heartily. There's no need to waste your effort. They can't hear the commotion over here. By the time they end up hurting each other, you'll already be corpses. After saying that, he knelt on one knee and said to the 3-headed monster, Master, the 2 men just now are the strongest, their flesh must be the most delicious. I will find a way to make them the best material for you. The middle head of the 3-headed monster spoke, Very well, my servant, you can go to the back. The left head glared at Su Muwen, gritting its teeth. You are clearly a monster, yet you serve humans. What a disgrace to our kind. You too, become part of us like those ghostly mortals. Su Muwen stretched out her hands, long nails glinting, and said to Yi Zi and Lu Jiu, This guy is also A-level, take care of yourselves, I'll handle him. Su Muwen suddenly leaped, surprisingly soaring 2 meters into the air, 10 fingers shooting out blood-red threads, piercing directly into the 3-headed monster's body. Blood demon technique? Not simple. The 3-headed monster grabbed those blood threads with its hand and yanked hard, causing Su Muwen to fall. Su Muwen reacted swiftly, immediately severing those blood threads, flipping in midair, and extending new blood threads towards the 3-headed monster. Ah! The left head of the 3-headed monster roared, and to everyone's shock, 2 more arms grew from its shoulders, blocking Su Muwen's blood threads. The right head opened its gaping maw and countless tentacles extended from within, all lunging at Su Muwen. Su Muwen spun blood threads beneath her feet, pushing off forcefully and leaping upwards. She pressed her hands together, several blood threads coalescing into a thick whip, whipping down fiercely toward the 3-headed monster. Bang! 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 The middle head of the 3-headed monster was split in 2, dark blood splattering out, the other 2 heads also taking varying degrees of hits. This shocking combat power left Lu Jiu and Yi Zi utterly stunned. Is this really the battle between A-level monsters? Su Muwen continued weaving blood threads beneath her feet, using them as a staircase to slowly descend. Suddenly, her pupils dilated. Not good. Chapter 72, Traitor. The 3-headed monster's body began to rapidly heal, with the middle head quickly merging back together. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. The 3-headed monster roared, You traitor, how could you do this to me? Traitor! The 3-headed monster grew a total of 8 arms, striking down at Su Muwen from above. Boom! 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 The ground was smashed into countless deep pits, and the ancient house and buildings were shattered into ruins. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were engulfed in dust, pushed back by the shockwave. Miss Su! Yi Zi shouted, ignoring her own pain as she pulled out a paper fan to help. I'm fine. Su Muwen's voice came through the dust. Yi Zi was relieved at her safety, but the next second she was dumbfounded. Su Muwen's left arm had been shattered, her right shoulder missing a large chunk of flesh, her legs more heavily injured, even bones sticking out. Miss Su! Yi Zi's face filled with horror as she hurriedly said, Run away. Su Muwen responded, It's okay, this isn't my original body. The 3-headed monster chuckled, So you have possessed a human body. You are unwilling to leave this body even in this state, it seems your spirit form is quite weak. He hit the nail on the head. Although Su Muwen is a powerful monster reserved by Qin Lang in the copy system, she also has a limitation, she must possess a physical body to maintain her full strength. This was still something she had worked hard to adapt to. In the previous copy at Donghu High School, Su Mubai struggled to adapt to her new body, finding it difficult to speak freely until later, when she recognized Qin Lang. Now, if she gives up this body, standing in front of the 3 weird creatures would be like seeking death. No, it would be worse than death, she would be completely destroyed. Su Mubai continued to shoot blood-red threads from her fingers, weaving them densely together, covering the gaps in her body and wrapping around her skin, as if wearing a suit of blood-colored armor. Lu Jiu couldn't help but exclaim, So cool! At this moment, Su Mubai looked like a valiant female warrior, stirring the blood in people's veins. The 3 weird creatures sneered coldly, Aren't you still relying on that fragile human body? This is your weakness. Come on, let me show you the fate of siding with humans. Su Mubai suddenly jumped, quickly lunging toward the chest of the 3 weird creatures, ready to attack. The 8 large hands of the 3 weird creatures quickly converged, tightly surrounding Sumubai, squeezing hard. Blood demon art, blazing flames. Sumubai's blood-colored armor rapidly heated up, whiteness swirling around her, and when the hands of the 3 weird creatures touched it, they sounded as if being subjected to a torture of hot iron, hissing and sizzling. Awah! The 3 heads of the weird creatures simultaneously howled. Sumubai activated the blood demon art again, extending 2 sharp blades from her hands, spinning her body, transforming into a terrifying whirlwind of blades charging toward the 3 weird creatures. Swish 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 swish. Several wounds appeared on the bodies of the 3 weird creatures as Sumubai danced and flew, attacking and defending against them, trading blows back and forth. But it was clear that Sumubai had the upper hand. The healing speed of the 3 weird creatures couldn't keep up with her cutting speed. Bastard! The 3 weird creatures opened their 3 large mouths, spewing out one black energy ball after another, constantly firing in all directions. The density of the energy balls being fired was also massive, with 3 mouths firing like a machine gun, quickly halting Sumubai's offensive. Seizing this gap, the 3 weird creatures launched a furious storm of punches with all 8 fists aimed at the sky. Yaha yaya. With the punches so densely packed, Sumubai had no place to run. Bang bang. The armor woven from the blood demon art was instantly shattered. Yi Zi's legs went weak, Miss Su. Lu Zhou's face turned as pale as paper in an instant. With Sumubai gone, and neither Qin Lang nor Qin Lang present, how could they possibly win against these 3 weird creatures? The 3 weird creatures laughed maniacally. Good, good, good. This is the fate of a traitor. Ha! The 3 weird creatures quickly sensed that something was wrong. Logically, Sumubai's spirit should have floated out and then been absorbed by them. So why wasn't it happening? Not only that, but there were only fragments of the blood demon art armor in the air, and even Sumubai's body was nowhere to be seen. The back of the 3 weird creatures' necks grew cold. Oh no! Sumubai appeared behind them with her broken body, her hands forming blades from the blood demon art. Only now do you notice? It's too late. You were enjoying yourself earlier, now let me have my fun. The 3 weird creatures panicked. Wait. You and I are both weird. Sumubai's eyes glowed red, her hair standing on end, entering a unique state of ferocious slaughter. Swish 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 swish. Sumubai kept slicing the neck of the 3 weird creatures, opening wound after wound, and they became increasingly deep. Ah ah ah. The 3 weird creatures kept screaming, their neck flesh becoming thinner and thinner until only a layer of skin connected them. Sumubai coldly said, not very satisfying, huh? She concentrated all her strength and suddenly slashed, bursting through the throat of the 3 weird creatures. The 3 heads of the weird creatures flew into the air, then all fell down. Sumubai stepped on one of the heads, standing firm. It was clear that her current body had reached its limit. The wounds were numerous, and several bones were broken. Though she finally landed steadily, she was still on the verge of collapsing. One of the 3 strange heads was upside down, piercing into the ground, unwillingly asking, your power is so strong, why do you serve humanity? Sumubai was connecting her flesh with strands of blood, and calmly replied, because I owe Qin Lang too much. The 3 strange heads sneered, boring. Then, its enormous body scattered like dust, drifting into the sky with the wind. Easy covered her chest, so good, so good. Sumubai walked over, don't relax so quickly. Qin Lang and Qin Lang still have no news, they might have encountered the strongest strange thing here. Before she could finish, the ground beneath their feet started to bulge and shake. Spread out. Sumubai shouted. But her reaction was slow. A huge black hand reached out from the ground and grabbed her lower half, ripping her in two with a hissing sound. Yi Zi, seeing this, quickly waved her paper fan. Paper blows like snow, forming a barrier. A shield made of paper blocked between Sumubai's upper half and the giant black hand. Although the paper shield was quickly shattered, it gave Yi Zi enough time to catch Sumubai, whose body was now only half intact. Miss Su, are you alright? Yi Zi saw Sumubai's exposed intestines, her eyes filled with terror. I'm fine. Sumubai said, I'm a strange being. As long as my spirit isn't harmed, I'm fine. But this monster is too strong. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Ancient Mansion Ghost Hand. Strange level, S. Lu Zhou's face turned pale, S level, we're finished. Chapter 73, Helplessness. At this moment, there was another explosion sound from behind the group. What's going on now? Sumubai frowned. But soon, she smiled. Because 2 familiar figures walked out. I just wanted to put on a show, but ended up trapped. Qin Lang walked out holding a ghost-slaying sword. Qin Lang, holding a sword and a knife, said, I was supposed to lure the snake out of its hole, but I ended up being outwitted, how embarrassing. Sumubai and Yi Zi, Qin Lang. Lu Zhou, brother Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled, sorry, we didn't have time to consult you, but this show was quite convincing, right? A show? Lu Jiao seemed dazed. You weren't really fighting just now? Qin Lang said, that's right, Qin Lang and I met during the day, and we discovered that some of the strange beings in this ancient mansion can hide inside computers and data. If we don't make them believe that we are killing each other, we probably won't force them out. And didn't this scenario say that we need to film a good movie to leave? This is also part of the script. Soon, his attention was drawn to the giant ghost hand. Hoo. Qin Lang's hands trembled with excitement. It's actually an S-level strange being. I knew it, the 3A-level scenario would not disappoint me. Qin Lang frowned when he saw that only half of Su Mubai was left. Miss Su, are you okay? Su Mubai shook her head. I'm fine, my spirit is unharmed. Sorry, Mr. Qin, this time, I only managed to eliminate an A-level strange being. I haven't been much help. Qin Lang said, stop talking. Just lie down. At this moment, Bai Qi's voice spoke in Qin Lang's mind, Big brother, they're touching your woman, can you tolerate this? Qin Lang coldly said, shut up. Yi Zi and Su Mubai exchanged glances, they hadn't spoken. Qin Lang acted first. Holding a knife in one hand and a sword in the other, he stepped on the wall and slashed down at the ghost hand. The knife and sword laughed, the life and death trial. A black mist surged out of the ghost hand, forming a strange being almost identical in size and shape to Qin Lang. This strange being also held a knife and sword, quickly reacting, blocking the first wave of slashes. Not only that, it also countered with a sword, cutting through Qin Lang's pink cloak. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen my own clone. Qin Lang glanced at the tear in his cloak, not angry but smiling, then, can you do this? Qin Lang stepped on the strange swordsman's head and jumped upwards. He sheathed his sword and knife, and with both hands, made a motion as if to draw his weapons. Qin Lang's figure blended with the moonlight, his pink cloak fluttering in the wind, like cherry blossoms blooming under the moon. The blades laughed, the moon fell, and the flowers were cut. He struck with his sword at an incredible speed, like lightning, piercing through the strange swordsman's body. The surrounding air erupted with sonic booms, resonating deep within the heart. Good. Lu Jiao clapped his hands excitedly. Brother Qin Lang is so amazing. Yi Zi was already dumbfounded. She couldn't even see Qin Lang's movements, as if the moonlight and his blade lights merged in an instant, and by the time she reacted, that strange swordsman was already gone. Qin Lang stood still. Besides knowing that Qin Lang could handle that strange swordsman, he was also aware that the tricks of the ghost hand were not just this one. And there definitely wasn't just one ghost hand. Qin Lang shouted, it's not over yet. He turned around, and both his sword and knife swung toward that ghost hand. Boom! The ground broke open again, and indeed, a second ghost hand appeared. It intended to repeat what it had just done to Su Mubai, pulling down fiercely on Qin Lang's foot. Bai Qi, go! Qin Lang concentrated Bai Qi's killing power with both hands and swung the ghost-slaying knife in a horizontal slash. With Bai Qi's strength, combined with the murderous aura of the knife, along with the boost of great strength, Qin Lang's slash gave off nearly 10,000 pounds of force, enough that even an S-class ghost hand would not withstand easily. The ghost hand immediately loosened and swiftly retreated to the side. Qin Lang did not stop, each strike carried the force of thunder, precise and aimed straight at the target. The two ghost hands shrank together, continuously swaying. Then, the ghost hands opened wide, with a dull thud, both hands doubled in size, looking even more terrifying. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, hurriedly took a sip of wine. It grows underground, connected to the souls that died in this old house. These endlessly rising souls are its source of power. He looked at Qin Lang and said, one for you, one for me? Qin Lang shook his head, are you sure there are only two? Before he finished speaking, 8 more slightly smaller ghost hands emerged from the ground, forming a layer of defense, completely preventing Qin Lang and Qin Lang from getting close. Moreover, 4 more appeared behind Su Mubai and the others, completely surrounding them. Qin Lang frowned, they were now caught in a double attack. And now they had to deal with 12 ghost hands, obviously outnumbered. The 2 largest ghost hands were still continuously absorbing the power of the souls, and they had no idea what more terrifying tricks awaited them. Qin Lang glanced at the time, there were still 20 minutes until midnight, and perhaps after his skills refreshed, there would be a glimmer of hope. But for now, he had no idea how to break the deadlock. The battlefield fell into an unsettling stalemate. Yi Zi and Lu Jiao felt even more afraid, unsure how long they could withstand an S-class Eerie. Qin Lang, however, was not flustered, loudly calling out, meow meow. At this moment, everyone realized that the crying Su Miao was huddled in the corner. Su Miao cried loudly, covering her eyes and shouting, don't look at me, don't look at me. So scary, woo woo woo. Qin Lang said, hurry up and make a move. Otherwise, we really will die. Su Miao wailed, then took out a dice from her bosom and threw it to Su Mubai. Mubai, you help me, throw, woo woo woo. I don't dare. Su Mubai held the dice, her expression one of confusion, not knowing what it meant. Qin Lang prepared for battle, drawing his knife while smiling, Eerie lady, just throw it. I hope our luck can be a little better. Qin Lang asked, what does it mean? Qin Lang smiled without answering. Sumubai still looked puzzled, but in a moment of urgency, she had no time to care and had to throw the dice. The dice rolled on the ground, ding ding ding, bouncing a few times, and finally showed 5 red dots facing up. Oh. Qin Lang gasped, bitterly smiling, our luck is not too good. Su Miao cried even louder, woo woo woo, it's number 5, woo woo woo. As the ghost hands absorbed the power of the souls, it was almost complete. Qin Lang was a bit anxious, what exactly is going on? Qin Lang said, just take a look yourself, but don't get scared. Qin Lang turned his gaze towards Su Miao. The next scene made him feel like his common sense was overturned. No way. Chapter 74, The Difficult Situation. A circle of black mist appeared around Su Miao, and beneath her feet was a hexagram array glowing with a blood-red light. In the next second, a creature with a goat's head, wings stacked with feathers on its back, and a muscular body emerged. Its eyes, shaped like vertical slits, were the most terrifying, just making eye contact sent chills down one's spine. Yi Zi and Lu Jiu were already scared speechless. Sumubai also found this scene to be bizarre and uncanny. Qin Lang looked at Qin Lang, what is happening? Qin Lang was a bit surprised, seeing Baphomet for the first time and you're not scared, you're quite brave. Baphomet? It's the famous goat-headed demon from the west. Qin Lang took another sip of his drink, it has another name, called Satan. Qin Lang asked, Satan? Su Miao has turned into Satan? Qin Lang nodded, Miao Miao gained the ability to summon demons in a previous instance. She can summon a total of 6 demons, and Baphomet is the 5th demon. I've seen it once, it doesn't have a great temper. Su Miao stood in front of Baphomet, crying even louder. Baphomet spoke, it's you again. What's the matter that summoned me? Su Miao sobbed, help me, protect them. She pointed at Sumubai and the others. Baphomet snorted coldly, again with this nonsense. Then the cost will be the same as before. After speaking, Baphomet placed Su Miao on its palm and strode forward with its goat-like legs to stand in front of Sumubai and the others. Baphomet's appearance, along with its wicked aura, made Lu Jiu and Yi Zi shiver uncontrollably. They couldn't tell whether the ghostly hands were scarier or this demon. Those little ghostly hands seemed to sense something and decisively launched an attack on Baphomet. Su Miao was so scared that she crouched in Baphomet's palm, covering her ears and screaming. Baphomet gently flapped its wings, and numerous small magic arrays appeared around it. Each magic array shot out blood-red spikes that zoomed through the air, precisely piercing those black hands. G. The black hands emitted strange low growls one after another and then gradually turned into a puddle of black sludge on the ground. These then regathered and relentlessly lunged at Baphomet. Baphomet wore an expressionless face, not even turning to glance at them. With each new magic array, countless blood-red blades flew out, directly slicing and puncturing those little black hands. No matter how those black hands rebirthed and attacked, they could never get close to Baphomet, let alone to Su Miao and the others. Qin Lang asked Qin Lang again, what did Baphomet mean by cost? Qin Lang said, Baphomet wants a part of Miao Miao's body, the higher the demand, the greater the cost. Baphomet should have a 70 to 80% chance of defeating this S-level anomaly. But the problem is, the cost is too much. Qin Lang suddenly understood Su Miao a bit. With such a power, a normal person would go mad. However, he suddenly got an idea. Bai Qi, look at it. It doesn't need the host to help fulfill any wishes, just a part of the body will do. Why don't you learn from it? Bai Qi joked, brother, do you think I'm stupid? What would I want your flesh for? Besides, you have the desperate virus in your body, even if you lose an arm or a leg, you can grow back. If I take a finger today, tomorrow you'll be fine again, do you think it's a risk-free profit? Qin Lang laughed a few times upon realizing his thoughts were seen through. Bai Qi said again, brother, you should focus on thinking about how to deal with those ghostly hands. If you can clear this round, you should be able to earn more rewards. I can help you by the White Dragon's reverse scale. When the time comes, using this universe jade bottle together, what a scene it will be, ha! Qin Lang shrugged, thinking Bai Qi was being a bit overly optimistic. He still hadn't thought of any good way to deal with these ghostly hands. At that moment, the ghostly hands were still growing larger, and other ghostly hands were getting excited. They were continuously spewing black liquid from their palms, which fell on the ground, forming strange humanoids, appearing like soldiers in front of everyone. Qin Lang's hands suddenly started to tremble. Qin Lang asked, are you scared? It's not me trembling. Qin Lang released his grip, and only then did Qin Lang realize it was his knife shaking on its own. This knife is called Liang, it's a weapon of utmost righteousness and brightness. These ghostly hands are clearly using the souls that died in the ancient mansion as their minions, making them serve even in death. Liang can't stand it, so it's crying. Qin Lang drew Liang and said, no need to cry, old buddy, let's just chop them down together. A strong gust of wind burst forth from Qin Lang's body, making Qin Lang's clothes flap wildly. Qin Lang said to Qin Lang, like just now, I'll face it head on, and you find a chance to join in. An S-class oddity is definitely not something that can be dealt with alone. Qin Lang replied, I won't follow your plan. At this moment, what does it matter who goes first? It's all about attacking. Qin Lang was stunned for a moment, then smiled, then let's see who is faster. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang dashed in like lightning. The Liang knife in his hand was covered in flames, shining exceptionally bright in the night, and those ghostly souls turning to ash before they could approach. Qin Lang, with incredible speed, drew a sword, instantly flashing cold light. The knife and sword laughed, ice and fire danced. The two weapons in Qin Lang's hands whirled like a fan, and his attacks kept changing. Sometimes he slashed with Liang, sometimes he hacked fiercely with the sword. His speed was so fast that many new ghostly souls were sliced into pieces before they could even materialize. In the blink of an eye, the ghostly army was shattered, and Qin Lang moved like lightning. Qin Lang had to admit that Bai Qi's prediction was very accurate. If he really fought with Qin Lang, having a 30% chance of winning would be lucky. It seemed that to survive in this copy world, one must be strong enough, even stronger. Bai Qi laughed, Big brother, I feel that you actually have ambition now. Looks like you really desire power. Then keep fulfilling my wishes, and I'll help you rise even higher. Qin Lang said, enough, I'm not falling for your sweet talk. Bai Qi chuckled reluctantly and asked, so, do you want to go up? Qin Lang stared at the two largest ghostly hands and asked, can we fight against them? Although Qin Lang had temporarily suppressed those small ghostly hands, he still hadn't approached the most troublesome enormous ghostly hands. Bai Qi replied, we can, but the risk is huge. Qin Lang raised the Demon Slayer blade, then enough talk, let's go. Chapter 75, Demons and Oddities. Afterward, a strong impact surged from under Qin Lang's feet, and he rushed forward quickly, the aura on the Demon Slayer blade growing stronger. As the small ghostly hands prepared to pounce on Qin Lang, the aura automatically formed small storms that rebounded back, causing the small ghostly hands to stagger backward. Bai Qi said, Big brother, I'm now using my power to boost all your strengths, but this will burn your body and even your lifespan. If it hurts too much, do let me know. Hurt? Qin Lang laughed. I had already turned off my sense of pain. A powerful evil god's power burst forth from Qin Lang's body, and if you looked closely, you could see a black dragon coiling around him, roaring. In the distance, Su Mubi and others watched the battle between Qin Lang and Qin Lang, their faces filled with shock. Lu Jiu's jaw almost dropped to the ground. The eyeballs nearly fell out. Ba Fumia smiled, one relies on speed, the other on strength, it's quite a good combination. Finally out, I can see something interesting. Qin Lang charged forward, closing in to within 2 meters of the big ghost hand. The little ghost hands gathered together, abandoning Qin Lang to defend against Qin Lang. Very good. A wave of pleasure surged in Qin Lang's chest, gathering together makes it easier to deal with. He raised the ghost-slashing blade high and struck down heavily. Boom, boom, boom. A deep, bottomless crack formed beneath Qin Lang's feet, and all objects around the crack were either split in two or sucked in. All the little ghost hands were instantly severed in half. Su Mubai was overjoyed at the scene, good. Qin Lang's expression became extremely excited. I didn't expect him to be so strong, I really didn't misjudge at first. Qin Lang licked his lips, I need to find a chance to have a good fight with him. Those ghost hands were split in half, then. Ha ha ha. Two gigantic ghost hands actually grew mouths and let out wild laughter. A mouth sprouted in the middle of each huge ghost hand, the left hand emitted a male voice, while the right hand emitted a female voice, continuously laughing recklessly. So you can talk. Qin Lang breathed a sigh of relief, I thought S-level anomalies were mute. The left ghost hand laughed, although we were exposed early because of you, it's almost time. The right ghost hand said, yeah, I've been stuck in this ancient mansion for hundreds of years, devouring so many souls, I'm completely sick of it. Qin Lang raised the ghost-slashing blade and said, I don't have time to listen to your stories. Hurry up and let me finish you off, stop babbling here. The right ghost hand chuckled, kid, no matter how strong you are, you're still just human. It's too early for you to deal with an anomaly like me that's been around for hundreds of years. Now, let me show you the gap between us. After speaking, the right ghost hand exploded with many holes, and countless black spheres flew out from inside. These spheres had smooth surfaces, with only a long, sharp-toothed mouth. They came like locusts, covering Qin Lang entirely. Su Mubai panicked, Qin Lang. Qin Lang pushed hard against the ground, leaping into the air to save Qin Lang. But the left ghost hand suddenly appeared, hey, don't forget about me. Its fingers stretched continuously, transforming into tentacles that lunged at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes flashed with cold light as he drew his third blade. With the sword laughing, 3 illusions of the divine. He threw a blade into the air, and that blade seemed alive as it slashed in various directions, with the remaining souls and the left ghost hand's tentacles not daring to get close. Qin Lang continuously attacked below with dual blades. Return! With a command from Qin Lang, the blade in front automatically returned. He threw out another blade, catching the returning blade to continue the attack. The three blades acted as if they grew from Qin Lang's body, moving gracefully in the face of the left ghost hand's attacks. The left ghost hand laughed, "Not bad, but you're still a bit short." After that, it spewed out a thick green liquid towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang immediately recognized that the liquid was poisonous, so he accelerated the speed of his blades, using sword energy and blade winds to scatter them. But those poisonous liquids automatically dispersed into more blobs, surrounding Qin Lang. The left ghost hand excitedly shouted, "Boom!" The little poisonous blobs exploded repeatedly, thick poison smoke completely enveloping Qin Lang. "Ha ha ha!" The left ghost hand proudly asked the right ghost hand, "I'm done over here. What about you?" The right ghost hand looked at the scattered black spheres, equally pleased. He was eaten to the last crumb. Lu Jiu's face turned pale, and he slumped to the ground. Brother Qin Lang and Qin Lang, they are all gone. Su Bai grit his teeth, wanting to crawl over. Impossible. Qin Lang wouldn't. Yi Zi quickly grabbed her. "Miss Su, don't be impulsive." At this moment, two ghostly hands focused on Bafumi, who was guarding beside Su Bai. They said, "You are not human either, why help them? Hand over those humans, and we will let you go." Bafumi chuckled, "What kind of tone is that? Do you take me for your servant? Are we Western demons not given any face here? I suggest you don't provoke me, or you will bear the consequences." The two ghostly hands laughed slyly. "It's useless to scare us. I hear you clearly. As long as that little girl doesn't pay the corresponding price, all you can do is defend yourself. And her summon is definitely permanent. You'll have to go back after a certain time, right? Why should we be afraid of you?" Bafumi, hearing this, let out a cold laugh and then placed Su Miao on the ground. "You have quite a sharp mind. I am cash on delivery, but I also have some initiative. I have long wanted to see how much difference there is between us Western demons and your weirdos." Bafumi chanted something, and a huge scythe appeared in his hand. Bafumi's arm emitted a strong red light, and then he waved it forcefully forward, Reaper's scythe. Ha! A huge blood-red light shot forward quickly, like a sharp blade ready to cut those two ghostly hands. Seeing this, the two ghostly hands let out wild laughter. The left ghostly hand spread its 5 fingers and squeezed the blood-red blade shot out by Bafumi, while the right ghostly hand charged forward, transforming into a huge fist to smash Bafumi. Bafumi raised the scythe in his hand to block, bracing against this punch. "A mere trick." Bafumi sneered, "These few moves of yours are not as good as the bugs I summoned." Unexpectedly, the right ghostly hand let out a cold laugh. "Oh really?" Suddenly, countless venomous snakes sprouted from its body, striking Bafumi fiercely like lightning. Chapter 76, Another Use of Bai Qi. Bafumi frowned slightly, and numerous magical arrays opened around to attack those venomous snakes. Bang! 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 The venomous snakes were interrupted by the energy of the magical arrays, but the poison from the right ghostly hand had already fully entered Bafumi's body. The right ghostly hand laughed loudly and retreated. Bafumi wanted to continue attacking but found that his body seemed to be locked by something. The left and right ghostly hands pressed together and clapped hard. The left ghostly hand laughed, "Hee hee, you truly are a great demon, yet you are not dead. That poison was refined for 100 years, made from hundreds and thousands of souls and grievances, even a great Luo golden immortal would have to die." Su Miao, seeing this, cried and asked, "Big goat, are you alright?" Bafumi snorted coldly, "I'm fine, just temporarily unable to move, my defense is fine. I didn't expect this to be a bit tricky, I was too careless. This time, you must pay a little more." Su Bai and the others listened, their hearts racing faster. Even such a powerful demon isn't the opponent? Is this the power of an S-grade weirdness? Lu Jiu felt weak all over, her lips trembling. "It's over, it's all over. I shouldn't have come to this instance." She really didn't expect the S-grade weirdness to be so difficult to fight. Yi Zi took a deep breath and said, "Don't be afraid," Bafumi said he could defend. "As long as we have time, we'll have a chance. We must not give up, otherwise, we would be letting down Qin Lang and Qin Lang." Before she finished speaking, the ground suddenly boom exploded, and 2 figures leaped out. Qin Lang, bare-chested, revealing a muscular body, stood in front of everyone with Qin Lang holding a pink cloak. "Qin Lang, you're alright?" Yi Zi felt relieved, and just as she was about to say something, she noticed that Qin Lang didn't look right. Qin Lang frowned and gasped, asking Qin Lang, "How did you do it?" Just as he was about to break free, how could the S-class bizarre poison be so easy to deal with? Qin Lang's limbs instantly went numb, unable to move. Just when he thought he was going to die, the next second he found himself hoisted onto Qin Lang's shoulder. Although Qin Lang was not dead, having inhaled a small amount of poison mist, he was just as immobilized as Bafumi. If he had absorbed the same lethal dose of toxin as Ba Fumia, he probably would have already perished. Qin Lang did not answer Jun Lang but instead asked in return, "Are you still worried about that at this moment? Just lie down." When the densely packed round face bizarrely charged towards him, Qin Lang directly activated the skills of time pause and teleportation to dodge aside and prepare for another attack. Seeing Jun Lang enveloped in the poison gas, Qin Lang applied his old trick again and rescued him. Just when the earlier battle had created a hole in the ground, Qin Lang carried Jun Lang and jumped down, just after he had found a way to climb up. Using Bai Chi's powers for an extended period for the first time, Qin Lang felt his body fatigued significantly. If it weren't for the enhancement of the absolute crisis virus, an ordinary person would have already lost their life by now. The virus continuously repaired Qin Lang's body, but it never caught up with the rate of damage. Bai Chi asked, "Big brother, are you alright?" Qin Lang replied, "Stop the nonsense, keep going." Bai Chi responded, "Your body has reached its limit. If you continue, you will die. Find a place to hide and recuperate." Qin Lang raised the Demon Slayer blade, "Then I will go over there too." Hide? Where could he hide? Only one way, to fight. He stared at the two ghostly hands in front of him. "If I must die at the hands of such a monster, I should die fighting." Bai Chi shook his head helplessly. Ba Fumia looked at Qin Lang and laughed, "Huh? You are the most courageous bug I've ever seen. I will give you a little help, go ahead. Once I clear out all this poison, I will definitely help you." Qin Lang shot him a glance and continued to approach the two ghostly hands. Sumu Bai gritted her teeth and said to Yi Zi, "Miss Yi, can I borrow your body?" Yi Zi was taken aback. "Borrow it?" Sumu Bai nodded, "I want to use your body to fight. I can't let Qin Lang take the risk alone. Although I have never tried to possess a living person, I promise I won't harm you." Jun Lang interjected, "Miss Yi, you must think carefully. Once the bizarre entity possesses a living person, getting out won't be easy. Moreover, Hareen energy will affect you, and you might suffer permanent damage." Lu Jiu quickly added, "Right, Yi Zi, and this is an S-class bizarre entity. The power gap is enormous." Yi Zi hesitated for a moment, then said, "Okay. Miss Su, come." Lu Jiu exclaimed, "Yi Zi." Yi Zi replied, "We might not even survive this, what's the point of talking about the future? I have to do something." On the other side, Qin Lang's battle with the two ghostly hands had begun again. Holding the Demon Slayer blade, he dodged the various weapons and poison released by the ghostly hands using his teleportation ability. Countless souls and undead, along with poison projectiles, attacked Qin Lang. He relied on his agility to constantly dodge, causing those attacks to miss entirely. Boom boom boom. Those weapons hitting the ground continuously caused explosions, and their intense toxicity eroded the earth. The two ghostly hands opened their large mouths simultaneously and shot out two enormous energy orbs, one red and one black, into the sky. Death Soul Rain. The energy orbs exploded in the air, instantly descending from several meters high, transforming into countless droplets that covered an area of several meters around Qin Lang. Blood Ghost Technique. Yi Zi rushed in front of Qin Lang, opening a massive barrier made of blood. No, at this moment she was Sumu Bai. Qin Lang questioned, "Miss Su?" He smelled Sumu Bai's scent. Sumu Bai spoke, "I'm borrowing Miss Ye's body right now." Qin Lang. "You hurry up and find a way to get out. I will distract this guy." Before the words fell, the fierce rain of death souls fell harder and harder, almost breaking through Sumu Bai's shield. Qin Lang tightened his grip on the Ghost Slayer knife, and although his expression showed nothing, his heart was ablaze with anger. He roared in his heart, "Bai Chi, increase the strength. Bai Chi, big brother, I have been using my power to support you from the start, and it's already the maximum you can bear. If you increase the dose, you will die." Just as Qin Lang was about to tell him not to worry about it, a mechanical voice sounded. "The host can refresh skills now." Qin Lang was stunned. He was not surprised by the skill refresh, but because he saw that his mental power was actually full on the system panel in front of him. Not right. To dodge the attacks from the ghost hands, Qin Lang had used time pause several times, so the remaining mental power shouldn't be much. Even with strong emotional fluctuations, it shouldn't increase that much, right? Suddenly, Qin Lang realized something. "Bai Chi, stop supplying me with power." Bai Chi questioned, "If you can't win with my power, wouldn't it be worse if I don't give it to you?" Qin Lang, "No more nonsense. Just stop." After Bai Chi stopped supplying power, Qin Lang activated time pause, picked up Sumu Bai, and rushed out. Host current mental power, 800/1000. "Bai Chi, give me power." Although Bai Chi was confused, he still complied. Host current mental power, 1000/1000. Qin Lang, what the hell? Bai Chi, so you are a healer? Can you help me recover? Chapter 77, Do As You Please. Qin Lang was unexpectedly delighted. Bai Qi, I didn't realize you are a healer. Bai Qi? How could he, a killing god, be related to the term healer? Qin Lang laughed loudly. I have a plan. You keep supplying me with power, don't stop. You decide how much, just don't stop. He hadn't checked his mental power much lately, and it was just in the nick of time that he discovered Bai Qi's ability. It was like a racing car that not only goes fast but can refuel while running. No. Bai Qi said the power he was exerting was less than 2,000ths. But it was already that awesome. That was like a nuclear power generator strapped to a racing car. If there was a strong skill, wouldn't it take off? Qin Lang continued to use the time pause skill, pausing for over a minute. After getting Sumu Bai to a safe area, Qin Lang let time resume. Qin Lang. Ha? Sumu Bai thought she was still enduring the attack of the Death Soul Rain, only to realize that their positions had changed. Others were also shocked and puzzled. Jun Lang, this speed, faster than I am. Bafumi, it feels like in the blink of an eye, it just disappeared. Did this bug use some kind of magic? It felt that even if it had faced that attack head-on, it probably couldn't have emerged unscathed. No matter how fast the movement speed, it was hard to avoid being hit by the dense and widespread Death Soul Rain. But Qin Lang managed to do it, which was truly unbelievable. The two ghost hands were also very surprised. They thought that was the final blow, yet Qin Lang was unharmed? Is this even possible? Qin Lang stood in front of Sumu Bai. Don't move, just occasionally provide me with cover. Sumu Bai, oh. Qin Lang, be careful. Qin Lang raised the Ghost Slayer knife again and charged towards the two ghost hands. Human, don't be too arrogant. The left ghost hand roared angrily, spewing out a large amount of venom, rushing towards Qin Lang like poisonous spikes. The right ghost hand first retracted underground, then appeared behind Qin Lang, ready to pounce on him to cut off his escape or directly crush him. Your attacks and coordination are quite scary. Qin Lang laughed, but no matter how powerful the attack, if it doesn't hit, it means nothing. Time, pause. Everything came to a standstill, the two ghost hands were also frozen in place. Aha! Qin Lang did not hesitate to swing wildly at the right ghost hand. Let all the pent-up anger explode. The right ghost hand's 5 fingers were chopped off by Qin Lang, and the palm was almost cut to the thickness of a spicy strip. Qin Lang hid behind the right ghost hand, letting it block the poison from the left ghost hand for him. Time restored. Ow, 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 ow. The right ghost hand cried out in heart-wrenching pain, where it was cut by the ghost-slaying knife, smoke was rising, and souls were constantly escaping from inside. Along with the toxic attack from the left ghost hand, it further aggravated the tearing of the wound. The left ghost hand was dumbfounded. Ah. The right ghost hand angrily said, What do you mean ah? Do you have no aim at all? The left ghost hand shouted, How would I know? How could you get cut like this? Really useless. The right ghost hand, you dare to curse again. The battle situation suddenly turned quietly. Sumu Bai and others were incredibly surprised, unable to say a word. Again, they had not seen clearly. Jun Lang was also fast, but facing the huge ghost hand and such swift poison attacks, he couldn't avoid getting hit. But Qin Lang was completely unaffected now. More bizarre than bizarre. Qin Lang looked at the ghost-slaying knife in his hand and shook his head. What a pity, can't kill directly with one blow. These two ghost hands are really tough. The right ghost hand kept regenerating itself, angrily said to Qin Lang, You brat. I'm going to swallow you whole and ensure you can't reincarnate. Qin Lang shrugged, Oh really? Then let me see how capable you truly are. Taking advantage of the stalemate, Qin Lang began to refresh his new skills. The host can choose any skill to refresh. 1. Super strong perspective. Can see all objects and terrain within 100 meters. Consumes 80 mental power per second. 2. Let the bullets fly. The host can choose any part of the body as the gun's muzzle to shoot, turning mental power into bullets. This bullet deals 100% real damage to ghosts, monsters, superhumans, Batman, etc. Each bullet consumes 10 mental power. 3. 0-degree freezing. The host can open a certain area, all objects entering that area will be frozen. Consumes 100 mental power per second. Wow, all 3 skills are so powerful. To be honest, Qin Lang really wanted to take them all. But for now, he chose the second one, let the bullets fly. Turning mental power into bullets. What I lack the least right now is mental power. And real damage. With the endlessly replenishing Bai Qi, this is going to take off. Bai Qi, remember, the milk cannot stop. Bai Qi's dragon whiskers were all raised. Big brother, you listen to this, does it sound like human words? Qin Lang attacked again, this time he made a gun gesture with his left hand, aiming at the left ghost hand. Kid, the times have changed. Bang 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 bang. In one go, he fired dozens of bullets, turning all the souls spat out by the left ghost hand into dust. The left ghost hand was stunned for a moment, then immediately retreated to dodge this round of shooting. The right ghost hand was still not fully healed, shouted, "What's wrong with you? Fight him." The left ghost hand was also furious, easier said than done. These bullets are vicious, and they are not ordinary bullets. Qin Lang inwardly chuckled, yes, they are not ordinary bullets, they are bullets from Wang Wei's poetry. Qin Lang used the last bit of strength to take a sip of alcohol, lamenting, "This. I've really never seen bullets used to eliminate the bazaar before." And where did he hide the gun? Lu Jiao shook his head vigorously, "Impossible. The bazaar is immune to all physical attacks, it shouldn't be able to be harmed without corresponding weapons or tools." But Fumi also fell silent. Physical demon slaying. I've really seen it all in this long life. Seeing how useful the mental power bullets were, Qin Lang simply put away the ghost-slaying knife, raised both hands, and made a gun muzzle appear from his chest as well. Open fire. Da-did-day-day-day. Powerful firepower suddenly formed a barrage, pouncing fiercely towards the left and right ghost hands. The two ghost hands hurriedly spat out a large number of souls to shield themselves from the firepower. A large number of little ghostly hands emerged from underground to cause chaos for Qin Lang. "I don't believe your bullets are unlimited." The left ghostly hand shouted angrily, "Shoot, shoot, shoot. I'll let you shoot as much as you want. Once you run out of ammo, I'll take you down." Qin Lang laughed. "Run out? Sorry, the long blue bar means I can do whatever I want." Chapter 78, 1,000 Years of Cultivation. The left and right ghostly hands gave it their all, constantly using the power of souls from within their bodies to create various monsters and soldiers to resist Qin Lang's firepower. The left ghostly hand said, "I don't believe that our hundreds of years of cultivation can lose to just one human." The right ghostly hand replied, "That's right. I want to see how many bullets he can waste." Even Qin Lang and the others started to feel a bit worried. Lu Jiao swallowed, "Is Qin Lang a monster? He can even grow gun muzzles from his body? What is he using as bullets?" Qin Lang squeezed the wine jug and said, "Qin Lang's move must be using his own internal energy as material. But those bullets seem so powerful, the consumption must be huge." Bafumia said, "Qin Lang wants to fight a war of attrition, he is making a big mistake. No matter how strong he is, he's still human. His opponent has 100 years of cultivation too. They are not on the same level, and their starting points are different. If this keeps going, he's bound to suffer." Sumubai anxiously looked at Qin Lang, wanting very much to help. But the battle before her was intense, and the ghostly hands released a large number of strange souls, she couldn't step in at all. Moreover, she hadn't fully adapted to Yi Zi's body. Even though Yi Zi's body and soul didn't oppose her possession and she could use blood ghost techniques, Sumubai, who had never possessed a living person before, still felt somewhat powerless. Time passed little by little, and Qin Lang continued to output crazily. Everyone began to realize something was wrong. Qin Lang wondered, strange, why is Qin Lang's firepower getting stronger and stronger? This isn't normal. Logically, his internal energy should only decrease. Lu Jiao was dumbfounded, what's going on? I can't understand. Bafumia also felt that everything before him exceeded his understanding, even breaking into a cold sweat. Is the Eastern Bazaar and the Eastern people really this impressive? I can't understand at all. At this moment, the most embarrassed were those two ghostly hands. This human, what's going on? Why is he still outputting? It's as if his bullets are endless. The left ghostly hand said, "This kid, clearly his strength is not as strong as ours, he's completely relying on numbers and firepower to suppress us. It's been so long, why are his ammunition levels still so high?" The right ghostly hand replied, "He actually dares to compete in attrition and can last this long. What exactly is happening? This is the first time I've seen such a human. In fact, even now, these two S-rank bazaar beings still held the advantage." In terms of strength, Qin Lang was still far behind them. Otherwise, he would have already shot them down with psychic bullets. But Qin Lang's move successfully shattered everyone's psychological expectations, catching everyone off guard. Moreover, this skill of Qin Lang's was newly acquired, so he hadn't used it before. From the perspective of others, it looked like Qin Lang had this skill all along, but deliberately hid it and didn't use it. Then the question arose again, how many skills has he hidden? The bizarre beings can also feel fear, and the unknown is something all living beings fear. How many more bullets can Qin Lang shoot, and how many tricks does he have hidden? Before Qin Lang runs out of bullets, they might just be exterminated. Bang! A bullet passed through the last layer of soul defenses, grazing past the left ghostly hand. The left ghostly hand swayed. Should we withdraw? As long as the ancient house is still there, we still have a chance. The right ghostly hand said, "Are you stupid? Look at what he's done to the ancient house. Now withdraw, it will be a disaster if he discovers our foundation." Left ghost hand, then what do you propose we do? Right ghost hand, of course, we fight. Left ghost hand, it's easy for you to say. Their appearance gave Qin Lang a glimmer of hope. Were they on the verge of collapse? Good. Qin Lang looked at Sumubai and shouted, Miss Su. Sumubai seemed to understand something in an instant and rushed forward. Qin Lang tried to bring out the muzzle of the gun from himself, increasing the firepower. The left and right ghost hands rushed forward together. I don't believe it. With my 100 years of cultivation, I won't lose to this little brat. Qin Lang laughed. 100 years of cultivation? He and Bai Qi spoke in unison. My cultivation is over 1,000 years. Boom, 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 boom. A large amount of firepower directly covered the left and right ghost hands, and their released ghostly power was completely shattered. Just when the right ghost hand was struggling to hold on, it suddenly felt threads entangling its 5 fingers. It grew eyes from the back and found Sumubai tightly binding it with several blood threads. Blood ghost technique. Sumubai grabbed the blood threads and suddenly pulled hard. The blood threads were long and sharp, quickly slicing through the right ghost hand's fingers, and just as it was about to be completely severed, the right ghost hand hastily used ghostly power to repair itself. You little brat! You're seeking death! The right ghost hand extended a few venomous snakes from its hand and lunged at Sumubai. The left ghost hand angrily shouted, Don't get distracted! Idiot! The right ghost hand realized that Qin Lang ahead was the key and quickly tried to build new defenses. But it was too late. Qin Lang jumped into the air, raising the ghost-slaying blade. Ha! A downward slash from the sky split the right ghost hand in half. Immediately after, Qin Lang fired again with both hands, creating countless holes in the right ghost hand to prevent it from regenerating. Jun Lang clapped and said, Beautiful! Sumubai also smiled, her eyes filled with admiration and worship as she looked at Qin Lang. At the same time, she felt a strong heartbeat, her cheeks flushing. How strange. Although Sumubai possessed EZ as an entity, she did not experience the sensations of the body, and emotions like joy, anger, and sadness did not reflect in the flesh. So this heartbeat and blushing reaction. Is it EZ? Seeing this, the left ghost hand immediately prepared to burrow underground and hide. At that moment, a large hand tightly grabbed it. Bafumi smiled and said, Hey, Eastern Anomaly, you were quite arrogant just now? The left ghost hand panicked, We're not humans, so we're allies. You don't need to go all out, right? Bafumi sneered, I heard Eastern Hell is scarier than the hell where I come from, how about you help me take a look down there? With his other hand, he swung the gigantic Grim Reaper scythe and cut the left ghost hand horizontally. Separated from its foundational connection, the left ghost hand instantly transformed into blue smoke and slowly vanished. Qin Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly looked at Bafumi. Bafumi coldly said, Insect, you're quite powerful. Qin Lang replied, You are the insect. Suddenly, a strong, burning sensation spread throughout his whole body. Ah! Qin Lang clutched his heart, screaming as he fell down. Sumubai's eyes widened, and she exclaimed, Qin Lang. Chapter 79, Two Major Events. Qin Lang opened his eyes and found Bai Qi beside him. I didn't die, right? Qin Lang sat up and realized that it was dark all around, he must be in his own consciousness world. Bai Qi caressed the Qiankuan jade bottle and said, Big brother, I already reminded you long ago, your physical endurance is limited. So, as my power keeps entering your body, you will constantly face backlash. Fortunately, you had already injected the deadly virus, and with your unique constitution, that's why you didn't die. Qin Lang responded with an O sound, wanting to try to return to his true body but found he didn't have the strength to go back. Bai Qi, you're still in a coma state, don't waste your energy. You better rest for a while, otherwise, your body will definitely have issues. Qin Lang said, Yes, it's time to rest. After clearing this instance, the reward should be enough to buy that white dragon reverse scale. I have fulfilled your first wish. Bai Qi nodded, Thank you, big brother. Then I will say my second wish. Qin Lang sighed, Alright, just don't be too greedy. Bai Qi said, Don't worry, the second wish is. I want the wheel sword. Qin Lang frowned, Wheel sword? What is that? The name sounds strange. Bai Qi's face and tone became heavy. The wheel sword is the precious sword I used to commit suicide back then. Since then, this sword has become the sword of King Qin. You know Jing Ku, right? When he assassinated King Ingzheng of Qin, it was with the wheel sword that Ingzheng blocked his Su Fu's dagger and killed Jing Ku. Qin Lang, does this wheel sword have such a huge background? Suddenly, he asked, Wait, when Jing Ku was attacking Qin, you were already dead, how did you know about this? Bai Qi laughed, Because I met him in the underworld. Qin Lang, alright. Bai Qi was a god of slaughter, and Jing Ku was a top assassin who almost killed the ancestral dragon Ingzheng. Two heroes from the warring states, both died under the wheel sword. This treasure has quite a status. Qin Lang asked again, what do you want this sword for? Revenge? Bai Qi twirled his dragon beard, this commander is not such a petty person. In any case, just help me look for it. Qin Lang added, if it's in the shop of the system, I can get it for you. But if it's not, it could be troublesome. It might be with some collector, or buried in the ground, or possibly long gone. Bai Qi shook his head, impossible, treasures like the wheel sword are protected by heaven and earth, and won't be easily damaged. Moreover, I've heard from people in the underworld that it has re-emerged. Maybe it's in the hands of some mortal. Big brother, if you put in some effort to find it, there will definitely be rewards. Qin Lang scratched his head, alright. Just in time, I also don't plan to go to the next dungeon, so let's stay in the real world for a while. At that moment, Sumubai's voice rang out above. Qin Lang? Qin Lang? Bai Qi, it seems you have recovered enough, you can go back. Qin Lang stood up to leave, and suddenly remembered a question. Bai Qi, I've always wanted to ask, why did you become like this? Bai Qi twisted his dragon head, big brother, you don't need to ask about this. Qin Lang shrugged and walked away. Then, Qin Lang's true body opened its eyes, seeing Yi staring at him nervously. Wait, she should be Sumubai now. Sumubai exclaimed, Qin Lang, you're awake. Qin Lang felt warm and comfortable lying in her arms. He couldn't help but rub against her, Miss Su, your legs are so soft. Sumubai blushed, Qin Lang, this isn't my leg. Qin Lang. Oh right, the body is still Yi's. Qin Lang coughed twice and sat up, why are you still on her? Sumubai shook her head, I can't do it. Jun Ling on the side spoke up, it's very hard for a strange possession to switch to another living person. Unless the possessed person dies, or someone else helps. You just need to find a skilled Taoist or monk when you return to the real world for help. Qin Lang looked at him and said, you recovered pretty quickly. Jun Lang laughed, thanks to you, after clearing the dungeon, all wounds and toxins were cleared. By the way, you need to hurry. If too much time passes, Sumubai's negative energy will corrode Yi's body, then even a deity can't save her. Sumubai's expression changed, and she lowered her head muttering, I'm sorry, Miss Yi, Qin Lang and I will surely find a way. The next second, her voice changed back to Yi, it's alright, this was my choice from the beginning. I believe in you. Qin Lang looked at the coexistence of Sumubai and Yi, feeling quite complicated inside. Behind them, the goat-headed Bafumi spoke, coming out this time is really eye-opening. Bafumi let out a devilish kekekek cold laugh. Su Miao cried loudly, you should go back. I'm scared. Boo-hoo-hoo. Bafumi replied, humph, then I will take my price. Qin Lang and the others looked at Bafumi, wanting to know what the cost of summoning a demon to do a task was. They saw Bafumi stretch out his claws and sweep them across the back of Su Miao's head. Su Miao's long hair instantly turned into shoulder-length short hair, and the cut-off part was taken by Bafumi. I actually wanted more, but given how enjoyable it was this time, I'll take this much for now. Bafumi held that clump of hair, opened a hexagram barrier under his feet, and with a swish, he disappeared. Qin Lang frowned. Is this the price? A part of the body? Alright, hair is indeed part of the body. Su Miao cried, boo-hoo-hoo. I have to grow my hair out again. Short hair looks so bad. The crowd. Jun Ling chuckled and said, the instance is being settled, and rewards will be distributed soon. By the way, Qin Lang, shall we go together in the next instance? Qin Lang said, no need, I need to go back to the real world for a while. Right now, the immediate priority is to get Sumubai out of Yi's body and also find the grinding sword that Bai Qi wants. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps was heard. Who? Lu Jiu rushed out upon hearing the commotion. No, don't kill me. The director Qinshi crouched on the ground, hugging his head with both hands, trembling and begging for mercy. Great ones, I was wrong, let me go. Lu Jiu grabbed his collar, you were so arrogant just now. You did work for a strange thing and caused so many deaths. You still filmed that kind of movie, pervert. Shameless. Lu Jiu raised his hand and slapped him hard several times, causing Qinshi's face to swell up like a pig's head. Stop hitting me. Qinshi cried out, I was wrong, I won't dare again. I was also forced into it. Just as Lu Jiu was about to strike harder, a mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears. Congratulations players for clearing the level. Rewards are now being distributed. Chapter 80 Global Announcement. As the system began to settle, everyone's actions paused. Congratulations player Qin Lang for successfully killing the S-rank anomaly. Rating, SSS. Perfect. Player Qin Lang earns 2 million anomaly coins. Qin Lang receives S-rank item, Luotian Jade. Luotian Jade allows you to breathe normally underwater for 48 hours. A golden light immediately appeared in Qin Lang's hands, a round and exquisite jade pendant continuously emitted a mysterious glow. Able to stay underwater for 48 hours? This thing is definitely a divine artifact. Qin Lang earns a rank item, Swift Fist Gauntlets. Swift Fist Gauntlets increases attack speed by 60%. Once again, a uniquely designed but very lightweight pair of gauntlets landed in Qin Lang's hands. Increasing memory speed is nice, coupled with the psychic bullet skill, more and faster attacks can be unleashed. The other players like Qin Lang and Yi Zi had also received their respective rewards. Qin Lang smiled and said, "Qin Lang, thanks to you, I had the chance to participate in killing the S-rank anomaly, this time the rewards are so rich." Qin Lang had earned a whopping 500,000 anomaly coins, a new personal high. Although the item he received was only B rank, Qin Lang didn't mind too much, he felt he could buy a new knife with the money. As for Lu Jiu, who had hardly participated in the battle against the old house ghost hand, could only get a consolation prize of 2,000 anomaly coins. Correspondingly, Su Miao and Yi Zi's rewards were much higher than Lu Jiu's, second only to Qin Lang and Qin Lang. Lu Jiu, although knowing that the results were very fair, was still somewhat unconvinced. She vented her anger on Chenshi. "You wanted to kill us as sacrifices just now, right?" Chenshi quickly hugged his head and cried, No, please spare my life." Qin Lang walked over and patted Lu Jiu's shoulder. "Alright, Miss Lu, let him go." Lu Jiu was puzzled. "Brother Qin Lang, people like him are not worth forgiving. The instance has ended now, we can teach him a lesson." Qin Lang said, "One should spare others when possible, let him go." Lu Jiu had no choice but to release Chenshi. Chenshi bowed to Qin Lang and said, "Thank you." "Thank you, master." After saying this, he turned around and ran away. Suddenly, Qin Lang drew his knife and swiftly cut off Chenshi's head. Lu Jiu didn't even react, Chenshi was already dead. Qin Lang said, "I let you go, but I didn't let you live. Now the world is completely clean." At this moment, the system spoke again. Player Qin Lang has performed excellently in 3 consecutive dungeon challenges, and has now earned the qualification to enter the ranked match. Evaluating initial rank now. Ranked match? Initial rank? Qin Lang wondered, what is this? Qin Lang laughed, huh? You don't even know this? The difficulty levels of dungeons are classified as S, A, B, C, and there are even harder ranked modes. The dungeons you completed before and this one are all normal modes. In ranked matches, you can earn corresponding points upon completion, thus achieving your rank. Ranks, from lowest to highest, are Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond, Master, and King, with each rank divided into 5 tiers, Tier 1 being the strongest and Tier 5 the weakest. Once you qualify for ranked matches, your initial rank will be determined based on your performance in the latest 3 dungeons. Player Qin Lang's initial rank, Gold Tier 2. Lu Jiu was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. What? Gold Tier 2? Qin Lang couldn't help but widen his pupils, repeatedly saying, "Incredible, truly incredible." The initial rank for ordinary players is only Silver at most. In the past 20 years, the highest initial rank has only been Silver Tier 1. Qin Lang, you are way too monstrous. A key-shaped treasure fell from the sky, its surface shimmering with flowing golden light, and a gem was set into the key's handle. Qin Lang took out a similar key-shaped token, but it was made of silver material. "This is the token that proves your rank. As you can see, I am currently only at Silver rank." Qin Lang put away the token and asked, "If you can play ranked, why are you participating in this kind of normal mode?" Qin Lang smiled, "It's simple, after playing one ranked match, I felt a bit lacking in confidence. I participated in a B-tier ranked match. To be honest, its difficulty is quite similar to this 3 in normal dungeon. Many players who are powerful in normal mode or have cleared S-tier dungeons die immediately after participating in a ranked match. I advise you not to rush into ranked matches, practice more first." A B-tier ranked match being harder than a 3 in normal dungeon? Qin Lang suddenly understood the value of the ranked match. Once he clears the ranked mode, the rewards must be even richer, right? Player Qin Lang contributed over 80% in this dungeon boss battle, ranking first among unranked players. Received global announcement benefits. Global announcement? Lu Jiu's eyes were about to pop out, his hands trembling non-stop, his teeth chattering. This is a rare and precious benefit. Becoming famous and making a name for himself. Global announcement will begin soon. Should the name be hidden? Qin Lang said without hesitation, "Hide it." He had no desire for such attention. Qin Lang seemed not surprised, smiling, "Don't worry, we won't tell anyone." Qin Lang said, "It's fine if you do, I just won't acknowledge it." Lu Jiu frowned and muttered softly, "What's there to be proud of, hum?" Qin Lang then expressed to the dungeon system that he wanted to return to the real world. Lu Jiu hurriedly said, "Qin Lang, I want to go with brother Qin Lang, but Yi Zi, you have to protect me well. If anything happens, you won't have it easy." Qin Lang patted his chest. I thought you wanted to be a shadow. Fortunately, you're more into looks than friends. Lu Jiao, you. I simply don't want to be with you anymore. Qin Lang gently touched Su Miao's head. Miao Miao, should we go back together? Su Miao cried loudly. Whoa, I don't want to go back. Qin Lang said, don't go back, let's go to the next dungeon, don't be afraid. Then, he turned around and knelt on one knee facing Qin Lang. Lu Jiao was shocked. Brother Qin Lang. Qin Lang, this time I owe you a life and a favor. You are very strong, but I will be stronger. When we meet next time, let's compare who can clear the dungeon faster. Qin Lang said calmly, I'm not interested in competing with you, and we probably won't meet again. Qin Lang stood up, patted the dirt off his clothes, and smiled. Don't speak too confidently. By the way, if you want to find a way to get Su Mubai out, I know a place. You go to Qingshan City and find a white dragon temple, just say you are my friend, and Master Wukong in the temple will help you. Qin Lang, okay, I'll remember that. A portal of space opened wide, and Qin Lang took Su Mubai's hand and walked in. At the same time, all the media and social networks in the world received a message. A mysterious player has been placed in the golden second tier for the first time. This player achieved 80% contribution while dealing with an S-class anomaly. Players all over the world exploded with excitement. Chapter 81, Entering the City. What? 80% contribution in dealing with an S-class anomaly? That means he basically did all the fighting, right? Isn't that one-on-one? Although it's not a ranked boss, but it's not simple. The key point is that he is already in the golden second tier for the first time? This is unbelievable. Everyone couldn't help but start to wonder who this mysterious player really was. This is the real world? Qin Lang walked out of the space portal and found the exit was actually in an abandoned construction site. Qin Lang looked at the surrounding environment and asked, are all these unfinished buildings? Behind him, Yi Zi's voice sounded, these are not unfinished buildings, we should have arrived at the old district. She pointed to the brightly lit urban area in the distance and said, that is the current residential area, also known as the new district. Every city has this kind of place. In the distance, a forest of steel and glass rose up, and the suspended tracks flowed through the clouds like silver threads, giving a sense of near-future science fiction. Qin Lang asked, new district? Old district? Is it because the new district is more luxurious? Yi Zi continued, of course, it's not. The old district was once where humans lived, and the new district is a new city built by superpowered players. Wait, Qin Lang, how do you not even know this? Qin Lang shrugged, I really don't know, please continue. Through Yi Zi's explanation, Qin Lang gradually understood. The technological level of this world is similar to Earth before he crossed over. Maglev trains, AI, and the internet are all available. But after the dungeon system arrived, countless players appeared in the world, who applied the skills they brought from the dungeons to reality, creating the cities and civilizations we see now. For example, in the past, building houses relied on migrant workers brick by brick, but now, they just need to use their minds instead of manual labor, and can even create the facilities they want with their thoughts. Moreover, some props and rewards from the dungeons can also be used in production and life, changing the previous social operating rules. With these convenient superpowers, humans abandoned the old facilities and moved into new cities to live. Qin Lang walked while asking, then why not completely transform the old district? Yi Zi replied, it's simple. On one hand, the cost is quite high, and those with abilities don't work for free. Many players stop exploring the dungeons after gaining a skill and choose to use the skills they acquired to make a living in reality. Most of them can become successful, and over time, they enjoy a prosperous life. Moreover, if everything is in the advanced new district, then nothing is advanced. Keeping the backward old district can highlight their superiority. Qin Lang scratched his head and asked, so are we going to the new district now? Yi Zi nodded slightly, yes, first, Yi Zi squatted down, letting out a painful wail. Qin Lang rushed forward, what happened? This time, it was Su Mubai's voice that rang out, it's my fault. My negative energy might be too strong, so Miss Yi can't occupy the main body for too long. We need to think of a way to get me out of here quickly. Qin Lang said, what did Qin Lang say about Qingqing's Bai Long Temple? But where is Qingchang? They just left the construction site, wanting to ask someone for directions, or find a bus station or something. But this area was like a no-man's land, with not a single shadow in sight. Yi Zi was feeling weak now, and it wasn't easy to directly call her out to ask about the situation, so Qin Lang had to take Su Mubai and walk towards the lively new district. Along the way, Qin Lang saw many familiar things, but the scenery became stranger the further they went into the new district. Not only had the architectural style changed, but the street style of the people was also different, young people dressed especially bizarrely, with both men and women sporting brightly colored hair. The advertisement boards by the roadside were very explicit, with elements of pornography and drugs all displayed openly, without any shame. Qin Lang wanted to ask a passerby for directions, but their mental state was very abnormal, clearly indicating they had used something inappropriate. There was even a couple engaging in indecent behavior on the street, and the people around didn't care, not even having the interest to watch. Qin Lang, look! Sumubai pointed in surprise at a grand door ahead. The door was as towering as the spine of a giant beast, its surface of steel and glass reflecting the neon lights of the new district, cold and distant. Embedded in the door were flickering electronic screens, scrolling with the amount of entry fees and warning slogans, severing the connection between prosperity and decline. Warning! 2 unidentified individuals approaching. The guard's mechanical voice came out from the loudspeaker. A group of well-armed guards in thick bulletproof vests quickly surrounded them. The leading guard captain shouted, "Stop! What are you doing?" Qin Lang pointed ahead, entering the city. The captain asked, "Have you paid the fee?" Qin Lang shook his head. The captain asked again, "Let me see your entry code." Entry code? Qin Lang and Sumubai looked confused. The captain said impatiently, "What are you pretending for? Show me your entry safety app." Qin Lang waved his hand, "I don't have a phone." By the way, just paying is fine, right? Stop talking nonsense, just tell me how much it costs to enter. The captain sneered, "A broke person without even a phone can pay the entry fee? It's 1,000 per person, can you afford it?" Qin Lang took out a strange coin and asked, "Can I use this?" The moment those guards saw the strange coin, their eyes widened instantly. Strange coin? Their eyes became clear in an instant. The captain stared at Qin Lang, swallowed, and asked, May I ask? Are you a dungeon player?" Qin Lang nodded, "Yes, why?" The captain quickly stood at attention, "Everyone, stand at attention. Salute." The guards lined up and saluted, giving Qin Lang and Sumubai a clear path. The captain nervously said, "Sorry, I didn't ask carefully earlier, you can enter the city now. Thank you for your hard work." Qin Lang and Sumubai exchanged glances. Qin Lang held the strange coin, "You don't want this?" The captain was sweating, and no. "We dare not. Players enter the city for free. We didn't do our job properly just now, please forgive us." Qin Lang smiled, thinking to himself, so dungeon players have such privileges in the real world. But thinking about it, dungeon players returning to reality meant they had cleared the game, they had some skills, how could these ordinary people dare to provoke them lightly? He walked directly into the city, and Sumubai quickly followed behind. The guard captain wiped his sweat and complained, "People like them are also players?" Another guard said, "Maybe the level of their cleared dungeon isn't high? They came back from the old district." The captain said, "Call Tiger Master immediately, just say another player has returned." Chapter 82, High-Level Players. After entering the city, Qin Lang found that the scenery of the new district was indeed different from the old district. Various shaped tall buildings formed a dazzling steel forest, and there were walkways connecting different floors, with many overpasses and tracks on the ground. The city's terrain was also uneven and variable, quite magical. Qin Lang and Sumubai casually chose a larger restaurant to eat. This one, and this one. Qin Lang had not eaten anything decent in the dungeon, so now he picked up the menu and ordered nearly everything except the cover. The waiter was stunned, wondering if this man and woman could really eat that much. The guests around also turned their heads, looking at Qin Lang's table with eyes full of disbelief. Qin Lang and Sumubai were dressed quite ordinarily. Did they come to cause trouble and eat for free? "Sir, we need to pay before the dishes are served." The waiter said, "You have ordered a total of 21 dishes, which costs 36,789 yuan. Qin Lang took out a strange coin, "Can I use this?" In the next second, the waiter opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "Ah! Strange coin." He trembled slightly while holding the silver tray, his pupils suddenly contracting, his throat moving as if even breathing had stopped. "Strange coin. Sir, are you sure you want to use it to pay?" His voice was a bit tight, filled with unbelievable tremors. The surrounding guests were also attracted by this scene, all stopping their knives and forks, their eyes focused on the strange coin in Qin Lang's hand. "Oh my, that really is a strange coin. Is he a player who returned from the dungeon? How could he come to a place like this? I've never seen a real player before." Their voices were soft, but couldn't hide their shock and envy. Qin Lang looked at the strange coin in his hand, confirming that it was indeed very valuable. Thinking of this, he regretted using more than 1 million strange coins to buy the White Dragon reverse scale for Bai Qi, leaving him with only over 400,000 now. What made him even angrier was that after Bai Qi got the White Dragon reverse scale, he secretly tinkered with it as if it were a treasure. He wouldn't say what he planned to do, just told Qin Lang to wait, and not to disturb him when he had nothing else to do. At this moment, the restaurant manager personally walked over. "Hello, sir." The manager smiled and said, I'm sorry for the delay. Please come upstairs to the private room for dining." The dishes you ordered will be prepared right away. Of course, Qin Lang would not refuse. After standing up, he asked, "What city is this?" The manager replied, "Don't you know, sir? We are in Xinjiang." "Hey, what a coincidence." Qin Lang continued to ask, "Do you know by Long Sea?" The manager nodded, "Yes, it's on the second floor of District D." District D? Second floor? That does not sound like a proper place name at all. Forget it, as long as he knew the place, he would go see it after filling his stomach. Qin Lang asked again, "Is a strange coin very valuable?" The manager laughed, "You really know how to joke, sir." Right now, a strange coin has reached its highest market price. One strange coin can be exchanged for over 1,000 federal coins. Moreover, strange coins represent your strength and status. We are very honored to serve you, this esteemed guest. Qin Lang nodded, finally understanding why so many dungeon players were unwilling to risk entering dungeons for adventure anymore. With one strange coin or proof of player identity, they could be respected in the real world. Who would be willing to risk their life to enter a dungeon? After entering the private room, Qin Lang took out 50 strange coins. If it's 1 to 1,000, these strange coins can cover the bill. Remember to give change. The manager took the strange coins, trembling hands, with red rims around his eyes. Qin Lang frowned, "Is it that serious?" The manager replied, "Sir, as a hero who cleared the dungeon, it's incredible that you even pay for your meal. Truly a saint." Qin Lang said, "Oh? Is it possible not to pay?" The manager. In the end, under Sumubai's persuasion, Qin Lang still paid. Once the dishes were served, Qin Lang immediately started to eat meat heartily, one mouthful of meat, one mouthful of wine, thoroughly enjoying himself. Although Sumubai couldn't taste the flavors and no longer needed to eat, But in order to take care of Yeezy's body and ensure nutrition, she still opened her mouth to eat a bit, while carefully chewing the food with her teeth according to her memories from when she was human before swallowing. Suddenly, the door of the private room was kicked open directly. A big man in a suit walked in with a group of people. The big man sat down heavily at Qin Lang's table, leaning slightly back, with one arm resting on the back of the chair and the other hand holding an unlit cigar. His underlings closed the door and stood straight in a row, no one daring to speak casually. An invisible pressure filled the air. "Kid, looks like you have a good appetite." The black bear smiled and said, "I heard you are also a player who has cleared a dungeon. Congratulations, Tiger Lord sent me to chat with you." Qin Lang did not lift his head to look at him, continuing to gnaw on the elbow he had in hand. One of the underlings complained, "Hey, our brother bear is talking to you." The black bear waved his hand, "Hey, I know the feeling of just coming out of a dungeon. When I cleared mine back then, I was also famished." Sumubai asked, "Oh? You are also a player?" The black bear, seeing Ez, whom Sumubai was possessing, so stunningly beautiful, licked his lips, "Of course. Otherwise, how could I work under Tiger Lord? But a hero doesn't talk about past glories, that's all in the past. I've just achieved a little bit, that's all." The underling just now boasted, "Little girl, brother bear has cleared 3 ordinary B-level dungeons. Back then, his rank was Black Iron second tier, then he stepped up to bronze. Impressive, right? Sumubai. 3 B-level dungeons." She, as a boss of an A-level dungeon, suddenly didn't know what to say. The black bear laughed, "Hey, why talk about this? Let's keep a low profile. Look, you scared the little beauty." The underlings laughed heartily and started showering him with flattery. The black bear asked Qin Lang, "Kid, Tiger Lord is looking for someone to form a team to clear a dungeon. The reward is very generous." Qin Lang shook his head, not interested. The black bear said coldly, "Kid, you misunderstood, those 2 sentences I just said are neither questions nor an invitation. I'm telling you that you must participate, do you understand? You just came to Xinjiang, you probably don't know the rules, right? Our Tiger Lord is the biggest boss here, even the city capital has to listen to him. Right now, there aren't many available players, otherwise, when would you get such a good job to work for Tiger Lord?" Qin Lang wiped his mouth, "Oh, so that's how it is, you should have said that earlier. If you had said it earlier, I could have let you roll out." The black bear angrily shouted, "Damn kid, given that we are both players, I give you a bit of face, and this is how you cherish it? I was once a player who reached the bronze rank, do you wish to die here because you didn't die in the dungeon?" Qin Lang replied, "Oh, just bronze? Then you really are trash." Chapter 83 Assessment. "What did you say?" The black bear widened his eyes, "I earned my way up to bronze with strength." Qin Lang did not even look up, "What's bronze?" "I'm now at gold rank." The black bear's eyes widened, and the cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. The air in the private room suddenly became tense. "Gold? Ha 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 ha." Everyone present laughed loudly and arrogantly. The black bear shouted, "Kid, stop bragging. You? Gold? Then I must be at diamond rank. Come, prove it to me." I want to see it for myself. Qin Lang, I have no obligation to prove anything to you, get out. He really had no desire to communicate with such a person. The black bear furiously shouted, Kid, do you dare to talk to me like that? Don't think clearing a dungeon makes you impressive. When I entered the dungeon, you were still a liquid. Before he could finish speaking, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of him. Sumubai raised her palm and slapped the black bear's face. With a loud smack, the black bear flew upward, his nearly 1.9 meters strong body crashing to the ground, producing a heavy muffled sound that shook the surrounding ground. Brother Bear. The little brothers quickly rushed over to check, finding that Black Bear's face had already swollen up, several teeth missing, blood oozing from his mouth, and a lot of blood streaks on his cheeks. Sumubai stepped forward and kicked Black Bear hard in the butt. Watch your tone when talking to Qin Lang. Sumubai said coldly, otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Her gentleness was only for Qin Lang. To others, she was still the strange woman who killed without blinking. This thick killing intent and momentum scared the little brothers present so much that they didn't dare to move, only staring at Sumubai with wide eyes. Sumubai, aren't you leaving yet? You. Our Tiger Lord kindly invited you over, but you are so ungrateful. You'll regret it later. The little brothers grumbled while dragging Black Bear out. Sumubai closed the door and asked, Qin Lang, it seems we have attracted attention the moment we entered the city. Qin Lang wiped his hands, no worries, they brought this trouble on themselves, it serves them right if they get beaten to death. Let's finish your business at the White Dragon Temple first. After eating, the two took the high-rise elevator to District D and saw the entrance to a temple on the second floor. The three big words White Dragon Temple were carved on the plaque at the entrance, with a long line of worshippers outside, continuously flowing. Qin Lang thought that if he waited obediently in line, it might be hard to even see the abbot tomorrow. So he said to a little monk who was maintaining order, Excuse me, little master, is your abbot here? The little monk glanced at him impatiently, I don't know, go stand in line. Qin Lang, I was recommended by a friend. The little monk's expression was still as calm as a deep well, asking, Friend? Which friend? Qin Lang. June. The little monk's mouth dropped open, his eyes nearly bulging out. You. How do you know Qin Lang? The few little monks around turned pale when they heard Qin Lang's name, staring intently at Qin Lang. Qin Lang was a bit puzzled by his reaction. What's wrong? It's just Qin Lang who called me here. The little monk quickly smiled apologetically. Apologies, donor, we were just rude. The abbot went out early this morning, would you like to wait inside? Qin Lang waved his hand, no need, just tell me where he went. The little monk hurriedly said, the abbot went to mansion number 5 in District C. The president of the Dragon Tiger Association asked to discuss something important with him and left in a great hurry. Qin Lang rubbed his forehead, thinking how he had to run back again. Meanwhile, inside mansion number 5 in District C. Master Wukong, do you think this will sword is real or not? A white-haired man dressed in a custom suit, looking prosperous, asked solemnly. Wukong carefully examined the ancient sword, nodding, no mistake, the spiritual power on it is very strong, it is definitely real. The legendary butcher Bai Qi and Jing could both die by this sword, it is no ordinary item. I can see the spiritual aura floating above it without even opening my heavenly eye. Bai Qi Hu let out a sigh of relief, that's good, now I can rest assured. That plan should be nearly ready. Wukong joined his hands together, Donor Bai's efforts will surely touch the heavens and fulfill your long-cherished wish. At this moment, a rapid knocking on the door echoed. Tiger Lord, something bad happened. Bai Qi Hu put away the wheel sword and then let the person come in. What happened? A subordinate walked in and said, Black Bear has been beaten up, and it's serious. Bai Qi Hu was stunned, how is that possible? He is an old player who has passed through several dungeons, he isn't afraid of bullets. Where is he? Bring him here. The subordinate quickly exited, and soon Black Bear, beaten into a pig's head, walked in. Tiger Lord. I let you down. Black Bear entered, one hand covering his face, the other covering his butt. I have embarrassed you. Wukong saw his state and wanted to laugh, but quickly blocked his face with both hands. Amida Buddha. Bai Qi Hu frowned, who did this? In Xinjiang, few dared to be this brutal to the Dragon Tiger Association members. Black Bear wiped his tears. I followed your orders and called together all those players who just cleared the game for the assessment. But I ran into someone named Qin Lang, and not only did he not appreciate it, he even dared to strike me. This injury was caused by him. Bai Qin Tiger stroked his chin, thinking, Qin Lang? Never heard of this guy, where does he get his courage? He and Wukong exchanged glances, a guess emerging in their minds, Wu Dao Society? Wukong said, recently, many potential players have been misled by Wu Dao Society, falling into the wrong path. By donor, you also need to be careful and discerning during the assessment. Hishon cried out in distress, Master Tiger, this is not a hit on my butt, it's clearly a slap on your face. Bai Qin Tiger. By Qin Tiger said to Xiong, you should go treat your injuries first, I will take responsibility for this. Also, has everyone for the assessment gathered? Xiong nodded, everyone is here, they are all waiting for your instructions in the hall. By Qin Tiger said, alright, I understand. I'll send a few people to capture that Qin Lang who dared to touch my Longhu society. At this moment, a maid stood at the door, Mr. Bai, there are 2 guests outside who want to see Wukong. By Qin Tiger looked at Wukong, somewhat dissatisfied, Master, didn't you say you would accompany me to assess those players today? Wukong shrugged, I don't know, maybe they just came uninvited, just send them away. The maid said, but that person said they were sent by Qin Lang. Wukong turned pale at the mention of Qin Lang's name. By Qin Tiger was quite excited, Qin Lang. He came out of the dungeon? What is that guest's name? It seems to be Qin Lang. Chapter 84, Instant Kill. Qin Lang? Xiong shouted angrily, that kid has come to our door? Wukong and By Qin Tiger were also puzzled. How is this Qin Lang related to Qin Lang? Wukong said to By Qin Tiger, since he was recommended by Qin Lang, we indeed have to meet him. By Qin Tiger sneered, good, since he was sent by Qin Lang, I must treat him well. Just right, let him join the assessment in the hall. Xiong, you go be the judge. Wukong was startled, by donor. By Qin Tiger said, Master, you know my relationship with Qin Lang, I cannot stand him. For your sake, I'll first test what that kid is made of. If he is indeed that capable, I can then have a proper talk with him. If he has no ability, then he deserves to die. You can just say you have never seen this guy. He offended my Longhu society, if he dies, it's normal. Wukong could only nod, alright then. Ahmet Ba. Xiong revealed a slight cold smile. Master Tiger, don't worry, I will definitely deal with this pesky little brat. On the other side, Qin Lang and Sumubai followed the servant to a luxurious hall. The entire hall was filled with dozens of people, dressed differently, looking like they were from different eras. Didn't expect to be called by the Longhu Society right after coming out of the dungeon. Yeah, I thought I could have a good rest. Since Master Tiger called us here, he must want to recruit me into his association, right? That would be such an honor. If I become a member of the Longhu Society, I won't have to worry about anything in Xincheng. Qin Lang and Sumubai found a sofa to sit down. Qin Lang was puzzled, strange, weren't we supposed to meet that old monk? Why did they bring me here? Sumubai tugged at Qin Lang, look, it's that person. Qin Lang looked up and saw a big man with a bandaged head walking out on the second floor, his mouth twisted as if it were almost touching his ear. It was none other than Xiong, who had been beaten up by Sumubai. Xiong scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Qin Lang and Sumubai. He let out 2 cold laughs and said, welcome, players. Master Tiger called you all here to find some capable individuals to form a team to conquer a dungeon. As long as you pass the assessment, we will immediately distribute 100,000 ghost coins as a bonus. If anyone can conquer the dungeon and complete the hidden tasks inside, besides the money reward, they will also receive a mysterious grand prize as a reward. Moreover, he will gain access to all the resources and protection from our Dragon and Tiger Association. Lord Tiger promises not to let anyone down. The players on site erupted with excitement. Another dungeon? What does Lord Tiger want to do? But 100,000 ghost coins is quite a lot. I only got 10,000 for clearing a dungeon. If I could join the Dragon and Tiger Association with Lord Tiger's backing, I'd never have to worry again. Watching the eager crowd, Qin Lang felt particularly bored. What's going on? What assessment? He was about to leave, but the unusual situation in front of him caused him to reflect. He had said he wanted to meet Wukong, yet he ended up in this place. Who arranged this on purpose? Was it Wukong or that Lord Tiger from the crowd? What was their relationship? At that moment, a surveillance camera was directly aimed at Qin Lang and Sumubai. In the monitoring room, Bai Qin Hu and Wukong watched Qin Lang, both looking somewhat uninterested. Is he Qin Lang? He looks so ordinary. Bai Qin Hu took a sip of red wine. I just had someone check, there are no previous records about him, he should be a newbie who just entered the dungeon. Wukong said, maybe he cleared the dungeon with Qin Lang, just riding on Qin Lang's coattails. Several times before, Qin Lang also brought people to me to ask for some spells, most of them could only clear with Qin Lang's help. Bai Qin Hu snorted coldly, so he has no skills, yet he dares to touch my people, he is seeking death. Wukong couldn't help but sigh, Amatba. In the hall, Black Bear's emotions were running high as he shouted, next, the first wave of assessment begins. Are you all ready? The players on site shouted in unison, ready. Black Bear grinned coldly, then, the first wave of assessment is. He abruptly pointed at Qin Lang, you will fight that man one-on-one, whoever can kill him passes. Everyone turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned, you want to fight me? Is this for real? Black Bear gritted his teeth. Everyone, don't underestimate him. This person hasn't registered any clear records or player ID with the officials, in other words, he just came out of a dungeon. But he claims to be at gold rank. As soon as this was said, the audience burst into uproarious laughter. Gold? Just came out of a dungeon and he's gold? The mysterious player from the global announcement can't be him, right? How is that possible? If he were truly such a big shot, he would have already enjoyed life or become an official. A gold-ranked player could at least be a city chief. Why waste time here? Kid, you are just full of hot air. In the monitoring room, by Qin, who shook his head, daring to pretend to be a gold player? Truly an ignorant fool. Master, if you meet him, who knows what kind of trouble he could bring you. I'm practically doing you a favor. Wukong also sighed. Sigh, why does Junling always introduce me to such people? Qin Lang watched them expressionlessly, not feeling the least bit stirred inside. A fierce-looking man swaggered out, standing in front of Qin Lang. Kid, you say you're gold, then prove it by taking me out in one shot. Another man stepped forward. Hey, I'm the closest to him, I should fight him first. You step back. He pointed at Qin Lang and asked, Kid, if you're so skilled, take me out too. Qin Lang raised his hand and shot 2 mental bullets at the two of them. Bang! Bang! The brains of both men were instantly pierced, brain matter splattered everywhere. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. He actually killed 2 people with a mere flick of his hand? Was he a dungeon player with special powers? Many people present had only played B and C level dungeons. Situations like this were rare, death might happen, but most people have never seen it with their own eyes. Instead, they died with their companions in a muddle. This is the first time they have witnessed such a frightening scene. Not to mention Qin Lang's terrifying strength. Qin Lang, everyone saw it, they asked me to take them out in a second. I have never heard such a request in my life. Chapter 85, Scream. Black Tiger saw the scene on the second floor and couldn't help but start to tremble. Is this kid really that monstrous? No, it must be that those people underestimated him just now. Wasn't I like that back then? There are so many people here, why should I be afraid of him? Everyone, don't panic. Black Bear shouted, let's go together. Don't be afraid of him, never underestimate him. As soon as this was said, all the players in the hall instantly became alert. They began to use sofas and other furniture as cover and surrounded Qin Lang, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After the lesson from the two just now, they were much more cautious this time. Sumube prepared to stand up. Qin Lang, let me do it. Qin Lang pressed her down. Forget it, I'll handle it faster. He stood up and looked around. Listen carefully, I'm here to find someone, not to participate in this damn assessment. Master Wukong, are you here? At that moment, 3 people suddenly jumped out from behind, each holding different weapons attacking Qin Lang. Qin Lang swiftly drew the Ghost Slayer knife and slashed sideways. Ah! The 3 people were immediately bisected, their bodies falling apart. Qin Lang stood the Ghost Slayer knife upright on the ground and asked, who else is there? The players present felt a chill down their spines, their legs went weak. That is, an A-level weapon. Yes, it's A-level. My god, he actually has an A-level weapon, no wonder he is so strong. The sinister aura emitted by the Ghost Slayer knife made their weapons tremble continuously, showing strong resistance. I quit. One player ran out directly. Me too. What damn assessment, saving my life is the priority. Run. In no time, all those people slipped away. Qin Lang shouldered the Ghost Slayer knife and looked at Black Bear. Hey, do you know where Master Wukong is? Black Bear's eyes went dark, nearly fainting again. This guy, could he really be at the golden rank? Qin Lang and Sumube walked towards the second floor, while Black Bear and others huddled together, trembling. Big guy. Black Bear knelt down. I was wrong, I shouldn't have messed with you, please don't kill me. Qin Lang said coldly, killing you would only dirty my hands. I came to find someone, why did you bring me here? Are you sick? Black Bear shook his head, then nodded, yes, you are right, I am sick. Big guy, please have mercy, let me go. Qin Lang frowned, if you really can't handle it, at least act a bit more arrogant. Looking like this is really disgusting. After hearing this, Black Bear hurriedly tried to comply, but now he felt like crying instead of having any other emotion. Just as Qin Lang was about to continue asking, he heard the voice of White Qin Tiger from behind. Mr. Qin. White Qin Tiger spoke warmly, it's an honor to have you here. Behind him, Wukong also put his hands together. Amatba, donor, my monk name is Wukong. Qin Lang sheathed the Ghost Slayer knife, ignoring White Qin Tiger, and instead, told Wukong about Sumube and Yeezy's situation. Please, master, help me get my bizarre friend out from my human friend without hurting either. Wukong smiled after hearing this. I see, this is a small matter. White Qin Tiger smiled and said, Mr. Qin, rest assured, I will prepare the venue for Master Wukong to perform the ritual, you can just take a break. Qin Lang frowned, who are you again? White Qin Tiger stood tall, I am White Qin Tiger, the president of the Dragon and Tiger Club. Qin Lang scratched his face, oh, so it's you, this bastard who was making trouble for me? White Qin Tiger didn't expect Qin Lang to be so disrespectful, feeling somewhat displeased, Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. You first attacked my people and then ran rampant here, aren't we even now? Qin Lang shrugged, you brought it upon yourself. You. White Qin Tiger clenched his fists, about to erupt. But thinking about working with Qin Lang in the future, he temporarily held back his anger. Entering a well-decorated room, Wukong confidently said, Mr. Qin, don't worry. I have performed this kind of ritual before. In a moment, all I need to do is recite a few scriptures, and I will definitely bring out your strange friend, and find her a good place to rest. After saying that, he first sprinkled some water over Yi, then wrote a few scriptures on her forehead, while shaking the ritual tool in one hand and reciting the scriptures. At this time, Bai Qinhu asked Qin Lang softly, Mr. Qin, shall we leave this to the master and chat over there? Qin Lang waved his hand, I have nothing to talk about with you. Besides, whether it works or not is still uncertain, so why are you talking so much? Bai Qinhu's anger grew even stronger in his heart. Give you some paint and you open a dye shop? Is it just a strange thing? Is it worth staring at so closely? But he wasn't anxious. Once Wukong solved this strange thing, Qin Lang would owe him a favor and would definitely cooperate with him again. As time passed bit by bit, there was still no effect. Suan Yubai still hadn't come down from Yi. Wukong was drenched in sweat. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Bai Qinhu felt something was wrong and asked, Master, why isn't it done yet? Wukong couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qin, do you know what level of strange creature is possessing this Yi? Qin Lang replied, level A. Wukong exclaimed, level A? Wait. What did you say? Both Wukong and Bai Qinhu showed fear on their faces and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This Suan Yubai is an A-level strange creature? Wukong's lips turned pale, Mr. Qin, please don't joke around. An A-level strange creature, where did you get it? Also, how are you friends with it? In his memory, A-level strange creatures could basically take out all players below bronze level in an instant, truly terrifying. Qin Lang said, I met Miss Su while doing a dungeon, is there a problem? Bai Qinhu swallowed hard, what dungeon? Qin Lang replied, A-level dungeon, is there a problem? Bai Qinhu's brain suddenly crashed, then, you met Jun Lang in the A-level dungeon? Qin Lang shook his head, no, I met him in a 3A-level dungeon. 3A. Wukong and Bai Qinhu exclaimed, their blood pressure rising. Wukong doubted that if he had hair, it would probably stand on end. Currently, the strongest player in Xinjiang had only cleared a 2A-level dungeon. Qin Lang actually survived in a 3A-level dungeon? This is a ruthless person. Wukong couldn't help but swallow, Jun Lang's strength can't believe he can clear a 3A dungeon? God. Suan Yubai retorted, what Jun Lang? That dungeon was cleared thanks to Qin Lang, he was the main attacker against the boss. The room again erupted with screams. Bai Qinhu immediately approached Qin Lang and bowed, Mr. Qin, I beg you to help me. Chapter 86 2 Spinning Blades. Qin Lang frowned, with a look of disdain, what are you trying to do this time? Forget it, don't even speak. I won't help you. He could see that Bai Qinhu was just finding players, testing them, clearly up to something. But Qin Lang didn't want to get involved. Bai Qinhu said, Mr. Qin, I beg you. As long as you agree to this request, I can give you anything. Qin Lang was speechless, wanting to continue refusing. But Bai Qi's voice suddenly echoed, brother, this person has encountered the spinning blades. Qin Lang asked confusedly in his heart, are you sure? Bai Qi replied, absolutely. No one knows more about the aura of that sword than I do. Qin Lang looked at Bai Qinhu and asked, do you have the spinning blades here? Upon hearing this question, Bai Qinhu immediately nodded, how did Mr. Qin know? So there really is. Qin Lang asked, take me to see it later. Bai Qinhu immediately agreed eagerly. Qin Lang then asked Wukong, can you still bring Miss Su out? Wukong nodded, yes, but it will take some time. I didn't expect your strange friend to be so powerful. Qin Lang let him take his time, while he followed Bai Qinhu to see the spinning sword. Bai Qinhu led Qin Lang into the study and twisted open a statue beside the door. Click, click, click. The bookshelf beside them made a loud noise and split apart, revealing a passage. Bai Qinhu entered and quickly came out holding a long, exquisite wooden box. Qin Lang opened the box and saw a sword over a meter long. Its cold light shimmered, and its aura was overwhelming. At first glance, one could imagine it cutting everything with a single swipe. A good sword. Qin Lang couldn't help but feel moved as he looked at it. After all, it was the sword that had defeated the butcher Bai Qi and the assassin Jing Ku. Not right. Bai Qi's voice rang out, it's not this one. Qin Lang asked in confusion, what? Isn't this the spinning sword? Bai Qinho was shocked, Mr. Qin, what are you saying? I have had this sword appraised by experts, and Master Wukong has seen it too, they all said it was fine. Qin Lang waved his hand, I'm not talking to you, be quiet. Bai Qinho immediately fell silent. Facing someone who had passed a 3A dungeon, he, the president of the Dragon Tiger Society, could only obediently listen. Bai Qi explained to Qin Lang, this sword is the spinning sword, but also not. Qin Lang was speechless, can you stop speaking in riddles? Is it or isn't it? Bai Qi said, famous swords like the spinning sword are never forged as a single piece, rather, one is the true sword, and the other is the subsidiary sword. Similar to Ganjiang and Emoxia, two swords were made during the forging. Ganjiang is Emoxia, and Emoxia is also Ganjiang. Similarly, while this sword is the spinning sword, it is not the one I used when I took my own life. Qin Lang scratched his head and asked again, so this sword is useless then? Bai Qi said, that's not entirely accurate. Just like twins have a spiritual connection, the true sword and the subsidiary sword also attract each other. As long as the subsidiary sword is in hand, soon you will find the true sword. Qin Lang understood, he needed to have this sword to find the other one. He looked at Bai Qinho, I'll take this sword, you name a price. Bai Qinho was excited, Mr. Qin, you truly are the person I've been waiting for. Qin Lang was puzzled, what do you mean? Bai Qinho said, to be honest, I collected this sword not for myself, but to save my daughter. A week ago, Bai Qinho's daughter had an accident in a dungeon and died. A friend who was with her fought to bring back her body. Bai Qinho was heartbroken, preparing to cremate his daughter when a mysterious Taoist passed by, saying that his daughter's life was not meant to end, she just needed a person of fate to appear to come back to life. That Taoist looked dirty and crazy. At first, I thought he was talking nonsense, I was about to beat him and chase him away, but he immediately cast a spell and showed me my daughter's soul. It turned out that although Bai Qinho's daughter was dead, her soul still lingered in her body. Only a special spirit medicine could restore her. Bai Qinho continued, this spirit medicine exists in a high-difficulty dungeon, and only by completing a hidden task inside can it be obtained. That dungeon has existed for 10 years, and no one has been able to conquer it so far. I prepared to gather a team to conquer that dungeon, but that Taoist calculated and told me to find the spinning sword, and someone of fate would come to find the sword, he could conquer that dungeon. I immediately sent people to find the sword and finally bought it from a collector, but no one has come to seek it. I thought I had been cheated or that the sword was fake, which is why I summoned players to come for assessments and even brought Master Wukong to check its authenticity. Then, Mr. Qin, you appeared. After finishing, Bai Qinho looked at Qin Lang with eyes full of expectation. Qin Lang held the spinning sword, so, I've been schemed against? Did that Taoist say who he is? Unexpectedly, my quest for the wheel sword was anticipated by someone. Recalling the Zunyangzi from Fengmen village, Qin Lang indeed had no good feelings towards the Taoist community. Bai Qin Tiger said, he didn't leave a name, he only helped me with this divination. Oh, and he mentioned that the fated person's name contains water. Qin Lang thought about it and realized he was indeed right, his name did contain the character for water. So, you want me to help you go to that dungeon and complete that hidden mission? Bai Qin Tiger nodded, that's right. Please, Mr. Qin, help me with this. As long as I can get the miraculous medicine to save my daughter, I can give you everything. Qin Lang chuckled, you don't need to say that. I'm not interested in your things. I want to ask you something. How many people do you have in your Tiger and Dragon Society? Bai Qin Tiger said, there are branches all over the country, with a total membership of 100,000. Qin Lang nodded, then listened carefully. Then he revealed the matter of the wheel sword and another true sword. You mobilize everyone to look for that sword, and when the time comes, we can trade, you bring the sword to exchange for my miraculous medicine. Bai Qin Tiger was extremely excited, thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Rest assured, when you come out of the dungeon, I will definitely have found the true sword. Qin Lang put down the wheel sword and asked, by the way, what is the name of the dungeon you mentioned and how do I get there? Bai Qin Tiger hurriedly said, the entrance to that dungeon is fixed, players go in at intervals, but so far, no one has successfully cleared it. The dungeon has a strange name, it's called Silent Hill. Qin Lang, Silent Hill? Chapter 87, Being Schemed Against. Qin Lang questioned, Silent Hill? Are you talking about the Silent Hill from that classic horror film? Bai Qin Tiger looked even more puzzled, movie? There's a movie about Silent Hill? Qin Lang suddenly remembered that this world was very different from the Earth he had in mind, many artistic works and histories were not the same. It seemed that the people here had never heard of, and certainly never seen, Silent Hill. He recalled that back in the day, he and his roommate watched Silent Hill together at night, and they ended up needing to go to the bathroom in pairs. Qin Lang thought, if the setting of this dungeon Silent Hill was the same as the movie he had seen, then it would be a piece of cake for him. Even if he had to complete a hidden mission, he could take his time. This was a sure-win situation. Qin Lang asked again, where is the entrance to that Silent Hill dungeon? By Qin Tiger said, Mr. Qin, there's no need for you to worry. I will send someone to take you there. Not just me, there are many associations and groups that want to conquer that dungeon, so there will be many players heading there. Mr. Qin, you will set off under our association's banner. I can also choose a few helpers for you. Qin Lang shook his head, no need, I will go with my strange friend. I won't use your banner. Alright, let's go see how Master Wukong is doing. He picked up the wheel sword. I'll take this thing with me. After all, it's a treasure, and I won't miss it. By Qin Tiger dared not refuse, of course. Please, go ahead. Qin Lang walked back with the sword, and Bai Chi's voice sounded again. Hee, big brother, I didn't expect you to care for your little brother so much, willing to take such a big risk to find the wheel sword. Qin Lang thought to himself, stop flattering. I just feel like I'm being watched, and I need to figure things out. To be able to predict that I would come looking for the wheel sword and know about the dungeon that no one has cleared, do you believe these are coincidences? It's better to believe I am Qin Shi Huang. Bai Chi coldly smiled, if you really are Qin Shi Huang, I'm afraid I would have to behead you. So, you think someone is orchestrating all this? But my need for the wheel sword is something others couldn't possibly know, let alone design in advance. The only possibility is that it can be predicted. Qin Lang said, I believe it can be calculated. But why should I let Bai Qinhu get the wheel sword and then go save his daughter? I'm afraid the wheel sword you want is already in someone's hands, just waiting for Bai Qinhu to take it. Bai Qi understood, someone must want you to go to that instance. Qin Lang nodded, I suspect there's someone behind this, but I haven't figured out their purpose yet. My intuition has always been the most accurate, there must be something going on behind this. I absolutely hate this feeling of being watched. I won't rest until I expose them. Bai Qi smiled slightly. Those who have thunder in their hearts yet a calm face can become generals. Qin Lang remained so calm in such a turbulent situation, proving he was indeed no ordinary person. Bai Qi's claws creaked. Perhaps Qin Lang could really help him achieve that wild ambition. Arriving at the previous room, under the bright lights, Yi Zi lay on a bed, with a stunning woman standing beside her, her figure flickering. Wukong curled up in the corner, looking tired, constantly chanting scripture, with several half-burned incense sticks in front of him. It seemed that Su Mubai had successfully left Yi Zi's body. Su Mubai said, Qin Lang, I'm fine. It's just that Miss Yi might be affected by the Yin energy from my body and is still quite weak. Qin Lang nodded and said to Wukong, Master, thank you. I will donate incense money for you. Wukong gave a wry smile, you're too polite, Qin benefactor. You're a friend of Qin Lang and a guest of President Bai, of course, I have to help. It's just that her karmic debts are too heavy, she can't be reborn. But continuing as a lonely ghost isn't a long-term solution. Su Mubai's gaze dimmed. In fact, she didn't want the opportunity for rebirth, all she wanted now was to stay with Qin Lang and help him. Qin Lang nodded, thanks for the reminder, Master. He said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, let's go. We need to head to a new instance. Wait. At this moment, Yi Zi on the bed woke up again, Qin Lang, are you really going to leave me behind? Qin Lang said, you're awake. Of course not, I will take you to a safe place. Yi Zi, I want to go with you to the new instance. Qin Lang frowned, but your body. Yi Zi shook her head, it doesn't matter. Even if I die, I won't blame you. Only after going through the instance with you do I find this matter interesting and meaningful. So please take me with you. Qin Lang shrugged, if that's what you want. Let's go. Half an hour later, under Bai Qinhu's lead, Qin Lang and Yi Zi took a car out of the city, passed through the rundown old district, and arrived at a desolate construction site. As they got out of the car, Qin Lang and the others immediately exchanged glances. Isn't this the entrance they used to return to reality? What a coincidence. Qin Lang felt even more that someone was definitely arranging things behind the scenes. If he didn't find out, perhaps he would have no peaceful days ahead. Bai Qinhu instructed his underlings to bring a box from the car. Mr. Qin, this is an S-rank item that my woman obtained earlier. I think it will be of use to you. Qin Lang opened it and found a shiny black ring inside, quite exquisite. Bai Qinhu explained, this is called the obsidian ring. It can absorb all strange attacks and store them, releasing them for counterattacks when necessary. My daughter said this is a very powerful weapon. After hearing this, Qin Lang also thought it was particularly useful, so he accepted it without hesitation. Bai Qinhu continued, Mr. Qin, if you keep going forward, you will see a group of players, and then the instance manager will take you in. I'll leave everything to you. Qin Lang, don't worry. With that, he turned and walked forward. Bai Qin, who watched Qin Lang and the others retreating figures, took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat, and then had someone dial a phone number. "Hello, I've done as you said. Can I save my daughter now?" The other end of the line, "What's the rush? Let's talk after Qin Lang dies in the instance." Bai Qin, who shouted angrily, "He entered that instance, there's no way he can survive. Aren't you just playing tricks? I brought him over as you said and gave him that ring, how is that still not enough?" On the other end of the phone, "Hee, no need to rush. I'm still saying the same thing, once Qin Lang is dead, your daughter can live." Qin Lang and Su Mubai walked about 50 meters and found many people gathered ahead. They should be players heading to the instance together. There really are quite a few. Before Qin Lang could finish his sentence, a scream came from the front. "Ah! Someone's being eaten." Chapter 88 Old Friends. Hearing the commotion, Qin Lang stepped forward to join in. "What's going on?" Qin Lang asked a man, who was eating people. The player trembled as he said, "It's the administrator. She was supposed to take us to the instance, but suddenly she just bit a player to death and started eating." Qin Lang was puzzled. What's so strange about people being eaten? Isn't that common in instances? I've seen it several times. The other man looked at Qin Lang as if he were a monster. "What are you saying? I've cleared so many instances and never seen that. You must be boasting." Qin Lang didn't want to argue about this anymore. He glanced at the players around, their faces filled with fear. Could they all be newbies who only play simple instances? Several players were so scared they sat on the ground and began to run back. "No way, I'm done playing. What kind of powerful strength do you get after clearing it? My life matters more. Dead before even entering the instance, that's too cruel." In an instant, half the crowd had vanished. "Young man, you're pretty brave, aren't you?" An old voice pricked Qin Lang's back like a needle. Qin Lang turned around to see a few young men and women staring at him, but clearly, they weren't the ones speaking. When he looked down, he spotted an old lady hunched over, smiling at him with a long smoking pipe in her hand. You look quite handsome. How about considering joining our team?" After speaking, the old lady took a puff of smoke, exhaled, and then inhaled it all through her nose, before exhaling it again. Qin Lang straightforwardly declined. "No thanks, I have my own teammates." The old lady chuckled. A young girl and a strange being no older than 200, what can they do? She could actually see Su Mubai. In her spiritual form, Su Mubai was invisible to ordinary people unless she revealed herself. No one had noticed her along the way. How could this old lady see through it at a glance? Qin Lang calmly stated, "That's none of your business, elderly lady. You should pay attention to your health, don't hurt your back later." A man widened his eyes, anger growing on his square face. "How can you talk to the old lady like that? She kindly invited you, it's a favor and also saves your life. So many people just now wanted to be with her, and you should be grateful." The woman in yellow beside him crossed her arms. "Exactly. We all joined the team to Silent Hill after being screened by the old lady. You haven't shown any skills, the old lady might have thought you looked pitiful and let you join us. Why don't you cherish her kindness?" The old lady spoke. "All right, they mean no harm, why say so much?" She looked at Qin Lang and smiled. "Young man, I see you have guts, much stronger than those people. You must have been through a few bloody battles, so I don't want to miss out on a talented person." She pointed at the square-faced man who just spoke. "His name is Fong Chang, he's a top swordsman, having killed a B-level oddity." Then she pointed at a man wearing a black cloak. "His name is Sima Qing, the strongest mage in Xincheng." Finally, she pointed at the woman in yellow. "Her name is Fong Lanlan. Don't be fooled by the fact that she is a girl, her skills in stealth and lockpicking are top-notch, a rare female assassin." Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan wore proud expressions, feeling even more pleased by Qin Lang's reaction. Sima glanced at Qin Lang with displeasure, not even bothering to greet him. They were all chosen by the old lady after strict evaluations, yet Qin Lang received an invitation without doing anything, which naturally made them feel unfair. Qin Lang nodded. "Oh, swordsman, mage, and assassin. Isn't that just selling swords, making staffs, and selling daggers?" Fong Chang and Fong Lanlan were stunned for a moment, then they burst into anger. What did you say?" Fong Lanlan gritted her teeth and said, "Who are you calling a despicable, shameless?" Fong Chang said to the old lady, "Old lady, this person has no manners at all, why bring him in? I think it's better to deal with him here." But the old lady simply smoked in silence without speaking. She started eating again. A wave of gasps and wails erupted from the crowd ahead. Qin Lang said to Yi Zi and the others, "Let's go see what's going on." Fong Chang was about to chase after Qin Lang for a theory, but was stopped by the old lady. "Forget it, the young ones don't understand. Why bother arguing with him?" The old lady sighed. "I think he must have seen some big scenes before, but sadly, his experience is still lacking. His aura is very weak, he probably has average strength. What a pity, I thought he was a rough gem that could be polished well, but it turns out to be this." Feng Lanlan clenched her small fists. I also think so, he doesn't look like someone capable. The old lady exhaled a puff of smoke. Let's go, we will also go see. As the four of them moved forward, many players recognized the old lady. It's Granny Qin. She actually came out personally to challenge Silent Hill? We need to follow her closely and hitch a ride. The players showed great respect towards Granny Qin, all stepping aside to give her a clear path. Granny Qin nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. When they reached the front row of the crowd, they saw a monster with a horse's head and a human body devouring two corpses. It was eating quite happily, completely ignoring the terrified gazes of the surrounding players. Feng Lanlan covered her mouth and nose, nearly vomiting. She is the administrator? How can she look like this? The administrators in the dungeon she had been to before all looked human. She had never seen a monster like this, half horse, half human. Feng Chang's face also turned slightly pale, and he unconsciously moved closer to Granny Qin. Granny Qin said, this should be a monster that is not inferior to an A-level anomaly, being able to become an administrator. Its strength is probably above a silver tier player. Players' strength rankings are from lowest to highest: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, master, king, etc., where each rank is divided into 5 tiers, with the first tier being the strongest and the 5th tier the weakest. Many players present were at most bronze at best. This female horse was actually so strong? I wonder how it started eating people. Can administrators attack players? Let's wait and see. The atmosphere on the scene became tense, with everyone afraid to speak easily. Female horse? Finally pushing to the front, Qin Lang shouted, what are you doing here? Hearing Qin Lang's voice, the eating female horse immediately stopped chewing and turned back, surprised. Mr. Qin? All the players immediately looked at Qin Lang in amazement. They know each other? Feng Chang and Feng Lanlan's mouths dropped open, their eyes widened suddenly, pupils shrunk to pinpoints, heartbeats racing. Their hands trembled even more than before, feeling a wave of scalp tingling. Feng Lanlan swallowed hard. I'm not seeing things, am I? Even Granny Qin was momentarily stunned, furrowing her brow tightly. The female horse wiped her mouth and politely smiled at Qin Lang. Mr. Qin, I didn't expect us to be so fated. Qin Lang stepped forward and asked, you are the administrator of this dungeon again? The female horse smiled and nodded, yes, all thanks to you. After saying that, she bowed to Qin Lang, please take care of me this time as well. The crowd felt their breath stop, and then they gasped coldly. This monster is so polite to Qin Lang? What is his background? Chapter 89, Hidden Task. The woman with horse features had blood dripping from the corner of her mouth as she smiled and said, Mr. Qin, I have long seen that you are not an ordinary person. As expected, you've come. Qin Lang smiled a little, it's a fateful relationship. With the woman present, Su Mubai was also there. Wow, is this where the dream begins? He glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked, so, are you that hungry? The woman replied, these two were gossiping, I just taught them what politeness is. After all, not everyone is like Mr. Qin, both capable and refined. Qin Lang waved his hand, this is not the time for flattery, where do we enter the dungeon? The woman smiled, I am also waiting for a notice, please be patient. Qin Lang yawned, alright then. By the way, I've heard there's a hidden task in the Silent Hill dungeon, do you have any clues? The woman paused slightly and then said, Mr. Qin, do you have enemies? Qin Lang was confused, why do you ask that? The woman said, someone told you, most likely they want you to undertake this task, right? Qin Lang nodded. The woman continued, indeed, there is a hidden task in Silent Hill, but achieving it is harder than clearing the game. If it's not an enemy, why would they tell you this? They're trying to harm you. I believe with your strength, clearing the game is possible. But completing that hidden task. I advise against being too stubborn. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang became even more interested. Since you know what the hidden task is, tell me about it. The woman frowned slightly and said, I can't say it directly. But if you're really interested, you can check out a basement once you enter the dungeon. I'll remind you again, that hidden task is not so simple. Qin Lang took note of this, alright, you can continue eating. The woman was about to resume her meal and said, Mr. Qin, considering we are somewhat old acquaintances, let me remind you, the Silent Hill dungeon hasn't been cleared for years. Many players of the gold rank have also fallen inside. If you're not completely sure, it's better to go back first. I am not too keen on eating you right now. Qin Lang shot her a glance, talkative. What he was uncertain about was whether this Silent Hill was the same as the terrifying little town from the movie he had seen in his past life. If it is the same, then he might not have much to fear, since he understood the general plot and the monsters well. If there are changes, where would they be? Then, Qin Lang returned to the crowd. At this moment, all the players looked at Qin Lang as if he were a monster emerging from the ground. This guy wasn't surprised at all to see the woman eat people and could even chat and laugh with her. He can't also be a cannibal, right? But he looks so ordinary. It's good that he is a player and not an enemy. What were they just talking about? Yeezy also asked Qin Lang, do you know that, monster? Qin Lang sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to rest. Yes, we had some prior acquaintance, but not much. I didn't expect this dungeon administrator to be her. She just said this dungeon is very difficult, especially that hidden task which is even harder. You'd better think it over before going. Yeezy laughed, no need to think, I'm going. Qin Lang asked, why? Yeezy, because you are here. As soon as these words came out, Yeezy's pretty face turned red, and she quickly changed her words. I mean you are very reliable. Qin Lang, I know. Yeezy. On the side, Sumubai looked at them, his eyes showing a complex expression. Opposite the three, Granny Jean Yi and others had been staring at Qin Lang. Fong Chang asked, Granny, this kid is not simple. Granny Jean Yi said, isn't that obvious? If he were an ordinary person, how could I possibly invite him to join? To meet someone like him at the beginning, and he still doesn't want to engage with us, it's probably not good news. Fong Chang patted his chest, there's still good news. For example, I'm here. Grandma Golden Leaf, I know you're here, but what is the good news? Fong Chang looked confused, I just said it, the good news is that I am here. Fong Lan Lan laughed uncontrollably. When Fong Chang came to his senses, his face flushed, Grandma. Sima Qing spoke in a cold voice, Grandma, what clues do you know about the Silent Hill dungeon? Grandma Golden Leaf took a puff of smoke and said, speaking of clues, there is indeed one. A friend of mine once used a sound transmission jade to give me some information. The sound transmission jade is an S-class item in the dungeon, enabling players to communicate with people in the real world. Many players rely on this to strategize. Players can die in the dungeon, and information is life. The sound transmission jade is also very rare, so this information is quite valuable. After hearing Grandma Golden Leaf's words, Fong Chang and others became excited again. Grandma, what did your friend say? Grandma Golden Leaf was silent for a while, then uttered two words, the church. The church? Grandma Golden Leaf said, yes, the church should be key. Once inside, we will prioritize finding the church. The three replied, yes. At this moment, the female horse suddenly spoke, everyone, sorry for the long wait. The Silent Hill dungeon officially starts now. Please enter in an orderly manner. After saying this, a dark red space door appeared behind her, resembling an endless abyss. Players looked at each other, and various teams discussed, unsure whether to enter first. Qin Lang led Yeezy and Sumubai to enter first. Grandma Golden Leaf said, hurry, follow him. Once Grandma Golden Leaf moved, other players also entered one by one. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When Qin Lang opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on an abandoned lane. Gray-white mist flowed slowly over the cracked asphalt surface, with visibility less than 5 meters. A rusty iron sign leaned awkwardly by the roadside, its peeling red paint reading Welcome to Silent Hill in English. In the distance came a ding-dong sound, deep and hollow. With each chime, the mist thickened a bit more. In the middle of the road, there were dark brown traces like dried blood, winding and vanishing into the fog. Yeezy and Sumubai already felt a strong sense of unease rushing towards them, making them extremely tense. Qin Lang, however, felt a bit excited. Just the same. Exactly the same. In his previous life, he had played through the Silent Hill movies and games. Everything he saw before him matched the Silent Hill in his memory perfectly. Qin Lang stepped forward, but Sumubai stopped him. Qin Lang, let me go ahead and scout the way. I am currently a spirit, if anything happens, it will be easier to escape. After thinking, Qin Lang agreed, don't go too far, be careful. Remember, pay attention to where the church is. Sumubai nodded and then began to walk deeper into the fog. Chapter 90, details differ. While Qin Lang and Yeezy were waiting, more and more players appeared behind them. However, among these people, Grandma Golden Leaf and her group were not present. Qin Lang remembered that Grandma Golden Leaf and the others had entered right behind him. Could it be that the teleportation portal sends players to different places? But he recalled that there was only one entrance to Silent Hill Town. Qin Lang realized something, this Silent Hill was indeed slightly different from the one he knew. At that moment, the dungeon systems prompt began. Dungeon, Silent Hill. Decades ago, Silent Hill was a prosperous mining town until a sudden disaster changed everything. Official reports claimed that a collapse in the underground mine caused the entire town to be abandoned, but survivors told an entirely different story. Survivors said that black mist rose up from deep within the mine, enveloping the entire town, and those who inhaled the mist had twisted and pained expressions on their faces. The body gradually merges into the darkness, ultimately disappearing without a trace. There are also people who say that those miners accidentally opened the gates of hell while working in the coal mines. Upon entering Silent Hill, remember to ponder a question, which is more terrifying, the living or the ghosts? Dungeon difficulty, B, ranked mode. In ranked mode, players will earn points upon clearing levels, gaining more abundant rewards. Qin Lang nodded while looking. Yes, the background is pretty much the same. In the previous life, the story of Silent Hill also began in a small coal mining town. Qin Lang recalled that Silent Hill was originally a town that thrived on coal mining. This aspect remains largely unchanged in both the game and movie versions. But due to a major fire, igniting the coal mine in town, the site was shrouded in coal ashes, and the fire continued to burn the coal underground for nearly half a century. What the system just mentioned, black mist rises from deep within the mine, engulfing the entire town, and those who inhale the mist show twisted expressions of pain on their faces, should be talking about that disaster. But some details are slightly different. For example, the townspeople's bodies gradually merging into darkness, ultimately disappearing without a trace, which was not present in either the movie or the game. And the survivor rumor that the miners opened the gates of hell, this is also the first time Qin Lang heard about it. Why hasn't Mubai come back yet? Yi Zi asked anxiously. Qin Lang frowned, not good. He quickly strode into the fog. The air was filled with the smell of rust and decay, as if mixed with the scent of blood and rotting wood. Occasionally, a sweet, greasy aroma wafted by, resembling burnt cotton candy, but it was soon overshadowed by the stench of decay. Miss Su! Qin Lang shouted loudly. Qin Lang! Fortunately, Su Mubai quickly floated over upon hearing Qin Lang's voice. Qin Lang grasped her hand. Where have you been? Su Mubai replied, I just saw a shadow and immediately chased after it. But I couldn't catch up with him. Qin Lang said, there are many monsters here, be careful. Yi Zi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, looked into the distance and exclaimed, Qin Lang, look. In the center of the road ahead, there was a stone-piled base, with a gigantic cross standing upright in it. And a charred corpse was bound to the cross. The body had been highly carbonized, the facial features burned beyond recognition, but from the twisted neck and open mouth, one could still discern the excruciating pain it endured while burning to death. Yi Zi's hands trembled uncontrollably, and her whole body shuddered. Even Su Mubai frowned. Yi Zi, was this done by the strange ones? Qin Lang, no, it's the Church of Silent Hill. Yi Zi and Su Mubai, the church? Qin Lang nodded. There is an evil church in Silent Hill that believes if they burn heretics on a cross, they can expel demons. They call it a purification ritual. This is just one of the methods. Another is to directly toss people into a burning cauldron and roast them to death. Qin Lang remembered that in the movie, the Great Fire in Silent Hill started because the church used the second, most cruel method to burn sacrifices, which accidentally led to disaster. The ropes binding the sacrifice malfunctioned, causing the sacrifice to knock over the cauldron, directly igniting a massive fire in the underground mines. Yi Zi looked at him in astonishment. Qin Lang, have you been here before? How come you know so much? Qin Lang was about to find an excuse to brush it off when a loud scream erupted behind him. Ah! Players behind were screaming and fleeing. A creature about 2 meters tall, its body withered as if it had been tortured severely, was devouring a player, with 2 legs still visible outside, making it look like the monster was puffing on 2 cigarettes. The monster's skin appeared a dark, rotten purple. The surface is covered with cracked openings, each one writhing with fleshy masses that resemble eyeballs, blinking occasionally, staring at their prey. Yi Zi's face turned pale. What is this thing? The monster's face had almost no features, only a huge mouth torn to the roots of the ears, filled not with normal teeth, but with layers of distorted human faces. These faces constantly twisted and struggled, displaying expressions of agony, issuing distorted cries and whispers, like countless souls trapped within, forever unable to escape. Abyss Howler. Eerie level, B. Yi Zi felt her body weaken, almost forgetting about the fight. Many timid players immediately panicked, collapsing dead on the ground from fear. Strange. Qin Lang murmured softly, then grabbed Yi Zi's hand and ran towards another street. Su Mubai also closely followed. Yi Zi asked, Qin Lang, aren't we going to fight? Qin Lang said, we didn't come here to fight monsters, let's not waste our energy. Those people are dead, and that's that. Let's first find that basement the lady mentioned. What he thought inside was, another different setting has appeared. He remembered that Silent Hill was divided into 3 worlds, the real world, the surface world, and the inner world. The surface world and the inner world corresponded to the inner thoughts of the key character in Silent Hill, Shuero, and these 2 worlds were created by her mental power. Both the surface world and the inner world had monsters, with the latter having more and stronger monsters, and being even more bloody and terrifying. Logically, based on the recently burned corpses in the scene, Qin Lang and the others should still be in the first layer of the real world, where there shouldn't be any monsters. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling caused Qin Lang to feel unease and a certain uncertainty for the first time. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a piercing air raid siren sounded in the sky. Qin Lang stopped and said, TSK TSK, here it comes. Chapter 91, Qin Lang is living off a woman. What's going on? Yi Zi felt a bit of pain in her ears. What is this sound? Qin Lang, something is about to happen. Anyone who has seen the Silent Hill movies and games has a shadow of fear related to this wailing air raid siren. Because when this sound appears, it means the three worlds are beginning to exchange. In other words, more monsters will appear, and the scenes that follow will only become more bizarre and terrifying. Qin Lang saw a church vaguely visible in the distance, so he pulled Yi and called Su Mubai to rush over together. On the other side, right after Qin Lang left, a group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was Granny Jean Yi and her group of 4. Fang Chang scoffed, TCH, thought they were tough, but they just ran away, how pathetic. Feng Lanlan looked at the Abyss Howler and frowned. What a disgusting monster, Granny, should we take action? Granny Jean Yi glanced at the players lying on the ground and said, well, saving a life is good too. Fang Chang was overjoyed at the command and immediately jumped out. He drew his sword from his waist, ran a few steps, and leaped into the air, stabbing directly at the Abyss Howler. Before he could get close, the Abyss Howler opened its terrifying mouth, and an indescribable sound pierced the ears of everyone present. Fang Chang felt a tremor in his left chest, a sweetness in his throat, and unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ah! Fang Chang's hands loosened, and both he and his sword fell to the ground. Granny Jean Yi sighed, Qing, it's your turn. Sima Qing extended her hand, chanting incantations, and 3 fireballs rose into the air, whoosh whoosh, shooting toward the howler. With a few bangs, the fireballs hit the Abyss Howler, igniting a great fire. A cold light flashed in Feng Lanlan's eyes, turning into a shadow that appeared beneath the howler in the blink of an eye. A sharp dagger appeared in her hand out of nowhere, and with 2 swift cuts, she sliced open the Abyss Howler's 2 feet. The Abyss Howler let out a cry toward the sky, losing balance and toppling forward. Fang Chang had already stood up, recalling the scene from just now. Feeling ashamed, he attacked even harder. Break! Fang Chang first executed a strike called Long Rainbow through the sun, creating a large hole in the chest of the Abyssal Whaler. Seeing this, Fang Chang twirled his sword, bent down, and delivered another blow called Autumn Wind, sweeping the leaves to the lower body of the Abyssal Whaler. Unfortunately, he was injured, and his force wasn't enough, failing to deal a fatal blow. The Abyssal Whaler still fell down, but then reached out a large hand to grab Fang Chang. Sima Qing pointed with his hand, and a long fire pillar erupted, hitting the Abyssal Whaler and igniting a great fire once again. Hot, hot, hot. Fang Chang jumped back in pain. The Abyssal Whaler stopped moving, and then turned to ashes, drifting up into the sky. Player Sima Qing successfully killed B-level anomaly, received reward, 10,000 anomaly coins. Player Feng Lanlan assisted, received reward, 5,000 anomaly coins. Player Fang Chang assisted, received reward, 1,000 anomaly coins. What's going on? Fang Chang exclaimed in dissatisfaction, I worked so hard, and I just got 1,000 anomaly coins to brush me off? Feng Lanlan chuckled, all your hard work is your own doing, right? Who told you to act so recklessly and jump in? If it weren't for me and brother Sima, you would have been dead long ago. Fang Chang argued loudly, what? My previous strike pierced the monster, I dealt the most damage. He pointed at Sima Qing, he just played with fireballs in one place, didn't break a sweat, how did he become the main attacker? I refuse to accept this. Sima Qing remained quite indifferent to Fang Chang's anger, as if he hadn't heard anything. Granny Jean Yi spoke up, enough, Fang Chang, Lan is right, you were just asking for trouble. Sima Qing saved your life, yet you make a noise over such a small number of anomaly coins, what's that about? Apologize to him. Fang Chang still felt a bit unwilling, but seeing Granny's gaze, he bowed and said to Sima Qing, I am sorry, I was too much just now. Sima Qing, for Granny Jean Yi's sake, also responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Granny Jean Yi took a puff of her cigarette and murmured, this dungeon is not simple, it started with a B-level anomaly. Sima Qing stated, Granny, the most important thing now is to find out about the cult Qin Lang just mentioned. Just moments ago, Granny Jean Yi and the others had been following behind Qin Lang, but she had used her own magic to hide their presence. Qin Lang's attention was on the dungeon, so he didn't notice. The conversation between Qin Lang and Yi Zi was overheard by them all. Sima Qing said, Qin Lang seems very familiar with this Silent Hill. Moreover, Silent Hill has never been cleared, yet he knows it so well, this indicates. Granny Jean Yi added, what he mentioned just now, my friend also mentioned in the Soundstone. This suggests that he, like me, has a Soundstone with information about Silent Hill, knowing some strategies here. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly know so much. Feng Lanlan jumped over and said, but such a precious thing as the Soundstone, how could he have it? Maybe he heard it from some information dealer? Granny Jean Yi shook her head, impossible, the players coming to Silent Hill all ended up dead, only people like my friend would venture here with the mindset of certain death to explore and pass on information, otherwise, no one would be that foolish. In other words, those who know the ins and outs of Silent Hill, besides me and a few others, wouldn't leak this information. Feng Lanlan was confused, then how does Qin Lang know so detailed? Granny Jean Yi furrowed her brows, there's only one explanation. Qin Lang has the ability of foresight, otherwise, he has a powerful ally. Feng Lan Lan, powerful ally? What powerful ally? Granny Genie took a puff of her cigarette. Actually, there is a female anomaly beside Qin Lang, you all just didn't notice. I think that anomaly is the powerful ally beside Qin Lang, and he got the information about Silent Hill from that anomaly. Sima nodded, that makes sense. Fang Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, took out a pill, and swallowed it. Turns out he's just a little nobody relying on a strange guide. I thought he was something impressive. I'm afraid he's still that weird slave. I've seen people entangled by the strange before, having to work for it, much like the so-called ghosts. TSK. Feng Lan Lan suddenly understood. No wonder he knows that female head and body manager, it's probably because of that female strange. I get it, Qin Lang is just a parasite. Old Granny Genie puffed on her cigarette. Well, it seems that if Qin Lang doesn't cooperate, we just need to separate him from that strange, and we can easily handle him. That's his fatal weakness. Fang Chang rubbed his hands together. Great, let's do it. No sooner had he finished speaking than the alarm rang out. Woo woo woo. Feng Lan Lan looked up at the sky, excited. Wow, it's snowing. Old Granny Genie looked up, shocked. No, this isn't snow. Chapter 92, Underground. Old Granny Genie stretched out her hand, pinching a snowflake, to find large gray stains appearing between her fingers, clearly not snow. Feng Lan Lan gasped, what is this? Old Granny Genie replied calmly, it's coal ash. Didn't the system just say this place used to be a coal mining town? A big fire burned the coal mine, and there's still fire underground, you all be careful. Feng Lan Lan and the others said, got it. Sima asked again, Granny, should we keep following Qin Lang? Old Granny Genie looked into the distance. If he really has skills, we will definitely need again. Let's keep moving forward. As they took their first step outside, suddenly the pavement on the street with a loud bang cracked open with 7 or 8 fissures. The 4 of them lost their balance and all fell. Ah. Feng Lan Lan and Fang Chang screamed loudly. After they fell, the cracked pavement magically restored itself, as if nothing had happened. On the other side, Qin Lang was still running with Yi Zi and Su Mubai towards the church. The scenery along the way grew stranger and even more unsettling. The air was filled with an indescribable stench. Qin Lang suddenly stopped. Yi Zi, what's wrong? Qin Lang said, we've been tricked. Yi Zi, tricked? Why? Qin Lang pointed to a shop nearby. Don't you find it familiar? Yi Zi then noticed that the scene nearby looked familiar, and upon closer inspection, it was exactly the same as the street they had just passed. The earlier smoke-filled view was so hazy that they hadn't paid attention before. Qin Lang, have we run into a ghost wall, going around in circles? Qin Lang nodded, exactly, even if we run for 10,000 years, we won't reach our destination. He recalled that in the original plot, both the outer world and inner world were reflections of the key character's inner self, Shuai-Rou. In other words, they had entered Shuai-Rou's spiritual world. If Shuai-Rou didn't let them go, they wouldn't escape. The key was to find Shuai-Rou. Qin Lang suddenly spotted an underground passage in a nearby alley, and said, let's check there. Running on the street was meaningless now, this passage might offer some clues. As soon as Qin Lang and the others descended, the strong woo-woo alarm rang out again. Qin Lang frowned, oh no, it's starting again. The air raid siren signaled the end of the outer world and the beginning of the inner world. Monsters in the inner world would be even more terrifying, and the scenes would be more horrifying. Qin Lang, look. Yi Zi was shocked to find the nearby wall covered in thick bloodstains and many claw marks, as if countless hands had smeared and torn it apart. The sky outside flickered ominously, and a harsh buzzing sound echoed, while faint light cast wavering shadows on the bloodstains beneath their feet. Moreover, the steps underfoot were also covered in congealed blood crusts. There was still a lot of sticky liquid. This scene made Yi Zi's stomach churn violently, and she instinctively grabbed Qin Lang tightly, her face as pale as paper, and she could clearly feel her feet turning incredibly cold. Qin Lang said to Su Mubai, Miss Su, take care of Yi Zi. If anything happens later, make sure she gets out safely first. Yi Zi and Su Mubai were both surprised. Qin Lang, what about you? Qin Lang said, don't worry about me, just follow me closely. The scene before him was still somewhat familiar, as similar scenes existed in both movies and games. This indicated that, generally speaking, the Silent Hill of the instance still followed the framework of his memory. As they went down, the light grew dimmer, and outside suddenly plunged into darkness. All sources of light disappeared, leaving only pitch black around them. Su Mubai quickly lit a ghost fire, finally bringing a glimmer of light. Yi Zi trembled and asked Qin Lang, are we in the wrong place? Shouldn't we go out? Qin Lang said, it won't help to go out, the streets at night are even more dangerous. Yi Zi then said, night? But when we came here, it seemed like morning, how could it suddenly? Qin Lang hissed, something's coming. A low sobbing sound came from ahead, like countless people softly weeping in their ears. Occasionally, there were harsh sounds of metal scraping, as if someone was dragging chains. A monster without facial features or hands, with its skin tightly shriveled together, limped towards them, mumbling something incomprehensible. Yi Zi's eyes widened, saying, it. Qin Lang, confused, asked, have you seen it? Yi Zi, scared, weakened in her legs and knelt on the ground. It can't be, it's impossible. She hugged her head with her hands, crying out loud, it can't be. It should be dead. Sumubai acted quickly, using blood demon technique, cutting the monster in half at the waist. The monster struggled on the ground, continuously letting out unpleasant low growls. Qin Lang squatted down to help Yi Zi up, asking, hey, what's wrong with you? Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang in terror, saying, I've seen it. I've seen it. Qin Lang asked, where did you see it? Yi Zi sobbed, it's called the white skin monster. I went through an instance before. The white skin monster is the boss of the instance. Most of my teammates were eaten by it, eaten. Yi Zi spoke incoherently, her whole body shaking, revealing how much shadow this white skin monster cast over her. Qin Lang seemed to sense something. Could it be that? Sumubai patted Yi Zi's shoulder and said, it's okay now, it's dead, right? You are safe now. Yi Zi said, I originally had a team, but they all died at the hands of this monster. That instance was a time-based one. As long as we survived for a certain amount of time, we could clear it. To fool it, I hid in a pile of dead bodies for a day and a night. Qin Lang was silent for a moment and asked, so, you watched it eat your teammates alive? Yi Zi burst into tears, her mind recalling the immense fear and guilt she felt at that time. She had hidden among the remains of the corpses that the monsters had eaten, watching through a gap as the monster gnawed on her teammates. Teammates let out painful moans, along with desperate wails and cries for help. But Yi Zi was too scared to move, her eyes wide open as she watched her teammates being eaten bit by bit. Traitor! Traitor! The monster that had been cleaved in two unexpectedly spoke, whispering to Yi Zi, because of you, we died. Chapter 93, Guilt. After hearing the voice, Yi Zi's pupils dilated, and she said in disbelief, Captain? The monster continued, why didn't you help me back then? Why didn't you save me? As long as you came out, we could have dealt with that monster together. I still have a fiancé in the real world. I could have passed the levels and enjoyed endless happiness and a wealthy life. Because of you, I can only rot inside the monster's belly. Yi Zi, you are so ruthless. Yi Zi cried loudly, no, Captain, I didn't mean it. I really. Before she finished, Qin Lang directly took out the demon-slaying blade and struck down the monster in one blow. The monster was still not dead but finally fell silent. Qin Lang said, Yi Zi, you are too emotional. The monsters here must have some kind of mechanism that reveals your deepest fears. Yi Zi's tears were still flowing down as she asked in confusion, is that true? So what I saw and heard was all an illusion. Qin Lang shook his head, the monster is real, but it is a manifestation of your inner fears. It is definitely not the same one that ate your teammates. Otherwise, how would it appear in this silent hill? Yi Zi took a deep breath and then said, is it? Then she couldn't help but cry, I've always wanted to return to that instance and take revenge myself, but when I think of it, I just... Qin Lang gently patted her head, alright, calm down. Once the Silent Hill instance ends, I will help you take revenge in that instance. After hearing this, Yi Zi stopped crying so much, and her eyes brightened, really? Qin Lang nodded, I will keep my promise. Alright, let's go quickly. If you are scared, just close your eyes and let Miss Su lead you. Yi Zi anxiously glanced at the monster on the ground and made a certain decision, I'm fine. She tightly followed Qin Lang, looking at his back and suddenly asked, Qin Lang, is there anything you are afraid of? Qin Lang suddenly froze for a moment and then smiled, afraid? I haven't felt that for a long time. Since turning off his fear, Qin Lang's emotions had been quite stable, he even couldn't remember what he was ever afraid of. Yi Zi asked again, so, this mechanism doesn't work on you? Qin Lang shook his head and said, that's not necessarily true. Just because I'm not scared now doesn't mean I wasn't scared before. They can still transform into things I used to fear. He began to think carefully about what he had been afraid of in the past. At this moment, Qin Lang and the others found themselves standing in front of a red door. The surface of the door looked as if it had been soaked in blood, filled with chaotic scratch marks, as if someone had desperately clawed at it, trying to escape. Sumubai couldn't help but frown, what strong grievances. I'm afraid the thing inside is not friendly. Qin Lang, let me go through first to take a look? Qin Lang waved his hand, the grievances are heavy, and so is the killing aura. My demon-slaying blade is probably not a match. You will run into trouble if you approach carelessly, stand back a bit. Qin Lang took out the wheel sword from his storage space. This sword even made gods of death like Bai Qi fear it a little, its power was even stronger and could definitely counter the killing aura of the door. Qin Lang took a deep breath and then suddenly stabbed fiercely at the red door. Aha! Countless wails began to echo throughout the narrow corridor, a pungent smell of blood surged out instantly, and the fluorescent lights on the wall flickered madly, making a low buzzing sound. The red door opened crack. Qin Lang carefully pushed the door open with the wheel sword. The room was empty, the floor covered in distorted black shadows, resembling struggling human forms. They were shadows, yet he could hear them whispering, murmuring some incomprehensible incantation. Yi Zi moved closer to Qin Lang. What are these? Qin Lang said, most likely the original residents of Silent Hill. During the coal mine fire in the town back then, many people were forced to hide underground. These people were probably suffocated to death. In that disaster of Silent Hill, nearly all the residents did not survive, so one can imagine how vast their resentments would be. Qin Lang decisively said, Ms. Su, let's get started. Su Mubai nodded, then rushed into the room, casting her vampire technique, preparing to eliminate those shadows. But as soon as she entered the door, she suddenly let out a loud scream. Villagers, what are you doing here? Those shadows transformed one by one into the villagers from Fengmen village, all staring intently at Su Mubai. Although it was strange, Su Mubai still retained her original emotions. At the moment she saw the villagers, her features contorted into an indescribable expression of pain, her brows tightly furrowed. Young lady, why did you abandon us? You are having fun with this guy while we are still wandering as lonely ghosts in Fengmen village. Young lady, your heart is too cruel. Boo-hoo! You killed us, it was you who killed us. Su Mubai's breathing became heavier as she tried to tell herself that these were just illusions. But she couldn't do it. Soon, she withdrew her vampire technique, and the shadows drew closer to her. Qin Lang frowned and immediately raised the wheel sword, stabbing at the shadows. The wheel sword emitted a dazzling golden light, forcing the shadows to retreat in fear. Qin Lang quickly followed up with a horizontal slash, dispersing 2 or 3 shadows in a flurry. He pulled Su Mubai over and then slammed the door shut. Su Mubai's jaw trembled from being overly tense, her whole face seemed twisted by an invisible hand. Having known her for so long, it was the first time Qin Lang saw that expression on her face. Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang. I'm sorry. I know it's fake, but... Thinking of the villagers of Fengmen, Su Mubai always felt heartache. After all, those people were killed by her own hands. Even if they were incited by Xinyangzi, she had still committed an unforgivable sin. Qin Lang gently hugged her and said, Alright, don't blame yourself too much. The dungeon of Fengmen village is already closed, and those villagers won't be disturbed anymore. Yi Zi watched them, feeling sympathy for Su Mubai but also uncomfortable. She had just been scared herself and felt quite guilty, while Qin Lang merely rubbed his head. Why does Su Mubai get a hug? Oh, what am I thinking? What time is it? Qin Lang glanced at the red door and said again, Let me handle this, you all stay back. You can evoke feelings of guilt? Interesting, I want to see what tricks you can play on me. Chapter 94, Patricide. Qin Lang pushed open the red door and stepped inside first. All the monsters in the inner world have counterparts in reality. He remembered the infamous nurse monster, combining both sexiness and horror elements. They were the products of a character in Silent Hill who had long suppressed her mind. But in front of him, all the monsters were clearly a manifestation of the player's various emotions. From the moment they stepped into the inner world, Qin Lang and the others' inner voices were completely exposed. Qin Lang entered the room and found that the shadows had already disappeared. The room was filled with a decaying moldy smell, and the stained walls resembled some kind of dark red, eerie pattern. A dim yellow bulb flickered nervously on the ceiling, casting a distorted shadow on Qin Lang. Cough cough. In the corner, a man sat there, unknown when he had appeared. His head hung low, and his shoulders heaved slightly as if he was gasping for breath. His wrinkled shirt had large dark stains on the chest, and the faint scent of rust lingered in the air around him. When Qin Lang saw his face, it felt as if his heart was gripped by a cold hand. Dad. It was his father, Qin Zhengshi, who had been dead for many years. Qin Lang's throat felt blocked, unable to produce any sound. His rational mind told him this must be an illusion, a trick of Silent Hill. Qin Lang. His voice was deep and hoarse. It seemed to be stuck in his throat, like a rusty saw scraping against bones. Why, did you want to kill me? His eyes suddenly widened, staring at Qin Lang with a fierce gaze, the whites of his eyes filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, his eye sockets sunken deep, and his lips trembling with rage. Qin Lang tightened his grip on the wheel sword in his hand. Su Mubai and Yi Zi rushed in, ready to act immediately. But Qin Lang stopped them. Stop. With the little reason left in him, he said, the strange thing in this room is focusing solely on me. If you provoke it further, even more illusions will appear. By then, no one will be able to care for anyone else. Go out. Yi Zi and Su Mubai looked at him with deep concern, but you. Qin Lang's gaze was firm. I can handle it. Yi Zi and Su Mubai had no choice but to step back. Qin Zhengshi stood up, staring intensely at Qin Lang. You say it. His roar exploded in the room, like thunder rumbling. Qin Zhengshi suddenly stood up from the chair, his movement stiff and twisted, like a corpse being manipulated forcefully. His arms trembled unnaturally, fingers clenched like dry twigs, joints crackling with sound. Qin Lang's breath suddenly hitched. You brought this upon yourself. Qin Lang said, all these years, I have never regretted laying hands on you. He couldn't help but admire the designs in Silent Hill. Even knowing that the person in front was not real, thinking of the past still made Qin Lang feel an impulse erupt. What surprised him even more was not this. Being a father's avenger was what he did in his past life. Why could the strangeness of Silent Hill read it so clearly? It was evident that these things didn't create simulations based on existing data or information, but instead projected the most primitive and real emotions and thoughts from deep within a person. How ruthless! Qin Lang couldn't help but exclaim, after all, this was a dungeon of ranking mode, and these designs were indeed fierce. No regrets? Qin Lang, ask yourself, were the things you did back then really right? You're just lying to yourself. Qin Zhengshi's expression twisted further, his mouth splitting open, black blood slowly flowing from the corner of his lips, dripping onto the floor, seeping into the wooden planks like rotting mud. You killed me with your own hands, Qin Lang. Qin Zhengshi's voice sounded as if it came from the depths of hell, echoing in all directions, I want to seek justice from you. You beast worse than a beast. Without me, where would you be? The lights flickered wildly, the walls of the room began to ooze scarlet liquid, the floor seemed to tremble slightly. For some reason, Qin Lang felt his hands could not move, a buzzing sound filled his ears. The wheel sword in his hand also trembled constantly, threatening to fall to the ground at any moment. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, bullshit. You were the real beast back then. The things you did, do you dare to say I wouldn't listen? Listen up, Qin Zhengshi, I do not regret killing you. After saying this, Qin Lang raised the wheel sword in his hand and stabbed fiercely toward Qin Zhengshi. Qin Zhengshi's body began to change rapidly. Bones dislocated, flesh ruptured, limbs twisted into an impossible shape, like some monster breaking free from a human shell. Black liquid overflowed from his eyes, his mouth splitting wider, as if it wanted to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Zhengshi's voice drilled into Qin Lang's ears, I am the beast? Then you are the son of a beast. I can't escape, and you will never escape either. Qin Lang felt his head about to explode. Bai Qi. A powerful aura erupted from within Qin Lang. Bai Qi chuckled, brother, so you even killed your own father? How thrilling. Just right, I don't like my father either. Bai Qi grabbed the wheel sword, slicing through the monster's hands, we are indeed like-minded. Thick white smoke emanated from the monster's body. The floor began to crack. Thin, delicate tentacles flew out from inside. Bai Qi chuckled, I see. This room is filled with these little tentacles. No matter what steps on them, it will be read as something disturbing the mind, and then slowly devoured. The monster attempted to transform again but could only turn into Qin Zhengshi's appearance. Because now, although Bai Qi was in control of Qin Lang's body, the monster's tentacles could only read the hidden things in Qin Lang's heart, which were ineffective against Bai Qi. In other words, Bai Qi existed like a secondary personality of Qin Lang, and the monster was completely helpless against this. My thoughts are not something you can fathom. With a swift motion, Bai Qi slashed countless tentacles, then suddenly chopped down fiercely at its core. Ayo. The monster let out a heart-wrenching howl, bursting out black liquid from its body, while the rest suddenly disintegrated into a patch of pitch-black ashes, disappearing into the air. Yi Zi and Su Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qi said, Big brother, it's all right now. Qin Lang returned to his original form, thank you for your hard work. Bai Qi said, Big brother, you really can do it now. I find your body much stronger than before. Now you can unleash a tenth of my power, congratulations. Qin Lang chuckled, that's good. You should put in more effort for me in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, the room changed drastically again. Qin Lang's eyes widened, how can this be? Chapter 95, The Sinful Blood. In an instant, the entire room shed its previous bloodiness and darkness, the blood and flesh patterns on the walls vanished, replaced by light yellow wallpaper, radiating a warm tone steeped in years. The worn-out floor restored its wooden grain, emitting a faint scent of sandalwood. The dim yellow light softly scattered, driving away the previous darkness, as if everything had just been an illusion, even carrying a hint of warmth. Yi Zi uneasily said, What's happening? Has the illusion disappeared? Qin Lang shook his head, not necessarily, we might still be in an illusion. In Silent Hill, don't easily trust what your eyes see, because it can easily trick you. Yi Zi asked, they? Qin Lang thought for a moment, there's a church here, so there must be a corresponding cult. Since there's a cult, there must be some kind of deity or even an evil god they worship. Su Mubai's expression changed, could it be, like Fengmen village? So many people died in this town back then because of some kind of sacrificial ritual? Qin Lang fell silent. He didn't recall such a setting in Silent Hill, but in this world, it was hard to say. As Qin Lang was unsure how to answer, his attention was drawn again. Look! Blood suddenly appeared on the originally smooth wall, slowly forming a line of words. Your sins are my nourishment. Yeezy swallowed. What does this mean? Qin Lang rubbed his chin and said, if we understand it literally, it probably means that each of us has sins, and these sins will become nourishment for the monsters of Silent Hill, or the raw materials to torment us. Just now, each of us saw different degrees of illusions, all related to our past wrongs, at least on a moral level. For example, Yi, you feel guilty for not saving someone back then. Miss Su, you believe you are guilty for killing all the villagers. I need not mention, killing one's own father is a heinous crime in any culture. The monsters in Silent Hill will continuously torment us through these. Yi and Su Mubai's faces turned ugly again at this moment. Because they couldn't escape the shadows and anguish of their past. Even if they had their reasons for doing such things, wrong was wrong in the end. Qin Lang, on the other hand, was quite calm. Walking towards another door in the room. Alright, let's keep going. Opening the door, there was another dark and narrow corridor, and the smell of coal dust was even heavier. Qin Lang and the two others walked down, hearing some faint sounds coming from ahead. Yi said cautiously, is it a monster? Qin Lang shook his head, no, it sounds like a person is calling. Sure enough, as they got closer, it was indeed a group of people screaming heart-wrenchingly. Ah, let me out. Please, let me down. I don't want to die. Qin Lang pushed open the door. Several rusty iron chains hung from the tall ceiling, each with a person dangling at the end. The stained glass had long been shattered, and moonlight streamed through the gaps, casting mottled spots of blood-colored light on the floor. The floor was lined with sharp weapons, rusty spears, broken sword blades, and inverted nail boards, each stained with dried blood. Each person's wrist was tightly bound by the iron chains, their skin turning purple from long suspension. Their feet were just an inch away from the sharp weapons, any slight movement could be fatal. Below was an ancient altar made of black marble, its surface etched with twisted runes. In the center of the altar was a sunken circular groove, its edge inlaid with human bones, and the bottom connected to a complex system of pipes. Seeing Qin Lang and the others come in, one girl shouted loudly, help, help! We have all been captured, please let us go. You are players too, right? Please help us. Several others also began to plead. Yi instinctively wanted to find a way to get them down. But Qin Lang restrained her. Qin Lang asked, who captured you? The girl said, I. We don't know, we were just walking on the street when suddenly there was an earthquake, we fell down and lost consciousness, then when we opened our eyes, we were already here. Please help us. We have been trapped here for a long time, I'm scared. Qin Lang looked around and noticed a piece of paper nailed to the wall beside him. He leaned in closer and found that there were a few lines of words written on it. Those who enter this gate must perform the act of purification, the blood of the sinner is the only way out. Find the most sinful person, use their blood to complete the purification, and the key will appear. The deeply sinful person will die, and the others will be able to go out. Qin Lang clicked his tongue and said, not good. Before his words finished, the door behind them slammed shut with a bang. Yi was startled and began to pound on the door with all her strength, but it had no effect. Qin Lang said, there's no need to waste your effort. This room is protected by rules, unless you do as it says, don't expect to leave. Yi was a bit anxious, then let's first get the people down? We can think of a way together. Qin Lang pointed at the altar below, we can't let them down, they are the key to our solution. Do you see the altar and those grooves? As long as we let them fall, their blood will slowly flow down the grooves and fill the entire altar. This paper says that the blood of the sinner is the key to leaving, we must fill that altar with the blood of the most sinful person for us to have a chance to escape. The people hanging there turned pale, and then began to shout in protest. I am a good person. You need to be sure about this. Yes, I've never done anything bad, you have to believe me. Wah, I don't want to die. Yi frowned and stepped forward to take a look at the altar. This altar is quite shallow, maybe one person's blood is enough. She turned to Qin Lang, but who is the most sinful person? Su Mushiwei was also confused, the most sinful, this standard in definition is too vague. How do we define that? For an ordinary person, killing and arson are sinful, but is it simply about who has killed more? So is all killing wrong? Is it considered a terrible crime for a righteous thief who exclusively kills the rich to help the poor? This standard of judgment is too vague, making it impossible to define. Qin Lang looked at the 6 people hanging on the ground, lost in thought. He murmured, find the one with the heaviest sins, and use his blood for purification, only then will the key appear. What does that mean? Suddenly, the room began to shake violently. Chapter 96, All Good People. Yi's body swayed slightly, surprised, what's happening? The hanging people became even more panicked, crying out louder. She looked around and gasped. Spikes had actually grown from the walls. The tips of the spikes flickered with a cold light, each one seemed meticulously sharpened, with dark red stains still lingering at the ends. The distance between the spikes gradually narrowed, as if some mechanical device was slowly advancing. Qin Lang said, "It looks like if we don't open that device quickly, we might die here." Sumu Bai asked, "Should I try to knock these spikes away?" Qin Lang waved his hand, "That won't work, this is a rule-based room. We have to solve the puzzle to get out. Forcing our way through might make things worse and waste time. The players who can enter this dungeon, though generally not skilled, I can't believe that none can break free from a mere chain. Their desperate attempts to escape already prove that something is firmly restricting them in this room." Yi Zi's face turned pale. "Does that mean we must kill someone to leave here?" Though the altar was not deep, it still required a living person's abundant blood to fill it. Once the blood flowing to the altar is enough, that person would mostly not survive. Qin Lang nodded and glanced at a table beside him, where several buttons remained. The buttons were arranged in a circle, each corresponding to one of the hanging people. As long as you press the corresponding button, you can send that person off to meet Yama. Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang. "Do we really have to do this?" To kill a stranger for survival was a bit difficult for her. Moreover, it reminded her of the scene where she helplessly watched her teammate being devoured. The 6 people hanging struggled even harder. "I'm really a good person, please don't kill me. I can't die here. Please, I've done nothing wrong, my family is still waiting for me to come back. You can't just let me die, right? I'm innocent." Qin Lang waved his hand. "Enough noise, why don't you all tell us who you are? We don't have much time, keep it simple." As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in glasses hurriedly spoke, his voice trembling. "My name is Li Zhihong, and I am an elementary school teacher. I teach kids math every day, and I use my own salary to buy supplies for poor students. I joined this dungeon to earn rewards so more kids can continue their education. I've participated in over 100 volunteer activities, teaching in mountainous areas. I always teach children to be kind and upright. I'm not a bad person. If there's truly someone with deep sins in this room, it certainly wouldn't be me." A man with a buzz cut shouted in anger, "What kind of good person are you?" "My name is Zhao Ming Xian, and I've been a police officer for 15 years. I've caught at least 80 criminals. If someone deserves to die here, it must be those real scoundrels." He took a deep breath, his gaze fierce as he stared at the bloody characters on the wall. "I can't possibly be the bad guy, right?" Qin Lang pulled out a chair and sat down, appearing quite relaxed. "That's hard to say." Zhao Ming Xian widened his eyes. "You." A woman in a white shirt quickly spoke next, trying to keep her voice steady. My name is Xinwan Qing, and I am a doctor. I'm a pediatrician, facing children suffering from illnesses every day. I regularly give free medical treatment to the children in the orphanage. My hands have saved countless little lives, how could I possibly be a sinner?" Her gaze swept across the room, her face pale but her eyes steadfast. "I would never harm another, this must be a mistake. If I die, then you have made the wrong choice." Qin Lang asked again, "Then why did you come to this instance?" Xinwan Qing quickly replied, "I didn't want to come, but someone took a whole orphanage of kids hostage, saying if I didn't go to Silent Hill, they would kill all the children. I came to save lives." Qin Lang fell silent for a few seconds, then said, "Continue, next." A young man in his 20s spoke with a trembling voice, clearly on the verge of breaking down. "My name is Chen Hao, just an ordinary office worker. I go to work every day, overtime, earning a meager salary, facing my boss's exploitation, just a common beast of burden. I have a paralyzed wife at home. I heard there is a healing elixir in this instance, that's why I came. I have never even sneaked a ride, how could I possibly be a deeply sinful person?" At this moment, Zhao Mingxian let out a cold laugh. "Ha, your lie is too fake." Then he shouted to Qin Lang, "Hey, the result is out, he has obviously spent so much effort telling lies, he must have a guilty conscience." Chen Hao was furious. "How dare you tarnish my name?" Zhao Mingxian sneered, "I am a police officer, can't I hear the flaws in your words?" Players entering this instance are all qualified to participate in ranked matches, they have a certain level. Such players in reality are considered elites, how could they be exploited beasts of burden? Who are you fooling? I got a skill to find items in the previous instance, climbed up the ranks, and could live in high-rise buildings. It wouldn't be as miserable as you say. The others nodded in agreement. They all had certain abilities and were doing well in reality, doing good deeds out of their ideals and character. They couldn't imagine a situation like Chen Hao's. Panting heavily, Chen Hao's eyes were filled with terror. "I am not lying. What I said is all true. You people have clearly never seen a real paralyzed patient. Do you know that treating this disease is an endless pit? The rewards I received from the instance, and the strange currency, are simply not enough for my wife to recover." Qin Lang waved his hand. "Enough noise. Continue, next." At this point, the wall full of needles was getting closer and closer. A blonde woman started to cry, her eyes filled with fear. I am Su Lena, a single mother, my daughter is only 5 years old. I was dragged into the instance by mistake, struggling to survive, just to provide her with a better life after clearing the level. But a few days ago, someone kidnapped my daughter, saying I had to come here, or they would sell her organs. I wouldn't even want to step on an ant, how could I be a bad person? Her body shook violently, tears falling like little drops of despair on the ground. Qin Lang rubbed his chin, vaguely understanding something. Chapter 97 Must Kill One. Qin Lang looked at the last person. It's your turn. Tell us, what good deeds have you done? A man in a suit finally raised his head, his expression unusually calm. Han Zhuaran, lawyer. His voice was steady but made people feel uneasy. I know what you were thinking, lawyers often defend guilty people, shouldn't I be damned? The others looked at each other in silence, tacitly agreeing. Han Zhuaran smiled slightly, a glint of cleverness flashing in his eyes. But I never defend real criminals, my duty is to uphold justice, to ensure fairness in the law. I entered this instance. It was also because someone was threatening me, but I can't say the exact reason. He slightly tilted his head. Anyway, if there is really a sinner here, it definitely can't be me. Besides, I think that even if someone has to sacrifice, it doesn't have to be all 6 of us. As soon as he said this, Yi Zi was stunned. What do you mean? Han Zhuoran looked at Qin Lang and Yi Zi and said, isn't this obvious? It requires the blood of a deeply sinful person to find the key, but it didn't say it had to be the blood of all 6 of us, right? Aren't you 2 in this room too? Perhaps the most deserving person among us is one of you. Yi Zi was stunned, then turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled. Well, he does make a point. Han Zhuoran breathed a sigh of relief, right? This altar can only hold the blood of one person, and there's only one chance, time is running out. If we choose wrong, we all have no way out, right? It's your turn to confess. Yi Zi clenched her fists. If what these 6 people said was true, then they really weren't deeply sinful, they were just poor souls forced into this situation for various reasons. In contrast, she and Qin Lang had both been confirmed as guilty people in the previous room. Even if she acted to survive, and Qin Lang had other reasons to kill his father out of desperation, in the end, both were unforgivable sins. Su Mubai noticed Yi Zi's emotions and quickly said, Yi Zi, don't think too much. What happened between you and Qin Lang, including my situation, was actually all forced, it was unavoidable. Don't blame yourself. Just trust Qin Lang. Yi Zi felt a sting in her nose and looked at Qin Lang again. Qin Lang got up again and went to the paper covered in blood writing. He tore off the paper and flipped it over to take a closer look. At this moment, he noticed a pattern on the wall, which had just been covered by the paper and was now visible. A naked person was nailed to a cross. The Passion of Christ? Qin Lang looked at the paper and fell into deep thought. The wall with sharp spikes was getting closer and closer. Zhao Mingxian got angry. Aren't you going to act faster? We are about to die. What? Are you afraid to admit your guilt, so you dare not die? Qin Lang sat back down holding the note. What are you shouting about? Do you believe I'll be the first to send you to die? Zhao Mingxian swallowed hard. Do you dare? I am not the guilty one, using my blood wouldn't work. You will die too. Qin Lang chuckled. According to that lawyer's words, I have to sacrifice myself to survive. Then let me ask, if I let you live, I have to die. If I don't let you live, I'm still dead. So, why should I do that? Before I die, I can take a few with me. Shen Wanqing's face turned pale. You aren't human. How can you think like this? Yi Zi also looked at Qin Lang with worry. She knew Qin Lang thought this way and would act on it. In the previous chapter, Qin Lang deliberately let most people face the monstrous horrors to save energy. He didn't care how many died. When the first monster appeared and slaughtered players, Qin Lang immediately took her to continue exploring instead of saving. Qin Lang could be heartless. Shen Hao shouted, don't! My wife relies only on me, can you bear it? Li Zhiheng also cried, I have so many students, they all rely on me to continue their studies and grow up. If you kill me, how many hopes will be destroyed? Xin Wanqing shouted, if I can't live to go back, the children at the orphanage will be torn apart. Do you think the only ones you're harming are us 6? These are countless young lives. Qin Lang yawned, I don't care. I have no morals, so your moral coercion is useless to me. Yi Zi's expression became somewhat painful, wanting to speak to advise Qin Lang. She felt that if it really came to the worst, she could be the one sacrificed. But Su Mubai grabbed her again. This time, without Su Mubai saying anything, Yi Zi could read one sentence. Trust Qin Lang. Yi Zi could only shut her eyes, praying constantly in her heart. The spikes were getting closer, less than 2 meters away from Qin Lang and the others. Han Zhuoran was completely anxious. You are too selfish. Don't you understand to give up the small self to realize the big self? The theme of this room is purification. If you refuse to purify yourself, you will only sink deeper. Qin Lang laughed coldly. Stop pretending here. No, it should be you who are pretending here. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Han Zhuoran, what do you mean? Qin Lang shook the note in his hand. I only said that only the blood of those who are deeply sinful can leave, but I never mentioned the key. The word key is only written on the note. You say you arrived here in a daze, waking up being hung. Then may I ask, how do you know about the key? Han Zhuoran was stunned. The other 5 people all stared at this foolish lawyer with resentful eyes. Qin Lang continued, it's obvious that before I came to this room, you had already seen the note, and then you were captured. If I'm guessing correctly, you actually received some instructions and hints. For example, having one of the people entering this room die, then you can complete your mission and leave here, right? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. Qin Lang was perfectly right. Qin Lang said, from the very beginning, Yi Zi and I have been plotted against by you. Oh dear, each of you speaks so grandly, but you want to entice a stranger to bleed for you. May I ask, isn't this deeply sinful? Zhao Mingxian saw that Qin Lang had seen through everything and immediately shouted, stop with this nonsense. Moral coercion doesn't work on us. If one of you two doesn't die, this level cannot be completed. The hint you received doesn't necessarily require all 6 of us to die. But the hint we received must have one of you die. Still not understanding? If you don't die, this level won't count as complete. One of you must die. Chapter 98, The Truth of the Mechanism. Qin Lang laughed again, one of us must die? With the way you guys are, it's already not looking like you can walk out of this scenario alive. Yi Zi sensed the hidden meaning in his words, so she asked, Qin Lang, what do you mean? Qin Lang did not answer but continued sitting in place. Xin Wanqing closed her eyes and shouted loudly, come up with a way to kill him. Li Zhiheng kept struggling, I said this was impossible long ago, if I had known, I might as well go all out. Zhao Mingxian shouted fiercely, kid, if you don't act quickly, I can help you act. Qin Lang yawned, stop howling here, if you really had a way, would you be hanging here like this? I could really send you all to see the king of hell right now. So just obediently shut your mouths. Han Zhuoran glared at Qin Lang with hatred, cursing, you won't end well. At this point, the spiky wall was approaching, less than half a meter away from Qin Lang. Su Mubai was also anxious, but she didn't know what to do. Yi Zi closed her eyes, her heart racing, just hoping for a miracle to appear. The 6 people being hung kept shouting for help, or cursing at Qin Lang. Because of you, we're all going to die. Why won't you die? Are you that selfish? Bastard. What kind of level is this? It's simply asking us to be wiped out. Crack. The wall covered in spikes actually stopped. The spiky wall slowly retreated with a dull mechanical sound. The sharp metal blades began to slowly retract. This scene shocked everyone present, they completely did not understand what was happening. Everyone held their breath, staring wide-eyed as the deadly spike slowly moved away, their inner fear yet to dissipate, replaced suddenly by a wave of astonishment. Is this, the trap has retreated? We, survived? After a brief silence, a surge of excited gasps broke out. Great, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Li Zhiheng's face showed the ecstasy of surviving a disaster, tears almost spilling from his eyes. Xin Wanqing couldn't help but cry out, continually murmuring her thanks to God, as if she had escaped the shadow of death. However, as joy faded, a strange unease quietly spread through the air. Is it really over? Zhao Mingxian frowned, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings, still filled with vigilance. Why? We clearly haven't made a choice. Han Zhuoran tightly clenched his fists, murmuring, something's wrong, isn't this where we are supposed to execute purification? Why, did the wall retreat without us doing anything? Where's the key? Even though they all survived, the key to leaving the room never appeared, creating immense unease among them. More importantly, they were still suspended. An eerie silence enveloped everyone, as joy was gradually devoured by unease. Yi Zi asked Qin Lang, what exactly is going on? Qin Lang replied, very simple, all of this is actually a trap. If any one of us had died and filled the altar with blood, we would never escape this room. As soon as he spoke, the air suddenly froze, shock and confusion appearing on everyone's faces. Zhao Mingxian directly asked, what are you talking about? Our hint was that the guilty person entering the room should die. As Qin Lang had said, they had already seen a note when they entered. The note read, you must find a way to purify the guilty person entering the room. Then, Han Zhuoran saw the note on the wall, which was the one currently in Qin Lang's hands. Zhao Mingxian paused, his tone heavy, we hadn't figured it out yet when a thick fog suddenly rose, and then we lost consciousness. Han Zhuoran looked at Qin Lang, the hint you received told us 6 of us should die, right? We let you die, we get to pass. You let us die, you get to pass. Isn't that how it goes? The hints on the note are all false? Qin Lang shook his head. The hints on the note are true. As long as one of me or Yi Zi dies, you can leave this room. Similarly, if I kill any one of you, or even all of you, I can also leave. Because everyone entering this room is guilty, killing them counts as successful purification. But the problem is that you all got it wrong. Because it says leave but doesn't say you won't die, right? After hearing this, the expressions of Zhao Mingxian and others changed dramatically. Shen Wanqing said, You mean, once we leave the room, we will soon die? Qin Lang nodded, exactly, because once a person kills in this room, their sins will deepen, becoming truly wicked, thus, if not purified here, stepping out of this room will also lead to purification. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard and asked somewhat unconvincingly, How do you know that? Qin Lang pointed at the cross pattern on the wall, saying, This room has Christian elements. In Christian doctrine, it emphasizes love, sacrifice, forgiveness, and justice, especially loving one's neighbor as oneself. If a person chooses to let another person die to save themselves, especially out of selfishness, it may be seen as selfish, unjust, or even murder. This violates the doctrine, thus deepening one's sins. On the contrary, if you do nothing, you have a great chance to survive. Zhao Mingxian was angry, but now we are still hanging here, what's the use of saying this? As soon as he finished speaking, a loud boom 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 sound came from the wall nearby. The wall split open, revealing a passage illuminated by fire in front of everyone. Yi Zi exclaimed with excitement, That must be the new exit, right? Qin Lang nodded, Yes, the so-called key doesn't actually exist. If we stubbornly push against that door, we truly won't be able to get out. At that moment, Zhao Mingxian and the others panicked, Hey, you go ahead, what about us? Li Zhiheng shouted, Yeah, let us go too. Don't be so selfish, that's a crime. Yi Zi looked at them and then said to Qin Lang, if it doesn't work, can you help them? Qin Lang glanced at her, then silently walked to the table with the buttons. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened, What are you doing? If you press that, we'll die. Qin Lang chuckled, then said, If we die, then we die. The exit has appeared, even if it closes now, I can still make it. You guys are too noisy, just let us all die. After saying that, he directly pressed the button. Chapter 99, Moment of Repentance. Qin Lang pressed the button without hesitation. Han Zhuoran, who was hanging, felt his pupils shrink, realizing he was falling rapidly, and a heart-wrenching scream erupted from his throat, no. Everyone held their breath, staring as he fell straight down, the cold spikes below reminiscent of a monster with bared fangs, waiting for the feast of flesh and blood. However, just as Han Zhuoran was about to touch the spikes, those cold steel spikes suddenly retracted sharply back into the floor. Bang! Han Zhuoran heavily crashed to the hard ground, making a dull sound. He lay on the ground, trembling, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with the terror of having survived. The people around were stunned, and after a moment, the single mother Sulina, who had just been scared and shouted the loudest, now spoke with a tremble, not dead? Han Zhuoran gasped for breath, suddenly looking up at Qin Lang, his face pale, his lips trembling, What are you doing? Qin Lang remained silent and continued to press the other buttons. The others, like Han Zhuoran, fell down amid a chorus of screams, but instead of being pierced, they solidly dropped onto the cold ground. Seeing them lying on the ground groaning in pain, Yi Zi was surprised. Qin Lang, did you know nothing would happen? Qin Lang chuckled, Isn't that obvious? The real exit has appeared, why must anyone die? Zhao Mingxian cracked his knuckles, You little brat, you were pretty arrogant just now. Just you wait, once we get out, I will definitely throw you in jail. Qin Lang walked to the door, turned his head to glance at him, then revealed the ghost-slaying knife in his hand. A-level weapon. Han Zhuoran gasped, then adjusted his glasses. This is your reward from the copy? Zhao Mingxuan's expression turned quite ugly, and he no longer dared to mention anything about dealing with Qin Lang. His strongest weapon was just B-level, and fighting Qin Lang directly would probably turn him to dust. Zhao Mingxian muttered, Humph. I'll deal with you after we get out. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to talk to someone as insignificant as him. What he was thinking now was, the whole theme of Silent Hill is sin and purification, which matches his memories closely. But the problem is that the players here are all guilty, so what is the real way of purification? And if it seems that each room has its own rules, then all weapons and abilities won't be of any use. That feeling of being controlled was truly unpleasant. Qin Lang and Yi Zi walked ahead, while Han Zhuoran and the others cautiously followed behind. Su Mubai had been existing as a spirit, vigilantly watching them. They soon arrived in front of a door similar to the previous room. At the entrance were two large words, Confession. Qin Lang frowned and then pushed open the door directly. Welcome everyone. In the center of the room stood a strange creature dressed in a black suit. Its body was no different from a human, but its head was a huge and fearsome snake head. Ah! Shen Wanqing covered her eyes and screamed loudly. Han Zhuoran also frowned, and even Zhao Mingxian felt a chill down his spine. Bang! With a loud noise, the door was slammed shut. Hello everyone, I am called Snake Man, and I am the host of this room. The snake man's head was covered with dark green scales that reflected a cold glow under the light, with narrow eyes like two yellow ambers, their pupils vertical, exuding a sense of cold scrutiny. Qin Lang saw 9 chairs arranged in a circle nearby and smiled. "You've been waiting a long time." "Yes, luckily you all came, God bless, may you all receive your purification." A long snake tongue slowly extended from the snake man's mouth, gently trembling. It slightly lowered its head, revealing a strange expression resembling a smile, then opened its mouth, and spoke in a hissing snake-like tone. "Now, our confession activity begins." Its voice was deep, with a hoarse echo, as if a ghost had crawled out from a bottomless abyss. The lights in the room flickered slightly, as if responding to its eerie welcome. Han Zhuoran asked uneasily, "What, confession activity?" The snake man smiled but did not speak, only making an inviting gesture, signaling everyone to sit down. Zhao Mingxian and the others glanced at each other, their hearts ringing alarm bells, but facing this mysterious and eerie snake-headed being, they had no choice. After everyone was seated, the snake man smiled slightly and slowly took out a stack of black cards with golden letters from its suit, deftly flipping through them like an experienced gambler. "Next, I will randomly distribute cards to you all." The snake man's voice was deep and slightly hoarse, as if a certain ancient ritual was about to begin. "Each card records a crime, and your task is to confess and repent." It paused for a moment, its amber snake eyes slowly scanning everyone, and the corners of its mouth lifted into a chilling smile. "For example, if someone draws murder, they must share with us in detail, who did you kill? Why did you do it? How did you dispose of the body?" At that moment, Han Zhuoran frowned and spoke, his tone tinged with unease. "What if I have never committed that crime? Are you asking me to make up something?" Hearing this, the snake man gently flicked its crimson tongue, letting out a hoarse low laugh. "You are right. Even if you have never committed this crime, please act like a true sinner and tell your story seamlessly." Xin Wanqing suddenly stood up, the chair screeching against the floor, glaring at the snake man, her tone cold and angry. "This rule is absolutely absurd. Why should we confess to crimes we haven't committed at all?" She looked around, her gaze landing on Han Zhuoran and Zhao Mingxian, frowning tightly with dissatisfaction in her tone. Moreover, these two, one is a lawyer, and the other is a police officer. Their professions have allowed them to see countless cases, and they know various crimes like the back of their hands. Letting them fabricate a crime is simply too easy. It's completely unfair to us. Hearing this, Zhao Mingxian scoffed, crossing his arms, a hint of provocation in his gaze. He sneered, a sarcastic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "So what? That's how the game rules are, someone always has to start with an advantage, isn't that reasonable?" At this moment, he felt overjoyed. No matter what the crime was, as long as he twisted the cases he had seen and replaced them with his own name, he could get through just fine. Zhao Mingxian stared at Qin Lang, thinking to himself that this round, he should show this kid his skills. Chapter 100, The Real Criminal. "Who knew?" Qin Lang coldly glanced at him, his tone indifferent yet filled with unquestionable authority. "Shut up." Zhao Mingxuan's smile instantly froze, as if an invisible hand had tightly gripped his throat, and his heart suddenly sank. He subconsciously wanted to retort, but when he saw Qin Lang's sharp gaze, he inexplicably fell silent, the arrogance on his face gradually fading away. He couldn't help but swear under his breath, "Just wait and see." Qin Lang turned to the snake human, his tone calm yet oppressive. "Please continue with the rules." The snake human's strange snake face revealed a hint of ambiguous amusement, as if incredibly entertained by the scene before it. It lightly flicked the card in its hand, speaking in a deep voice. "Next is the key to this event." The snake human slowly lifted the card in its hand, its tone leisurely and eerie. "Two of you will be informed of the real crimes you have committed. Next, everyone needs to identify the one person who is truly confessing their crime, meaning, you all need to find the one true guilty person." Its snake-like eyes narrowed slightly, a strange curve appearing at the corner of its mouth, the ending of its voice carrying a hint of a hoarse laugh. "Once the real criminal is found, he or she will be kept here for purification." The snake human specifically emphasized the word purification, as if it carried some ominous fate behind it. It paused, scanning the crowd's uneasy expressions, and then leisurely added, "As for the others." It elongated its tone, narrowing its eyes. "The others can smoothly pass and leave here. If you guess wrong, then everyone will be kept here." As the words fell, the room plunged into dead silence. Everyone's faces instantly turned ugly. Xin Wanqing gasped, Zhao Mingxian frowned slightly, and Han Zhuoran gulped, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately closed his mouth. A tense atmosphere filled the air, and everyone's hearts raced uncontrollably. Zhao Mingxian had just been pleased, thinking he could describe a non-existent crime as realistically as possible. But now it seemed, if he made it too convincing, it could be a death sentence. If his fabricated lie was chosen, everyone would die. But if he told a falsehood about his actual crime, there was also the risk of being exposed as insincere and then dragged out. So difficult. So difficult. Should he tell the truth or lie? The snake human said the real criminal would be left behind. But the question is, who is the real criminal? No one knew what the standard was, nor did anyone know what purification truly meant. Han Zhuoran also began to regret it. Just a moment ago, he was thinking of how to fabricate a reasonable crime, but now he was frantically weighing in his mind if he made it too realistic, and everyone mistakenly believed he was the real criminal, it would be over. The air seemed to freeze, and everyone tensed up. The snake human watched their changing expressions, seemingly enjoying this moment immensely, licking its lips, casually tossing the card onto the table, and softly said, "Then, let the game begin." It stood up and began to deal cards to everyone. After dealing the cards, the snake human laughed and said, "When you start confessing the crimes drawn, you can show the cards to everyone so they can judge if you're being real or not." Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with wariness and unease. Qin Lang opened his card and found two striking characters written on it. Patricide. Qin Lang placed the card on his knee. At this moment, Bai Qi spoke up, "It's over, big brother, you really killed your own father. What will you do later? If you tell the truth, then everyone will think it's too convincing and choose you. If you lie, then everyone will think you are hiding something. It's a dead end either way." Qin Lang silently said to Bai Qi in his heart, "Don't worry, I know what to do." At this moment, the snake human excitedly spoke up. "Next, please let the first person to confess begin." It looked to the left at Sulina. Sulina's fingers trembled as she clutched that thin card, her knuckles almost turning white. She took a deep breath and reluctantly flipped the card over. "Conspiring to murder my husband." Four big black characters flashed before everyone's eyes, as if engraved in their hearts. The air instantly became stagnant, and all eyes sharply focused on her. Sulina's face turned pale, her lips slightly quivering. She raised her head, eyes filled with fear and struggle, as if she wanted to say something but was choked up. In the end, she closed her eyes, as if making a firm decision, and trembled as she spoke. "That was a rainy night. My husband was drunk and started to lose his temper at me, smashing bottles, flipping tables, cursing at me, saying I couldn't cook, and complaining that I spent his savings too fast. He even cursed at me, saying I didn't deserve to be his wife." Her fingertips firmly gripped the edge of the table, her nails almost digging into the wood. "He said all these were slanders. He gambled outside, got into fights, and often brought strange women home to spend the night. My daughter's biological father died early, and I married him just to find a support. I never thought he would be such a beast, wanting to." Her voice choked, tears rolling down her cheeks, but she didn't stop. Xin Wanqing couldn't help but cover her mouth, and Yi Zi also showed a sympathetic expression. As women, they could already guess what that man had done. Qin Lang maintained a cold demeanor throughout, even revealing a barely perceptible smile. Sulina said, "That night, I couldn't bear it any longer. The knife in the kitchen was right at hand, the thunder outside roared, and the darkness was maddening. When he raised his hand to hit me, I don't know where I found the courage. I grabbed that knife and stabbed it hard into his chest. In an instant, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked tightly on her. Sulina's gaze was distant, lost in memories of the past, her lips moved as if recounting a nightmarish scene. Sulina stared at her hands, took a deep breath, and said, "He opened his eyes wide, looking at me in disbelief, blood gurgled from his mouth. He even grabbed my hand, with a terrifying strength. I thought he would choke me, but he just panted, his lips trembling, as if wanting to say something." Her voice had turned hoarse, her shoulders slightly shaking. "Then he slowly stopped moving, but I was afraid he wouldn't be dead enough to come back. I pulled out the knife and stabbed down again." Chapter 101, No One is Human. Tears streamed down her face, her breath was rapid, as if she were about to suffocate. When he finally stopped breathing, I realized what I had done. She covered her face, her voice filled with despair and pain. I was terrified, I didn't dare to call the police, nor did I dare to run away. I just knelt beside him, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, but he could hear me no more." Her nails almost dug into her palms, her whole body curled up in the chair, tears streaming down her face. "I thought I would be free, but every night, as soon as I closed my eyes, he stood by the bed, blood dripping from his chest, his gaze fixed on me. He didn't speak or move, but I knew, he hated me." Her voice had grown extremely faint, whispering like a delirious murmur. "I was wrong. I was really wrong." Her body trembled violently, as if being torn apart, her eyes filled with fear, regret, and pain. The room was dead silent, everyone was rendered speechless by her confession. What she spoke was so genuine, so real, that it made people feel she truly was in remorse. But not everyone believes that Sulina is telling the truth. Right now, they can only choose one truly remorseful person. If they choose wrong, it could cost them their lives. Next, it's Li Zhiheng's turn. Li Zhiheng's fingers trembled slightly, he stared at the card in his hand, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just took a deep breath and slowly turned the card over onto the table. Harming students. Four black characters appeared before everyone, piercing the air like a blade, bringing a chilling discomfort. In the previous room, Li Zhiheng had talked about how dedicated he was to his students, yet the crime assigned to him was this? Li Zhiheng lowered his head, his voice dry, carrying an endless weight of remorse. As I said before, I am a teacher. He raised his head, his gaze scanning the crowd with complexity. The corner of his mouth twitched into a bitter smile. I didn't choose this path because I loved education, but because I enjoyed controlling others. The crowd frowned slightly, beginning to hold their breath and listen closely. I enjoyed standing on the podium. The feeling of being looked up to and obeyed by a group of children made me feel powerful. Seeing them submit to me, listening to my words, brought me great joy, making me feel utterly comfortable from head to toe. His eyes grew deeper, as if recalling those past moments. But not every student listens. There are always a few mischievous ones, those who love to talk back. There are always a few who don't take me seriously. At this point, his face paled slightly, his knuckles white as they gripped the table tightly, his voice began to tremble. At first, I only punished them by making them stand or scolding them, but, then gradually, I found it harder to control my anger. He suddenly closed his eyes, his hands gripping his hair tightly, as if trying to tear away some heavy memories. The first time I laid hands on someone was when a student kept talking during class. I warned him 3 times, but he still wouldn't listen. In a fit of rage, I slammed a book hard against his head. Seeing him holding his head, too scared to cry out, I actually felt exhilarated. He lifted his head, his eyes now somewhat hollow, his face pale. A dead silence filled the room. From then on, I became more and more extreme. Anyone who dared to disobey, I made them lay on the table and whipped them mercilessly with a ruler. His fingers unconsciously rubbed on the table, as if he could still feel the ruler in his palm, hear the terrified gasps and choked cries of the students. They were afraid of me, so afraid they didn't dare say a word, afraid to tell their parents, trembling every time they saw me. At that time, I thought this was the essence of teacher's authority and the thrill of having power. He suddenly took a deep breath, cradling his head with both hands, his voice now shaking completely. But later, I realized that I was horribly wrong. Tears rolled down his cheeks, he wiped them away forcefully, his eyes filled with pain and despair. There was a student who, after being scolded too harshly by me, ran out of the classroom, and when I found him again, he was already a corpse. His fingertips trembled, his voice nearly shattered. At that moment, I realized that I was not a teacher, I was just an abuser, a complete villain. I always presented myself as a good teacher to others, but in reality, I had done many things worse than animals. He deeply buried his head, his body trembling slightly, tears falling onto the table, soaking into the wood's grain. I am sorry. I truly am sorry to them. His shoulders shook, letting out suppressed sobs, as if he could no longer hold it together, pouring out all his guilt and pain. The air became thick, heavy enough to take one's breath away. At that moment, no one spoke, no one comforted, and no one easily judged whether his words were true or false. Qin Lang looked at Li Zhiheng and the others. Not a single one is a person. But what he was even more curious about now was, what is the basis for judging whether someone truly repents for that crime in this game? If the judgment is wrong, then the chosen person will die. The only approach is the process of elimination. Exclude those who might be lying, that is, those who have not committed the related crime but forcefully claim that they have, and what remains will be the truly guilty who need to be purified. So what will those who draw a crime they haven't committed do? At this moment, Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms over his chest, leaned back against the chair, and coldly scanned Li Zhiheng, a mockery curling at the corners of his lips. Enough, stop pretending. I've seen too many scum like you. Zhao Mingxian lightly scoffed, his gaze sharp as if he were interrogating a criminal. You say you regret it? But, haha. He narrowed his eyes, the mockery growing thicker at the corners of his mouth, but his tone grew even colder. If you truly regret it, why didn't you go turn yourself in back then? Zhao Mingxian leaned slightly forward, exuding a pressing sense of intimidation. I've seen enough people like you, they never really repent until they've spent a few years in prison or until they are truly caught. His voice was deep, but every word hit Li Zhiheng's heart like a heavy hammer. Stop acting here, are you trying to trick us into letting you go, or trying to make us believe your conscience suddenly awakened? Just as his words fell, Li Zhiheng slammed the table, his face flushed red with fury. Zhao Mingxian. You have no right to talk about me. Are you really clean? Chapter 102 Hidden Rules. Li Zhiheng's chest heaved violently, as if he were about to explode in anger, his eyes filled with both rage and an unwillingness born from humiliation. What right do you have to say that? Do you know me? Do you know what I think inside? Li Zhiheng's hands were tightly clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. I've fucking admitted my mistakes, I'm already repenting, what right do you have to insist I'm faking it? Just because you're a cop? You can casually sentence people? Zhao Mingxian said, I'm just stating my deduction, why are you so anxious? Li Zhiheng gritted his teeth, you? He looked towards the snake man, I'm truly repenting, and he's causing trouble here, aren't you going to do anything? The snake man chuckled, I'm just moderating, everyone is free to discuss as long as you don't physically fight. Next one, please start. Qin Lang tightly clenched the card, her knuckles turning white from the force. The card also had 4 characters written on it, secretly filming patients. Everyone was shocked. Qin Lang is a pediatrician. The amount of information is a bit overwhelming. Qin Lang's gaze was flickering, as if she was struggling with whether to speak, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly. She took a deep breath, as if trying to push down all her emotions, but a trembling voice still escaped from her throat. You all know, I'm a pediatrician. Her voice was very soft, she licked her cracked lips and continued. The duty of a doctor is to save lives, but She paused, looking down at the card in her hand, her fingertips rubbing against it, as if wanting to erase those words. Every time a child comes to see a doctor, I always comfort them first, telling them not to be afraid, they trust me, treating me as the adult protecting them. But, hidden on my desk is a camera. As soon as these words were spoken, the room seemed to grow even colder. Her breath quickened slightly, as if with every word she spoke, the pressure in her chest grew heavier, her eyes reflecting anguished emotions, as if recalling those scenes. Everyone held their breath, their expressions gradually freezing. Qin Lang's hands trembled slightly, her voice tightening. But she continued to speak. The cameras were carefully placed, angles just right to capture their bodies. Each time I checked, I pretended to be casual and pressed the switch. I told myself I was just recording, that I had done nothing. But the truth is, I knew where those videos would go. Those videos would be sorted out and sold to some rich people. Her voice gradually faded, as if something was pressing down on her, her breathing becoming rapid. Her fingers unconsciously gripped her clothes, her nails nearly digging into her palm. Her throat felt blocked, and her voice turned hoarse. She raised her hand and rubbed her face vigorously, as if trying to wipe away an invisible guilt, but the more she rubbed, the more painful her expression became, the red veins in her eyes becoming more pronounced. I know what kind of people the buyers are. They are willing to pay a high price, they have their demands. But I never wanted to think, as long as I didn't think, I could pretend it wasn't my fault. I thought that was enough, but later, I went to the orphanage. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Those kids. They have no parents, no one to protect them. I used my identity as a doctor to continue doing the same thing. Her gaze completely lost its brightness, as if she was immersed in her own sins. Her hands slowly wrapped around herself, as if she wanted to curl up, her voice trembling. Once, a child cried and asked me, Auntie Doctor, will you protect me? She closed her eyes, tears finally fell, hitting the table and splashing a small trace of water. Her throat rolled, as if swallowing bitter emotions, slowly spitting out the last sentence. I nodded and smiled at her, of course, Auntie Doctor will protect you. Her voice choked, like a knife piercing her heart, and finally, unable to support herself any longer, she collapsed onto the table, her shoulders shaking violently. I know. I am guilty. I shouldn't have done that, but at that time, I just really needed money. Once I passed a level, I no longer lacked money, but I still got controlled by those rich people. After all, if I didn't continue doing those things, they would ruin my life. The whole room fell silent, as if even the air was frozen. Zhao Mingxian spoke again, so, you say someone kidnapped the children from the orphanage to coerce you to come here, is that also false? You don't care about those kids at all? Qin Lang immediately began to refute, no. It's true. Of course I care. If I didn't care, how could I repent? Others exchanged glances but said nothing. Qin Lang's brows slightly furrowed, his gaze flickering among the group, a strange unease rising in his heart. He looked around, every face was filled with regret and pain, as if truly burdened by heavy sins. Their statements were full of details, from motives to implementation, even the psychological changes afterward were described clearly, as if they had experienced it themselves. But this was wrong. If what they drew was a crime they had never committed, then theoretically, their accounts should have logical fallacies or lack realism in details. After all, even a skilled liar finds it hard to be flawless when faced with crimes they have never experienced, and their emotions wouldn't be so immersed. In such a high-pressure environment, it should be easier to make mistakes. Moreover, this was not ordinary lying, but a need to quickly concoct a plausible crime story, performing as if it were real. However, the few people just now, Sulina, Li Jiheng, Qin Lang, their narratives were too smooth. The ups and downs of their emotions. The kind of regretful struggle, even the rhythm of crying was just right, like someone who had long been immersed in pain suddenly forced to the edge of collapse. But if they really committed such a crime, their nature must be extremely cold, one could even say they had an antisocial personality. How could they be pushed to the brink of psychological collapse in just a few minutes? Qin Lang's fingers unconsciously tapped on the table, his thoughts racing. His intuition told him, there was a problem here. But where exactly was the problem? Was their performance too exquisite, or was there some kind of force influencing them? Chapter 103, Excessive Confession. It was Zhao Mingxuan's turn to confess. He took a deep breath, lowered his head to look at the card in his hand, a mysterious smile crept onto his lips, and then he gathered his expression, looking around at the people present. His voice was deep, with a hint of raspy, as if immersed in some distant memory. Breaking the law and knowing the law. He slowly uttered the 4 characters on the card, scoffing softly, as if mocking himself. This really suits me. He placed the card on the table, his hands crossed, fingers slowly rubbing his palms, as if recalling, but also weighing how to tell this crime. I used to be a police officer, a cop who specialized in criminal cases. He chuckled coldly, his gaze slightly lowered, as if reluctant to make eye contact with anyone. I fought against evil every day, but I also did disgraceful things, and not just once or twice. He paused, as if organizing his thoughts, then continued. A few years ago, a colleague came to me, saying he had his eyes on a businessman. That businessman had many shady dealings, he spent money lavishly, kept a mistress, engaged in speculative trades, and might even be related to money laundering. My colleague told me that if we teamed up and applied a little pressure, we could make him cough up money obediently. Zhao Mingxuan's fingers gently tapped his knees, his tone eerily calm. At the time, I didn't hesitate much and agreed. After all, that guy's hands weren't clean either. In other words, the fact that we could extort him showed he should have been caught long ago. Justice isn't just one shape. I thought doing this to him was better than throwing him in jail. At first, our plan went smoothly. We made him a suspect in a case, making him believe he could be arrested at any moment. Zhao Mingxian chuckled lightly here, but there was no hint of humor in his eyes. Sure enough, he got scared, immediately obediently coughed up a large bribe. During that time, we lived quite comfortably. He paused again, casting his gaze towards the cards on the table, lightly sighed, his tone becoming somber. But once a person has tasted sweetness, it's hard to stop. We were not satisfied with just one bag of money, so we found another excuse to force him to continue paying protection fees. But after all, he was a businessman, not a fool. Realizing that we were already enjoying the taste, he simply began to discuss cooperation with us. He kept using money to corrupt me and my colleagues, making us his shield. But paper can't hold fire, he was eventually found out. Once the wind blew, we knew tough days were ahead. Zhao Mingxian gently bit his teeth, his eyes becoming murky. My colleague was tougher than I. He felt we couldn't let the guy turn things around, so we found an excuse to kidnap his family. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Zhao Mingxuan's voice lowered slightly, as if stating something quite ordinary. We let the guy know that if he didn't comply with our demands, his family would be. As a result, he collapsed. Zhao Mingxuan's lips curved into a sarcastic smile. That boss didn't go look for the police, but rather chose to commit suicide. He closed his eyes, as if recalling the scenes from back then, his fingers slightly curling, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue. Unfortunately, sometimes fate loves to play jokes on people. He paused, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If I had gone to prison back then, maybe I wouldn't have ended up in this hellhole. After Zhao Mingxian finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, as if finally shedding some burden, or perhaps sinking into endless thoughts. Li Zhiheng scoffed, crossing his arms, his gaze filled with obvious disdain and sarcasm. He stared at Zhao Mingxian, speaking in a dismissive tone. You really are something, Officer Zhao. Just now, you were criticizing me, yet you are even more wicked than I am. Zhao Mingxian slowly opened his eyes, still wearing that faint cold smile, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he could see right through Li Zhiheng's pathetic psychological tactics. He sneered, his tone lazy yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Oh? You say I am more wicked than you? He slightly leaned forward, his gaze piercing into Li Zhiheng, his voice low but filled with strength. I colluded with businessmen, extorted, blackmailed, and in the end, indeed pushed that guy to suicide. But what about you? At least we sacrificed one, yet indirectly saved many lives. How many children have you harmed? Can you even count? Zhao Mingxuan's words were like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into Li Zhiheng's heart, causing his expression to stiffen in an instant. Zhao Mingxian chuckled coldly, continuing to press. Those children you beat, scolded, humiliated, and tormented, their psychological scars will last a lifetime. You haven't just destroyed one life, but countless futures. What right do you have to point fingers at me here? Li Zhiheng opened his mouth, his face shifting from red to pale, yet he could not say a word for a long time. His lips trembled, his gaze evasive, as if Zhao Mingxuan's words had struck deep into the part of his heart he most wanted to avoid. He had just arrogantly wanted to belittle Zhao Mingxian, yet with a turn of the conversation, he became the one without any ground to stand on. Qin Lang silently watched the confrontation from the side, his brows slightly furrowing, feeling more and more that something was off. His gaze lingered on Zhao Mingxian, quickly organizing everything he had just heard in his mind. Zhao Mingxian could have stopped talking after mentioning his collusion with businessmen to start confessing. But he proactively continued to expose details, even meticulously describing how he pushed the businessman to a dead end. It's too abnormal. Qin Lang thought to himself, under normal circumstances, one would try to minimize their crimes to avoid suspicion, yet Zhao Mingxian did the opposite, painting his crimes in an even worse light. This was not how a normal person would react in such a situation. His gaze darkened, vaguely sensing that there seemed to be something hidden in this confession game that he had not yet noticed. Chen Hao's fingers trembled, barely able to hold the card. He took a deep breath, struggling to turn the card over. Abandoning the disabled wife. Four black characters appeared before everyone's eyes, like a cold judgment. Chen Hao's Adam's apple bobbed, a flash of indescribable pain and guilt crossing his eyes. Zhao Mingxian snorted coldly again. Chen Hao previously argued that he took risks for his paralyzed wife. Now, he still had this crime on him. Chen Hao was soaked in sweat, saying, "My wife's paralysis was caused by me." Chapter 104 Coincidence. Chen Hao lowered his head, his voice dry, as if carrying some weight of self-reproach. I once swore that I would take care of her for a lifetime. He clenched his teeth, his gaze wandering, afraid to make eye contact with anyone. Like being afraid to see disdain and blame in others' eyes. That year, I was unexpectedly chosen to enter a dungeon, and through it, I made a huge fortune, completely changing my destiny. At first, I thought our lives would get better, that our fates would be different because of it. I held her hand and told her that no matter what happened, I would stay by her side, take care of her, and love her. I thought I could do it, I thought as long as I persisted, I could hold on. But later, I started to find all sorts of excuses not to go home. I spent my time outside, drinking with friends, going to nightclubs, even looking for other women. His fingertips unconsciously tightened on the table, his knuckles turning white from the force, as if trying to grasp something that had already faded away. Chen Hao abruptly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if trying to suppress all his regrets and guilt in his chest, but his voice still trembled. I was hired by a company, and then became their thug, sinking even deeper, going home less than before. When my wife went out to look for me, she had a car accident. Chen Hao's eyes turned red, with tears glimmering in the corners, yet he still held on, continuing to speak. I harmed her. He let out a bitter laugh, his smile filled with endless self-mockery and pain. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze revealing deep regret, as if he wanted to fully expose his sins to everyone. She was lying in a pool of blood, and the driver fled, with no one helping her. If it weren't for a passerby, she would have, and I was outside, living in a drunken stupor, immersed in the nightlife, pretending I was still free and unrestrained. She could have lived well. If I had taken some responsibility, hired a caretaker for her, or bought her medicine, she wouldn't have died in the end from infection. He covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently, as if he could no longer bear the heavy burden of guilt. Chen Hao's cries were low, filled with heart-wrenching pain. I was wrong, I was really wrong. The room fell into a deadly silence, even the air seemed to freeze. Everyone was silent, each with different expressions, while Qin Lang's brow tightened further. Why is he being so detailed? Qin Lang felt a wave of confusion surging inside him. Chen Hao's emotions had collapsed so completely, his words filled with regret and pain. If this was just a lie he made up, how could it feel so real? But if it were true, why would he expose himself like this in such an occasion? A feeling of indescribable uneasiness gradually rose in Qin Lang's heart. He distinctly sensed that Annette was waiting for him. So far, everyone had been sincerely confessing, showing almost no signs of deceit. Especially in their confessions, unless these 5 people were born actors, it was impossible to have such expressiveness. What was wrong? Yizi's fingers paused on the table for a moment, trembling slightly as she turned over her card. She glanced down, and the color drained from her face, leaving her frozen in place. Betray a teammate. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but her throat felt blocked and couldn't make a sound. She took a deep breath, her gaze flickering, as if recalling that excruciating experience. It's my turn. That was a nightmarish dungeon. Her voice was hoarse, carrying a trace of restrained pain. There were 4 of us at that time, trapped in the dungeon. We knew we had to find an exit, or we would die at the hands of the monsters. Her hands gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her knuckles turning pale, as if trying to pull herself together to endure the agony of continuing to speak. The monsters in that dungeon, they weren't like ordinary monsters, they didn't attack recklessly, but watched us, as if waiting for us to show a flaw. Her throat moved, and she took a deep breath. At that time, I was in charge of setting the traps. We had planned it well, to concentrate our fire after the monster entered the trap and then seize the chance to rush to the exit. Her gaze gradually lost focus, immersed in that nightmarish memory. But I made a mistake. Her voice choked up, her eyes reddening, her nails digging deeply into her palm. At that time, I was too nervous, my hands were shaking, causing the mechanism not to trigger. The monster was not trapped, instead, it detected us. Her eyes dulled, she lowered her head, and her voice began to tremble. It began to approach us, and we all panicked. Everyone was running, but I couldn't move. Her shoulders gently shook, tears slid down her cheeks, she bit her lip, afraid to recall what happened next but felt she had to continue. I was so scared. I was really scared. It was getting closer, I felt it could pounce on me at any moment. I didn't want to die. I really didn't want to die. So I did something that I cannot forgive myself for. Her voice completely shattered, tears kept falling, her fingers clenched tightly, as if trying to suppress the fear inside her. I deliberately exposed my teammate's position, letting the monster find him. The air seemed to freeze in an instant, the expressions of the others suddenly changed, but she did not look up, lost in her own pain. The monster lunged at him. He didn't have time to react. He looked back at me. Her voice became smaller, crushed by the memories, tears flowing down, sobbing uncontrollably. His eyes, he must have wanted me to save him. She tightly covered her face, as if trying to hide her tears, but the shaking of her shoulders revealed her inner collapse. But I didn't. I just stood there in a daze, watching the monster grab him, watching him struggle and scream wildly, then, piece by piece, being torn apart. Her voice was intermittent, her gaze lost focus, her whole body curled up in the chair. He died. I caused his death. Her hands tightly gripped her arms, tears uncontrollably streaming down, her voice choked, filled with indescribable pain and regret. If it wasn't for me, he could still be alive, but I sent him to his death to save myself. Qin Lang looked at Yi Zi, and his mind thought of even more things. Yi Zi had mentioned betraying her teammates before, it shouldn't be a lie. So Yi Zi was truly regretful, the sins she drew were indeed real. Then the two people in need of purification spoken of by the serpent must be herself and Yi Zi? The other 6 had drawn sins they had never committed? Could such a coincidence exist? Chapter 105, Dark Language. Yi Zi's crying echoed in the silent room, heavy enough to make it hard to breathe. Qin Lang's brows furrowed tighter. Something was wrong, something definitely was wrong. First of all, this game required true repentance, but overly genuine meant that once others pointed it out, it would be over for oneself. So from a personal perspective, one must lie. Why were Zhao Mingxian and the others so serious, even showing a bit of overacting? Han Zhuoran's fingers rubbed against the edge of the card for a moment, finally taking a deep breath and flipping it over. Perjury. Han Zhuoran smiled and said, I indeed did this. He stared at the card, his eyes complex, the corners of his mouth twitching as if trying to bitterly smile, but in the end, he couldn't smile. I did commit perjury once. His voice became a bit low, as if carrying a certain heavy sense of guilt. This matter, I thought I could forget, but it has been haunting me like a nightmare. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze flickering, as if his thoughts drifted back to that gloomy courtroom, the decision he still couldn't let go of. That case was very sensational. He spoke softly, his tone slow. But with a certain suppressed pain, the defendant is a serial killer, a thorough evil being. He killed 6 people, and his methods were extremely cruel, but I stood by his side. I was not afraid, nor was I threatened. I simply wanted to prove that I could do what others couldn't. He gave a bitter smile, his voice tinged with self-mockery. I was young back then, just starting to make a name for myself in the industry. I wanted everyone to see my ability. I wanted people to know that even with the worst cases, if I wanted to, I could turn them around. So, I accepted their deal. Han Zhuoran lifted his head, his gaze somewhat vacant. The killer's family was very wealthy. They gave me a huge amount of money, a number I couldn't refuse. The corners of his lips twitched slightly, but his tone was not the least bit proud. Instead, it was full of regret. At that time, I thought that cleaning his name would not only make me famous but also earn me money, even if he was utterly guilty. Why not take a gamble? Han Zhuoran's eyes gradually dimmed, his fingers unconsciously rubbing against his pants, as if touching an indelible scar. I altered testimonies, overturned original evidence, and exploited legal loopholes to guide all the originally incriminating clues to become police investigation errors. On the day of the trial, I stood in the courtroom, watching the angry and desperate gazes of the victims' families. They were crying, shouting, pleading, but I closed my eyes and pretended not to hear. When the verdict was announced, the criminal was declared not guilty. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Han Zhuoran's shoulders trembled slightly, as if bearing some unspeakable pain. I thought I would be happy. After all, I succeeded, I proved my ability. He shook his head with a bitter smile, his voice laced with suppressed bitterness. But when I walked out of the courtroom, when I saw that man standing in the crowd, wearing a mocking smile, I suddenly felt like I had a wound torn open. A few months later, the news reported his next case. He killed again, more brutally than before. The victim was a young girl living alone. Zhao Mingxian showed a disdainful expression on his face, as if wanting to stop him from continuing. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his voice turned raspy. If I hadn't helped him commit perjury back then, that girl wouldn't have died. His voice finally carried an undeniable regret. I released this monster. I personally sent him back to the streets, letting him continue to kill. I am guilty, it was my fault. His nails dug deep into his palm, as if punishing himself. I thought I could control the law, that I could control everything, but in the end, I was just a hired executioner. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, his throat moved slightly, as if wanting to say something, but in the end only softly uttered one sentence. I truly feel guilty towards my profession. He closed his eyes, as if he could no longer face the gazes of everyone. The room was dead silent, even the sound of breathing felt heavy. Yet Qin Lang's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. It began again. Why were their confessions so detailed? Even unnecessary details were thoroughly explained? Are they all good people? Qin Lang's mind was swirling with thoughts, as if being yanked back to the initial rules by an invisible force. He forced himself to recall every detail, trying to find flaws in those seemingly just clauses. However, the more he pondered, the faster his heart raced, as if he had caught a glimpse of some chilling truth. This confession meeting could never find the real guilty party. Or perhaps, everyone here is guilty. He slowly scanned the surroundings, his gaze lingering on each person's face for a moment, trying to catch even the slightest flaw in their expressions. But what he saw was only regret, repression, pain, and that calmness deeply buried in their eyes. Qin Lang suddenly realized a key point: the number of victims had already been determined from the very beginning. The serpent person spoke at this moment. Mr. Qin, it's your turn. Qin Lang frowned. The serpent person said that the real culprits were two people. But why two? Why not one, or more? That's right, he and Yi Zi happened to make two. Qin Lang realized this rule had already been set. No matter how they struggled, in the end, only one of him and Yi Zi could be pushed to the judgment seat. This confession meeting was, from the very beginning, not about finding the sinner, but about creating a sinner. Everyone was recounting their sins, their tone grave, their emotions full, even detailing the environment at the time, their mental state, and the specific circumstances one by one. But were all these stories really true? Qin Lang's heart suddenly skipped a beat, his pupils constricting slightly. The stories of Han Zhuoran and the other six began to replay in Qin Lang's mind over and over again. Conspiring to harm a husband, breaking the law, invading students. These were all things they could have done. But where were the flaws? Qin Lang rapidly replayed everyone's confessions in his mind, his thoughts turning like gears. That's right. Qin Lang suddenly realized, in all of their confessions, there was a similar phrase. Chapter 106, Breaking the Deadlock. Qin Lang took a deep breath, trying hard to calm himself, and began to sort through each confession one by one. After Su Lina finished telling her story of conspiring to harm her husband, she finally said in a low voice, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Li Zhiheng, after admitting to hurting a student, cried bitterly, choking out, I am guilty, truly guilty. The others were similar, and there were signs of performance in their words. Qin Lang's pupils suddenly constricted. If only one or two people said such a thing, he might not have thought much, but since everyone added this similar expression, it was definitely not a coincidence. This could very likely be a code. The true meaning of this phrase was not to admit guilt, but to pass on information to a teammate. The crime I drew is real. They were using this method for a process of elimination. If more than two people confessed to real crimes, it could only mean one thing, that all the crimes drawn were indeed real. In that case, all they had to do was select one victim. This victim would only arise between him and Yi Zi. This explained Qin Lang's previous confusion. If these people truly had not committed these crimes, while fabricating their stories, there must have been logical flaws or signs of guilt. But not only did they narrate in great detail, they also showed strong feelings of guilt and repentance without any flaws. In fact, this was merely signaling each other. Just now, Han Zhuoran even directly admitted, I really did this. This indicated they had completely understood the signal. The six people had all drawn crimes they had committed. All they needed to do was obediently confess and then collectively point to either themselves or Yi Zi. The serpent person had lied from the very beginning. Alright, so this is how you want to play? Qin Lang coldly sneered to himself. So now, he and Yi Zi were completely in the dark, becoming the only lambs to be slaughtered. But how could he escape? Qin Lang glanced at the card in his hand. Patricide. This was indeed something he had done. What's more, it was a coincidence that the original also did this. Han Zhuoran and the others would surely point at him or Yi Zi later. Then, he and Yi Zi were destined to stay behind. Qin Lang did not want to see this scene happen, because he did not trust these six people, and Sumubai probably did not want this either. He cast a glance at Sumubai in the corner. Her eyes were indeed shifting between him and Yi Zi. Turn over the table directly? No, in this room, using violence would be too risky. Moreover, the snake person is the administrator. Killing the administrator might bring some punishment. Qin Lang stared at the card in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed Qin Lang's mind. Got it. It was Qin Lang's turn to confess, and everyone's gaze turned to him in unison, their eyes filled with pressure and an indistinct hint of malice. Qin Lang, it's your turn. Han Zhuoran chuckled lightly, but the smile did not reach his eyes. Go ahead, do you have anything you're unwilling to say? Zhao Mingxian crossed his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, seemingly with a hint of ridicule. Yeah, everyone must confess, you can't avoid it. Qin Wanqing said softly, her voice gentle as if persuading a disobedient child. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, carefully observing the people around him, his doubts deepened. Everyone had completed their confessions, they were already safe, while he and Yi Zi were the only two left. From the very beginning, these six had secretly reached an agreement. Qin Lang discreetly glanced at Yi Zi, she lowered her head, her face pale, her lips trembling slightly, clearly realizing something was off. Han Zhuoran and the others might be telling the truth, but they were planning to use Qin Lang and Yi Zi as scapegoats. Qin Lang took a deep breath and suddenly looked at the silent snake person, asking, so, the rule is that we must confess according to the sins written on the cards we draw, right? The snake person was slightly taken aback, then revealed a meaningful smile and nodded slowly, of course. Qin Lang asked again, what if I have never done what is written on the card? Should I still confess? The snake person continued to smile, casually saying, the rules are the rules, regardless of whether you did it or not, you must confess according to what is on the card. Qin Lang's expression slightly changed, continuing to ask, what if the content of the confession is different from what's on the card? The snake person squinted slightly, the curve of their mouth widening, then that would violate the rules. However, it seems that everyone has confessed according to the contents of their own cards. Mr. Qin, do you intend to confess differently from the sins on your card? That won't do, you will be punished. Qin Lang's smile was tinged with a hint of playfulness as he gently clapped his hands, the sound echoing clearly in the silent room. Qin Lang said, have you heard the saying, the law doesn't punish the many? The snake person flicked their tongue, what do you mean? Because they have already violated the rules. He said calmly, as if just casually mentioning it, but his eyes held a hint of mockery, landing on everyone present. Zhao Mingxian furrowed his brows, his face full of confusion, what are you talking about? We all confessed according to the sins on our cards. I even confessed to things from years ago. He scoffed, seemingly disdainful of Qin Lang's words, yet a hint of unease lingered within him. Qin Lang did not answer directly, instead, he scanned the crowd, his smile growing deeper, if you don't believe me, just look at the cards in your hands. In an instant, everyone's hearts tightened as they looked down at the cards in their hands. The next moment, shocked voices rose one after another. What's going on? This isn't right. Why did the content of my card change? It wasn't written like this before. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant. Just now, the cards they had opened themselves stated the sins they were to confess, but now, the words on them had completely changed. Zhao Mingxian stared hard at his card, fingers trembling slightly. The breaking the law he had just confessed to had disappeared, replaced instead by the words giving false testimony. Isn't this the crime of Han Zhuoran? How is this possible? Shen Wanqing's face turned pale. Her card originally said secretly filming patience, but now it had changed to breaking the law. She suddenly looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with fear. What did you do? Everyone began to compare, realizing that the contents of their cards had all changed. This meant that everything they had just confessed did not match what was on their cards. The smile of the serpent-like figure finally faded a bit, his narrow eyes narrowing, staring deeply at Qin Lang. His tone remained light but contained a hint of caution. Qin Lang, what did you do? Qin Lang shrugged, his smile unchanged. Me? I didn't do anything. Chapter 107, The Rules of the Instance. In fact, just a moment ago, while everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of confession, Qin Lang quietly activated the time pause skill. Qin Lang thought, since you insist on designing my death, then I'll simply turn the table on you. Without any hesitation, he quickly acted, marching up to everyone and swapping the cards in their hands. After finishing everything, Qin Lang returned to his original spot, took a deep breath, and lifted the time pause. Time resumed its flow, and a faint pop seemed to echo in the air as everyone, unaware, continued their previous actions. This was when the earlier scene unfolded. When Qin Lang asked them to check their cards again, the entire confession meeting fell into utter chaos. What's happening? My card's content has changed? This isn't right. What is going on? Why is it different from what I just confessed? In an instant, cries of surprise and shouts of anger arose, and everyone's expressions twisted. This was too absurd, they could not comprehend what had happened. They suddenly looked up at Qin Lang, as if wanting an explanation from his lips. But Qin Lang merely smiled faintly, arms crossed, looking at them with a smile that was neither here nor there. The serpent-like figure finally darkened his expression, he squinted his eyes, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee, as if pondering something. He truly hadn't expected Qin Lang could pull off something like this, completely disrupting the game rules. But he had been watching Qin Lang the whole time, how could this happen? After going through so much effort to design a method that could utterly eliminate Qin Lang without a trace, it had still failed? Ha! The serpent sneered slightly, his voice carrying a hint of annoyance. Qin Lang, you really are beyond my expectations. His gaze flickered for a moment, clearly thinking about how to respond, but for the time being, the rules of the game truly could not continue. After all, everyone had already confessed, and now, everyone was also wrong. It was equivalent to crying at the wrong grave. The rules were in ruins. The serpent stood still, hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white from the pressure. His scales glimmered coldly under the dim light, pupils narrowing into thin lines, tail anxiously slapping the floor, making faint thud sounds as if venting his inner restlessness. Qin Lang spoke, "So, what's it going to be? Are we starting over? Or will you just let us go?" The serpent unwillingly said, "Leave? It's not that easy." Just as he hesitated, the nearby door suddenly let out a soft sound and slowly opened. A faint light seeped through the crack, and then, the figure of the female horse appeared at the doorstep. Her steps were light and graceful, as if each step was treading on invisible piano keys, producing silent melodies. "Serpent, don't be so rude to Mr. Qin." Her face bore a trace of a smile, though that smile did not reach her eyes. Instead, it made people feel a chill. "The confession meeting has ended." The mayor's voice was calm and distant, as if coming from a faraway place. "Congratulations, everyone, you can all leave the scene." Her voice echoed in the empty room, as if carrying an irresistible power. The crowd in the room began to stir. Zhao Mingxian and the others let out a sigh of relief, preparing to leave. However, the snake human did not move. Its eyes were fixed on the mayor, a low growl emanating from its throat. "On what basis?" The snake human's voice was hoarse and angry, its body slightly leaning forward, as if ready to pounce on the mayor at any moment. "We are not finished yet. You can't just..." Before it could finish, the mayor's smile suddenly vanished. Her eyes narrowed slightly, the curve of her mouth turning sharp as a knife. In the next second, her mouth suddenly opened wide, her once elegant face twisting and deforming, as if some ancient monster was breaking free from her skin. Her mouth opened so wide that it seemed capable of swallowing the entire room. The depth of her throat was a pitch-black abyss, as if leading to another world. Before the snake human could react, the mayor's head lunged forward, moving so swiftly it was difficult to see. Her mouth resembled a giant net that instantly engulfed the snake human whole. The snake human's tail struggled in the air for a moment before vanishing into that darkness. As the mayor's mouth closed, a dull crunch echoed, like the sound of bones being crushed. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone held their breath, as if even the air had solidified. Sulina was so scared she covered her eyes and screamed loudly. After swallowing the snake human whole, the mayor slowly raised her head, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze cold and sharp, sweeping over everyone present. "No one can break the rules of this instance." Her voice remained calm, but each word felt like a heavy hammer striking at everyone's hearts, including the administrator. Qin Lang stood up from his chair, his movements crisp and clean, as if the thrilling scene had not stirred much emotion in him. Okay, got it, so we can leave now, right?" His black coat fluttered slightly with his movements, the edges slicing through the cold air. "Mr. Qin." The mayor's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of an ambiguous smile. "Aren't you going to thank me?" Qin Lang's footsteps paused for a moment, but he did not turn back. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a trace of sarcastic laughter. "Thank you?" His voice was deep and cold, as if squeezed out from the depths of his throat. "You were just following the rules, why should I thank you? Besides, you've always wanted to eat me, right?" The mayor chuckled lightly, her laughter echoing from afar, carrying a strange otherworldly feeling. "Mr. Qin, you are very clever, but sometimes you still need to be careful." Her eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze resting on Qin Lang's back, as if sizing up an interesting prey. "I hope you continue to have good luck in Silent Hill." Her voice was gentle, yet carried an indescribable sense of danger. "In that last game, you were supposed to die. I didn't expect you to get out safely. That's truly remarkable." Qin Lang finally turned around, his gaze locking onto the mayor. His eyes showed no fear, instead, they carried a sense of provocation. "Oh?" His voice was still calm, but his tone held a tinge of disdain. "Is the next situation still one where I will definitely die?" The mayor's smile grew louder. "If you still insist on that hidden task." Her voice was low and slow, as if each word was pounding on everyone's nerves. "Then you will definitely die." Chapter 108, The difficulty is both high and low. Qin Lang raised his brows slightly, still wearing that nonchalant expression. "Is that so?" His voice was light and airy. "It seemed like discussing a trivial matter, then I will have to give it a try." The female horse said nothing more, just quietly watched him, her eyes filled with an elusive depth. She bowed to Qin Lang. "Please be careful on your way." Qin Lang said no more, pushed open the heavy iron door with his hand, and walked toward the next room. The door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang, making a dull echo, as if cutting off their connection to the world before. The group crossed another long corridor without anyone speaking to each other. Another room. Qin Lang's words made everyone tense up once again. Qin Lang walked at the front and pushed open an iron door with all his strength. This room was even more empty than any place they had been before, and a dead silence surrounded them. The overhead light cast a pale glow. In the corners where the light did not reach, the darkness seemed thick like ink, subtly making people feel uneasy. The floor was made of hard stone tiles, and the walls were covered with strange runes, unreadable, yet exuding a heart-pounding aura. "Welcome, everyone." A deep, heavy voice suddenly echoed. Everyone quickly looked up at the source of the sound. A huge creature, with a bull's head and a man's body, stood at the center of the space. White mist puffed from its nostrils, and the thick bull horns on its forehead glinted coldly in the light. Qin Lang waved his hand. "No need to be so polite, just tell us how we can get out? And how many of these rooms do you have? I still have to go up." Currently, Silent Hill was still in its inner world stage, and to reach the church, they had to return to the outer world and unravel the secrets here. The bull-headed creature chuckled. "Everyone, there's no need to rush. The rules for the next challenge are very simple." It paused, seemingly enjoying the nervous expressions on their faces, and then slowly said, "You will enter a one-on-one combat tournament. Everyone must face an A-class anomaly alone. The standard for victory is to completely defeat your opponent, by any means necessary. You are now 8 people. As long as you win 5 matches, you can pass this stage." When the crowd heard this, the tension in their nerves relaxed a bit. A-class? Zhao Mingxian was taken aback for a moment, then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. "This is too easy, right?" The others also showed relieved expressions, exchanging glances, and some had even started to crack their knuckles, eager to try. For most beginners, A-class monsters required a team to tackle, but for them, these veteran players, it felt like a walk in the park. In an instant, the mood in the room obviously lightened, and some people had even begun to smile smugly, as if passing this stage was already in the bag. However, the bull-headed creature continued to smile, watching their reactions with an almost imperceptible amusement in its eyes. In a deep voice, it said, "Since everyone thinks it's easy, then good luck to you all." Qin Lang stood among the crowd, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with deep seriousness. Something was off, too off. The theme of this dungeon had always revolved around confession and sin, but now the challenge was just a simple fight? Winning just 5 battles to clear the level? How could it be that simple? He recalled every room they had experienced before. Each rule was filled with conspiracy and traps, exploiting the weaknesses of human nature, deception, fear, selfishness, regret, pushing them step by step toward despair. But now, this level was just a simple fight? Qin Lang clenched his fists, a vague feeling of unease creeping into his heart. He was confident in his strength. Although Yi Zi was a bit lacking, it shouldn't be a big problem to have Su Mubai take over her body once again if necessary. But the problem is, even if he and Yi Zi can win, it doesn't matter at all. Others must also win 3 more matches. But the problem is, he has no idea about the true strength of others, nor how to support them. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze complexly scanning the people around him. Each individual was excitedly discussing the upcoming battle, and some were even eager to try, completely unaware that a crisis was quietly approaching. Finally we can have a great battle." Zhao Mingxuan's voice broke Qin Lang's thoughts. He looked excitedly as he moved his neck, the bones cracking with a caca sound. His whole being was filled with a boiling fighting spirit. "Those previous challenges were making me go crazy." Zhao Mingxian grinned widely, eagerly saying, "This round is just right for me, I'll go first." He pointed his finger at the bull-headed monster standing in the center of the field, his eyes full of arrogance and confidence. "Hurry up and let me go, let's start off strong." The bull-headed monster grinned, revealing a row of sharp white fangs, letting out a low, deep laugh. He stretched out his thick arm, carelessly throwing the dark brown lump of mud down to the ground. "It's done, please start." His voice was hoarse and terrifying, as if carrying some unfathomable malice. When the lump of mud hit the ground, it actually began to wriggle like a living creature, its surface constantly swelling and collapsing, like a heartbeat. Immediately after, its volume rapidly expanded, as if it were about to give birth to some terrible existence. Seeing this, Zhao Mingxian was first stunned, and then burst into loud laughter, with disdain written all over his face. "Is that all you got? You can't even release a proper monster?" He casually shook his arm, then suddenly flipped his right hand. A dazzling flame ignited in his palm. In his hand appeared a long spear entirely painted in dark red, with the body etched with violent flame patterns. Flame spear. The flame patterns on the spear appeared to flow as if they were alive. At the tip of the spear burned a faint red flame, and the heat distorted the air in waves as Zhao Mingxian swung it, giving off a suffocating high temperature. "Kid, take a good look, this is an A-class weapon, flame spear." Zhao Mingxian shouted loudly at Qin Lang, a hint of arrogance in his tone. "It's not something your little junk can compare to." He slowly raised the flame spear, giving it a gentle shake, and the flame at the tip instantly exploded into a fiery blaze, billowing like an angry dragon, the ground even slightly changing color as if it would catch fire at any moment. Qin Lang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. However, it seemed that although Zhao Mingxian appeared arrogant, he indeed had quite a bit of strength. The difficulty of obtaining an A-class weapon is extremely high, just the power of this spear alone is enough to prove he's no ordinary person. Indeed, those who could enter this dungeon for ranking matches were not weaklings. But, will this battle really be that simple? Chapter 109: The Most Frightening Enemy. Zhao Mingxian was proudly waving the flame spear, an arrogant smile hanging on his lips, completely disregarding the wriggling lump of mud before him. But at that moment, the wriggling of the mud abruptly stopped, as if frozen in place, then its shape began to change rapidly. The mud transformed as if being shaped by some invisible force, elongating and contracting bit by bit, the outline gradually becoming clear, finally turning into a man in a police uniform. The man's features gradually became distinct, and that familiar yet somber face appeared before Zhao Mingxuan's eyes. Dressed in a deep blue police uniform, sharp as ever, with a badge pinned to his chest, and those pitch-black eyes were fixated on Zhao Mingxian with an unfathomable chill. Zhao Mingxuan's smile instantly froze, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if he had seen something terrifying that he could not accept. Li Yang? His voice trembled uncontrollably, and he almost couldn't hold on to the blazing gun. In the room with the monster, he confessed to being a corrupt cop with colleagues, extorting others that led to their imprisonment. That colleague looked exactly like this monster before him. The man, resembling a police officer, slightly smiled, revealing a set of neat white teeth, yet that smile carried an indescribable eeriness. Old Zhao, it's been a long time, hasn't it? His tone was gentle, yet it sent chills down the spine. Zhao Mingxuan's breath suddenly hitched, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and he froze in place, like he had seen a ghost, his eyes filled with terror and unease. Even the voice, tone, and demeanor were the same. Why you, how could you be here? He instinctively took a step back, his fingers tightening involuntarily, his knuckles turning pale. Li Yang tilted his head slightly, his eyes playfully watching Zhao Mingxian, the smile on his lips deepening. What? My presence here surprises you? Zhao Mingxian felt as if his throat were blocked, memories surged in his mind, those were the past he desperately wanted to forget, yet could never erase completely. And no, that matter, it has nothing to do with me. He shook his head violently, his face pale, his tone hurried as if trying to clear himself of blame. Li Yang, don't come after me. I did nothing. However, Li Yang just stared at him quietly, the smile on his lips unchanged, as if carrying a hint of pity, or perhaps mocking his pathetic excuses. The air seemed to freeze, and all Zhao Mingxian could hear was his heartbeat pounding. Zhao Mingxian, wake up. It's all fake. Don't believe it. Act quickly. Han Zhuoran's voice exploded in the air, like a warning bell suddenly awakening Zhao Mingxuan's senses. Zhao Mingxian shook his head violently, the cold sweat trickling down his cheek, and his awareness slowly returned to reality. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself, then suddenly gripped the blazing gun tightly, his gaze becoming determined. No matter who this Li Yang was, as long as he stood in front of him as an enemy, there was only one outcome: total annihilation. Zhao Mingxian gritted his teeth and charged forward, the blazing gun enveloped in searing flames, stabbing fiercely toward Li Yang's chest. Put! The gun's tip precisely pierced into Li Yang's body, yet Zhao Mingxuan's pupils suddenly dilated. Because the expected splatter of blood and the sensation of tearing flesh did not happen. Instead, he felt as if the gun tip had sunk into a quagmire, moving into his chest without any resistance, as if stabbing into an endless quicksand. Even more terrifying was that the blazing gun did not penetrate the enemy as usual but was being sucked in by Li Yang's body. Zhao Mingxuan's eyes widened in terror, and he immediately tried to retract his weapon, but the blazing gun seemed to be firmly gripped by some invisible force, and he couldn't pull it back at all. Damn it! He clenched his teeth, exerting all his strength to yank it suddenly, but the gun only quivered slightly, remaining motionless, even sinking deeper. Li Yang's face still wore that chilling smile. He slowly raised his head, his gaze dark as a bottomless well, his voice low and filled with mockery. Old Zhao, are you really that heartless? Zhao Mingxuan's hand shook, his heartbeat quickening. Li Yang's tone gradually intensified, each word like a nail, fiercely hammering into Zhao Mingxuan's mind. Have you forgotten how sweetly you spoke to pull me into this? You swore that we could make a fortune together, brothers united, and after that one job, we could live the good life. But what happened? I was a decent cop, and you turned me into a corrupt one. Li Yang's voice carried an indescribable resentment and mockery. Like a festering wound, it slowly drilled into Zhao Mingxuan's heart. Zhao Mingxuan's body suddenly stiffened. A scene from many years ago suddenly appeared in his mind. No, impossible, you died in prison. Zhao Mingxian murmured to himself, his face pale, even his breathing was out of rhythm. He abruptly released his grip, stepping back as if electrocuted, his gaze filled with suspicion as he looked at Li Yang in front of him, his lips trembling slightly. You monster, how did you know? This matter, besides himself, no one could possibly know. He hadn't told anyone. But the Li Yang before him spoke so clearly. So, he really is Li Yang himself. Zhao Mingxuan's breathing grew more rapid, his heart pounding as if it would leap from his chest. What on earth is this monster? Li Yang slowly stepped forward, each step like a hammer pounding on Zhao Mingxuan's heart. The air suddenly felt heavy, suffocating him. A faint smile still hung on his face, yet that smile revealed a deep, bottomless coldness and resentment, as if a terrible thing were hidden beneath a mere facade, making one shiver. Zhao Mingxian, do you remember? Li Yang's voice was slow and deep, with a hint of bittersweet nostalgia, but more overpowering was the rage that could not be hidden. Back then, I was a good police officer, a truly good police officer. As he said this, a trace of pain and self-mockery appeared in his eyes, as if mocking his once foolish and naive self. But, what about you? You pulled me into the abyss when I was at my most helpless. Zhao Mingxuan's face instantly turned pale, his pupils rapidly constricting, unconsciously stepping back, as if nailed to the spot. You also told others that I urged you to blackmail that rich man. But everything was done by you. Chapter 110, For the Wife. Li Yang's voice suddenly rose, his eyes burning with suppressed anger for so long. You patted my shoulder, smiled at me and said, brotherly, taking money for disaster relief, this little money is nothing for that old man. And what about me? I wasn't a greedy person back then, I didn't even want to touch that dirty money. But my wife was seriously ill, the expensive medical bills suffocated me, I truly had no choice. You seized that opportunity and dragged me into this mire. Li Yang's fist slowly clenched, veins bulging on the back of his hands, completely indistinguishable from a real person. Zhao Mingxuan's breathing began to quicken, cold sweat rolling down his forehead in big drops. No, it's not my fault. His lips trembled, incoherently trying to defend himself, but his voice was so weak that he could almost not hear it himself. But Li Yang did not stop, his footsteps still slowly advancing, his gaze like a knife, stabbing deep into Zhao Mingxuan's soul. Not your fault? Are you sure? Back then, after you got the money, your appetite grew larger, from a small amount at first, to several million, hundreds of millions later, you had completely changed. But do you know how I felt at that time? I lived in fear every day, worrying about when I would be exposed, worried that my children would grow up to know that their father was once a corrupt cop. And you? Li Yang suddenly raised his hand, pointing at Zhao Mingxian, his eyes seeming to pin him to the spot, his tone even more chilling. Not only did you not stop, but in the end, you betrayed me. When things were exposed, you, in order to save yourself, immediately pushed all the blame onto me, making me die for you. You successfully escaped this storm without a scratch, and even entered the mission successfully, enjoying benefits that others could never obtain. Zhao Mingxian, tell me. In that mission, did you also betray your teammates in exchange for everything you have now? Li Yang's voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, echoing in this vast space. Zhao Mingxuan's body suddenly trembled, his face completely drained of color. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, his legs turned to jelly, cold sweat soaking his back, and he was almost out of courage to run away. No, don't come closer. Don't come closer. His voice had taken on a quiver, his hands raised abruptly as if to block Li Yang's approach, yet his feet kept retreating. Li Yang's footsteps remained steady and slow, closing in step by step, his eyes filled with mockery and resentment. Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened, and he shouted sharply, Zhao Mingxian. How much longer are you going to be a coward? Get up and keep fighting. But Qin Lang shrugged, it's useless, even if you shout until your throat is sore, he won't hear you. Zhao Mingxuan's body trembled slightly, he leaned against the ground, his arms pushing with all his might, desperately trying to stand up. His face was as pale as paper, cold sweat rolling down his forehead in big drops, his legs felt as heavy as lead. I am not. His lips trembled, his voice so weak it was almost inaudible. He shakily stood upright, but in the next second, his pupils suddenly constricted, his whole body stiffened for a moment, then he fell heavily to the ground. Bang! The dull thud of his fall made everyone's hearts jump. Zhao Mingxian? Hey, Zhao Mingxian? The human bull slowly walked over, looking down at Zhao Mingxuan's lifeless body, his beastly eyes showing no sign of emotion, as if all this was nothing new to him. He bent down, reached out a sturdy hand to check under Zhao Mingxuan's nose, then stood up, his tone plain as if stating a trivial matter, he has been scared to death. In an instant, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Scared to death? Han Zhuoran and the others' faces changed drastically, all their pupils slightly constricting, their brains struggling to accept this fact. Zhao Mingxian just died like that? No blood, no fight, not even a wound. Just because of fear, he was scared to death? Everyone's throats felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, breathing became difficult. Yi Zi frowned, murmuring, what a joke, someone just died right off the bat. Everyone's gaze unconsciously turned toward the cold body, a wave of indescribable chill creeping up their spines. Han Zhuoran's fingers curled slightly, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and spoke in a deep voice, Mr. Administrator, we need to discuss this immediately, this battle is probably far more terrifying than we imagined. The human bull heard this, a cold smile creeping up the corner of its mouth, that smile filled with a mocking sense of entertainment. Sure, go ahead and discuss, there's plenty of time. It elongated its voice, its tone filled with an inexplicable eeriness and sarcasm, as if looking forward to their next performance. Han Zhuoran's gaze swept over everyone, speaking seriously. Next, this mud monster will surely become the object of our inner confessions. But remember, it's just a monster. Don't be fooled by appearances. Be ruthless, don't hesitate. We just have to win the next 4 matches, and we can clear the stage. After he finished, his sharp gaze scanned every person in the team. No problem. Let's do it. It's just a B-class weird thing, what's so terrifying about it? Everyone nodded, their expressions resolute, as if ready for anything. However, standing to the side, Qin Lang furrowed his brows slightly, unease bubbling up in his heart. From the very beginning, he had a feeling he couldn't quite name. If it were him, no matter what he saw, he would probably remain completely unfazed. The question was, could it really be that simple? At that moment, Chen Hao suddenly stepped forward, speaking casually, next match. Let me do it. Everyone turned to look at him. Are you sure? Han Zhuoran's gaze darkened, staring at his face. Of course. Chen Hao nodded, his eyes showing no trace of hesitation. If this monster takes the form of my wife, that's even easier. Everyone was stunned, and Qin Lang frowned. Really, are you sure you won't be affected? Chen Hao scoffed, his eyes cold. Affected? What a joke. I have only one wife, and no matter how this monster imitates, she is not my wife. Moreover, I came to this copy to live and return to her side. How could I possibly be fooled by a mere strange thing? Chapter 111, The Heartfelt Truth. His words were powerful, causing those present to glance at him again. Okay, then it's up to you. Han Zhuoran nodded, thinking that Chen Hao's determination might really solve the battle quickly. But in Qin Lang's view, he was just setting a dangerous flag. This competition was said to be a struggle against one's inner sins and darkness, but is it really that easy? Even knowing the truth of repentance, could it be that this copy knew so much information from the beginning? Mind reading? Impossible, right? If such a heaven-defying ability really existed, it would be impossible to clear the level. Chen Hao did not say more, but instead stretched out his hand, and a black, manifested firearm slowly emerged in his palm. The gun's shape was smooth and deadly, as if it emanated a faint ghostly light, resembling the sharpest fangs of a hunter. Qin Lang saw the gun and thought it was similar to his spirit bullet ability. However, one obvious difference was that Chen Hao's gun bullets seemed to be specialized and could not depend on one's own mental power as a source. This is the reward I obtained from the copy. A-grade silver bullets. Even a B-grade vampire duke can be killed with one shot. I guarantee this guy won't have a chance to speak. Chen Hao's lips curled slightly, his fingers rubbing the gun's body, his tone cold. The moment it appears, I'll make sure it doesn't even have time to open its mouth. The air seemed to be filled with a chilling atmosphere. Everyone watched as he walked to the duel stage, hoping the next battle would go smoothly. The mud monster began to squirm again, its surface seeming to tremble with countless tiny tentacles, like some ominous being hatching. However, Chen Hao did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and fired a shot. Bang! The bullet, with the howl of breaking through the air, accurately shot toward the mud mass. However, the bullet that should have pierced through the enemy instantly strangely halted in mid-air, as if caught in an invisible barrier. Immediately after, the bullet slowly dissolved into the air, not even causing the slightest ripple. Chen Hao's expression slightly changed, his brows furrowing tightly. This weapon of his could kill even an A-grade anomaly with a single blow. How could it be ineffective? In the moment he was dazed, the mud monster quickly condensed, its surface shaping as if molded by invisible hands, gradually forming a human figure. 1 second, 2 seconds. When the figure fully formed and revealed its features, Chen Hao's pupils constricted sharply, a look of unprecedented shock and fear appearing on his face. Standing before him was a man with deep knife scars on his face. The man was burly, wearing a worn-out worker uniform. His features were not particularly special, but that face seemed to carry a heavy shadow that suffocated the air. Chen Hao's hand actually trembled slightly. Chen Hao. Han Zhuoran, seeing this, could not help but shout anxiously, "What are you afraid of? That guy didn't turn into your wife, just act." Chen Hao did not respond, his whole being felt as if something had tightened around his throat, and even his breathing unconsciously became rapid. At that moment, standing beside, Qin Lang slightly squinted his eyes, his gaze falling on the man, calmly saying, "No need to ask. I estimate that person is the driver who caused his wife to become paralyzed back then." Han Zhuoran was taken aback, then suddenly turned to Qin Lang, saying, "How do you know?" Qin Lang's eyes were calm, slowly scanning the surroundings, firmly stating, "Have you noticed that the rooms we've gone through are actually connected? They are like a complete screening system, each link has its meaning." Everyone listened with confusion, and Han Zhuoran frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Qin Lang raised his hand and pointed around, continuing to explain, "First, this instance will let us see the object of our own remorse, which is the person we fear facing the most. Next, it will use these people to judge what unforgivable sins we have committed. Moving on, there's the confession session. We must tell our stories in the confession, whether voluntarily or under pressure. As long as we speak up, it equals exposing our past. As he said this, his gaze fiercely scanned the expressionless driver standing still, continuing, and the most terrifying part of this instance is that it will create the so-called monster based on your own story and your true inner thoughts. Qin Wanqing felt her scalp tingle, instinctively taking a step back, swallowing hard and asking, "You mean, the emergence of this monster is not random, but tailored to the story in Qin Hao's heart that he fears people knowing the most, the one with the strongest guilt?" Qin Lang slightly nodded, his tone incredibly certain. "Exactly." Han Zhuoran seemed to understand a bit, but still frowned. "But, in Qin Hao's story, the characters involved could only be him and his wife, right? Why did the monster turn into that driver?" Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Very simple. Because without this driver, Qin Hao's wife wouldn't be paralyzed. Don't you understand yet?" As soon as this sentence came out, everyone exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran seemed to understand something, but dared not say it easily. An oppressive silence filled the air. Everyone couldn't help but look again at the driver, while at this moment, Qin Hao's face had turned as pale as could be, his fists clenched tight, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Qin Wanqing stared at Qin Hao, her expression confused. No, if this driver really harmed his wife, Qin Hao should be angry. Why is he so scared instead? Qin Lang scoffed softly and began to speak slowly. He is definitely not afraid of that driver, but rather, he feels guilty. If it were an accident, he should be angry. But what if this driver was instructed by him to crash into his wife? Everyone was shocked. Qin Lang's eyes were keen, watching Qin Hao's changing expression, slowly saying, "The reason he is so afraid is not just because this driver simply crashed into his wife, but because he must know this driver. To put it plainly, they planned that car accident together." This sentence made the air in the room seem to freeze for a moment. Han Zhuoran frowned. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang sighed lightly, but his tone was exceptionally certain. Qin Hao indeed has a paralyzed wife, but he came to this instance, surely not for his wife, but for other reasons. Qin Wanqing gasped, suddenly looking at Qin Hao. "So, he is not afraid of the monster, but afraid of his wrongdoings being exposed?" Chapter 112, Cannot Lose Again. At this moment, Qin Hao's face completely sank. But he said nothing. After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly raised his gun, aiming at the driver. "It's fake, all fake. I'm not afraid of you." Bang! 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 The gunshots suddenly rang out. The flames flickered in the dim room, and the bullet hit the driver with pinpoint accuracy. But strangely, the driver didn't even sway. The bullet seemed to hit a puddle of dead water, having no effect at all. Qin Hao's eyes widened, and veins popped on his forehead, clearly realizing something was wrong. "How is that possible?" he whispered, then suddenly pulled the trigger again. Bang bang bang. Bullets kept pouring out, the gun barrel even heating up slightly, but that driver remained unmoved, not even a single bullet hole on him. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Hao's cheeks, his fingers began to tremble, and he finally panicked. "Damn it!" He cursed softly, suddenly threw away the gun, and rushed forward to fight in close combat. The driver spoke. "You just never change, right? Want to kill in silence?" Qin Hao shouted loudly, "That's not my fault. It was you who hit her." However, the driver standing there slowly curled his lips into a cold smirk, his tone extremely mocking. "Heh! You didn't say that when you hired me." Qin Hao's body suddenly stiffened, his pupils constricting. Han Zhuoran and Qin Wanqing both gasped in disbelief, looking at Qin Lang. Is he really the driver hired by Qin Hao? How did Qin Lang guess right again? At that moment, Qin Hao's expression twisted completely, gritting his teeth and staring fiercely at the driver, his eyes filled with madness. He suddenly shouted, "You are talking nonsense." "Nonsense. I love my wife. Otherwise, how could I take care of her and keep her alive?" As soon as this was said, everyone in the room felt a shock, a vague chill creeping up their spines. The driver curled his lips into a cold smile, his eyes sharp as blades, piercing deeply into Qin Hao's inner wounds. "Don't you know the reason you kept her alive yourself?" His voice was cold, as if carrying a strange echo, lingering in the room. Qin Hao's expression twisted instantly, his eyes flickering, his teeth grinding audibly, but he remained silent. The driver slowly took a step forward and continued, "You kept her not because you love her, but because you want to take revenge on her." Qin Hao's pupils shrank sharply, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. "The reason you kept her alive is to make her live in pain for the rest of her life, to let her know how ridiculous her past mistakes were, so ridiculous that death is a luxury." The driver's words were like blades, slicing open Qin Hao's disguise bit by bit. "Because when you were obscure, your wife had an affair and treated you like a dog, exploiting the fact that you were afraid to divorce her. Then you accidentally cleared the scenario, gained unbelievable power and status, and turned your life around. You thought you finally grasped your own life, that you became the main character. Everything you've done so far is to take revenge on her." The room was deathly silent. Han Zhuoran and the others were stunned, their expressions shifting from astonishment to disbelief. Sulina couldn't help but gasp, her face pale. No, that's not it. Lu Hao murmured, shaking his head, absolutely not. But the driver continued to stare at Chen Hao, pressing closer, his tone chillingly added. As for why you entered this scenario, it was completely because you were commissioned by someone. What you've done is not for your wife at all. This sentence was like a heavy hammer, smashing into Chen Hao's mind, making him completely collapse. Shut up! Chen Hao roared like a madman, completely losing his rationality. His eyes bloodshot, filled with madness, he suddenly charged at the driver. Chen Hao let out a beast-like roar, his fist filled with rage smashing towards the driver's face. At the same time, he raised his gun, ready to aim again to pierce through this bizarre sight. Just at the moment he struck, the driver suddenly opened his mouth. It was not an ordinary mouth, but a pitch-black, deep abyss of a giant mouth that could devour everything. Vroom. The air seemed to be sucked into that gaping chasm, and the enormous pull instantly enveloped Chen Hao's entire body. His movements froze. Ah ah ah. His screams echoed throughout the room, but just a few seconds later, his voice abruptly stopped. Chen Hao completely vanished. All that remained in the room was his abandoned weapon, falling to the ground with a soft clatter. The clump of mud transformed again, turning into a puddle of dirt on the floor. Su Lina's face instantly drained of color, her whole body collapsed onto the floor, her legs unable to support her. She clung tightly to Shen Wanqing, trembling uncontrollably, her lips quivering so much she couldn't form a complete sentence. Han Zhuoran's face turned an extreme shade of pale, cold sweat beating on his forehead, his lips pressed into a straight line. What exactly is this thing? His voice was hoarse, tinged with unmistakable fear. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his brow tightly furrowed, his gaze solemnly sweeping across the entire room as he slowly spoke. The way this thing operates is too strange. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes, as if he had already sensed something was amiss. Why can it know the deepest confessions of each person's heart? Why can it not only understand surface sins but also expose those secrets even we are reluctant to admit? Such a power is too terrifying, isn't it? A strange feeling of oppression filled the air, and everyone held their breath, as if their hearts were gripped by an invisible hand, making even a slight breath difficult. The bullman's gaze drifted among the crowd, the heavy atmosphere wafting in the air. He asked lightly, "Next, who will go?" The room fell into complete silence. Everyone stared at the writhing lump of mud monster, their eyes filled with vigilance and anxiety. It had just devoured Chen Hao, and the room still retained that suffocating sense of pressure, as if it would be their turn the next second. Qin Lang did not answer immediately but slowly surveyed the crowd, his expression deep like water. He knew that if they lost 2 more rounds, it would be over. We need to discuss this further. Qin Lang spoke softly. The bullman chuckled coldly, "Feel free." Once the people gathered around, Qin Lang finally spoke. "I have a plan, though it's extremely dangerous, but it's worth a try." Chapter 113, The Experiment. Qin Lang's voice was lowered to an extreme, his eyes revealing an elusive meaning. He slightly turned to the side, waved to a few people, signaling them to come closer, and then spoke quickly in a volume barely audible to them. "Listen up, I have this hypothesis." The moment his words fell, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. "Do you have any basis for this? And what do you mean by experiment?" Han Zhuoran's pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Qin Lang, his anger barely contained. Qin Lang replied, "I don't know, so let's have someone test if my method works." Han Zhuoran directly rejected, "You're joking with everyone's lives." He grabbed Qin Lang's arm, his knuckles turning white from the force, his gaze sharp as a knife. Su Lina even stepped back in fear, her face filled with terror. "What if it's like you said? Wouldn't we die for nothing?" Shen Wanqing's lips trembled slightly, though she didn't voice her disagreement, her eyes reflected deep concern. However, Qin Lang looked at them very calmly, with a deep gaze carrying a hint of cold light. Qin Lang said, "This is the only way. If you don't listen, you'll just die faster." Shen Wanqing looked at Qin Lang, "So, what you mean is? Must one of us go and die? If your guess is wrong, we could end up completely wiped out." Qin Lang said, "That's right. You guys discuss who will go. Actually, it's not certain that you will die, it's more like a 50-50 chance. But if we don't use this method, we will definitely die trapped here." Li Jiheng glared at him, "Then why don't you go? Why make us go to our deaths?" Qin Lang answered straightforwardly, "If I go, I will definitely not lose. It won't have any reference significance. But what good is it if I don't lose? You all have to win for us to leave here. So we must figure this out." The other several people looked at each other. Yi Zi stepped forward, "Then I will go. I am willing to take this risk." Beside her, Su Mubai frowned and asked Qin Lang, "Qin Lang, how about I go help Yi Zi? She might struggle with B-level weirdness alone." Yi Zi spoke up, "Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness, but this time it's not necessary. I am much stronger now, and I worry it might affect Qin Lang's plan." Qin Lang also nodded. That's right, this time it's about seeing if the opponent really has any mind-reading skills. If you possess yourself, it will affect the experiment's results. In any case, Yi Zi, just do as I say. If there really is danger, Miss Su can help you later. Yi Zi nodded, thank you all. Then she took a deep breath and said, with your words, Qin Lang, I feel that even if I die this time, it doesn't matter. After saying that, she took out her paper fan and started to walk onto the stage. Niao Niao smiled slightly, then snapped his fingers, signaling the new round of confrontation to start. The mud creature writhed, its form like a bubbling black sludge, constantly rolling, squeezing, and shaping. It was as if invisible hands were manipulating it, molding the chaotic mud flow into a fixed shape. Yi Zi kept her eyes fixed on it. Gradually, a distorted yet familiar face emerged from the mud, followed by features, torso, and limbs. Yi Zi's pupils suddenly contracted, her heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly by someone. It was him. The teammate who had been betrayed by her before. Her breathing became uncontrollably disordered, fingertips cold, hairs standing on end, as if she had been pulled back to that dark night in an instant. Lu Jia. The Lu Jia before her wore the gear they had when they carried out missions, even the scar from an old injury was faithfully restored. It was just that his face bore an indescribable emotion, eyes deep, firmly locked onto Yi Zi. Yi Zi. A deep, hoarse voice came from Lu Jia's mouth, carrying an unutterable pain and resentment. Why did you abandon me back then? Yi Zi's steps froze instantly, instinctively taking half a step back, her palms slightly sweaty. Images of the unwilling memories surged in her mind. In that moment, Yi Zi understood why Zhao Mingxian and Chen Hao had been so panicked, even ending up dead from losing control. The dummy made from the mud creature was even more real than a living person. Facing someone she knew was long dead, and one who she felt guilty towards, combined with this crushing environment, it was hard not to waver. The doubt in her heart made Yi Zi's once resolute inner self and defense slightly waver. Lu Jia continued to move forward, still wearing a strange smile on his face. At that moment, Yi Zi caught a glimpse of Qin Lang out of the corner of her eye. Qin Lang stood quietly not far away, his gaze steady as iron. Qin Lang said, "Do not be afraid." These three words made Yi Zi's heart suddenly tremble, as if a strong force pulled her back to reality. Her expression gradually calmed, fingertips slightly tightening, and the corners of her lips curling into a cold arc. She stared directly at the mud creature transforming into Lu Jia. Taking a deep breath, she calmly and firmly asked, "Do you remember the time you drugged me?" This sentence was like a bomb exploding in the silent space. The expression of the mud monster suddenly froze. Lu Jia's mouth slightly opened, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes, clearly not expecting Yi Zi to say this. The hatred and pain on his face instantly came to a halt. "What did you say?" Lu Jia's throat slightly moved, as if wanting to argue, but after several seconds, he found himself speechless. Yi Zi's gaze grew colder, she stepped closer, her eyes sharp like knives, as if to completely peel off his disguise. "Why aren't you speaking?" Her voice was low, yet carried a compelling pressure, "Don't you remember? Back then, you intentionally drugged me before we set off to turn me into your woman. Luckily, the captain discovered it in time. The reason I let the monster attack you was also because of this. I wanted you to be punished. Though this punishment was heavier than I thought, I never expected I couldn't save you." The air felt suspended, everyone's breath quickened. Lu Jia spoke again, "Then you shouldn't have abandoned me like that." Yi Zi suddenly laughed, "You slipped up. Lu Jia never drugged me. You truly do not possess mind-reading abilities." Chapter 114, No Mind Reading. The expression on Lu Jia, transformed from the mud monster, began to twist with anger, panic, and struggle. That panic of being exposed eventually turned into an exceptionally complex expression. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes were no longer firm but became evasive, even with a hint of fear. A strange silence spread between the two. The human bull frowned slightly. His gaze locked onto Qin Lang tightly, his pupils slightly contracting. As expected. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone sure, "The so-called mind-reading ability and any knowledge of true evil do not exist." The human bull frowned, his eyes wavering slightly. Qin Lang ignored his reaction and continued, "These monsters can shape those people from our confessions, even mimicking their tone, habits, and logic to perfection. But it's not because they can truly penetrate our hearts. They are like AI, programmed and input with specific information." Han Zhuoran nodded, "I understand. The consciousness of these mud monsters does not come from our true memories of the past but from real existing information and intelligence." In an instant, everyone's hearts trembled. The human bull's pupils shrank, still a bit unconvinced. Su Lina asked doubtfully, "I still don't quite understand." Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as a knife. "It's simple. The system of the copy must have somehow grasped intelligence about each of us in advance. That's how these mud monsters could replicate those we are unwilling to face deep in our hearts. What they know is indeed terrifying and can strike at our deepest pain, even revealing some facts we are unwilling to acknowledge. But He paused, the smile on his lips deepening. They are ultimately not real people, nor do they truly possess all of our secrets. Take that Lucia from just now, for example. It indeed revealed Yizi's past she did not want to face, knowing that Lucia had once been abandoned, knowing Yizi had always carried guilt. But it does not know all the details of Yizi's relationship with Lucia. His tone gradually deepened, each word like a heavy hammer, striking powerfully at the human bull's heart. The human bull's expression completely darkened. So? Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone calm but with a hint of mockery. These mud monsters seem to know everything, but they actually lack. It's incomplete. They are just piecing together scattered information to make themselves appear like a person. The bull person stared at him fiercely, silent for 2 seconds, then snorted coldly. So what? You always knew they were fake, but what's the result? You still lost, didn't you? His tone carried a hint of sarcasm, his gaze swept over Yizi, over Sulina, and finally landed on Qin Lang. This has nothing to do with truth or falsehood. The bull person scoffed. Emotion is something that cannot defy instinct. When you face them, you still feel fear, still feel guilt, still bound by your past mistakes. This has never changed. Qin Lang quietly looked at the bull person, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. You. He gently shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of pity and mockery. You really don't understand human emotions at all. This sentence made the bull person's eyes suddenly narrow. Qin Lang stood in the dim light and shadow, hands in his pockets, calm and composed, as if he had seen through everything. Human emotions are not just fear, regret, and guilt. You think they can only become our weaknesses, but in fact, they are also our strengths. Soon, you will understand. The bull person's breath slightly stalled, fists clenched, his expression gradually darkening. The air around them seemed to grow heavy. Yizi launched an attack without hesitation. Countless white scraps of paper suddenly floated in the air, sweeping away like a storm, casting shattered shadows in the dark space. Each piece of paper was like a sharp blade, slicing through the mudball monster's body and splattering dark debris everywhere. Though it didn't fall immediately, its movements clearly slowed down, even showing some hesitation. The bull person, standing on the side and watching the battle, had a change in his expression, frowning. What's going on? He could see that Yizi's fighting power was actually increasing constantly, and her battle enthusiasm was particularly high. However, Qin Lang's expression remained calm, the corners of his mouth even lifting slightly, holding a meaningful smile. The reason people feel regret is that they care. Zhao Mingxian fears his colleague Li Ming because he once treated Li Ming as his best friend. Chen Hao fears the driver not because he fears death, but because he still holds regret towards his wife. Even though he hurt her, deep down, he still cares. Yizi is the same, she cares about the teammate she once caused to die. Qin Lang paused, his gaze landing on Yizi fighting desperately on the field. Her figure was as fast as a fleeting shadow, her hands continuously scattering deadly scraps of paper. With every swing, the mudball monster was steadily pushed back. Her movements were no longer hesitant, nor filled with fear. Instead, they were replaced by a complete awakening, a calm yet fiery anger. Qin Lang let out a light laugh, his gaze sharp as a blade. When she finally understands you are just toying with her emotions, piecing together a cheap illusion with broken memories, attempting to manipulate her with superficial information, what do you think a truly normal person would do? The bull person was slightly taken aback. Qin Lang's smile deepened, his tone low yet filled with power, hatred and anger. At that moment, Yizi's attacks became even more frenzied. Her scraps of paper flew faster than ever, each wave of her hand seeming to stir up a hurricane in the air, those sharp paper blades cutting through the mudball monster's surface, leaving countless deep cracks. The mudball monster was not to be outdone, starting a frenzied counterattack, trying to bind her with its huge tentacles, but it could no longer gain the upper hand. At that moment, Yizi seemed to have completely broken free from the shackles of her spirit, her body moving so fast it was hard to keep up with. Every dodge is perfectly timed, every attack is merciless, even filled with overwhelming rage. You are not Lucia, you know nothing. Yizi is no longer afraid, nor does she hesitate, for she has understood everything before her. She will not let the guilt of the past bind her, nor will she let pointless regrets influence her fight. She must win. The mud monster reveals its true form, becoming incredibly swollen and massive, and begins to deliver a fatal blow to Yizi. Sumubai calls out loudly, "Oh no!" Chapter 115, True Repentance. Sumubai slightly furrows her brow, looking at Yizi in the fierce battle. Her hand has quietly clenched into a fist, and she looks at Qin Lang asking, "How about I go help?" Qin Lang only smiles gently, his tone assured, "No need, Yizi can do it." As soon as he finishes speaking, the situation on the battlefield changes dramatically. Yizi suddenly unfurls her paper fan, sharp paper pieces pour out like a storm, instantly sweeping the entire battlefield. Countless paper pieces swirl and fly, forming a silvery vortex that firmly traps the mud monster within. The monster struggles to break through this encirclement, but the more it struggles, the harsher the slicing of the paper becomes, tearing its body and bringing up waves of dark mud. The mud monster emits a piercing wail, but Yizi's expression remains incredibly calm. It's over. She suddenly waves the paper fan, all the paper pieces rapidly shrink towards the center, like a giant net closing in, completely engulfing the monster. In an instant, a dazzling white light bursts forth in the arena, followed by the complete disappearance of the mud monster's figure. After a brief silence, the arena erupts into cheers of surprise. We won! Hanjuo Ran's eyes widen in disbelief as he watches this scene. Su Lina is so excited that she nearly jumps up. Su Mubai's lips curve into a slight smile, her eyes holding a hint of approval. However, the worst expression is that of the bullman. Its gaze is dark, fists clenched tightly together, muscles in its body trembling slightly with rage. Yizi slowly retrieves her paper fan, takes a deep breath, then turns to Qin Lang, her gaze and expression relaxed. Qin Lang, thank you. Her voice carries a hint of complexity, but more as firmness. I feel stronger than before. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang smiles slightly. I told you, this plan is very risky. You surviving is all because of yourself. He initially was not sure if this monster or the copy system could truly read everything in each person's heart. If that is the case, the difficulty of this level would be extremely high. Because if there really is a mind-reading ability, then the humanoid form of the mud monster would be terrifying, able to continuously state many true pieces of information, disturbing people's hearts. He himself is fine, but others may not be able to endure it. Qin Lang has now raised his head, looking at the bullman opposite him, the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually fading, and his gaze becomes sharp. So, do you want to compete again? The bullman's face darkens to an extreme, but it does not panic too much because of Yizi's victory. Instead, it coldly stares at Qin Lang, the corner of its mouth curling up with an undefined smile. No need to compete anymore. Its voice is deep, speaking slowly, because your opponent is already gone. That mud monster has disappeared, and the secret of this level has been figured out by Qin Lang. Indeed, there is no need to compete further. The bullman continued, Qin Lang, you and the person I spoke to are right, it is indeed too difficult. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Hanjuo Ran even frowned, looking at Qin Lang in confusion. Could it be that these administrators have a grudge against Qin Lang? However, the bullman did not mind their confusion and continued, but, Qin Lang, do you think you can win just like this? What if you discovered the trick? You just found the so-called secret, but from beginning to end, you never truly repented or faced it. The rules and theme of Silent Hill are all about repentance. So, you can't escape. Qin Lang paused slightly upon hearing this, then revealed a faint smile. He gently scoffed, seemingly unconcerned by the warning from the bullman, and turned to leave. Han Zhuoran looked at his departing figure with a puzzled expression and couldn't help frowning as he asked, wait, this isn't right? If killing the monsters could end it, then we few remaining wouldn't have to compete at all? But this doesn't follow the bullman's rules, right? Could it be that everything he said was a lie? His words echoed the doubts in everyone's hearts, and they silently looked at Qin Lang, seemingly waiting for his explanation. Qin Lang stopped in his tracks, glanced at them, the smile at the corner of his mouth still faint, but his eyes had turned colder. Haven't figured it out yet? Every room here, from the very beginning, is not meant for us to pass, but for us to die. If we can't die, then we'd be better off leaving. Han Zhuoran shivered, eyes wide in disbelief. Qin Lang continued, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, the repentance in Silent Hill is very simple, yet very bloody. It has to be like Zhao Mingxian, dying after facing the mistakes he has made, only then can redemption be considered complete. He scanned the room, sweeping over the shadows faintly emerging, and the cold smile deepened on his face. So, no matter how grandly packaged on the surface, all the rules are just smoke and mirrors. The real purpose is to leave us with no way out, ultimately leading us to death. All the rooms here essentially want us to struggle to die. Once we discover the real purpose of the tests and the key point, all the tests will end. The air seemed to freeze instantly, everyone shuddered, a feeling of indescribable coldness rising in their hearts. Then, what do we do next? Su Lina's voice trembled slightly. If dying is the only true repentance, do they really have to die next? Qin Lang calmly gazed at the bullman, asking, how many more rooms must we pass through to return to the surface of Silent Hill? The bullman grinned, his tone carrying a hint of meaning. I just said, the theme of Silent Hill is repentance. So, even if you really return to the surface now, it would be of no use. Qin Lang was not surprised by this answer. Then what about the church? In his understanding of Silent Hill, someone did indeed stay forever. Even if they went out, it didn't guarantee they could escape. The bullman's smile froze for a moment, then returned to his indifferent demeanor, shrugging, you're quite smart, knowing the church is the key. Actually, you've already reached the church. We are already in the church? Han Zhuoran was stunned. To be precise, you have been underneath the church all along. The bullman said, given how hard you have worked, I'll give you a hint. Once you reach above the church, you will know the truth of Silent Hill, and you will know the way to pass. Everyone's hearts tightened, a wave of unease spreading through the air. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, then asked again, what about the hidden task? How can we achieve it? The bullman tilted his head, a smile tinged with mockery. Go find it yourself. As long as you can find a basement, you'll know the content of the hidden task. However, the requirements to complete this hidden task are very harsh, even harder than passing the main task. The bullman stopped speaking and simply looked at Qin Lang, his eyes seeming to expect something. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes. This is exactly what the female horse said. Where is that so-called underground room? Qin Lang and the others stepped out of the heavy door, and the air outside seemed even colder than before, filled with an unsettling dampness. In front of them was a narrow corridor, at the end of which branched into two paths, and above the intersection hung an old wooden sign, its words faded but still legible. The sign on the left read, survival rate 60%, but farther from the exit. The sign on the right read, survival rate 10%, but closer to the exit. The air stagnated for a moment, and everyone's gaze was fixed on this sign. Left. Li Zhiheng spoke almost without hesitation, his tone firm. It's a bit farther, but at least the survival rate is higher. Right, I think so too. Su Lina nodded quickly. The situation is already dangerous enough, we shouldn't risk our lives. However, Qin Lang only glanced at the sign, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, and spoke coldly, I want to go right. Everyone was stunned. Li Zhiheng frowned. Are you crazy? The survival rate is only 10%. Survival rate? Qin Lang scoffed lightly, his gaze calmly sweeping over them. Haven't you noticed? These numbers are meaningless. Li Zhiheng's expression changed, gritting his teeth. What do you mean by that? This is not a place where you can survive by probabilities. Qin Lang's tone was calm, but filled with undeniable certainty. No matter which path we choose, there are only two outcomes, life or death. In other words, the probability of surviving is always 50%. And the indicated survival rate is just a trap to mislead us. What gives you the right to say that? Li Zhiheng obviously did not believe it. Qin Lang did not answer. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself, I don't need to explain much. In any case, I choose the closer right path. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. I'm going with Qin Lang. Xin Wanqing was the first to voice her decision, her voice steady. The previous challenges could only barely be passed with Qin Lang's help, and now she chose to continue trusting him. Han Zhuoran hesitated for a moment but nodded and said, I'll go too. You too. Li Zhiheng's face turned extremely dark as he glared at them. You're simply crazy. Qin Lang smiled slightly, coldly saying, if that's the case, you can take your own path. The air seemed to freeze, the tension at the crossroads thick enough to drip water. Li Zhiheng clenched his fists tightly, and Su Lina's face was filled with hesitation, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and softly said, Li go, let's go. Li Zhiheng glared at Qin Lang fiercely, then suddenly turned around and walked towards the left passage. Qin Lang did not look back at them but stepped into the right path leading into the unknown depth. Xin Wanqing and Han Zhuoran followed closely behind. Qin Lang and the others slowly moved along the dim corridor, the floor beneath them giving off a faint feeling of damp decay, as though it could collapse at any moment. A strange odor filled the air, reminiscent of old, moldy book pages and a hint of decaying flesh. Muddled, faded shadows occasionally flickered on the walls, as if there were unseen eyes secretly watching their every move. They didn't know how long they had walked when suddenly, an old iron door appeared in front of them, without any signs, handles, only a slight crack that seemed to be waiting for their arrival. Qin Lang, leading the way, pushed the door open without hesitation. The room was surprisingly spacious, with grayish walls and no windows, a bare incandescent bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting a yellowish light, making one feel enveloped in an eerie silence. In the center of the room stood a tall figure silently. It was a man, but without a face. His skin was smooth without a single flaw, the front of his head was a featureless flatness, without eyes. No nose, no mouth, and even no ears. At the moment he saw it, Han Zhuoran only felt an indescribable discomfort. Even when he saw the human cow and the human snake before, he had never felt such disgust. However, the next second, the faceless man let out a laugh, despite having no mouth at all. Welcome, everyone. The faceless man's voice seemed to echo directly in everyone's minds, gentle yet filled with a chilling eeriness. I am the administrator of this room, you can call me the faceless man. I know you have already been calling me that in your hearts. Xin Wanqing's fingers instinctively tightened, and Han Zhuoran also frowned, clearly feeling uneasy about this creature. The faceless man tilted his head slightly, seeming satisfied with everyone's reaction, then continued in a tone that was somewhat cheerful, Congratulations on arriving here. The next challenge is probably the simplest in all of Silent Hill. He paused slightly. This challenge isn't complicated, you can pass it just by relying on luck. The air fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang squinted, looking at him with a half-smile. Oh, really, such a good thing? The faceless man lightly clapped his hands. The lights in the room flickered slightly, then shone a cold, white light that completely illuminated the floor ahead. Everyone followed the light and saw that the space before them was actually a narrow long bridge floating in darkness, made up of square glass pieces, with 2 glass panels side by side in each row, stretching out 10 rows in total, leading to the other end in the distance. However, beneath the glass was not a solid ground but an endless dark abyss. The faceless man slowly raised a slender hand and said in a calm tone, "This is your next test, jumping on glass." Qin Lang's gaze slightly tightened, without speaking. Jumping on glass? Why does this challenge feel so familiar? The rules are very simple. The faceless man spoke in a measured tone. On the glass bridge ahead, each row has 2 glass panels, one of which is real and can bear a person's weight. The other is fake. Stepping on it will cause you to fall directly into the abyss. In a moment, you will take turns walking across. As long as you reach the end, you win. After hearing the rules, Han Zhuoran's face instantly turned pale, and his throat moved slightly as if something was stuck in his throat, but he couldn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 117, Luck. The faceless man paused here, as if purposely allowing everyone to digest the information. In other words, each time, you can only choose one of the 2 glass panels to step on. If you choose correctly, you can keep going. If you choose wrong, you will forever sink into darkness. Of course, you can discuss slowly, decide who goes first, or use other methods to test the correct path. By the way, please do not use any skills or tools. The consequences will be very serious if discovered. Alright, let's start. I look forward to your performance. The faceless man had no facial features, but everyone could sense it was grinning wickedly at Qin Lang and the others. The air suddenly became incredibly heavy. Relying on luck? Shen Wanqing frowned, muttering softly, "This is not a test at all, but a death trap. This is a challenge that risks lives." Han Zhuoran finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily at the faceless man, "It's clear that you want us to sacrifice ourselves for the right path. This is not a fair game at all." The faceless man quietly watched them, its smooth skin still blank, with no signs of movement. Qin Lang said, "I just said this instance's core is to make us die in various ways. Where is the fairness in that?" The faceless man replied, "Mr. Qin is very clever." Qin Lang looked at him, "You know me? It seems I'm quite famous among your administrators." The faceless man said, "Of course, your achievements are quite astonishing in the eyes of our administrators, and the female horse speaks highly of you." Qin Lang chuckled, "If that's the case, can you let us go?" "I'm sorry, rules are rules." The faceless man's voice remained cold and calm. "The game has begun. Move or stay, the choice is yours." He slightly waved his hand, making a pleased gesture. "You all can discuss and decide how to move. I won't rush you." The crowd fell into silence. Qin Lang looked at the silent glass bridge ahead, slightly narrowing his eyes, lost in thought. The room was eerily silent, only the sound of the wind softly whirling, constantly wailing in the abyss beneath the glass bridge. Sumubai looked at the glass bridge before her brow furrowing as she said, "Qin Lang, I'm not human. I can use my spirit form to go over and take a look. There must be a difference between the true and false glass." She lifted her foot and took a step forward, her figure slightly glowing in the air. In her spirit form, she should have been unaffected by gravity, able to easily pass through obstacles. However, with a sudden pop, Sumubai's body froze. Ah! Sumubai came to a complete stop, even moving a finger became incredibly difficult. What's going on? Sumubai was stunned for a moment, struggling to raise her arm, but her body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, completely unable to move. Qin Lang's expression darkened as he instantly sensed something. His gaze slowly turned to the faceless man, who stood leisurely nearby, holding a dark red talisman between his fingers. The strange patterns on the talisman seemed alive, writhing constantly and emitting a special wave that suppressed spirit forms. The faceless man slightly tilted his head, his tone flat, "Cheating is not allowed here." After saying this, the faceless man tightened his fingers slightly, the red light of the talisman becoming even more intense, and Sumubai's figure momentarily flickered. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Sumubai cried out in pain. Yi Zi shouted, "Miss Su! Let her go!" Qin Lang stared at the faceless man. The faceless man did not respond immediately but slowly tightened his fingers, as if waiting for Qin Lang's next reaction. Boom! An invisible aura suddenly expanded, and the air in the entire room grew cold. Qin Lang's eyes were deep as an abyss, standing in place with his body slightly leaning forward, hands in his pockets, seemingly casual but concealing sharpness. "We have no intention to cheat," he slowly said, his voice deep and firm, "but don't push me. This is the last time I say it, let her go." At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. Han Zhuoran and Shen Wanqing both instinctively took a step back, even their breathing paused. The faceless man quietly looked at Qin Lang, his face still expressionless, his smooth skin appearing even more eerie under the dim light. The atmosphere between the two suddenly clashed, the silence lasting for a few seconds, until the faceless man suddenly chuckled lightly and slowly released his fingers. The talisman turned to ash in the wind, and Sumubai immediately felt a lightness in her body, regaining her freedom. Then I will give Mr. Qin a bit of face." The faceless man's voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of mockery. "Please, everyone, follow the rules." Qin Lang stared at him for a moment, retracting his aura, his lips curling slightly into a half-smile. "All right. Qin Lang said, then let's follow the rules. The atmosphere in the room was heavy, everyone stood before the bridge, expressions varied, anxiety and unease filled their hearts. What should we do next? Qin Wanqing asked with a frown, her voice tinged with urgency. Yeah. Han Zhuoran echoed, how do we get across the glass? If it all depends on luck, then we simply can't get across. Yizi also looked up at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with hope. However, Qin Lang slowly turned his head back, scanning the crowd, his lips curling slightly. With a hint of an elusive smile. I know the way to get through, he said slowly. Everyone was stunned, and then their eyes lit up. Then hurry up and tell us. Han Zhuoran couldn't help but urge. But Qin Lang spoke calmly and unhurriedly, his voice deep and meaningful, but before I tell you, you need to answer me a question. The air instantly froze for a moment. What question? Qin Wanqing frowned. Han Zhuoran furrowed his brows, impatiently saying, Qin Lang, don't keep us in suspense. The most important thing right now is how to get through, who has time to dance around. Qin Lang glanced at him, his gaze deep as a canyon, not responding directly but slowly saying, this question is crucial. If you don't answer, I won't tell you how to get through. His voice was calm, but his tone carried an undeniable power. Qin Wanqing looked at him deeply and finally nodded, okay, go ahead and ask. Qin Lang glanced around at everyone, slowly letting out a sentence, who exactly called you to this instance? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. Han Zhuoran's pupils contracted sharply, a hint of unnatural tension appearing on his face, as if his heart had been pricked by something. After a few seconds, he opened his mouth, his voice somewhat stiff, why are you asking this? Chapter 118, Reason. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp as he scanned Qin Wanqing and Han Zhuoran. You both said from the beginning that you were forced to participate in this instance. Qin Lang slowly opened his mouth, his voice low and tinged with scrutiny, so I want to know, who exactly is forcing you? In the room with the snake people, they both claimed they were coerced into participating in this instance. Qin Lang immediately sensed something was off. He had come to the instance to collect another wheel sword, and with other players being forced in, it seemed like someone was sending countless players into this instance from the start. To say there was no conspiracy behind it, he wouldn't believe it even if he died. Han Zhuoran's face slightly changed, his eyes flickering for a moment, instinctively glancing in Qin Wanqing's direction. Qin Wanqing frowned, speaking in a deep voice, is this question important? Qin Lang smiled faintly, his gaze as cold as a sharp blade, of course it's important. If you don't answer, I can't feel at ease. Han Zhuoran seemed uncomfortable, his lips moving slightly but saying nothing. Qin Wanqing's expression was equally complex, as if she was avoiding this question, hesitating to speak. Qin Lang said, if you don't say anything, we can just waste time here. Anyway, I can afford to wait. Qin Wanqing glanced at Qin Lang, then at Han Zhuoran, finally letting out a sigh. Her voice was low and slightly bitter, then let me speak first. Actually, at first, I didn't want to come to this instance. But, someone found me and said if I didn't come. Her voice suddenly tightened, as if recalling something that made her extremely uneasy, they would expose everything I've secretly done to the children. Han Zhuoran's eyes trembled slightly, while Qin Lang's gaze was deeply fixed on Qin Wanqing, seemingly waiting for her to continue. Qin Wanqing's thoughts were pulled back to that night. In the dim room, a window was half open, and the night breeze blew in, carrying a hint of dampness. She had just returned home from work, the house was dark, looking gloomy. As she reached for the light switch, she casually placed her bag on the sofa. However, at the very moment the light came on, she saw someone standing in the living room. That person wore a black coat, with a hood, standing by the window, half of their face hidden in shadow. Qin Wanqing's heart suddenly tightened, and she instinctively took a step back, asking sharply, who are you? The person slowly turned their head, their voice low and cold, Dr. Qin. Don't be nervous, I'm just here to talk to you about a deal. What deal are you talking about? She gritted her teeth, trying to keep her voice steady. The man smiled slightly, took out a USB drive from his pocket, and gently rotated it in his hand. On this, there are secrets you have kept all along. He said, with a hint of playfulness in his tone, if exposed, I guess many people will think differently about you? Qin Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale, her heart clutched harshly. She struggled to suppress her fear and said tightly, what do you really want? The man leaned slightly forward, his eyes deep, it's simple, you just need to participate in a mission. Qin Wanqing's heart raced as she said, I don't want to go to any missions anymore. The mysterious man chuckled, this is a notice, not a request for your opinion. If you don't go, the contents of this USB will leak, and that's just the first step. Qin Wanqing stopped here, and the room fell into a brief silence. Her eyes were somewhat complicated as she looked at Qin Lang, is this okay? I promise, I haven't told a single lie. Qin Lang quietly looked at her, as if confirming the truth of her words. A few seconds later, he nodded slightly, as if accepting her answer. Everyone's gaze turned to Han Zhuoran. Han Zhuoran's lips twitched slightly, his face not looking good, and after a moment of silence, he spoke, "My situation is about the same." His voice was somewhat low, as if trying to recall what had happened then. "That day, I was in the office preparing for a lawsuit," he said, his brow slightly furrowed, memories flashing in his mind. It was already late at night, and he was the only one working overtime in the law firm. The office lights were slightly yellowed, and the documents on the desk were piled up like a small mountain, the computer screen filled with dense case analyses. Han Zhuoran rubbed his temples, sighed wearily, and reached for the now-cold coffee to take a sip. At that moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open a crack. Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up, his brow furrowing. "Who?" His voice held professional vigilance. The door was pushed open, and a man in a black trench coat walked in. The man wore a hood, his face hidden in the shadows, making it impossible to see his features. Han Zhuoran's heart sank, and almost instinctively, he stood up, grabbing a pen from the table, his gaze sharp as he stared at the man. "Who are you? How did you get in?" The man in black slowly walked to the table, casually took out a business card and placed it on the table, his tone calm yet containing an air of refusal. "Lawyer Han, I'm here to give you a special invitation." Han Zhuoran did not reach for the business card, his eyes narrowing slightly. "I don't know you." The man in black let out a soft laugh and said slowly, "This is not a case, but a journey." As he spoke, he took out a letter from his trench coat pocket and placed it in front of Han Zhuoran. The envelope had no sender information, only 4 blood-red characters. "Silent Hill Mission." Han Zhuoran's heart skipped a beat, his gaze slightly sharpening. "What kind of joke is this?" he said coldly. "This mission is so dangerous, you want me to go die?" The man in black gently tapped the table, his tone still calm. "You must go." "Why?" Han Zhuoran sneered. "Just because you casually pull out a letter for me, I have to go?" The man in black suddenly raised his head, his eyes hidden in the shadows of the hood, yet revealing a cold, indifferent light. "Why?" he slowly repeated, then a slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he said, "Because you have no choice." Han Zhuoran's heart jolted, a strange chill creeping up his back. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm. "What if I refuse?" The man in black chuckled lightly, tapping the envelope with his finger. "Then you might find that the things you've been doing behind the scenes can't be hidden anymore." "I know everything." Han Zhuoran's pupils shrank, staring intensely at the stranger before him. He didn't believe this threat, but the other person's tone was so certain it sent chills down his spine. He sensed this was not an empty threat, but something that would truly happen. The man in black said nothing more, just looking at him as if he already knew he would make a choice. At this moment, Qin Lang suddenly interrupted him. "Not right." Chapter 119, again the Tao Association. "You are lying to me." Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes turned cold. "This story you are telling has way too many loopholes." Han Zhuoran's expression changed, forcing himself to stay calm. "What loopholes?" Qin Lang squinted his eyes and slowly said, "You said that black-clothed man suddenly barged into your office and handed you a letter, making you come to this Silent Hill copy, right?" "Yes." Han Zhuoran nodded. Qin Lang sneered, "How ridiculous, since you are a lawyer, don't you know that the dirty things you've done might have left evidence against you? He could use that evidence to threaten Shen Wanqing, but to threaten you, I think that's a bit unlikely, right?" The atmosphere in the room had dropped to freezing point. A cold sweat faintly appeared on Han Zhuoran's forehead. He forced himself to remain calm, but his expression was no longer as natural as before. Qin Lang stared at him, his tone calm but each word sharp. "However, the biggest loophole isn't any of this." Han Zhuoran's fists unconsciously tightened a bit. "You are a lawyer, representing wealthy clients, even helping people to commit perjury and settle cases. Someone like you must have connections with many powerful people, right?" Qin Lang said slowly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Han Zhuoran remained silent, his face slightly pale. Qin Lang scoffed, "But you actually want us to believe that a mysterious stranger, simply through a few threats, made you willingly run to this life and death copy? What about those wealthy backers behind you? Haven't you thought about seeking help? Or, you simply don't dare?" Han Zhuoran's breath quickened for a moment but quickly returned to normal. "Isn't Shen Wanqing the same? She was also threatened, yet she came just the same?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. "Correct, Shen Wanqing's story also has loopholes, but do you know what your biggest problem is?" Han Zhuoran frowned. "What?" Qin Lang's gaze turned icy, slowly saying, "When I pointed out that there were problems with your story, your first reaction was not 'I am not lying, but she is the same.' If you really had a clear conscience, why didn't you directly refute me, but rush to drag someone else down? Isn't this a classic case of not wanting to show one's own guilt?" Han Zhuoran's face completely froze. Others also looked at him, their eyes filled with doubt and inquiry. Han Zhuoran's face drastically changed, sweat sliding down along his temples. His breath quickened, his eyes darting around. I don't know." Han Zhuoran's fingers slightly curled, his joints turning white from excessive force, his lips trembled, seemingly wanting to speak, but forcibly swallowed his words back. Qin Lang continued, you are a lawyer well versed in human nature. Making such a low-level mistake must mean that the person who sought you out put a lot of pressure on you, right? That person is so terrifying that you don't even dare to mention them. What I just said is all true. Han Zhuoran's voice tightened, filled with an uncontrollable fear. Qin Lang, why do you have to push me? Qin Lang quietly looked at him, a faint arc forming at the corner of his mouth, showing no sign of panic. You only told a part of the truth, which does not equal the whole truth. If you don't say, I don't want to consider you a teammate anymore. Next, you better take care of yourself. Qin Lang's words were like a calm and cold alarm bell, ringing in Han Zhuoran's heart. Han Zhuoran's breath suddenly stopped, his throat rolling up and down. His eyes instantly became more flustered. He clenched his fists, as if engaged in a fierce mental struggle. A faint hint of painful struggle surfaced on his face. I can't say. Please don't force me, okay? Han Zhuoran suddenly roared, his voice hoarse, as if he was desperately suppressing some terrifying emotion. He shook his head violently, his eyes carrying a plea, if I slip up, I'll die. The room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's gaze was focused on Han Zhuoran, and Qin Lang furrowed her brows tightly. Yi Zi seemed to have guessed something, an uneasy expression appearing on her face. Qin Lang remained calm and indifferent. He asked lightly, could it be that the people from the No Way Association are looking for you? As soon as these words came out, Han Zhuoran's body suddenly shook. His pupils contracted sharply, the color drained from his face in an instant, and he stood there as if struck by lightning. Something seemed to be stuck in his throat, preventing him from making a sound. He wanted to deny it, but his expression had completely betrayed him, shock, fear, struggle, and even a touch of helpless despair. The air in the room seemed to instantly solidify. Everyone's heartbeat seemed to slow down a beat, quietly waiting for Han Zhuoran's response. Han Zhuoran's lips trembled, cold sweat sliding down his forehead, his breathing rapid, and his fists clenched tightly as if letting go would shatter him. As soon as the words No Way Association were uttered, the atmosphere in the room became heavy, as if the air had thickened, making it hard to breathe. Even the expressionless faceless man turned towards them. The No Way Association, a terrifying organization that hunts players in the dungeons to seize treasures, is something that basically every seasoned player fears. Han Zhuoran closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if he had made a certain decision, and slowly nodded. Yes, it's them. All eyes fell on Han Zhuoran, their gazes varied. Qin Lang's brows furrowed tightly, seemingly pondering something. Li Zhiheng subconsciously stepped back a step, as if afraid of being caught in some uncontrollable whirlpool. You encountered the No Way Association? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard. I didn't know at first. But I found my sponsor to investigate. As Qin Lang said, those people indeed came from the No Way Association. At that moment, my sponsor was about to give up on me, and I had no choice. Qin Lang did not show any surprise, nor was he angry, and even his expression did not change. Those bastards from the No Way Association. A faint cold smile curved the corner of Qin Lang's mouth, but the smile had no warmth, instead it made one feel like they had fallen into an ice cavern. I had a feeling something was off. Qin Lang slowly said, his tone calm, as if stating an established fact, from the very first dungeon, you almost got me killed. It turns out, someone has always been manipulating things behind the scenes. His gaze swept over Han Zhuoran and slowly passed over everyone in the room, as if judging whether they were trustworthy. Now I understand, those who are manipulating things behind the scenes are the No Way Association. Chapter 120, this time, wipe them out. As these 4 words fell, everyone's hearts tightened suddenly. Su Lina gasped, Qin Lang's expression was complex, and Li Zhiheng was already sweating nervously. As for Han Zhuoran, he looked as if someone had grasped his throat, his face was pale, his lips trembled, wanting to say something but unable to speak. Qin Lang ignored them, he chuckled softly, his voice deep and cold, interesting, it seems the people from the No Way Association haven't given up on me yet. Not just this dungeon, they haven't spared me in those previous dungeons either. Han Zhuoran and the others stared at Qin Lang in unison. Have you had a run-in with the No Way Association? Qin Lang said nothing, as the tension in the room thickened. Qin Lang and the conflict with the Wudao Association had long been established. Ling Long, a member of the Wudao Association, was the woman who had tried to kill Qin Lang in the previous Fengmen village instance, and she ultimately died at his hands. Han Zhuoran's face grew increasingly gloomy, sweat trickling down his temples. He instinctively took a step back, as if fearing that Qin Lang would suddenly attack him. But Qin Lang merely looked at him quietly, his gaze indifferent. So? I can only repay in kind. Qin Lang slowly exhaled, his voice deep yet imbued with an irresistible sense of pressure. This time, I will unearth the foundations of the Wudao Association and completely wipe them out. It was as if an invisible intent to kill exploded in the room, causing everyone to tense up, even their breathing became cautious. This was the first time Yi Zi had seen such a look on Qin Lang's face. Han Zhuoran's expression changed completely, his back was already soaked with cold sweat, and he stood frozen in place, not daring to say another word. Han Zhuoran's face remained pale. He took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound calmer, yet it still trembled slightly. Whatever happens, we must first pass the obstacles. His voice was low, but couldn't hide the fear within. Hearing this, Qin Lang slowly turned around, his gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade. You two, you haven't reached a deal with the Wudao Association, right? Qin Lang and Han Zhuoran shook their heads vigorously. No, we wouldn't dare. Qin Lang kept staring at them, his expression calm, but the corner of his mouth held an ambiguous cold smile. All right then. Qin Lang spoke in a nonchalant tone, carrying an undeniable determination. Since you haven't sided with those bastards, I can take you a bit farther. Next, I'll lead the way, you just need to follow. After saying this, he stepped forward, heading directly toward the glass bridge ahead. Everyone held their breath in unison. The glass bridge floated in the void, like a single log bridge leading to the abyss. Below was endless darkness, like some monster that devoured everything, making one's heart race. The bridge surface was made up of transparent glass blocks, shimmering with a cold and eerie glow under the faint blue light. The thought that half of this glass was fake sent shivers down the spine. Just stepping wrong would lead to a direct fall into darkness, with no chance of survival. The faceless man stood far away, arms crossed over his chest. He gazed intently at Qin Lang's back, a hint of cruel excitement in his tone. Good luck. His voice echoed in the darkness like distorted sound waves, carrying a chilling malice, as if taunting or anticipating something. Qin Lang felt uneasy in her heart, hesitating for a moment. She finally couldn't help but take a step forward, lowering her voice to remind Qin Lang, shouldn't you observe the glass more carefully? The difficulty of this bridge is higher than we imagined, don't be too impulsive. Qin Lang paused but did not turn around, he just said lightly, no need. His tone was calm and resolute, with no trace of hesitation. Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, opening her mouth as if to say more, but ultimately remained silent. A vague sense of unease filled her heart, as if something bad was about to happen next. Yi Zi looked at the faceless man and noticed his posture was a bit strange, hands hidden behind his back doing who knows what. So naive. The faceless man sneered inwardly. The truth of these glasses, their authenticity, was not a fixed rule, but rather, something he controlled in secret. In other words, no matter how Qin Lang observed or tested, as long as he took the first step, the faceless man could make the glass shatter beneath him at that very moment. At that time, Qin Lang would fall into the abyss without any defense, leaving no complete corpse. From the very beginning, Qin Lang and the others were never going to pass the level. The faceless man narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking chill gleaming in his gaze. He resembled a puppeteer watching his doll struggle, filled with malicious pleasure. Come on. He murmured to himself, his smile deepening. Let me see, what does your panicked expression look like? In the darkness, that eerie smile became even more bizarre and terrifying. Qin Lang held a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he didn't regard the extremely dangerous glass bridge at all. He gently moved his wrist, his gaze sweeping over the few people behind him, speaking casually as if discussing what to have for lunch. Just stay close to me. His words sounded completely devoid of tension, even carrying a hint of unfathomable confidence. Yi Zi swallowed hard. Qin Lang, you must be careful. She truly couldn't understand, was this level really just a simple test of luck? Or was there some hidden mechanism? Han Zhuoran and Qin Lang exchanged glances, yet instead of feeling reassured, they became more anxious. They all knew that this glass bridge could not be crossed simply by luck, and Qin Lang's apparent ease only heightened their unease. However, Qin Lang no longer explained. He lifted one foot, slowly stepping toward the left glass. At the same time, the faceless man standing in the distance slightly raised his chin, a glimmer of mockery flashing in his eyes. Finally here. He brought his index finger and thumb together, lightly snapping his fingers. Snap. This faint sound seemed insignificant, yet on this dangerous glass bridge, it echoed like the whisper of death. Just as Qin Lang's foot was about to land on the left glass, the internal structure of that glass silently changed. Beneath its seemingly solid surface lay countless tiny cracks, ready to shatter at the slightest weight. One misstep, and it would be endless doom. Yet, Qin Lang's foot did not truly land. At the moment when everyone held their breath, Qin Lang's gaze suddenly darkened, a triumphant smile emerging. Time paused. Start. Chapter 121, Too Easy. In an instant, everything in the entire world came to a halt. Qin Lang stood in place, her lips slightly parted, seemingly unable to shout anything out. Han Zhuoran's eyes were tense, his fingers had just moved slightly, frozen in the air. Even the faceless man in the distance was frozen mid-action. The entire space became dead silence, only Qin Lang could still move. He slightly narrowed his eyes, glancing at the left glass he was about to step on, inwardly sneering. He gently placed his foot down, shifting his weight onto the left glass, a strange feeling immediately transmitted through the bottom of his foot. Crack! Fine fissures spread beneath his foot, even the slightest force could cause the internal structure of the glass to completely collapse. So it was activated. Qin Lang nodded, confirming his guess was correct. The The faceless man really could control the stability of the glass at any time. That was close. Qin Lang murmured to himself, quickly retracting his foot, instead leaping gracefully to the right glass. Stable, safe. He looked down, confirming this glass showed no abnormalities, then lifted the corners of his mouth, already having a plan in mind. Time remained still, the entire world silent, as if only Qin Lang stood alone on the bridge. Qin Lang snapped his fingers, and time seemed to return to its normal pace. Qin Lang stood steadily on the right glass, still wearing an expression of calm indifference. He gently moved his neck, producing a crisp crack sound, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the others, and he lightly said, "See? It's very simple." Sumobai was first stunned, then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but whisper, "That's great." Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, reaching up to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. He knew very well that if it were him just now, he would have probably already fallen. Shen Wangqing bit her lip, her eyes filled with a hint of disbelief. She thought Qin Lang was just speaking lightly. In a life and death game like this, no one could remain calm. Yet, Qin Lang actually stepped out safely. However, unlike their surprise and relief, the mood of the faceless man was extremely complex, even angry and confused intertwined. He had no facial features, and people couldn't see his expression, but if he had a face, it would probably be completely distorted at this moment. This isn't right? The faceless man's mind rapidly replayed the scene just now. He clearly saw Qin Lang step toward the left glass, and he had immediately crushed the support structure of the left glass. According to his plan, as long as Qin Lang stepped on it, the glass would shatter instantly, and he would fall straight down, completely doomed in this scenario. But why did Qin Lang ultimately stand on the right side? The faceless man could hardly believe his eyes. If Qin Lang was just lucky to change direction at the moment of landing, then the probability was incredibly low, so low that it was almost impossible. But he saw Qin Lang step toward the left. Moreover, the left glass shattered. Could it be that he shattered the left glass, then chose the right? Impossible. The faceless man's fist tightened slightly, his fingertips making a faint crackling sound, and his heart was full of doubt. "What's going on?" he murmured softly. His gaze fixed intently on Qin Lang, as if trying to find a flaw in him. But Qin Lang still wore that calm and indifferent expression, even revealing a hint of a subtle smile. "Faceless man, why aren't you speaking?" Qin Lang suddenly spoke, his tone casual. "What's wrong?" "I'm going to continue, you know." This seemingly trivial statement ignited the unwillingness in the faceless man's heart. Dangerous light flickered in the faceless man's eyes. Impossible. "I'll try again." He didn't believe his game could be so easily broken. He had to try again to see if Qin Lang was just lucky. Or, was there truly some tactic? But in this space, all props and skills cannot be used. Qin Lang stood on the glass bridge, slightly squinting as he looked around. The wind howled from an unknown place, carrying a hint of a chilling atmosphere that made one involuntarily shiver. He lifted his foot, ready to step toward the next glass. This time, he chose the left. Because the distance between the two pieces of glass was slightly farther than before, he needed to leap to land steadily on top. Qin Lang took a deep breath, slightly crouching, his legs instantly filled with power. In the next second, he suddenly jumped, his whole body tracing a perfect arc, heading toward the left glass. However, just as he soared into the air, the faceless man silently snapped his fingers again. The left glass shattered. Qin Lang caught a glimpse of the glass trembling slightly, fine cracks rapidly spreading from the center to the edges, as if it would turn to dust and fall into the abyss at any moment. "Ha, want to use this trick again?" His pupils constricted slightly, and with a thought. Time paused. The air once again froze instantaneously, all sound was drawn away, and the world seemed to be pressed the pause button by an invisible hand. Qin Lang's body remained suspended in midair, but at this moment he finally had enough time to observe the glass on the verge of collapsing. The crack had already spread to the edge, and if he continued to fall, he would surely drop straight into the endless darkness below. He needed to find another place to land. In an instant, Qin Lang tightened his body, adjusted his center of gravity, and with lightning speed, his left hand shot out to grasp the edge of a nearby piece of glass that was still intact. Qin Lang quickly flipped over, using the strength of his wrist to leap up, his whole body agilely twisting and landing steadily on the glass to his right. However, just as he flipped, he accidentally glanced down into the abyss. Something was there. It was a pair of crimson eyes. Those eyes were enormous, as if they could pierce through the darkness, staring fiercely at him. The deep red color seemed soaked in blood, as if some unspeakable malice was gazing upon the world. This aura was as terrifying as the S-class anomaly he encountered before. It seemed the consequences of falling down were rather severe. He took a deep breath, quickly steadying his mind, seizing the chance to adjust his body to its best state. Qin Lang snapped his fingers. Time resumes. In an instant, the air rushed back, and the world regained its flow. Everyone saw Qin Lang in midair, the glass on his left suddenly shattering, yet he was completely unaffected, standing firmly on the glass to his right. Yi patted her chest. Great, we are safe. The faceless man exclaimed, impossible. You cheated again. Chapter 122, if cheating isn't found out, it's not cheating. Sumobai clenched his fists, his eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. Qin Lang and Han Zhuoran were also dumbfounded, they couldn't see how Qin Lang accomplished this incredible feat. But even more shocked than them was the faceless man. He stood frozen in place, his black robe quivering slightly, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. How is this possible? He had personally set the trap to make Qin Lang fall into the abyss, but why had Qin Lang not only succeeded in standing on the correct glass, but the glass on the left actually shattered? No, something was off. A hint of fear first emerged in the faceless man's eyes. This Qin Lang was definitely not a typical player. But how did he do it? You cheated. The faceless man stepped forward suddenly, his voice filled with suppressed anger. His black robe trembled slightly, his aura becoming unstable, though he had no facial features, his entire presence radiated fury. This is impossible. You couldn't possibly know which piece of glass was problematic. He shouted, his fists tightly clenched, speak. What methods did you use? Qin Lang listened to the faceless man's accusations, a hint of a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He casually glanced at the faceless man and said slowly, do you have proof? You. The faceless man was momentarily speechless. Qin Lang shrugged lightly, looking relaxed as he said, without evidence, don't shout randomly. Cheating only counts if you get caught, right? The faceless man's body trembled violently, he knew the rules were rules, and if he couldn't catch Qin Lang cheating on the spot, he could only watch him continue forward helplessly. Could it be that you're simply feeling guilty? Qin Lang looked at him with an almost teasing smile, or do you think the mechanisms in your game aren't as reliable as you imagined? The faceless man's body trembled slightly, his fingertips shaking. No. He could not let Qin Lang pass smoothly. He gritted his teeth, quickly making a decision in his heart even though he had failed just now, this time he must succeed in taking down Qin Lang. He must personally make Qin Lang fall into the abyss. But Qin Lang seemed completely unfazed, chuckling lightly and stepping forward to continue toward the next piece of glass. The faceless man took a deep breath, his fingers slightly raised at his side. This time, he wouldn't let Qin Lang escape by chance. He coldly stared at Qin Lang's footsteps, and at the moment he stepped toward the next piece of glass, he suddenly snapped his fingers. Crack! The structure inside the glass changed instantly, the originally strong glass was secretly transformed into the weakest state, as long as Qin Lang dared to step on it, it would shatter immediately. However, Qin Lang still walked steadily. The faceless man's gaze was icy, tightly focused on Qin Lang's actions, waiting for him to step on the glass and fall into the abyss at that moment. Thud thud thud. The next second, the faceless man's heart suddenly jolted. He was shocked to discover that, just when Qin Lang's foot was about to land, it paused slightly, as if sensing something, then seamlessly adjusted his center of gravity, precisely choosing another piece of intact glass. What? The faceless man was momentarily stunned. Oh? Failed again? Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, as if he had seen through everything, he slowly turned his head, looking at the faceless man with a glance that was half smiling, half serious. What a pity. Just now, he had once again found the correct option by pausing time. Although he couldn't use the skills given by the copy here, but you have no way to deal with the skills my system gave me, right? The faceless man's fists clenched tightly. This was impossible. He had adjusted the glass twice, but Qin Lang seemed to be able to predict the future, skillfully avoiding the traps every time. The faceless man's chest violently heaved, his rage nearly breaking through his reason. At this moment, Yi, Han Zhuoran, and Qin Lang were closely following behind Qin Lang, their full attention on his actions, fearing that any carelessness would lead them into a trap, but under Qin Lang's lead, they surprisingly passed through without any obstacles. Hurry! Keep up with Qin Lang! Yi was the first to react, urging quietly, and everyone hurriedly quickened their pace, swiftly keeping up with Qin Lang. The faceless man watched them pass through one after another, completely breaking down. If he had facial features, they would surely be twisted at this moment. This was impossible. This was impossible. Damn it, the faceless man cursed quietly, exuding a terrifying killing intent, but he could do nothing. He watched in helplessness as Qin Lang led everyone through safely. The faceless man stood at the end of the glass bridge, staring hard at the retreating figures of Qin Lang and the others, his fists crackling tightly. I lost? No. Qin Lang must have played some trick. He was the master of this game, he was the one who made the rules. But why could Qin Lang play tricks on him right under his nose? The faceless man's chest heaved violently, the black robe on his body seemed to rustle, torn by anger. He suddenly lifted his foot, wanting to rush up, even if he couldn't control the glass anymore, he had to question Qin Lang in person. How did he do it? But just as he stepped forward, Yi looked back and exclaimed, Ah! You! Crack! A chilling sound came from beneath the faceless man's feet, like the sound of a mirror shattering, and his heart sank heavily. Not good. He hurriedly looked down, only to find that he was standing on a piece of trap glass he had set himself. What? Boom! The glass instantly shattered. The faceless man's body lost balance, and he was swallowed by the abyss, falling downward. He desperately reached out, trying to grab anything to leverage, but around him was only endless void, with no points of support. The howling wind rushed past his ears, and the cold breath of the abyss made his body tremble involuntarily. Just then, in the dark abyss, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened. They were like two blood-red lanterns burning with evil fire, filled with bloodthirst and cruelty. Immediately afterward, a huge, grotesque shadow slowly emerged from the abyss. It was a bizarre monster, its body covered with twisted black tentacles. Every tentacle twisted like a living thing, its mouth split open to reveal rows of jagged, menacing teeth. The corners of its mouth slowly curled into a strange arc, as if it were enjoying the terror of the faceless man. No. No. The faceless man finally felt fear. He struggled desperately, trying to escape, but his body was completely bound by the power of darkness, unable to move. I shouldn't be the one to die. He struggled and roared wildly, but it was all in vain. Qin Lang and the others stood by, looking down to see a horrifying scene. Chapter 123 Mechanism. Hiss. The monster in the abyss opened its bloody maw and suddenly inhaled. In an instant, the faceless man's body was wrapped in the twisted darkness, like a piece of paper being devoured, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Gulps. The sound of the monster swallowing echoed in the abyss, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly searching for new prey. But in the end, it slowly closed its eyes and sank back into the endless darkness, as if nothing had ever happened. On the bridge, Qin Lang and the others witnessed the demise of the faceless man, and for a moment, their hearts sank, leaving them speechless. Qin Lang gently inhaled, murmuring, he actually died in the trap he set for himself. Yi Zi frowned slightly, a hint of complexity in her eyes. He had it coming. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, his face pale, but what exactly is that thing? A chill crept into everyone's hearts as they gazed at the pitch-black, bottomless abyss, slipping into silence. Qin Lang and the others walked out of the room and found that the view was a bit wider than before. Before them, a stone staircase wound its way upward, the end of the steps faintly glowing with soft light, clearly an exit. Have we finally come out? Han Zhuoran looked at the staircase, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. Qin Lang sighed lightly and smiled, looks like it. Yi Zi also breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze toward Qin Lang filled with a bit more admiration. However, just as everyone was about to take a step forward, Qin Lang suddenly stopped, frowned, and said softly, wait. Li Zhihong and Su Lina haven't come out yet. Should we wait for them? The air instantly became quiet. Han Zhuoran scoffed upon hearing this, his tone laced with disdain, wait for them? Qin Lang, you don't really think they are still alive, do you? Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, what are you talking about? They chose a longer path, so of course, they will be slower. Han Zhuoran continued, those two chose to part ways with us, to put it bluntly, they've severed ties with us. This means they never considered us as teammates. Do you think we need to stop for them now? If they really died here, should we keep waiting for them? If they really had the ability, they should have caught up by now. Even if they aren't dead, how long will it take them to come out of the longer route? We have no idea. Qin Lang's expression was somewhat complex, as if she wanted to say something but did not open her mouth. Just then, Qin Lang calmly said, I think, waiting a bit is fine. Han Zhuoran frowned, Qin Lang, you can't possibly. Qin Lang gently waved his hand, his expression calm, it's just waiting a bit, there won't be any loss. Han Zhuoran opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing, just standing impatiently to the side. After several life and death tests, Qin Lang was undoubtedly the leader of this small team now, and his words carried considerable weight. Qin Lang glanced at Qin Lang, slightly relieved, while Yi Zi remained silent, quietly looking toward the direction of the staircase. The group stood at the foot of the stairs, waiting for the long-absent Li Zhihong and Su Lina. Time passed slowly, and the air was filled with a sense of boredom and anxiety. Han Zhuoran leaned against the wall, lowering his head to fiddle with his cuffs, appearing somewhat impatient. Qin Wanqing crossed her arms, glancing back at the darkness from time to time, seeming to hold on to some expectation. Yi Zi stood straight, constantly watching Qin Lang. Qin Lang was completely occupied with his task. He was feeling around on the walls and the ground, his palms slowly sliding along the stone wall, his brow slightly furrowed, looking focused. Qin Lang, what are you looking for? Su Mubai watched his actions and couldn't help but ask. Qin Lang didn't stop moving and casually replied, I'm looking for the basement. Basement? Su Mubai was taken aback, tilting her head. Yes. Qin Lang paused for a moment and continued, since I came in, I haven't found the basement that the female horse mentioned. I checked all the previous rooms, there were no hidden entrances at all, so the only possibility is that it's here. This was also why he didn't rush out but chose to wait here for people. Sumobai blinked and then lightly smiled. Qin Lang, you must have forgotten, right? Forgotten what? Qin Lang looked at her in confusion. Sumobai's lips curved into a slight smile as she pointed to her cheek. I'm a spirit. Qin Lang was stunned for a moment before realizing, feeling a bit silly inside. Right. Sumobai is now a spirit, she is not hindered by walls and floors, and she can directly pass through to help check. I really am a bit foolish. Qin Lang chuckled, then I'll trouble Miss Su to go in and check if there are any hidden rooms. Sumobai smiled slightly, it's a small matter. After speaking, her figure trembled slightly, transforming into an ethereal light and instantly merging into the stone wall. Sumobai's figure passed through the stone wall like a wisp of light smoke, gradually becoming solid. She frowned, her face showing a hint of seriousness. How is it? Qin Lang immediately asked. Sumobai nodded, there is indeed a place similar to a basement. It looks like some sort of hidden secret room. But... She paused, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. There is a restriction at the entrance, and I can't get in. Restriction? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her in surprise. You're a spirit, and even you can't get in? Is there a barrier? Sumobai shrugged, it should be. I tried several times, and as soon as I got close to that entrance, my entire spirit would be bounced back by an invisible force, completely unable to penetrate. It seems that things here are indeed not easy to access. Qin Lang thoughtfully nodded and then asked, where is it? About where is that secret room? Sumobai extended her hand, pointing to a wall not far away. It's right over there, it should be behind this wall. Qin Lang walked towards the direction she pointed, raising his hand to feel along the wall, his fingertips sliding over the stone bricks inch by inch, sensing for any anomalies that might exist. His actions were very careful, not letting any brick go unnoticed. A few seconds later, his finger suddenly stopped. Qin Lang slightly squinted his eyes, pressing down repeatedly on a certain brick on the ground, discovering that it was slightly looser than the surrounding ones, as if it could be pushed. He cautiously gave it a push. At first, it didn't respond, but when he applied a bit more force. Click. Chapter 124, The Basement. A faint sound of a mechanism turning echoed in the silent space, and then, the wall before them slowly cracked open, revealing a pitch-black passage. A chill spread out from the passage, making the air feel cold. Another secret passage. Qin Lang whispered, wondering whether this silent ridge was filled with tunnels everywhere. Xin Wanqing instinctively took a step back, a flash of unease crossing her face. This place feels a bit off. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath. Staring at the pitch-black entrance, the corner of his mouth twitched. Damn it, why do I feel like we're about to step into some troublesome place again? Yizi said nothing, only slightly frowned, tightened her hold on the weapon in her hand, her eyes flashing with a defensive gleam. Yizi stood beside Qin Lang, staring at that dark entrance, her eyes shining with determination, her tone unwavering. I'm going with you. Xin Wanqing raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, then chuckled softly, then I'll go too. Qin Lang turned his head to glance at her. Are you sure? Xin Wanqing lifted her chin, her tone self-evident. Do you think I'm afraid of dying? Qin Lang had no good feelings towards her, a person who was selfish and harmed children. Beside them, Han Zhuoran frowned, crossing his arms, looking slightly hesitant. Well, I'll stay here. Li Zhiheng and Su Lina aren't here yet. If they are really alive, we must have someone here to wait for them. Upon hearing this, Xin Wanqing couldn't help but laugh lightly, her eyes holding a hint of mockery. Oh? Didn't you just say they might already be dead and that we shouldn't worry? Han Zhuoran's face turned red instantly, momentarily speechless, his gaze slightly evasive. That. So? Xin Wanqing smiled meaningfully. Are you scared or just looking for an excuse to save your own skin? Scared my foot. Han Zhuoran gritted his teeth, his expression shifting from embarrassment to anger, and stomped his foot hard. If we go, we go. Who's afraid of whom? Qin Lang watched the few of them determined to go together with their banter, a slight smile tugging at his lips, but then he suppressed his smile, his expression turning serious, slowly saying, if you are sure you want to go, you need to think carefully first. His tone became much more serious as he scanned the group. This place is likely a hidden mission area, and the difficulty will definitely be higher than the previous dungeon. One could even say it's extremely dangerous. To put it bluntly, if you come, you might die. Those simple words instantly made the atmosphere around them heavier. The dark entrance loomed like a giant mouth from the abyss, seemingly waiting to devour those who dared to intrude. Yet Yizi remained unmoved, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, her expression calm. Qin Lang, if I were afraid of dying, I wouldn't come here with you. Xin Wanqing blinked, her smile undiminished. My embarrassing secrets are in someone else's hands, there's no point in going out. Dying meaningfully here isn't bad either. Qin Lang, you saved my life, giving it back to you wouldn't be too much. Han Zhuoran took a deep breath, though he felt some fear, he was unwilling to back down at this moment, slapping his chest hard. Let's do it. Who's afraid of anyone? Qin Lang looked at them and nodded. Good, then let's go. After saying that, he stepped forward first, unhesitatingly stepping inside. Sumubai gently raised her hand, a ball of eerie blue ghost fire igniting in her palm, the weak light dancing in the dark tunnel, illuminating the surroundings. As she moved forward slowly, the scenery around them gradually came into focus. On the walls, crooked characters were densely arranged, like some ancient inscriptions or perhaps crazy graffiti. These characters were irregular, varying in size, some appearing to be scratched deep into the stone wall with nails, exuding an indescribable eerie aura. The ghost fire from Sumubai illuminated the markings, and those carvings seemed to come alive. In the interplay of light and shadow, distorted faces faintly emerged, grotesque, pained, as if silently screaming. "What are these things?" Han Joran couldn't help but ask in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of unease. "They look like some sort of talisman, but not quite." Qin Wanqing frowned, a trace of unease visible in her eyes, "but they certainly don't seem like normal things." "Han Joran, no kidding." Qin Lang didn't answer, he only continued walking forward calmly, stepping over those twisted characters, his footsteps steady, showing no signs of hesitation. Finally, at the end of the tunnel, a heavy iron door appeared before the group. The surface of the door is also carved with strange symbols, a faint darkness seeps through the cracks, unknown where it leads. Compared to the chaotic scratches around, the characters on this door are clearly more organized, hinting at a kind of oppressive authority, like a seal that tightly locks away an unknown existence behind the door. Qin Lang stood still, his gaze fixed on the door, his brows slightly furrowing. Help." Suddenly, a low and hoarse voice faintly came from behind the door. Everyone instantly tensed up, the air seemed to freeze. "Did you hear that?" Yeezy spoke in a low voice, her eyes warily watching the door. "Of course, it's so obvious." Han Joran also lowered his voice, but a hint of tension appeared in his eyes. Sumuba frowned slightly, the ghost fire flickered a bit, she looked at Qin Lang, her voice somewhat hesitant, "There seems to really be someone inside. Is it a living person, or something eerie?" Qin Wanqing didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood her meaning. Qin Lang stared at the door, his eyes darkening, slowly extending his hand, gently pressing against the cold iron door. Behind the door, that hoarse voice seemed to become a bit clearer. Qin Lang focused on the prohibition on the door, his brows slightly knitted. The symbols of the prohibition were intricate and complex, entwined like vines around the entire iron door, emanating a chilling aura. The ghost fire reflected on the symbols, flickering slightly, writhing like a living creature, making people uneasy. "Step back a bit," Qin Lang said in a low voice, extending his finger to lightly swipe across the symbols. In an instant, the symbols collapsed like a torn spider web, a hidden aura surged out from behind the door, causing everyone to hold their breath involuntarily. Yeezy instinctively reached for the weapon at her waist, while Qin Wanqing tightly gripped the talisman in her hand. Everyone went into a state of alert. Qin Lang took a deep breath, pressed his hands against the door, and pushed hard. Boom! The heavy iron door slowly opened with a harsh grinding noise, a strong musty smell mixed with a strange fragrance rushed at them. The glow of the ghost fire penetrated into the darkness, illuminating the scene inside the room. When everyone got a clear view of what was in front of them, they all couldn't help but widen their eyes. Chapter 125, The Vessel. In the center of the room, there was a row of neatly arranged desks and chairs, like a bizarre classroom. But what was most shocking was the altar that towered at the end of the room. The altar was made of black rocks, its surface engraved with intricate and strange patterns. In the center of the altar, a figure quietly lay there, her pale skin exuding an eerie glow under the light of the ghost fire. "That's Fong Lan," Yeezy exclaimed, and everyone's gaze instantly focused on the woman. It was the same Fong Lan who had been with Granny Genia earlier. Fong Lan's face was as white as a sheet, her eyes filled with terror, and when she saw Qin Lang and the others, she struggled to lift her head, her voice trembling and hurriedly shouting. "Great! It's you guys! Help! Please save me!" Her voice echoed in the empty room, filled with a heart-wrenching despair. Qin Wanqing asked Qin Lang, "Your friend?" Qin Lang shook his head, not very familiar. Yeezy asked, "Fong Lan, what happened?" Fong Lan's face was pale, her lips quivering slightly, clearly shaken. Her gaze swept across Qin Lang and the others, as if finally grasping at a lifeline, a glimmer of hope appearing in her eyes, but more was fear and anxiety. We were walking with Granny Genia, along that mountain path." Her voice choked, recalling the scene at that time, her body involuntarily shuddered, then, suddenly, the ground cracked open, we didn't have time to react, and just fell. "The ground suddenly cracked open?" Qin Wanqing furrowed her brow. Qin Lang looked at her, "Why are you so surprised?" Qin Wanqing and Han Joran exchanged a glance and said, "Because we also came down to the underground like this." Qin Lang nodded thoughtfully. Fong Lan nodded, breath quickening, "Yes. It's like we were sucked in, unable to escape at all. Then I passed out." Her hands trembled slightly at her sides. "When I woke up, I was already here, tied up, unable to move at all." She suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with pleading, "Please save me. I'm begging you, hurry and get me down. Fong Lanlan truly looked very disheveled, tied to the altar, her limbs bound by strange black chains. On her skin, faint marks could even be seen, making her seem trapped in this eerie, terrifying room, like she could become a sacrifice at any moment. Qin Lang, what should we do? Yi Zi looked at Qin Lang. No. Qin Lang's voice was calm and firm. Yi Zi paused for a moment, turning back in surprise. Why? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, carefully scanning the entire room, especially that strange altar. Fong Lanlan's eyes flickered with panic upon hearing Qin Lang's refusal. She struggled, her hands bound by the black chains, making a crisp clanking sound. Qin Lang. Why won't you save me? Hurry. These chains are hurting me so much. If you don't save me soon, I'm really going to die. Are you really going to just watch me die? Her voice shook, carrying a hint of wailing. Qin Lang said, saving you is kindness, not saving you is duty. Don't act like I came here just to save you. Yi Zi furrowed her brows, a hint of hesitation flashing in her heart. Qin Lang, if this is a ritual, will we face some danger when it's completed? For the sake of feelings and reason, we should rescue her first. Qin Wanqing also said in a low voice, I agree, I always feel something is indeed strange here, but if Fong Lanlan is truly some kind of sacrifice, delaying too long might pose a danger. Qin Lang didn't reply immediately but slowly walked towards the altar, his gaze meticulously scanning the room. Sumobai followed him, the ghostly flame he released flickering slightly in the air, illuminating the twisted texts on the walls, twisted by some force, presenting an eerie curve that sent chills down one's spine. Qin Lang's gaze fell to the ground, where he found an ancient circle of runes carved at the base of the altar, faint red light flickering, seemingly containing some special energy. And the black chains on Fong Lanlan's limbs surprisingly began to slowly ride like living things, as if sensing something, emitting a soft, inaudible clicking sound. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, coldly saying, what you all said is possible, but there is another scenario. Also, these chains are not ordinary bindings, they are some kind of seal. Seal? Yi Zi's heart leaped, instantly becoming alert. Qin Lang nodded, his eyes fixed on the altar, his tone low and serious. If I'm not mistaken, the reason Fong Lanlan is bound here may be to seal certain things. She might not be a sacrifice, but a vessel. As soon as he said this, everyone froze. Fong Lanlan's face changed dramatically, her gaze flickering, then becoming even more urgent. No, that's not it. Qin Lang, you're overthinking. I really was just captured. You all hurry and save me. Her voice trembled, as if she was really trying to explain, but Qin Lang had already noticed her subtle changes. Han Zhuoran asked, Qin Lang, what's your basis? Qin Wanqing's expression also became serious. If she really is being suppressed, then breaking the seal might release something dangerous. Qin Lang didn't rush to answer. He remembered that the Silent Hill he knew was like this. The evil spirit needed to use the female protagonist's body as a vessel to descend back into this world. Qin Lang slowly walked around the altar. Suddenly, she raised her hand and lightly flicked the black chains. In an instant, those chains seemed to be enraged, emitting a sharp, trembling sound, as if the air in the entire room had frozen. At the same time, Fong Lanlan's body trembled violently, her expression slightly twisted, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, looking at her with a half-smile. It seems my guess was correct. You are hiding some incredible energy. The abnormalities in Silent Hill were caused by you, right? Fong Lanlan stared intently at Qin Lang, veins protruding on her forehead. Qin Lang looked deeply at Fong Lanlan, slowly speaking in a low and calm voice. This town has been strange from the very beginning, especially the coal mine accident in Silent Hill. The official story has always been that it was an accident. But don't you find that curious? A small town, completely abandoned not long after the coal mine accident, making even nearby residents avoid it? This cannot simply be caused by a mining disaster. Chapter 126, Victim. Qin Wanqing frowned, looking somewhat uneasy. Do you mean, the true cause of that accident was not the collapse of the mine? Qin Lang nodded, his gaze becoming sharper. I suspect that the root of that accident is likely the miners discovering something that should not have been discovered. It was that thing that destroyed the entire Silent Hill. Yi Zi gasped, unable to help but ask, what thing? Qin Lang slowly looked around, as if searching for some kind of clue. After a moment, he whispered, perhaps it was an ancient creature, perhaps a kind of evil monster. In summary, those miners underground unearthed something that did not belong to the human world and accidentally triggered its prison, causing everything to spiral out of control. As his words fell, the air in the room instantly became oppressive, as if the twisted symbols on the walls were stirring restlessly. Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, forcing himself to calm down. You mean, they released something terrible deep in the mine? Qin Lang lightly tapped the stone surface of the altar, his voice hollow and cold, perhaps worse than you can imagine. The mining disaster back then was likely not due to the mine's collapse, but those released things turned the entire pit, and even the whole town, into some kind of experiment site. Experiment site? Sumobai's voice was filled with surprise. Are you saying, the people of this town are the experimental subjects of those things? Qin Lang squinted, slowly nodding. Maybe they are subjects, maybe they are sacrifices. But whichever it is, it explains why the whole town eventually became a ghost town, and why no one dares to approach here until now. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill spreading from their spines to their limbs, as if the temperature in the entire room had dropped several degrees. Yeezy looked around, seemingly feeling that those symbols had become even more bizarre. She couldn't help but hug her arms tightly and whispered, "Qin Lang, if your guess is true, then the place we are in now is likely the source of those things from back then?" Qin Lang did not answer but turned his gaze back to Feng Lanlan. At this moment, Feng Lanlan's expression was no longer one of simple fear. Her face was pale, her eyes seemed to hide some unknown secret, and her lips trembled slightly, as if she were trying hard to conceal something. In the room, there was an inexplicable silence, with only weak ghostly fires flickering in the air, illuminating the shocked and vigilant expressions of everyone. Shen Wanqing furrowed her brow, staring at Feng Lanlan on the altar, her voice tinged with doubt. "I still don't understand, what does all this have to do with Feng Lanlan being sealed here?" Qin Lang's deep gaze swept around, slowly speaking. "Someone, or rather, the plot of this instance, has arranged Feng Lanlan to replace the container that was sealed back then." Han Zhuoran suddenly looked up, a hint of astonishment on his face. "Are you saying that the person who sealed that strange thing back then is still alive?" Qin Lang nodded slightly, his expression stern. "The ritual should not be completed yet, so she is still alive. But in other words, someone will definitely come over soon to continue this ritual." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill, as if the air had turned thick and oppressive. Yeezy couldn't help but step back, her eyes alertly scanning her surroundings, while Shen Wanqing instinctively tightened her fists, ready for battle. Qin Lang did not pause, quickly turning to Su Mubai. "Mubai, go look for any other hidden passages or exits here. Someone must have gone out just now without us noticing, there should be other paths to leave." Su Mubai nodded, his figure flashing, turning into a streak of ghostly blue light, swiftly piercing through the wall and disappearing into the darkness. At that moment, Feng Lanlan on the altar suddenly struggled violently, her voice filled with fear and urgency. "Qin Lang, you're wrong. There is no ritual at all. Hurry and save me." Her eyes were filled with terror, as if fearing everyone would believe Qin Lang's words and refuse to rescue her, her voice trembling. "I'm really just tied up here, not any container. Please let me go, I'm begging you." Her cries echoed in the dark room, sounding exceptionally piercing, even a bit uncontrolled. However, Qin Lang did not act immediately, instead squinting his eyes to carefully observe Feng Lanlan's expression. "Qin Lang." Yeezy was about to say something when suddenly, a low and aged laughter resonated from a corner of the room, like dry branches rubbing against each other in the wind. "Just obediently accept your fate, Feng Lanlan." Everyone abruptly turned around, only to see two figures slowly stepping out from the shadows, Granny Jinya and Sima Qing. Granny Jinya held a long smoking pipe, her face wearing an eerie smile, with eyes as deep as black holes, while Sima Qing stood beside her expressionlessly, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze cold. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, tears instantly streaming down her face, her voice filled with despair. "Granny Jinya, please save me. You are on my team, right? Aren't we teammates?" Granny Jinya slowly lifted her head, giving a faint smile, her eyes carrying an indescribable depth. "Teammates? Hee, Feng Lanlan, you are too naive. You are merely someone I hired." Feng Lanlan struggled violently, tears streaming down her cheeks as she hysterically cried out, "Why? Why me? I've done nothing wrong. We clearly entered the instance together, why should I be sacrificed?" Qin Lang quietly watched the scene, his eyes deep, suddenly asking, "Where did you come from?" His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Granny Jinya slowly reined in her smile, raising her inscrutable eyes to look at Qin Lang, the corners of her mouth curling slightly as she slowly said, "Guess?" Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, staring at Granny Jinya, his voice deep and devoid of warmth. "So, you already knew about this ritual?" Granny Jinya smiled lightly, exhaling a puff of smoke, taking a slow step forward, her eyes flashing with brilliance. "Qin Lang, do you think I would engage without preparation?" Her voice was soft, even carrying a hint of laughter. "Before stepping into this small town, I had already investigated its history. The coal mine accident in Silent Hill? Heh, that's just the surface. The real disaster is those sealed things being released. And now. Chapter 127, Hidden Tasks. Granny Jinya paused suddenly at this point. A meaningful smile appeared, and her gaze slowly swept across the crowd. "Speaking of which, I am a bit surprised that you all could still walk here alive." Qin Lang didn't say a word, just looked at her coldly. At that moment, suddenly a heavy sound of footsteps came from the doorway, slow and dragging, as if every step used all of one's strength. Everyone instantly turned their heads alertly, only to see a man staggering in, covered in blood, his face pale, and a gruesome wound on his chest, with blood dripping down to the floor from the edges of his clothing. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and with every step, it seemed he was enduring immense pain. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, and upon closer inspection, he realized this man was actually Feng Chang, a member of old Granny Jinya's group from before. Feng Chang's eyes were bloodshot, glaring resentfully at old Granny Jinya and Sima Qing, his voice hoarse and filled with towering rage. You are not human at all. As he finished, he nearly roared it out, his hands trembling, his eyes filled with despair and anger. He struggled to stand firm, gasping heavily, as if he wanted to continue denouncing them. Boom! Before Fong Chang could finish his sentence, a scorching flame abruptly took shape from the air, enveloped in fierce heat, and lunged straight at Fong Chang. Ah! Fong Chang let out a mournful scream, and in an instant, he was engulfed by the flames, the firelight reddening the entire room. Fong Chang's body twisted and struggled painfully in the fire, and ultimately, he was reduced to a pile of charred ashes. Even his cries ceased abruptly. The crowd's hearts trembled, and they couldn't help but take a gasp of cold air. Qin Lang slightly tilted his head, looking at Sima Qin, who stood motionless, his right hand slightly raised, the palm not fully closed, and the air still held a faint scent of burnt flesh from the flames. Old Granny Genie glanced at the ashes on the ground, gently sighed, and spoke in a calm tone as if the recent slaughter was just a trivial matter. You see, those who talk too much never live long. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly turned cold, and the air around him seemed to grow heavy. His eyes slowly scanned the room. Fong Lanlan was bound tightly to the altar, unable to move. Old Granny Genie stood calmly beside her, while the residual warmth of Sima Qing's fire spell made the air twist slightly. Fong Chang's body had already turned into charred remnants, only the air was filled with a stench of burnt flesh. Qin Lang's lips curled slightly upward, but there was no hint of a smile. His voice was deep yet carried a tone of undeniable certainty. I understand now. Old Granny Genie, you knew the location of this ritual from the very beginning, didn't you? Old Granny Genie did not answer immediately. Instead, she chuckled softly, her finger gently tapping the ground with her cane, producing a crisp sound. Qin Lang continued, his pace steady but each word cut like a knife. You mastered the secrets of Silent Hill before you even entered the town. So you arrived here earlier than us, for only one purpose, to find this sealing ritual and control it. He paused, narrowing his eyes, glaring sharply at her, and Fong Lanlan, from the very beginning, she was your sacrifice. You need a living person to act as the core of the seal, and she just happens to be the most suitable pawn. As soon as these words were spoken, Fong Lanlan's eyes widened in shock, struggling in fear, her voice trembling. No. That's not true. Granny, you are not that kind of person, right? Old Granny Genie slightly tilted her head, her face still wearing that faint smile, as if Fong Lanlan's cries for help were merely echoes in the air, utterly meaningless. Qin Lang's gaze grew cold, continuing, as for that just now, he just accused you, which shows he is also a victim. He was just a discarded piece on your path. A sacrifice, right? Old Lady Golden Leaf finally smiled this time, her gaze deep like an ancient well, looking at Qin Lang without waves. You are indeed very clever. Her tone remained calm, even carrying a hint of appreciation, as if she was quite impressed by Qin Lang's deductive ability. Qin Lang snorted coldly, not moved by her praise, his eyes narrowing slightly as he slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, this so-called sealing ritual, can't it be the hidden task of this instance? With these words, the smile on Old Lady Golden Leaf's face slightly froze, a dangerous glimmer flashing in her eyes, akin to a venomous snake eyeing its prey, hinting at a murderous intent. The atmosphere in the entire room suddenly tightened, the air seeming to freeze in an instant. Xinhuanqing, Yi Zi, and others instinctively gripped their weapons, the ghost fire around Su Mubi flickering slightly, illuminating the walls, where the twisted characters seemed to come alive, casting eerie and distorted shadows. Qin Lang did not retreat but met her gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his tone playful. It seems. I guessed right. Old Lady Golden Leaf squinted her eyes, the cane in her hand pausing lightly, issuing a dull sound. A meaningful smile hung at the corner of her mouth as she exhaled a puff of smoke, rising slowly, faintly saying, Qin Lang, how did you know about the hidden task? Qin Lang's gaze was sharp as a knife, he lightly snorted, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, carrying a hint of provocation. This, you guess. He paused, speaking with certainty, if completing the ritual is the hidden task, I can't let you have it. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze for an instant. Old Lady Golden Leaf quietly looked at Qin Lang, and after a moment, she exhaled a puff of smoke, the haze swirling around, her face hidden within. Unclear, then we will have to compete seriously. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang suddenly laughed, his voice carrying a hint of mockery, his gaze playfully fixed on Old Lady Golden Leaf. Are you planning to strike here? His hand slightly raised, a faint glow of spiritual energy gathering in his palm, the surrounding air seeming to ripple as if affected by some force. However, Old Lady Golden Leaf did not rush to act, she merely chuckled softly, shook her head, her gaze deep as if laced with sarcasm. I know you are not an ordinary person, and now you have the advantage in numbers. I, along with Sima Qin, might not be your match. But even if you win, what will it change? She slowly exhaled a breath, her fingers lightly tapping on the cane, the sound crisp, echoing in the cold room. Only I know the specific way to implement this ritual. Without me, none of you can complete it. Qin Lang's smile slightly faded, he looked deeply at Old Lady Golden Leaf, a spark of thought flashing in his eyes. The room fell into a brief silence, Fong Lanlan still struggling on the altar, while Yi Zi, Xinhuanqing, and others held tense expressions, the atmosphere ready to ignite. Old Lady Golden Leaf said, Then how about we talk? Chapter 128, Monsters. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. A deal? Go ahead, I'm listening. Old Lady Golden Leaf calmly swept her gaze over the crowd, the corner of her mouth slightly lifting as she slowly and firmly began to speak. Qin Lang, do you think I want to monopolize this hidden task? She paused, gently shaking her head, exhaling a puff of smoke, her voice carrying a hint of tranquility. In fact, as you said, the real goal of this hidden task is to successfully seal the monsters in the town. Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. Qin Lang nodded, this aligned with his thoughts. Moreover, in the Silent Hill he encountered in his past life, the evil god also descended upon this world through the body of the female protagonist, Shuero. But he did not remember the specific method of sealing. The instance system must have altered a part of the plot. Old Lady Golden Leaf leaned slightly forward on her cane, staring at the altar, slowly saying, you guessed correctly before. In that year's coal mine accident, it was not simply a collapse, but rather the miners had dug up something they shouldn't have in the depths of the mine, which was the beginning of all disasters. Her voice was low, carrying a chilling sense of coldness. They unintentionally released a kind of ancient monster that had been sleeping for a long time, causing the entire Silent Hill town to be filled with all sorts of supernatural and bizarre occurrences. In other words, it drove the whole town insane. Everyone's hearts trembled, and the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone steady. You mean, as long as we can reseal that monster, we can complete the hidden task? Grandma Genie gently nodded, her expression calm. Exactly, as long as the sealing is successful, the town will return to normal, and all abnormal phenomena will disappear. At that time, the hidden task will be considered complete. As for the reward. She paused and revealed a meaningful smile. Since we are all in the same instance, why must we harm each other? If we cooperate to accomplish this, the task rewards can be shared. Wouldn't that be a joy for everyone? As soon as her voice fell, the room fell into a brief silence. Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing exchanged glances. Han Zhuoran clenched his fists, while Su Mubai crossed his arms, his gaze flickering slightly. Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his deep gaze fixed on Grandma Genie, as if weighing the pros and cons. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, staring at Grandma Genie, his tone steady and devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You say it lightly, but what evidence do you have to prove that the true goal of the hidden task is to seal the monster, rather than to sacrifice? Hearing this, Grandma Genie chuckled lightly, reached into her sleeve, and took out an ancient jade token, tossing it accurately towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang reacted quickly and caught it, feeling its coolness. The surface of the jade token was engraved with dense patterns, radiating a strange wave of energy. What is this? Qin Lang furrowed his brows, examining the jade token closely. Grandma Genie smiled slightly, leaning on her cane, and spoke leisurely. This is called the sound transmission jade, which can enable communication between instance players and real-world players. It is a rather rare treasure throughout the entire instance, even an invaluable one. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Shen Wanqing frowned and said, instance players, can they really communicate with the real world? Even as an old player, this was her first time hearing about such a thing. If inside instance players could communicate with those outside, then some instances that couldn't be completed, like Silent Hill, could be spoiled, right? No wonder Grandma Genie knew so much. Grandma Genie nodded gently, her voice low. Of course, the premise is that you can find such things and are qualified to use them. Qin Lang held the sound transmission jade, rubbing its surface thoughtfully. So, you bring this out to tell us you have inside information? Grandma Genie smiled, her eyes deep like a well. That's right. I had a friend who once entered Silent Hill, and he wanted to unlock this hidden task. But unfortunately, he ultimately failed. Yi Zi's expression changed slightly, unable to stop herself from asking, failed? Then he... Grandma Genie exhaled a puff of smoke, the corner of her mouth lifting into a meaningful smile. Of course he died. Alright, let's activate the sound transmission jade and listen, just a twist will do. Qin Lang gazed at the sound transmission jade in his hand, slowly rubbing its cold surface, with a gentle twist to activate it. The jade emitted a faint glow, and then a hoarse, weak voice slowly echoed throughout the silent room. Cough, cough, this is, on my 8th day in Silent Hill. The voice belonged to a man, his tone urgent and obviously out of breath, as if he had just experienced a fierce escape. Everyone held their breath, listening carefully. I finally found this mysterious basement. As soon as the voice fell, a harsh noise suddenly echoed from the jade pendant, like nails scraping against glass, sending chills down one's spine. Following that were sounds of metal scraping and heavy gasping, as if something was drawing near. Then, all of a sudden, a sharp and terrible scream rang out. Ah! The scream was accompanied by a series of chaotic crashing sounds, like someone was struggling violently, the entire space resonating with that person's terror-filled cries. However, his voice gradually distorted, as if being devoured by some invisible presence, painfully stretched, fading into a series of unintelligible low whispers. Qin Lang and the others could be sure that those sounds did not belong to a human. Yi Zi instinctively gasped, unable to help but take a step back, her face pale. Qin Lang stared intently at the jade pendant, maintaining his composure as he continued to listen. After a good while, the man's voice finally emerged from the jade pendant again. But this time, his tone was no longer one of fear, but rather filled with extreme weakness and despair, as if he had barely mustered the last ounce of his strength to squeeze out a few words. The thing inside has come out. Must seal it. It hasn't vanished, it is waiting for a vessel. His words abruptly cut off. Then, the jade pendant fell into complete silence, no sounds emerging thereafter. Deathly silence enveloped everyone, as if even the air was frozen by this eerie recording. Shen Wanqing couldn't help but hug her arms tightly, murmuring, What is this? Han Zhuoran swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. If this is the case, that thing the guy saw has escaped? If it's true, that's a huge problem. Yi Zi whispered, her brows tightly knitted. The calmest one was still Qin Lang, who looked back at Granny Genie, but he didn't mention the specific sealing method. Granny Genie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, a trace of inscrutable amusement flashing in her eyes. Well, you just don't need to ask about that. Her tone was calm, yet it sent chills to the bottom of one's heart. Qin Lang's gaze narrowed slightly, a meaningful smile played at the corners of his mouth as he slowly spoke. Granny Genie, have you already understood these characters? Granny Genie, leisurely puffing her smoke, paused slightly at his words. A hint of surprise crossed her eyes, and she squinted at Qin Lang, her tone involuntarily dropping a few degrees. How do you know? Chapter 129, On what basis? Granny Genie's voice paused, as if suddenly realizing something. Her expression slightly changed as she fixed her gaze on Qin Lang. Could it be you can understand as well? This time, Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but chuckled lightly, crossing his arms, his tone carrying a hint of casual indifference. You don't need to ask that. In fact, ever since Qin Lang stepped into this room, he had already understood the strange characters on the walls, floor, and the altar. Because these characters were identical to those he had seen in the sealed door village dungeons. He could only interpret part of these characters, with still some key parts left unsolved. When Granny Genie appeared here, Qin Lang found that what she said aligned with what he understood, as if all the clues had suddenly pieced together. Qin Lang began to believe Granny Genie knew how to complete this ritual. Granny Genie was silent for a moment, as if weighing something, then her face returned to its usual calm and composure. She took another puff of smoke and said lightly, Since that's the case, let's cooperate? Her tone was an inquiry, but carried a hint of subtle testing and caution. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodding without hesitation. Cooperation is fine, but I want 70-30% of the rewards. His eyes brightened, looking at Granny Genie with a half-smile, carrying a hint of playfulness and provocation. Granny Genie's expression turned cold. The smile at the corner of her mouth instantly faded, her gaze deep and serious as she looked at Qin Lang, as if weighing the pros and cons. She knew very well that although she held some key information about this sealing ritual, Qin Lang could interpret these characters and might not have less information than her. This gap in information was quite critical, even related to the success or failure of this hidden mission. After a few seconds of silence, she gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, All right, 30-70, it's settled. You can't do this. Feng Lanlan's eyes were filled with anger and fear, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her lips trembling slightly, but she still twisted her body desperately. Her gaze swept across Qin Lang, Han Zhuoran, Yi Zi, and others, as if trying to find a trace of sympathy among them. How dare you decide my life or death? Let me down. Player killing player is against the rules. You will be punished for doing this. Granny Genie stood in front of the altar, gently tapping her pipe, squinting her eyes, a hint of sarcastic smile at the corner of her mouth. Feng Lanlan, just be obedient and don't think about anything else. Anyway, all of this is self-inflicted. She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and the smoke swirled in the air, like a slowly swimming poisonous snake. Feng Lanlan's pupils shrank suddenly, her face turning pale. She bit her teeth tightly and forced herself to ask with fake calmness, What do you mean? Granny Genie's gaze was cold as a blade, sharply piercing into Feng Lanlan. She slowly walked to the edge of the altar, leaned slightly, staring into her eyes, her tone playful. Feng Lanlan, you don't think I know nothing, do you? You are so weak, yet you were chosen by me. Have you never been curious? As soon as she finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Feng Lanlan's breathing quickened, and she stopped struggling. Granny Genie chuckled lightly, her tone carrying a hint of cruelty. When you first entered the instance, you gained skills of an assassin. And then? Did you think with great power, you could just wantonly slaughter those men who entered the red light district? Her voice suddenly deepened, her gaze sharp as a blade. You have already stained your hands with dozens of lives. You once killed 40 Johns and 32 prostitutes in one night, almost a massacre. You thought no one knew, it was just that no one wanted to bother. As these words were spoken, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Han Zhuoran stood aside, slightly furrowing his brows, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny as he stared at Feng Lanlan's face, subconsciously searching for related laws in his mind. If that's the case, then she indeed deserves it. I've killed too, but not as crazily as she has. Feng Lanlan suddenly looked up and fiercely glared at Han Zhuoran, her eyes burning with furious flames, her fists clenched tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms, her face twisted with anger. You, what right do you have to say this about me? Her voice trembled slightly with rage, her chest heaving violently. You know nothing at all. What right do you have to judge me? You think you're so clean? Her voice almost turned into a howl, filled with desperation, unwillingness, and deep anger. She struggled desperately, like a beast pushed to the brink, trying with all her might to break free from her bindings, but the strong ropes tightly locked her movements, making her resistance appear powerless. The candlelight flickered, casting dim shadows on her face. Her eyes were crazy and furious, her teeth grinding with a clattering sound, breathing rapid and chaotic. Granny Jeannie tapped her forehead with the pipe, making a sizzling sound, leaving a fiery mark on Feng Lanlan's head. Qin Wanqing and Yi Zi closed their eyes, unable to bear it. Granny Jeannie said, "Be honest. You are the one among us who has killed the most. The deepest sinner. The reason we chose you back then was because of this." Feng Lanlan cried out in pain, then gasped heavily, her chest heaving, her eyes sharp like a poison blade, fiercely staring at Granny Jeannie. In the next moment, a hoarse laugh escaped her throat, filled with sarcasm, resentment, and a hint of desperate madness. "On what grounds do you say I am guilty?" Her voice was raspy, her eyes bloodshot, as if carrying indescribable anger and pain. "Do you know what I have been through? Do you know how I survived until now?" She took a deep breath, her nails digging deep into her palms, her voice becoming sharper, filled with a kind of crazy determination. "I was sold to the red light district as a child, made into a whore. I didn't even know what a normal life looked like in my dreams." Her voice trembled with harshness, as if accusing, yet also tearing apart the deepest pain in her heart. "Those men treated me like livestock, ravaging me at will, trampling on me freely. Has anyone here ever experienced the humiliation of being treated as a toy? Has anyone felt the despair of living in hell every single day?" Tears mixed with anger slid down her cheeks, but she did not wipe them away. Instead, she laughed fiercely, laughing madly, laughing in pain. "So, when I finally gained power, why shouldn't I seek revenge?" Han Zhuoran adjusted his glasses, no longer looking at Feng Lanlan. Qin Wanqing and Yi Zi also gazed at her with pity. Feng Lanlan shouted, "Those men deserve it. They should die. Killing them is upholding justice. I have the ability to take revenge. I will make them pay the price. What is wrong with that? On what grounds do you blame me? On what grounds?" As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Lang frowned. "Not good, make her stop talking quickly." Chapter 130, The Flaw. As soon as Qin Lang finished speaking, Granny Jeannie was the first to stick a yellow talisman over Feng Lanlan's mouth. Feng Lanlan could only let out muffled woo-woo sounds, her voice echoing in the cold room, filled with bone-deep hatred, like the wailing of a vengeful ghost coming to collect a debt. Yi Zi asked in confusion, "Qin Lang, what's wrong? Why don't you let Feng Lanlan continue speaking?" Qin Lang said, "Didn't you all see? The black marks on Feng Lanlan are becoming more and more pronounced." Only then did everyone notice that the black runes on Feng Lanlan's arms were indeed blacker than before, as if they had been engraved. The more resentment Feng Lanlan has, the more interested the demon becomes in her. Granny Jeannie stood by, quietly watching her, her gaze deep as an ancient well, her face showing no trace of compassion, but rather a hint of an inscrutable smile. "Feng Lanlan, I told you, you are suited to be this vessel and offering, right? The demon's fondness for you shows just how deep your sins are." Granny Jeannie slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke spreading in the air, carrying a faint herbal fragrance, making the atmosphere even more suffocating and oppressive. Feng Lanlan's pupils contracted violently, her lips trembling slightly, staring hard at Granny Jeannie, her eyes filled with extreme anger and fear. Granny Jeannie looked at her indifferently, her tone carrying a chilling coldness. "This is your fate, accept it." Her casually spoken words felt like a cold death sentence, causing the air in the entire room to freeze instantly. Feng Lanlan shivered, her fingertips turning white from excessive force, her breathing quickening, and her heart racing wildly. She wanted to argue back, wanted to struggle, but that bone-deep chill seemed to clog her throat, leaving her unable to say a single word. Granny Jeannie slowly paced, her smoking rod tapping gently against her palm, looking at Qin Lang, her eyes glowing with a cold light. "Qin Lang, to complete the ritual, you must personally kill Feng Lanlan." The air seemed to freeze instantly. Feng Lanlan widened her eyes suddenly, her lips slightly trembling, her face full of disbelief. Her body involuntarily shrank back, but her limbs were tightly bound to the altar by ropes, leaving her with nowhere to escape. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his tone steady and calm. "What's the reason? Why me?" Grandma Genia slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her gaze deep, her voice low. "The power of the demon has partially entered her body." After hearing this, Feng Lanlan struggled more frantically, twisting her body in an attempt to break free from the ropes, but those ropes seemed infused with some mysterious power, binding her tighter and tighter, making her skin pale. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly as he calmly contemplated the truth of these words. "So," he said in a deep voice, "you mean that as long as she is killed, the demon can successfully take over?" Grandma Genia nodded, her tone eerily calm. "That's right. The demon needs a perfect vessel to descend into this world, and Feng Lanlan is already the most suitable medium. Her hatred, her killings, her obsessions, have all become the best nourishment for the demon. Now, it is only one step away. Qin Lang's gaze slightly hardened, and he already understood her meaning in his heart. I see, your plan is to wait for the demon to descend, then deal with it. Qin Lang spoke slowly, his tone as calm as if discussing something trivial. Grandma Genia curled the corners of her mouth into a slight smile. Exactly. To seal the demon, it has to manifest. How can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? Once the demon fully descends, we will find a way to seal it. Yi Zi questioned, but it's a demon, once it descends, do we really have a way to deal with it? Grandma Genia glanced at Qin Lang. You few obviously can't, but Qin Lang and I can. That's why I asked Qin Lang to take action. If it were you, you would probably be so scared at the moment the demon arrives that you would wet yourselves. Han Zhuoran huffed unwillingly. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, then raised his eyes to look directly at Grandma Genia. Is it really that simple? A strange light flashed in Grandma Genia's eyes as she slowly said, simple? Ha! If it were really that simple, then it wouldn't be worthy of being called a demon. Her voice was chilling and deep, carrying an indescribable sense of eeriness. This thing is not ordinary. She squinted her eyes, lightly tapping the smoke rod against her palm, a meaningful cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Once it truly descends into the world, it won't just be a disaster for this small town. Qin Lang, you have to be on high alert and give it your all to fight it. Qin Lang's gaze darkened slightly, his heart tightening a bit. The atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. The candlelight flickered, reflecting the complex expressions on everyone's faces. This kind of ritual was far too risky, the dangers were outrageous. Who could guarantee that everything would go smoothly? And the biggest question, would Grandma Genia also treat them as bait? Grandma Genia seemed to see their worries and said, don't be afraid, if I really set you up, what good would it do me? If the demon arrives and I can't handle it, wouldn't I die here too? I'm an old woman who values my life more than you young ones. The others exchanged glances, feeling there was some truth to her words. Grandma Genia lightly shook the smoke rod, looking at Qin Lang with an almost smiling expression. If you want to take 70%, you must be willing to give something in return, right? Originally, I planned to have Sima Qing help me, but now that you want to intervene, then expect to earn more by working harder. The others, Han Zhuoran and Feng Lanlan on the altar, all held their breath, their gazes fixed on Qin Lang. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her hands were tightly bound to the altar, unable to break free, her voice filled with pleading, fear, and even a hint of desperate hope. Qin Lang was silent for a moment, as if he was contemplating. It was like weighing options. He walked to Feng Lanlan's side and then said, I refuse. A flash of wild joy appeared in Feng Lanlan's eyes as she looked at Qin Lang in disbelief, while Granny Genia's brows furrowed slightly, her finger lightly pausing on the pipe. Han Zhuoran's eyes widened slightly, seemingly not expecting Qin Lang to make such a decision. In the previous task, no matter who died, Qin Lang always seemed indifferent. Only when Su Mubai was captured did he show any anger. Could it be that he was tender towards Feng Lanlan? Granny Genia fell silent for a moment, squinting her eyes, her voice still calm. Why? You don't want that 70% reward? Qin Lang sighed gently, looked around, his gaze sweeping over the altar and the candlelight, landing on Granny Genia, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his eyes deep and sharp. There's a flaw in your statement. In other words, you are lying to me. Granny Genia's eyes flickered slightly, but she remained silent, only quietly watching Qin Lang. Chapter 131 The First Generation Vessel. Qin Lang slowly said, the theme of the entire Silent Hill instance revolves around confession. His gaze was deep, his voice low and powerful, and you said that as long as we kill Feng Lanlan, let the monster successfully possess, and then eliminate it, the hidden task is considered complete? He paused, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, but the question is, what kind of confession is this? Shen Wanqing's eyes widened suddenly, seemingly realizing this issue, while Han Zhuoran's expression also became somewhat serious. This instance has been guiding players to seek the meaning of confession, to face past sins and mistakes, and to find redemption. Qin Lang continued, his gaze like a knife, directly staring at Granny Genia, but your approach is just to let the monster descend and then get rid of it. What does this have to do with confession? On the contrary, letting the monster descend is the real reason to confess, right? Granny Genia's face remained calm, but her fingers had quietly tapped the pipe, seemingly pondering something. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, his tone carrying a bit of coldness. Moreover, I estimate that what happened in Silent Hill back then was probably not that simple. Everyone was once again startled by his words. Could it be that Qin Lang had made some discovery? Qin Lang's voice echoed in the quiet and oppressive space, with each word like a stone falling into stagnant water, rippling and sending a shock through everyone's hearts. Let's think carefully. His gaze slowly swept over each person, and the air seemed to become stagnant under his eyes, with everyone instinctively holding their breath. Qin Lang said, if the monster that descended back then led Silent Hill to become the ghostly sight it is now, then why don't we see it now? Granny Genia slowly opened her mouth, her voice still low and hoarse, it's very simple. Because it doesn't have a suitable vessel now, so it cannot descend into this world. That's why we are here. Han Zhuoran nodded gently, yeah, isn't that common sense? However, Qin Lang's lips slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. In that case, his voice lowered slightly, carrying a hint of coldness. Does it mean that its descent back then already had a suitable vessel? The moment these words dropped, a chill seemed to quietly spread along the floor, and an inexplicable unease rose behind each person. The room fell into a suffocating silence. Granny Genia still calmly inhaled the blue smoke, her eyes slightly squinting. Qin Lang continued, if the monster really descended back then where is its vessel? Everyone gasped in shock. This question was like an invisible thunder, exploding in everyone's minds. Yes, if the demon's descent back then meant it had found a suitable vessel, then why does it still need a new vessel now? Qin Lang said, unless that vessel from back then has already disappeared. But would a vessel capable of carrying a demon's descent truly vanish without a trace? Old Granny Genie continued to hold her pipe, slowly inhaling a puff, her expression remaining completely unchanged, only her slightly trembling fingertips revealing that her heart was beginning to waver. Is Qin Lang's thinking so delicate? Even this has been noticed? Qin Lang stopped speaking, quietly watching old Granny Genie, waiting for her response. Old Granny Genie did not speak immediately, she just slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, and after a moment, she said slowly, you boy, you are indeed very clever. But does your obsession with this question have any meaning? Her fingers lightly tapped the pipe, ash falling to the ground, instantly swallowed by the darkness. But Qin Lang smirked, his gaze sharp, of course it has meaning. If the demon really needs a vessel to descend, then it shows, when the coal miners unearthed it, it did not directly manifest in the world. In other words, they merely opened its existence, but did not truly release it. Simply put, the demon only appeared, but did not truly descend. Silent Hill did not suddenly become like this. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. If that is the case, does it mean someone did something, conducted a certain ritual, to truly allow the demon to descend? Old Granny Genie's eyes flickered slightly, but she continued to puff out green smoke, remaining unresponsive. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips trembling slightly, as if she had thought of something but dared not speak. Han Zhuoran frowned, seemingly trying to clarify the logic among them. Yi Zi suddenly widened her eyes, shock and realization evident in her pupils. Her voice trembled slightly but was firm as she said, I understand now. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on her, waiting for her follow-up. Yi Zi took a deep breath, clenched her fists, her tone carrying unprecedented certainty. The demon made someone create a vessel. As soon as the words fell, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop by a degree. It is precisely because it needs a vessel that it couldn't manifest at the moment it was unearthed in the coal mine. Yi Zi continued to analyze, her thoughts becoming clearer. So, someone must have acted according to its will, conducted a certain ritual, and created its vessel, allowing it to truly descend. Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodding in satisfaction, exactly. But now the question arises, if the demon's descent depends on the creation of a vessel, then, who back then, and how did they know how to complete this ritual? And how did that vessel disappear? Qin Lang stood in front of the flickering candlelight, slightly lowering his gaze, as if thinking about something. His fingertips gently stroked the surface of the sound-transmitting jade, as if sorting through the clues that floated in his mind. So, in my view, what happened in Silent Hill back then should have been like this. Qin Lang began to narrate, although the demon was released, it could not immediately descend into the world. It did not have enough power, or rather, it lacked a key medium, a suitable vessel. Everyone held their breath, quietly listening to his speculation. Feng Lanlan, lying on the altar, felt stiff all over, her face pale as if she had already thought of something. Old Granny Genie's eyes were inscrutable, a hint of ambiguous amusement gracing her lips. Qin Lang slowly paced, his voice echoing in the eerie basement. So, it initially sought the right person, or rather, it began to guide someone. Let him go complete a certain ritual. Chapter 132, Deception. Qin Lang stared at Granny Jean. It must have used that person, tempting his mind, making him a promise, allowing him to willingly do this. In the end, the first-generation vessel was born. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, an impatient voice broke the silence. Sima Qing frowned, arms crossed, his tone carrying some impatience and doubt. Alright, what are you trying to say with all this? These things happened so many years ago, even if there was a first-generation vessel, it has nothing to do with us, right? Qin Lang's gaze lingered a moment on him and Granny Jean, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then, he slowly began to speak. Are you deliberately avoiding my main point? I'm saying that if it wants to descend into the world again, it must tempt others to complete the ritual. Don't you think this is a bit like what we're doing now? As soon as the words fell, everyone gasped. Yi Zi's face instantly changed, she took a sudden step back, her fingers trembling slightly, cautiously looking at Granny Jean. Feng Lanlan's breathing quickened, though she was bound to the altar, she couldn't help but struggle, her eyes filled with fear. Han Juoran and Sima Qing exchanged glances, the expressions on their faces turning serious, then they all simultaneously looked at Granny Jean. The air suddenly became extremely heavy. Everyone, in unison, looked at Granny Jean with wary and doubtful eyes. Granny Jean remained calm, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if she had already anticipated this scene. She gently tapped her smoking pipe, wisps of blue smoke wafting through the air, her gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd, finally resting on Qin Lang. He. She chuckled softly, her voice low and meaningful. Kid, it seems you have thought this through. I must admit, I underestimated you after all. Qin Lang did not respond, just silently stared at her. Shen Wanqing's face was pale, trembling all over, her fingertips almost digging into her palms, breathing rapidly. She stared fixedly at Granny Jean, her voice trembling slightly with fear and anger. So it was you already conspired with the monster, that's why you deliberately lured us here, to create a new vessel. These words jolted everyone's nerves sharply. Han Juoran's face turned extremely ugly, Sima Qing frowned deeply, and Yizi clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white. Feng Lanlan widened her eyes in shock, her lips trembling slightly. So that's it, no wonder it was all you from the start. Yet Granny Jean remained composed, a faint smile still on her lips, as if everything was under her control. She slowly nodded, her voice low and calm. Exactly. Her gaze swept across everyone, revealing a trace of unhidden mockery. Originally, I wanted to keep this from you, actually bringing the monster down is the real hidden task. Everyone's pupils suddenly contracted. What? Han Juoran exclaimed in shock, his fists tightly clenched, veins bulging. Shen Wanqing frowned fiercely, her voice filled with anger. Are you crazy? So, you deliberately let the monster descend, without thinking about how to handle it? You could just pull it out and leave yourself? But Granny Jean merely smiled lightly, that smile containing a strange calmness. Her gaze slowly shifted to Qin Lang, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Qin Lang, don't you want to complete the hidden task? She slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, her gaze sharp like a serpent in the depths of night, carrying a hint of temptation. Well then, the chance is right in front of you. You should take action now, shouldn't you? The task in Silent Hill is actually almost complete. As soon as we step on the ground, we're almost done with the level, plus with this hidden object, the reward will be very rich. The candlelight dances in the cold air, reflecting Qin Lang's face, his eyes are deep, and a cold smile is curling at the corners of his mouth. Qin Lang said, I absolutely will not. Granny Jean was slightly taken aback, and the smile in her eyes seemed to deepen a bit. Oh, why not? You don't want to do this task? Qin Lang squinted his eyes slightly, coldly staring at Granny Jean. You have deceived me too many times, I have no reason to trust you again. Granny Jean smiled, gently shaking the pipe in her hand, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, her voice leisurely. Oh? I deceived you? Qin Lang laughed disdainfully, his gaze like a torch. A real hidden task is a hidden task only after it is completed. You only told me part of it, while you intentionally concealed the other part. Why should I believe that your let the monsters descend is the right choice? Perhaps, stopping the monsters from descending is the real hidden task? Upon hearing this, Granny Jean's smile slightly froze, but soon, she returned to calmness. A transaction is, after all, a trait of information disparity. If I tell you all the truth, then what would it be called a transaction? The essence of a transaction is that one person knows more than the other. Why would you think I am deceiving you? She shrugged, lightly sighed, and looked at Qin Lang with deep eyes. No, I only withheld part of the facts. Qin Lang's mouth slightly curled up, and he laughed coldly. Hey! No matter how you argue, I will not let you have your way. The air seemed to completely freeze at this moment, and everyone felt an invisible sense of confrontation. Granny Jean quietly looked at Qin Lang, a hint of faint regret passed through her eyes, as if sighing over something regrettable. Then there's no way, since it's like this. She lightly sighed and slowly turned her head to look at Sima Qing, her tone chillingly calm. Make your move. As soon as her voice fell, Sima Qing's eyes suddenly darkened, his hand quietly clenched. Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he firmly told Yizi and the others, protect Feng Lanlan. Yizi immediately reacted, standing in front of Feng Lanlan, while Shen Wanqing, Han Juoran, and others also stood ready for defense. However, Han Juoran furrowed his brows and whispered, shouldn't we rescue her? She's still alive. Qin Lang did not answer immediately but sharply scanned his surroundings, finally resting his gaze on Feng Lanlan. The black iron chains tightly binding her limbs emitted a faint, eerie dark red light, as if blood was seeping through them. Feng Lanlan's face was pale, her lips slightly trembling, a hint of struggle and pain flickering in her eyes. Yes, save me first. Qin Lang shook his head, no way. Chapter 133, Make your move. Can't rescue. Qin Lang's tone was undeniable. Han Juoran was stunned, why? Qin Lang took a deep breath and slowly explained, the chains on Feng Lanlan are not right, they are not just ordinary restraints but part of a ritual. I estimate that as long as these chains exist, she will still be under the ritual's control. He paused, his eyes cold and serious as he added, more importantly, her body has already been partially invaded by the monsters. If we recklessly save her now, it will not help her, instead, it will only make the monsters descend faster. As these words came out, everyone's heart sank. Just then, Sima Qing coldly snorted and unexpectedly made his move. Boom! Several blazing fireballs shot out from his palm, burning with fierce flames, as if they wanted to devour everything. They dragged trails of crimson light in the dark space like falling shooting stars, quickly flying toward Qin Lang. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly turned icy, and the Ghost Slayer sword in his hand was suddenly unsheathed. Clang! The blade flashed, the cold sword edge drew a silver-white arc illuminated by the firelight. Bang! 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 Qin Lang swung his sword precisely, each strike hitting the core of the fireballs perfectly. The flames exploded in an instant, scattering like countless stars, resembling blooming fiery flowers. In a moment, the heat surged, and the air howled by, stirring up the surrounding decaying dust, while the ground became faintly charred. Qin Lang looked at Sima Qing and smiled, "You're just a so-called mage, huh?" Sima Qing raised his hands, conjuring several fireballs, saying, "Be careful, my fire is very fast." Qin Lang chuckled, "Is it faster than the speed of your death?" Sima Qing's eyes turned cold, "You're seeking death." Aunt Jeannie had been quietly watching from the side, gently tapping her smoking pipe, exhaling a puff of white smoke, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. He. Her gaze lingered on Qin Lang, as if she were appreciating the struggles of a fun prey, watching the impending game of life and death with cold indifference. And to guard against Aunt Jeannie, Qin Lang found it hard to focus on Sima Qing. Yi Zi's eyes narrowed as she saw Qin Lang and Sima Qing engaged in fierce battle, flames rolling and swords flashing, while Aunt Jeannie remained calmly standing by, observing with cold eyes, as though everything was under her control. She bit her lip and shouted, "Qin Lang, I'll help you." Before her voice fell, she suddenly raised her hand, the paper fan swung out with a slight swish, and dozens of white talisman papers fluttered in the air. Paper blow snow. The paper turned into snowflakes of blades, flashing with cold light, rushing straight at Sima Qing. Sima Qing sensed something unusual, fury flashing in his eyes, raising his hand to block the sudden attack. However, just as the talisman papers were about to crash into him, they suddenly changed direction. Yi Zi's target was actually Aunt Jeannie. Sima Qing was shocked. "Grandma!" The paper snowflakes suddenly became incredibly sharp in the air, each piece like a thin blade, carrying a chilling aura, slashing towards Aunt Jeannie in overwhelming waves. Aunt Jeannie had originally been casually smoking, but seeing this, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly, coldly smiling. She merely lifted her hand, as if casually waving her sleeve. Those talisman papers seemed to hit an invisible barrier 3 inches from her, instantly shattering into countless white ash, drifting down. She exhaled a puff of smoke, with a hint of mockery in her smile, her eyes showing a playful glint, and said softly, "Little girl, quite clever. On the surface, you aimed at Sima Qing, but your real target is me. Your brain works pretty quickly." Her voice was light, yet it carried a bone-chilling undertone. Yi Zi's heart tightened, her grip on the paper fan tightened further, the wariness in her eyes deepening. She knew that this old woman was more dangerous than anyone she had encountered before. Aunt Jeannie's cold smile remained unchanged, and with a light wave of her smoking pipe, a strange current suddenly stirred in the air. Those white papers that had just fallen to the ground seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, abruptly swirling up. The papers rolled in midair, as if manipulated by an unseen hand, reforming into sharp white arrows, shooting towards Yi Zi at an even faster speed. Yi Zi's face changed dramatically. She hurriedly waved her fan to defend herself, but she knew that her previous attack had already been seen through by Aunt Jeannie, and this counterattack would likely be even harder to deal with. However, in that instant, a shadow suddenly appeared behind Aunt Jeannie. A blood-red figure, like a ghost, burst forth from the shadows of the wall. In that moment, a thick blood mist seemed to seep through the cracks of the broken wall. A tall figure silently charged out of the darkness. Blood ghost technique, shadow erosion. Sumubai's figure swept by like a gust of wind, transforming into a blood-red remnant. Swiftly lunging toward Granny Goldenleaf's back. Her double pupils glowed with a dark red light, and blood energy wrapped around her like threads. With a wave of her right hand, the blood mist condensed into a ghostly claw, as black as ink, fiercely reaching out toward Granny Goldenleaf's back. This strike was as swift as thunder, as mysterious as a shadow, with a tricky angle and a fierce blow, clearly aimed to crush Granny Goldenleaf in one fell swoop. But in that moment, Granny Goldenleaf's lips curled into a cold arc. She sighed with a half-smile, softly saying, "Heh? I almost forgot, there's still one more." Her voice carried no surprise, as if she had long anticipated all of this. Granny Goldenleaf slightly turned her body, her movements appeared slow yet precisely evaded Sumubai's deadly strike. Sumubai swept past her, bringing a chill of bloody air, but only grasped at emptiness. Hiss. Her gaze slightly constricted, realizing in that instant she had missed her target. She immediately wanted to retreat using the blood ghost technique's voiding ability. He. Granny Goldenleaf's lips curled into a cold smile as she slightly lifted her smoking pipe, calmly exhaling a puff of smoke. This smoke was not ordinary, it carried a peculiar fluctuation, swirling in the air like a living thing, quickly spreading out. Originally just a faint wisp, it instantly expanded into a thick white mist, rapidly wrapping around Sumobei. Sumobai's pupils narrowed, he immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to retreat, but that mist seemed to have caught her scent. The white smoke twisted and coiled in an extremely bizarre way, as if it had a life of its own, precisely locking onto her figure. Sumobei was alarmed. What? Chapter 134, Betting It All. Sumobei let out a low shout, her figure had just begun to fade, trying to merge into the shadows to escape. But just as she was about to completely disappear into the darkness, that white mist suddenly contracted violently, turning into countless twisted white tendrils that wrapped around her limbs and torso like venomous snakes. Swish! Those smoky tendrils danced in the air with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, Sumobei's arms were tightly bound. How is this possible? She was clearly a spiritual entity, how could this white smoke restrain her? Sumobei gritted his teeth, desperately struggling, continuously trying to break free using the blood ghost technique. But those tendrils seemed like some special spell, not only did they not disperse under her blood energy, but the more she struggled, the tighter they wrapped around her. They even dug deep into her spiritual body, sending a strange burning pain coursing through her. His brow furrowed, a sinking feeling in his heart. This smoke, something's wrong. Don't waste your energy. Granny Goldenleaf's voice echoed calmly, she slightly shook her pipe, a hint of mockery in her smile. You little ones are quite entertaining. Too bad, you're still too inexperienced. She lightly flicked the pipe, and the tendrils binding Sumobei instantly tightened, forcing him to half kneel on the ground. Don't move. Granny Goldenleaf spoke with a calm tone, holding the yellowed pipe in her mouth, faintly exhaling a line. That pipe seemed to have become a part of her body, and the tendrils wrapped around Sumobei also constricted slightly with her breath, tightening even further. Sumobei's whole body tensed, he could feel that this mist was not an ordinary spell, but a kind of higher-level magic, even carrying a strange, lingering aura. They were not like regular binding spells, which could be broken with enough power. Instead, they felt more like a soul-locking restraint, with every struggle making it absorb his strength, coiling ever deeper. Be careful, or I'll make it so you can't even become a ghost. Granny Goldenleaf spoke slowly, her gaze piercing through the faint smoke as she looked at him. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight cold smile. Sumobei gritted his teeth and growled, if you have the guts, make your move. Old Granny Jean watched his reaction and suddenly chuckled softly, gently shaking the pipe in her hand, her voice tinged with mockery. TSK, your temper is really fierce, is it like this when you're a person too? Sumobei, let's talk. Let me go. Otherwise, just kill me, or else. Old Granny Jean narrowed her eyes slightly, as if enjoying the last struggle of a trapped beast, and then slowly said, kill you? Hee, I'm not that foolish. If you die, Qin Lang will probably come directly to deal with me. Sumobei's whole body trembled, stunned. What do you mean? Seeing this, old Granny Jin's smile deepened, she leisurely took a puff of her pipe and then slowly exhaled, the smoke spreading like waves and creating ripples that enveloped Sumobei. Her tone was calm, yet it carried a kind of certainty that was obvious. I can see that you are very important to Qin Lang. She paused, seemingly deliberately prolonging her tone, watching the changes in Sumobei's expression, and continued, he thinks that protecting you is his responsibility. Sumobei's fingers tightened slightly, her pupils flickering. Responsibility? Her breath caught, and numerous images suddenly flashed through her mind, from their first meeting, to fighting side by side, from Qin Lang pulling him back from the gates of death countless times, to that casual yet firm statement, don't worry, Miss Su, I'm here. Sumobei herself had never thought of this. Was she really that important to Qin Lang, the strange being? Old Granny Jean didn't say anything more, she had already gotten the reaction she wanted. She could see that Sumobei's heart was already rippling with turmoil. She gently tapped her pipe, the smoke still lingered around Sumobei but didn't tighten further, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Qin Lang and Sima Qing continued. Firelight and blade light intertwined, the hot air waves bursting in the air. Sima Qing was engulfed in blazing blue magical flames. He lifted his hand, and the flames rolled like a long snake, lunging at Qin Lang. Every swing carried an immense explosive force, scorching the ground black, and even the air was swirling with scorching waves. Qin Lang held the demon-slicing blade, constantly dodging and blocking, each strike producing a sharp whistling sound. His figure danced in the firelight, like a hunting wolf, always looking for a flaw. Sima Qing's strength was even stronger than Qin Lang had imagined, making him doubt if this guy was simply playing the fool to catch the clever. Ai Qi! Qin Lang shouted softly, his gaze sharp as lightning, how much chance do you have against this guy? Bai Qi's voice echoed in his mind, deep and calm, we must engage up close, otherwise, the odds are very slim. But this guy's magic is no ordinary spell, you'd better be careful. Qin Lang frowned, his gaze darkening. Must engage up close, but this guy's flames don't give any chance. He swung the blade fiercely, scattering the incoming flames, his body instantly shifting to the side. At the same time, Sima Qing let out a cold laugh. The flames in his hand suddenly exploded, transforming into dozens of flaming snake shadows, surrounding him from all sides. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "It looks like I can only take a gamble." He took a deep breath, stepping down, his figure instantly turning into a whirlwind, rushing towards Sima Qing. "Crazy, don't you value your life?" Sima Qing's expression changed slightly, his hands suddenly coming together. The surrounding flames seemed to be drawn, wildly converging into his palms, the crimson light illuminating his face, the killing intent visible in his eyes. He shouted angrily, swinging his hand fiercely. A fiery wall erupted violently, like the gates of hell, standing tall in front of Qin Lang. The rolling flames roared, the heat wave rushing towards him. The air seemed to twist. The ground around was instantly baked and cracked. Die. A cold smile curled at the corner of Sima Qing's mouth. In his eyes, Qin Lang's charge was nothing but a path to death. Anyone blocked by this wall of fire would be instantly reduced to ashes. But Qin Lang not only did not stop, he instead accelerated. His figure rushed through the raging winds, his steps like thunder shattering the earth, heading straight toward that blazing wall of fire without a hint of hesitation. Has he really gone mad? Sima Qing's pupils contracted slightly, a glimmer of shock flickering in his eyes. Boom! Qin Lang charged directly into the wall of fire. The flames instantly engulfed Qin Lang. Sima Qing's corner of his mouth just lifted into a proud smile, but at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. Chapter 135 A Mighty Strike. The wall of fire continued to blaze fiercely, yet Qin Lang's figure astonishingly emerged unscathed from the other side. Not only that, but beside him, a light blue transparent barrier appeared, like a delicate bubble, perfectly enveloping his body. No matter how the external flames scorched, they couldn't invade even a bit. What? Sima Qing's cold smile instantly froze, his pupils suddenly narrowing, hardly able to believe his eyes. His flames failed to burn Qin Lang? And what was this big bubble? Qin Lang froze for a moment as well. He didn't expect to emerge from the wall of fire unscathed. What was this light blue barrier? However, he had no time to explore. The opportunity would soon vanish. Sima Qing was already in front of him. "Ai Qi!" Qin Lang shouted lowly. The ghost-slaying blade in his hand suddenly rose up, the blade shimmering with a cold light under the flames. At the same time, a strong power surged from the blade, like a long-sleeping beast awakening, killing intent and ferocity converging in the air into something tangible. Sima Qing's face abruptly changed, just about to retreat when he suddenly felt an invisible binding locking onto his breath, slowing his movements for a moment. And that moment was already enough. What? Put! Qin Lang's ghost-slaying blade sliced through the air with thunderous speed, the blade cutting through everything with fierce wind. Under Bai Chi's enhancement, it seemed to be able to cleave even souls. Crack! Blood splattered. Sima Qing's right arm instantly separated from his body, severed at the shoulder. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the night sky. Sima Qing staggered backward, his face twisted in agony, the flesh at the side of his severed arm charred black. Obviously the blade's power had directly burned the wound, making it hard to heal. But Qin Lang's assault had not ended. He did not withdraw his blade but instead pivoted, stepping forward with fierce determination towards Sima Qing. Sima Qing gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with crazy wrath. He endured the agonizing pain of his severed arm, swinging one hand. Fiery flames wildly gathered before him, quickly coalescing into several flame balls the size of fists. Die! Boom! The fireball shot out with a scorching wave, like shooting stars, aiming directly at Qin Lang. Sima Qing's fireballs descended like meteors, the air instantly ignited by the intense flames. Rolling waves of heat surged forward, as if the very earth would be burned to nothing. However, right when the fireballs were about to engulf Qin Lang, a crystal-clear barrier rapidly unfolded, like a softly glowing soap bubble, encompassing Qin Lang once again. Bang! 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 A series of explosive roars of flames erupted outside the barrier, violent shockwaves swept all around, the ground scorched red, the air filled with a charred scent. Yet, Qin Lang stood peacefully in place. That layer of bubble barrier, like a gentle and sturdy shield, separated all flames from the outside, only the surface rippling with waves. Qin Lang frowned slightly. Quickly turning back, his gaze locked onto Qin Wanqing not far away. At this moment, Qin Wanqing's face was pale, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat, and she appeared extremely weak. She trembled slightly as she raised her hands, a few faintly glowing bubbles floating at her fingertips. These bubbles seemed to contain the power of life, floating lightly while exuding a strange protective force. Is it you? Qin Lang was slightly taken aback. Qin Wanqing forced herself to hold on, biting her lip to manage a weak smile, her voice somewhat frail. This is my ability. These bubbles can heal and can also block a certain amount of damage for a short time. Qin Lang's gaze flickered slightly, not expecting her ability to be so magical. To withstand the fire impact of someone like Sima Qing, this bubble barrier was far more resilient than it appeared, but it surely consumed a lot of energy. Sure enough, Qin Wanqing's body swayed unsteadily. I can only block one more time at most. Her voice was somewhat strained, and even her breathing seemed hurried. Qin Lang looked at her weak appearance, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. That's enough. Seeing the determined light in Qin Lang's eyes, Qin Wanqing felt an unexpected surge of energy, suddenly thinking everything still had hope. Qin Lang's legs suddenly pushed off the ground, his figure charging towards Sima Qing like the wind, the demon-slaying blade in hand, its cold light piercing, aiming directly at the enemy's vital point. At the same time, Qin Wanqing took a deep breath, gathering her last bubble, gently pushing it, and the bubble instantly expanded, enveloping Qin Lang like a layer of transparent armor. A cold glint flashed in Sima Qing's eyes, facing the approaching Qin Lang. He suddenly tightened his grip on the fireball in his hand, and the blazing flames began to surge and twist rapidly. Within the scorching firelight, a fiery spear slowly took shape, the spear body red-hot, its tip shimmering ominously, as if it could pierce through anything at any moment. I hate cockroaches that just won't die. Sima Qing roared angrily, stepping forward, the fiery spear in his hand slicing through the air like a blazing meteor, aimed directly at Qin Lang's chest. Faced with this astonishing strike, Qin Lang's lips suddenly curled into a disdainful smile. Bang! He raised his left hand sharply, forming a gun-like posture, his fingertip vibrating slightly, invisible mental bullets shooting out like midnight meteors, piercing the air. Bang! 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 Several mental bullets shot straight at Sima Qing. Sima Qing's pupils contracted sharply, not expecting Qin Lang to have such means. He instinctively wanted to dodge, but the mental bullets were silent, their speed beyond imagination. Puff! Sima Qing felt a violent impact in his chest, a sudden pain coursing through him, and he staggered back, his eyes filled with horror. His consciousness was momentarily blanked out by the impact, even the fiery spear in his hand swayed slightly. Ha! A cold glint flashed in Qin Lang's eyes, the demon-slaying blade slicing horizontally, tearing through the air with unstoppable power, aiming straight for Sima Qing's neck. However, just as the blade was about to touch Sima Qing's skin, a strange shadow suddenly darted in. Bang! Qin Lang's blade was forcibly blocked. He focused his gaze, realizing that the figure before him was not Sima Qing, but Granny Jin Yi. Granny Jin Yi had somehow stood between the two. She simply lifted a hand, gently touching the ancient pipe in her hand, causing Qin Lang's body to freeze instantly, as if bound by an invisible force. He. Granny Jin Yi's lips curled into a meaningful smile, deeply inhaling the smoke, surrounded by swirling mist. Her gaze was cold and mysterious. Young man, why the hurry? Chapter 136, the ceremony completed. Qin Lang felt his body bound by invisible threads, the demon-slaying blade halted mid-air. Clearly he had exhausted all his strength, yet he could not move forward an inch. His arm seemed to be frozen by a strange power, even the trembling of his muscles was deprived. Am I stuck? What kind of ability is this? He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp as he stared at the old woman with golden leaves in front of him. Why aren't you making your move? The old woman with golden leaves slightly curled her lips, revealing a meaningful smile, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke that swirled around her, as if forming a faint barrier in front of her. Her voice was laced with a hint of laziness and a touch of playfulness, maintaining calm in this situation. Not bad, not bad. It's really been a long time since I've seen a smart young man like you. I want to give you a chance. She paused, took a deep puff of smoke, and slowly exhaled. If you agree to cease fire now, we can negotiate. I am even willing to join forces with you to complete a real hidden mission. Qin Lang's gaze flickered, the corners of his mouth curling into a cold smile. Don't lie to me, you never intended to deal with me. The old woman with golden leaves raised an eyebrow, her tone still calm. Oh? Why are you so sure? Qin Lang's eyes burned bright and his tone was firm. Because you are a woman too. The old woman with golden leaves was slightly taken aback, seeming not to expect this reply from Qin Lang. Qin Lang continued, his tone laced with mockery. As long as it's a woman lying, I can see right through it. The old woman fixed her gaze on Qin Lang, her eyes deep as a dark pool, seemingly pondering something. After a moment, she lightly sighed, the smile on her face finally fading, replaced by a faint hint of killing intent. Then there's no choice. She slowly raised her smoking pipe, pointing it at Qin Lang, her voice no longer carrying any warmth. Then you shall die. Qin Lang's pupils slightly contracted, knowing the old woman had no intention of holding back anymore. Time pause. The world fell into a dead silence. The smoke in the air froze in place, the old woman's gesture was suspended in mid-air, and her imminent attack was frozen in the stasis of time. At that moment, Bai Qi's voice rang in Qin Lang's mind, tinged with confusion. This is a perfect opportunity, why not use it to take them out? Qin Lang frowned slightly, responding indifferently, I can't kill during the time pause. Bai Qi was taken aback. What? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his gaze still sharp. Have you ever seen me take advantage of a time pause to kill anyone? That's also my limitation. There had been several times where Qin Lang wanted to do something bad during the time pause, but the system had told him that he couldn't commit extreme events during that time. Speaking of which, Qin Lang then realized that his special power hadn't refreshed in a long time. Could it be that after staying in Silent Hill for so long, time hasn't passed at all? Qin Lang suddenly understood. That's right. Silent Hill has an outer world and an inner world. They were still in the inner world, probably the flow of time was different. Bai Qi was silent for a moment and then teased, "Big brother, your ability is quite peaceful." Enough nonsense. Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze shifting to his hands. "Hurry up and lift this immobilization effect, my hands are going numb." "Heh, small matter." Bai Qi sneered, then released an invisible force. In an instant, the feeling of restraint on Qin Lang vanished like smoke blown away by a strong wind, disappearing without a trace. Bai Qi said, "This old woman isn't ordinary, such strong magic. Just now, even I was shocked, almost forgot to use my power to break free." "Looks like, big brother, you've run into an opponent this time. Stop whining, don't mess up." Qin Lang moved his fingers, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, then without hesitation, he cancelled the time pause. The moment time flowed again, the world returned to its noisy state. The old woman with golden leaves was astonished to find Qin Lang had completely regained his freedom to act. "What?" Her pupils shrank, disbelief in her eyes. "How did you do it?" She clearly remembered locking Qin Lang's movements herself. Unless she takes the initiative to break it, no one can escape. But Qin Lang, as if completely ignoring this rule, stood before her without any hindrance. Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, his gaze filled with a trace of mockery as he slowly raised the ghost-slashing knife in his hand, the blade reflecting the shocked expression of Granny Golden Leaf. "Want to know? Then exchange your life for it." Granny Golden Leaf didn't show panic due to Qin Lang's strong move, instead, she laughed in relief. She gently tapped her pipe, letting the ash fall to the ground. "Qin Lang, I admit defeat. You are indeed very powerful." Her gaze assessed Qin Lang, her tone carrying a trace of appreciation, yet with an unshakable certainty. "But do you think this will change anything?" Qin Lang's heart tightened, his brows slightly furrowing. "What do you mean?" Granny Golden Leaf's smile didn't fade, her tone leisurely. "The ritual is about to be completed." "Ritual?" Qin Lang's heart jolted violently, alarms blaring in his mind. He suddenly turned around, only to see Han Zhuoran standing beside Feng Lanlan, holding a jet-black short blade in his hand. The blade was wrapped in a strange purple aura and was stabbing towards Feng Lanlan's heart at lightning speed. "Not good." Qin Lang roared, his pupils constricting. He instantly understood in his heart the demon was deceiving him. From the beginning, he had thought the danger came from Granny Golden Leaf and Sima Qing. Since the demon had teamed up with Granny Golden Leaf, it was definitely following her. So the demon could invade others too. "Stop." Qin Lang wanted to rush forward, but it was already too late. Yi Zi had already reacted. Her paper fan suddenly swung, and large, sharp snow-white paper pieces flew out, heading straight for Han Zhuoran. However, just as those paper pieces were about to strike Han Zhuoran, his body suddenly melted like a puddle of shapeless liquid, effortlessly torn into pieces. "What?" Yi Zi's eyes widened. She saw the pieces of liquid torn into countless fragments, yet they were squirming in the air, rapidly recombining, and once again taking on Han Zhuoran's form. Qin Lang was shocked. So Han Zhuoran's special ability is to turn his body into liquid? This is troublesome. Han Zhuoran's face still wore that calm, emotionless expression, his eyes blankly staring at everyone. He slowly lifted his head, his lips slightly curling, his gaze deep and chilling, as he quietly and reverently spoke. "Everyone is the master's slave." Qin Lang's heart sank sharply, a sense of foreboding flooding his mind. Granny Golden Leaf laughed. "Qin Lang, don't get distracted." Chapter 137, The Arrival. Granny Golden Leaf's lips curled into a sinister smile, her pipe gently lifted. A thick gray-white smoke suddenly spewed from her mouth, like a poisonous snake emerging from its hole, rolling toward Qin Lang. The moment the smoke spread, Qin Lang felt his vision blur, a strange smell filled his nostrils, like burned herbs, or decaying earth, bringing a dizzying sense of suffocation. He bit the tip of his tongue, forcing himself to shake off the dazed feeling brought on by the mist. The ghost-slashing knife in his hand erupted with brilliant light, the blade trembling, creating a fierce knife energy. "Break for me." Boom! The blade light tore through the swirling smoke, and the thick mist was instantly split in two, rolling off to both sides, revealing Granny Golden Leaf's cold and deep eyes. However, before Qin Lang could catch his breath, Han Zhuoran's figure suddenly turned into a pool of jet-black liquid, slithering like a shadow across the ground, heading toward Feng Lanlan like a venomous snake. "Don't even think about it." Yi Zi's gaze sharpened, and she swung her paper fan hard. Large, snow-white paper pieces immediately turned into a hurricane. They flew through the air like a blizzard, sharp and cold. The paper pieces swept through Han Zhuoran's path like a violent snowstorm. Countless paper pieces sliced at the liquid Han Zhuoran. Torn into countless fragments, like a puddle of crushed ink spilled on the ground. Yet, those torn liquids twisted and surged in the air, like a life out of control, unconstrained by any rules, piercing through the storm of paper, rushing towards Feng Lanlan in a bizarre posture. "Oh no!" Yi Zi's pupils shrank sharply, revealing an expression of disbelief. "Quick, stop him." Qin Lang shouted sternly, but it was already too late. Put. A blood-colored flower quietly bloomed. The black liquid instantly congealed into human form like a ghost, and Han Zhuoran's figure was already standing in front of Feng Lanlan. The dark short blade in Han Zhuoran's hand, carrying a chilling demonic aura, pierced through Feng Lanlan's chest without obstruction. Feng Lanlan's eyes widened, her lips slightly trembled, and blood slowly dripped down the blade, blooming a stunning blood flower on the ground. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Deathly silence. Feng Lanlan's body trembled violently, the dark short blade piercing her chest seemed like a chain leading to the abyss, tearing her life away from the real world. Her skin quickly lost its color, turning as pale as paper, and her once slightly trembling eyelashes eerily stopped moving. In the next moment, she seemed to have completely lost her vitality. However, the truly alarming changes were just beginning. Feng Lanlan's body suddenly convulsed, an eerie aura surged out from within her. A chilling wind suddenly rushed up from the corner of the basement, sweeping through the entire space, the runes on the walls flickering with a faint red light, as if issuing a silent warning. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble slightly, dust falling from the ceiling, and the air felt unbelievably heavy, suffocating. Old Granny Jean looked at the scene before her eyes sparkling with excitement. She grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and proudly laughed. Ha ha! This time, I have won. Her laughter seemed like fine needles, stabbing into the ears of everyone present, carrying an indescribable eeriness and pride. At that moment, Feng Lanlan's body suddenly floated in the air. Without any external force, her limbs hung weakly, her entire body as if being held up by an invisible hand, slowly rising into the air. Her head lifted slowly, and that originally gentle face now appeared extremely strange, her mouth slightly cracked open, revealing a bizarre curve. Her eyes completely transformed into endless darkness, no pupils, no whites, only deep void. In the next second, her hair began to grow wildly. The long black hair seemed to come alive, twisting, spreading in the air, like silent, writhing tentacles, extending in all directions in a nearly instinctive manner, gently swirling in the air, sending chills down one's spine. Following that, a chilly, hoarse voice, mixed with countless echoes, slowly seeped from her mouth. Hee hee, this time, there are quite a few guests from Silent Hill. Qin Lang understood upon hearing this voice, the demon had indeed descended. The demon's mouth slowly curled upwards, revealing a smile that sent shivers down one's spine. It lowered its pair of black hole-like eyes, surveying everyone present, its gaze filled with undisguised mockery and madness. Next, we can have a good time. That voice was low and cold, carrying a trace of joyful excitement, as if anticipating an upcoming feast. Standing beside, old Granny Jin's smile became even more radiant. She gently tapped her palm with her pipe, as if having long anticipated this moment, then squinted her eyes and slowly spoke. Demon. Our deal should be fulfilled, right? Her voice was calm and steady, radiating a subtle confidence that suggested she had everything under control. Feng Lanlan's body trembled slightly, her black hair frozen in the air, as if she had heard Granny Jin's words. After a brief silence, the creature softly chuckled. Of course, as you wish, I will tell you where the treasure of Silent Hill is. This is your reward, after all. Qin Lang's pupils suddenly contracted, finally realizing Granny Jin's true purpose. What she wanted was not the arrival of the creature, but the treasure of Silent Hill. Qin Lang looked at Granny Jin, so this is the true hidden mission. Hearing Qin Lang's exclamation, Granny Jin's lips curled up slightly, revealing a chilling smile. She gently tapped her pipe, causing ash to scatter as the smoke slowly drifted away, seemingly sketching twisted, grotesque faces in the night. That's right. Her tone was leisurely, laced with irony. If you had chosen to cooperate earlier, I might have given you a little sweetness. But now, you will probably have to wait in despair. Qin Lang said nothing, merely adjusting his stance slightly, warily watching Feng Lanlan, or rather, the creature born from Silent Hill that had possessed her. The hair of the possessed Feng Lanlan seemed to grow wildly like living creatures, twisting and writhing in the air like black snakes, her eyes as dark as ink, deep enough to swallow everything. I am very excited right now. The creature spoke through Feng Lanlan's body, its voice a low, hoarse whisper, like decayed bones murmuring. I wonder if you can let me enjoy myself. Chapter 138, Playing with Applause. Upon hearing the creature's words, everyone present couldn't help but react. Suddenly, a weak and desperate voice broke through. Granny, help me. It was Sima Qing, lying on the ground, his broken right arm charred black by searing flames, blood staining the ground. He struggled to lift his head, his gaze pleadingly directed at Granny Jin, his voice filled with unmasked terror. Granny, please save me. However, Granny Jin didn't even glance at him, continuing to leisurely smoke her pipe, as if Sima Qing's life or death meant nothing to her. A glimmer of despair crossed Sima Qing's eyes, but he still held on, gritting his teeth and pleading, Granny, you can't ignore me. I have always followed you, always listened to you, please save me. Finally, Granny Jin turned her head slightly, casting a cold glance at him that was as indifferent as looking at a broken chess piece. You are of no use anymore, just stop in this instance. Sima Qing's face paled, he finally realized she had never considered him a true companion. Granny! His voice trembled, his gaze complex as he looked at her, suddenly revealing a bitter smile, he whispered. I really love you. A dead silence fell. Everyone froze. Even Qin Lang frowned slightly, not expecting Sima Qing to utter such words at the brink of death. Moreover, given the age difference between Sima Qing and Granny Jin Yi, it was quite strange for them to profess love to each other. Granny Jin Yi's movements slightly stilled, the ash of her cigarette trembling slightly at her fingertips. But soon, she returned to her usual indifferent expression. She exhaled a puff of smoke, her voice cold. You love me, so what? If I want you dead, you'll die. Sima Qing's pupils contracted slightly, his lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a word. In the next second, the creature's tentacles suddenly struck, completely engulfing him. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his gaze lingering for a moment where Sima Qing had been consumed by the creature. Is this a grandparent-grandchild romance? Granny Jin Yi suddenly laughed lightly, with a hint of mockery, gently flicking the ash from her pipe. With a calm demeanor, she said. For your impending death, let me give you a little benefit before you go. Qin Lang's eyes tightened slightly, his nerves instantly heightened, his hand unconsciously gripping the handle of the demon-slaying blade, vigilantly watching her movements. He saw Granny Goldenleaf gently exhale a puff of blue smoke, which swiftly twisted and gathered in midair as if controlled by an invisible force. At first, it was merely a hazy cloud, but soon, under Qin Lang's gaze, the mist slowly took shape, outlining a graceful figure. An enchanting and stunningly beautiful woman emerged slowly from the smoke. Her posture was graceful, skin as smooth as porcelain, cascading black hair like a waterfall, and her eyes, much like autumn waters, held an enchanting seduction. She wore a dark gold long dress, the hem fluttering gently, and every movement exuded a lazy yet dangerous charm. Her face was breathtakingly beautiful, yet it carried a chilling, eerie allure. Qin Lang squinted slightly, finally understanding, this Granny Goldenleaf was not an old woman. This is my true form. Granny Goldenleaf began to speak slowly, her voice no longer the ancient croak from before, but instead became seductive and melodious, carrying an enthralling magic. Qin Lang stared at her for a few seconds, suddenly smiling, his lips curling slightly. You really are something. Granny Goldenleaf's lips also showed a hint of a smile, but beneath that smile lay deeper schemes and murderous intent. Granny Goldenleaf paused slightly, her eerie eyes narrowing as she stared at the twisted, strange face of the monster. Her hand slowly lifted, the tip of her pipe lightly shaking, a wisp of blue smoke rising slowly. Since the deal is done, let's not waste any more time. She coldly addressed the monster, her tone regaining that unquestionable authority. First, take care of Qin Lang and the others. However, the monster did not act immediately. Its bottomless black eyes fixed on Granny Goldenleaf, the corners of its mouth slowly splitting open to reveal a chilling smile. Its laughter was low and strange, as if many mouths were whispering simultaneously in the ears. No rush. The monster leisurely said, dragging out its words with an indescribable peculiarity. Granny Goldenleaf's expression darkened, giving it a cold glance. What do you mean? The monster blinked, its eyes full of mockery. I want to take all of you to see the treasure first. Granny Goldenleaf's pupils constricted slightly, a sharp killing intent rising within her. Her fingers tightened slightly, the pipe swirling gently, the blue smoke immediately churning violently. What do you mean? Her voice was deep, laced with growing anger. The monster smiled slightly, its tone leisurely. The thing you want is still yours, I have never gone back on my word. But, well. The monster feigned mystery, pausing for effect, its smile growing increasingly eerie. Good things should be shared for everyone to appreciate. I am willing to show mercy once before they die. Granny Goldenleaf's face instantly darkened, a flash of icy murderous intent flickering in her eyes. She had already realized, the monster had no intention of following the original agreement anymore. You promised me. She said slowly, each word carrying a definitive coldness, even tinged with a hint of danger. The monster, however, remained unfazed, still wearing that chilling smile, seemingly indifferent to her anger. Of course, I never go back on my promises. It said slowly, its tone laced with mockery. It's just that this game, if only you get to play, it would be too boring. Qin Lang squinted slightly from the side, watching this scene, the corners of his mouth quietly lifting into a faint smile. You mean you can definitely kill me? The monster retorted, do you think you can't? Qin Lang tightened his grip on the ghost-slaying blade. I think I can do it. The monster chuckled, interesting, but when facing someone much weaker than me, I always like to play for a while before killing. Qin Lang crossed his arms and looked at Granny Jinya with a playful expression, his lips curling up into a smirk tinged with mockery. Heh, the esteemed Granny Jinya can also be played around with? His tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. What happened to your earlier arrogance? Now you're being toyed with by this monster. Granny Jinya's expression darkened immediately, her eyes resembling a venomous snake staring at Qin Lang. Chapter 139 The Truth. Shut up. she snapped in a low voice, her eyes flashing with dangerous light, as if she could strike at any moment to tear Qin Lang apart. Qin Lang shrugged, unafraid, and instead gave a nonchalant smile. Just then, the monster's laughter echoed again, deep and eerie, as if it were coming from countless twisted throats at once. Enough! Its voice was not loud but carried an imperious authority that brooked no defiance. The game should continue. The monster suddenly raised its hand, and an invisible force instantly swept across the entire basement. Boom! The ground shook violently. Everyone was caught off guard, stumbling as the stone bricks beneath them emitted a low groan, as if some colossal beast deep underground was awakening. Immediately after, the entire basement began to sink. Qin Lang drove the ghost-slaying blade into the ground, quickly steadying himself while rapidly scanning the surroundings to discern the monster's intentions. The candle flames on the stone walls flickered wildly, shadows dancing across everyone's faces, making their expressions appear twisted and terrified. Sima Qing lay on the ground, his face pale, completely unable to move. Granny Genia's gaze was murky and inscrutable. Clearly, she had not expected the monster to take such action. The monster's voice dragged on, laced with mockery. Next, there are good things coming. Boom! Once again, a violent tremor shook the room. This time, everyone felt an immense pressure coming from all directions, as if the entire space was being crushed, making the air feel thick and oppressive. After an unknown amount of time, a resounding crash echoed, and the basement finally came to a halt. Deathly silence. The walls around them were covered in cracks, dust fell slowly to the ground, and the light was dim, as if they had descended deep underground to a forgotten ancient space. As everyone was still trying to regain their composure, the monster suddenly grinned, exposing a chilling smile. It swiftly raised its hand and made a fierce wave. Boom! A wall instantaneously collapsed, debris flying everywhere, dust swirling. Everyone instinctively stepped back, raising their weapons, warily watching the dark ruins. As the dust slowly settled, a deep passage came into view. Behind that passage was a hidden room. In the dim candlelight, ancient artifacts cluttered the room, exuding an indescribable eerie aura. The monster slowly turned its head, a dreadful smile playing at the corners of its lips, whispering softly. The treasures of Silent Hill are right inside. It slowly spread its arms, making an inviting gesture, its voice echoing in the ears of everyone like a nightmare. Come in. Qin Lang raised his lips, revealing a somewhat playful smile, looking at the monster and saying, "You're quite polite, huh? Clearly intending to kill me, yet you're asking me to come in and take a look first." The monster chuckled softly, its voice deep and hoarse. "You came here, isn't it for this? Since dying is inevitable, why not enjoy it a bit before disappearing without seeing anything?" Qin Lang had no interest in chatting further with it, his gaze darkening slightly, and then suddenly activated his ability to stop time. The air froze instantly, the dust suspended mid-air. The faintly flickering candlelight froze in place, even the coldly smiling face of the monster was completely still, as if the world had suddenly turned into a dead silent painting. Bai Qi rolled his eyes helplessly and snorted, "Big brother, isn't your ability a bit too energy-consuming? Though I have much power, it can't stand being used like this." Qin Lang said, "No more nonsense, hold on." He did not hesitate any longer, stepping forward into the shattered wall, entering that mysterious room. As soon as he stepped inside, his pupils suddenly constricted, and his expression froze in an instant. The scene inside the room far exceeded his imagination. Qin Lang's heart pounded violently, his gaze darting between the altar and the strange stone statues, taking a deep breath, then slowly moving forward to the center of the room. There, a stone coffin lay quietly, its surface engraved with complex and unfamiliar patterns, neither resembling ordinary religious totems nor symbols of known civilizations. The entire coffin seemed to be sealed by some special power, giving an indescribable sense of oppression, as if a monster that had slept for 1,000 years was about to awaken. Qin Lang frowned and slowly reached out to push open the coffin lid. Boom! The coffin lid slid heavily, and in an instant, a breath-stealing cold air spread out from inside the coffin, instantly penetrating the marrow, making Qin Lang shiver involuntarily. His gaze then fell into the coffin, his pupils shrinking suddenly. Inside lay a strange body. It was an existence that could not be described in words, neither human nor monster, but more like some twisted creature that transcended biological logic. Qin Lang felt he could not describe what this thing was at all. What the hell is this thing? Qin Lang frowned, gritting his teeth, not daring to look again. He immediately turned and scanned the ground beside the coffin. There, several lines of ancient spells were engraved, the characters twisted and grotesque. Wait, what is written here? Qin Lang suddenly understood the text above. So this is how it is. Silent Hill turns out to be a. At that moment, Qin Lang fully understood the truth of Silent Hill. A chill rushed to his head, his throat tightened slightly, and he clenched his fists. Without saying another word, he immediately took a few steps back, quickly exiting the room with no pause. Qin Lang then smiled, okay, so that's how it is. Time freeze, release. The air resumed its flow, and everyone's bodies slightly swayed, as if everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting illusion. Granny Genia frowned, her gaze immediately falling on Qin Lang. What kind of trick are you pulling again? Though she did not know what had just happened, she faintly felt Qin Lang had done something. Others also showed puzzled expressions. Yi Zi and Bai Qi were waiting for his answer. Only Qin Lang's face turned unusually dark, even revealing a hint of barely perceptible panic. No one is allowed to enter again. His voice was low and firm, like an order that could not be resisted. Granny Genia's expression changed, her brow furrowed even tighter, her tone somewhat displeased. What are you joking about? You can choose not to enter, but I have no intention of giving up. I said no one is allowed in. Including you. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly became sharp, coldly staring at her, his words laced with an undeniable threat. Granny Genia's expression momentarily froze, then she let out a cold laugh. Ha, what right do you have? Chapter 140, False Monster. Granny Genia's face changed unpredictably, her gaze towards Qin Lang held both inquiry and doubt. She initially thought Qin Lang was blocking her out of animosity towards her, but now it seemed the matter was far from simple. She coldly asked, why won't you let me in? What are you afraid of? Qin Lang took a deep breath, his eyes as sharp as a blade, and said in a deep voice, I'm not afraid. You can't go in, it's impossible. If you insist on going in, I can only kill you. After all, once you enter, you're as good as dead. These words instantly brought the atmosphere to freezing point. Sumubai and Yi Zi's faces changed slightly. It was the first time they had seen Qin Lang speak so firmly. Grandma Genie stared at Qin Lang, her brows furrowed slightly, the mockery in her eyes slowly disappearing, replaced by a trace of vigilance and confusion. She could tell Qin Lang was not joking just now. If he was willing to risk his life to stop her from entering, it meant that whatever was in that room was definitely not an ordinary treasure. He. The monster's laughter echoed through the basement, carrying a lazy mockery. It tilted its head and looked at Qin Lang, the corners of its mouth curling into a smile, its voice slow. Qin Lang, are you afraid that once I show you the treasure, I'll kill you? Qin Lang glanced at it and suddenly smiled. Go lie to someone else. His smile held a hint of mockery. You think you can trick me into going in? The monster's smile froze slightly, a flash of annoyance in its eyes, but it quickly returned to its relaxed demeanor. Qin Lang turned his head, his tone firm. No matter what you say, I won't go in. The monster's smile stiffened, and its eyes narrowed, a faint hint of impatience flickering in them, but it quickly regained its previous calm tone, smiling as it said. Qin Lang, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I can take you in to have a look. The treasures of Silent Hill are not ordinary, they will not disappoint you. And in the end, all of you are going to die, so why not take a look? Its voice was deep, carrying an almost irresistible allure. Shen Wanqing shivered, almost unable to stop herself from taking a step forward. However, Qin Lang only sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a sarcastic arc, his gaze sharp as he looked at the monster and said lightly. Ha! Inside is just a corpse, what are you pretending for? Instantly, the entire underground space fell into a deathly silence. The monster's smile finally froze completely, its pupils suddenly constricting, staring hard at Qin Lang, a flash of shock and suspicion in its eyes. What did you say? Its voice remained deep, but now carried a hint of panic from being exposed. How could he know? Countless possibilities flashed through the monster's mind, but it couldn't figure it out. The others were also stunned by Qin Lang's words. Grandma Genie furrowed her brows, her eyes filled with confusion and caution. Sumubai couldn't help but gasp sharply. Yi Zi clenched her fists, trying to get an answer from Qin Lang. A corpse? Grandma Genie finally spoke, her sharp eyes fixed on Qin Lang. Qin Lang, what exactly did you see? Qin Lang slowly scanned everyone, and finally his gaze fell on the monster. He took a deep breath, his tone steady and certain. I now completely understand the secret of Silent Hill. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, pointing at the monster, his eyes sharp as a knife, a meaningful cold smile on his lips. You're not a real monster. You're just an imposter. These words caused everyone to be stunned, all of them looking at the monster, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Grandma Genia's face instantly darkened, and she almost instinctively scolded, impossible. How could the intelligence gathered by countless of her teammates, through their lives, be wrong? There was no doubt that Silent Hill hid treasures worth a fortune. However, Qin Lang only sneered, his gaze like a torch, piercing everything with its sharpness. He slowly stepped forward, his voice low and full of power, each word seemingly carrying weight, crashing down on people's hearts. Qin Lang looked at Grandma Genie. Aren't you curious where the first generation's container went? Grandma Genie's brow suddenly furrowed. The eyes slightly flickered, as if sensing something, but unwilling to admit it. Qin Lang slowly raised his hand, pointing toward the monster without hesitation, his eyes filled with an unwavering conviction, his tone strong and resonant. You are the first generation of the vessel. In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, everyone's hearts pounding fiercely. The monster's expression darkened completely, a trace of barely noticeable fluctuation passing through its ink-black eyes. Its mouth still held that playful smile, but behind that smile, there seemed to be a slight crack hiding. It did not deny immediately, instead using those deep eyes to stare at Qin Lang, its gaze ambiguous, as if trying to find a flaw in Qin Lang. But Qin Lang did not speak again, he simply looked quietly at the monster, the smile at the corner of his mouth bearing a hint of cold sharpness. Granny Jinya's expression grew increasingly dark, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her eyes flashing with suspicion, unwillingness, and a trace of barely detectable shock. She asked in a deep voice, "Qin Lang, what exactly are you saying? The monster before her is the first-generation vessel?" Her voice carried a sense of restlessness, as if fearing to hear an answer she did not want to face. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his gaze cold as a blade, slowly saying, "What is inside is, in fact, the true corpse of the monster. That corpse has not been awakened." As soon as this was said, everyone's heart shuddered violently, the air seemed to freeze, oppressively making it hard to breathe. Granny Jinya's eyes widened suddenly, her expression turning instantly incredulous. She was about to retort, but found Qin Lang's gaze exceptionally firm, showing no hesitation or deceit. "Corpse? You say that is the monster's corpse?" Her voice trembled slightly, but she quickly masked it, her tone filled with doubt and caution. "If the monster's corpse is inside, and has not been awakened, then the monster before her is undoubtedly a fake." Qin Lang did not answer directly but slowly looked around, his gaze finally landing on the room behind the shattered wall, his voice low and solemn. Back then, the coal miners unearthed the monster's corpse, but they did not know what they had discovered until the cult from Silent Hill intervened. They secretly collected the monster's corpse, and... Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of chill. "This place is where the cult originally placed the monster's corpse." Chapter 141, Man-Made Disaster. Granny Jinya's pupils slightly constricted, as if contemplating something. And standing beside her, Sumubai suddenly trembled, as if realizing something in an instant, her face turning pale, her voice trembling with fear. Could it be that all the people in Silent Hill Town did not die from a mining accident, but rather... Her voice trembled, as if afraid to speak the next answer, but in the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "But someone orchestrated a massacre?" In an instant, everyone's breath came to a halt, a suffocating chill spreading up from beneath their feet. The entire underground space was deathly silent, only the rapid heartbeat of the crowd remaining, and the dim yellow light above waving shadows twisted. The monster stood still, its smile gradually fading, replaced by a deep, elusive expression. It slightly squinted its eyes, as if sizing up Qin Lang, wanting to see just how much he knew. Qin Lang's voice echoed in the dim underground space, every word like a sharp blade, stabbing fiercely into everyone's hearts. The mining accident back then was indeed real. But that mining accident was not a natural disaster but a thoroughly man-made tragedy. He slowly glanced at everyone present, especially at Granny Jinya. Her cold smile had not fully faded from her face, but her eyes flickered slightly, as if deep in thought. Qin Lang continued. The mastermind, the one who planned everything, after obtaining the corpse of the monster, was lured by the monster. So he started to want everyone to die in this small town, then revive the monster. Everyone? Sumubai furrowed his brows sharply, astonished disbelief flashing in his eyes. Isn't the whole Silent Hill just a huge altar? That's right. Qin Lang nodded. All the residents of Silent Hill have become the sacrifices to revive the monster. A heavy silence fell over everyone. Grandma Jinya could no longer hold back a sneer, breaking the eerie stillness. With her arms crossed and a mocking smile on her lips, she slowly spoke. Are the people in this town fools? No matter how clever this planner is, do they not know to run? Don't they have even the most basic survival instinct? Her eyes showed a trace of disdain, clearly not believing that the people of the entire town would wait to die obediently. However, Qin Lang just glanced coldly at her and said, "Of course, they want to escape, but someone is not letting them run." Who? Finally, a hint of confusion appeared in Grandma Jinya's eyes. Qin Lang's gaze narrowed slightly, like a blade piercing through all illusions in the darkness, slowly saying, "For instance, what if they were all made to hide in the church? If the leader of the cult, the actual controller of this town, directed them all to the church? Have all the residents hide in there before the mine disaster starts, and then let them slowly die afterwards." What? In an instant, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Could someone really achieve such a thing? Yi Zi's lips trembled slightly, as if she realized something, her face suddenly pale, breath quickening. Now you understand, right? Qin Lang's voice was low and calm, but it carried an irresistible power. This is also why, from the moment we set foot in Silent Hill, we could never reach the real reason for the church. He turned slowly, his gaze deep and looking towards the distant yellow lights, his voice low like the whispers of ghosts from the underworld. Because the real church. He paused for a moment, his eyes suddenly cold, his tone chillingly cold. Has already turned into a mass grave filled with sacrifices. At this moment, everyone felt a bone-chilling cold rushing up from their feet to their heads, as if the underground space they were in was no longer the human world, but hell. At that time, someone made all the residents hide in the church, and thus, the church became a mass grave. He said this very calmly, but because of that, it sounded even more hauntingly terrifying than the whispers of the most fearsome ghosts. Everyone's faces had completely changed, especially Su Mubai, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if he had realized some eerie truth. The only one who could do this. Qin Lang raised his eyes, could only be the priest of the church at that time, right? As soon as these words fell, the entire basement became as silent as death in an instant. Silence, suffocating silence. Grandma Genia's face turned extremely ugly. Su Mubai clenched his fists, while Bai Qi frowned, thoughtfully staring at Qin Lang. Also, does everyone remember what Han Zhuoran said while being controlled? Qin Lang slowly scanned around, his tone still calm, but every word seemed to carry a chilling intensity. At that time, he said he was just a slave. Slave? Su Mubai murmured, as if digesting the true meaning of this sentence. Yes, a slave. Qin Lang nodded, a cold smile on his lips, but here's the problem. Han Zhuoran no longer had self-awareness at that time, right? In other words, what spoke at that time was not Han Zhuoran himself, but the thing that had possessed him. Su Mubai suddenly widened his eyes, exclaiming, wait. If it's a ghost speaking, then why does it call itself a slave? Exactly. Qin Lang let out a cold laugh, this is the key point. He stared at the monster, his gaze sharp as if he had seen through everything. How could a true monster ever call itself a slave? The air was thick with tension, and everyone's breaths became heavy. Qin Lang squinted, his eyes like lightning in the night, cutting through layers of fog straight to the core of the truth. So, there's only one explanation. His voice was deep and powerful, each word seeming to stir invisible ripples in the underground space. That is, the person possessing Han Zhuoran is not a true monster, but rather someone who willingly acts as the monster's servant. It was him who created this series of tragedies. As Qin Lang's last words fell, the entire underground world seemed to lose its sound, descending into a terrible silence. Ha 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 ha. The sudden laughter shattered the silence, echoing like the mad cackles of demons from the depths of hell in this dark space. The monster possessing Feng Lanlan burst into laughter, its crimson eyes flashing with dangerous light. It slowly started to clap, a malicious smile curling at the corners of its mouth, its laughter tinged with a near-maniacal delight. You, my friend, are simply too interesting. Chapter 142, A Game of Certain Death. The monster raised its head, squinted its eyes, and smiled deeply, finally admitting everything. That's right, I am not a monster. I am the priest of Silent Hill. The air instantly turned still, and everyone's heart stopped for a moment. I never thought someone could understand these matters. Its voice was low, carrying an inexplicable appreciation, like a chess player who had meticulously set a trap, finally spotting a worthy opponent. Qin Lang, you are truly unique. Qin Lang scoffed coldly, his eyes sharp. You lured us in, just to kill us and bring your master back to life, right? The priest did not deny it, he simply clapped lightly, a strange smile curving at his lips. Exactly, that's it. His tone was casual, as if discussing something trivial. But as those words fell, the temperature of the entire space seemed to drop another degree, an oppressive feeling spreading as if countless invisible hands were silently reaching out from the darkness, slowly extending towards everyone. Granny Jin's brows furrowed, still somewhat confused. She had witnessed slaughter and countless conspiracies, but the current situation made her feel a chill. What does this mean? Qin Lang glanced deeply at her, his expression grave. Don't you understand yet? Why has no one been able to clear Silent Hill for so long? His voice was quiet, but each word hit everyone's heart like a hammer. Everyone froze, as if realizing some possibility, and Su Mubai's face suddenly changed. Granny Jin's eyes slowly showed signs of shock. Qin Lang continued, because the very existence of Silent Hill is meant for all players to die here, becoming the nourishment for the resurrection of monsters. This sentence exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. Granny Jin's pupils slightly constricted, her heart racing. You mean? Qin Lang nodded, his voice low, carrying a chilling killing intent. Exactly, the subgame administrators we encountered all along were deliberately creating player deaths at every turn. Do you remember? Every rule looks fair on the surface, but hides deadly traps underneath. Every challenge is incredibly cruel, hardly leaving anyone a real chance to survive. His gaze swept across the crowd. With cold eyes, all the rules, all the trials, all the choices, have only one purpose. To lead us to death. The entire Silent Hill instance is a killing game designed by the instance system and the monsters. The air seemed to be sucked away in an instant, and everyone's breath paused for a moment. Qin Lang slowly lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a sword, piercing the priest standing opposite. Every person who dies in Silent Hill is nourishment for the monsters. The priest smiled slightly, with a hint of inexplicable pride and appreciation, as he looked at Qin Lang as if admiring a fine piece of art. Clever, very clever. But unfortunately, Yi Zi's face instantly turned pale, her hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes, with a trace of tension and unease in her eyes. Qin Lang, then do we have no way out? Her voice was very soft, but in this suffocatingly quiet underground world, every word was exceptionally clear, as if carrying a trembling echo. Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but narrowed his eyes slightly, as if thinking about something. After a moment, he took a deep breath and looked at Granny Genie. Granny, I want to ask you, why did you come back for this hidden task? Granny Genie frowned, clearly not expecting Qin Lang to suddenly ask this question. She was silent for a few seconds and finally sighed, deciding to tell the truth. I heard that there is a treasure hidden in Silent Hill, and as long as you get it, you can complete the hidden task, unlock achievements, and directly clear the game. My teammates have been working hard for this treasure. Her tone was calm, but the greed and calculation within were not deliberately hidden. After all, she was an old hand, and wouldn't do things without any return. So you came. Qin Lang nodded, then a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then let me tell you why I'm here. Everyone's gaze fell on him in unison. Qin Lang slowly said, I came here because I was entrusted by Qin Hu. In other words, each of us knows there is a hidden task here, and we all came for this task. But have you ever thought, why do so many people happen to know this news? Granny Genie was suddenly taken aback, and Yi Zi gasped. Shen Wanqing's face also changed. Are you saying, we were lured here on purpose? Qin Lang's smile grew colder. That's right, this is not an ordinary hidden task, but a bait, a trap specifically designed to lure players here to die. Boom. These words exploded like thunder in everyone's hearts. Granny Genia's face changed, Yi Zi's body trembled slightly, Su Mubai's eyes revealed shock and anger, and Shen Wanqing clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles cracking with sound. Everyone realized one thing, they were not challengers, but prey bred intentionally. The priest smiled slightly, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, as his gaze slowly swept over Qin Lang and the others, seemingly admiring their shocked expressions. That's right, Qin Lang, you are correct. His voice carried an indescribable eerie excitement. In fact, I was completely erased by a mysterious power long ago. He paused, his smile grew broader as if recalling some joyful scene. As for my master, he could only be sealed in this darkness due to the lack of a suitable vessel. But that person is generous, he didn't completely eliminate us, but gave us an opportunity. Opportunity? Granny Genie frowned, what do you mean? The priest slowly spread his arms, his tone filled with a hint of frenzy. He said, as long as we continue to play the role of the sacrificers here, leading all players here as offerings. A trace of bloodthirsty excitement flashed in his eyes. Allow my master to resurrect. In other words, he is the director, and we are merely actors. He also brought many beast-faced, human-bodied monsters to assist us in completing the sacrifice. It's really strange yet kind, isn't it? Boom, Qin Lang and others felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, a chilling sensation spreading down their spines. So, the so-called hidden mission is not meant for players to clear, but a slaughter trap. Qin Lang's voice was deep and cold. You never intended for anyone to leave here alive. Chapter 143, The Avatar of the Monster. The priest laughed loudly, his laughter full of a sickly madness. That's right. Every person who enters Silent Hill will ultimately become a sacrifice. They will be driven insane by fear, torn apart by monsters, and toyed with by rules. In the end, their blood and souls will nourish this land, turning it into a nurturing bed for my master to revive. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, staring coldly at the priest, his palm slowly raised, pointing at him. With a chilling tone he said, why don't you go accompany your master? Before his words fell, Qin Lang was already prepared for battle. He slightly crouched down, gripping the ghost-slaying blade. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a sinister cold light, as if it had been thirsty for blood for a long time, desiring new prey. However, the priest showed no signs of panic. Instead, he began to laugh softly, his laughter filled with disdain and mockery. You think you can defeat me here? How ridiculous. Qin Lang remained unmoved, sneering, the naive one is you. Before his words ended, he suddenly stepped hard, his whole body shot out like an arrow released from a bow, the ghost-slaying blade slicing through the air, aiming straight at the priest's throat. The blade's light cut through the mist like a bolt of lightning in the dark, filled with strong killing intent, instantly approaching the priest's face. However, just as the blade was about to touch the priest, a strange shadow suddenly spread behind him. It was a massive darkness, expanding like an abyss, swallowing all light. Gurgle, gurgle, inside the shadow, it seemed like countless twisted faces were rolling, constantly struggling and whimpering, emitting a chilling whisper. Then, a pitch-black giant claw slowly reached out, its nails jagged and covered in dried blood, carrying the stench of decay and despair, suddenly clawing towards Qin Lang. Behold, this is my master's power. The priest laughed maniacally, his voice echoing in the darkness, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty fervor. Yazi exclaimed in surprise, is that a monster? Grandma Genie said, impossible, the monster hasn't resurrected yet, this could just be an avatar. Qin Lang squinted, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. That black giant claw, filled with unbeatable power, howled as it came, the air tearing with a deep rumble, as if the entire space was distorting. Facing this terrifying enemy, Qin Lang did not take a step back. His eyes were like electricity, fighting spirit boiling, the ghost-slaying blade bursting with dazzling cold light, charging up. This battle was unavoidable. Grandma Genie looked at the battlefield ahead, unable to help shaking her head and sighing, muttering softly, "Is Qin Lang a fool? Although this is just an avatar, is that power something he can handle?" No matter how strong Qin Lang was, he was still just a mortal. How could he possibly turn the tables? Bai Qi thought the same, urging Qin Lang, "Big brother, you're being too reckless. This thing's avatar power is also very strong. I only dare to confront it when I'm at my peak. You cannot unleash my full power now." Qin Lang said, "Stop talking nonsense. If I say it works, then it works." Bai Qi sighed lightly. "Well, you must be able to bear it." In the next second, Qin Lang's figure unexpectedly vanished. Everyone was shocked, their eyes searching around, trying to find his trace dot. However, whether through their naked eyes or those relying on skill enhancements, they could not capture Qin Lang's presence at all. He seemed to be swallowed by the darkness, disappearing without a trace. The priest's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowed, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. He looked around, his tone grim as he said, "Qin Lang, where have you hidden?" His voice echoed in the dead air, carrying a trace of barely perceptible anxiety. With his abilities, it should have been impossible not to detect Qin Lang's whereabouts, yet at this moment, he couldn't even see a shadow of him. This made his heart sink, and an ominous premonition began to spread in his chest. In the next second, a blade of light suddenly flashed behind him. What? The priest's pupils constricted sharply, unable to react in time, as Qin Lang's blade came crashing down. Put! The demon-slaying blade, sharp and unmatched, sliced directly into the shoulder of Feng Lanlan, who was possessed by the priest, causing blood to spurt out instantly, staining the priest's cold face red. Feng Lanlan's body trembled violently, letting out a piercing scream, and in that moment, the priest felt a chilling pain. Qin Lang's attack was not just harming the body, but striking directly at his very soul. "Damn it, you brat!" The priest's face twisted, and a raging fire ignited in his eyes, his voice becoming sinister and furious. "You dare to hurt me." He gritted his teeth against the soul-rending pain, suddenly raising his hand, and a pitch-black shadow rapidly spread, transforming into sharp tendrils that coiled towards Qin Lang like venomous snakes. However, Qin Lang chuckled coldly, lightly stepping, his figure once again turning into a phantom, swiftly retreating and evading the attack. "Do you really think with these little tricks you can kill me?" Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, his blade still dripping blood, his tone icy. "Don't you understand? Your flaws have been completely exposed." Yet, the priest did not show any fear. Instead, he began to grin maliciously, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a strange arc. "I have flaws?" He whispered with a cold laugh, his voice echoing in the air like a ghost. "Qin Lang, do you really think you have one?" Before his words could finish, the monster's avatar behind him let out a deafening roar. Boom! Darkness surged, and a killing intent more terrifying than before rushed out, as the monster's avatar, under the priest's command, lunged at Qin Lang with a twisted body again. Qin Lang's gaze was sharp, his brows filled with coldness. He suddenly waved his hand, his spiritual power stirring in the air, condensing into several invisible bullets that shot out like meteors. Bang! 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 The bullets, carrying an invisible killing intent, slammed into the priest's body. The priest's body shook violently, his face twisting in an instant, revealing a look of pain. At this moment, his soul felt as if it were being torn apart by sharp powers, the pain making it hard for him to withstand, rendering him momentarily immobile. "Damn!" The priest growled low, rage boiling in his ghostly green eyes. However, just as he was forcing himself to stabilize his form, boom! A terrifying power erupted from the depths of the darkness. The monster's avatar roared, swinging its massive, twisted limbs, its giant claws covered with black scales suddenly pounding down on the ground, causing the entire basement to shake violently. In an instant, it was like an earthquake erupting, the walls cracked, debris and dust fell from the ceiling, and the air was filled with a heavy sense of oppression. Yeezy swayed, almost toppled, hastily supporting herself against a stone pillar, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Qin Lang! I'm coming to help you!" She shouted urgently, exerting herself to dash forward for support. Chapter 144, The Way Out. However, Qin Lang's voice came through without hesitation, carrying an undeniable chill. "Take care of yourself first." Yeezy's steps faltered, gritting her teeth, but the worry in her eyes did not lessen at all. Just then, the monster's avatar's attack struck like lightning, launching an ambush from the side of Qin Lang. Its claws traced a cold arc of light through the air. Torn down fiercely. Sizzle. Blood flowers bloom. Qin Lang's left shoulder instantly broke open with a savage blood hole, blood splattering, falling to the ground, bright red and dazzling. His body swayed slightly, a hint of cold sweat forming on his forehead, but his expression showed no pain at all. Instead, his eyes became sharper, filled with an almost cold fighting intent. Yiji's pupils shrank suddenly, her heart tightened, and she anxiously shouted, "Qin Lang! You!" She wanted to rush forward but was held back by a thin, withered hand on her arm. Old Lady Genie slowly shook her head and said calmly, "Don't worry, he won't die." "But, his wound." Yiji's voice trembled. She couldn't bear to watch Qin Lang get hurt, but Old Lady Genie held her back, unable to move. Old Lady Genie's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. "Don't forget, he has the despair virus." Just as Yiji was in doubt, Qin Lang's wound actually healed at a visible speed. Muscles moved, flesh grew, and the torn wound was quickly filled with new tissue. In just a few seconds, the originally deep wound became as good as new, even the bloodstains were covered by new skin. Yiji looked towards Old Lady Genie, once again shocked. She actually knew that Qin Lang had the despair virus. It seemed she had long understood him well. Qin Lang slowly raised his head, moved his shoulder a bit, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "Is this all?" "Not enough to see." His eyes burned with fierce fighting spirit, the demon slayer knife in his hand trembled slightly, as if responding to his killing intent. The priest's face finally turned ugly upon seeing this. "What kind of monster are you?" Qin Lang licked his lips and sneered, "Monster? No, this is just the beginning." Qin Lang flashed his figure and, like a gale, charged again at the priest, the demon slayer knife cutting through the darkness, its cold light like lightning. The demon's avatar let out a deafening roar, its figure suddenly swelling. The giant arm covered in black scales swung down ferociously, carrying a terrifying impact that smashed towards the ground. Boom! The entire basement shook violently, as if experiencing an earthquake, with huge cracks spreading from the ground, and the walls instantly collapsed, large rocks raining down like pebbles. Yiji's pupils shrank suddenly. She hurriedly jumped aside, waving her short sword, accurately shattering a giant rock that was falling towards her. Old Lady Genie merely stomped her foot gently, the true energy in her body suddenly releasing, an invisible gust of wind sweeping out, sending all the fallen stones flying. "Be careful, this place is going to collapse." Others used their own methods, either dodging or bracing themselves, struggling to hold up in the collapsing basement. Yiji looked up, her gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her heart filled with anxiety. What exactly is he trying to do? This way of fighting head-on is not a solution at all. However, Old Lady Genie, standing beside her, suddenly smiled lightly, her eyes flashing with understanding. "I understand." Yiji was taken aback and turned to look at Old Lady Genie. "Grandma, what are you saying?" Old Lady Genie slowly exhaled, a meaningful smile appearing on her lips. Qin Lang has no intention of fighting the demon's avatar to the death. Yiji stared blankly, clearly not reacting. "What?" Old Lady Genie narrowed her eyes, looking at the continuously collapsing walls around, her voice carrying a hint of certainty. "He is intentionally letting the demon's avatar destroy this place. His real purpose is to completely collapse the entire basement and bury the demon's true body beneath the ruins." Yiji's eyes widened, her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she gasped in shock. "This is too risky, isn't it?" Qin Lang was still darting around, nimbly dodging the demon's avatar's violent attacks, as if completely unconcerned about winning or losing, simply, constantly guiding the demon to strike. Every time the demon's avatar struck down, it made the basement even more devastated, the cracks expanding further. The load-bearing structure supporting the entire underground space was already on the verge of collapse. If it continued like this, in no time, the whole basement would completely cave in. The priest finally realized that something was wrong, and his face turned completely pale. "Damn it! So you have been using me all along?" Qin Lang heard this and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He lightly shook the blood off his ghost-slaying knife, his eyes filled with unmasked mockery. "You are just a puppet, why would I target you?" The priest's face turned ashen, and a surge of anger from being fooled rose up in his chest as he gritted his teeth and roared, "You bastard!" Boom! Before he could take the next action, the entire basement finally could not withstand the violent destruction caused by the monster's avatar, and it began to collapse completely. Boom! The ceiling of the entire basement had opened up countless fierce cracks, and rocks were falling like raindrops, while the furious monster's avatar howled amidst the ruins, charging around with earth-shattering ferocity. Amidst this life-and-death chaos, a slender figure suddenly burst forth from the cracked wall. "Qin Lang! I'm here to help you." Sumubai's voice echoed amidst the deafening roar, as she gracefully leaped onto the crumbling stones, her eyes revealing a hint of tension. Qin Lang turned slightly, seeing Sumubai. He wasn't surprised but instead smiled. "Did you find a way out?" Sumubai nodded, "Of course." Qin Lang smiled and without asking more, he said directly, "Good, now help me with something." Sumubai was about to nod when she suddenly saw Qin Lang lean closer, whispering a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Sumubai's expression changed slightly as she looked at Qin Lang in surprise, but soon, a teasing smile crept onto her lips, and she gently nodded. "No problem." Qin Lang patted her shoulder, his eyes firm. "Then I will leave it to you." Sumubai didn't say anything more, and immediately turned to Yi Zi and others, loudly saying, "Follow me. I've found the way out." Upon hearing this, Yi Zi asked, "What about Qin Lang?" "He's fine." Sumubai confidently lifted her chin. "Don't fall behind." She quickly led the way toward a side wall, weaving through the cracks, while Yi, Granny Jean Yi, and the others immediately followed. However, just at that moment, the priest's mocking voice came, "Ha, do you really think you can leave so easily?" Chapter 145, The Limit. Qin Lang's gaze darkened as he looked up at the priest, seeing him standing on top of a towering piece of broken wall, his face grim and his tone filled with mockery. "The rocks in this underground space are among the hardest in the world. Without my mechanisms, you cannot escape." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi had already tried to cut through the rock layer ahead with her paper snow. Clang! The sword blade struck the rock, producing a sound of metal clashing, even causing the sword tip to shudder slightly. Yi's expression changed slightly as she stepped back, gritting her teeth. As expected, it's very hard. The priest laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. This is a rock layer formed over countless years, you can't possibly break through it. However, just as the priest was feeling triumphant, Granny Jean slowly stepped forward, lifted her eyelids, and calmly said, "Let me give it a try." She took out her pipe, took a deep puff of smoke, and then suddenly exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. This smoke rolled, gathered, and twisted in the air, instantly transforming into dozens of sharp smoke blades, each glimmering with a cold light, as if they were real blades. With a gentle wave of Granny Jean's hand, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Those dozens of smoke blades shot out like a storm, fiercely slashing towards the rock wall. Sh. The originally indestructible rock was sliced open like tofu by these smoke blades, and in an instant, a passage wide enough to walk through had emerged on the wall. Yi gasped in disbelief as she looked at the scene before her. The power of Grandma Jean is truly unfathomable. Grandma Jean tucked away her pipe, smiling calmly. "All right, the path is open, let's go." The priest's face instantly darkened. "You all." Qin Lang lifted the corner of his mouth, watching all this, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. "Focus, I'm coming again." The priest trembled with rage, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Meanwhile, Sumubai had already led Yi and others to rush towards the passage. "Don't leave." The priest's eyes burned with crazed fury, watching Yi and the others dash towards the open passage, his reason nearly consumed by rage. "You shall not leave here." He suddenly waved his hand, and the demon's avatar let out a deafening roar, its limbs forcefully pushing against the ground, like a collapsing mountain, casting a terrifying shadow as it lunged at Qin Lang, trying to tear him apart. Qin Lang, however, was already prepared, snorting coldly as the demon slayer knife in his hand gathered strength, striking fiercely downward at the demon's avatar's chest. Ha! The blade glimmered with a chilling light, slicing through the air, cutting through the darkness, and struck harshly against the demon's avatar. Boom! The massive body of the demon's avatar shook violently, accompanied by a deafening sound. Its gigantic form was actually forced back several steps by Qin Lang's single strike, with the sharp blade energy tearing a gruesome wound on its chest, dark air gushing wildly from the wound. The priest's expression suddenly changed. How is that possible? His body trembled slightly, looking at Qin Lang in disbelief, his lips quivered as if he was pondering if he had seen it wrong. The demon's avatar was actually pushed back by a single blow from Qin Lang? He couldn't understand, couldn't accept. Logically, although this demon's avatar was only part of the original body, its power was still extremely terrifying, enough to level a city. But this mere mortal in front of him could actually withstand its attack and push it back? The priest's gaze grew colder, his face turning ashen. He growled, how did you do that?" Qin Lang flicked his wrist, blood sliding down the blade. "Father, do you think that relying solely on the demon's avatar allows you to act recklessly?" He stepped closer, the demon slayer knife exuding a chilling aura of death. "You are merely a puppet, having a demon's avatar does not mean you can unleash its full power. In the end, you are just a pawn." As soon as these words fell, the priest's face instantly turned red, trembling with rage. Qin Lang's words struck the deepest pain in his heart. Yes, he truly couldn't unleash the demon's full power. The demon's strength was terrifying, but he was just a vessel borrowing its power, not the demon itself. If the demon's true body were to descend personally, Qin Lang would have no chance of surviving. But now, he was actually looked down upon by Qin Lang, even being called a puppet? You dare to underestimate me?" The priest completely broke down, madness surging in his eyes as he suddenly bit through his own fingertip, black blood instantly seeping into the air, causing the entire basement to fill with howling winds and rolling ominous energy. "I will kill you." He abruptly spread his arms, the demon's avatar seeming to sense its master's fury, letting out a deafening scream, and the terrifying power gathered in its arms, crashing towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's fighting spirit surged, a smile lifting the corner of his mouth. "This is interesting, let's see you try again." He did not retreat but advanced, facing the demon's avatar, once more striking with his knife. Just as Qin Lang was about to strike again, suddenly, a deep and cold voice rang out in his mind. "Enough, big brother. Your body is almost at its limit." Bai Chi's voice carried an undeniable warning, echoing in Qin Lang's consciousness. His tone was serious and anxious, as if he had already seen Qin Lang about to collapse from the pressure. Qin Lang gritted his teeth. The veins on his forehead twitched slightly, he certainly knew how bad his situation was. His physical strength had been depleted, his muscles ached as if they were about to burst, and his bones throbbed faintly with pain. Every swing of the knife brought with it a tearing agony. The deadly virus was continuously repairing his body, but the speed was gradually falling behind the wear and tear. Bai Qi said in a deep voice, "Big brother, those last few strikes, you could only withstand them because of my force support. But you absolutely cannot bear such great strength. Your meridians have already begun to rupture. If this continues, your body will be completely destroyed." Qin Lang's mouth twitched slightly, the intense pain surged through him like a tidal wave, but he gritted his teeth and endured, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his eyes remained sharp as a blade. "Just hold on a little longer." His voice was low and firm, without a hint of wavering. Bai Qi was slightly stunned, then angrily said, "Hold on? You still want to hold on? You know that your recent bursts of energy relied entirely on my force to support your body, or you would have been shattered by the monsters on the spot. But you have reached your limit. Even with my strength, I cannot infinitely support your body. Big brother, if you keep fighting him, you will die." Chapter 146, Must Be Quick. Bai Qi's voice echoed in his mind, filled with rare anger and urgency. However, Qin Lang just took a deep breath and replied calmly, "I know." Bai Qi was taken aback. "You know and you still do this?" Qin Lang's mouth curled slightly, revealing a smile filled with madness and confidence. "But I have figured out a way to deal with this guy." Bai Qi's voice faltered, and after a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "What method?" Qin Lang squinted his eyes slightly, coldly watching the raging monster before him while stealing a glance toward the distant tunnel. "This will depend on whether Su Mubai and the others can hurry up." In the deep underground tunnel, Su Mubai took the lead in running, his steps urgent and firm, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Hurry! Quickly! We must leave here as soon as possible." Behind him, Yi followed closely, but her brow was tightly knitted, feeling an unsettling anxiety that she couldn't shake off. Her breath was slightly hurried, she bit her teeth and couldn't help but ask, "But what about Qin Lang? Are we just leaving him behind? His current situation?" Before she could finish, Su Mubai interrupted her without hesitation. "The faster we go up, the quicker Qin Lang will be saved." Yi was taken aback, her steps faltering slightly as she looked at Su Mubai in confusion. "Why?" But Su Mubai did not explain, he just lowered his head, gritted his teeth, and charged forward with all his strength. Yi was even more bewildered. She turned to look at the others, hoping to find answers in their expressions. However, at that moment, the usually silent Granny Jean Yi suddenly slowed her pace. She widened her eyes, as if suddenly realizing something, and then she burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha ha!" Her laughter echoed in the narrow tunnel, causing everyone to stop in shock, staring at Granny Jean Yi in disbelief. Qin Wanqing couldn't help but frown, confused, and asked, "Granny, what are you laughing at?" Granny Jean Yi's laughter gradually subsided, but a significant smile remained at the corners of her mouth. She looked deeply at Su Mubai, then slowly scanned everyone, her gaze shining with an insight that seemed to see through everything. She sighed lightly, her tone carrying a mix of respect and shock. "I understand what Qin Lang is trying to do." She looked up at the dark end of the tunnel above, her eyes sparkling with a strange light. "This kid actually wants to summon all the souls of Silent Hill." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback in shock. Su Mubai was also slightly surprised. This woman actually managed to see Qin Lang's plan in an instant. Yi suddenly widened her eyes, breathless, her voice trembling with disbelief. "What? Release all the spirits?" Qin Wanqing was also shocked, completely unable to imagine the terrifying scale of this plan. "But how is this possible? What does he want to do?" Su Mubai did not turn back, only quickened his pace, his voice low yet firm. "You're right, that's why we must hurry up." Everyone felt a chill creeping along their spines. Qin Lang's plan was too crazy, simply unbelievable. Yet at the same time, their steps were moving faster than before. Grandma Genia looked back at the long and rugged stone steps behind them, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. She suddenly stopped, hands on her hips, slightly tilting her head back, revealing a look of disdain. "Humph, this is moving too slowly." She snorted coldly, the corner of her mouth slightly lifted with a playful smile. After that, she casually knocked the edge of her pipe and took a leisurely deep puff. Her chest slightly puffed up, and then she suddenly opened her mouth, slowly exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. This puff of smoke seemed to carry an incredible power, quickly spreading through the narrow passage. At first, everyone felt their vision becoming hazy, the smoke swirling as their sight immediately became blurred. But soon they were astonished to discover the ground beneath their feet had vanished. This is... Yi exclaimed, looking down in shock, only to find her feet were floating in mid-air, completely free from the constraints of the steps. Qin Wanqing was equally stunned. The smoke beneath her feet seemed to transform into a gentle yet powerful force, firmly supporting her body, making her float lightly, as if riding on clouds. What kind of spell is this?" She widened her eyes, her voice filled with disbelief. Su Mubai, however, did not panic but quickly adjusted his posture to adapt to this sudden floating state. He furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, "Grandma Genia's strength is even more unfathomable than I imagined." The smoke grew denser, like an invisible giant hand, steadily lifting everyone. In the next moment, an overwhelming force suddenly pushed out, accelerating their bodies as if they were leaves caught in a fierce wind, rushing toward the end of the passage. Wow, ah, ah. Yeezy couldn't help but scream, her body wobbling slightly in the air, as she hurriedly reached out to grab something. But the smoke gently wrapped around them, ensuring they wouldn't fall or lose control, just rapidly carrying them upward. Grandma Genia stood amidst the smoke, revealing a smug smile as she shook her pipe, the corners of her mouth slightly curving up. Hee, hold on tight. Everyone was stunned, completely unexpected that this seemingly ordinary old woman possessed such terrifying power. Wrapped in the smoke, they quickly burst out of the passage, and when their feet finally touched solid ground again, they felt a sudden jolt. They had finally returned to the surface. However, when they looked up and surveyed their surroundings, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. The scene before them was completely different from what they had seen when they arrived. The previously tranquil and harmonious small town had vanished, replaced by a dead, desolate ruin. The streets were cracked and fractured, deep crevices like black wounds tearing the earth apart. Dilapidated buildings stood crookedly, many already collapsed, and thick dust accumulated among the broken walls and ruins, as if no one had stepped here for decades. The air was filled with a heavy stench of decay, mixed with rust and the musty smell of dampness. It seemed this place had long been forgotten by the world. It became a dead city. How could this be? Yeezy murmured to herself, unable to imagine how Silent Hill could suddenly turn into this. Old Lady Genie spoke up, "This is the true face of Silent Hill." Chapter 147, Summoning Souls. Everyone turned their heads to look at Old Lady Genie. Old Lady Genie said, "What we saw before was merely an illusion created by the priest and the monsters." She gently tapped her palm with her pipe, narrowing her eyes as she looked around, her tone calm. "This place has long since perished, its true appearance is now revealed." A heaviness settled in everyone's hearts. Sumubai took a deep breath, a hint of urgency flashing across his face, breaking the brief silence. "First, forget about that. Let's go to the church." His sharp gaze swept around, and then he suddenly lifted his foot and sprinted towards the town center. Everyone exchanged glances, although they were still shocked and confused, they didn't hesitate and immediately followed. The church was not far away. That Gothic black church stood like a giant shadow, isolated on this dead land. The broken spire pointed towards the dark sky under the night, ancient stained glass windows had long shattered, leaving only jagged frames, swaying in the cold wind. Indeed, they had been underground in the church all along. "Less talk, let's go in." Sumubai's face was serious as he boldly pushed open the half-closed door. Creak. The heavy church door slowly opened, a stench of decay rushed out, mixed with the foul smell of blood and rotting flesh, making them retch. As soon as they stepped inside, their scalps tingled. The interior of the church was like hell. Skeletons were piled haphazardly on the ground, white bones exposed to the air, some were already broken. Some still bore remnants of dried flesh, their twisted positions telling tales of pain and despair before their deaths. Black blood had long dried up, forming sinister marks that extended from the walls to the ceiling, like a curse etched by demons. Yeezy gasped, covering her mouth, her face pale. "This is where the priest performed sacrifices before?" Sumubai did not answer, his eyes darkened slightly, and then he formed a seal with his hands. Blood demon technique, summon souls. Crimson blood slowly seeped into the ground, the cold wind inside the church suddenly went wild, as if countless invisible eyes were watching them from the darkness, waiting to be summoned. At that moment, Old Lady Genie suddenly chuckled, meaningfully picking up her pipe, taking a gentle puff, releasing a wisp of white mist, her laughter tinged with interest. "Hey! Qin Lang, this kid's mind is sharper than I expected." Sumubai stood at the center of the ruins, his hands slightly together, closing his eyes to sense the emotional fluctuations of the spirits. The air was thick with the smell of blood, making his expression more composed and calm. "Don't be afraid," he said softly, his voice carrying an indescribable firmness and gentleness, as if calling out to long-sleeping relatives. "I can feel your pain, your anger, I can bring you revenge. All the slaughter you suffered, all the injustices you faced, there is an answer." The spirits slowly manifested, their translucent figures swaying uncertainly in the darkness. Their eyes were filled with fear and confusion, they did not know what they were or why their fates were like this. Sumubai did not rush to continue speaking but communicated with the spirits using a gentle yet powerful psychic force. His voice rang out again, carrying an irresistible allure. "I know where the priest is, and I also know the cause of your deaths. Your souls have been trapped in this ruin for many years, and the one behind all this is that fake priest. Don't you want him to pay the price?" The breath of the ghosts fluctuated, as if suddenly awakened from a deep slumber. Their previously confused gazes turned angry, their bodies began to float uneasily, as if pulled by some strong force. He destroyed everything we had. It was him who deceived us." The angry whispers of the ghosts gradually merged into a roar, and the air around seemed to be engulfed by this wave of resentment. Their breaths became more restless, the voices echoed in the church, "We don't want to stay like this anymore." But as the angry voices grew louder, the expressions of the ghosts became confused again, as if questioning Sumubai's intentions. "Why should we trust you?" Sumubai sighed gently and slowly opened his eyes. "We." Old Granny Jean directly spoke. "Stop wasting time with them. Be straightforward." Old Granny Jean exhaled a puff of smoke, forming a huge net in midair, quickly surrounding all the ghosts. Their movements began to slow, as if controlled by some power. Their resentment still churned, but was suppressed by Old Granny Jin's invisible strength. Old Granny Jin's eyes slightly narrowed, a cold smile at the corners of her mouth. "You ask why to trust her? Because she can take you away from this place, she can help you take revenge, while I will help you see the truth. You are unwilling to be trapped here, unwilling to be forgotten forever. Don't you want to witness the end of the priest? There is a guy named Qin Lang who is helping you, don't you want to repay him?" The smoke gradually thickened, enveloping the figures of all the ghosts. Their consciousness began to become clearer in the smoke. With each of Old Granny Jin's words, their resentment increasingly coalesced into a strong wave. The ghosts began to hesitate no more, their responding voices became louder. "Revenge. We want revenge." Their resentment gathered together, turning into an irresistible force, closely attached to Sumubai, as if a huge demon was supporting her power from behind. Sumubai stared blankly at Old Granny Jean. Old Granny Jean said, "I also want to help Qin Lang, is that not okay?" Sumubai said softly, "Great, then let's go." Old Granny Jean seemed to have been ready. She picked up her pipe and took another deep puff. Then, she slowly exhaled a cloud of white smoke, which twisted and coiled like a living creature, rapidly spreading in all directions. That thick smoke instantly enveloped the church. "Let's go." Put. Qin Lang spat out blood, his movements finally slowed down. At his limit. The priest's icy gaze fixed on Qin Lang, keenly sensing that his current condition was extremely bad. A wave of wild joy surged in his heart. Qin Lang couldn't hold on for much longer. "Hee ha ha ha." The priest laughed loudly, his voice containing long-suppressed excitement and pride as he looked at Qin Lang with a sinister gaze, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc. "What's wrong? Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now you can barely stand, can you? You are really persistent, but too bad, it ends here for you." After saying that, he swung his arm wildly, and the demon's avatar let out a deafening roar. Roar. Chapter 148 Retribution. The black shadow surged like a violent tide, sweeping in all directions, and the entire basement instantly fell into a distorted darkness. The power of the demon was fully unleashed, terrifying energy slamming against the rock walls, causing the whole space to violently shake, large chunks of rock from the ceiling crashing down. Cracks spread like a spider web, as if the entire underground world was about to collapse completely. The ground trembled violently, as if an invisible giant hand was trying to crush the entire basement. The priest watched this scene, his smile becoming increasingly sinister. He stretched out his finger, pointing at Qin Lang, his tone full of arrogance. "You will die here. This basement will become your grave. Even if my master doesn't come back, I will still kill you." In that instant, a strange, eerie wind quietly began to blow. That wind was icy cold, as if whispering souls from the underworld, carrying a chilling essence that made one's soul tremble. As the wind blew, the temperature in the basement suddenly dropped, even the air seemed to grow heavier. The priest's laughter abruptly stopped, and his brows furrowed sharply. "This cold wind. Something is wrong." His pupils constricted slightly, an indescribable chill shot from his feet straight to the crown of his head, and cold sweat instantly appeared on his back. The priest anxiously looked around, only to discover that, at some point, vague and twisted shadows had emerged from the surrounding darkness, as if countless ghosts were peering at him, whispering and murmuring. "What? What is this?" The priest's voice trembled slightly. He suddenly turned to look at Qin Lang, his eyes revealing his first hint of unease. Qin Lang gasped, a profound smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He raised his head, looking at the priest with a mocking gaze, his tone leisurely and cold. "What? You still don't understand?" Qin Lang slowly lifted the ghost-slaying blade in his hand, the blade gleaming with a ghostly cold light. He smirked slightly, a chilling smile showing as he locked his cold gaze on the priest. "Your retribution has come." The walls began to tremble, beams of eerie green light seeped through the cracks. Immediately after, countless blurry and twisted figures emerged from the walls, their eyes hollow and furious, their bodies wrapped in black resentment, as if prisoners of hell had been released. "Father! Do you remember us?" A deep voice emerged from the crowd of ghosts, filled with chilling hatred. A man dressed in tattered clothing slowly stepped out from the shadows, deep scars etched across his face, his eye sockets empty, but the haunting malice enough to pierce one's soul. "You said we would be safe hiding in the church, yet left us with no place to be buried. You lied to us, saying this was God's blessing, but what did we receive?" Wails gathered in the darkness, more and more ghosts began to appear from all directions. They emerged from the walls, from cracks in the ground, even from the church's decaying statues. Their hands clawed at the air, their faces twisted in pain, but more than anything, deeply filled with hatred. The priest stumbled back a few steps, his face pale, his legs almost giving way. He recognized them at once. These were the former residents of Silent Hill. His lips trembled slightly, his eyes filled with terror. No, impossible, you should have been purified long ago. Purified? The ghosts let out an ear-piercing laugh, filled with resentment, anger, and endless despair. Do you think your hypocrisy and lies can deceive the true gods? Do you think we would forget the suffering you made us endure? Do you think your sins will not be reckoned? You owe us a blood debt, it's time to pay it back. As these words fell, the entire church suddenly became chillingly cold. The ghosts gathered in the darkness, their resentment turning into substance, their twisted forms surged towards the priest like a tide. A look of disbelief and terror appeared on the priest's face, his breath became rapid, and his heartbeat raced. The ghosts surged towards the priest in a flood, their resentment overwhelming. The air of the church seemed to grow heavy, echoing with the sighs of the dead. Block them! Get them away from me! The priest's face went pale, he frantically waved his hands, directing the demonic avatars to rush at the ghosts. Those demonic forms howled grotesquely. The crimson eyes burned with a bloodthirsty flame, their sharp claws waved as they pounced on the spirits ahead. But the number of spirits was too immense, phantom figures continuously swarmed in from all directions, even seeping out from the walls and ceiling, as if the entire church was their territory. Rip! A monster clone was knocked down by a dozen spirits, its body twisted and struggled amidst the resentment, letting out a piercing howl. In an instant, the entire body seemed to be corroded, turning into black mist and dissipating. Damn it! Die, all of you! The priest's eyes turned bloodshot, gritting his teeth as he frantically commanded the remaining monsters to fight. But he quickly realized that no matter how many monsters were killed, the spirits continued to come, like the endless wailing souls from hell, never stopping their pursuit of his life. Qin Lang stood leisurely with his arms crossed, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Cold sweat broke out on the priest's forehead as he gritted his teeth while staring at Qin Lang, his voice trembling. Qin Lang. We can talk. I can offer you wealth, give you power. I can even tell you the true secret of the monsters. Qin Lang scoffed, shook his head, his gaze icy. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in your petty secrets. But you can enjoy yourself now. The priest was completely panicked, seeing more and more spirits tearing the monster clones apart. His protection was about to collapse, and the shadow of death drew closer. His body began to tremble, his tone turning pleading. Qin Lang. No, Mr. Qin. Please, take me away. I am willing to be your servant, willing to pledge my loyalty to you. Just take me away from here. Qin Lang looked down at the priest, his eyes filled with mockery. He slowly squatted down, leaned close to the priest's ear, and whispered, You're asking the wrong person. You should be begging them. He pointed at the spirits. The priest suddenly turned his head, only to see countless eyes filled with hatred staring back at him. Priest, let's go to hell together. The twisted faces of the spirits revealed sinister smiles, reaching out their withered hands, waiting to drag him into eternal darkness. At this moment, Bai Qi finally understood Qin Lang's intentions. He stroked his beard and laughed. Big brother, so you plan to use these souls he has harmed to deal with him? Impressive. Big brother. What's wrong with you? Chapter 149 finally ended. Qin Lang's body was completely exhausted, his blood and energy surged, his limbs felt as heavy as if filled with lead. He wanted to stand firm, but his legs gave way, and he fell straight back. Boom! Bai Qi, big brother. A huge rock fell from the crumbling wall above, with a heavy sound of breaking air, crashing down towards Qin Lang's body. The rock spun in the air, whipping up a violent wind, carrying an unstoppable force. If it struck, Qin Lang would surely be crushed into a pulp. Bai Qi wanted to control Qin Lang's body, but he could not move at all. In that critical moment, a white smoke shot out like a spirit snake, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's waist. The smoke rope tightened suddenly, and Qin Lang's body was swiftly pulled sideways, narrowly avoiding the crushing of the falling rock. Boom! The giant rock slammed into the ground, raising clouds of dust, cracks spreading, debris flying, and the whole church trembled, as if signaling its impending collapse. Qin Lang was violently thrown to the side, falling to the ground, gasping heavily. His body was completely drained of strength, supported only by will, but he still couldn't help but lift his head and look at the source of the smoke rope that saved him. Qin Lang, you should thank me. The familiar smoky voice held a hint of teasing. Granny Jin Yi, with a pipe in her mouth, smiled at him, her eyes twinkling with mischief. She gently raised her hand. That white smoke rope instantly turned into wisps of blue smoke, dissipating into the air as if it had never existed. Sumoe's figure appeared not far away. She anxiously scanned the collapsing basement and immediately urged loudly, Grandma, stop messing around. Hurry up and leave. Grandma Genie leisurely exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting her eyes with a smile. What's the hurry? How can you not finish such a wonderful show? Not far away, the priest's body trembled violently, his face as pale as paper, his eyes filled with fear. Around him, ghosts surrounded him like a tide, their distorted faces, hollow eye sockets, and pale lips silently opening and closing, filled with unwillingness and resentment, staring at him intently. "Father! Why did you deceive us?" A ghost questioned sharply, its voice filled with pain and anger. Its body was blurred, its clothes tattered, and the fingertips of its outstretched hand emanated a chilling aura, wanting to tear the priest apart. "You told us to hide in the church, saying this was a safe refuge. And the result? We were locked inside, without even a chance to resist, offered as a sacrifice to the monster. You are not our priest. You are a butcher." The ghost's hatred condensed into a tangible form in the air, the entire space filled with a chilling cold, black mist seeping from the cracks in the ground. The priest's lips trembled slightly, cold sweat beating on his forehead. These ghosts were once residents of Silent Hill. They had trusted the priest, entrusting their lives and deaths to him, yet he had sent them into despair to save himself. "No, no." The priest repeatedly shook his hands, trying to explain, at that time. "I was also taken hostage by the monster. I had no choice. I just wanted to live. You should leave. Get out of here." However, the ghosts completely ignored his pleas. Their gazes were icy, filled with boundless resentment, as if they were demons from the abyss, vowing to drag him into eternal darkness. "You had no choice? What about us? You betrayed us, now it's time for you to pay back." The roaring voices of the ghosts exploded like thunder, they charged forward simultaneously. Countless pale ghostly claws tore through the void, charging towards the priest with destructive hatred. The priest retreated in terror, but his feet seemed to be trapped by an invisible force, unable to move at all. He struggled desperately, his body shaking violently. He unexpectedly broke free from Phong Lanlan's body. His pale, transparent spirit was exposed to the air, and the surrounding ghosts, seeing this, surged with boiling resentment, pouncing on him. "Ah!" The priest let out a heartbreaking scream, his spirit twisting violently under the ghost's pull, his fingers helplessly scratching in the air, trying to break free, but it was utterly futile. The ghosts showed no mercy, they tore him apart inch by inch, his twisted face breaking down in agony, his limbs being ripped to shreds, his torso decomposing piece by piece, the despair from the depths of his soul exploding unbearably. "No! No! Please, let me go. PFF." Accompanied by a final piercing scream, the priest's spirit completely shattered, turning into specks of ghostly light, rapidly dissipating in the air. The ghosts slowly stopped, their hollow eyes staring at the dissipating remnants, complex emotions appearing on their faces. Grandma Jeannie smiled. "All right, let's go." After an unknown amount of time, Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness was not fully awake, feeling as if he were floating in the clouds. A layer of white mist surrounded him, gently wrapping around his body, creating a dreamlike illusion. "You're awake." A familiar voice came, carrying a hint of surprise and barely noticeable relief. Qin Lang focused his gaze. Sumaway was squatting beside him, her eyes still holding onto a lingering tension, while behind her, a wisp of white smoke swirled into a ribbon-like shape, as if crafted by Granny Jeannie. Qin Lang slightly moved his body, realizing that he was actually lying on this cloud of smoke, as if being held up by some invisible force. He frowned, about to speak, when suddenly, a hearty laughter came from the distance. "Ah, you lucky brat, you really have 9 lives." Granny Jeannie walked quickly towards him, her ever-lit pipe clamped in her mouth, the white smoke swirling chaotically with her movements. Qin Lang propped himself up, twisted his neck, and asked in a slightly weary voice, "Is it all over?" Granny Jeannie took a deep puff of smoke, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly, and casually said, "It's over, that priest is still tangled up with those dead souls." A glimmer of glee flashed in her eyes, as if she was not surprised at the priest's fate at all. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang finally let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the heaviness on his chest lifted, and he felt much more relaxed. He murmured, "It's good that it's over." This encounter in Silent Hill was even more exhausting than he thought. However, Granny Jeannie suddenly sighed, shook her head, and said with some helplessness, "TSK, what a pity, this hidden task can't be completed at all now." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her. "You're still thinking about completing it?" Granny Jeannie shot him a glance, exhaled a puff of smoke, and shrugged. "Of course, if it could be done, my team and I wouldn't have to keep jumping into the dungeons again and again." Her voice still carried a hint of cynicism, but Qin Lang caught a trace of a different emotion within it. Qin Lang fell silent for a moment, not rushing to reply, but looked up towards the distance where the faint mist still lingered. They walked slowly out of the dilapidated church. Under the night sky, the broken streets remained shrouded in a layer of light mist. Silent Hill returned to its true form, eerie, desolate, and utterly silent. Qin Lang scoffed, this cursed place." Yeezy spotted Qin Lang's battered figure instantly, and almost ran towards him, her eyes filled with concern as she anxiously asked, "Qin Lang, how are you? Can you still hold on?" Qin Lang's lips curled up slightly, showing a somewhat weary but still calm smile. He waved his hand, his voice hoarse but carrying a hint of ease. I'm fine, the despair virus will heal, I won't die. As soon as he finished speaking, Granny Genie let out a huh, took a deep puff from her pipe, squinting in dissatisfaction. It's not that simple. You're not just hurt in a normal way, the despair virus can repair your body, but those cursed powers within you won't disappear easily. Qin Lang looked down at his tattered clothes, the wounds on his arms had healed, but cold black patterns still lingered. However, he didn't care at all, the corners of his mouth curling up with a hint of mockery. Don't worry, this small issue won't trap me. Granny Genie frowned at him. Kid, you wouldn't be? Qin Lang smiled slightly, his gaze deep as he looked into the distance, his tone relaxed. No problem, just a small issue. With Bai Qi in him, he feared no cursed powers. What demon's power, no matter how fierce, could surpass a god of death? Granny Genie squinted her eyes, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately shook her head, giving a meaningful smile. At that moment, a light and graceful footstep approached, accompanied by a faint fragrance. The mysterious woman slowly emerged from the mist. She smiled slightly, her voice pleasant and calm. Congratulations everyone, the level is cleared. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at the mysterious woman before him, a faint smile curling on his lips, his eyes holding a hint of sarcasm. Is it really that simple? Have we completed the challenge like this? The woman horse gently shook her head at the words, her eyes calm but filled with a hint of approval. Mr. Qin, the challenge conditions of Silent Hill have never been about escaping, but about completely burying the monsters. She paused slightly, then continued, in fact, everyone who steps into Silent Hill knows about the hidden level's existence, yet they all fail. Because the moment the monster awakens, death and an end are already destined. Her voice was gentle, but the implication sent chills down the spine. Sumubai and Yi Zi exchanged a glance, each seeing a hint of doubt in the other's eyes. Grandma Jean raised her eyelids, exhaling a puff of smoke with great interest. It seems this time, it was indeed Qin Lang who saved her. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang chuckled lightly, shrugging indifferently. So, I am the first one to complete it? The woman horse nodded. Indeed, you are the first person to successfully complete the hidden level. The smile at the corner of Qin Lang's mouth deepened, his eyes playfully looking at her, his tone casual yet revealing a hint of expectation. Alright then, let's settle the rewards quickly, no need to waste time. The woman horse smiled slightly at this, extending her hand. In her palm slowly appeared a golden glow. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force, the air trembled slightly, and a deep golden light slowly spread from the woman horse's palm, like rippling water waves, wrapping Qin Lang entirely within it. Chapter completion in progress. A cold and authoritative voice resounded in everyone's minds, as if it came from a higher dimensional existence. Qin Lang felt a slight shiver in his body, the surrounding scene instantly twisted and changed, all images filled with countless golden runes, as if some power transcending reality was operating. Dungeon, Silent Hill Nightmare difficulty. Challenger, Qin Lang, first to clear. Clear evaluation, S+. Evaluation analysis, the host completed the hidden mission under extreme conditions, breaking the dungeon setup, uncovering the priest's conspiracy, completely burying the monsters, and changing the dungeon's ecology, performing beyond standard, rewards doubled. Reward, 1.2 million ghost coins. As the system's voice fell, golden runes streaked across like shooting stars, transforming into countless light points surging towards Qin Lang's body, followed by a series of reward messages appearing in his mind. Reward 1, Eye of the Abyss, special ability. Can perceive illusions and uncover hidden truths, can temporarily activate Abyss vision to see through enemy weaknesses and, under special circumstances, affect the structure of reality. Reward 2, Soul Contract, special skill. Reward 3, Purgatory Resistance, passive skill. Reward 4, Essence of Chaotic Source, rare. Reward 5, Hidden Mission Completion Reward, Talent Awakening. The golden glow slowly seeped into Qin Lang's body, and he felt an unprecedented power surging within him. Qin Lang sensed his soul connecting with a higher existence, his entire perception heightened to another level. The gains this time are even more abundant than I imagined. Sumubai gently supported Qin Lang, helping him stand steady, and only relaxed when she felt his strength gradually recovering. Her eyes held a hint of worry but more was relief. After all, it was already an incredible miracle that they could escape from this hellish place alive. Qin Lang shook his hands, moving his body around. Although the wound has healed, the lingering cursed energy inside is still slowly eroding his bones and muscles. He chuckled lightly, a hint of relaxed fatigue in his eyes. Alright, don't be so tense, I'm not dead yet. Sumu sighed lightly as she glanced at him, but did not refute, only helping him slowly towards the exit of Silent Hill. At this moment, Granny Golden Leaf spoke up. Qin Lang, shouldn't we settle our accounts? Chapter 151 Granny Golden Leaf. Granny Golden Leaf stepped forward, her smoke pipe in her mouth, walking leisurely, looking like someone who had not just experienced a life and death battle. I say, Qin Lang, you can't just walk away like this. A meaningful smile played at the corners of her mouth. How about you take me with you? As her words fell, Yi Zi immediately stood in front of Qin Lang, her face filled with vigilance as she stared at Granny Goldenleaf, her tone laden with distrust. What do you want to follow us for? Don't think I don't know, you are always so ruthless, you must have bad intentions. Granny Goldenleaf exhaled a puff of smoke, leisurely glancing at Yi Zi, seemingly unfazed by her hostility. She shook her head and chuckled lightly. Little girl, that's not fair, is it? Didn't I just save you once? You can't repay kindness with enmity. But that doesn't change the things you did before. Yi Zi said stubbornly, you wouldn't save us for no reason, so tell me, what is your real purpose? Qin Lang had remained silent, quietly watching Granny Goldenleaf, his gaze deep and profound, as if he wanted to see through her entirely. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a low, serious tone, all right, stop beating around the bush. What's your true purpose in wanting to follow us? Granny Goldenleaf smiled, exhaling the last puff of smoke, then put away her pipe, her expression gradually becoming serious. She looked down to adjust her sleeve before slowly speaking, I want to save people. Save people? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a smile that was neither here nor there. You? Save people? What? Do I seem unlikely? Granny Goldenleaf smiled, a glimmer of playfulness flashing in her eyes. Qin Lang did not answer but looked at her with interest, waiting for what she would say next. Granny Goldenleaf did not beat around the bush either, she reined in her smile, her tone becoming serious. Qin Lang, you have to help me. Qin Lang chuckled lightly at her words, his tone teasing, why should I? Just because. Granny Goldenleaf slowly uttered a few words, her eyes deep and sharp, the smile at the corner of her mouth becoming significant. Those people are your enemies too. Qin Lang's gaze sharpened slightly. Who? Granny Goldenleaf lightly uttered 3 words, causing Qin Lang to instantly become alert. Wudo Society. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, the surrounding smoke drifting away with the wind, revealing Qin Lang's contemplative face. Sumubai and Yi Zi were stunned, they were not unfamiliar with this name, and Qin Lang was even more aware. Granny Goldenleaf said, many of their people have infiltrated this instance, though they should all be dead by now. But, they definitely won't let you go, and they won't let me go either. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze becoming fierce and profound, yet a hint of a dangerous smile curled at the corner of his lips. Interesting. Then let's work together. After returning to the real world, when the familiar light filtered through the air and onto him, Qin Lang took a deep breath. Finally, unlike the dead silence and cold environment of Silent Hill, the air in the real world carried a bit of humidity, but at least there was no suffocating sense of oppression. Granny Goldenleaf said, you have nowhere to go, right? Come with me. Sumubai and Yi Zi looked towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang nodded, let's follow her. They stood in a secluded alley, surrounded by crumbling brick walls. Granny Goldenleaf stood ahead, still smoking her pipe, a faint smile gracing her lips. Let's go, my stronghold is nearby. Don't dawdle. Qin Lang, Sumubai, and Yi Zi exchanged glances, feeling puzzled, but still followed along. They passed through several narrow alleyways and arrived at the front of an abandoned building. The rusty door at the entrance looked like it hadn't been touched in many years, and the walls were covered with moss and cracks. However, Granny Genie skillfully exhaled a puff of smoke, using the smoke to push open a large door, revealing a dark staircase. Follow me. She waved her hand and went in first. Qin Lang frowned slightly, but still stepped in after her, with Sumubai and Yi Zi following closely behind. The staircase was deep, extending downwards, the air gradually becoming cooler, and their footsteps echoed in the narrow space. Finally, when they reached the bottom, a heavy iron door blocked their way. Granny Genie took a key from her pocket, inserted it into the keyhole, and with a dull click, the iron door slowly opened. To everyone's surprise, what lay behind the door was not a dark and damp underground chamber, but a spacious and bright area. The basement was softly lit, the walls were clean, and there were even several computers and medical equipment scattered around the room, looking more like a carefully arranged base than a hideout. Sumubai looked around in astonishment and said, this place. Hee, didn't expect this, did you? Granny Genie walked to the center of the room and gently patted the wall. This place is much more advanced than you imagined. Qin Lang remained silent, carefully observing the layout around him, noticing several red marks on the map on the wall, and some complex data flashing on the computer screen on the table. Clearly, this stronghold was not just a resting place, but a functioning base. Granny Genie lazily stretched and said, alright, you each find a room to rest, heal your injuries first, and I'll bring over the medicine later. Qin Lang's gaze flickered slightly, staring at her back, and said solemnly, when you bring the medicine over, let's have a good chat. Granny Genie stopped and turned to look at him, her lips curling up slightly. Oh? What do you want to chat about? Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his eyes sharp. Let's talk about what this place really is, and who you really are. At that moment, the air seemed to grow still. Granny Genie narrowed her eyes, and after a moment, a meaningful smile crept onto her face. Wait for me, and I'll come find you. About 10 minutes later, Granny Genie came over holding a bowl of soup with a herbal fragrance, placing the bowl in front of Qin Lang, the delicate smoking pipe gently twisting in her hand. Qin Lang picked up the bowl of medicine and gently blew on it. Alright, let's talk about your story. Granny Genie leaned back in her chair, her gaze fixed on a spot on the ceiling, as if recalling something. Actually, I've always had many teammates. We've known each other since childhood, grew up together, like a family. She paused, took a puff from her pipe, the smoke slowly diffusing in the air, her voice tinged with a bit of bitterness. Later, someone found us, named Boss Jean. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. Boss Jean, does he have any connection to the Wudao Society? Chapter 152, Assassination. Granny Genie said, I'll explain that shortly, but I can give you a preview. Their relationship runs deep. Qin Lang smiled. Then it seems he's not a good person. He, of course not. Granny Genie sneered, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Boss Jean hired us, specifically to make us run instances. Instances are a type of resource that can provide skills, provide strange coins, provide every opportunity to grow stronger. Once we obtain the rewards, especially the strange coins, they all have to be handed over to him. Boss Jean made his fortune this way. Granny Genie took a puff of smoke and slowly said, at first, we all thought this was just an ordinary cooperative relationship, completing tasks for money. But gradually, we realized things were not like that. Every time we entered the dungeon, someone in our team would die. One after another. It started as accidents, but later it became inevitable. Each dungeon was more dangerous than the last, and while our equipment and abilities improved, the death rate did not lower. In fact, it increased. Sumubai and Yizi's faces were somewhat serious. They understood the dangers of the dungeon and had witnessed many people die in front of them. From Granny Genia's tone, it was clear that this matter had a significant impact on her. Granny Genia gently exhaled a puff of smoke, her expression complicated. Once, one of our brothers, before he died, smiled at us and said we were just tools for him to make money, that one would die, and another would replace him. That smile, really, it has stuck with me for a lifetime. She paused for a moment, as if calming her emotions. After a moment, she slowly said, finally, we couldn't take it anymore. We went to find Boss Jean and said we wanted to quit. Granny Genia lightly tapped her smoking pipe, ash falling into the nearby metal ashtray with a crisp sound. Qin Lang said, he is not so kind-hearted. Granny Genia nodded and said, indeed, we worked hard to negotiate one condition. Boss Jean captured my other teammates and promised me that as long as we completed the hidden task in Silent Hill and obtained the treasure there, he would set me and the remaining teammates free. So that's why I led the team into the dungeon, why I fought with all my might to complete the task. Qin Lang leaned against the wall, gently turning the teacup in his hand, but his gaze was fixed on Granny Genia. So, you should be going to report now? From the results, you have succeeded, huh? Granny Genia curled the corner of her mouth into a mocking smile, exhaling a puff of white smoke, and slowly said, succeeded? Yes, I have succeeded, but do you think he will really keep his promise? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, slowly put down the teacup, and tapped his finger on the table. Of course not. Granny Genia said flatly, Qin Lang, of course, a wolf would never let its prey escape. A glint of cold light flashed in her eyes, and her tone turned somber. Boss Jin's promises were never meant for us tools. Qin Lang sensed the coldness in her tone, his expression grew slightly serious. So what do you plan to do next? Granny Genia did not answer immediately. She slowly took a puff from her pipe, enjoying a moment of silence, then lightly laughed. What do you think? I know very well that a person like Boss Jean can never keep his word. He would pretend to be very satisfied, smiling at me saying you've worked hard, and then when we let our guard down, he would make us completely disappear. Qin Lang leaned against the wall, arms crossed, smiling slightly. I get it, you want to get rid of the person causing the problem. In other words, you want to kill Boss Jean. So, you want me to help you? You want to hire me as your assassin, right? No wonder you've been so nice to me. Granny Genia grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth, her expression somewhat eerie. You are indeed smart, so I like talking to people like you, it's not tiring at all. She lightly tapped the edge of the table with her pipe, producing a clear sound. Since he will definitely break his promise, I must find help and take the initiative. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a wry smile. Sounds like you already have an overall plan. Granny Genia narrowed her eyes, staring deeply at him. You are also clever, let's not beat around the bush. You just completed the Silent Hill dungeon, something no one has ever accomplished. Boss Jean will definitely be interested in you. Qin Lang gently tapped the table. In a calm tone, then what? Then, he will prepare a lavish feast for you. Grandma Jean leaned slightly forward, her gaze like a venomous snake fixating on its prey. We conspire together to assassinate Boss Jean. Qin Lang's expression remained calm, but a hint of scrutiny emerged in his eyes as he slowly asked, why should I agree to you? Grandma Jean exhaled the last puff of smoke, casually placing the smoke gun on the table, reaching to play with a strand of hair that fell down, a smirk playing on her lips, because this is not just helping me, but helping yourself. Qin Lang, you are a smart person. I believe you already have your own judgment in your heart, right? Qin Lang remained silent, merely watching her quietly. The smile on Grandma Jin's lips gradually faded, her tone dropping a few degrees, revealing a chilling hint. You should be very clear, the unruly society will be your enemy, and Boss Jean. is one of the financial backers of the unruly society. Qin Lang's pupils slightly constricted, his gaze finally sharpened. Grandma Jean tapped the table, her tone relaxed but carrying a sense of pressure, so killing him together is not only helping me escape but also a heavy blow to the unruly society. The air suddenly became somewhat heavy, as Qin Lang's fingers slowly rubbed the table, contemplating the pros and cons of this proposition. Qin Lang gently sighed, a cold smile appearing on his lips, crossing his arms over his chest, his eyes sparkling with intense interest. Alright, since they will come looking for me sooner or later, I might as well play with them. Hearing this, Grandma Jean revealed a strange smile as if she had already anticipated Qin Lang would make this decision. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a dull sound echoed from outside, like something had been knocked over. Grandma Jin's expression changed instantly, her gaze sharp as a knife. She abruptly sat up straight, looking warily toward the door to the basement, her voice low and stern. This hideout is known only to me right now. It seems, perhaps Boss Jin's people have arrived. Chapter 153, The Black Man. I'll go take a look. Yi Zi's heart tightened, instinctively clenching her fists, her eyes scanning the others in the room, her expression alert. Qin Lang's brows frowned slightly, a vague sense of unease rising in his heart. If Boss Jin really sent people, it meant their movements had already been exposed. No, I should go. Su Mubai suddenly spoke, I am currently in a spiritual state, it's hard to be detected. Qin Lang nodded, saying in a low voice, Miss Su, be careful. Su Mubai said no more, her figure completely disappearing, as if merging into the air, quietly slipping outward. The room fell into a brief silence. Minutes passed, the air filled with suffocating silence, everyone holding their breath, waiting for Su Mubai's signal. However, 5 minutes went by, and there was still no movement outside. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly shifted, his heart sinking heavily. Something's not right. He whispered, his tone carrying a hint of ominous premonition. Why hasn't Su Mubai returned? Yi Zi frowned, her tone tinged with urgency. Grandma Jean lightly tapped her fingers on the table, her eyes narrowing, the smile on her face vanished, she's in trouble. Qin Lang didn't wait any longer, suddenly standing up, his gaze sharp as a blade, he charged out without hesitation. Qin Lang! Yi Zi exclaimed, wanting to stop him, but Qin Lang's speed was incredibly fast, his figure like an arrow, instantly disappearing at the exit of the basement. Qin Lang burst out of the basement, the night dark as ink, an ominous chill hung in the air. Moonlight cast a dim light on the ground, illuminating a strange shadow, a tall but oddly shaped man. His face was abnormally pale, the skin appearing as if soaked in water too long, giving off a lifeless grayish white. And the most disturbing thing was the eerie smile at the corner of his mouth. The narrow eyes squinted slightly, neither fully smiling nor frowning, as if the corners of his mouth might split to his ears, revealing a more sinister malice. But what truly made Qin Lang frown was not the man's appearance, but what was behind him. A pitch-black shadow, like a monster crawling out from the depths of hell, was hovering behind the man, its form flickering in and out of existence, like a living curse. Its left half of the face was incomplete, the right eye deep as a well, and its enormous twisted hand was tightly gripping Su Mubai's body. Su Mubai's face was filled with pain, her body struggling violently in the black hand, her spiritual form flickering, as if it might shatter at any moment, yet despite this, she grit her teeth and shouted angrily, Qin Lang! Go! Don't worry about me! Granny Genia's face turned extremely pale the moment she saw this man, her pupils slightly contracting, she couldn't help but gasp, exclaiming in shock. Black man? Qin Lang furrowed his brows, glancing at Granny Genie, do you know him? Granny Genia's expression was serious as she whispered, he is one of the strongest killers under Boss Jean, no one can escape alive from his hands. He. Genie, you did well this time. The black man's voice carried a sinister laugh as he slowly raised his head, his deep eyes fixated on Granny Genie, the curve of his mouth deepening, as if admiring a trophy already in his grasp. I never expected you could actually survive coming out from Silent Hill. The black man lightly clapped his hands, his eyes filled with disdain, but this is a good thing, at least it saves me the trouble of having to look for you. Qin Lang's gaze was as cold as steel, taking a step forward, his voice low and dangerous, let her go. The black man raised an eyebrow, seeming quite interested as he looked at Qin Lang, slowly shaking his head and saying, Mr. Qin, you don't actually think you have the qualifications to negotiate conditions now, do you? The shadow's huge hand suddenly tightened, Su Mubai let out a pained grunt, her spiritual form almost becoming transparent for a moment. Qin Lang's eyes turned icy, his fists clenching slightly, the power within him stirring restlessly. At this moment, Bai Qi shouted, Big brother, don't act recklessly, your body isn't fully. The black man glanced at him, casually laughing, don't be impulsive, you wouldn't want this young lady to completely vanish, would you? His smile was sinister, his voice carrying a mocking tone like a cat playing with a mouse, you are very special, no one in the world has ever passed through the Silent Hill instance besides you, even Boss Jean is quite interested. The black man raised a finger and gently shook it, so come with me, to meet Boss Jean. The air instantly froze. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, the corners of his lips curling slightly, revealing a meaningful cold smile. Is that so? His voice was low and icy. Qin Lang's gaze suddenly turned cold, killing intent condensing in an instant. He stepped forward without hesitation, suddenly drawing the ghost-slaying knife, its blade shimmering with a chilling light, aimed straight at the black man's throat. However, the black man merely scoffed, lifting his right hand slightly, causing the air to twist immediately. Accompanied by low and eerie whispers, 3 twisted black shadows slowly crawled out of the black shadow behind him. Shadow summon. Qin Lang's pupils slightly contracted. The 3 shadows were completely black, as if being burned by invisible flames, lacking any facial features, with only deep-set eye sockets that glowed with an eerie red light in the night. Long claws scraped the ground with a piercing sound, carrying a suffocating chill, swiftly pouncing towards Qin Lang. Qin Lang's eyes hardened, gripping the ghost-slaying knife tightly. In an instant his form flashed, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp cold gleam. Ha! The blade light was like lightning, aiming to slash down ruthlessly at the foremost shadow. However, just as the blade was about to fall, Qin Lang's body shook violently, a severe tearing sensation surging in his chest. Cough! A mouthful of fresh blood suddenly erupted from his mouth. On the knife's edge, dark red marks bloom. His hand trembled, and the power of the ghost-slaying knife instantly weakened. Taking advantage of this moment, the dark soul opened its mouth like a black hole, roaring as it lunged for his body. Ha 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 ha! The black man laughed loudly, arms crossed over his chest, eyes filled with mockery, just as the boss predicted. Mr. Qin, although you barely survived Silent Hill, your body must be completely exhausted by now, right? He narrowed his eyes, a cruel smile curling his lips. Right now, you are no match for me at all. Qin Lang's face turned pale, cold sweat trickled from his forehead. He clenched his teeth, gripping the knife handle tightly, his feet sinking slightly as he forced himself to steady his stance. But the blood energy surging within him protested in every muscle, as if it would collapse at any moment. Bai Qi grew anxious. Bro, do you want to die here? Sumu Bai shouted. Qin Lang, don't be reckless. Chapter 154, Hospitality. Yi Zi saw the scene, a flash of urgency in her eyes. Without hesitation she stepped forward, raising her hand to release a spell for assistance. But at that moment, Granny Jean Yi pressed down on her shoulder, speaking in a deep voice, it's useless. Yi Zi's eyes widened. What? Granny Jean Yi's face was extremely serious, her gaze fixed on the black man, her voice low, you are not his match. Yi Zi's heart sank heavily. Meanwhile, the black man squinted his eyes, watching Qin Lang struggle, the smile at the corner of his mouth widening, his voice filled with disdain. Mr. Qin, tell me, how should I deal with you now? Yi Zi's figure shot forward like a swift wind, her wrist flipping, countless pieces of paper suddenly appearing in the air. With a slight movement of her delicate fingertips, the paper shot forth like blades, densely flying towards the 3 dark souls. The paper snow flashed with sharp cold light in the night, each piece wrapped in fierce energy, as if it could instantly tear apart any obstacle in its path. However, the dark souls let out a low, eerie laugh, their bodies shimmering like smoke, and those supposed sharp pieces of paper passed through them, causing no actual harm. Yi Zi's heart sank again. What? Her pupils shrank, quickly flipping her palm to change her move. With a shake of her wrist, the papers flipped over, transforming into a slender paper blade that glinted coldly as it hacked down at the foremost dark soul. But the dark soul did not dodge at all, letting the paper blade fall upon it. Shoo! The paper blade swept through, but the dark soul's body merely rippled slightly, as if slashing at the surface of water, causing no real harm at all. The black man burst into wild laughter, his voice filled with mockery. Ha ha ha! With such little skill, you dare to block me? Before his laughter faded, he suddenly took a step forward, extending a withered yet powerful hand to grab at Yi Zi's throat. Yi Zi's face changed, wanting to retreat, but the black man's speed was faster than she expected. In an instant, his hand was already close to her neck. Oh no! Just as it seemed Yi Zi would be captured, a crystal-clear light suddenly appeared. Bang! A translucent bubble suddenly expanded, bursting open in front of Yi Zi, forming a barrier that violently deflected the black man's hand. The black man paused slightly, the smile on his face diminishing, his gaze sweeping toward the figure that had just rushed out. Shen Wanqing stepped onto 2 bubbles, landing lightly beside Yi Zi. She raised her hand slightly, a number of smooth bubbles floating in her palm, faintly shimmering with a rainbow glow. Shen Wanqing quickly waved her hand, several bubbles immediately flying out, wrapping toward Qin Lang. Her gaze was calm, her tone firm. Qin Lang, I'll take you there. As long as Qin Lang was wrapped in the bubbles, she could quickly pull him back to her side, avoiding the black man's attack. However, just at this critical moment. Snap! The black man lightly snapped his fingers. Behind Shen Wanqing, a pitch-black, sinister face suddenly emerged, a massive shadowy figure abruptly extending its dark claws with unbelievable speed. Shen Wanqing's pupils suddenly constricted, with no time to dodge, her whole body was fiercely grasped by the ghostly claw. She let out a muffled groan, her body suddenly stiffened, and the bubbles in her hand instantly shattered, their light fading away. The black man curled the corner of his mouth into a cruel smile, slowly advancing, his gaze mockingly sweeping over Qin Lang, Yi Zi, and Shen Wanqing. What a bunch of overconfident fools. He leaned slightly, revealing a chilling smile. Now, who among you can still stand in my way? Granny Jin's fingers trembled slightly, a thread of cold sweat seeping from her wrinkles. The black man's gloomy laughter seemed to carry a bewitching power, echoing in the air, causing her breathing to unconsciously quicken. Her gaze swept over Su Mubai, Yizi, and Xinhuan Qing, who were all easily subdued by the black man, while Qin Lang's face was pale, clearly weakened, and unable to fight again. The situation was extremely dire. The black man's gaze fell on her, the corner of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a mocking smile. What? Granny Jean, do you want to make a move? You should know better than anyone that you are not my opponent. His tone was casual, as if speaking to an inconsequential old woman, his eyes even lacking any hint of seeing her as a threat. Granny Jin's fingertips tightened around her pipe. In an instant, countless images flashed through her mind. The black man's voice swept over her like a shadow, pulling her back to that abyss of fear. Her body trembled slightly, a muscular reaction, a remnant fear of past nightmares. The black man squinted, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Heh, it seems you still remember. Granny Jean took a deep breath, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the pipe. She could not back down. She had survived Silent Hill, she had endured once in a desperate situation, and that kind of fear, that kind of helplessness, she never wanted to experience again. Black man. Her voice was low and hoarse, her gaze gradually sharp. Do you think I am still that pawn who only obeys orders? The black man sneered, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Oh? You've grown quite bold since returning from Silent Hill. He leaned slightly, his eyes filled with strong disdain, but the question is, do you really have a chance? You'd better have some self-awareness, otherwise, I'm afraid I won't make it easy for you. Granny Jean did not answer, she slowly raised her pipe, a cold smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Qin Lang suddenly spoke. Stop it. Granny Jean turned to look at Qin Lang. Qin Lang's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a half-smile, as he slowly stood up, casually wiping away the blood remaining at the corner of his mouth. He glanced around, then looked at the black man, his tone casual, yet carrying a hint of careless mockery. TSK, your boss asked me to be a guest, and this is how you invite someone? The black man squinted, still wearing a sinister smile. He couldn't understand why Qin Lang could remain so calm right now. This was half the fun for him gone. Qin Lang's smile deepened further, slowly continuing. How about this, when I meet your boss, I'll have a good chat with him. Just tell him one of his men has a terrible attitude. If I don't have a pleasant chat with him, then just say it was you who made me unhappy. I wonder how your boss will look at you then. The black man's smile stalled slightly. Chapter 155, Your Attitude. Qin Lang gently patted the dust off his shoulder, continuing to leisurely speak. Originally, I was quite interested, wanting to discuss cooperation with your boss. Let's see if we can each get what we want, a win-win. He paused, looking at the black man with a wicked smile, but it seems that my impression of you is not very good right now. The black man frowned slightly, the coldness in his eyes deepening. What do you mean? Qin Lang shrugged, spreading his hands, looking helpless. If I have an unpleasant conversation with your boss later, do you think he will blame you? After all, if your first impression wasn't so bad, I might be more willing to cooperate with him. The black man's smile finally froze for a moment. Qin Lang smiled secretly in his heart. Sure enough, this guy, although arrogant and strong, was essentially still a dog that followed orders. Boss Jean was the one he truly feared. And now, I had grasped his weakness. The black man's fingers tightened slightly, his gaze staring deeply at Qin Lang, as if weighing something. Moments later, he finally spoke, his tone slightly softened from earlier, but still carrying a threat. Qin Lang, stop trying to scare people here. Do you think such small tricks can make me let go? Qin Lang still smiled, his tone laced with mockery. How about a bet, to see if your boss will blame you? The black man's expression finally changed. He thought of his boss's appearance and shuddered inexplicably. The black man's complexion shifted unpredictably, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, but it quickly suppressed. He stared at Qin Lang, his lips twitching slightly, coldly saying, Qin Lang, just come with me obediently, don't create trouble for yourself. But Qin Lang lazily patted his clothes, as if just finished chatting in a teahouse, his tone light. Why should I? Look at what you've done to my friends, each one of them has been messed up by you. He glanced over at Su Mubai and the others who were still gasping for breath, his gaze darkening, and suddenly changed his tone to sarcasm. You made my friends suffer so badly, and you expect me to obediently go with you? Am I cheap? The black man's face instantly turned cold, the giant black hand behind him trembled slightly. He hissed, Qin Lang, don't go too far. Qin Lang, however, opened his hands carelessly, a look of indifference on his face. Isn't it just a bit excessive? If you think it's unacceptable, then why don't you just take me away? He tilted his head, revealing a meaningful smile. When I see your boss later, I will have a good talk about this reception experience. Perhaps I can give you a special review. The black man's expression instantly stiffened, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. He clearly remembered Boss Jin's orders, bring Qin Lang over well. And now, although Qin Lang was boastful, his words carried threats. The black man could ignore what others thought, but he could not ignore Boss Jin's attitude. Boss Jin hated it when his subordinates got him into trouble, especially situations like this, where they messed up the job before even seeing the person. After a moment of silence, the black man gritted his teeth and abruptly waved his hand. The giant hand of the dark spirit slowly loosened, heavily tossing Sumu Bai, Yi and Shin Wanqing to the ground. I can let them go. The black man stared coldly at Qin Lang, his voice deep, like it was squeezed out from his throat. I let them go, but you must come with me. Qin Lang shrugged, his lips still curled in a frivolous smile. No way. The black man's face completely sank, his eyes flickering with dangerous coldness. He stared tightly at Qin Lang, his voice low and suppressed. Qin Lang, don't push your luck. But Qin Lang was unconcerned, moving his shoulders a bit, his mouth curling into a disdainful smile. How am I pushing my luck? I just came out of the dungeon, covered in injuries, feeling unwell. Shouldn't I take care of myself first? He deliberately coughed twice, patting his chest. If you feel dissatisfied, you can just go ahead and tie me up and take me away. The black man's eyes sharpened, and the surrounding aura of darkness seemed to condense a little, with the souls behind him stirring restlessly. But in the end, he did not act rashly. He dared not disobey Boss Jin's order, which was to invite Qin Lang rather than to drag him away. Seeing the black man hesitate to act, Qin Lang showed a nonchalant expression and said leisurely, since you don't plan to use force, then I have to willingly go, right? Unfortunately, I'm really hungry right now. I don't have the strength to walk. The black man frowned, seemingly realizing something, and coldly asked, then what do you want? Qin Lang curled his lips into a sly smile and said slowly, very simple, I'm starving now, you go buy us some food. The black man immediately sneered, buy food? Do you think I'm your errand boy? Qin Lang was not angry, on the contrary, he looked at him with interest. Didn't you say you wanted to invite me? How is it proper for a guest to attend a banquet on an empty stomach? If you want to invite me, then show some sincerity. The black man's expression darkened further, his eyes narrowing. What do you want to buy? Qin Lang raised a finger and shook it, grinning mischievously. Find a 5-star hotel and get everything on the menu delivered to me. The black man's brows jumped sharply, unable to help but sneer. A whole menu? Can you even finish that? Qin Lang was clearly toying with him. Qin Lang nodded as if stating the obvious. What does it matter if I can't finish it? Anyway, I've made my request. You wouldn't be unable to satisfy that, would you? Grandma Jean couldn't help but laugh. The black man took a deep breath, the veins on his face twitching, his fists nearly crushing, but he ultimately held it in. He knew Qin Lang was doing it on purpose to buy time, but he had no choice but to grit his teeth and nod. You. Fine. Just as he was about to turn around to get it done, Qin Lang leisurely added, wait, I need to send someone to supervise you. The black man's brows frowned even tighter. What do you mean? Qin Lang blinked and smiled. Who knows if you'll spit in the food or secretly put something strange in. He looked at Sumupu and Grandma Jean. Sumupu, Grandma Jean, you two go with him to supervise his ordering, see if he tries any tricks. Additionally, I'll give you the chance to boss him around. Grandma Jean and Sumupu exchanged glances, both understanding Qin Lang's intention. The black man's eyes twitched violently at the corners, feeling immensely humiliated. He, a powerful killer for Boss Jean, was actually treated like a petty errand boy, and now even had to be supervised while getting food? Chapter 156, Relying on Some Medicine. However, Qin Lang's words left him with no way to refute. What if Qin Lang used the excuse of fear of being poisoned not to eat and continue to delay? What could he do then? In the end, the black man endured his anger and gritted out a word, go. Sumupu and Grandma Jean exchanged a glance, both carrying a hint of glee, and then followed the black man without reservation. The black man's back disappeared into the night, but the air still carried the suppressed murderous aura of his anger. When the black man returned with a pile of exquisite food boxes, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot, Qin Lang was lazily sitting on a chair in the inn, his legs kicked up on the table, looking completely relaxed. Oh, you're back? Qin Lang purposely elongated his voice, slowly standing up, walking over, and casually lifting the lid of one food box. A rich aroma wafted over, with appetizing dishes neatly arranged, clearly from a top-notch hotel kitchen. The black man's face was as dark as coal, his arms crossed tightly, glaring fiercely at Qin Lang, his voice as cold as ice. The food is back, hurry and eat. Qin Lang acted completely ungraciously, stretching leisurely. Chuckling, he said, no rush, no rush. When it comes to eating, the most important thing is the mood. Come on, everyone sit down, let's enjoy this meal together. As he spoke, he pulled Sumu Bai, Granny Jinyi, and Yi to take their seats. The four exchanged glances, all understanding that Qin Lang was deliberately keeping the black man on edge. Since there was free food to enjoy, no one refused, and they all sat down, picking up their chopsticks to eat. Meanwhile, the black man stood at the door, his face dark, looking as if he could explode at any moment. Qin Lang picked up a piece of melt-in-your-mouth braised pork, satisfied, smacking his lips, then lazily glanced towards the door. Hey, brother black man, just stand there and watch. A flicker of anger crossed the black man's eyes as he gritted his teeth, saying, Qin Lang, don't push your luck. Ah, it's just a joke, don't be so serious. Qin Lang chuckled lightly and continued to enjoy the food. He ate this meal with unimaginable leisure, from the main course to dessert, not wasting a single grain of rice. After he finished eating and drinking, he stretched his back in satisfaction, let out a belch, and slowly wiped his mouth, waving at the black man. Alright, sorry for making you wait outside. The corner of the black man's eye twitched violently, seemingly reaching his limit, but Boss Jin's order forced him to suppress his anger. He snorted heavily, turned, and stood by the door. Granny Genie looked at Qin Lang's leisurely appearance and couldn't help but frown, whispering, Qin Lang, dragging it out like this isn't a long-term solution. Eventually, you have to meet Boss Jin. Qin Lang leaned lazily against the back of the chair, unfazed, and laughed, no problem, I'll just go and enjoy another meal. Granny Genie was momentarily speechless, shooting Qin Lang a glare, you brat. Her face bore an undeniable worry. She knew well that Boss Jin was not an easy person. No matter how slick Qin Lang was, he couldn't always rely on talking his way out. Just as she was about to persuade him further, Sumubai raised a hand to stop her. Sumubai looked at Qin Lang, a faint smile appearing on her lips, her voice gentle yet firm, just trust Qin Lang. Granny Genie was taken aback, looking towards Qin Lang, still seeing him with an indifferent expression, but there sparkled a deep light in his eyes. She sighed, knowing that nothing she said would matter anymore. The black man stood at the door, with a face so dark it could drip water, coldly asking, can we leave now? Qin Lang lazily leaned in his chair, yawned, and slowly stretched his body, looking at the black man with a half-smile, what's the hurry? Can't I take my time after a full meal? That would be too unfair for me. The black man's brow furrowed, his gaze slightly cold, what more do you want? Qin Lang waved his hand, appearing nonchalant, I just went through a fierce battle, and my body is almost worn out. Of course, I need a nap to regain my energy. I can't let Boss Jin see me looking pale and lethargic, can I? The black man's face instantly darkened, and he coldly said, Qin Lang, don't push your luck too far. Qin Lang blinked, suddenly changing his expression, his mouth curling into a teasing smile, have you completed Silent Hill? The black man was slightly taken aback, what? I asked you, can you complete Silent Hill? Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, each word pronounced clearly. The black man's face instantly darkened, gritting his teeth, what do you mean? Qin Lang shrugged, wearing a you-know-what-I-mean expression, if you can't complete it, then don't complain, got it? Veins bulged on the black man's forehead, his fists clenched as if he were ready to hit someone at any moment. But in the end, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to endure, suppressing his anger as he said, wait for one more night. You must leave tomorrow morning. Qin Lang nonchalantly waved his hand, alright, suit yourself. Having said that, he returned to the room and gently closed the door. Late at night, the candlelight flickered slightly in the room as Qin Lang sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes, his consciousness slowly sinking into his inner world. In the darkness, a familiar figure gradually appeared. The dragon whiskers flutter, it is Bai Qi. Qin Lang opened the door and spoke straightforwardly, Bai Qi, can I restore my body right now? Bai Qi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze piercing, brother, restoration is not the problem, but your current physical condition will likely need a bit of medicinal help. Qin Lang frowned, medicine? Bai Qi said lightly, you have quite a few strange coins on hand, open the system mall and see if there are suitable herbs, I will prepare the medicine for you. Qin Lang's heart shook, he immediately opened the system interface and the mall's light screen appeared before his eyes, showcasing a variety of mysterious and precious items. He quickly searched for precious herbs for recovery according to Bai Qi's instructions. Qi Yin Ginseng, a 100-year-old variety, activates blood circulation, priced at 300,000 strange coins. Yuming grass, can enhance soul power, priced at 250,000 strange coins. Tian Po leaf, specifically used to heal damaged bodies, priced at 450,000 strange coins. Gui Tang Lu, balances yin and yang, priced at 150,000 strange coins. Qin Lang looked at these exorbitantly priced herbs, his mouth twitched slightly, damn, so expensive? Bai Qi said calmly, precious things naturally come with a high price. Combined together, these herbs can restore your body in the shortest time, allowing you to face the upcoming dangers in the best condition. Qin Lang gritted his teeth and bought these herbs in one go, spending over 1 million strange coins. Only then did Bai Qi nod in satisfaction, good, now learn alchemy from me. Qin Lang, you know how to do this? Bai Qi said, I have seen Zhang Sanfeng in the underworld. Qin Lang. There are many talents in the underworld. Bai Qi, alright, let's get started. First, meditate. Chapter 157, Split Up and Act. Bai Qi stood in the void, hands behind his back, his gaze cold and imposing, like a stern mentor. Alchemy requires timing, duration, and proportions, a slight mistake can ruin everything. Qin Lang placed the alchemy furnace he had just bought in front of him and sat cross-legged. Bai Qi slowly spoke, his voice deep and steady. The making of the 9 turns pill is extremely complex. A little negligence can lead to failure, so listen carefully, I will only teach this once. First step, warm the furnace. Bai Qi's tone was calm, use your true energy to ignite the alchemical fire, keeping it at a medium temperature. Qin Lang followed the instructions, his palm moving slightly, a faint flame slowly rising, wrapping around the furnace, which quickly turned a faint red. Bai Qi nodded, good, next, put in the Qi Yen ginseng to refine its essence with the fire. Qin Lang cautiously placed the Qi Yen ginseng into the furnace. Immediately, a faint explosion sounded within, and the flames roared, faintly glowing with a red-golden hue. Stabilize the heat, keep it within the nurturing range, do not let the flames become too fierce. Bai Qi reminded. Qin Lang focused and held his breath, trying to control the alchemical fire, maintaining the most stable state. Time slowly passed, and after a moment, Bai Qi nodded, it's okay, add the Yuming grass. Qin Lang reached for the Yuming grass and gently tossed it into the furnace. In an instant, a low humming sound emerged from the furnace, the flames transformed from red golden to deep purple, and a chilling aura filled the air, as if the surrounding temperature had dropped a few degrees. Next is the Tian Leaf. Bai Qi's voice remained calm. Qin Lang's forehead was already beaded with fine sweat. This alchemy process was more complicated than he had imagined, and each step must be perfect without any mistakes. He dared not be negligent and carefully placed the Tian leaf into the furnace. A green glow instantly spread in the furnace, mingling with the previous deep purple flame, creating a bizarre scene. Finally, drip in Gui Tang Lu. Bai Qi continued to guide, remember, you can only drip 3 drops, 1 drop too many will ruin the entire potion. Qin Lang held his breath, his fingers pinching the small bottle containing the Gui Tang Lu, slowly tilting it. The transparent liquid gathered into a round droplet, and with a drop, it fell into the furnace, followed by the second drop and the third. Boom! The furnace suddenly exploded with brilliance, and the flames surged violently. Qin Lang squinted slightly under the strong light. He hurriedly pressed his palm against the alchemy furnace, adjusting the heat to stabilize the flames gradually. Now, use your true energy to wrap the elixir and nurture it for 3 breaths. Bai Qi's voice remained steady. Qin Lang urged the true energy within him, slowly pouring it into the furnace, after 3 breaths. Bang! The lid of the furnace trembled slightly, and then a wisp of light golden elixir fragrance wafted out, instantly filling the entire room with the aroma of medicine. Qin Lang held his breath and focused, slowly opening the lid. 3 round and shiny 9 transformation pills lay quietly in the furnace, emitting a warm luster. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath, finally succeeded. Bai Qi nodded slightly, a rare hint of recognition in his voice, the refining is barely acceptable. Qin Lang pouted in dissatisfaction, barely? This is the 9 transformation pill, I succeeded on my first try, isn't that gifted? Bai Qi snorted coldly, this is just the basic 9 transformation pill, don't be too proud. Qin Lang didn't bother to argue with him, picking up a pill and asking, is this enough? Bai Qi said lightly, after you take it, your body can almost recover within 5 hours. Qin Lang frowned, why so long? Bai Qi shot him a cold glance, his tone laced with sarcasm, who told you to act recklessly before? It's already a miracle for an ordinary person in your condition to survive. Qin Lang pouted, knowing he had indeed overexerted himself with physical strength and true energy, leaving no room for negotiation. Alright then, I'll take it. He no longer hesitated, tilting his head back to swallow the 9 transformation pill. The pill melted in his mouth, and a scorching warm flow surged instantly into his limbs, as if a warm river flowed through his body. Qin Lang felt warmth spreading throughout his body, tiredness seemed to be re-injected with vitality, he slightly closed his eyes, quietly waiting for his body to recover. Qin Lang slowly opened his eyes, the morning light outside spilled in through the gaps of the curtains, and a faint scent of sunshine filled the room. He stretched lazily, feeling the flow of energy and blood in his body was much smoother than yesterday, the soreness in his muscles had almost vanished, and he felt refreshed. The 9 transformation pill was indeed a top-grade elixir. Overnight, his body had recovered quite well. He rolled out of bed, casually washed up, then pushed open the door. Just as he was about to leave the room, he saw Sumubai, Granny Jinyi, and the black man already standing in the living room, as if they had been waiting for a long time. You guys are up so early? Qin Lang smiled, glancing at the few of them. Sumubai crossed his arms, his tone indifferent, we are not like someone who ate well and had a sound sleep last night. Qin Lang shrugged, not caring, so why are you waiting for me? We want to go with you to find Boss Jin. Sumubai stated directly. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over them, a small smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There's no need for that, is there? Granny Jin Yi and I can just go. Sumubai frowned, somewhat puzzled, why? Boss Jin is a dangerous person, wouldn't it be more troublesome for you to go alone? Qin Lang waved his hand, his tone calm, you have more important things to do, I need you to find Bai Qinhu. At the mention of Bai Qinhu, Sumubai's expression changed slightly, while Granny Jinyi raised an eyebrow, Bai Qinhu? Do you suspect him? Qin Lang nodded, his gaze heavy, Bai Qin who earlier sent me to Silent Ridge, and that place nearly killed me. Now thinking about it, he is likely also connected with the Wudao Society. Su Mubai's expression shifted, pondering for a moment, then asked, "Are you sure?" Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his tone casual, but his eyes revealed a hint of sharpness. "Pretty sure, and it's worth investigating. Since the Wudao Society's influence is lurking in the shadows, we can't let any suspicious person slip away." Qin Lang continued, "You guys go and find out his background clearly, as well as his relationship with the Wudao Society. As for Boss Jin, I can handle it myself." Su Mubai looked at Qin Lang, her gaze holding a hint of inquiry. "How do you plan to handle it?" Qin Lang smiled lightly, confidence and a hint of playfulness in his eyes. "What else is there to do? Just take it one step at a time. Furthermore, I actually have something to ask Boss Jin." Chapter 158, Negotiation. Grandma Jean frowned slightly, clearly displeased with Qin Lang's casual attitude, but in the end, she didn't say anything more. Su Mubai stared at Qin Lang for a few seconds, sighed with a smile, and turned to Yizi, saying, "Let's go find Bai Qin Tian." Yizi felt uneasy as well, but ultimately didn't say anything, following Su Mubai out. "Qin Lang, you must be careful." Qin Lang nodded, watching their departing backs, a meaningful smile curling at his lips. "All right, we should also set off." He turned to look at Grandma Jean. Grandma Jean gave Qin Lang a deep look, and ultimately didn't ask anything more, slightly nodding, "Let's go." Qin Lang and Grandma Jean followed the black man into a huge manor. The outer wall of the manor was stacked with layers of heavy stones, giving a sense of oppression. Although the manor's courtyard was beautifully maintained, with lush trees and blooming lotus flowers in the pond, Qin Lang felt an inexplicable sense of oppression amidst all this beauty. A faint chill hung in the air, as if some danger could strike at any moment. The black man moved steadily, guiding Qin Lang and Grandma Jean through a long corridor into the core area of the manor. Strange paintings adorned the walls around them, the figures in the paintings seeming to come to life, their gazes following their every step. Qin Lang frowned slightly, an unsettling feeling rising in his heart, and from the very beginning, a heavy force had been lingering around him. "The atmosphere here feels off," Qin Lang said softly. Grandma Jin's brows were also tightly knit, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. "This is a defensive formation laid out by Boss Jin. The energy around has been meticulously controlled by him, and ordinary people can hardly sense it." "You can feel a kind of power, right? This means you've already entered the core area of the formation." Qin Lang nodded, his heart somewhat shocked. From the oppressive feel of this power, it was clear that Boss Jin was no ordinary opponent. Moreover, the fact that the black man was so strong yet still had to serve Boss Jin showed just how powerful Boss Jin really was. "This seems like a defensive formation," Qin Lang said. "It looks like Boss Jin has many enemies." Grandma Jean sighed, her gaze becoming a bit complex. He spared no effort to gain more copy rewards, even taking action against some players. Boss Jin has always been ruthless, not only killing those who betray him but also being merciless to anyone who threatens his interests. The rule of "those who follow me live, those who oppose me die" is deeply ingrained in every player's heart. "So, he has a lot of people he's offended and people who have offended him?" Qin Lang asked thoughtfully. Grandma Jean nodded, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. "Yes. Anyone who dares to resist him, or wants to challenge his interests, ends up sent into the copy. So, they can only follow his ideas, constantly exploring various copies, and the final result is always death. Many people don't even know where they died. Boss Jin's ruthlessness is not limited to the real world, even players in the virtual world are not spared. What he desires is not only profit, but complete control and domination. And all of this is built on the countless sacrifices of others." At the end of the corridor, the black man stopped, turned back to take a look at Qin Lang, and said coldly, "We've arrived." Qin Lang did not speak, his gaze fell on the massive wooden door ahead, which was inlaid with strange symbols and patterns, exuding a chilling aura. "Well, let's go in." The old woman Jean said softly after taking a breath. Qin Lang nodded, stepped forward towards the heavy wooden door. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, a strong force surged towards him. Qin Lang instinctively pushed back with his own internal strength. As the door slowly opened, the scene inside gradually revealed itself. The hall was luxuriously decorated, the floor laid with exquisite carpets, and the walls surrounding it were adorned with precious works of art, each painting seeming to emit an unsettling aura. Most eye-catching was a huge, shining golden chair in the center of the hall, which at this moment was empty but radiated a sense of oppressive energy. Old woman Jean stood beside Qin Lang, her tone somewhat somber. "Boss Jin is probably inside, getting ready to welcome us." Qin Lang took a deep breath, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "I hope he can give me a satisfactory answer." The two entered the hall, and the air around them seemed to solidify, a silence so oppressive it was suffocating. The hall's decor was extremely extravagant, the golden hues reflecting dazzling light, but beneath this luxurious surface lay an inexplicable sense of threat. There wasn't much furniture in the hall, the empty space added to an eerie atmosphere. Qin Lang walked steadily, glancing around, feeling an intense alertness rising within him. Suddenly, a deep and thunderous roar of a lion came from upstairs, the sound grand enough to shake the air of the entire hall. Qin Lang and old woman Jin Yi instinctively paused, both feeling a powerful sense of pressure. Qin Lang thought to himself that Boss Jin was indeed formidable, making such an impressive entrance. Old woman Jin Yi's hands began to shake instinctively. Then, a shadow from upstairs swiftly moved, and a gigantic figure slowly descended the stairs. It was actually a lion. This lion had fluffy golden fur, strong muscles, and a large frame, moving with a steady and dignified gait. Its gaze was sharp, as if it could see through everything. Each step down the stairs came with heavy vibrations in the ground, carrying a strong sense of pressure. Is this Boss Jin? Qin Lang furrowed his brow, looking at the lion, his tone mixed with confusion and caution. Old woman Jin Yi whispered, "Don't speak, you'll understand soon." Before her words fell, the lion had reached the center of the hall, stopped, and stared at the two for a moment, a glint of a smile flickering in its eyes. Suddenly, it spoke, its voice deep yet strangely magnetic, as if more human than animal. "Jin Yi, you have finally returned to your 20s, just as it should be." The lion let out an odd laugh. "What's the point of being an old lady? You should be radiant like you were when you were young." It turned to Qin Lang. "Qin Lang. He, you really are quite handsome." Chapter 159, The Heartless Boss. Qin Lang was taken aback, his gaze instantly shifting from the lion to old woman Jin Yi, confusion flooding his mind. He never expected that this Boss Jin was actually a lion. Bai Qi spoke up at this moment, "This is beast control." Beast control? Qin Lang realized, this lion was merely Boss Jin's puppet. Old woman Jin Yi's expression slightly changed, her eyes dimmed, seeming to be no stranger to the words of this lion. She gently sighed, "Boss Jin, our agreement, can we fulfill it now?" The lion seemed indifferent to Grandma Jin Yi's silence, its gaze becoming deeper as it stared at her face for a moment, as if observing her reaction. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of its mouth, and its tone turned playful. "What made you accept that kind of deal from me back then?" "Oh, I know, you were forced at that time, and I gave you a promise. But you should understand now, you can never escape my palm." A hint of pain flashed in the eyes of Grandma Jin Yi. But soon, she regained her calm and coldly replied, "You really are becoming less trustworthy, Boss Jin. If something happens to my teammates, we can only suffer together." The lion chuckled softly, slowly walking toward Grandma Jin Yi, its mouth slightly open, revealing a row of sharp teeth. "You still love to say provocative things, but this time, there's no excuse to escape. But now I'm not interested in you." It stopped, suddenly turning its head to look at Qin Lang, its gaze as sharp as a knife. "You are the guy who broke through Silent Hill, right?" Qin Lang met the lion's gaze, a chilling feeling rising in his heart. He smiled slightly, fearlessly staring into those eyes. "I am." "Does Boss Jin have any advice?" Grandma Jin Yi stood to the side, seemingly aware that the situation was a bit off, a hint of urgency flashing in her eyes. She wanted to say something to dissuade, but words did not come out. The corner of the lion's mouth slightly curled up, emitting a low chuckle. "I'm very interested in you, young man. You managed to pass the challenge of Silent Hill, which shows some skill. But do you know? I want more than just to invite you for a meeting." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. "Then what do you want?" "Oh, it's simple." Boss Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. "I can give you power, endless rewards from copies, and even make you strong beyond imagination. And you only need to serve me, to become one of my minions." Qin Lang listened quietly, a cold smile rising in his heart. Isn't this just the language of a scheming boss manipulating employees? His goal is to win Qin Lang over, or perhaps to turn him into a tool. "Boss Jin, we are all adults, there's no need for such hollow threats to scare people." Qin Lang said in a deep voice, "What you just said, I treat it as a passing wind. I am not someone you can easily buy off." Boss Jin's smile grew more wanton, he licked his sharp claws, eyes filled with provocation. "You can refuse me once, but that doesn't mean you can refuse me a second time." As soon as the words fell, the lion's body suddenly became even larger, its limbs becoming sturdier, and its fur gleaming, seemingly unleashing a powerful aura in an instant. The feeling of pressure in the air reached its peak, and Qin Lang felt a strong threat, a hint of alertness flashing in his eyes. Grandma Jin Yi finally couldn't help but speak. "Boss Jin, just speak properly, don't bully people casually." The lion looked down at Grandma Jin Yi again, the mockery in its eyes unchanged. "You really do like to confront me, Grandma Jin Yi. But today, I don't like you confronting me." Boss Jin's voice was deep and powerful, carrying a sense of oppression. The lion's eyes were like sharp blades, gazing directly at Qin Lang, as if seeing through everything. The presence closed in, making the air feel solid, the space around seemingly distorted by Boss Jin's existence. Grandma Jin Yi tightly gripped her pipe, her gaze complex as she looked at Qin Lang. Boss Jin never easily lets go of anyone who challenges his commands. But Qin Lang seemed unwilling to back down. She was very clear about Boss Jin's strength. Would Qin Lang really take a reckless risk? "Qin Lang, let me be clear. Your next task is to help me break into a dungeon. Boss Jin's tone was unwavering, seemingly viewing everything as Qin Lang's responsibility. As long as you can clear it, the reward will be split 50-50, and we'll be even. Qin Lang chuckled softly, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness. Heh, who do you think you are to command me? A meaningful smile crept across Boss Jin's lips, a hint of provocation flashing in his eyes. His body began to faintly glow, as if the entire atmosphere resonated with his authority. Don't refuse a toast and end up drinking a punishment. He said coldly, I'm giving you a chance, take everything you can and do what you need to do, otherwise. Before his words finished, the golden-haired lion suddenly pounced. That massive body erupted with an unstoppable force in an instant, its sharp claws slashing through the air, making a shrill sound as it cut through the wind. The lion's enormous figure instantly enveloped Qin Lang in an indescribable sense of oppression, as if in that moment, his entire world was surrounded by this beast, unable to move. Qin Lang's eyes squinted slightly, and without a moment's hesitation, he bravely met the charge. He took a deep breath, his heart calm, and suddenly stepped back, avoiding the golden-haired lion's attack in an instant. The lion's sharp claws grazed his clothing, the air vibrating violently from the speed, bringing a ringing sound to his ears. You're quick. Boss Jin's deep voice came from the lion's mouth, tinged with disdain, but this speed is not enough to escape my control. Qin Lang's gaze gradually sharpened, every nerve in his body was tense, as if he had become a gust of wind, swiftly dodging the direction of the golden-haired lion's pounce. The lion was incredibly fast, nearly giving Qin Lang no time to react. But at this moment, Qin Lang's reaction was not slow, his footsteps were strange, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position, evading the lion's lightning-fast strike. I didn't come today to fight beasts. Qin Lang asked coldly, his gaze fixed on Boss Jin. What do you really want? Boss Jin smiled slightly, a barely perceptible chill flashing in his eyes. Since you don't want to act according to my orders, let me show you the gap between us. Chapter 160 The Little Kitten. Before his words finished, the golden-haired lion swung its claws again, instantly summoning a black shadow from behind him. The shadow surged like rolling waves, quickly forming a strong energy ball that seemed capable of swallowing everything. Boss Jin flicked his finger, and the shadow shot toward Qin Lang like a cannonball. The energy brought not just the pressure of speed, but a terrifying killing intent, as if it could destroy anything that stood in its way. A flash of determination crossed Qin Lang's eyes. He leaped suddenly, soaring into the air to avoid the shockwave of that energy. At the same time, he swiftly pulled out his ghost-slaying knife, the blade cutting through the air with a cold gleam as he swung it toward the shadow summoned by Boss Jin. Seeking death. Boss Jin sneered, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. In that moment of collision between the shadow and the ghost-slaying knife, a powerful shockwave exploded. Qin Lang felt his body nearly lose balance from the tremendous force, but he gritted his teeth, his ghost-slaying knife still unwavering. This is just a tiny fraction of my power. Boss Jin's voice came coldly, you are still far from it. Qin Lang frowned, a ruthless expression appearing on his face. Boss Jin, do you really think I can be bullied? As his words fell, a glint of resolution suddenly flashed in his eyes. The blade of the ghost-slaying knife turned in the air. A piercing sound explosion erupted, directly locking onto Boss Jin's weak point. However, just when the blade was about to touch Boss Jin, his figure suddenly became blurry, as if pulled and twisted by some strange power. Give up, you will never hit me. Boss Jin's voice came from all directions, as if no longer limited to a specific place. Your attack is simply not worth mentioning to me. Boss Jin's cold laughter echoed in the empty hall, like a whisper coming from the abyss. Since you can't hit me, then I'll wait for you to strike. Qin Lang's tone was relaxed, with a fearless provocation, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Boss Jin's face instantly darkened, his gaze sharp as a knife, as if he wanted to see through Qin Lang from head to toe. Are you saying you don't want to live? His voice was deep, carrying a chilling threat. Qin Lang smiled slightly, his demeanor completely calm, even a bit mocking. Hee, then you can come and try. His words carried a sense of confidence and provocation, as if he completely disregarded Boss Jin's threat, even viewing it as a form of entertainment. The anger in Boss Jin's eyes gradually rose, like a volcano about to erupt. He suddenly waved his hand, and the golden-haired lion pounced like a storm, its movements swift, as if every inch of space was being torn apart by its speed. The lion's eyes were filled with fury and killing intent, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs, charging directly at Qin Lang. The pressure in the air made it hard to breathe, as if the surrounding space was twisting, and it felt as if each step of this beast brought an endless aura of slaughter. You're doomed. Boss Jin's voice was filled with overwhelming momentum, as if he thought Qin Lang's provocation was insignificant and could crush him at any moment. Qin Lang showed no sign of retreat, instead appearing relaxed, standing firm in place, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Come on, I'm waiting for you. His tone was like welcoming a grand competition about to arrive, filled with anticipation for everything that was about to happen. The golden-haired lion leaped up, its speed like lightning, charging towards Qin Lang. Its massive body drew a terrifying arc in the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar, directly aiming for Qin Lang's chest. Qin Lang's body almost instantly entered in extreme reaction mode, his eyes slightly squinting, and his hands rapidly responding, his body sidestepping to avoid the fatal pounce of the golden-haired lion. The lion's claws were only a centimeter away from him, yet they failed to touch him at all. The oppressive feeling in the air still surrounded him, as if at this moment, there was an invisible threat all around him. The golden-haired lion suddenly turned around and pounced again towards Qin Lang, its anger and killing intent seemingly taking on a physical form, charging at him with fierce momentum. With each leap, the entire hall shook with its every move. Qin Lang, however, showed no signs of panic, instead becoming even more calm under this pressure. The golden-haired lion's massive body suddenly lunged at Qin Lang, letting out a deafening roar. Its sharp claws swiped at him, and its mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide in the air, like a bloody mouth, ready to swallow Qin Lang whole. Qin Lang showed no signs of panic, only a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The golden-haired lion's mouth suddenly snapped shut, its teeth biting hard into Qin Lang's arm. In an instant, the sensation of flesh and the pain of biting came through, yet Qin Lang merely chuckled, showing no reaction to the pain. The golden-haired lion bit down tightly, its muscles taut as if it wanted to tear Qin Lang's arm apart with force, but nothing happened. "Eat, little kitten, why aren't you eating?" His words were provocative, calm yet filled with an undeniable disdain. Qin Lang looked down at his arm, his gaze cold and unhurried. "What's wrong? Are your teeth not good?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang suddenly tugged hard, and with a crack sound, the giant tooth of the golden-haired lion actually fell out. The lion's mouth slid off Qin Lang's arm, revealing its wide eyes, and its face instantly turned extremely terrified. Its giant mouth could no longer bite Qin Lang, instead showing a hint of unwilling fear. The golden-haired lion staggered back a few steps, its gaze filled with astonishment and confusion. It didn't understand why, after always relying on its powerful strength to dominate everything, today's prey was so difficult to deal with, that even its attack was ineffective. Seeing this, Qin Lang's eyes sparkled with a cold smile, and he quickly made his move, tightly grasping the lion's neck, locking the massive body securely. The golden-haired lion struggled desperately, rolling its limbs, but it couldn't escape Qin Lang's iron claw-like grip. "How much longer do you plan to play this trick of substitution?" Qin Lang's voice was laced with mockery and disdain. His strength was enough to throw the golden-haired lion into the air, crashing it heavily to the ground. With a dull thud, the lion's massive body smashed onto the ground, creating a violent tremor, as if the ground itself shook a little. Qin Lang did not stop, but instead aimed for the lion's head and swung down his fist, delivering a fierce blow. The sound of his fist colliding with the lion's head was deafening, followed by a scene of blood splattering everywhere. The golden-haired lion had no time to react, blood gushed from its head, instantly staining the ground red. The originally violent eyes of the lion dimmed instantly, its body became motionless, clearly having lost its life. Qin Lang chuckled. "Boss Qin, it's time for you to come out, right?" Chapter 161, Information Exchange. Qin Lang stood beside the corpse, looking calmly at the now dead golden-haired lion, his eyes cold and indifferent. He wiped the blood from his hands, his expression calm. "Did you really think I could be fooled so easily? You should play fewer tricks like this." He turned to face Boss Qin, his gaze sharp as a knife. "This kind of trick relying on substitution and long-distance communication is really not novel at all, Boss Qin. Are these your only methods?" Qin Lang's voice was filled with provocation, as if he didn't take Boss Qin's schemes seriously at all. At this moment, Boss Qin, hiding in the shadows, changed his expression. He clearly did not expect that Qin Lang would defeat the golden-haired lion so easily, even changing the situation in an instant. Beside him, the black man was furious. "Boss, let me go teach this kid a lesson." "Shut up!" Boss Qin glared at him. The black man had no choice but to take a step back. Qin Lang sneered. He, not talking anymore?" The massive body of the golden-haired lion lay on the ground, the smell of blood spreading, as if the surrounding air had instantly solidified. But just when everyone thought this conflict had ended, an astonishing scene occurred. The lion suddenly trembled, its body abruptly standing up. The lion's eyes, which had originally lost their life, suddenly brightened again, no longer a living being's eyes, but filled with death and indifference. As it moved slowly and heavily, its mouth slightly opened, and surprisingly, a familiar voice emerged from inside. "Qin Lang, very good, you actually killed my strongest lion." Boss Jin's voice was deep and cold, containing a hint of mockery, echoing in the hall. Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, but the cold smile in his eyes did not diminish, instead, it deepened. "This guy not only can control beasts, but he can also manipulate corpses? Indeed, this is getting interesting. Boss Qin, you truly have skills, you can even revive your dead pet." His words were light, yet carried an invisible threat. "But, do you underestimate me too much?" The golden-haired lion stood straight, its eyes still holding an unsettling cold light, its mouth once again emitting Boss Jin's voice. "You are really a smart person, knowing you are merely a pawn in my game." Boss Jin's words were tinged with disdain and leisure, but no need to rush to retort. "Today's matter between us is settled." Qin Lang remained unmoved, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. "Do you want me to help you break through the dungeon?" You can tell me what you actually want to do. Stop with the nonsense. The golden-haired lion's body shook slightly, as if after hearing this sentence, its movements became even heavier. You are very clever, able to see through everything I do. You indeed deserve my serious attention. Boss Jin's voice calmly rang out. I just want to ask you to help me break through a dungeon. As long as you pass this dungeon, I will no longer disturb you. Qin Lang stood in place, his gaze firmly locked on the lion, with not a trace of fear in his eyes. Do you think I would risk my life for a dungeon? I say it again, I do not like to be someone else's pawn. Boss Jin fell silent for a moment, then smiled, his tone becoming more relaxed. You are not afraid of me causing trouble for you, which surprises me. And do you think the Wudao Society's background is that simple? Haven't you heard of its true power? At these words, Qin Lang's eyes suddenly darkened, an ominous premonition suddenly rising within him. But he still sneered, Wudao Society? Speaking of which, I really want to know, how deep is your relationship with the Wudao Society? Boss Jin's voice was somewhat cold, carrying a trace of undeniable authority. The Wudao Society, the real mastermind behind the scenes, is not something you can casually provoke. I am merely a small supporter of theirs. If it weren't for their funding, my power and resources could not have developed to this extent today. As for wanting to know more, I indeed have some useful clues. He paused for a moment, as if observing Qin Lang's reaction, but you must complete the task I give you, otherwise, even if you know, you may not live long. Qin Lang's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his calm. I don't believe you can threaten me. I am not afraid of you causing trouble for me. Boss Jin emitted a light laugh from the body of the golden-haired lion. Whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. You cannot escape now. This dungeon is carefully arranged for you by me. Don't be too hasty, accept the challenge first. Once you complete it, I guarantee I will no longer trouble you, and I can even let you freely enter and exit this world. As for the Wudao Society, I can provide you with more of what you want. Qin Lang slightly raised his eyebrows, his tone still indifferent. Do you think a few words like this can really make me believe you? Boss Jin looked at Qin Lang, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. You will, Qin Lang. Because the power of the Wudao Society is not as simple as you think. Apart from me, no one else dares to tell you too much. Even if others really know something, they wouldn't dare to share it with you. His words carried obvious provocation. Qin Lang's gaze swept coldly over the golden-haired lion, then turned back to Boss Jin, his voice low and firm. I came here entirely to cause trouble for the Wudao Society. If you don't give me some useful information, I'll leave right now. His tone of resoluteness and coldness made the air seem to solidify. Boss Jin's complexion changed slightly. He truly didn't expect Qin Lang to be so fearless. But he quickly regained his calm, a faint smile appearing on his lips, as if everything was under control. Are you threatening me? His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Do you think you can escape from the grasp of the No Way Association? Or do you think you can go against them now? Qin Lang did not back down, letting out a cold laugh. I'm not afraid of the No Way Association, but if you don't give me the intel, I would rather take the risk to find them than lower myself to cooperate with someone like you. Boss Jin's smile remained unchanged. Do you really think you can challenge the No Way Association alone? Qin Lang did not directly answer, instead coldly staring at Boss Jin, his eyes filled with disdain. Since you want me to help you, you must have your own motives. The secrets behind the No Way Association, you must understand better than anyone else. If you want me to take a risk for you, at the very least, you have to give me something. Our transaction can't be based solely on your empty promises. Boss Jin's voice turned slightly cold. However, I can consider your terms. What kind of intel do you need to feel safe helping me? Chapter 162, Rainy Night Hotel. Qin Lang said, first tell me what you know, let me see how much it's worth. Boss Jin lowered his head and chuckled softly, as if he had anticipated Qin Lang's straightforwardness and insistence. Well, since you are so eager, I'll give you some intel. His tone suddenly became serious. The real core of the No Way Association is a group of strategists hidden in the shadows, skilled at manipulating situations and directing from behind the scenes. The founder of the No Way Association was the first player to complete 100 copies of the game. Do you know that this achievement has yet to be surpassed? In terms of strength, he is at least in the top 3, if not the best. He paused, as if savoring the weight of these words. Back then, he was invincible, even the entire system of copies might not match his ability. After hearing this, Qin Lang nodded. Interesting. Continue. Seeing Qin Lang's lack of reaction, Boss Jin continued, as for why we know each other, it's because we are both keen on copy rewards. To put it simply, all the treasures in the copies and the lost manuals are our goals. And the No Way Association gradually built its massive force by collecting resources from these copies. He paused slightly, as if recalling something, his smile growing warmer. Members of the No Way Association are spread across major copies. Each person takes clearing copies as their mission while gradually expanding their influence and network. Boss Jin waved a lion's paw, carving a design on a lion's body. This tattoo is the emblem of the No Way Association. All members will have this design on them. You see, like this. Qin Lang stared at the design, quietly memorizing this symbol in his heart. How many people are there in the No Way Association? Qin Lang asked, his tone calm, but his eyes revealed an undeniable curiosity and vigilance. You say their influence is vast, but exactly how many members are there? How is their layout? I want to know more. Boss Jean smiled slightly, still holding some disdain and depth. What do you think? Do you want to know the true scale of the No Way Association? You will find that the number of members is enough to shock you. Whether it's the top players in the copies or ordinary players in major cities, their influence has already infiltrated every aspect. He looked at Qin Lang, a glimmer of contempt flashing in his eyes. If you want to know more, you may need some skills to get closer to that level. Qin Lang calmly continued to ask, so, just how big is the actual scale of the No Way Association? At least tell me some specific information to help me prepare better. Boss Jean replied, if you want to find them, you can start by looking for clues in the copies I arrange. He paused, the difficulty of the copies is not low, and it should present a good challenge for you. In short, if you want to understand the inner workings of the Wudao Society, you have to pass this test. Qin Lang looked at Boss Jean, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes, but his lips still curled into a cold smile. After all this talk, you still want me to help you clear the dungeon? You must have other motives. Do you really think I would trust you? Boss Jean did not rush to respond but spoke slowly, you still do not understand the value of this dungeon. Let me be straightforward with you, I would not dare to challenge this dungeon myself, so I need you to help me pass it. Qin Lang furrowed his brows slightly but did not speak immediately. At this moment, Granny Jean Yi whispered, you are not really planning to help Boss Jean, are you? The difficulty of this dungeon must be extremely high. Even if your strength is strong right now, you cannot pass it easily. Her tone was full of concern, clearly disapproving of Qin Lang's choice. Qin Lang did not directly respond to Granny Jean Yi, but looked at Boss Jean, his tone still cold. If I really go, you will tell me more about the Wudao Society, right? Boss Jean seemed not to care about Qin Lang's questioning, replying lightly, I said, complete the dungeon, and you can get many things you want from me. Trust me, it will benefit you too, at least you can find what you want. Qin Lang exhaled softly, alright, enough talk. What dungeon do you want me to go to? Boss Jean chuckled, the Rainy Night Inn. Granny Jean Yi's heart jolted at the mention of Rainy Night Inn. That is an S+ difficulty dungeon. What does an S+ difficulty dungeon mean? It is an existence beyond ordinary dungeons, which means the enemies inside are not just simple monsters, but strong opponents that are extremely challenging, and might even exceed the player's expectations and capability. Each S+ difficulty dungeon is a test of the player's limits. Unless one is battle-hardened and extraordinarily skilled, it is impossible to break through easily. Qin Lang asked, an S+ dungeon sounds interesting. Boss Jean smiled lightly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Whether you can pass or not depends entirely on your own ability. You are strong, but in my view, your chances of passing are only 1%. But if you want to get the information you desire from me, the only way is to clear this dungeon. Qin Lang thought for a moment, then said, alright, I will go, but you must remember your promise, otherwise, I will take all the dungeon rewards for myself. Boss Jin's voice was full of mockery, then I wish you good luck. Qin Lang pointed at Granny Jean Yi, by the way, what about her teammates? Are you not going to set them free? Boss Jean replied, so you like to meddle in others' affairs. Qin Lang said, I am not meddling, I want you to keep your promise. A person cannot stand without credibility, right? Boss Jean said, fine, for your sake, I will let her teammates go. Granny Jean Yi sighed in relief upon learning her teammates were safe. Boss Jean said, Jean Yi, your teammates will come to find you. He continued, but Qin Lang, remember, if you do not participate in the Rainy Night in dungeon, I will make you aware of my terror. After he finished speaking, the dead lion's corpse began to mutate, all its flesh and blood instantly peeling away, leaving only a pile of white bones. And those blood, flesh, and fur coalesced into a blood-red meatball. Qin Lang frowned, thinking this technique was indeed creepy. Moreover, Boss Jean was not even here, yet he could still cast spells from afar, truly demonstrating unfathomable power. Then, Qin Lang and Granny Jean Yi walked out of Boss Jin's villa. Granny Jean Yi sighed, you really plan to go to the Rainy Night Inn? The difficulty of that dungeon might be on par with Silent Hill. The difficulty of Silent Hill lies in a certain death-hidden quest. But the Rainy Night Inn is genuinely tough. And didn't we agree to look for an opportunity to assassinate Boss Jean? Chapter 163, There are undercover agents among us. Qin Lang said, if we go to assassinate now, we won't succeed. Why? Granny Jin's low voice held a hint of dissatisfaction, her eyes revealing some confusion. Qin Lang remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and spoke in a deep, slow voice, because Boss Jean already knows our plan. Granny Jin's expression changed instantly, the familiar aura of danger quickly spreading. What? Why would he know? Qin Lang lifted his head, his gaze fixed on Granny Jean, his tone somewhat helpless yet tinged with shock. I am very sensitive to the scent of women's body fragrance. Just now, I smelled a familiar scent from that lion. Granny Jin's eyes widened suddenly, a flash of surprise crossing her brow, which soon turned cold and sharp. You mean? Yes, I have smelled that scent before. Qin Lang interrupted her, his voice growing even steadier. In other words, there are people from Boss Jean among us. Granny Jean trembled all over, her expression becoming even more serious, a glint of killing intent flashing in her eyes. No wonder Boss Jean didn't show up directly. Her gaze was sharp as a knife, as if she wanted to read more clues from every word Qin Lang said. Who is it? Qin Lang shook his head, sighed, and said softly, let's talk about this later. The most important thing now is that we need to find Bai Qinhui as soon as possible. Granny Jin's heart tightened, as if she realized the seriousness of the situation. Are you saying that Su Mubai and the others might be in danger? Su Mubai had already taken Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing to find Bai Qinhui. Su Mubai could not be Boss Jin's person, so the undercover agent could only be among Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing. Qin Lang nodded, urgency reflected in his gaze. Yes, if we don't act quickly, it might be too late. If that undercover agent has bad intentions, or if Boss Jean has other plans, Su Mubai could be in danger. Qin Lang said, that's why I was anxious to leave just now. Alright, I'll go with you. Granny Jin's voice was deep and firm. On the other side, Su Mubai, relying on her memory, arrived at Bai Qinhui's villa. But unlike last time, not a single one of Bai Qinhui's subordinates was visible. Instead, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Su Mubai instinctively sensed something was wrong, and Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing also prepared for battle. It seems, something happened. Su Mubai gently pushed open the villa's large door, the once elegant corridor now shrouded in deep shadows, the smell of blood even stronger, making one feel nauseous. As Su Mubai looked inside, she instinctively covered her mouth, unable to suppress her inner shock. On both sides of the corridor, the art pieces and paintings that were once carefully arranged were all stained with blood. Those decorations were knocked to the ground, scattered all over the place. Yi Zi's eyes widened, scanning around, every corner revealing a tragic atmosphere. Bloody corpses lay powerless on the ground, their faces twisted, their clothes stained with splatters of blood. The entire villa seemed to have become a death altar, a quiet yet suffocating atmosphere of terror permeating the air. Yi Zi felt a chill spreading from her spine, a fine layer of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She could hardly believe her eyes. So many people, how could they all be dead? What happened to Bai Qinhui and them? Shen Wanqing hurriedly covered her mouth, trying not to make any sound. Yi Zi stepped lightly, her heartbeat thundering like a drum. She knew this was definitely not just a simple murder case. Su Mubai said, Bai Qinhui asked us to go to the Silent Hill dungeon, yet now that we just came out of the Silent Hill dungeon, Bai Qinhui is dead. There must be some extremely terrifying conspiracy hidden behind this. But, who did it? Is it Boss Jean? Or the No Way Society? Yi Zi murmured to herself, her voice faint, filled with doubt and fear. She turned around, quickly took out her phone, and was about to dial Qin Lang's number when suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the entrance of the villa. Su Mubai's heart tightened sharply, she hadn't even had time to react when an urgent voice rang out from outside the door. Search warrant. Everyone, stop. Immediately, a group of personnel in law enforcement uniforms rushed in like a flood. Their eyes were cold, their steps decisive, and the weapons in their hands were drawn, swiftly locking onto everyone present. You three. One of the law enforcement officers shouted loudly, his voice icy and uncompromising, you must come with us right now. Su Mubai instinctively felt something was wrong. She was currently in a spirit form, yet this law enforcement officer could see her at once. These law enforcement officers are not simple. Run. Yi Zi and Shen Wanqing's faces suddenly turned pale, they also realized the strength of these law enforcement officers and understood the danger of their situation. Without any hesitation, Yi Zi decisively turned and immediately ran towards the villa's main door, with Shen Wanqing closely following. However, the law enforcement officers had clearly been prepared, they immediately reacted and quickly blocked the path of the two. Stop. The law enforcement officer yelled sharply, the short knife in his hand flashing with cold light as he approached Yi Zi's face. Run. Yi Zi abruptly stepped back a large distance, then shouted out loud, without hesitation leaping towards another exit, with Shen Wanqing tightly following, her heart racing as if it might leap out of her chest. Su Mubai formed seals with her hands, blood demon technique, blood mist. In an instant, the air in the entire villa seemed to freeze, and the temperature around suddenly dropped. A surge of blood-colored mist suddenly poured out from around her, like a gigantic whirlpool, quickly spreading out. The blood mist twisted in the air, and the law enforcement officers instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, yet the blood mist did not dissipate easily like ordinary smoke. Su Mubai immediately turned to leave, but before she could take a few steps, a cold and powerful hand had tightly grasped her shoulder. Thinking of running? That hand, like an iron claw, firmly pinned her body, making it impossible for her to move. Sumubai's pupils dilated sharply, instinctively preparing to counterattack with the blood demon technique. Do you really think you can escape just because of this little blood demon technique? The voice was deep and cold, carrying a sense of oppression, as if a whisper from the depths of hell. There was no trace of emotion in that voice. Don't struggle, or I'll make you die again. Sumubai struggled forcefully, but that hand held her like an iron clamp, leaving her completely unable to break free. How could an A-class anomaly be so easily captured? This person's strength, truly unfathomable. Yi Zi was alarmed. Miss Su. She turned around to rescue her, but Sumubai shouted loudly, "Run! Go find Qin Lang." Chapter 164 The Three Missing. Yi Zi looked back at Sumubai's direction, her eyes filled with reluctance and struggle. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deeply into her palms, wishing to rush back to save her at once. But Qin Wanqing grabbed her, the strength so great that she could barely move. Yi Zi, don't be impulsive. Qin Wanqing's voice was deep and urgent. If we go back now, none of us can be saved. You might lose your life too. Yi Zi stared at Qin Wanqing with anger, gritting her teeth. But Miss Su. She'll be fine, the law enforcement officers won't kill without reason. Qin Wanqing's tone was extremely firm, staring intently at Yi Zi, her eyes showing no hesitation. Yi Zi's heart jolted, her lips trembled slightly. She understood that Qin Wanqing spoke the truth. Right now, there were only the two of them, while the others were not only law enforcement officers but also stronger than themselves. As Sumubai was an A-class anomaly, she had no ability to resist at all. She rashly went back. It was essentially a death sentence. But knowing Sumubai was in danger, she could only turn and run. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. How should I explain this to Qin Lang? Qin Wanqing saw her hesitate for too long, so she simply grabbed her wrist and pulled her away quickly. Yi Zi held her breath, her steps heavy, and it wasn't until they burst out of the villa, shaking off their pursuers, that she finally stopped. Yi Zi leaned against the wall nearby, breathing heavily, her eyes filled with struggle and guilt. She turned to Qin Wanqing, her tone anxious. What do we do next? Wait. Before she could finish her sentence, a heavy strike hit. Bang! Yi Zi only felt darkness wash over her, a sharp pain in the back of her head, and in an instant, her whole body lost its balance, her legs gave way, and she fell hard. In the last moment before losing consciousness, she saw Qin Wanqing's cold face, without any hesitation, without a hint of wavering. Her eyelids grew heavier, her consciousness swallowed by darkness. Qin Wanqing stood in place, coldly watching Yi Zi fall, gently withdrawing her hand and letting out a soft sigh. Yi Zi exclaimed in surprise, "You." She whispered, "I'm sorry, Yi Zi, please don't blame me." As Qin Lang and his group stepped into Bai Kintiger's villa, a strong smell of blood hit them. In the large courtyard, dozens of corpses lay sprawled, dark red blood flowing in winding streams, the air heavy with the scent of death. Under the night, the entire villa appeared chilling and creepy, as if it were a hell on earth. Elder Jin's face changed dramatically, swinging her smoking pipe as she slowly moved forward, frowning and surveying the surroundings with a serious tone. Looks like something big happened. Bai Kintiger's people are almost all dead. Qin Lang's eyes were sharp as knives, slowly scanning the area, filled with vigilance. His feet sank into the puddle of blood, leaving a deep trail of footprints. He crouched down to check a body, gently probing the corpse's temperature with his fingers, murmuring, "Not dead for long, at most half an hour." Elder Jin said in a deep voice, "Sumubai, it seems." "I know." Qin Lang stood up, his expression grave as he surveyed the area, an uneasy feeling rising in his heart. The slaughter here was too clean, almost leaving no traces of resistance, indicating that the opponent was not only powerful but acted quickly. Sumubai was likely already in someone's grasp. Elder Jin's gaze sharpened, locking onto Qin Lang. Is it possible that the undercover did this? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, his eyes deep. Very likely. Elder Jin leaned on her cane, her brow furrowing deeper. Who exactly is that undercover? Qin Lang was about to speak when suddenly, a steady sound of footsteps broke the bloody silence of the night. Immediately after, a cold voice came from outside the villa. "You are Qin Lang, right? Come with us." Several figures slowly emerged from the darkness, dressed in black law enforcement uniforms, wielding weapons, their faces cold with an unyielding authority. The leading officer was a woman with a cold complexion, her sharp eyes fixed firmly on Qin Lang. "We are the law enforcement officers of this area. Do not resist unnecessarily, obediently submit." Qin Lang's expression darkened, his hand quietly tightening, his body slightly tensing, already prepared for any sudden situation. He coldly stared at the law enforcement officers, his tone unfriendly. "You say I have to comply? Why should I?" The female officer smiled lightly, slowly raising her hand, and immediately a team of officers closed in, surrounding them tightly. The female officer said, "Because you appeared in this pile of corpses, and you still ask why? You wouldn't say you came here for a walk after dinner, would you?" Qin Lang's lips curled into a slight smirk, showing a playful smile, his gaze locking onto the group of officers, without a hint of fear. Officer, I have a quirk. I like to stay in places full of corpses. Is that also a crime? The female law enforcement officer's gaze instantly turned icy, but the corner of her mouth lifted into a sneer. Oh? Since you are this kind of pervert, you definitely cannot be let go. Her voice was clear, but there was a dangerous tone laced within it. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her right hand, and a pair of silver handcuffs glinted with a cold light under the night, like a silver snake, swiftly thrown towards Qin Lang. The handcuffs sliced through the air, moving so fast that they left a silver blur behind. Qin Lang's eyes changed slightly, he stepped aside and leaned back just in time to narrowly avoid the direct attack of the handcuffs. Meanwhile, Granny Jean Yi had swiftly moved to the side, positioning herself to confront the enemy, flanking Qin Lang from left and right. Interesting. Qin Lang sneered coldly, his hand quietly resting on the hilt of the ghost-slaying blade, ready to retaliate the moment the opponent made another move. However, just as he was about to act, the silver handcuffs suddenly trembled in midair and inexplicably inflated. The handcuffs transformed into a giant silver chain net, rapidly rolling back toward him. Whoa, interesting. Qin Lang's pupils contracted, instantly sensing something was wrong, and he retreated, attempting to dodge. But the silver chains seemed to have a life of their own, expanding in an instant and tightly wrapping around him. Bang! The silver chains tightened violently, binding Qin Lang firmly. His arms were tightly entangled, leaving no chance to draw his blade. Qin Lang frowned, instantly feeling a strange force permeate through the silver chains, causing his qi and blood to stagnate. These handcuffs are suspicious. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, trying to break free, but the silver chains seemed to have their own intelligence, tightening even more with every struggle, even faintly emitting an energy fluctuation that greatly limited his power. Got you. The female law enforcement officer clapped her hands lightly, her eyes playfully gazing at the bound Qin Lang, her mouth curling into a proud smile. Chapter 165, Law Enforcement Officer. Qin Lang, do you think we don't know your abilities? Don't waste your effort, my spirit binding lock is specially designed to deal with dangerous individuals like you. You can't escape. As her words fell, the surrounding law enforcement officers burst into cold laughter, slowly closing in on Granny Jean Yi, while Qin Lang remained tightly bound by the silver chains and unable to break free. Oh really? Not necessarily. Qin Lang exerted force, the stagnation in his qi and blood suddenly flowing fiercely, a torrent of power breaking through the restraints like a rushing river. His muscles trembled, and the silver spirit binding lock shattered instantly, transforming into countless broken chains that scattered and splintered, ringing with the sharp sound of metal cracking. What? The female law enforcement officer's pupils contracted, and just as a hint of surprise appeared on her face, she quickly regained her composure. She flickered, her hands reaching out, and surprisingly, she withdrew 2 more pairs of silver handcuffs from her waist. These handcuffs were even more exquisite than the previous spirit binding lock, with faintly engraved fine runes on the chains, glowing softly. Indeed, not an ordinary criminal, it seems I have to put in some effort. She coldly smiled, shaking her hands, and the 2 pairs of handcuffs instantly shot forth like living creatures, racing toward Qin Lang. On the other side, Granny Jean Yi's battle was equally intense. Her form was agile, maneuvering against 2 law enforcement officers, one tall and imposing, the other wearing sunglasses, appearing particularly mysterious. Ha! Granny Jean Yi lifted the corner of her mouth, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, the pale white smoke instantly expanding, like a flowing mist, completely engulfing her figure in an instant. Gone? The tall law enforcement officer was suddenly startled, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. However, at that very moment, Granny Jean Yi had silently glided to his side, her fingers slightly spread, condensing a sharp energy at her fingertips, aimed directly at his neck. Bang! A strong wind swept in, and the tall law enforcer suddenly staggered back, just as Granny Jean Yi's palm was about to touch the target. A hand wearing a black leather glove suddenly blocked her attack. A sunglasses-wearing law enforcer precise charged towards Granny Jean Yi. Granny Jean Yi's eyes narrowed, her heart secretly frightened. But this person in front of her could accurately find her position and intercept her sneak attack? The sunglasses-wearing law enforcer's ears twitched slightly, and he reached out to grab Granny Jean Yi directly. Granny Jean Yi instinctively hit back with her long smoking pipe, striking his sunglasses. The sunglasses tilted slightly, revealing a pair of lifeless eyes. Granny Jean Yi was shocked. So, you are blind? No wonder. The sunglasses-wearing law enforcer slightly smiled, his voice deep and calm. Your smoke is ineffective against me. You should obey the law. You're really funny. Granny Jean Yi chuckled lightly, suddenly taking a deep breath, then forcefully exhaling a denser white smoke. This time, the white smoke no longer just spread out but quickly gathered in the air into wisps of smoke tendrils, as if alive, rapidly entwining towards the 2 law enforcers. What? The tall law enforcer sensed something was wrong, wanting to retreat, but the smoke tendrils were incredibly fast, instantly wrapping around his hands and feet. Although the sunglasses-wearing law enforcer heard something unusual, he was still precisely bound by the smoke tendrils around his arms in an instant. Hee, who told you to be blind? Granny Genia chuckled, her fingers pinching together, the smoke tendrils tightening more and more, sealing off the movements of both. Granny Genia thought the smoke chains had securely trapped the opponents, but in the next second, a powerful and fierce force erupted from the smoke. Sizzle! There was a sudden sound of rushing air, and Granny Genia's smoke tendrils were torn apart. That power seemed to explode from the inside, instantly breaking all constraints. What? Granny Genia frowned, quickly retreating, but saw the sunglasses-wearing law enforcer had already approached her, his steps steady and silent, as if completely unaffected by the smoke. He turned his wrist slightly, revealing a thin, black blade as delicate as a cicada's wing, gleaming coldly, cutting through the night. Tisk, indeed a tough nut. Granny Genia cursed under her breath and lightly stepped back, but her movements were slightly hindered. She was used to opponents hesitating and slowing down in the smoke, yet this man completely ignored her methods. No matter how she dodged, that black blade accurately locked onto her position, the killing intent chilling. A man who doesn't cherish women is indeed the worst. Granny Genia sneered, her tone laced with mockery, but her movements were increasingly restrained. The sunglasses-wearing law enforcer's attacks became more ferocious, each strike like a fierce storm, leaving no gaps. She could still move nimbly through the smoke, but it seemed he could predict her actions, repeatedly blocking her escape routes, forcing her into a passive position. The blade flashed, the cold wind approached, and Granny Genia could almost feel the edge brush against the side of her neck. She cursed inwardly, knowing that if things continued like this, she would eventually be forced into a corner, and she had to think of a way to escape. Granny Genia took a deep breath, suddenly sweeping her sleeve, pouring all the remaining true energy in her body into the smoke. In an instant, the originally ethereal white mist exploded, surging and roiling like huge waves. Smoke maze, thousand shadows escape. Her figure split into 10 in the thick mist, darting in all directions like a ghost. The sunglasses-wearing law enforcer froze for a moment, swinging the blade in his hand, instantly cutting 3 phantom images. But just as he prepared to continue the pursuit, Granny Genia's true body had already transformed into a fleeting shadow, quickly darting towards Qin Lang's position. Qin Lang, let's deal with them together. Her figure flashed, and in an instant, she landed beside Qin Lang. Looking around warily, ready to face the upcoming battle. Qin Lang was originally entangled by the silver handcuffs, his hands bound so he couldn't fully exert himself, but just as Granny Genie rushed in, he smiled coldly, the murderous intent in his eyes suddenly condensing. Kid, you can't really be planning to drag this broken thing into battle, right? Granny Genie panted as she glared at him with discontent. Qin Lang gritted his teeth, suddenly shaking his arms violently, the true energy within him surging wildly. The spirit binding lock exploded instantly, silver light shattering like frost, vanishing into dots of light in the air. The female enforcer frowned, surprised that Qin Lang could break free from her bindings, but then scoffed, a bit of skill, but nothing more. Qin Lang snorted coldly, too lazy to waste words, flipping his wrist as the ghost-slashing knife was unsheathed. A prolonged battle is not in our favor? Then let's end this swiftly. Before the sound faded, a terrifyingly violent aura erupted from Qin Lang's body, gusts of wind howled, and murderous intent swept across like a hurricane, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. In this moment, Qin Lang's momentum peaked, like a divine weapon just drawn from its sheath, its sharpness piercing and glinting coldly. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and Qin Lang shot out like a bolt of black lightning, the ghost-slashing knife slashing through the air, creating a series of ear-splitting sonic booms, aimed straight at the female enforcer. The female enforcer's expression changed, Qin Lang's speed made her heart tighten, she could hardly find a moment to counterattack. Instinctively, she retreated, and with a flip of her hands, 2 pairs of silver handcuffs interlaced in the air, forming a silver barrier, trying to block the strike. Clang! The raging knife energy slashed down violently, the silver handcuffs trembled violently, forcing the female enforcer to retreat repeatedly, the ground beneath her feet cracking under the pressure. On the other side, the sunglasses enforcer originally intended to continue attacking Granny Genie, but when faced with Qin Lang's terrifying murderous intent, he paused slightly, his black blade halting for an instant. This kid's strength is actually this strong? The sunglasses enforcer felt the battle intent in the air, his grip on the knife tightening unconsciously, a hint of shock creeping in. Qin Lang forced the female enforcer back, the knife blade pointing to the ground, his gaze sharp as lightning, slowly looking up at the surrounding enforcers, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. What are you all standing there for? Qin Lang chuckled, come at me all at once. The female enforcer, pushed back by Qin Lang's strike, showed a mix of shame and anger on her face. She had always prided herself on strength and skill, yet now being openly suppressed by the opponent, how could she tolerate it? Damn it! She gritted her teeth fiercely, her eyes widening with rage, completely ignoring the sunglasses enforcer's warning, suddenly leaping up again towards Qin Lang. Officer, stay calm. The sunglasses enforcer shouted, his brows furrowing tightly. But the female enforcer no longer listened, the silver handcuffs in her hands flickering with eerie light, dancing like a spirit snake. As she shook her wrist, the silver chains of the spirit binding lock transformed into a stream of light, rushing towards him. Qin Lang smiled coldly, just about to explode once more. At that moment, Bai Qi's voice suddenly rang out. "Elder brother, don't attack." Deep in his mind, Bai Qi's voice erupted, filled with urgency and an undeniable warning. Qin Lang suddenly froze. Before he could react, he felt a jolt of power within him suddenly stall, a strange repulsive force churning at his dantian. Two different auras clashed violently within Qin Lang, forcibly blocking his meridians. This. Qin Lang cursed inwardly, his internal energy instantly disrupted, the impending explosion abruptly interrupted. In that instant of delay, murderous intent had already descended. The female enforcer's eyes flashed with delight, the silver handcuffs suddenly skyrocketing in size, transforming into multiple spiraling spirit binding chains, like frenzied steel snakes, instantly wrapping around Qin Lang's limbs and body. Click. The chains intertwined and tightened, completely binding Qin Lang so he could not move. Qin Lang. Granny Jin's face changed, not understanding why Qin Lang was caught again. But before she could act, the figure of the sunglasses enforcer approached, as if he had seen through everything. The moment the female enforcer acted, he locked onto Granny Jin's weakness. "Got you." The sunglasses enforcer said coldly, his hand suddenly reaching out with a speed like a storm, directly pressing on Granny Jin's shoulder with such force that she trembled slightly. Granny Jin's heart sank. Just as she tried to break free, she felt a sudden heaviness on her shoulder, a terrifying force like a 1,000-pound boulder, making it impossible for her to use her agile movements. Bang! Granny Jin was slammed to the ground, mud flying and dust swirling. The surrounding enforcers gathered around, all showing relaxed smiles. "Oof, finally caught you." Qin Lang was bound by the spirit-locking chains, filled with confusion. "Bai Qi, what the hell are you doing?" For so long, Bai Qi had never made trouble for him. Why was he suddenly acting against him today? Was there some unexpected event? Qin Lang complained in his heart, but Bai Qi said calmly, "Big brother, don't blame me, I will explain everything to you soon. Don't worry, if they mean you harm, I will definitely help you." Qin Lang was speechless. The police car sped along, the night outside the window as dark as ink, the streetlights casting flickering shadows inside the car. Qin Lang and Granny Jean were locked in the back seat, the silver spirit-locking chains still binding them. Qin Lang leaned against the seat, his gaze deep, his expression revealing little emotion, but inside, turmoil swirled. "Bai Qi, why are you stopping me?" he silently questioned in his heart. After a moment of silence, Bai Qi's voice finally echoed in his mind, deep and complex. "I sensed a familiar aura from that female enforcer." Qin Lang was slightly taken aback, his brow furrowing. "Familiar? What do you mean?" Bai Qi let out a slow sigh, as if reminiscing over a distant memory. After several seconds, he continued. "This woman might be a descendant of one of my former subordinates." This sentence surprised Qin Lang. "Your subordinate?" Qin Lang repeated softly, his gaze shifting. "Which subordinate?" Someone Bai Qi remembered was probably not a small character. Bai Qi did not answer, falling back into silence, as if reluctant to discuss further. Since Bai Qi did not want to elaborate for now, Qin Lang chose not to press further, instead raising his head to look forward at the driver's seat. In the front, the female enforcer was focused on driving the police car, the red and blue lights occasionally casting a harsh glow on her profile. Her expression was cold, lips tightly pursed, glancing at Qin Lang from time to time, emanating a strong sense of self-discipline and vigilance, as if she would never relax her guard. Qin Lang's gaze flickered, he took the initiative to speak. "Hey, officer, what's your name?" The female enforcer slightly turned her gaze, coldly scanning him with eyes devoid of any extra emotion, as if she had no intention of acknowledging him at all. The police car fell into silence, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. However, Qin Lang smirked, lazily continuing. "What's wrong? You caught me and won't even introduce yourself?" The female enforcer finally spoke, her voice cold and devoid of warmth. "You're too curious." Qin Lang shrugged, his tone casual. "Can't help it, it's hard not to be curious about such a beautiful and strong police officer like you." Granny Jean rolled her eyes at the side, thinking how this kid still had the guts to flirt with the enforcer at a time like this, truly brave and reckless. The female enforcer frowned slightly, seemingly irritated by Qin Lang's slick remark. "Why should I tell you? Are you sick?" Qin Lang said, "If you don't tell me, I might just cause some trouble." Chapter 167, Another Purpose. "What do you want to do?" The police car continued to race forward, tension filling the cabin. The female officer kept a vigilant eye on Qin Lang. Qin Lang smiled slightly, and suddenly, a crisp click sound abruptly rang out. Qin Lang's arms shook, and the spirit binding lock that had restrained him instantly shattered, the silver chains sliding off him like broken snakes, producing a series of sharp metallic clinks. "You!" The other officer in the passenger seat spun around suddenly, and the female officer slammed on the brakes, the police car coming to a brief stop in the night, tires screeching against the ground with a sharp sound. The air in the cabin seemed to freeze instantly. The female officer slowly turned her head, her piercing gaze fixed on Qin Lang, her hand secretly reaching for her weapon at her waist. However, Qin Lang merely leisurely flexed his wrist, a faint smile tugging at his lips, seeming not to care about her wariness, and spoke in a relaxed tone, "Don't be nervous, just stay calm. If I really wanted to escape, it would be effortless. Look, I'm clearly being sincere, obviously not wanting to cause trouble." Qin Lang deliberately opened his hands, indicating that he did not mean to attack. The female officer gritted her teeth and said, "I advise you not to." Qin Lang replied, "If I really wanted to escape, do you think you could stop me?" The female officer took a deep breath, her gaze flickering slightly as she fixed her eyes on Qin Lang, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Clearly, she did not expect Qin Lang to so easily break free from the spirit binding lock. Once locked, no one had managed to escape until now. What kind of monster is he? But soon, the female officer forced herself to calm down, suppressing the shock in her heart, and asked in a low, steady tone, "What exactly do you want?" Qin Lang casually leaned back in his seat, a half-smile on his face, his eyes holding a hint of mischief and a touch of depth. "Actually, it's nothing much, just a little interested in you, want to have a good chat." The female officer's brows furrowed deeper, her tone indifferent. "Talk about what?" Qin Lang lightly flicked his fingertips, as if casually asking, "For example, your name." Song Nianxi's eyes changed slightly, but she did not hesitate long. Moments later, she coldly replied, "Song Nianxi." Qin Lang's eyes flickered at the name, then he whispered in his mind, "Bai Qi, can you remember now? Which of your subordinates' descendants are you?" Bai Qi was silent for a moment, then sighed helplessly, "1,000 years have passed, do you think I can remember just from a name? I'm not a deity." Qin Lang shrugged, seemingly unfazed by this answer, casually saying, "What a pity." Song Nianxi narrowed her eyes slightly, clearly sensing that Qin Lang's reaction was strange. Her voice carried a hint of caution as she asked, "What exactly are you up to?" Qin Lang suddenly curved his lips, showing a meaningful smile, and spoke in a light tone, "What else? Of course I want to pursue you." As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere inside the cabin instantly froze. Old Granny Jean shot Qin Lang another look. The officer in the passenger seat turned around in shock, staring at Qin Lang as if doubting his hearing. Song Nianxi was momentarily stunned, then her face instantly turned cold, gritting her teeth and spitting out 3 words, "Psychopath." Qin Lang, however, smiled even brighter, as if he had anticipated her reaction, lounging back in his seat and lazily saying, "Don't be so cold, there are still many topics we can talk about." Song Nianxi took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the urge to slap him dead, her gaze cold as ice, seemingly thinking of how to make this man completely shut up. Qin Lang rested his hands behind his head, closing his eyes. "All right, just drive. I need to catch some sleep now." Song Nianxi still looked somewhat uneasy. But Grandma Jeannie said, "All right, drive. If Qin Lang really wants to leave, there's no need to waste time with you." Song Nianxi snorted, unconvinced. Within the police station, the cold white light illuminated the metal tables and chairs, and the air was filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Qin Lang lazily leaned on the bench in the detention room, legs crossed, a smile on his lips, looking more like someone chatting at the police station rather than a captured suspect. Grandma Jeannie sat cross-legged beside him, holding a long thin pipe, occasionally puffing out wisps of bluish-white smoke. Grandma Jeannie narrowed her eyes, her gaze drifting over Qin Lang, and suddenly said, "Qin Lang, aren't you at all worried about Su Mubai?" Hearing this, Qin Lang smiled slightly, casually waved his hand, and replied nonchalantly, "Worried? No need." Grandma Jeannie raised an eyebrow, "Oh? You really are quite carefree. I thought you cared about that strange girl." Qin Lang chuckled lightly, glancing meaningfully towards the corridor of the police station, his lips curling up as he leisurely said, "Did you forget what I said before? My nose is quite sensitive. Just now on Song Nianxi, I smelled Su Mubai's scent." Grandma Jeannie paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, her eyes filled with teasing. TSK, turns out you already knew Su Mubai was in the hands of the enforcer? No wonder you're so calm. I almost thought you really knew nothing." Qin Lang shrugged nonchalantly, "If it weren't for you acting so into it, I wouldn't have played alone." Grandma Jeannie rolled her eyes, "All right, you're quite clever, young man." Qin Lang didn't respond but slightly furrowed his brow, his expression thoughtful. "But there's one thing I still can't figure out." He raised a hand to touch his chin, doubt flashing in his eyes. "Why would the enforcers be targeting me? Clearly, I have nothing to do with Bai Qin's case." Grandma Jeannie's smile gradually faded, looking at him thoughtfully. "Do you suspect they have other intentions?" Qin Lang nodded, his gaze becoming serious. "The enforcers suddenly looking for me must be for another reason. I just came out of Silent Hill the day before yesterday. Bai Qin's people have clearly been dead for a long time. It couldn't have been me. The enforcers must be looking for something. Just as the two were discussing, a cold voice came from the doorway. Qin Lang, come out, your interrogation time is up. They looked towards the sound, seeing Song Niancy standing at the door, arms crossed, looking at Qin Lang with a cold expression, her eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Qin Lang smiled slightly, stood up, straightened his collar, lazily gazing at her, and teased, Officer Song, you miss me so soon? Song Niancy's expression turned icy. Stop the nonsense, come with me. Chapter 168, You Smell Like Her. Qin Lang shrugged and gestured for Grandma Jean Yi to wait for him to return, then leisurely walked into the interrogation room. The interrogation room was lit with cold and harsh light, the pale rays reflecting coldly off the metal table. The room was extremely simple, with only a table, chairs, and a surveillance camera in the corner, almost devoid of any extra furnishings. Qin Lang was brought to the chair in front, casually placing his hands on the table, looking lazy, seemingly indifferent to the interrogation. Across from him, Song Niancy stood straight, arms crossed over her chest, her sharp gaze fixed on him, exuding an imposing aura. She slowly pulled out a chair and sat down, her eyes still locked on Qin Lang, starting with a direct question. Qin Lang, what is your relationship with Bai Qin Tiger? Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone casual as if chatting. He asked me to go to the Silent Hill instance, so I went. Song Niancy let out a cold laugh, her fingers lightly tapping on the table, her voice laced with disdain. Is it that simple? Qin Lang shrugged. What else is there? Song Niancy stared at him, and after a moment, slowly said, so why are you in Bai Qin's villa? Qin Lang blinked, as if he heard a very ordinary question, and replied matter-of-factly, because I came out of the Silent Hill dungeon, so I went to give him a report. Bang! Song Niancy slammed the table, her eyes filled with shock, and her voice rose a few degrees. I went to the trouble of exposing you, and you just keep making it bigger, right? What did you say? You came out of the Silent Hill dungeon? Her pupils contracted slightly, her expression full of disbelief. Qin Lang was amused by her reaction, leaning back in his chair. With an ambiguous smile he said, What, I'm sitting here just fine, aren't I? Song Niancy stared deeply at him, as if trying to confirm whether he was joking or trying to deceive her. However, from his demeanor, Qin Lang showed no signs of lying. But still, her hands subconsciously tightened, her knuckles turning slightly white, and in a low voice she said, Impossible. No one has ever made it out alive from the Silent Hill dungeon. How on earth did you manage it? Qin Lang gently sighed, stretched lazily, looking completely unperturbed. How about, you buy me a cup of coffee, and I'll slowly tell you. Song Niancy's eyes grew colder, her hands crossed on the table, her fingers gently tapping the cold metal surface, making a low, dull sound. Her voice contained an undeniable authority. Qin Lang, I advise you to be more serious. Now the murder case at Bai Qin's villa has caused a stir. The whole city is paying attention to this matter. If you don't come clean, you're going to be in trouble. Qin Lang shrugged helplessly, the smile on his face slightly dimming, but his tone still carried a hint of nonchalance. I really did clear the Silent Hill dungeon, but what can I do if you don't believe me? Song Niancy's gaze deepened, her eyes scanning his face like a blade, as if trying to find a flaw in the slightest change of his expression. However, Qin Lang remained calm, even appearing somewhat lazy, as if he really thought what he said was perfectly normal. Song Niancy scoffed, clearly not believing his nonsense. She knew better than anyone how terrifying the Silent Hill dungeon was, a place where all who entered would undoubtedly perish, let alone clearing it. No one had ever made it out alive. Just then, Qin Lang suddenly narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, and asked meaningfully, Officer Song, since you don't ask me, can I ask you a question? What? Song Niancy frowned. Qin Lang raised a finger, swayed it in the air, and leisurely said, Have you ever captured an A-grade anomaly? Song Niancy paused slightly, taken aback by the question. Her eyes sharpened, her tone unfriendly. No, what's it to you? Qin Lang locked his gaze onto her eyes, as if carefully observing her reaction. After a moment, his smile deepened further, shaking his head. You are lying. Song Niancy furrowed her brows tighter, her gaze at Qin Lang revealing a hint of wariness. What do you mean? Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, lightly sniffing the air, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He said slowly, Because you smell like her. Song Niancy's expression suddenly darkened, her pupils contracting slightly, and the surrounding air seemed to chill for an instant. Her gaze became sharper, exuding a sense of pressure, her voice low and firm. Qin Lang, you do not have the right to ask questions. Now, you should obediently answer my questions, instead of questioning me. Yet Qin Lang remained unconcerned, laughing lightly, even with a hint of careless teasing. He shrugged, and said, That won't do, Officer Song. If you don't release Miss Su, don't think you can get any answers from me. As his words fell, the air instantly froze for a moment. Song Niancy narrowed her eyes, staring hard at Qin Lang, her tone icy. I really have caught a female ghost. If you don't speak the truth, you can never see her again. Qin Lang was slightly stunned after hearing this, then a faint smile appeared on his face. Oh? So Su Mubai really is in this police station? Song Niancy frowned. Yes, so what? Qin Lang's smile deepened. He slowly leaned back in his chair, hands clasped, and gently sighed. In that case, I will slowly find her. Before he finished speaking, a crisp sound of crack echoed. Song Niancy's pupils suddenly shrank. She watched as Qin Lang exerted slight force and easily tore apart the special handcuffs that bound his hands. At the same time, the wooden chair in the interrogation room shattered into pieces with his sudden burst of strength, fragments flying everywhere. Not good. Song Nianxi's heart tightened. In a flash, she suddenly raised her hand and drew out another binding spirit lock from her waist. But Qin Lang's figure had already darted past the shattered chairs, rushing quickly towards the door. Trying to escape? Song Nianxi's eyes sharpened. With a flick of her wrist, the binding spirit lock shot out like a spirit snake, whistling through the air towards Qin Lang's back. Heh, this is interesting. Qin Lang heard the wind rushing at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as his body suddenly halted, his steps shifting slightly, like a ghost. He stopped abruptly, barely brushing past the chain. The binding spirit lock struck empty and smashed hard against the interrogation room's door, producing a dull thud that made the entire door shake slightly. Song Nianxi's face darkened as she suddenly turned, rapidly retracting the binding spirit lock, a fierce battle spirit igniting in her eyes. Qin Lang, don't think you can escape. Chapter 169, A Ruckus at the Law Enforcement Bureau. Song Nianxi closely followed behind Qin Lang, her voice echoing coldly in the police station corridor. Qin Lang, do you really think you can escape? This is the Law Enforcement Bureau, full of experts. What you're doing is just a waste of effort. Qin Lang did not look back, his footsteps not slowing at all. Instead, he ran faster. His eyes sparkled with excitement, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Experts everywhere? Sounds pretty thrilling. However, just after he burst out of the interrogation room, a tall figure stood firmly in his way ahead. It was a man dressed in a black law enforcement uniform, wearing sunglasses, hands casually tucked in his pockets, standing straight like an unmovable statue. It was the law officer who captured Granny Genia. The sunglasses-wearing officer slightly tilted his head, his voice deep and filled with pressure. Please turn back immediately, or else you will only increase your sins. Qin Lang stopped, glanced at the other party, then chuckled lightly. Sins? That's quite a big hat to wear. I'm not interested in being a good child, just hand over my companions, and there will be no problems. The sunglasses-wearing officer didn't respond, merely raising one hand to display a standard fighting stance. Qin Lang shrugged, letting out a helpless sigh. Looks like there's nothing to discuss. In the next moment, the air suddenly exploded with sound. The sunglasses-wearing officer's figure shot out like a cheetah, cracks appearing in the floor beneath his feet as he became a shadow, instantly closing in on Qin Lang. The force of his punch tore through the air, a powerful direct punch aimed straight at Qin Lang's face. Qin Lang's pupils shrank, he stumbled back and rolled, narrowly avoiding the blow. However, where the fist passed, the air seemed to explode, even the corridor walls shook slightly from the impact. A bit of skill. Qin Lang chuckled softly. But the sunglasses-wearing officer gave him no chance to catch his breath. His figure accelerated again, another fist striking towards Qin Lang's abdomen, the force fierce, carrying the strength of thunder. Qin Lang squinted, feeling the strong wind approaching, finally no longer holding back. He turned his wrist, and in an instant, a cold gleam flashed, a long narrow black blade shot out from his hand like a ghost-slaying knife. The blade shone like lightning, cutting towards the sunglasses-wearing enforcer's fist in an instant. Clang! The expected blood splattering did not happen, the ghost-slaying knife struck the enforcer's fist, producing a violent metallic clash. Qin Lang's gaze changed slightly. So hard? The enforcer's expression remained unchanged, stepping forward. Taking advantage of Qin Lang's knife swing, he suddenly spun, shoulders crashing hard. Qin Lang was caught off guard, knocked back 3 steps, but his reaction was equally fast. His wrist twisted, the ghost-slaying knife flashed coldly as it stabbed out again, aiming directly for the enforcer's throat. However, the enforcer still did not draw any weapon, completely relying on his body to withstand it. He slightly shifted his body, avoiding the strike by staying close to the knife edge, then suddenly reached out with his left hand, attempting to grab Qin Lang's wrist like a capture. Qin Lang snorted coldly, the knife edge suddenly turned, forcing the opponent to let go, and then he closed in, the blade flashing, the offensive like a storm. However, the enforcer only responded with martial arts, relying on precise steps and blocks, surprisingly fighting back against Qin Lang. In just a few seconds, the two had clashed dozens of times, the knife-light and fist shadows intertwining, each collision generating an astonishing impact, making the surrounding air seem to tremble. The enforcer panted slightly, his feet firmly on the ground, his tone still calm and confident. Qin Lang, you are not my opponent, give up. Hearing this, Qin Lang raised a cheeky smile. Oh? Is that so? Before the words fell, he suddenly swung the knife horizontally, the blade cutting a fierce arc through the air. The enforcer thought Qin Lang was going to continue the attack, his body instantly tensing, arms crossed ready to defend. But the next second, he was astonished to find that this knife was not aimed at him. Boom! The ghost-slaying knife's edge, sharp and unmatched, directly sliced through the wall beside him. Bricks shattered, dust filled the air, the wall was split open, creating a crack wide enough for a person to pass through. What? The enforcer was shocked, immediately realizing he had been fooled. Qin Lang hadn't been seriously fighting him at all, but familiarizing himself with the interior structure of the Enforcement Bureau during the exchange. Once he understood the environment, he tore open a passage and headed directly towards his target. Damn it! However, his roar came too late. Qin Lang's figure flashed like a ghost, directly rushing into the next room through the opening. As soon as he stepped into the room, Qin Lang felt a familiar aura, belonging to Su Mubai. Right nearby. His gaze sharpened, and without hesitation, he charged forward. However, at that moment, a playful and somewhat lazy voice rang out in the darkness. Oh dear, whose little child got lost and ran into my place? Qin Lang's heart jolted, his footsteps suddenly stopping as he quickly turned back, his gaze locking onto the corner of the room. In the dim light, a graceful woman was leisurely leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, long legs stacked together, her posture lazy yet filled with a dangerous aura. She wore an enforcer uniform, the fitted black jacket outlining her curvy figure, while below were black stockings wrapping around her long beautiful legs, glistening subtly in the dim light. Her narrow phoenix eyes carried a hint of playfulness, her red lips slightly curled, as if looking at prey that unexpectedly stumbled into her territory. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, gripping the Ghost Slayer knife tightly, vigilantly assessing his opponent. Another roadblock? The woman in black stockings chuckled lightly, slowly striding forward, each step imbued with composure and elegance, yet the air grew heavy with pressure. Tilting her head, she said with a half-smile, "Oh? Talented, you say? It's interesting to hear that from your lips." Qin Lang sneered, "So, do you want to fight or talk?" The woman in black stockings smiled broader, her eyes glinting like a cat toying with a mouse, then gently licked her lips. "What do you think? If you can match up to the sunglasses guy, it means you are pretty strong too. I just love a man who is both strong and tough." Qin Lang laughed. "Ah, then let's have a little clash." Chapter 170, No Surrender, Just Death. As soon as Qin Lang's words fell, his body shot forward like lightning, the Ghost Slayer knife swirling with fierce energy, aimed straight at the throat of the female enforcement officer. However, facing such a swift attack, the female officer only smiled lightly, the corners of her mouth curling up, her figure shimmering like a phantom and disappearing before Qin Lang's blade could touch her. Qin Lang's eyes sharpened, the momentum of the strike unbroken, he forcibly retracted and stepped back, his gaze scanning the surroundings with caution. He was sure this was not just about speed, his attack was accompanied by a mental lock, and no ordinary movement could completely evade it. Yet, the woman before him not only dodged easily but her presence completely vanished, as if she had never existed. What is going on? Qin Lang thought, his mind on high alert. The truly dangerous enemy is often not the brute force warrior, but these elusive, hard-to-catch assassins. He was certain, this woman was not invisible. If she were, she would have left some trace of her presence. But now, the entire room bore no signs of her existence. However, before he could react further, a sharp sound of slicing wind suddenly rushed at him from behind. Qin Lang reacted quickly, almost instinctively tilting his head to dodge, then abruptly turning around, only to see the sunglasses officer had caught up, her fist wrapped in a powerful wind, heading straight for his face. Tisk. Qin Lang clicked his tongue, both hands flipping the Ghost Slayer knife horizontally, the blade blocking the rushing iron fist. Bang! The collision of blade and fist sparked a deafening roar, shockwaves bursting forth, instantly causing cracks to form on the glass outside the interrogation room. Qin Lang felt a surge of immense force travel along the blade, he used the momentum to slide back a step, surprise flashing in his eyes. The sunglasses officer's physical technique was indeed terrifying, by pure physical strength, she could contend with his Ghost Slayer knife, far from an ordinary character. However, what concerned him more was. He. A light laugh suddenly rang out from his side. Qin Lang's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, his pupils dilating. The female enforcement officer had somehow reappeared, still clad in her fitted black uniform, her black stockings outlining her long legs, and she was watching Qin Lang with great interest, her eyes full of mockery. This woman's movement was too eerie. Qin Lang's expression darkened, realizing that these two were working together seamlessly to block his escape routes. The sunglasses officer attacked head-on while the female officer flitted like a ghost in the shadows, waiting for her chance to strike. If he couldn't quickly find a way out, he might be dragged into a passive position. So, you really think you can stop me? Qin Lang took a deep breath, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, the aura around him subtly becoming wild. Of course. The female officer chuckled, moving closer, her head tilting as she appraised him, saying lightly, "After all, you are quite a dangerous and charming man." Qin Lang snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as he focused on her. The corner of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. Is that so? As he spoke, he suddenly stepped forward, his figure accelerating sharply, not charging at the female officer, but swinging the demon-slaying knife fiercely. Bang! The wall next door suddenly shattered, with debris flying everywhere. Qin Lang had quietly become familiar with the internal structure of the Law Enforcement Bureau during the fight, breaking through the wall and rushing towards Su Mubai's direction. The sunglasses-wearing officer and the female officer were both startled, clearly not expecting that Qin Lang was not focused on fighting, but had secretly planned an escape route. Oh dear. The female officer sighed softly, and then a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she suddenly vanished from the spot. Qin Lang had just rushed into the next room when he heard her soft whisper. What a clever little guy you are. Qin Lang slightly misstepped, his body suddenly leaning back, gliding like a spirit snake past the sharp hand of the female officer. At the same time, the sunglasses officer's heavy punch, accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind, suddenly slammed toward Qin Lang's side. The whistling wind rushed in, an overwhelming sense of pressure bearing down. But just as the punch was about to reach Qin Lang, his figure suddenly swayed. Qin Lang slid out at an almost incredible speed, easily dodging through the gap between the two, gliding out of the battle circle like a shadow, landing steadily a few steps away. Poof. Qin Lang breathed slightly, moved his wrist, a playful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He glanced down at the slightly sunken ground beneath him, recalling the details of the earlier battle, and suddenly uttered a soft ah. He raised his head, looking meaningfully at the female officer, his tone contemplative. I just feel like something's not right. The female officer slightly raised her eyebrows, revealing a teasing smile, but did not speak, instead quietly watching Qin Lang. Qin Lang stroked his chin, rapidly replaying the scene of the battle in his mind. In his previous attack, the female officer was clearly locked in. Logically, even if she was extremely fast, she shouldn't be able to completely disappear without a trace. More importantly, she not only dodged, but her very breath had completely vanished. As if she had never existed at all. Just like. Qin Lang's eyes suddenly brightened, the curve of his mouth lifting slightly. I understand. He slowly raised the demon-slaying knife in his hand, looking coldly at the female officer, slowly uttering a few words. You're not fast, but rather you possess some kind of space jump skill, right? The sunglasses officer's brows slightly furrowed while the female officer laughed even more joyfully. She lightly clapped her hands, a mix of admiration and danger in her eyes. So clever, Qin Lang. Qin Lang stared at her, not relaxing his guard, but instead tightening his grip on the knife, ready to respond to her next move at any moment. Using the skill of space jumping, you can instantly move to another place, not only avoiding attacks but also concealing your aura, creating the illusion of disappearing. Qin Lang said slowly, his tone gradually becoming more certain. No wonder every time I lock onto you, you can completely disappear. So what if you figured it out? The female officer smiled slightly, her red lips parting as her voice flowed like a seductive whisper in the night. Even if you know, you will still die. Qin Lang smiled slightly, his mouth curving into a mocking arc, his eyes shining with a sharp light, as if he could pierce through the darkness and see through all illusions. It's still uncertain who will die, he said casually, as if he didn't care about the dangers around him at all. Before he finished speaking, a hurried sound of footsteps came from the side, as Song Niancy rushed over, holding the spirit binding lock, her gaze sharp. Seeing her two colleagues gaining the upper hand, a sense of pride surged within her. Song Niancy's voice turned cold and firm. Qin Lang, you have no escape left. Surrender obediently, or you will surely die here. Chapter 171, Don't go to that instance. Qin Lang only smiled with a hint of mockery in his eyes, as if he didn't take her words seriously at all. Oh really? Then let's give it a try. He suddenly tightened his grip on the ghost-slaying knife, the blade glinting coldly in the dim light. In the next second, his figure shot out like a bolt, the ground beneath him instantly cracking, his whole being transforming into a blur, directly rushing towards the female enforcer. Looking for death. The female enforcer let out a sneer, her figure oddly disappearing from the air again, as if blending into the darkness, leaving no trace of her presence. But just as she was about to reappear behind Qin Lang and launch a deadly attack, a violent aura suddenly erupted from him. Boom! 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 That aura swept through the room like a hurricane, bringing an unmatched sense of oppression, instantly filling the entire room. The air seemed to freeze suddenly, the violent energy stirred, creating an invisible ripple. Song Niancy's face changed dramatically, her steps halted, and her hand gripping the binding spirit chain trembled slightly. The enforcer in sunglasses paused with her fist in midair, cold sweat dripping down her forehead. As for the female enforcer, she had just leaped to Qin Lang's back, preparing to launch a surprise attack. But in that instant, her body suddenly froze, her pupils constricting, the smile on her face completely stiffening. A suffocating pressure locked onto her tightly. What a powerful aura! Song Niancy felt her legs beginning to weaken. Qin Lang's gaze slowly swept over everyone, his voice low and dangerous. Now, who still dares to move? Song Niancy's eyes suddenly turned cold, her fists unconsciously clenching, the anger on her face almost unstoppable. Her patience was nearing its limit. Just as she was about to reprimand Qin Lang for his arrogance, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open at that moment. Creak! The heavy metal door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in a black enforcer uniform walked in. He was tall, with a composed demeanor, exuding the authority of a superior. Qin Lang noticed that a golden border was embroidered on his cuffs, and the badge on his chest was more complex than Song Niancy's, obviously indicating a high rank. When Song Niancy saw the newcomer, she immediately stood up straight, suppressing all her emotions, saluting respectfully. Hello, Director. The director lightly nodded, acknowledging her greeting, then his gaze fell on Qin Lang, filled with scrutiny and exploration. Moments later, he smiled slightly, his tone calm yet undeniably firm. "Mr. Qin, I heard that it took us quite a bit of time to invite you over. Now it seems, indeed, without some capability, we wouldn't be able to invite you." Qin Lang lounged lazily against the back of his chair, looking at the director with a half-smile, not a trace of fear in his eyes, but instead a hint of mockery. He snorted, casually asking, "What? What do you want now?" The director's lips curled up slightly, revealing a meaningful smile, his tone gentle, even carrying a hint of flattery. "Logically speaking, someone capable of clearing the Silent Hill instance like you should indeed have the ability to handle the White Capturing Tiger Gang. It is only reasonable that we invite you for questioning, please do not be angry." Upon hearing this, Song Niancy and the others were taken aback, quickly turning their heads to look at the director. Song Niancy's tone carried an undeniable shock. "Wait, you're saying he really cleared the Silent Hill instance?" Qin Lang's eyes showed no ripples. "Didn't I tell you long ago?" "What? Do you think I'm joking?" Song Niancy bit her lip, momentarily speechless. She clearly understood the terrifying nature of the Silent Hill instance, which was a dead end most people did not dare to step into easily. Furthermore, so far, none of the officially recorded challengers had survived. And Qin Lang not only walked out alive, but he looked completely unaffected? How could this be possible? The director sighed softly. He knocked on the table, bringing both of their attention back to himself. "Okay, there's no point in discussing this." He paused, the smile on his face gradually fading, his tone becoming serious. "Mr. Qin, I know you care a lot about Miss Su's safety, then, we can make a deal." Qin Lang's eyes narrowed, the smile remained, but there was a hint of danger lurking in his gaze. His voice was steady and cold. "Oh? What kind of deal?" The director watched him with calm eyes and slowly said, "You just need to agree to one condition, and I will release the person immediately." "What is the condition?" Qin Lang asked directly, his tone still casual, as if he was not worried at all about Su Mubai's safety. The director's fingers lightly tapped on the table, and he whispered, "Do not go to the Rainy Night Hotel instance." Song Niancy and the others were startled again. "What? Qin Lang still wants to go to the Rainy Night Hotel instance?" Qin Lang's smile froze, his eyes instantly sharpened, and the laziness at the corner of his mouth completely vanished. He found a spot to sit up straight, hands folded on the table, and stared deeply at the director, his tone low. "Why?" The director's expression remained calm, but his tone carried a certain indescribable sense of pressure. He fixed a piercing gaze on Qin Lang and slowly began, "We have already investigated thoroughly, you and Boss Jin have reached an agreement. And once you successfully clear the Rainy Night Hotel, Boss Jin's power will greatly increase, which is absolutely not a situation we want to see." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow at this, a playful smile creeping onto his lips. He lightly tapped the table, his tone lazy. "From what you say, the rewards for this instance seem even richer than Silent Hills?" The director did not answer immediately but quietly watched Qin Lang, seemingly considering how to respond. A moment later, he slowly nodded, his tone low. "You are quite right. The rewards of the Rainy Night Hotel can change a person's destiny." Qin Lang's eyes sharpened as he asked with keen interest, "Oh? What is special about this instance?" The director did not answer directly but sighed softly, as if lost in memory. "Years ago, one of the founders of the No Way Society. It was after clearing Rainy Night Hotel that he gained tremendous power, ultimately becoming a ruler and single-handedly creating the No Way Society." The three characters No Way Society fell, throwing the scene into silence. Song Niancy's expression changed slightly, her gaze serious as she looked at the director, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in her eyes. It seemed she too was hearing this news for the first time. Qin Lang's eyes brightened, his smile deepening further. He lightly tapped the table, his tone filled with a tinge of excited eagerness. "No Way Society, huh, now I am even more interested." His gaze suddenly turned fierce, a hint of provocation at the corner of his mouth. "Hearing that, I absolutely must go." The director's brow furrowed slightly, seemingly having anticipated Qin Lang's reaction, yet still sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Song Niancy suddenly glared at Qin Lang, her voice filled with anger. "Qin Lang, the director is talking to you nicely, and you did it on purpose?" Qin Lang shrugged, arms crossed, the smile still on his face. "Of course. What's wrong, are you unhappy?" Song Niancy frowned, her face darkening, and coldly said, "Qin Lang, be careful with your words. This is not a place for you to run wild." Her tone carried an undeniable authority, the spirit-binding lock in her hand swaying slightly, as if ready to launch the next attack at any moment. Just now, being suppressed by Qin Lang's momentum made her feel uneasy, even furious. This man was simply too arrogant. However, just as the air thickened, a steady voice with a hint of a smile rang out. "It's fine." The director slowly stepped forward, scrutinizing Qin Lang, a slight smile tugging at his lips. His hands were clasped behind his back, his presence steady as a mountain, making it hard for people to see his depth. "Mr. Qin, your strength is indeed astonishing. The director let out a light sigh, a meaningful glimmer flashing in his eyes. However, since you insist on going to that instance, you must take our law enforcer with you. Qin Lang's eyes flickered slightly at this, and with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, he asked, "Oh? You want to send me 2 overseers?" The director smiled calmly, "Not overseers, I'm not like Boss Gene." He then turned to the 2 standing beside him and slowly said, "You've already had a confrontation with them, but let me officially introduce them." He raised his hand, first pointing to the man wearing sunglasses. "His name is Han Zhua. He excels in close combat and can clash head-on with various weapons using sheer physical strength, easily maneuvering even against extraordinary ones." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at Han Zhua. "Indeed a master," Qin Lang chuckled. Han Zhua seemed to realize Qin Lang was looking at him and cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you for the guidance earlier." The director smiled again and looked at the female law enforcer standing on the other side. "And she?" Qin Lang's gaze also fell on the woman in black stockings. "Let me introduce myself." She crossed her arms, a playful smile at the corner of her mouth, her gaze carrying a hint of provocation as she stared at Qin Lang. "My name is Ling Wei, and I'm skilled in high-speed combat and spatial leap." The director nodded. Many people can't even make a move in front of her before they've already lost. "Oh?" Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on Ling Wei. "No wonder you suddenly vanished earlier, it was indeed a spatial leap?" Ling Wei chuckled lightly, her voice carrying a lazy mockery. "Oh, Mr. Qin is really smart. But even if you see through it, what of it?" She tilted her head slightly and extended a slender finger, playfully beckoning. "Want to give it another try?" Qin Lang smiled, a glint of battle intent in his eyes. "A try is a try." The director cleared his throat gently, interrupting their competitive atmosphere, and slowly said, "All right, since everyone knows each other, we should talk about the instance now." Qin Lang retracted his gaze, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. "Sure, talking is fine." The director stood calmly with his hands behind his back, his tone calm and unquestionable. "This time you enter the Rainy Night Hotel, you must be accompanied by our law enforcement personnel." Qin Lang's lips curved slightly, looking at him with an amused gaze. "Oh? Sounds like you're afraid I might run away?" "It's not that we're afraid you'll run, it's that we are afraid you won't." The director sighed softly, looking deeply at Qin Lang, and slowly said, "The danger level of the Rainy Night Hotel exceeds your imagination. Although you are powerful, going solo may not be the best choice in this instance." Qin Lang snorted lightly, casually spreading his hands. "If your law enforcement must stick close, what benefits do I get?" The director smiled faintly, his tone neither rushed nor slow. "They can take your orders and deployment." As his words fell, the entire room fell into silence. Song Niancy's expression suddenly changed, her head snapping up as she looked at the director in disbelief. "Director! This absolutely cannot happen." A strong sense of dissatisfaction and resistance filled her tone, and she bristled with uncontainable anger. "Letting law enforcement obey an outsider? This completely goes against regulations." However, Han Zhuo and Ling Wei standing beside her showed no signs of opposition and looked particularly calm instead. Han Zhuo gently pushed his sunglasses up the bridge of his nose, speaking calmly, "It doesn't matter, it's just a task. Whoever gives orders is the same." Ling Wei looked at Qin Lang with great interest, a hint of a smile at her lips, lazily saying, "Listen to his orders? How interesting, I don't like listening to those old folks either." Song Niancy shot them a fierce glare. "You people." But the director merely waved his hand. He interrupted their argument, and his sharp gaze landed on Qin Lang again, eyes as sharp as a knife. "Mr. Qin, I can speak directly to you. I have only one goal, to eliminate Boss Gene and the Wu Dao Society." His voice was low and firm, carrying an undeniable determination. "You have an old grudge with the Wu Dao Society, right? So this time, you can fully utilize the power of the Law Enforcement Bureau to achieve your goals. You could say that this time I'm entrusting you, and it will also allow you to get help from the Law Enforcement Bureau." Qin Lang lightly flicked his wrist, a faint smile on his lips, but his eyes held an undeniable firmness. "Cooperation is possible, but first, I want to see Sumu Bai." The chief nodded slightly, his expression still calm, without any hesitation. "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Niancy, who was standing beside him, visibly stiffened, casting a complicated glance at Qin Lang, biting her teeth, but ultimately said nothing more, turning to walk toward the interrogation room. Before long, the door was pushed open from the outside, and a slender figure walked in. Qin Lang. As soon as Su Mubai saw Qin Lang, the joy in her eyes was almost undisguised. She hurriedly walked over, her face revealing an indescribable sense of relief. "It's good that you're okay." Qin Lang smiled slightly, nodded gently, and after assessing her condition, confirming she was unharmed, he finally withdrew his gaze, casually saying, "As long as Miss Su is fine." Song Niancy watched this scene, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her heart, her face showing a hint of unwillingness. However, Qin Lang paid no attention to her emotions. He turned his gaze toward the chief, a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Since Miss Su is safe, then there's another person who should be released." The chief frowned slightly. "Who do you mean?" "The Granny Jean who was captured with me." Qin Lang's tone was casual, but it carried an undeniable meaning. If we're going to cooperate, we need to show enough sincerity first, right? Chapter 173. She is the undercover. The chief fell silent for a moment, then nodded to indicate agreement. After a moment, another figure was brought in. When Granny Jean entered and saw Qin Lang, she smiled slightly. Good kid, you are a guest now? Qin Lang nodded lightly, directly getting to the point. We have reached an agreement with the Law Enforcement Bureau. This time, I will accompany them to raid the Rainy Night Hotel's instance. Upon hearing this, Granny Jin's brow slightly furrowed, while Sumobai beside her widened her eyes in surprise. You're going with them? Qin Lang chuckled and shrugged. There's no other way. They took the initiative to offer help. Sumobai and Granny Jean exchanged a glance, a hint of doubt passing through their eyes. Just as they were about to ask more questions, Sumobai suddenly thought of something, her face changing slightly. Wait, where is Yi? Granny Jin's expression also darkened, her gaze sharply sweeping toward Qin Lang. Right, where is Yi? The atmosphere in the room immediately turned subtle. Qin Lang smiled slightly, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. Don't worry about her, she should have been taken away by Shen Wanqing by now. Sumobai was stunned, her brow instantly furrowing, a touch of confusion in her eyes. Why? Granny Jin's eyes instantly turned sharp, squinting at Qin Lang, her voice low and filled with an undeniable sense of pressure. Kid, are you saying the undercover of Boss Jean is actually Shen Wanqing? Qin Lang gently shook his head, his expression calm, even showing a hint of playful amusement. Just the opposite. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Sumobai's pupils slightly contracted, an inexplicable sense of unease rising in her heart. She couldn't help but step forward, her voice tightening. So what you mean is? Qin Lang slowly surveyed the crowd, and finally sighed softly. The voice was deep and profound. Shen Wanqing is actually a person from the Law Enforcement Bureau. What? Sumobai exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock. Grandma Jin's expression also became serious, her gaze fixed intensely on Qin Lang, her eyes sparkling with complex emotions. Song Nianzi, Han Zhua, and Ling Wei all frowned slightly. Clearly this news shocked everyone. After a moment of silence, Sumobai took a deep breath and struggled to speak. Wait. Qin Lang, do you mean Yi is actually Boss Jin's undercover agent? Her voice carried disbelief, even revealing a hint of unwillingness to accept this reality. Grandma Jean was also taken aback, never expecting that the unassuming Yi could be Boss Jin's undercover agent. She was hidden too deeply. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, all eyes were on Qin Lang, waiting for his answer. Qin Lang slightly raised his chin, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint curve as he said with a hint of a smile, Actually, I already knew when I was at Boss Jin's house. Sumobai was momentarily stunned, frowning as she asked, Knew what? Qin Lang gently sniffed the air, his gaze meaningfully landing on her, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable certainty. Yi sent. At these words, everyone jolted. Qin Lang crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, seemingly recalling something, his tone a bit carefree. I smelled Yi's scent at Boss Jin's villa. His voice suddenly lowered. That place is not somewhere ordinary people can just step into, only a few trusted ones could leave traces there. Sumobai's eyes widened suddenly, her face turning pale. You mean Yi has always been by Boss Jin's side? Qin Lang gently shook his head, a cold smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. No. I should say, she has always been by my side. The air seemed to freeze again at that moment. Qin Lang slowly continued, At that time, I couldn't fully determine her identity, but at least I knew her stance was definitely not simple. His eyes dimmed slightly, the gaze profound and inscrutable. However, when I met Song Nianzi, everything had an answer. Song Nianzi frowned, coldly staring at Qin Lang. What do you mean? Qin Lang smiled faintly, his tone laced with meaning. You have Shen Wanqing's scent on you. Song Nianzi's expression changed slightly, her eyes wavering, but quickly regained her composure. Qin Lang, however, continued slowly. Shen Wanqing's scent is very faint, but I won't be wrong, she was with you for some time. His gaze sparkled with sharpness, as if seeing through everything. From that moment, I basically deduced the truth of the matter. Shen Wanqing is not Boss Jin's undercover agent, but from your Law Enforcement Bureau. Everyone's expression changed, and Sumobai couldn't believe it, covering her mouth in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Qin Lang sighed softly, shaking his head. This way, many things can be explained. Yi has been following me. Boss Jin knows my actions so clearly, even my little habits are well understood. He paused, a colder smile growing on his lips. The answer is simple. Yi has been relaying information to Boss Jin. Sumobai's expression became extremely complicated, her lips trembling slightly, as if wanting to refute but couldn't find the right reason. She looked at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with unwilling disbelief. Impossible. How could Yi be an undercover agent? She has fought alongside us so many times, even saved us, and even. Her voice grew lower, as if even she began to waver. She recalled bits and pieces of the past. Yi accompanied them through countless battles of life and death. If all of this is fake, then what else can she believe in? Song Nianzi was not so emotionally affected. She crossed her arms, glanced sideways at Qin Lang, and snorted coldly, "What kind of monster are you? You can smell even this? You can't really have a dog's nose, can you?" Qin Lang chuckled lightly, with his hands in his pockets, seemingly indifferent to Song Nianxi's teasing. Whether it's a dog's nose or not doesn't matter. What's important is. He slightly tilted his head, the corner of his mouth lifting into a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. "Is Yi currently kept by you?" Song Nianxi furrowed her brows, her eyes flashing slightly. "So what?" Qin Lang shrugged, his gaze deep. "That means my guess is not wrong at all. You didn't let her know that she was caught by the Law Enforcement Bureau, right?" Song Nianxi asked. "Are you thinking of something bad again?" Chapter 174 My Identity. Qin Lang looked at Song Nianxi and said with a smile, "It's not a bad thing, it's an interesting thing." Grandma Jean Yi gently tapped her pipe, her gaze profoundly fixed on Qin Lang. "So how do you plan to deal with this traitor Yi?" Qin Lang, however, smiled carelessly, his eyes carrying a hint of mischievousness. "Since the Law Enforcement Bureau has already captured her, then I'll go along with the plan." As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned, frowning, not understanding his meaning. Go along with the plan? Sumu Bai looked at him in confusion. What does that mean? Han Zhua also rubbed his chin. Are you planning to use her to dig out information from Boss Jean? Qin Lang nodded. Exactly. At the same time, in the underground prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Yi Zi was trapped in an iron-barred cell. The cold metal bars sealed her in, her hands were bound by special restraint cuffs, suppressing her spiritual power, preventing her from using even the most basic skills. She pulled hard at the cuffs, her wrists chafing raw, but it was all in vain. Her eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness, fiercely staring at the law enforcer outside the cell, her voice tinged with suppressed agitation. Hey! Who are you? Why did you capture me? Let me out! Her voice echoed in the empty cell. However, the law enforcer standing outside remained unmoved, coldly standing still, as if waiting for something. At this moment, the iron door was pushed open, and a steady sound of footsteps approached. Yi Zi looked up and saw three people walk in. The one at the front was Song Nianxi. Different from her usual uniform, at this moment, she wore a black leather jacket, her long hair casually tied in a high ponytail, with a teasing smile on her face, looking especially casual and dangerous. The man beside her was tall and sturdy, hands in his pockets, wearing sunglasses. Behind the two was a young man in his 20s, dressed in a slightly loose hoodie, the cuffs rolled up, showing strong arms. He wore a mask, his eyes sharp, with a somewhat casual and aloof aura. Yi Zi felt an uneasy feeling seeing the three of them. Qin Lang tugged at his mask and swaggered in with Song Nianxi and Han Kuan, exuding no formal air of law enforcers, looking more like a small gang of delinquents. Yi Zi suddenly froze, a strong sense of unease rising in her heart. You guys? Who are you? Why did you capture me? Song Nianxi stopped, her arms crossed, a meaningful smile on her lips. Guess? Are you in league with Xinhuan Cheng? Yi Zi's pupils slightly contracted, her gaze locked tightly on Song Nianxi's face, filled with anger and vigilance, as if trying to see through her. However, Song Nianxi only smiled lightly, her expression both frivolous and teasing, like watching a little beast caught in a trap. We are Qin Lang's enemies. Her voice was lazy and light, carrying a hint of undeniable composure. She leaned slightly forward, looking down at Yi Zi, her lips curving into a smirk that was both teasing and mocking. So, Miss Yi Zi, now we need you to cooperate and record a video to lure Qin Lang here. As long as you obediently listen, you can also suffer a little less. Yi Zi's breath quickened slightly, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. She clenched her fists tightly, forcing herself to calm down, and scoffed, Dream on. You won't succeed. I won't let Qin Lang take risks. Song Nianxi shook her head slightly, but her smile deepened. She sighed softly, shrugged her shoulders, and spoke with a hint of disdain. Oh, Yi Zi, you are just too stubborn. Since you are so uncooperative, I will have to show you how tough things can get. Yi Zi's entire body jolted, an alarm blaring in her heart. She instinctively held her breath, every muscle in her body tensing up, as if preparing for the torment that awaited her. Beside them, Qin Lang watched Song Nianxi and thought the woman was really acting convincingly. Oh my, why so violent? Yi Zi suddenly looked up, her gaze falling on Qin Lang not far away, where he stood leisurely with a knowing smile, but his eyes sparkled with unsettling light. He stepped forward, his pace casual and relaxed, hands in his pockets, and slowly scanned Yi Zi with his gaze, squinting slightly and revealing a somewhat sleazy smile. What a beauty! Qin Lang deliberately stretched his tone, the smile on his face even more pronounced. I wonder what she looks like under those clothes. The air seemed to freeze in that moment. Yi Zi's face instantly turned pale, her eyes widening, her heart felt like it was gripped tightly by an invisible hand, sinking to the bottom. Instinctively, she took a step back, her breath quickening, her voice laced with anger and a hint of barely detectable panic. You better not do anything reckless. Otherwise, I'll kill you. However, Qin Lang took no heed of her threat, instead laughing even more joyfully. He stepped closer, leaning down to stare at her, his tone mockingly teasing. The more you resist, the more excited I become. Yeezy's nails dug deeply into her palms, her face pale with shame and anger, her gaze sharp like a knife, wishing she could tear this man apart. Meanwhile, Song Niancy stood by, rolling her eyes silently. This man truly was no good, his acting like a rogue was much too convincing. Yeezy's back was pressed against the cold wall, her eyes fierce, like a beast cornered with no way out. Her breath was rapid, her chest heaving intensely, her gaze sweeping over the three in front of her, finally landing on Qin Lang's teasing face as she shouted sharply and angrily. "If you dare to lay a hand on me, you'll definitely end up without a grave." Her voice echoed in the small cell, carrying an undeniable ferocity and warning. However, Qin Lang merely raised an eyebrow, the smile on his lips deepening. He stretched out his hand, clapping with interest, and said, "Oh? Interesting. Then tell me, what background do you have that can make us unable to even find a body?" Yeezy took a deep breath, quickly weighing the pros and cons in her heart. She knew she only had one way to make them stop. She forced herself to stabilize her emotions, her gaze piercing as it swept over everyone, and spoke in a low voice, "My identity is not ordinary." "Oh?" Qin Lang elongated his tone meaningfully, looking at her with a smirk. "What identity? Tell me." Chapter 175, Let Me Meet Qin Lang. Yeezy ignored his teasing and continued, "As long as you let me go, and also let Qin Lang go. I promise you, whatever you want, you will have it." Song Niancy crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. "Yeezy, do you think we are 3-year-old children? Who would believe empty words?" "Exactly." Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, with a playful expression. "You think we'll believe you just because of a few words? Do you think that's possible?" Yeezy's face changed slightly. She knew that if she didn't present some real evidence soon, these people wouldn't believe her at all. She fell silent for a moment, gritted her teeth, and scanned everyone with her gaze before finally speaking slowly. "Do you all know Boss Jean?" Qin Lang and Song Niancy exchanged glances. Qin Lang asked, "Who doesn't know Boss Jean? But so what? Actually." Her voice was deep and slow, as if each word carried a heavy weight. "I am Boss Jin's daughter." This sentence exploded like a bomb, instantly shattering the silence in the cell. Everyone widened their eyes, and Song Niancy leaned forward sharply, her face showing unbelievable shock. "What did you say? You are Boss Jin's daughter?" Han Koan couldn't help but clench his fists. Yet Qin Lang still looked calm and composed. But inside, Qin Lang's heart couldn't help but shake. He had guessed that Yeezy played an unusual role in Boss Jin's team. But he had never expected Yeezy was actually Boss Jin's daughter. Qin Lang slowly raised his eyebrows and calmly spoke. Boss Jin's daughter? With Boss Jin's power and influence, aren't you above many yet beneath none?" Yeezy's expression turned cold as she gritted her teeth. "You don't need to care. As long as you let me go, I will naturally take you to find him. Whatever you want, I can make him give it to you." Qin Lang stared at her face, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, his gaze deep and unfathomable. His voice was low and slow, with a hint of test. "Then what evidence do you have?" Yeezy's heart tightened. She knew without evidence, her words would only be seen as nonsense. She clenched her teeth and firmly said, "I can prove it. But the precondition is, you must let me go, and also you cannot harm Qin Lang." The air in the cell seemed to freeze again, and all eyes gathered on Yeezy. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, revealing a profound smile, as if he was contemplating something, while Song Niancy's gaze became even more complex. Yeezy straightened her back, glaring fiercely at the few people in front of her, her tone firm. "In any case, you cannot lay a hand on Qin Lang. Otherwise, I will definitely not let you go." Her voice was powerful and forceful, carrying an undeniable toughness that echoed throughout the cell. However, after listening, Song Niancy merely blinked in slight surprise, then a meaningful smile spread across her lips. He. She chuckled lightly, crossing her arms, leaning flirtatiously against the cell door, her gaze teasingly scrutinizing Yeezy. "You seem to care a lot about Qin Lang, huh?" Yeezy's fingers curled slightly, her gaze shifting away for a moment, but she still forced herself to stay calm. Seeing this, Song Niancy's teasing deepened, and she continued in a playful tone. "What? Do you have a secret you can't tell?" She deliberately elongated her tone, her voice laced with a sense of mockery. Yeezy's heart jolted, and her brows furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly. She opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found herself momentarily speechless. Song Niancy noticed her silence and laughed even more outrageously, her eyes filled with speculation. Or could it be, "Do you like him?" This sentence hit like a stone thrown into a lake, sending out ripples upon ripples. Qin Lang turned to look at Song Niancy, who appeared victorious. Yeezy's pupils shrank suddenly, her whole being stunned for a moment, and then she instinctively clenched her fists, forcing calm as she spoke. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Her voice was more hurried than she had imagined, as if eager to clear herself of something. Yet, her ears quietly tinged with a trace of imperceptible blush. Song Niancy captured her reaction completely, her smile deepening just a bit at the corners of her mouth. "Oh, this reaction seems a bit suspicious?" Yeezy's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat, her gaze becoming sharper for a moment. She suddenly took a deep breath, suppressing the inexplicable emotion in her heart, and said coldly, "In any case, you can't lay a hand on Qin Lang." She emphasized again, every word carrying an undeniable firmness, "Otherwise, no matter what the cost, I will not let you go." Qin Lang wore a calm expression, a hint of a barely there smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his gaze deeply focused on Yi Zi. "Looking at you, it's as if you care a lot about Qin Lang. But as far as I know, Boss Qin has always wanted Qin Lang's life." These words struck Yi Zi like a sharp sword, piercing deep into her heart and causing her breath to instantly hitch. Yi Zi swallowed hard. This. Qin Lang leaned slightly forward, fixing his sharp gaze on her eyes, as if he could see through all her disguises, and continued, "Since you are Boss Jin's person, then it seems you also hope he dies, right?" Yi Zi's expression changed suddenly, her pupils contracted sharply, panic flashing in her eyes, as if her throat had been tightly grasped by someone. "No, that's not true." She almost blurted it out, her voice tinged with urgency and anger as she vehemently denied, "I've never thought like that, never. Qin Lang is my friend." Qin Lang countered, "Does he know your identity?" Yi Zi was at a loss for words. I. But even she didn't realize that her fingers had curled slightly due to the pressure, her knuckles turning white, and her body was instinctively tensed, as if she feared Qin Lang wouldn't believe her words. Qin Lang's expression showed no change, still calm and indifferent, he simply watched her quietly. "Boss Jin just ordered him to go to the Rainy Night Hotel instance, you must know that, right?" This sentence thundered in Yi Zi's mind, exploding with a violent force. "What?" Her pupils suddenly dilated, her whole being as if struck by lightning, the color drained from her face in an instant. Rainy Night Hotel, that instance. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her chest felt as if crushed by a heavy stone, her breath became rapid, and an uncontrollable wave of panic surged from deep within. She fixed her gaze on Qin Lang, her voice trembling slightly from overwhelming panic. "Where is Qin Lang right now? Please tell me." Chapter 176, She Really Values You. Yi Zi's hands gripped tightly the iron bars of the cell door, her fingertips turning pale from the strain, her entire being radiating an unprecedented restlessness and tension, even the previous calm and composure completely shattered. "Please, don't harm Qin Lang, okay?" The others in the cell were shocked by her reaction. Qin Lang felt puzzled. "I haven't done anything, is this really necessary?" Song Nianzi narrowed her eyes, looking at her with a playful smile, casting an interested glance at Qin Lang, as if suddenly noticing something unusual. Qin Lang returned to a calm demeanor, slowly raising his head, his gaze deep and cold. "What are you really afraid of?" His voice was deep and slow. Yi Zi's hurried breaths echoed in the small space. "Qin Lang is my friend, I just want to protect him. I'm begging you." Her shoulders trembled slightly, her eyes reddened, tears rolling down her cheeks like pearls on a broken string, smashing against the cold ground. "Qin Lang just came out of the Silent Hill instance, and his body isn't well yet, don't push him, and don't harm him." Her voice carried a weepy tone, full of undeniable pleading and anxiety. Qin Lang coughed lightly, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Cough, crying won't help. Let's just say a few honest words, and we'll see if we should listen to you." He began to doubt whether Yi Zi had already seen through his identity, so she was deliberately saying these things to confuse him. Yi Zi took a deep breath, raised her tear-filled eyes, and looked directly at Qin Lang, her eyes full of determination and pleading. "Qin Lang is the most important person to me." Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unshakable resolve, "So, I beg you, don't harm him." "Put." Song Nianzi squinted her eyes, her gaze moving back and forth between Yi Zi and Qin Lang, her smile deepening, as if she found this sudden confession of love very interesting. Han Koan couldn't help but stroke his chin, as if pondering whether there was more to this statement than met the eye. Qin Lang's heart suddenly jumped. What does this woman mean? But before he could think more, Yi Zi spoke urgently again. "Also, don't let him go to the Rainy Night Hotel, he will die." She practically yelled, her voice filled with fear and unease, as if that place had something extremely terrifying, and as long as Qin Lang stepped in, he would meet his end. Yi Zi's breathing calmed a bit, but her eyes were still full of anxiety. She tightly grasped the iron railing, her knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Qin Lang frowned slightly, then said, "Repeating this to me is meaningless. You need to provide something that can move my heart, otherwise, it's all pointless." Yi Zi took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady. "All right, I'll say it. I am the daughter of Boss Jin. Since I was young, I have been trained to be a player in the dungeon. According to his plan, I should become his capable assistant, collecting resources for him, serving his business. Unfortunately, my talent is lacking, in his eyes, I am just a useless waste. Moreover, I could not stand him treating players as tools for profit, treating people's destinies as chips in his hands, so I eventually ran away from home." The air in the room fell silent for a moment. Qin Lang squinted, watching her with interest, speaking with a half-smile. "With just your words, who would believe you?" Yi Zi took a deep breath, her voice deep. "I can prove it. Boss Qin has a base in the city, it's a contact point for him and the Wudao Association, and usually, only a few core members know about it. Then she mentioned a location. You can check it out for yourselves, and you will soon know whether what I said is true or false. As soon as she said this, the few people present exchanged glances. Song Niancy stroked her chin, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh? Such an important place, why are you telling us? Don't tell me it's a trick, or you're setting up a trap? Yeezy didn't hesitate and replied directly, because I don't want to be involved in Boss Jin's plans anymore, his matters have nothing to do with me now. Moreover, I could never joke about Qin Lang's life. Qin Lang stood by, his gaze flickering slightly, as if weighing the credibility of her words. After a brief silence, he smiled slightly and turned to walk outside. At that moment, Yeezy suddenly reached out and grabbed the iron railing, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. Wait. Qin Lang paused but didn't turn back, only asking lazily, what now? Is there anything else? Yeezy's eyes were extremely anxious, her voice choked, as if using all her strength to shout. If you can contact Qin Lang, please pass on a message. Please don't let Qin Lang go to the Rainy Night Hotel, I beg you. Qin Lang glanced at her, then said, you take care of yourself. After exiting the cell, Qin Lang said to Song Niancy, let's go check out that base. Song Niancy put her hands on her hips, do you really think I'm your subordinate? Qin Lang replied, if you don't go, I'll go myself, then you can explain to your boss. Song Niancy grit her teeth and said, stinky kid. Ling Wei smiled and said, Niancy, you should just go with him. If it weren't for the fact that I still have things to do, I would want to go with him as well. But you must be careful, that Yeezy just valued Qin Lang so much, you can't be like her. Song Niancy laughed, me like her? Unless I go crazy. Soon, Qin Lang, Sumubai, Song Niancy, and Han Kuan sat in the police car, headed toward the stronghold provided by Yeezy. Song Niancy turned her head to glance at Qin Lang, a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. What's wrong? Are you really planning to check out that stronghold, or do you not trust that girl's words? Qin Lang lazily glanced at her, his tone casual, I believe what she said. He raised his hand to stretch his fingers and continued, but concerning the matters of the No Way Association, I need to personally see what they are up to. Otherwise, I can't go into that dungeon with peace of mind. Han Kuan frowned slightly, what do you mean? Qin Lang smirked, his voice low and meaningful, they will definitely come for the dungeon of the Rainy Night Inn. Upon hearing this, Song Niancy burst out laughing. He shrugged his shoulders, teasingly saying, I said it. She looks so concerned about you, how could she possibly deceive you? Qin Lang paused, turning to look at Song Niancy with suspicion, his gaze as if he were looking at someone not quite right in the head. What are you thinking in your head? Chapter 177, Sudden Arrest. Song Niancy spread her hands wide, with an innocent smile on her face, isn't it just telling the truth? That girl cried so pitifully in prison, afraid you would die, it really tugs at the heart. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his eyes showing a bit of helplessness, although you are a woman, do you not have some misunderstanding about a woman's tears? Song Niancy whistled, stopped talking but couldn't hide the smile on her face. Han Kuan shook his head slightly, clearly uninterested in the conversation between the two. The stronghold was located in an abandoned factory area, surrounded by rusty steel frames and collapsed factories. Dim light reflected on the wet ground, the air mixed with a musty smell and metallic stench. Even before approaching, there was a foul odor. Qin Lang led Song Niancy, Han Kuan, and others to crouch behind an abandoned container, quietly observing the movements of the stronghold ahead. This place was quite open, if the people inside really wanted to run out, it would be easy, making it harder to find their whereabouts. Qin Lang said softly, Miss Su, you go in first to scout the situation. Sumubai nodded, then her figure flickered and vanished into the night like a wisp of morning mist, quietly slipping through the gate and infiltrating the stronghold's interior. Watching Sumubai disappear, Song Niancy couldn't help but pout, muttering softly, Hey, Qin Lang, you have a ghost girl by your side, don't you think the aura is too heavy? Without turning around, Qin Lang casually remarked, Haven't you gotten married yet? Song Niancy almost lost her balance, her smile instantly freezing, her face filled with confusion. What does me not being married have to do with you? Only then did Qin Lang turn his head to glance at her, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, his tone carefree. Then what does it matter to you that Miss Su is beside me? Song Niancy was momentarily speechless, her face slightly flushing, raising her fist as if to hit Qin Lang's shoulder, gritting her teeth. Qin Lang, are you asking for a beating? Qin Lang had long anticipated this, slightly shifting his body, easily dodging, the smile on his face growing stronger. It's just a fact, why are you reacting so much? Song Niancy took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, secretly reminding herself not to stoop to the level of someone as sharp-tongued as Qin Lang, or she would surely die of anger one day. Han Kuan, listening to the banter between the two, couldn't help but shake his head, helplessly saying, all right, stop arguing, the important matter is at hand. As soon as his words fell, Sumubai's figure silently appeared behind them. With a cold night breeze. Her expression was somewhat serious, clearly having encountered something bad. Qin Lang's expression slightly changed, his gaze darkening slightly. It seems the situation here is not simple. The crowd instantly reined in their playful thoughts, all looking towards Su Newbie, waiting for the news she would bring back. Su Newbie's figure gradually emerged from the darkness, her expression slightly serious, clearly having discovered some important information. She gently furrowed her brow, her voice softly echoing, "There are indeed people talking inside, but the surroundings are set with a barrier, making it very hard for me to get close. But I noted the general location and can take you there." Upon hearing this, Qin Lang thoughtfully stroked his chin, casting a glance at Song Nianzi, the corners of his mouth slightly curling, half smiling, half asking, "Do you think we can directly arrest them on the charge of illegal assembly?" Song Nianzi rolled her eyes, shooting him an annoyed glare. "Do you think law enforcers can act recklessly? Just find any reason to arrest people?" Qin Lang's eyes lit up slightly, meaningfully saying, "So you mean, it is possible, right?" "No, what do you mean?" Song Nianzi was taken aback, just about to explain that wasn't what she meant, but Qin Lang had already rushed out. Led by Su Newbie, Qin Lang decisively raised his hand, a surge of energy shot up into the sky as he shouted loudly, "Law enforcers conducting a surprise inspection. No one inside is allowed to move. You all have been surrounded by me alone." This sudden turn of events made Song Nianzi's face change drastically, her heart filled with shock. How dare this guy? "Qin Lang, are you crazy?" Song Nianzi yelled in alarm, wanting to rush up to stop Qin Lang without a second thought. But she couldn't catch up to Qin Lang's speed and could only closely follow behind him. Song Nianzi was so angry she wanted to curse, her heart ready to be driven mad by Qin Lang's reckless behavior. This guy was simply using the name of a law enforcer to act wantonly. But now it was too late to shout. Qin Lang's voice had already thundered through the entire abandoned factory, and those inside the stronghold must have felt something was off. "It's over, things are really going to get chaotic now." Song Nianzi gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, unable to think much. She suddenly quickened her pace, charging straight towards the stronghold. As soon as Qin Lang's shout fell, the atmosphere inside the house became extremely tense. After a brief silence, accompanied by hurried footsteps, two figures suddenly burst out from the side door, trying to escape in the confusion. "Running pretty fast." Qin Lang snorted coldly, his foot pushed off, his figure like an arrow shooting forward directly after one of them. His speed was incredibly fast, the wind roaring in his ears. He saw that person take just a few steps, and Qin Lang was already closing in, suddenly reaching out to grab the other's shoulder. However, the other party reacted equally swiftly, sensing Qin Lang closing in, immediately twisting their body and slipping out like a fish, narrowly avoiding Qin Lang's capture. "Pretty quick on your feet, interesting." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, a cold smile curved at the corners of his mouth, his body sank as he gathered strength to charge again. At the same time, Song Nianzi had also taken action. She stood at the back, seeing the two trying to escape. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and waved. The binding spirit lock on her wrist immediately flew out like a snake, making a sharp sound through the air as it traced a silver arc, precisely wrapping around the bodies of the two. "Don't run!" Song Nianzi shouted, and the binding spirit lock immediately tightened, promptly locking the four limbs of the two, immobilizing them completely. The two struggled for a moment and then discovered that the chains were faintly flickering with a bluish spirit power, seemingly having a sealing effect, causing their internal energies to be bound and making it impossible to use their strengths to break free. "TSK, this trick is quite effective." Qin Lang stopped his pace, watching the two who were locked up, casually brushing off his sleeves as he smiled. "Nonsense, this is my treasure, used specifically to deal with restless people like you." Song Nianzi glanced at Qin Lang, her words were not polite, but her eyes flickered with a hint of pride. "Alright, let's first see who these two fellows really are." Qin Lang stepped forward, his gaze coldly sweeping over the two captured individuals, his expression slightly darkening. He shouted loudly, "Hey, which one of you is from the Wu Dao Society?" Chapter 178, The Interrogation Begins. Qin Lang walked slowly forward, his eyes scanning the two tightly bound figures under magic restraints. In the dim light, it was clear that there was a man and a woman, both dressed simply, but the fabric on them had been specially treated, faintly revealing some protective patterns, looking unlike ordinary people. The man had dark skin, a slim build, but his eyes were sharp, exuding a fierce, beast-like aura. At this moment, he was glaring fiercely at Qin Lang and Song Nianzi, his face filled with rage, seemingly completely unaware of his situation. "You law enforcers are so bold. Let us go now." The man growled fiercely, his voice carrying a hint of restrained rage, as if he could explode at any moment. The woman also spoke, "Do you know what you're doing? If you don't want a gruesome end, let us go immediately. Otherwise, you will definitely regret it." "Oh?" Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, revealing a meaningful smile, slowly crouching down to look at the man's fiery eyes from above. "Did I hear you right? Are you threatening me? Don't you know what law enforcers do? You are sneaking around here late at night, it's completely suspicious to capture you." The man snorted coldly, gritting his teeth, the muscles on his face twitching slightly, clearly holding back his anger. "What's so great about you law enforcers? I have plenty of ways to deal with you." He. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, his lips curling up slightly, showing a playful expression. You make it sound scary, but unfortunately, I am a person who never gets threatened by others. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping to the side at Song Nianzi, lightly laughing. Officer Song, did you hear that? This gentleman says he wants me to regret it. Yes, I heard very clearly. Song Nianzi crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking at the man with a half-smile, but I can't help but feel that the ones regretting later will be you. The man clenched his teeth, a flicker of panic flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and coldly said, You better understand, we are not ordinary people. If you dare to touch us, you won't have a good ending. Oh dear, I'm so scared. Qin Lang feigned shock, but in the next second, his expression suddenly darkened, his eyes sharp as if daggers aimed at the man. But my favorite thing is to deal with people like you who have backing. Now you can try to threaten me again. Qin Lang smiled, his voice gentle as if chatting with an old friend, but his gaze was extremely cold, emanating a chilling killing intent. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. The man's expression finally changed, from initial anger and disdain to a hint of unease, even a trace of fear. The woman beside him had remained silent, but at this moment, she finally couldn't help but speak. What do you really want? Her voice was a bit hoarse, carrying a hint of forced calmness. Very simple. Qin Lang stood up, lifted his chin slightly, speaking in a light-hearted tone. I just want you to cooperate obediently. That way, it's better for everyone. If you refuse to cooperate. He paused, revealing a cold smile, then don't blame me for being ruthless. The air instantly became oppressive, as if even the temperature around them had dropped a few degrees. Qin Lang chuckled softly, slowly extending his hand. A cold light flickered, and in his hand, there was now a long knife as black as ink, faintly glimmering with the light of blood, the demon-slaying knife. The blade was fierce, entwined with visible black malevolence, as if countless wronged souls were crying and wailing upon it. In the next second, Qin Lang drew the demon-slaying knife and thrust it directly in front of them. The man was originally trying to hold on to his anger, but at this moment, his pupils shrank, and his throat felt as if something was blocking it, making it hard even to swallow. The woman couldn't help but instinctively shrink back, her face pale, her breath irregular, her eyes filled with terror. A smile that was not quite a smile crept onto Qin Lang's lips, and he slowly rotated the blade in his palm, murmuring, You can see that this knife of mine, can't you? It's not an ordinary knife. His voice was light, even carrying a hint of casualness, but this casualness sent cold sweats down the backs of the pair. Qin Lang slowly crouched down, placing the knife horizontally in front of them, gently stroking the blade, and carelessly said, If you don't behave, I might just use it to peel your flesh off, piece by piece. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying malevolence suddenly surged from the blade, rushing toward the man and woman like a tangible force. The chill pierced their bones, as if their souls were about to be sucked into the knife by this malevolence. The woman's body trembled violently, and almost instinctively, she closed her eyes, her lips quivering but not able to utter a single word. The man gritted his teeth, cold sweat flowing down his brow, his 10 fingers beginning to tremble slightly. Aren't you a law official? Abusing private punishment is... Seeing this, Qin Lang slowly stood up, seemingly helplessly sighed, and said with a tone of regret, Why? Just a moment ago, you didn't take the law and the law officials seriously, and now you want to use the law to protect yourself? Such a flexible bottom line and principle. Hey, it seems that you're still unwilling to cooperate. He slightly tilted his head, as if muttering to himself, Actually, I have a quota for killing every day. If I kill enough people, I won't kill anymore. Upon hearing this, the woman suddenly opened her eyes wide and asked with a trembling voice, You kill how many every day? Qin Lang lowered his gaze at her, revealing a gentle smile, and casually replied, Not many, just 100 each day. A 100? The man couldn't help but exclaim, his face instantly turning pale. Yeah. Qin Lang gently rotated the knife's handle, thoughtfully saying, You two are in luck today, I've already killed 99. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, the woman's face turned even paler, her mouth slightly open, seeming to want to say something, but her throat was so dry that no sound came out. The man was filled with disbelief, his eyes showing struggle and fear. You're lying. The man forced himself to speak, his voice trembling, How could you kill so many people every day? Qin Lang smiled gently, looking down at the demon-slaying knife in his hand, and sighed lightly, If there weren't that many people, then tell me, why does the malevolence on this knife feel so heavy? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly urged the malevolence on the blade. Chapter 179, My quota is not enough. In an instant, dense black fog erupted from the blade like released evil spirits, swirling into countless twisted shadows in the air, and the piercing cries of ghosts seemed to explode in their ears. The temperature around them plummeted suddenly, a chilling presence sweeping in, giving the illusion of being in a ghostly trap. That intense killing intent and the aura of death pressed heavily upon the two, making them feel an inherent fear that penetrated their bones. It was as if in the next second, their souls would be devoured completely by this bloodthirsty knife. The woman could no longer hold back, trembling all over as she shrank back, while the man who had been gritting his teeth finally broke down completely. His face was as white as a sheet, breathing hurried, and his pupils were filled with terror. Don't, big brother, let's talk nicely. The man's voice had started to tremble, as if he would break down and cry at any moment. Oh? Have you thought about what to say? Qin Lang slightly raised his eyebrows, his tone leisurely, as if all of this was just a little game he was playing. Qin Lang smiled faintly, carelessly raised the Ghost Slayer knife in his hand, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp cold light, malevolence surging. The man swallowed hard. Big brother, I can offer you something else. Qin Lang shook his head. Alright, since I'm missing one last kill today, then, you two discuss who will fill this spot. After all, I came all this way to ask about some things regarding the No Way Association, and you can't deny me, or things won't end well. As soon as these words came out, the couple instantly froze, the air seemed to solidify, even their breathing became hurried and chaotic. The man reacted the fastest, almost without hesitation pointing to the woman beside him, his tone urgent, let her come. She can do it. The woman was still trembling, but upon hearing this, she suddenly froze. She abruptly turned her head to look at the man, her face shifting from fear to anger, her voice sharp and filled with hatred. You scumbag. You push me out at a time like this? However, the man was undeterred by her fury, instead staring at the knife in Qin Lang's hand, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, hastily saying, she's just a small role. I know more than she does, really, I am the one you need. Qin Lang looked down at the Ghost Slayer knife in his hand, seemingly pondering as he stroked the blade, then raised his gaze towards the woman, smiling, oh? Since he says that, then I'll just kill you. The woman's face changed suddenly, she waved her hands repeatedly, backing up in a panic, her tone hurried, no. Don't kill me. She glared at the man fiercely, gritting her teeth in hatred. I don't know enough? Let me tell you, I am the leader of the No Way Association. Hearing this, Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, revealing a playful smile. Oh? The leader. He looked at the man with an amused expression, his tone leisurely, sounds like you have no value. The man saw that things were going south and his face instantly paled, hurriedly waving his hands, speaking urgently, no. She's just a small group leader. I am the special liaison officer of the No Way Association, I know more. Qin Lang nodded, seemingly in deep thought, smiling with a bit of mockery in his eyes. Oh, so your information value is higher? The man nodded frantically, opening his mouth anxiously. Yes. I know more. Don't kill me. The woman glared at the man with clenched teeth, her eyes full of anger and hatred, wishing she could strangle him with her own hands. Meanwhile, Qin Lang lightly tapped the hilt of the knife, seeming quite satisfied with their performance, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Qin Lang gently shook the Ghost Slayer knife in his hand, the blade gleaming with a ghastly cold light under the moon, the malevolence still lingering, pressing down so hard that the man and woman dared not even breathe. Qin Lang's lips slightly curled upward, with a smile that was not quite a smile, he slowly scanned the two of them, and said, I will ask questions now, whoever's answer pleases me more, will get to walk away alive. As soon as the words fell, the man and woman nodded desperately, their eyes almost overflowing with fear. Qin Lang smiled slightly, seemingly completely immersed in the situation, casually flicking the knife, leisurely asking, good, then let's start with the simplest question, who are you? The man leaped forward, almost blurting it out, his voice hurried, fearing the woman would answer first. My name is Wu Qi. I am an outer member of the No Way Association, responsible for transmitting information. I am responsible for passing on various key information, really. I know most of the things. The woman shot Wu Qi a fierce glare, her face shifting rapidly, but she quickly suppressed her emotions, gritting her teeth, her tone clear and resolute. My name is Zhao Qingran. The leader of the third group of the Wu Dao Society mainly assists in arranging some actions, but I also know many confidential matters. I also know several real core members, I can tell you their names and contact information. Wu Qi's expression changed, and he gulped hard, quickly adding, I not only act as a liaison, but I also know some secret strongholds of the Wu Dao Society. Big brother, there are places she doesn't even know. My information is more useful than hers. Zhao Qingran sneered coldly, unwavering as she looked at Qin Lang. I know the connection between the Wu Dao Society and Boss Jin, and I know the true purpose of the Wu Dao Society at the Rainy Night Hotel. Wu Qi's face changed drastically, his heart raced, and sweat rolled down his forehead as he gritted his teeth, saying, she's lying. What she knows is only superficial, the plan for the Rainy Night Hotel, only we liaisons have access to the real details. I am the one you truly need. Qin Lang stood in front of them, leisurely observing the two competing to express their loyalty, a slight smile curving at the corner of his mouth, revealing a profound meaning. He gently rotated the Demon Slayer knife in his hand, the blade's cold light flickering in the dark, like eyes opening in a deep abyss, giving off a chilling aura. His gaze slowly swept over Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran's faces, his smile took on a shade of amusement mixed with coldness, his tone calm yet carrying an undeniable pressure. What I want to know next is about the copy of the Rainy Night Hotel. Both Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran trembled at the same time, exchanging glances. A hint of hesitation appeared in both their eyes, seemingly weighing how to respond. Zhao Qingran's fingertips unconsciously tightened around the edge of her clothes, her gaze flickering, her lips moved slightly but she did not speak immediately. Meanwhile, Wu Qi was sweating beads on his forehead, swallowing hard, as if weighing his words. Big brother. I can talk about other things, but this rainy night hotel. I really can't say. If I reveal this, I might as well let you kill me. Chapter 180, the edited copy. Seeing this, Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, pushing the knife forward an inch. The malevolent aura instantly surged forth like a tide, applying invisible pressure on the two. What are you still considering? Qin Lang's voice was deep and cold, like the sharp wind cutting across a blade, carrying an undeniable harshness. You aren't trying to trick me, are you? Zhao Qingran shuddered, startled by the malevolent aura, her eyes flickering towards Wu Qi, clearly panicking a bit. No, no. Big brother, calm down. Wu Qi's face became even uglier, taking a deep breath, his lips tightly pressed together, clearly struggling internally. This. Wu Qi spoke softly, his voice carrying hesitation, as if searching for a less fatal answer. The Rainy Night Hotel is indeed very important. But the specific reasons, we peripheral members don't know much about. Qin Lang looked at him indifferently, the smile at the corner of his mouth growing even colder. Oh? What do you know that is not much? What about her? His gaze fell upon Zhao Qingran, the sharpness in his eyes like a silent blade. Zhao Qingran bit her lip, her eyes darting between Qin Lang and Wu Qi, finally taking a deep breath and quietly saying, the Rainy Night Hotel indeed hides some things. But what exactly it is, I really don't know. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Lang lightly scoffed, his eyes gradually cooling down, the Demon Slayer knife in his hand slightly raising, the malevolent aura once again spreading out, making it hard for both of them to breathe. It seems you both do not wish to live. Wu Qi's face suddenly turned white, hastily waving his hands, his voice trembling a little. No, no. What I know is really limited, I can only tell you a little. That copy has been modified. Qin Lang's brows furrowed slightly, a glint of keen light flashing in his eyes. Transformed? Qin Lang slowly repeated Wu Qi's words, his tone carrying a hint of confusion and caution. Wu Qi struggled to swallow, seeming a bit hesitant, but under Qin Lang's gaze, he forced himself to explain, yes. Actually, as long as one can unlock all achievements in an S+ level dungeon, they can gain the permission to edit the dungeon. Permission to edit the dungeon? Qin Lang squinted slightly, unconsciously rubbing his fingers lightly on the hilt of his knife. Wu Qi nodded, cold sweat trickling down his temples, his voice sounding a bit strained. Players with editing rights can add or delete content in the dungeon. In other words, they can transform the dungeon and even design levels and set rules for players who enter later. Moreover, if no one clears the dungeon, all rewards will belong to the editor. The Rainy Night in Dungeon had previously been cleared by our association's president, giving him the editing authority. As soon as he said this, before Qin Lang could speak, Song Nianxi's expression changed drastically. Her pupils slightly contracted, as if she suddenly realized something, and she said in a grave tone, if that's the case, then isn't it easy for the people from the association to clear the dungeon? Wu Qi forced a bitter smile, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. That's not the case, editors of the dungeon cannot reveal anything inside, or they will face punishment from the dungeon system. The editor can design specific traps that make it impossible for outsiders to clear, or directly make certain specific players infinitely stuck. Zhao Qingran's expression also darkened as she added in a low voice, more importantly, all rewards in the dungeon, including items, coins, hidden bonuses, and even certain special permissions, will prioritize belonging to the editor. Song Nianxi said, damn, it's equivalent to turning a dungeon that was originally a fair competition into their internal farming ground. Qin Lang's gaze grew cold. So, the Rainy Night Inn has completely turned into the back garden of the association? Wu Qi avoided his gaze and said softly, to be precise, it's the president's back garden. Qin Lang sneered coldly, the knife in his fingers lightly spinning, the residual evil energy on the blade slightly fluttering, reflecting Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran's tense expressions. Interesting. He murmured softly, a hint of deep thought surfacing in his eyes, then, I really want to see that dungeon. Afterward, Qin Lang had Song Nianxi lock up Wu Qi and Zhao Qingran in the interrogation room of the Law Enforcement Bureau, with several law enforcement officers closely guarding them to prevent any unusual movements. Qin Lang stood behind the one-way glass, his gaze coldly fixed on them, his fingers lightly tapping the glass as if he was pondering something. Song Nianxi stood beside him, watching the two being taken away, her lips slightly curling up, clearly satisfied with this operation. She stretched lazily, then turned to Qin Lang with a smile, saying, so, this proves that Yizi didn't lie, right? Aren't you supposed to go say a few words to her and reassure her? Qin Lang's gaze shifted away from the glass, turning to look at Song Nianxi, his expression still calm and restrained. There's no need for that at the moment. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and carrying a firm tone that left no room for doubt. Song Nianxi frowned slightly and said discontentedly, she helped us after all, she's still an ally, isn't your attitude a bit too cold-blooded? Qin Lang scoffed lightly, his gaze deeply fixed on her, his tone calm but tinged with vigilance. She is the daughter of Boss Qin. Even if what she said is true, her motives and intentions are still worth questioning. Upon hearing this, Song Nianzi rolled her eyes immediately, crossing her arms with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Are you being too suspicious? She has run away from home, obviously not on good terms with Boss Qin. Why are you still worried about her? Qin Lang did not answer, just glanced at her, then turned to leave. Song Nianzi bit her lip, feeling a bit unwilling in her heart. She looked at Qin Lang's back, suddenly snorted coldly, and then spoke in a nonchalant tone. Fine, if you're not going, I'll go find her myself and tell her some news, so she won't worry too much. No. Qin Lang's voice suddenly turned cold. He stopped in his tracks, turned back to look directly at Song Nianzi, his gaze sharp as a knife. Song Nianzi was startled by his stare, her mouth slightly opened, but unwillingly closed it again, ultimately just pouting and showing a perfunctory smile, casually responding, got it, I'm not an idiot, I won't say too much. Qin Lang stared at her, seemingly trying to confirm whether she really understood, and finally let out a soft hum. Remember, absolutely do not go find her. Chapter 181. You've met. Okay, I understand. Song Nianzi watched Qin Lang's departing back, feeling even more unwilling in her heart. She pouted, a hint of stubborn light flashing in her eyes. You don't let me go? You're too controlling, Qin Lang, don't think I'm like the director and will give in to you. She muttered in her heart, her gaze secretly glancing at the exit of the law enforcement bureau, already firmly decided. Yi was locked in a solitary interrogation room in the law enforcement bureau, with no windows in the room and only a cold-tinted light shining down, making her complexion appear even paler. Her hands were shackled behind her back, sitting in a metal chair, and although the position was a bit uncomfortable, she still maintained her usual calm, her gaze indifferently looking ahead. The door was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. Song Nianzi walked in with a light step, a playful smile on her face, seeming quite interested in this scene. She walked in front of Yi, crossed her arms, looking down at her from a height, deliberately using a slightly mocking tone to say, your information is good, it seems you really are Boss Jin's daughter. Yi looked up at her, her tone calm as she said, since you have confirmed my identity, can you now let me and Qin Lang go? Song Nianzi chuckled lightly upon hearing this, shaking her head, her tone still carrying a hint of teasing. Of course not. She deliberately paused, seeing Yi frown slightly, then slowly added, but I can tell you that Qin Lang is still lively and kicking. Yi's eyes visibly relaxed a bit, and her originally tense shoulders also slightly eased. Clearly, she had been worried about Qin Lang's situation all along, and now that she received a definite answer, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she gently furrowed her brows and said softly, but, this position is really too uncomfortable, can you loosen it a bit? Song Nianzi tilted her head upon hearing this, seemingly pondering whether she could agree to Yi's request. She looked at Yi's expression, recalling how she had fought so hard for Qin Lang before, feeling an inexplicable strange emotion in her heart. Alright, since you're being so cooperative. Song Nianzi shrugged, walked over, and skillfully unlocked the shackles, allowing Yi's hands to regain their freedom. Yi moved her wrist slightly, gently massaging her somewhat sore and numb joints, a hint of slight comfort appearing on her face. Song Nianzi placed her hands on her hips, looking at her and said, let's change your place later, don't stay here all the time. Yi looked up at her, the corners of her mouth slightly curling, her tone carrying a hint of contemplation. You law enforcement officers are quite humanized. Song Nianzi was taken aback, her expression suddenly changed, her pupils constricting. She stepped back a little, warily staring at Yi, raising her voice a bit. How do you know I'm a law enforcement officer? Yi laughed lightly, her eyes carrying a hint of teasing, her voice unhurried as she said, you were too anxious when you came. Even forgetting to take off her own military boots. Song Nianzi's heart suddenly sank, realizing she had made a big mistake. She looked down and, sure enough, her standard military boots were clearly visible. This was one of the signs of an enforcer. Yi smiled, so it turns out an enforcer caught me. Oh no. Song Nianzi cursed silently, immediately backing away while reaching for the spirit binding lock at her waist, wanting to subdue Yi at once. However, the moment her fingers brushed against the binding lock, Yi had already acted first. Paper blowing snow. With a flip of her wrist, Yi instantly scattered a flurry of white paper slips from her sleeve, filling the entire interrogation room like a sudden snowstorm. Each piece of paper spun through the air like blades, creating sharp whooshing sounds, as if countless tiny flying knives were sweeping toward Song Nianzi from all directions. Damn it! Song Nianzi cursed under her breath, quickly retreating, crossing her arms in front of her while channeling her spirit energy, trying to withstand this overwhelming assault. But the speed of the paper was too fast, dense like a storm. Even as she narrowly dodged, several paper blades grazed her arms, leaving behind a few trails of blood. You! Song Nianzi gasped in cold air, her face changing slightly, but she couldn't care about the wound at all. She knew she couldn't delay any longer. She gritted her teeth, preparing to break through forcefully, but at that moment. Bang! A gust of wind struck from the side. Before Song Nianzi could react, Yi had already taken advantage of her evasive movement to dash out like a swift wind. Oh no, she's going to escape. Song Niancy's heart tightened, and she hurriedly chased after her. However, as she burst through the interrogation room's door, before she could see the situation outside, suddenly, bang! A shadow suddenly pounced from the side. Song Niancy's vision blurred, and before she could react, she was overpowered and knocked to the ground by a tremendous force. Her back hit the ground hard, shaking her organs wildly. She quickly lifted her head, locking eyes with Yi. Yi's lips curled slightly, one hand pressing down on Song Niancy's shoulder, her knee digging into her waist, while the other hand firmly held her wrist, preventing her from reaching for her weapon. Sorry, but I won't just stay here quietly. Yi smiled lightly, her tone teasing, Miss Enforcer, you really need to practice your catching skills. Song Niancy frowned, struggling a bit, only to find she couldn't shake off Yi's grip. She gritted her teeth, staring at Yi's face, and asked in a deep voice, what do you really want? Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, a hint of impatience in her smile, though her tone remained casual. It's simple, take me to find Qin Lang right now. You've caught him, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Song Niancy couldn't help but be both amused and frustrated. She was pinned down by Yi, originally thinking the other party was trying to escape or do something more radical, but unexpectedly her goal was simply to find Qin Lang? Song Niancy took a deep breath, adjusting her posture slightly, and tentatively said, you don't need to do this to find Qin Lang. Yi's gaze shifted, a hint of doubt sparkling in her eyes. What do you mean? I'll take you there, okay? Song Niancy sighed, adding with a touch of helplessness in her tone. Yi squinted slightly, still maintaining her grip on Song Niancy, clearly not fully believing her words. Do you think I would fall for that? Song Niancy gently sighed, a hint of resignation on her lips, but her eyes held a trace of mockery. Qin Lang is currently at the Enforcement Bureau, you all actually met him earlier. Yi slightly furrowed her brow, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She quickly recalled and felt vaguely uneasy. Met? She murmured as she repeated the word, her mind quickly searching through the people she had encountered in the past few days. Suddenly, her pupils slightly constricted. That day, in the interrogation room, the person sitting opposite her, looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze, that familiar feeling. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, a chill creeping up her spine. Chapter 182, Cooperation Between Women. Wait. Yi's voice trembled slightly, her lips moved gently, as if desperately recalling the scene at that time. Then, she suddenly looked up at Song Niancy, her expression instantly becoming serious. So, what you mean is? She bit her lip, her breath quickening, her voice unconsciously lowering, Qin Lang already knows I am Boss Jin's daughter? Song Niancy looked at Yi's changing face, nodded, and said in a flat tone, yes, he has known for a long time. Yi froze for a moment, as if feeling a bit lost, her brows furrowing, her lips gently pressing together. She lowered her head, seeming to think about something. After a moment, she slowly spoke, a hint of unease in her tone, then, what did Qin Lang say next? Song Niancy thought for a moment, shrugged, and spoke lightly, him? It seems he didn't care much. Yi suddenly raised her head, a flash of surprise in her eyes, even a hint of disbelief, he doesn't care? I am Boss Jin's daughter, and he doesn't care? Song Niancy nodded, yes, he is currently thinking about the Rainy Night Hotel instance, how would he have time to care about this? Yi's face instantly changed, her breath quickening, her whole being seemed to tense up. Rainy Night Hotel? Is he really going to the Rainy Night Hotel? Her voice suddenly rose a bit, her eyes showing a hint of urgency. That instance cannot be gone to. She grabbed Song Niancy's wrist, her grip so strong it made Song Niancy frown slightly. Hurry, take me to find Qin Lang. Yi said urgently, her gaze firm, carrying an unrefusable meaning. Song Niancy sighed helplessly, gently breaking free from her hand, crossing her arms and looking innocent as she spread her hands. Who do you think can persuade him? Besides, don't you think it would be awkward to meet him with your current identity? Yi took a deep breath, her gaze becoming more determined, gritting her teeth and saying, then I'll go too. Song Niancy frowned, looking at Yi with a complex expression, unable to help but ask, is Qin Lang the kind of man worth you doing this for? In her view, Qin Lang was crude, and so strange. Yi heard this and smiled bitterly, you don't understand. Song Niancy looked at her like this, feeling a bit perplexed, but she didn't continue to ask, pondering for a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit Song Niancy, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a meaningful smile. Okay, since you are so persistent, then we can cooperate. She said slowly, her eyes revealing a hint of calculation. Yi was slightly taken aback, squinting her eyes, seemingly thinking about Song Niancy's intentions. Cooperate? Yes. Song Niancy nodded, her tone hinting at amusement. Don't you want to find Qin Lang? I can help you, but you have to listen to me. Yi stared at Song Niancy for a few seconds, finally gently uttering two words, okay. Meanwhile, in the training ground inside the Law Enforcement Bureau. Qin Lang stood in front of a metal table, Ling Wei was in front of him, placing equipment on the table one by one. This is the Shadow Shield, which can automatically release a defense barrier at a crucial moment to block a lethal hit. This is the Psychic Detector, which can detect hidden traps and abnormal energy fluctuations within a 5-meter range in the instance. This is the Quantum Communicator, which can maintain short-term contact with the Law Enforcement Bureau even when the signal is restricted in the instance. Ling Wei spoke while skillfully operating the equipment in her hands, each one being a powerful tool crafted by the Law Enforcement Bureau. She looked up, seriously surveying Qin Lang, adding, "These are all treasures of our Law Enforcement Bureau. As long as you bring this equipment, your survival rate will greatly increase after entering the dungeon." Qin Lang remained silent, just lowering his head to carefully inspect the equipment, his gaze deep, as if weighing something. Ling Wei saw he was silent and continued, "We have also investigated the Rainy Night in dungeon, it belongs to the high-risk level S+ dungeon. You also know that it has been modified by someone, so there will be many unexpected traps. It is said that even the boss has been changed, specifically targeting some high-level players." Qin Lang slightly frowned, his gaze revealing a hint of contemplation. At that moment, the training room door was suddenly pushed open. Hanjua hurriedly walked in, his expression somewhat grave. He walked straight to Qin Lang and said, "Qin Lang, Yi Zi has escaped from prison." Su Mubai, upon hearing this, showed a complex expression. "Did Boss Jin send someone to rescue her?" Hanjua replied, "No, she managed to injure Nian Ci and then escaped." Qin Lang's gaze instantly sharpened, slowly lifting his head. "Really? I didn't expect she had that ability." Old Lady Jean said, "To escape from the Law Enforcement Bureau, she really hid her true abilities well before." Ling Wei, after listening to Hanjua's report, furrowed her brow and asked with a hint of worry, "What happened to Nian Ci?" Hanjua answered, "She sustained some minor injuries, but it's not serious." Hearing this answer, Ling Wei breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression remained serious. Her gaze turned to Qin Lang, hesitating for a moment before asking, "Will Yi Zi escape back to Boss Jin?" Qin Lang shrugged, his expression indifferent, as if he did not care about this issue. "Let her be," he said calmly, "we've already obtained the information we want. Whether Yi Zi lives or dies no longer matters to me." His tone was cold and rational, as if stating a fact that had nothing to do with himself. Meanwhile, hidden in the ventilation duct above, a tiny camera was silently aimed at Qin Lang. Song Nian Ci curled up in the narrow space of the duct, one hand supporting the camera, a faint smirk appearing at the corner of her mouth, filled with mockery. She murmured softly, her voice laced with a hint of gloating, "TSK, Yi Zi, you must see this man's true colors now?" On another screen, Yi Zi's gaze was firmly locked onto Qin Lang's figure in the screen. After a few seconds, she said softly, "I tricked him, it's only natural he would say that." Her tone was calm, as if searching for a reasonable excuse for herself. Song Nian Ci sat nearby, propping her chin in her hand, looking amused, and laughed lightly, teasingly saying, "You're really quite foolish." Yi Zi said nothing, still staring at Qin Lang on the screen, her expression obscure. "All right, our plan should begin now. You need to clear the dungeon, I want Qin Lang. Next, I will tell you what has been modified in the Rainy Night in dungeon. But you must relay this information to Qin Lang honestly." Song Nian Ci smiled, "All right, I will definitely tell him." Chapter 183, The Start of the Selection. Inside the Law Enforcement Bureau, everyone was ready to set off. Su Mubai's gaze fell on Qin Lang, asking, "Qin Lang, when do you plan to depart?" Qin Lang showed no hesitation and calmly said 2 words, "Tonight." Upon hearing this, Hanjua frowned, somewhat in surprise, and said, "You're going tonight? Isn't that too risky? The Rainy Night in dungeon, modified by the Wu Dao Society, is far more dangerous than ordinary dungeons. Recklessly entering carries a high risk." Hanjua naturally hoped to avoid a hasty action. "We don't have enough synergy, it's better to practice more." However, Qin Lang's expression remained calm, his eyes as deep as night. He softly said, "What we don't expect, they won't expect either. We are preparing, and they will also be preparing, we need to catch them off guard." These words plunged the meeting room into a brief silence. Ling Wei suddenly smiled, breaking the silence, her tone carrying a hint of admiration, "I just love adventurous people." Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she threw a flirtatious glance at Qin Lang. Qin Lang chuckled, "According to your director's words, you all need to follow my instructions closely from now on. Boss Jin told me to go to this instance, saying we need to deal with the Wu Dao Society together. But when I found out that Yi Zi is his daughter, I became suspicious." Su Mubai asked, "What happened?" Qin Lang shook his head, "It's nothing, nothing. I was just rambling. Let's set off." The night was dark and the clouds were thick, as Qin Lang and the others arrived in front of an abandoned mansion. Qin Lang stood at the gate, his brows slightly furrowed, surveying the desolate scene before him. He turned to Ling Wei and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the entrance to the instance?" Ling Wei crossed her arms, a faint smile playing on her lips, and shook her head. "No, a vehicle will come to pick us up shortly." As soon as she finished speaking, several beams of headlights pierced the darkness, coming closer, accompanied by a deep rumbling of engines. Song Nianci exclaimed, "It's here." Soon, several black minibuses slowly drove up to the mansion gate, their bodies glossy and dark as if they had swallowed the night. Qin Lang glanced around and noticed people already sitting in the other vehicles, their expressions varied, some nervous and others cold and fierce, clearly players about to enter the instance. Ling Wei pointed to the minibuses and said, "According to the information, after clearing the instance, these vehicles will come back to pick us up. In other words, if we can't catch these vehicles, we probably won't be able to return. That's the special thing about the Rainy Night Hotel instance." One by one, the group boarded the minibuses, and the doors slammed shut with a bang, making the atmosphere inside feel even more oppressive. The driver wore a black hat, his head bowed low in the shadows, making his face hard to see. He remained silent, as if mechanically executing some task. The vehicle started and slowly drove out of the mansion. The streets outside the window rapidly retreated under the dim streetlights, occasionally revealing rundown buildings and some shadows that seemed to spy on the vehicle. Qin Lang tilted his head slightly, his fingers lightly tapping on his knee, feeling something was off in his heart. At that moment, with a bang, the vehicle shook violently, and the whole bus tilted sharply, making a screeching sound. Hanjua caught the sliding Song Nianci, "Be careful." Before his words finished, the entire bus suddenly flipped to the side. Qin Lang felt his body lose balance instantly, crashing hard against the wall of the vehicle, and others screamed as chaos erupted inside. The heavy crash mixed with the sound of twisting metal, the seatbelts became useless under extreme inertia, and people were thrown into every corner of the bus. The sound of glass shattering continued, and the cold night wind rushed into the vehicle, bringing a bone-chilling chill. Amidst the chaos, Qin Lang quickly adjusted his position, gripping the front seat's backrest with one hand. With the other hand, he steadied the nearby Ling Wei while scanning outside the window with hawk-like eyes. After the violent impact, the interior of the bus was a mess, twisted metal scraping against the ground, producing an ear-piercing screech. The windows shattered, glass fragments scattered between the seats, and a burnt smell filled the air, with the scent of gasoline growing stronger. "Let's go, I estimate the vehicle is about to explode." Qin Lang's ears were buzzing, but he forcefully stabilized his breath, quickly wiping the blood from his face, and with a sudden push, kicked open the deformed door, tumbling out of the vehicle. Qin Lang looked around, "It's lively outside too." The overturned vehicle appeared as a broken corpse in the dim environment, with several black minibuses chaotically sprawled across the road. Oil dripped slowly from the bottom of the vehicle, pooling on the ground to form a dark puddle of liquid. Faint flashes of pale lightning appeared. What was even scarier was that several cars were completely wrecked, doors wide open, and the passengers inside had gone silent. Qin Lang glanced around and found a few players had turned into twisted corpses, some thrown out of the cars, their bodies a bloody mess. One was stuck in a window, broken bones piercing through skin, revealing stark white bones. Further away, several players struggled to rise, their faces pale, still in shock. "Damn it!" Song Nianci crawled out from another pile of ruins, blood smeared across her face, her eyes scanning the surroundings sharply, whispering, "This dungeon is so ruthless, it doesn't even give prep time and goes straight for the kill." The trial of the dungeon had already begun at this moment. Qin Lang took a deep breath, his expression stern. He had always felt that this mission was not simple, but he didn't expect such bloody deaths right from entry. Boom! A bolt of lightning exploded in the sky, blinding flashes lighting up the entire night, followed by deep rumbling thunder, as if some giant beast in the depths of the sky was roaring. A fierce wind wrapped in damp, cold air swept through, raindrops like sharp blades stabbed at the ground, instantly soaking it. Qin Lang said, "A heavy rain is coming." Cold raindrops hit his face, bringing a chilling bite. The air mixed with the scents of earth, blood, and rust, causing unease to stir within. "We need to quickly find a place to hide from the rain." Hanjua raised his hand to shield himself from the falling rain, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. "This rain is abnormal, staying outside could be dangerous." Qin Lang squinted, looking into the distance, where through the thick curtain of rain, the outline of a dim building faintly emerged. A tattered sign swayed precariously in the wind, and weak light emitted through the windows cast a gloomy glow, as if peering at intruders from the dark. He smiled slightly, lowering his voice. "Looks like our destination has arrived, and we have a place to hide from the rain." He pointed ahead, gazing deeply at the building standing silently in the rain. "That must be the Rainy Night Inn, right?" Chapter 184, The Guests. Qin Lang and the others quickly walked to the inn's entrance. The inn looked old, 3 stories high, with green moss creeping up the brick walls, wooden window frames rotting as if they would fall apart at any moment. In front, the yard was overgrown with wild grass, and the stone path, soaked by rain, had become slick and smooth. In the center of the courtyard stood a broken stone lantern, its lampshade crooked, and the wick inside had long extinguished. It was clear the owner had some taste and aesthetics, but they had all faded into the past. As soon as Qin Lang and the others stepped into the yard, the rain suddenly intensified, and the sound of heavy rain struck the roof and ground like a drum. "Hiss, this rain is not quite right." Ling Wei frowned, raising her hand to shield her forehead, trying to see the distant scene. At that moment, Grandma Jean Yi slowly spoke, "A few more people are coming." The group followed the sound and saw through the rain curtain several dark figures running wildly, stumbling as if they would be swallowed by the rain at any moment. Qin Lang said, "Never mind, let's get inside first." Song Nianzi suddenly shouted, "Ah!" Under the corridor on one side of the yard stood a hunched old woman. She wore a colorful dress and a transparent raincoat, her gray hair, skin dry and withered like old tree bark, her murky eyes half open. Her gaze slowly swept across the crowd, as if confirming their identities. Song Nianzi felt goosebumps rise on her skin. Why does this old woman look so creepy? Qin Lang looked carefully and found she was not strange. Could she be a guest at this inn? Then the old woman tilted her head slightly, glancing toward the outside of the inn, a faint smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. Qin Lang cautiously followed her gaze. Yet on the other side of the hallway, there was nothing else. Turning back, the old woman had already turned and left. Song Nianzi asked, "Should we go over and take a look?" Qin Lang squinted his eyes and said, "Forget her, let's go inside and see first." He took the lead and stepped onto the stone steps leading to the inn, the soles of his shoes making a slight squeak sound on the slippery bluestone slabs. The inn's door was slightly ajar, with a faint, warm glow of light leaking out, like a silent eye watching the guests about to step inside. At the entrance of the inn, a barely noticeable chill lingered in the air. Song Nianzi shivered. My goodness, the inn energy is so strong, many people must have died here. As Qin Lang and the others entered, they found the inn's lobby decorated in an ancient style, with a few yellowing old paintings hanging on the walls and a thick ledger placed behind the counter. The stairs wound up along the wall, leading directly to the corridor on the second floor. Just as the group stepped into the lobby, a faint sound of footsteps came from the wooden stairs. Who is it? A young man slowly walked down from upstairs. He was a little over 20 years old, slender, wearing a simple dark long-sleeved shirt with the cuffs slightly rolled up, revealing a patch of fair wrist. His face was handsome, with well-defined features, but his expression was somewhat cold, and there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes, as if he was uneasy about Qin Lang and the others' arrival. The young man's gaze swept over the crowd and finally fell on Qin Lang, who stood in the front, and asked lightly, "What do you want?" Qin Lang glanced at him and replied casually, "To stay the night." The young man's brows furrowed slightly, then he nodded. "Oh, that's fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Wei suddenly stepped forward with a bright smile, crossing her arms and playfully looking him up and down, a teasing grin on her lips. "You're quite good-looking, little handsome." Her voice had a hint of mockery, and a sly glint sparkled in her eyes. "What's your name? Do you have a girlfriend?" The young man obviously felt uncomfortable, his brows slightly furrowing, but he still answered seriously, "Feng Zhao." "Feng Zhao?" Ling Wei repeated his name softly, her smile deepening, her tone carrying a touch of deliberate flirtation. "Why are you here alone? Don't you feel lonely?" Feng Zhao's expression stiffened for a moment, then he lowered his head and said softly, "The inn belongs to my uncle, I'm just here to help." His tone remained calm, but it clearly revealed a sense of reluctance, as he did not wish to chat with them further. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, looking at him thoughtfully. This place felt very off, and Feng Zhao before him seemed to be hiding something. However, he didn't ask more questions but silently watched as Feng Zhao walked behind the counter, took out an old registration book, and picked up an ink-soaked pen. "Please register," Feng Zhao said quietly, his tone emotionless. Song Nianzi frowned. "What age are we in, still handwriting registration?" Qin Lang and the others stepped forward one by one, leaving their names in the registration book. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour down, a howling wind wrapping the inn in a damp and dark silence. At this moment, no one noticed that Feng Zhao's fingers trembled slightly while flipping through the registration book. After Qin Lang and the others went upstairs, Feng Zhao swallowed hard. "Is this all that came?" Qin Lang and the others climbed upstairs, discovering it was eerily quiet except for them, there was no one else. At that moment, a faint noise came from downstairs. The sound was somewhat chaotic, as if someone pushed the door open, mixed with the sound of raindrops hitting the floor, muffled and dull. Qin Lang looked down the stairs, his gaze slightly narrowing. The lobby's light was dim, unable to clearly illuminate the situation at the door, but it was evident that someone had entered. Song Nianzi asked, "What do you see?" Qin Lang shook his head, "Can't see clearly, it should be someone who just came in from the rain." "There aren't many people, that car accident really took out quite a few." Ling Wei said, "How strange." Han Zhuo nodded, "Yeah, those who dare come to this instance are all high-level players, how could there be so many casualties at the start?" Song Nianzi's heart tightened. "What about Yi Zi? Could she also be gone?" Qin Lang said, "Forget it, let's first check the room situation." Everyone entered their respective rooms. Qin Lang pushed the door open and slowly scanned every detail, ultimately resting his gaze on an old wall clock nearby. The clock was broken, the hands motionless. Qin Lang frowned slightly, his gaze moving around. Strange, really strange. Qin Lang walked out of the room and directly entered someone else's room. Ling Wei saw Qin Lang barging in and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you in such a hurry? Can't you wait a bit longer?" Qin Lang was too lazy to respond and looked around her room. Same. As he spoke, Ling Wei seemed to sense something unusual, following his gaze and blinking, asking curiously, "What's wrong?" Chapter 185, Normal is Unnormal. Qin Lang did not answer immediately, but slowly raised his head to look at the slightly swaying chandelier on the hotel ceiling. The light reflected on the glass surface of the clock, making the motionless hands appear even more eerie. The others gathered around, asking, "Qin Lang, what's the matter?" Qin Lang said, "All the clocks show the same time." Everyone was startled. Huh? They took a closer look and found that indeed it was so. The grandfather clock in the corner, the clock on the reception desk, even the electronic clock hanging at the end of the second-floor hallway, all stopped at the same time. 11:11. This discovery stirred an odd feeling in everyone's hearts. Qin Lang stared at those still clocks, countless possibilities flashing in his mind. Is it a coincidence? Is it decor? Or... The rain outside grew heavier, the wind whispered through the door cracks, as if murmuring something inaudible. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and murmured, "The time here really has stopped at 11:11. Hanzhua frowned, lightly tapping an antique clock at the end of the corridor, but the hands remained still. "This can't be a coincidence," Hanzhua said solemnly, his tone laced with a hint of alertness. Before he finished speaking, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the stairway. Everyone turned towards the sound, discovering 3 people slowly walking out from the first-floor hall. 2 men and 1 woman, their clothes soaked from the rain, clearly just arrived. As they walked, they murmured complaints about the recent car accident. "This is unbelievable, how could that accident happen so suddenly?" One man rubbed his arm, his face still bearing scratches from the recent fall. "This place is too cold, why does it feel like no one has ever lived here?" The only woman hugged her coat tightly, glancing down at the dim surroundings of the hotel. "Stop complaining, let's find a room to rest first," another man whispered, his eyes scanning their surroundings cautiously. However, the moment their gazes met Qin Lang and the others, the faces of the 3 instantly froze. Their conversation abruptly stopped, as if fearing to hear some secret they shouldn't know. The atmosphere became peculiar, and indescribable silence hung in the air. The 3 exchanged glances, said nothing more, and hurriedly turned back to their own rooms, even closing the doors lightly, as if afraid to disturb something. Song Niancy furrowed her brow, staring at the tightly shut doors and softly said, "Those 3, all seem strange. They look at us like they've seen a ghost." The tension in the hallway grew heavier, a vague sense of unease creeping in. Just then, Grandma Genia's voice broke the silence. "Qin Lang, what do you plan to do next?" Qin Lang glanced around the hall, his gaze resting on the still clock hands, his expression calm and contemplative. "I've thought of something else. According to common sense, the instance should give a prompt the moment we enter the hotel. But until now, there hasn't been a single sign. This is not normal." Hanzhua asked, "You mean, the instance hasn't officially started yet?" Qin Lang nodded, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the wooden front desk, as if he was pondering something. Ling Wei crossed her arms and said thoughtfully, "That's true. This rainy night hotel is different from what we've seen before. This instance has been modified, and it requires a certain trigger to officially open." "What if it can't be triggered?" Song Niancy asked. "Then we might be stuck here until we find the right method." Ling Wei said slowly, with a hint of excitement in her tone, "How about that? Fun, right?" Song Niancy's eyes widened. "Is this fun? What nonsense!" Hearing this, Qin Lang gently curved his lips, his deep gaze sweeping around the environment, murmuring softly, "Interesting, let's split up first and explore this hotel, we'll meet back in half an hour." Half an hour later, in Qin Lang's room, everyone gathered again. Outside, the heavy rain continued to pour, thunder rumbled, illuminating the hotel's gloomy atmosphere. Ling Wei leaned against the desk, arms crossed, her tone revealing a bit of confusion. "Really boring. I just wandered around and only found a strange thing. This hotel seems to have only that young man named Feng Zhao." Her gaze swept over the others as she continued, "I searched around and didn't see any other staff at all. According to common sense, even if it's a family-run hotel, there should at least be a cook or a cleaner, right? But there really isn't, not even one extra staff member. Not only that, there's a complete kitchen here, with stove, pots, plates, and storage cabinets, but it's completely empty inside." Song Niancy asked again, "What about that old woman we saw earlier?" Ling Wei shook her head. "No, I can't see her either." Qin Lang frowned slightly, tapping the table thoughtfully. "So you mean Feng Zhao is maintaining the operation of the entire hotel by himself?" "It seems that's the case." Ling Wei nodded, a hint of vigilance showing in her brows. Sumubai then spoke up, "I checked, and there are no secret doors, hidden passages, or secret rooms in this hotel. At least from the architectural structure, it's just a normal hotel, with no hidden spaces." Qin Lang gently rubbed his chin and asked, "Did you go see the situation with those 2 men and that woman?" Sumubai nodded, I did. The three of them are together and seem to be friends. Did they say anything strange? Qin Lang asked, his gaze deep. Sumubai recalled and shook his head. No, their conversation was very ordinary, just about this sudden accident and how they ended up here. At this moment, Qin Lang's fingertips suddenly stopped tapping the table. He squinted his eyes and slowly said, looking at it this way, something is off. Hearing this, everyone looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang raised his head, his tone pausing slightly, his eyes flashing with sharp light. We went out to split up for half an hour, and nothing happened. Too much normality is abnormal. The others nodded in agreement. At this moment, even if something bizarre appeared, they all knew how to deal with it. But now everything was normal, which made everyone a little tense. Qin Lang said, it seems this instance is truly interesting, with various counterintuitive elements. Ling Wei replied, it's normal now, who knows, it might not be later. As soon as she said that, a scream suddenly came from outside. Ah. The sound was sharp and desperate, clearly the final wail before death, filled with indescribable fear, sending chills down one's spine. Qin Lang and the others almost simultaneously rushed out of the room, quickly heading towards the room at the end of the corridor following the sound. They saw a door wide open, the light from the corridor casting inside, faintly revealing two figures standing terrified at the doorway. It was one man and one woman from the three who had checked in with them earlier. Their faces were pale, lips trembling, eyes filled with horror. Upon seeing Qin Lang and the others approach, the man and woman immediately became alert again. What happened? Song Nianzi quickly stepped forward, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two, then looking towards the open door. The scene inside the room made her frown sharply. A man was lying on the ground, dead in a gruesome way. His body was distorted beyond recognition, his abdomen exploded, blood and guts splattered everywhere, the walls and sheets were covered with shocking bloodstains, and there were even some mysterious black fragments on the floor. His eyes were wide open, fixed on the ceiling, as if he had seen something terrible just before dying, unable to even scream. Qin Lang's pupils constricted, and he spoke in a deep voice, what happened? The surviving woman gripped her hands tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified, her lips slightly parted as if she wanted to say something. However, just as she was about to speak, the man beside her suddenly reached out a hand and covered her mouth tightly. Don't say anything. The man's voice was low and urgent, carrying an undeniable threat. The woman's eyes widened in shock, struggling for a moment, but ultimately did not break free. A low whimper escaped her throat, her gaze filled with fear and struggle. Song Nianzi's gaze sharpened, staring at the man, her tone calm but laced with coldness. What do you mean by that? The man nervously scanned Qin Lang and the others, his voice deep and oppressive. Don't get involved, don't ask, and don't interfere. Otherwise, you will also die a terrible death. The hall instantly fell into a strange silence. A flash of lightning outside illuminated the man's tense face that held a warning, as well as the horrifying corpse on the ground. Qin Lang did not immediately speak, he only slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep as a well, seemingly weighing something. Song Nianzi's hand had already touched her badge, her eyes fierce, wanting to reveal her identity as an officer. However, just as she was about to speak, Han Zhuo gently pressed her wrist. Don't be impulsive. His voice was not loud, but was quite calm. Qin Lang glanced at Han Zhuo, his eyes sweeping over the tense-faced man, clearly aware of some lurking danger. Although Song Nianzi was displeased, she was not reckless. After a brief hesitation, she suppressed her impulse and did not take further action. At that moment, a voice came from downstairs, seemingly breaking the frozen air. Dear guests, dinner is ready. It was Feng Zhao. His voice carried a hint of usual indifference, but in this strange atmosphere, it seemed somewhat abrupt. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, glancing at the gruesome corpse on the floor, then at the still silent man and woman, his eyes flashing with a trace of unnoticed chill. Let's go. He took the lead and stepped downstairs. The others exchanged glances, temporarily suppressing their doubts, following behind. In the first-floor hall, the light remained dim, the wooden tables and chairs exuding an old air, and the scent of food wafted through the air faintly. However, this aroma did not make people feel relaxed. Instead, it brought forth an indescribable sense of discomfort in everyone's hearts. Feng Zhao saw everyone come down, sighed in relief, and said, We'll provide dinner for everyone, but there are only 2 meals a day. If you want lunch, you will have to pay for it yourself. As Song Nianzi walked towards the table, a cold voice said, someone died upstairs. Her voice was not loud, but it was enough to silence the entire hall. Feng Zhao came out holding a bowl and chopsticks, and upon hearing this, his whole body stiffened, nearly dropping the bowl to the ground. He frowned, looking at Song Nianzi in shock, clearly shaken by this sudden news. How did they die? His tone carried a hint of disbelief, and his face had turned slightly pale. Qin Lang looked at him slowly, the corner of his mouth twitching up, but without a trace of a smile. You should ask those 2 people that question. He gestured with his chin towards a man and a woman standing in the corner. However, those 2 kept their heads down, silent, as if they hadn't heard Qin Lang's words at all. An unsettling silence hung in the air. Just as everyone felt the atmosphere getting heavier, an old woman in worn gray clothes slowly walked out from the kitchen holding a large platter of food. Though her steps were slow, there was an inexplicable eeriness about her. "Come, everyone, it's time to eat." Her voice was hoarse, with a strange smile curling at her lips, revealing a few yellowed teeth. Granny Jin's pupils suddenly contracted as she stared at her for a moment, then whispered, "It's her." The crowd turned to look at Granny Jin in unison. "What do you mean, her?" the woman asked anxiously. Granny Jin's tone was hesitant. "When we arrived, we saw her standing at the hotel entrance, staring at us." Hearing this, the old woman's smile deepened, her gaze carrying an inexplicable meaning. She slowly walked towards everyone, placing the food on the table with a slow, mechanical motion. After setting it down, she lifted her head, grinning at them, showing more yellow teeth. That smile was devoid of warmth, instead radiating a chilling eeriness. Qin Lang stared at her, his brow slightly furrowing, and asked, "Who is this old woman?" His question was like an invisible blade, causing everyone's gaze to unconsciously turn towards Feng Zhao. However, Feng Zhao's expression became particularly strange at that moment. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose silence. His eyes flickered with unease, as if avoiding something. She is. Feng Zhao finally said, "You all don't need to worry, please eat. I won't disturb you." Yet, not a single person moved their chopsticks. Everyone's eyes darted between the food on the table and each other's faces. Qin Lang glanced at the crowd, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. "What's wrong, aren't you hungry? Afraid it's poison?" Song Niancy whispered, "That's not useful information." But Qin Lang directly picked up the chopsticks and started to take food. Chapter 187, Arrogant Capital. Qin Lang was unconcerned, his gaze slowly falling on a plate of braised pork on the table, and he unhesitatingly picked up a piece to put in his mouth. After taking a bite, Qin Lang smiled and said, "The meat is rich, the sauce is thick, sweet and salty mixed together, unexpectedly pretty good." But at that moment, no one cared about the taste, all eyes were fixed on him, even their breaths momentarily halting. Sumobai's expression changed slightly, and she whispered, "Be careful." But Qin Lang just chuckled softly, put down the chopsticks, and leaned casually against the back of his chair, his gaze playfully scanning each person at the table. "If this copy's method of death is simply poisoning, then that's too boring," he said casually. "Would the club master change the copy to play such low-level tricks?" As soon as he finished speaking, the air suddenly tightened. The man and woman in the corner abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes sharp like two blades, locking onto Qin Lang. Their gazes held shock, doubt, and even a hint of unease. "You?" The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if she was trying hard to suppress some emotion. "How do you know about the Wudao Society?" Her expression became alert, even revealing a hint of panic. Qin Lang looked at her unhurriedly, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. "Interesting." He squinted slightly, tapped the table, and spoke lightly, "You say nothing to me, and now you want me to say something?" With these words, the air fell silent once again. The faces of the man and woman turned awkward, their eyes exchanged glances for a few seconds, seemingly engaged in some sort of silent communication. Qin Lang lightly tapped the table, his gaze casually sweeping between the man and woman, a trace of mockery on his face. "You don't need to be so wary." His tone was casual, but his eyes carried a hint of coldness. "Our information exchange has principles. I'm not the kind of person who casually reveals information, but you currently haven't made me feel inspired to exchange information." The man's expression darkened, his gaze flickered slightly, as if weighing the pros and cons. After a brief silence, he let out a cold laugh and sneered, "Since you came for the Wudao Society, then we have even less reason to team up." His tone bore a hint of warning, even some rejection. "On the contrary, I advise you to leave our matters alone." As soon as he finished speaking, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Qin Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, his mouth still holding a smile. Suddenly, he slowly reached out his hand, picked up the spoon on the table, and without hesitation, splashed a spoonful of scalding soup towards the man. Hiss! The man instinctively turned to dodge, and although he wasn't hit directly, hot soup still splashed onto his sleeve, wetting it instantly, bringing a hint of burning pain. His expression changed drastically, glaring sharply at Qin Lang, anger flashing in his eyes, his voice low, "What do you want?" But Qin Lang ignored his anger, instead looking at him with indifference, the spoon in his hand casually tapping against the bowl, making a crisp sound. "You better understand one thing." Qin Lang's tone turned cold, his eyes sharp as knives, piercing into the man's heart. "Don't take me for a polite person, my politeness and quality are not given to just anyone." He slowly stood up, looking down at the other man, his gaze heavy, his tone revealing a sharp oppressive force. "It's already very restrained of me not to kill you right now." The atmosphere in the entire hall suddenly became tense, as if the air had turned thin. Qin Lang's gaze narrowed slightly, his voice deep, tinged with impatience. "What I hate the most are riddle people." The man's face changed slightly, his fingers unconsciously tightening into a fist, his throat rolling, as if struggling with something. Everyone around the dining table held their breath, even Feng Zhao instinctively took a step back, seemingly afraid to intervene in this confrontation. You are quite arrogant. The man's expression was terrifyingly dark, his lips pressed into a straight line, seemingly holding back his anger. Qin Lang said, because I have the capital to be arrogant. The man glared fiercely at Qin Lang, as if wanting to say something more, but in the end, only let out a cold snort, abruptly pushing away his chair and storming off. The woman paused for a moment, clearly not expecting her companion to leave directly, but she quickly stood up and hurriedly followed. As she left, the woman couldn't help but turn back to glance at Qin Lang, her eyes filled with a complex and unfathomable look. The restaurant fell silent for a time, as everyone watched the man and woman leave, until their figures disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Only then did Ling Wei slowly turn her head, her eyes shining with excitement. She rested her chin on her hand, grinning at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you were so handsome when you got angry just now. Qin Lang didn't respond, merely continued to eat his dish with indifference, as if the earlier conflict was just a trivial matter. Song Nianzi frowned slightly and said softly, those two are indeed strange, it's good to poke at them a bit. Han Zhuo turned to Qin Lang, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. Qin Lang, did you notice something just now? Qin Lang slightly raised his eyes, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, slowly put down his chopsticks, casting his gaze over the few people at the table, his tone relaxed, there is too much to discover. He gently tapped his fingers on the table, thinking for a moment before speaking. First is Feng Zhao. Everyone turned to look at Feng Zhao, sitting not far away, and found him with his head down, seemingly fiddling with something, his expression thoughtful. Qin Lang withdrew his gaze and continued, did you notice that when we told him someone had died, a normal person's first reaction wouldn't be how did they die, but he asked how did they die? As soon as this was said, several people were taken aback. Ling Wei recalled momentarily and nodded vigorously, it really was like that. Normally, if someone knows there's been a death in their shop, their first response should be to ask where it happened, right? Song Nianzi frowned slightly, but he completely skipped the location. His first reaction was to ask about the cause of death. What does this indicate? Qin Lang smiled faintly, this indicates that he is not surprised by the occurrence of a death incident in the hotel. It's even something he is used to, and different causes of death might bring different messages. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle, everyone instinctively exchanged glances, a faint chill rising in their hearts. Ling Wei wiped away her smile and said seriously, it's really abnormal. Qin Lang gently shook his chopsticks, thoughtfully saying, moreover, the man and woman are also quite strange. Han Zhuo sat up straight and asked, what do you mean by strange? Their companion died, but did you pay attention to one thing? Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his voice slightly deep, they did not show any expressions of grief, which is obviously also abnormal. Everyone recalled the scene just now, the couple indeed did not express any sorrow from beginning to end. Instead, the two seemed to be hiding something, with the man even deliberately stopping the woman from speaking. Indeed, that makes it even more unsettling. Song Nianzi said quietly. Ling Wei pondered, rubbing her chin, are they truly not sad, or is there something they can't show? Han Zhuo leaned back against the chair, after a moment of contemplation, said, no matter which situation it is, it shows they are deeply tied to the secrets of this hotel. Qin Lang gently curved his lips, his gaze deepening, and right now, the instance hasn't officially started yet. Suddenly, Qin Lang said, that's right, the instance hasn't officially started yet, how can there be immediate deaths? Everyone was taken aback. That's right, if the instance hasn't started, it means the strange occurrences and traps here haven't activated, making casualties unlikely. Song Nianzi asked, could it be they are the ones who killed someone? Everyone exchanged glances, silently contemplating. At this moment, the rain outside was still falling continuously, raindrops pattering against the glass, creating a rhythmic ticking sound. Just then, a low and melodious sound of piano abruptly came from upstairs, like a ghost in the rain night, rippling through the quiet air. The melody of the piano was slow and strange, its tone neither resembling the dull thud of an old piano nor the synthesized sound of an electronic keyboard, but rather a peculiar mixture, carrying an ethereal sense of unreality. Is someone playing the piano? Ling Wei suddenly raised her head, suspiciously looking around before frowning, wait a minute. I clearly checked all the rooms before, and found no piano. Sumu Bai nodded gravely, not just you, I also looked and found no room had a piano. Everyone's eyes turned toward the upstairs direction, the piano sound continued, the melody was graceful, but it carried an indescribable strangeness, making one unable to help but feel a chill creeping in. Song Nianzi frowned slightly, her right hand already habitually resting on the weapon at her waist, her eyes flickering with a vigilant light, I'll go take a look. Just as she was about to stand up, Qin Lang reached out to stop her, his tone steady and decisive, sit down, don't move around. Song Nianzi paused for a moment, not quite understanding Qin Lang's intention, but still obediently stopped her movement. Qin Lang's gaze did not leave the direction of the upstairs, a deep look in his eyes holding a hint of inquiry, he lightly tapped the table and, after pondering for a moment, finally spoke, Ling Wei, Han Zhuo, you two go call Feng Zhao over. Understood. Ling Wei and Han Zhuo exchanged a glance, then stood up and quickly walked toward the back kitchen. However, the sound of the piano upstairs did not stop because of their actions, instead, it grew louder. The person playing was completely absorbed in the music, each note seemed to carry a special emotion, echoing in the dim hotel and gradually permeating everyone's ears. Qin Lang slightly squinted, his fingertips gently tapping against the table as if he was pondering some unresolved mystery. Others instinctively held their breath, an indescribable sense of oppression filling the air. Where exactly is this piano sound coming from? Ling Wei and Hanjua quickly returned to the dining room with Feng Zhao, who looked a bit unnatural, his gaze evasive, as if avoiding something. The piano melody continued to flow upstairs, like an invisible hand teasing the human heart, making this dim hotel feel even more eerie. But Feng Zhao's expression did not change much, as if he had already gotten used to it. Qin Lang leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze fixed on Feng Zhao, his tone unhurried. What's going on with the piano sound upstairs? Feng Zhao's lips trembled slightly, seemingly organizing his words, but when it came to his lips, he only said vaguely, it's nothing, really nothing, just pretend you didn't hear it. Ling Wei raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a half-smile. Pretend we didn't hear? But the problem is, it's still ringing. How can we pretend we didn't hear? We still need to stay here. Feng Zhao's expression became increasingly unnatural, his eyes flickering as he avoided everyone's gaze, stammering, just don't mind it, just get used to it. Get used to it? Ling Wei suddenly smiled, her eyes teasing. Little handsome guy, did you just hear what Qin Lang said? I'm staying upstairs. If I get woken up by this piano sound at midnight, do you think I can ignore it? Feng Zhao's face changed slightly, his lips moved as if wanting to say something, but he ultimately sighed, speaking softly, actually, as long as you wait until 11:11 p.m., it will stop by itself. Before he finished speaking, Qin Lang's gaze sank immediately, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. 11:11 p.m.? Qin Lang remembered, all the clocks in the hotel had stopped at 11:11. A hotel with an inexplicable piano sound, a space where all the clocks pointed to the same time, the connection between the two was too strange, definitely not a coincidence. Qin Lang raised his head, his sharp gaze fixed on Feng Zhao, slowly speaking, what about these clocks? Why are all the clocks stopped at 11:11? Feng Zhao's expression clearly became more tense, his hands unconsciously clenched the hem of his shirt, his gaze starting to wander as if he was cornered. After a few seconds of silence, he shook his head, his tone firm, I don't know. Are you sure? Song Niancy coldly spoke from the side. I really don't know. Feng Zhao's tone became a bit hurried, seemingly fearing further questioning. He paused, then suddenly took a step back, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. You all continue eating. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the dining room as if fleeing for his life. Without turning his head. Everyone watched his departing figure, and the dining table suddenly fell silent. Ling Wei lightly whistled, the smile on her face fading a little as she turned to Qin Lang. What do you plan to do? Qin Lang's gaze remained fixed in the direction Feng Zhao had disappeared, his brow slightly furrowed, fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Since he won't speak, let's go up and take a look ourselves. Qin Lang and his group climbed the wooden stairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty hotel, intertwining with the sound of the piano, creating an inexplicable sense of eeriness. The piano music was smooth and melodious, subtly carrying a hint of sadness, like some distant call that made one's heart tighten inexplicably. The sound is coming from the end of the corridor. Hanjua said quietly, his ears twitching, scanning the surroundings cautiously. Just as they moved forward, a voice emerged from behind, don't go there. Chapter 189 Walking Clock. Qin Lang turned around and found it was the same girl from before. She looked anxious and said, you must not go, Another man rushed out and pulled her back. What are you doing? You're such a busybody. The door closed again, accompanied by a loud clap. Song Niancy put her hands on her hips, is this guy sick? He even hits women, let me show him what's up. Hanjua held her back, Niancy, don't be impulsive, what if this is their trap? We must remember our mission and not be affected. After hearing this, Song Niancy had no choice but to back down but still said, just wait, if this guy makes it to the end, I'll definitely send him to the enforcement bureau. Ling Wei turned her gaze back to the room at the end of the corridor, frowning as she said, I've been inside this room before, there was nothing, not even a bed. How could there be piano music? Upon hearing this, everyone quickened their pace until they reached the end of the corridor, where a tightly closed wooden door appeared before them. The piano music seeped through the door, as if it came from another world. Qin Lang stood in front of the door, reached out to turn the doorknob, and found it wasn't locked. He gently pushed it, and with a creak, the door slowly opened. The room before him was pitch dark, the curtains covered in heavy dust, and the air was filled with a faint musty smell. However, in this dim space, a black grand piano stood quietly in the center of the room, its dark body reflecting a weak light. As the door opened, the piano music abruptly stopped. The room also fell into an eerie silence. Sumubai took a gentle breath, looked around, and said softly, there's no strange aura. Her tone carried a hint of confusion, if there were any eerie presence here, she as one of her kind should have sensed it. But now, there was nothing here. Qin Lang scanned the room, contemplated for a moment, then reached out and grasped the doorknob. Click, he again closed the door. Just as the door fully shut, the piano music began to play again. The melodious music echoed in the air, striking everyone's nerves again and again. The air seemed to freeze instantly, everyone held their breath, standing at the door, staring at that tightly closed door. Qin Lang's eyes darkened slightly, a meaningful smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. He pushed the door open again. The room remained dark, the musty smell and the sense of dead silence growing stronger. However, this time, Qin Lang's gaze didn't immediately focus on the black piano but instead lingered on the floor of the room. A row of bloody footprints clearly appeared on the wooden floor, extending from the corner of the room all the way to the front of the piano. These footprints were somewhat blurry, as if just formed, yet carried an ancient aura, suggesting they had existed in this room for a long time. The color of the blood is deep, with black spots. It is clearly not something that just appeared. Moreover, their shapes are somewhat unusual. Song Niancy stepped forward to take a look and said, "These are not normal human footprints. It seems like someone dragged the person, leaving traces in a struggle." Ling Wei said in a deep voice, "Just now when I entered the room, these footprints did not exist. How could they suddenly appear?" Ling Wei's face also changed. She quickly took off a small necklace from her neck, which had a silver drop-shaped crystal that was clear and shimmering, emitting a faint light. "This necklace can help me sense any abnormalities in the room, whether human traces or certain strange existences," she explained, her gaze focused, fingers tightly gripping the crystal. As she slightly exerted force in her palm, the surface of the necklace's crystal began to slowly flicker with a soft glow. She closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something. A few minutes later, fine beads of sweat began to form on Ling Wei's forehead. Ling Wei suddenly opened her eyes, her expression somewhat astonished. "Strange, there is absolutely no abnormality here." She aimed the crystal of the necklace around again, carefully probing, but still found no response. Song Niancy and Han Zhuo were somewhat surprised. "Nothing at all?" Qin Lang frowned, squatting down beside the footprints, meticulously observing these markings. He mumbled softly, lightly touching the wet puddle of blood on the floor, and fell silent. Ling Wei's forehead was now drenched in cold sweat, still unable to find any clues to explain these footprints. "It's impossible, there isn't a single clue." Her voice trembled. It was clear she did not expect such a change to happen. Grandma Jean looked at Qin Lang. "Not a human, nor something strange. Could it be some kind of illusion? Have we already fallen for a trick?" Upon hearing this, Song Niancy and the others began to feel nervous. If someone was using power, did that mean they had already fallen into someone's skill? Qin Lang did not speak again but circled around the piano, checking the surroundings, carefully examining the floor. Suddenly, Han Zhuo said in a low voice, "These footprints look like they extend from the piano to the other side of the room, but this room has no hidden passages or any concealed spaces at all. In other words, these bloody footprints should indicate that the person was forcefully dragged out from the piano by the murderer. So the question arises." Qin Lang paused for a moment, looking directly into Ling Wei's eyes. "How exactly did these footprints come to be? We were all outside just now. If there was really any noise, it's impossible that we wouldn't have noticed at all." Everyone fell silent. Qin Lang stood in the center of the room, slightly frowning, his gaze slowly sweeping across everything in the room. "Wait a minute." Qin Lang's gaze stopped on an old clock on the wall. The glass face had turned yellow, and the hands were slowly moving, the ticking sound clear and audible. "Look at this." His voice was low and calm. "The clock in this room is still ticking." Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively looked up at the clock. Song Niancy was momentarily stunned, then her pupils slightly contracted. "Really? All the clocks downstairs, including every one we checked before, are all stopped at 11:11, but this room's clock is still ticking." Her voice paused, as if she had sensed something deeper. This clock not only was moving, but its time seemed to be slightly ahead of the others outside. Grandma Jeannie stepped closer, staring carefully at the clock's face. Could it be that this room itself is not affected by some rules of the copy? Qin Lang pondered for a moment, suddenly realizing something, his tone suddenly firm. "I understand now. Quick, everyone, get out." "No, it's not that it's unaffected, rather, it is experiencing its own flow of time." He slowly raised his head, his gaze deep, as if he had already seen through the hidden secrets of the room. "I understand, once this room is closed, it will start repeating the things that have happened before." Grandma Jeannie was slightly taken aback, looking down at the bloody footprints, her face suddenly turning serious. "Do you mean to say, everything we see, including those footprints, the piano sound, and even the flow of time in the room, is a constant replay of things that have happened before?" "Exactly." Qin Lang nodded slightly, his eyes sparkling with a rational light. "This explains why Ling Wei's necklace detects nothing, because it isn't happening now, it's a scene that appeared in the past. It's just that it is being continuously reproduced by some kind of rule." "Why does it sound like?" Song Niancy couldn't help but add in a low voice, "A stuck tape?" Qin Lang raised his eyes, scanning every detail of the room, slowly saying, "If that's the case, then everything here might just be some kind of residual time projection. This means we cannot get any direct clues from here. The atmosphere in the room was so heavy it was suffocating, the air felt stagnant. Everyone instinctively took a step back, staring at those abrupt bloody footprints and the black piano quietly standing in the corner. At this moment, the piano sound had long disappeared, yet an invisible sense of oppression spread throughout the space, sending chills down one's spine. If the time in this room operates independently and continuously reproduces things that have happened, then what will happen next here? No one could predict. Lingwei couldn't help but rub her arms. Even though the temperature in the room wasn't low, she felt a chilling cold spreading from her back. Song Niancy's fingers slightly curled, her gaze fixated tightly on that chaotic string of footprints. Those traces began beside the piano and extended towards the door, dragging out a dark red trail. At the end of those footprints, the bloodstains became thicker, and one could even see obvious signs of struggle, as if someone was trying to escape but was pulled back by something. Damn it, how troublesome. Song Niancy frowned and muttered a curse. So, we have no idea what this room will reproduce next, and the flow of time is completely out of our control. She was also an experienced player, having navigated many different types and difficulties of plots and predicaments. But at this moment, she realized an extremely dangerous fact: they had no control over everything happening here. They might be able to push the door open, to observe the echoes of the past, but if the time rules here truly replicate things that have happened, would the room reproduce someone's death? Would it reproduce some kind of invisible terror? More importantly, when these scenes reappear, would they still be able to leave safely? Grandma Genia took a puff of her cigarette and asked, "If that's the case, Qin Lang, you were right to call us out. We shouldn't stay too long. Because we don't know if this reproduction process will suck us in too." Everyone's hearts suddenly sank. Tick, tick, tick. Just as everyone was deep in thought, a strange sound suddenly echoed in the room, as if something had been knocked over, followed by vague sounds of arguing. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unusual sense of oppression, as if it was the shadow of another world. That voice seemed trapped in this room, continuously replaying a moment that had happened before. Sizzle. Accompanied by the sound of fabric tearing, the air in the room suddenly became stagnant, and the argument became slightly clearer. Qin Lang and the others listened closely, realizing it was a man and a woman shouting. Their voices seemed to be covered by some invisible interference, making it hard to hear the specific content, only distinguishable by the intense emotional fluctuations, with anger and roaring. Song Niancy's brow furrowed, and she immediately took out a spirit binding lock from her waist. Playing tricks. Her gaze sharpened as she whispered, "I don't believe it. No matter what ghostly thing is inside, I will catch it first." After saying that, she lifted her foot, ready to rush in. However, at that moment, just as she was about to step forward, Qin Lang suddenly grabbed her arm, his tone firm as he said, "It's useless." Song Niancy paused, slightly frowning. "Why?" Qin Lang stared at the room's furnishings, his tone calm and certain. "Didn't I say? The rules of this room have been established. Once the door is opened, the time inside will stop. You won't be able to catch anything by going in." Song Niancy was slightly taken aback, instinctively glancing at the black piano, then scanning the room's decor. Sure enough, the quarrel they had heard a moment ago had instantly disappeared, as if it had never existed. Song Niancy frowned. "What's going on?" "Because the door is closed." Qin Lang said lightly, "This room will only continue to replay everything that happened under closed circumstances. As long as we push the door open, it will pause." He paused and continued, "This is not a simple supernatural phenomenon, but a kind of special time echo." The others exchanged glances, and the atmosphere grew heavier. "What should we do?" Song Niancy tightly gripped the spirit binding lock, a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. "Are we just going to wait?" Qin Lang's gaze deepened, nodding slowly as he said, "We can't directly intervene, but we can wait." Hanzhua frowned. "Wait for how long?" "It's not about waiting for a certain time." Qin Lang's lips slightly curved into a smile, his tone meaningful. "What I mean is, wait until someone knowledgeable comes here to tell us the story of this room." Lingwei was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood, tentatively asking, "You want to force them out?" Qin Lang slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, nodding, "Exactly." Lingwei furrowed her brow, hesitatingly saying, "But the problem is, will they be willing?" Especially that Feng Zhao, who just now was so evasive, clearly unwilling to talk. Also, he seems to have gotten used to the strange happenings here. It's obvious he wouldn't tell us even if he knew. At this moment, Granny Jean suddenly laughed. "Hee, Qin Lang, are you planning to do something bad?" Granny Jin's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement. Qin Lang did not shy away, honestly nodding, "Exactly." Chapter 191, Hotel Past. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Lang directly pulled out the demon-slaying blade from behind. Seeing this scene, Lingwei, Song Niancy, Hanzhua, and the others were slightly startled. Su Mubu's expression changed slightly as he whispered, "You can't really be planning to tear this house apart, right?" Qin Lang coldly smiled, gripping the hilt tightly, his gaze sharp. "If the things inside this house won't speak, then I will make them come out." After saying this, without hesitation, he raised the knife, the blade slightly tilted, clearly aiming to strike the wall directly. However, just at the moment the blade was about to fall, a faint sound of footsteps suddenly came from the corridor. Tap, tap. The sound was like someone slowly walking, with a steady pace but carrying a strange weight, as if bringing an indescribable sense of oppression, causing an inexplicable chill deep in one's heart. Soon after, a hunched figure slowly appeared at the end of the corridor. It was the old woman from before. Her murky eyes glimmered with an eerie light under the dim lamp, her mouth curving in a half-smile, staring at Qin Lang. Heh, what a hot-tempered little boy. Her voice was low and hoarse, but carried an inexplicable depth. In the dim light, everyone finally saw that the old woman was actually wearing a damp raincoat. Rainwater continuously dripped from the hem and cuffs of her clothes, splattering on the wooden floor and even creating a faint drip sound, which was particularly clear in the silent corridor. Ling Wei instinctively took a step back, murmuring softly, "Wearing a raincoat indoors? What's wrong?" But the old lady seemed to ignore their whispers, slightly lifting her head, her murky gaze scanning the surroundings, her voice deep and slow, "Little ones, you should behave yourselves." Her tone held no deliberate threat, yet somehow instilled a sense of oppression, as if each of her words carried a heavy weight pressing on one's heart. However, Qin Lang merely smiled slightly, firmly gripping the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, the blade glinting coldly, seemingly ready to fall again at any moment. "If you want me to stop, that's fine." Qin Lang spoke calmly, "You should first clarify what happened in this room." The old lady gave him a deep look and shook her head. "This room is one of the specialties of the entire hotel, you cannot destroy it." Her voice carried a hint of a sigh, as if she were talking about something that had long been destined. Hanzhua furrowed his brows. "Specialty? What do you mean?" The old lady did not answer directly but continued, "If you know what happened in this room, you will never be able to turn back." Her tone was heavy, even carrying a hint of a warning. Ling Wei couldn't help but speak up. "Never turn back? What do you mean?" The old lady did not respond but fixed her gaze on Qin Lang. However, Qin Lang chuckled lightly, saying without hesitation, "It doesn't matter, we came here for that." His eyes were unwavering, without a trace of hesitation. The old lady stared at him for a few seconds before sighing, as if she had anticipated this answer. "All right then." She gently shook her head, "Then wait until 10:30, you all come downstairs, and I will explain everything." After speaking, the old lady walked down alone. Sumu Bai and the others all looked at Qin Lang. "Let's wait, go downstairs at 10:30. Qin Lang sheathed the ghost-slaying knife. "Let's see what exactly is here." As it neared 10:30, Qin Lang and the others arrived downstairs as promised, and indeed saw the old lady waiting there, still draped in that damp raincoat. Drops of water slowly slid down the hem, pooling into a small puddle on the ground, appearing eerie and cold. Song Nianci stared at her for a few seconds, unable to help but frown. "Aren't you uncomfortable wearing that?" The old lady lowered her eyelids, her voice still hoarse. "I have been moving around outside for years, I'm used to it." Her tone was calm and unruffled, as if this raincoat had become part of her body, even leading one to suspect that she had never taken it off. Qin Lang said nothing, his gaze resting on the old lady, waiting for her explanation. The old lady slowly lifted her head, her eyes scanning among the crowd, carrying a certain profound heaviness. She sighed gently and finally spoke. "This hotel used to be just an ordinary family inn, run by an elderly couple." Her voice was low, as if it came from a bygone era. That couple led a peaceful life, although their inn was small, business was quite good. They had a smart and lovely daughter, the three of them lived happily, enjoying simple yet joyful days. At this point, the old lady paused, her eyes drifting outside the window, as if seeing a distant past. Until one rainy night, everything changed. The wind outside blew through the tattered curtains, making a rustling sound, as if echoing her words. That night, the rain was pouring down, the lights of the inn reflected in the puddles, appearing lonely. Raindrops pounded against the windows, and the sound of the bell outside echoed in the night. 10 guests knocked on the door of the inn. The old woman's tone was calm, but hearing that 10 guests had come made everyone feel a strange chill. Song Nianci instinctively guessed, something big was about to happen. Those 10 people were dressed in soaked clothes, looking like merchants from out of town, claiming they encountered a heavy rain and had no choice but to seek shelter. The elderly couple were kind-hearted and, of course, would not refuse. They welcomed them, arranged rooms for them, and warmly made ginger soup, fearful that the guests would catch a cold from the rain. Who knew? The old woman's voice trembled slightly, her gaze deep as night. By midnight, those 10 people revealed their true colors. The air in the hall seemed to freeze. The old woman slowly said, "It turned out from the very beginning, they never intended just to find a place to stay. They tied up the elderly couple, gagged them, preventing them from making a sound. Their daughter tried to resist, wanting to cry for help, but..." The old woman paused, and a very dark expression appeared on her face. She was violated by several of the men. Ultimately, the family of 3 was locked up by the robbers. Her voice was light, yet like a stone falling into an abyss, it stirred ripples in everyone's hearts. Hanzhua frowned, seemingly sensing something wrong in her words, and quietly asked, "What happened then? What did they do later? And what does this have to do with that room?" The old woman did not answer immediately but looked down at her raincoat, her lips curving into an inscrutable smile. Because. She gently uttered those two words, her voice like a whisper in the night wind. That family of 3 died in that room. Chapter 192. 3 more arrive. As the old woman narrated, the hall gradually fell into a deep silence. Qin Lang's gaze was profound as he slowly asked, "So, everything that happened in that room is the same as the tragic death of the innkeeper's family of 3? Upon hearing this, the old woman showed a strange expression, half smiling. Not entirely. Qin Lang furrowed his brows. What is it then? The music that keeps repeating in that room, and those suddenly appearing blood footprints, what do they signify? The old woman slowly raised her head. The music in that room was played by the innkeeper's daughter. Her words seemed to land heavily on everyone's hearts, carrying a weight of gloom. Lingwei furrowed her brows. So, that girl's spirit is still there, right? She had seen countless strange things in spirits, so she wasn't frightened. It was just this kind of eerie phenomenon of time reversal in the room that she had never encountered before. Lingwei couldn't think of how to deal with this strange situation, so she felt quite worried. The old woman sighed lightly and shook her head. It's not just her, the spirits of all 3 of them, and each has its own resting place. Hearing this, everyone froze. Each has, does that mean there are still 2? So, we only encountered one of them. Song Nianxi's voice was somewhat dry. That's right. The old woman nodded slowly. You have only touched upon one, and from the very beginning, that family of 3 has already set their sights on you. The moment these words fell, Qin Lang and the others exchanged glances. Qin Lang smiled. So, they are already watching us? The corners of the old woman's mouth slightly lifted. That's right. Qin Lang smiled. Good, this suits me well. Seeing Qin Lang's expression, the old woman showed a hint of surprise. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, a short but urgent horn sounded, particularly jarring. Qin Lang and the others were slightly taken aback, then they all walked towards the inn's entrance together. Amidst the rain, 2 cars stopped in front of the inn, their headlights still shining, with rainwater sliding down the car bodies, pooling into small puddles on the ground. Soon, the car door was pushed open, and a man and a woman stepped out of the first vehicle. The man was in his early 30s, tall and thin, wearing a dark jacket, his face filled with anxiety. He was helping a woman inside, dressed in a gray trench coat, her hair soaked by the rain, her features twisted together, constantly groaning while holding her protruding belly. Almost simultaneously, the door of the second car was pushed open, and a petite woman quickly walked out. Her long hair hung over her shoulders, her face dotted with raindrops, her expression somewhat tense. The man didn't bother with an umbrella, rushing up the steps, and spoke to Qin Lang and the others standing at the door. Excuse me, is there any vacant room? Can you give us a room? His voice was filled with urgency, raindrops fell from his brow, and his hand tightly held the woman in his arms, seemingly comforting her. The old woman slowly stood up, glanced at the 3 of them, then turned around and called out, Feng Zhao. Quickly, Feng Zhao came down from upstairs, and upon seeing the 2 women and 1 man at the door, a hint of surprise appeared on his usually wooden face, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded. There are rooms available on the 3rd floor, you can. No way. The man immediately interrupted him, a hint of urgency in his tone. I want a room on the 2nd floor, my wife is feeling very unwell. Ah. Just then, the woman's face turned even paler, a sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her hands instinctively clutched her belly. Clearly, her situation could not be delayed any longer. Feng Zhao hesitated slightly, as if unsure. He glanced at Qin Lang and the others. There aren't many rooms on the 2nd floor, but there is indeed one room that is not very suitable for guests. However, before Feng Zhao could finish speaking, Song Nianxi, standing beside him, suddenly said, We can give them one of our rooms. Her voice was decisive, without a shred of hesitation. Feng Zhao sighed in relief and nodded. Okay, I'll take you up now. Qin Lang's gaze darkened, his tone calm yet carrying undeniable authority. No, we cannot give them our room. At these words, everyone was stunned. Song Nianxi furrowed her brows, unable to help but retort, Qin Lang, how can you be so unfeeling? Didn't you see she is unwell? What if she goes into labor? There was a hint of reproach in her tone, clearly dissatisfied with Qin Lang's attitude. Upon hearing this, the man immediately nodded, speaking urgently, Sir, we can pay double the room fee. As long as we can stay, any amount is fine. He spoke while pulling out a stack of cash from his pocket, spreading it open in his palm, his eyes full of pleading. But Qin Lang didn't even glance at it, his tone cold as he stated 4 words, no amount is enough. The man's face changed slightly, his lips quivering, seemingly a little angry. But Qin Lang's expression showed no sign of wavering, his gaze was deep, as if he had made a decision. After a moment of stalemate, the man finally sighed, biting his lip, and gently said to the pregnant woman beside him, Honey, I'll take you upstairs first. After saying this, he turned back to Feng Zhao, his eyes revealing restrained urgency, Excuse me. Feng Zhao nodded, leading them upstairs. The man took 2 steps, then looked back at Qin Lang, his gaze complicated, seemingly unwilling to give up. Someone like you. I wish you all the best. Qin Lang glanced at him, chuckling, don't worry about it. The man said no more and directly went upstairs. At that moment, another woman standing to the side took a slow step forward. She wore a fitted black long dress, and the rain-soaked fabric accentuated her alluring curves, her features exquisite and sharp, her eyes carrying a cold beauty. Her skin was exceptionally pale, and the double eyelid crease was remarkably distinct. Qin Lang asked, beautiful lady, are you here to stay as well? The beautiful woman ignored him, seemingly displeased with Qin Lang's earlier cold-heartedness. She had been waiting for Feng Chao to come down for a long time before she finally spoke, a single room anywhere is fine. After saying that, she took out a big stack of money from her bag and slapped it neatly on the counter, adding lightly, I want it quiet. Feng Chao glanced down at the stack of bills, his eyelid twitching slightly, then nodded, alright, let's register first. The beauty didn't waste any words, she picked up a pen and wrote her name in the registration book cleanly and swiftly. Her handwriting was neat and cold, just like her person, devoid of any warmth. Suddenly, Feng Chao looked at her name and asked, is this your real name? The beauty brushed her hair back and said, what's wrong? You need to ask this too? Qin Lang stepped forward and took a look, discovering that the beauty had written 3 characters, Little Strawberry. Feng Chao suddenly asked with a stern face, you aren't selling yourself, are you? Everyone's eyes turned to the beauty. The beauty frowned, what does this have to do with you? Feng Chao angrily replied, get out. Little Strawberry frowned, why? You want me to go out in such heavy rain? Are you as cold-blooded as that man just now? Feng Chao was about to speak again, when an old lady in a raincoat spoke up, Feng Chao, you can't do business by shutting people out, can you? Feng Chao gritted his teeth and glared at Little Strawberry, snorted, then threw out a key and left. Little Strawberry muttered, crazy. After everything was settled, she flipped her slightly messy hair and walked directly toward the stairs. Once the outsiders had left, Song Niancy could no longer hold back, she turned sharply, glaring angrily at Qin Lang. Qin Lang, you are too cold-blooded. No matter how cautious you are, you should at least consider a pregnant woman's feelings, right? The way you just acted was really excessive. However, Qin Lang merely gave her a disdainful glance, saying, Song Niancy, have you had your brain squeezed by a door? Song Niancy frowned, what do you mean? If you don't clarify, I won't let you go. Qin Lang's mouth slightly curved up, his gaze calm and sharp, look at the cars those people drove. Upon hearing this, everyone looked towards the hotel entrance in unison. In the rain, 2 cars quietly sat on the muddy ground, with a somewhat retro look based on their model and appearance. Ling Wei frowned slightly, her expression gradually serious, these cars are at least from over 10 years ago. Even now they would be considered antiques, why are they still driving such cars? Qin Lang nodded, continuing, not just the cars, but the banknotes that woman took out earlier, did you notice? Those bills are not new, they are also old currency from over 10 years ago. And who still carries so much cash with them nowadays? Everyone was momentarily stunned. That's right, we are already in the era of electronic payments, except in specific situations, almost no one carries such a large stack of cash with them. Ling Wei suddenly gasped, her pupils contracting slightly, her lips dry as she said, Qin Lang, do you mean? They are not from the same era as us? Qin Lang nodded, exactly, the 2 men and a woman we encountered earlier might still be players. But the people we are encountering now might be the arranged ones, living in the past. Everything about them might be planned and designed. When we are still unclear about their identities, I don't want to have too much intersection with them. Song Niancy thought of her earlier soft-heartedness, which could very likely bring unexpected consequences, and couldn't help but feel a wave of fear. Different times, different eras, everything happening in one place, this was truly the first time she had seen such a situation. Hanjua asked, what do you plan to do? Qin Lang's mouth curved up, his eyes revealing a hint of playful sharpness, very simple. Just go ask them directly. Ling Wei frowned and said softly, what if they don't cooperate like Feng Zhao? Qin Lang shrugged, his tone indifferent, don't cooperate? Then just force them. After saying that, Qin Lang reached out to pat the demon-slaying knife at his waist. Song Niancy and the others exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing with this approach. Ling Wei looked around at everyone and, after a moment of thought, said, I have a suggestion, why don't we split up? Qin Lang, you go ask about those people's background, and we'll find the other 2 rooms where the undead are attached, trying to quickly clarify the situation here. But there is one principle, under the condition of not knowing what might happen, no one should act rashly. Let's wait until everyone is together before taking any action. Qin Lang didn't object, okay. Song Niancy blinked, casually raised her hand for a stretch, and then said, well, you guys wait for me a moment, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be back shortly. Ling Wei didn't think much of it and casually replied, go, and come back quickly. Song Niancy smiled, turned, and left the living room, walking down the corridor towards the bathroom. After she pushed the door open and shut it behind her, ensuring the lock clicked shut, she took out her phone from her pocket and swiftly unlocked the screen, her fingers flying over the screen. Song Niancy sent a message to Yi, "Hey, how are you?" After sending the message, she held her breath and stared at the screen. She had secretly made a cooperation agreement with Yi, promising to keep Qin Lang in the dark and allowing Yi to enter the Rainy Night Hotel's instance. Now, Yi should be hiding somewhere, and as Song Niancy realized the horror of this hotel, she began to doubt whether Yi was safe. A few seconds later, the phone vibrated, and a new message popped up. "Yi, I'm already inside the hotel." Song Niancy's pupils contracted, and she gasped, immediately replying, "Where are you? Have you seen anything?" "Yi, there is a backyard in the hotel, I'm hiding in the warehouse for now." Song Niancy was just thinking about how to respond, when suddenly, footsteps echoed from the corridor outside the bathroom. Creak. 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 The sound was neither fast nor slow, like someone barefoot was stepping on the damp floor, dragging along slowly, with each step leaving a faint sound of water, especially clear in the bathroom. Song Niancy's heart tightened, and she looked towards the door alertly. "Ling Wei?" she whispered. However, there was no response from outside. The corridor was as quiet as death, even the sound of raindrops hitting the windows seemed to be swallowed. Could it be? Song Niancy frowned, a hint of unease rising in her heart. She instinctively held her breath, pressing her ear against the door to listen carefully to the outside movements, yet the creak sound continued. Song Niancy took a deep breath and said, "Who is it? Don't play tricks." The footsteps suddenly stopped. Song Niancy's fingers tightened slightly, her heartbeat instantly quickening. She quickly put away her phone and slipped it into her pocket, adjusting her breathing to calm down. Among the people she knew, there were only two women, Ling Wei and Su Bai. Su Bai was a woman of mystery, not needing to use the bathroom, and didn't make any footstep sounds. Then if the person outside is not Ling Wei, who else could it be? Suddenly, the lights in the ladies' room dimmed. Song Niancy's heart raced, and she pulled out her spirit binding lock. "Who are you? Get out here." Chapter 194, Eyes in the Dark. The humidity in the bathroom suddenly increased, and the air became even more silent. Is no one here? Song Niancy shivered, her heartbeat quickening. At that moment, Song Niancy suddenly felt a chilling gaze. That feeling, it was as if something was looking down on her from above. Song Niancy's pupils constricted violently, and a layer of cold sweat instantly rose on her back. Song Niancy's neck stiffly raised upward, two deep eyes glinting with light in the darkness, staring at her without moving. Those eyes were dead and empty, reminiscent of the lifeless fish eyes seen only in a morgue. Ah! In an instant, Song Niancy felt her blood seemingly freeze. She screamed and stumbled out of the bathroom, her whole body like an arrow shot from a bow, nearly running out into the hallway. Bang! She crashed heavily into someone's chest and was jolted back, barely regaining her balance, and upon focusing, she realized she had bumped into Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned, squinting as he asked, "What are you doing? Why are you running so fast? Did you see a ghost?" Panting, Song Niancy's face was pale, and she grasped Qin Lang's shirt sleeve tightly, her voice trembling as she said, "There, in the restroom, there's really something." Qin Lang's brows knitted tighter. "What kind of thing?" Song Niancy's voice quavered, gesturing incoherently, "It was just staring at me." She had encountered the strange before, but that scene still made her scalp tingle. Qin Lang eyed her with suspicion, his gaze bearing a hint of scrutiny. "You need to calm down." "Calm down my ass." Song Niancy was almost exploding. "I was scared to death. I think." Qin Lang spoke calmly, his eyes scanning her before his lips quirked slightly. "No matter how scared you are, at least, put your pants on first." Song Niancy froze at once, her heart racing even faster. She looked down and realized she had forgotten to pull up her pants when she came out. Having run out too hurriedly, her loose sweatpants had slid down below her knees, and now she stood bare-legged in front of Qin Lang in the hallway. Song Niancy. The air fell into a deathly silence. Then, in a second, Song Niancy's face flushed bright red. Qin Lang chuckled, "Didn't expect you to be so innocent." Song Niancy pulled up her pants. "If you keep looking, I swear I'll fight you." Qin Lang just laughed, raising an eyebrow. "It's good to love hygiene. I must say, I am quite impressed with you. Get lost." Song Niancy pushed him away, tugging at her pants as she shouted, "If you tell anyone, I'll kill you." "I really will." Qin Lang raised both hands. Okay, I will never tell anyone I saw a wild animal today." "You still dare to say that?" Song Niancy's face was still somewhat flushed. She glared at Qin Lang, her voice tinged with embarrassment and anger. "Why were you guarding the women's restroom?" Qin Lang laughed. "You screamed so loudly just now, the whole corridor could hear. If I didn't react at all, that would be weird, right? I was supposed to go upstairs to look for that couple and some little strawberries, but you called me over, and I was confused." "You?" Song Niancy was speechless, recalling her own messy appearance just now, her face burning hotter. At that moment, Su Bai also hurried over, asking what was going on. Qin Lang shrugged, the weirdness in this hotel has started again. Su Mubai's expression tightened upon hearing this, but after a moment, she said, but I didn't feel anything at all. This was something she was very concerned about. In those past instances, as long as there were otherworldly beings or strange occurrences, she could sense them. But in this rainy night hotel scenario, she felt her ability to sense the strange had failed. Qin Lang turned to look at the restroom. Miss Su, please go in and see if there's anything unusual. Su Mubai nodded, then drifted into the restroom. After a moment, she came out, slightly frowning. There's nothing in there, I can't even sense a trace of strange energy. Upon hearing this, Song Nianxi's expression changed slightly, and she instinctively clenched the hem of her clothing. She knew she hadn't imagined it, but Su Mubai's words sent chills down her spine. If there were no ghosts inside, then what exactly did she see? Qin Lang noticed her unease and continued to ask, are you sure you really saw something? Song Nianxi affirmatively said, absolutely cannot be wrong. Qin Lang asked again, then, can you tell me in detail, what was inside? Song Nianxi took a deep breath, trying hard to recall the horrifying scene from earlier. After a moment, she licked her dry lips and whispered, I saw a pair of men's eyes. Qin Lang asked, men's eyes, what did they look like? While recalling, Song Nianxi instinctively hugged her arms. I don't know how to describe it, but it was very scary. It was looking at me from above. Upon hearing this, Qin Lang couldn't help but laugh, looking from above? It seems it's not any serious weirdness. Song Nianxi punched him lightly. Are you still in the mood to joke? I almost went crazy from fright. Qin Lang stroked his chin, then it seems I need to go in and take a look. Let's go, let's meet this weirdness here. Under the dim yellow light, the women's restroom was filled with a faint dampness. Qin Lang walked in front, followed by Su Mubai and Song Nianxi, as the three slowly stepped into the restroom that had terrified Song Nianxi. At this moment, the restroom's lighting had somehow restored, and everything around was silent, only the occasional sound of water dripping from old pipes, splashing on the tile floor with a drip-drop echo. Qin Lang glanced around and found that everything in the restroom looked normal, with nothing particularly frightening. Song Nianxi nervously shrank her shoulders and pointed to the innermost stall, her voice tense. Just now, it was right here, I was sitting on the toilet and saw those eyes. Qin Lang squinted and stepped toward that stall, pushing open the door, finding it empty, only the toilet seat half covered and still smelling of urine in the air. Qin Lang pressed the flush button and said, nothing at all. Think carefully again, does that pair of eyes have any other features? Song Nianxi fixed her gaze on that stall, her face still pale as she murmured, I really saw it, it was right there staring at me. I really don't remember exactly how it looked. However, before she could say anything more, the lights in the restroom suddenly went pop and went out. Chapter 195, Women's Restroom. Qin Lang looked up, and suddenly, everything around him became pitch black. Miss Su, Song Nianxi? Qin Lang's first reaction was to turn around and look for Su Mubai and Song Nianxi, but surrounding him was emptiness, and he couldn't hear any sounds. He tried calling again, but his voice echoed in the confined space, only to receive no response. Has it finally come to me? Qin Lang immediately tightened his grip on the ghost-slaying knife, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he pushed open the stall door and stepped out. It seemed that he was the only one left in the restroom. Qin Lang licked his lips, scanning the surroundings, but there was no trace of panic in his heart. Instead, there was a hint of excitement. Rather than being kept in the dark, Qin Lang preferred this feeling of taking the initiative. Like playing a game, wandering without encountering anything is worse than facing the monster directly. At least it proves he hasn't taken a wrong turn. Come out and play with me. Qin Lang chuckled lightly, gripping the handle of his knife tightly. Suddenly, he felt a subtle gaze fall upon him. That feeling was like prey being targeted by a lurking predator, both secretive yet full of pressure, as if something was hiding in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to launch an attack on him. Qin Lang did not hurry to turn around. He closed his eyes, slowly exhaled, then suddenly smiled as he whispered, not hiding anymore? You've been watching for so long, it's time to show yourself. But the gaze behind him did not shift, becoming even colder. Qin Lang finally turned his head, his sight falling on the dark corner behind him, still nothing at all. He smiled, casually twirled the knife handle, and spoke playfully, let me give you a hint. I'm not fond of many things, I just like tearing down houses. He raised the demon slayer knife, the blade reflecting a cold light in the darkness. So, stop playing hide and seek with me. His voice was low and filled with threats, the tip of the knife slowly pressing against the wall, as if just a little more force would split the entire wall apart. If you don't come out, I might really tear this down. He. A strange laughter echoed in the dark restroom, sending chills down the spine. Qin Lang snorted coldly, without saying a word, his hand raised the knife and fell. Bang! The demon slayer knife sliced through the air with a fierce wind sound, striking hard against the partition door. The blade sank deep into the wooden board, and with a violent tremor, the door cracked from the middle, a deep knife mark extending from the top to the ground. But just as Qin Lang prepared to draw the blade for another strike, crack, the door that had been split actually began to repair itself. The crack seemed to be gently smoothed by an invisible giant hand, the wood grain resewing, leaving no trace of damage, as if Qin Lang's earlier attack was just an illusion. Ha 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 ha. And that laugh grew even louder. The laughter was sharp and piercing, carrying a sense of indescribable mockery, as if laughing at Qin Lang's powerlessness. Qin Lang squinted his eyes, the demon slayer knife again horizontal at his side, speaking in a flat tone. What are you laughing at? Do you think I can't deal with you? Before the words fell, Qin Lang suddenly closed his eyes, his blood seeming to boil instantly. A strong killing intent burst forth from deep within his body. Bai Qi! Come out and stretch your legs. The long dormant Bai Qi within him suddenly awakened at this moment. In the darkness, a chilling phantom gradually emerged, pressing closely behind Qin Lang. Bai Qi's voice carried a lazy smile, echoing in Qin Lang's mind. Big brother, you really haven't called me for a long time. If you don't let me out, my body is going to stiffen. His tone had a hint of sinister teasing, but Qin Lang only gave a cold laugh, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes. Just right, today let them see the power of you, the god of death. As soon as Bai Qi exerted his strength, the entire restroom trembled violently. The ceiling light flickered erratically, buzzing with electric sounds, sometimes going out, sometimes lighting up, as if controlled by some invisible force. The ground trembled slightly, the partition door creaking with eerie sounds, as if an invisible hand was pushing forcibly. From the gaps in the wall tiles, dark water streaks actually seeped out, as if some ominous breath was quietly flowing. The killing intent and powerful battle strength from Bai Qi continuously surged forth. In addition, now that Qin Lang's physique was different from before, Bai Qi's killing intent overflowed even more. Big brother, how does it feel? Qin Lang laughed heartily. I feel my strength is stronger than before. Bai Qi said, it's not that you become stronger, but you're becoming more skilled. As I absorb those treasures, I also let you benefit. So keep collecting more treasures like that, you and I will both become stronger. Qin Lang said, when you say that, you are asking me to work. Don't worry. As long as we break through this instance, we will get more rewards and can find the people from the Wu Dao Association. They have a lot of good things in their hands. The two continued their conversation, strong killing intent continuously overflowing, and the energy in the entire restroom began to change dramatically. However, just a few seconds later. Snap. All anomalies came to an abrupt halt, the lights stable again, everything returning to calm. Qin Lang scanned the surroundings, a hint of sarcastic laughter appearing at the corner of his mouth, casually resting the demon slayer knife on his shoulder, sneering, turns out to be a paper tiger. Qin Lang. At that moment, a familiar voice sounded. Qin Lang turned around to see Su Mubai and Song Nianci rushing into the restroom with anxious expressions. Song Nianci's face looked slightly pale, her eyes filled with a hint of doubt, as if she had just experienced something unusual. Su Mubai frowned and asked directly, Qin Lang, where did you go just now? You disappeared in an instant, and we searched for a long time. Song Nianci followed closely, her voice trembling with a degree of unease. We were clearly standing at the restroom door just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, you vanished, even your breath disappeared. What on earth happened? Upon hearing this, Qin Lang gently shook off the dust from his ghost blade, leaning casually against the sink, and said nonchalantly. It seems this hotel has strange powers that can send people to different time and space. Song Nianci was taken aback, then frowned. Different time and space? How can you be sure? Qin Lang took something out of his pocket. This can prove it, or it can be said to be one of the secrets of this hotel. Song Nianci and Su Mubai looked over, and then were taken aback. Chapter 196, The Terrifying Time. Qin Lang pulled something out of his pocket. It turned out to be a steamed bun. Song Nianci and Su Mubai looked closely, and the steamed bun was covered with deep green mold, its surface pockmarked, emitting a foul odor. Song Nianci couldn't help but cover her mouth and nose. Is this the secret of the Rainy Night Hotel? Qin Lang said, I put this in my pocket during dinner. And just a little while ago, it turned into this. Fortunately, I came out early, otherwise, I wouldn't know what was happening. Su Mubai's pupils shrank slightly, whispering, how is this possible? She thought she already had strong spiritual power, but had never seen such strangeness in traps. Qin Lang casually threw the steamed bun on the ground, shrugged indifferently, and said lightly, if I'm not mistaken, the weirdness here can not only send people into different time and space, but after this time and space ends, it will also make people experience the passing of time. He looked at Su Mubai. For the strange, time is meaningless, but for the living, time is equivalent to lifespan. The worst part is, this change is not harmless. It won't make you notice something is wrong right away. Instead, after several time jumps, you will find some details start to change. For example, your belongings, your body, even your lifespan. Song Nianci suddenly widened her eyes, shocked and covering her mouth. Song Nianci's expression turned serious. Do you mean, we are fighting against them with time? She thought of how she had just fallen into this trap, and if Qin Lang hadn't arrived in time, she might not have been able to escape, and perhaps now already. Song Niancy couldn't help but shiver. Song Niancy's face had turned a little pale, she instinctively touched her own arms, fearing she had quietly aged some. Her voice was tinged with tension. Wait, if what you mean is, after we go through a few of these jumps, our lifespans will be shortened? Qin Lang lightly snapped his fingers, half-smilingly saying, it's hard to say. So we must be careful next time, or we will die of old age in some time-space. Song Niancy frowned and lowered her voice. Qin Lang, don't joke around, if this is truly serious, what should we do? Her tone was filled with a hint of anxiety, clearly frightened by Qin Lang's earlier words. Qin Lang was about to answer when suddenly, with a ding, a clear notification sound abruptly echoed in the air. The familiar copy system had arrived. Immediately, the copy system displayed a series of texts. Congratulations, player has activated the Rainy Night Hotel instance. Instance name, Rainy Night Hotel. Instance difficulty, SS+. Instance background, an abandoned hotel that resumes operation on a rainy night. The identities of the owner and the guests here are mysterious. In the inn, various rumors were spreading. Main mission, within the given time, find the abnormal presence in the inn and uncover the hidden truth of the inn. Qin Lang smiled slightly. Finally, we activated the system. It seems, we must find the initial truth of Rainy Night Inn to really get started. Interesting, this side quest has been modified to be very fun. Song Niancy widened her eyes, looking at Qin Lang and Su Mubai in surprise. Wait, does this mean that what we just experienced isn't even the formal start of the side quest? Qin Lang squinted, a hint of a playful smile appearing on his face, murmuring softly, yeah, no wonder it's modified by the president of the Unarmed Society, who would have thought? Song Niancy looked at him irritably. At a time like this, how can you still be smiling? Qin Lang shrugged, just about to say something. A sudden scream suddenly erupted from above the inn. That sound was sharp and piercing, carrying heart-wrenching fear. Song Niancy shuddered violently, her face instantly turning pale. It's Ling Wei. Go! Qin Lang, Song Niancy, and Su Mubai all rushed up the staircase almost simultaneously. In the corridor, the cold white light flickered ominously as if it would extinguish completely at any moment, plunging the whole space into darkness. The earlier scream seemed to have stopped, but an overwhelming sense of tension still hung thick in the air. Ling Wei. Song Niancy was the first to see her, rushing over anxiously. Are you okay? Ling Wei was leaning against the corner of the corridor, her face pale, eyes still reflecting lingering fear, hugging her knees, shivering uncontrollably. Beside her, Granny Jean Yi stood quietly. She didn't speak, just silently smoked a slender cigarette, heavy smoke clouding some complex emotion deep within her eyes. Qin Lang asked her. Song Niancy's gaze then fell on Hanjue not far away. Hanjue was slumped on the ground, his body slightly curled up, with an extremely bad complexion. His expression was painful, cold sweat covering his forehead, teeth clenched tight, his right hand gripping his left wrist tightly, as if he was suffering from some intense pain. Qin Lang frowned, his gaze falling on Hanjue's covered wrist, his eyes changing. What's wrong with you? Song Niancy quickly rushed over, crouching down, reaching out to grab Hanjue's left hand. Hanjue, what happened to you? Hanjue trembled violently, seemingly unwilling to let others see his hand, but he no longer had the strength to resist, allowing Song Niancy to pry his fingers open. When Hanjue's left hand was fully exposed before everyone, Song Niancy's pupils suddenly contracted, taking a sharp breath. How is this possible? Hanjue's left hand, along with the skin on his wrist and forearm, had aged dramatically, looking like the hand of a frail old man. The skin was sagging, covered in wrinkles, veins bulging, and even the nails had become dry and yellow, completely unlike a young person's hand. It looked as if all the life force had been drained from it. Song Niancy stared blankly at Hanjue's hand, her mind going blank, unable to utter a complete sentence. Why could this be? Hanjue breathed deeply, his voice hoarse and pained. Just now I touched. His throat bobbed, ready to reveal some horrifying truth, but the words caught in his throat, as he instinctively shivered, seemingly recalling the terrifying moment just experienced, his face growing even paler. As an enforcer, he generally maintained a good mindset, plus Hanjue couldn't see his mutated hand, so he quickly managed to regain his composure. Qin Lang's gaze darkened, slowly speaking, what did you touch? Hanjue's breath was rapid. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, his lips trembled slightly, as if he was trying hard to recall the terrifying scene from before. He took a deep breath, his voice hoarse and hurried. Just now, Ling Wei and I were about to find the next location of a spirit and then. At this point, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Ling Wei. Ling Wei was curled up in the corner, her face still pale, hugging herself tightly. Hearing Hanjue mention what just happened, she couldn't help but shiver and bit her lips, remaining silent. She was clearly calmer than Song Niancy. At this moment, she wasn't afraid but deeply contemplating the situation at hand. Hanjue swallowed hard and continued, when we passed by Qin Lang's room, we suddenly heard a sound coming from the wardrobe. The sound was very faint, like something was softly scraping against the wardrobe door inside. Qin Lang raised an eyebrow. My wardrobe? Hanjue nodded, yes. The sound was strange, intermittent, like someone was inside. We hesitated for a moment but decided to go and take a look. As he said this, his face became even paler, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. We stood in front of the wardrobe. I hesitated for a moment, reached out to pull the door open, but who knew that just as my hand touched the crack of the wardrobe door. At that moment, Hanju's body shook violently, and his voice carried a suppressed fear. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the gap of the cabinet. A woman's hand. Song Niance's eyes widened, gasping in shock. A woman's hand? She remembered having searched this room before. Clearly, there was nothing there. Hanju nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. Yes. Her wrist was very thin, and her skin was pale. Her nails were long, and his eyes flickered for a moment, seeming to hesitate whether to continue, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. Her fingers had no temperature. What? Sumobai's expression suddenly changed, while Song Niance directly covered her mouth in shock. A hand without temperature, what did that mean? It meant it did not belong to a living person. Qin Lang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, then what happened? Hanju's body trembled slightly, speaking even faster than before. That hand suddenly grabbed me. It was so strong that I couldn't break free. Hanju described how he felt like his blood was about to be drained. As he reached this point, he couldn't help but raise his now withered hand, trying to calm his emotions before saying, I barely managed to brace myself against the wardrobe with my foot and forcefully pulled back, finally freeing my hand from hers. But after pulling my hand out, it became like this. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, scanning the various expressions of the people around him, and slowly began to speak. Now, I think I understand. His voice was not loud, but in the dead silence of the corridor, every word struck the hearts of those present. Hanju instinctively held his breath, Lingwei's face still pale, while Song Niance and Sumobai fixed their eyes on Qin Lang, waiting for his analysis. Qin Lang's gaze grew solemn, raising his hand to gesture in the air a few times as if sorting through his thoughts. If we connect everything that just happened, we'll find these spirit locations have a pattern. He paused for a moment, his tone gaining a hint of certainty. First, the strange eyes in the women's restroom, those were a man's eyes. That can basically confirm that it corresponds to the father from the family of 3 who died in this hotel. At this point, he turned to look at Hanju. Then there is your experience. The hand that reached out from the wardrobe, that woman's hand without temperature, should belong to the mother. Finally. His gaze swept across the dim corridor of the hotel, pausing slightly before continuing. There is still one location left, which is the first room we saw. That is, my daughter's territory. The air became even more stagnant, and everyone's hearts felt as if they were tightly grasped by an invisible hand. A ghost trapped in the bathroom, a spirit hiding in the wardrobe, and the last one lurking in an unknown room. Song Niance crossed her arms, shivering slightly, and then couldn't help but complain, wait, the daughter is in the room, this seems relatively normal, right? She smacked her lips, frowning even more tightly, but why are the positions of the father and mother so strange? The father in the bathroom, and the mother hiding in the wardrobe, isn't that too unusual? Qin Lang chuckled softly, his tone casual. It's actually quite understandable that the father appears in the women's restroom. Everyone immediately focused their eyes on him, waiting for his explanation. He slowly scanned the room, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, he liked to hide near the women's restroom in life, peeking at those unsuspecting guests. The air suddenly grew heavy for a moment. Song Niance's eyes widened as she remembered using that restroom, her face showing disbelief. Disgusting. Are you saying he was a peeping Tom in life? Qin Lang nodded, his expression calm, continuing, as for the mother, hiding in the wardrobe, there are 2 possibilities. One is that she had a habit of peeking in life, and the other is that she transformed into this ghostly form after death. They say, not a family, not entering the same door. The actions of this couple reveal a sense of darkness and lewdness. It's strange that a hotel like this hasn't had any incidents. Song Niance crossed her arms and couldn't help but click her tongue. This couple, are they really that twisted? Her frown deepened as a chill crept into her heart. Then weren't those guests who previously stayed at the hotel incredibly unlucky? If they didn't notice anything unusual, were they being watched the whole time? Qin Lang remained silent, simply raising his lips in a knowing smile. We always thought that the guests had harmed the 3 owners of the hotel. But there is also a possibility, the owners' lewd behavior was discovered by the guests, and they were caught and beaten. Hanjuo also realized something, saying, if they chose to settle it with money, that would be really stupid. Those angry strangers, seeing money, would definitely kill them. The corridor fell into a momentary silence, even Grandma Genia's smoking action paused slightly. Sumobai's expression remained indifferent, while Hanjuo's face looked even worse. After a few seconds, Lingwei suddenly spoke, her tone tinged with hesitation. Wow, everyone is evil. Then, what about the daughter? Qin Lang withdrew his thoughtful gaze, paused, and shook his head slowly. As for the daughter. His expression turned a bit serious, his voice slightly low. She is playing the piano in the room and has left bloody footprints. I haven't figured that part out yet. But I thought of another question. This question may be the secret of the Rainy Night Hotel. Chapter 198, Secret Investigation Bureau. Qin Lang's gaze fell on Han Zhuo's old and dry hands, slightly frowning. This wardrobe is in his own room, in other words, he is more likely to be affected. Now Han Zhuo is somewhat experiencing the taste of what he has gone through. Qin Lang's tone remained calm as he asked Han Zhuo, "Can you still hold on?" Han Zhuo's forehead broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth, he forced a nod, "No problem." Qin Lang patted Han Zhuo's shoulder, "Alright, then I'll help you take another look at that wardrobe." Qin Lang approached the wardrobe, its dark wooden door slightly ajar, as if something was peering at him through the crack. "Bai Qi, it's your turn again." Qin Lang silently called out in his heart, "Infuse your power into the demon-slaying sword, confront this strange one." Bai Qi seemed a bit busy. "Big brother, can't you do it yourself?" "Qin Lang, your killing intent is stronger. And don't you understand what it means to show weakness? This is called strategy." Bai Qi's cold voice echoed in his mind, "I think big brother, you are just being lazy." But Bai Qi did not refuse. Soon, a chill spread along Qin Lang's arm, and strange blood-red patterns appeared on the surface of the ghost-slaying blade. The blade faintly exuded a chilling ghostly aura, its killing intent so strong it felt like it could drop the surrounding temperature to freezing point. Song Nianzi couldn't help but touch her arm. "What is this?" Qin Lang's lips curled slightly, and with a flick of his wrist, he thrust the blade deep into the wardrobe. Put! The moment the blade broke through the wood, a deafening scream suddenly erupted. "Ah ah ah!" A chilling sound echoed. Song Nianzi and the others felt their eardrums buzzing. "What noise is that?" Then, a stream of bright red blood seeped out from the crack made by the blade, slowly flowing along the wardrobe's doorseam. The blood dripped onto the floor, looking stickier than oil. The wardrobe began to shake violently, the wooden planks creaking, as if something inside was struggling madly, trying to break free from the ghost-slaying blade. Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the hilt tightly, and sneered, "Quite the screamer, keep screaming." He twisted his wrist sharply, churning the ghost-slaying blade deeply within the wardrobe, and blood immediately gushed out. The entire room was instantly filled with a pungent smell of blood. The screams became even more piercing. Qin Lang watched the blood continuously flowing from the wardrobe, a cold smile creeping on his lips. "So this wardrobe is itself something strange." Before he finished speaking, he shook his wrist, the blood-red patterns on the blade flickering, a powerful ghostly aura immediately spreading out. He gripped the hilt tightly, muscles tensed slightly, ready to strike again, to completely tear apart this damned wardrobe door. However, at that moment, a low and undeniable voice called from outside. "Stop!" Qin Lang's blade halted in midair, his brow slightly furrowed, eyes coldly scanning the door. The door was pushed open, and a man and a woman stood at the entrance. It was the couple who had checked into the hotel first but had lost a companion. Qin Lang asked, "What do you want?" The man had no extra expression on his face, holding up a black certificate and showing it to everyone. "We are from the Secret Investigation Bureau." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on that black certificate, the golden lettering flickering in the dim light. The certificate had a steel seal, and the name section read Feng Tao. The woman also revealed her certificate, with the name Su Lily. Ling Wei's pupils constricted, her expression suddenly serious. "You are from the Secret Investigation Bureau?" Song Nianzi and Han Zhuo were also stunned by this title, clearly not expecting to encounter them here. Qin Lang blinked, casually replying, "Secret Investigation Bureau? What's that?" Ling Wei whispered in explanation, "The Secret Investigation Bureau is a special agency independent of law enforcement. For a long time, authorities from various countries have been curious about why copy powers are born, even wanting to utilize this power. So countries around the world formed the Secret Investigation Bureau, entering various copies to carry out special missions." Song Nianzi added, "The Bureau has much greater authority than we ordinary law enforcement officers. One could even say, if they issue an order, we must listen." Song Nianzi's tone was filled with surprise, clearly not expecting this organization to intervene in this incident. Qin Lang stroked his chin, looking at the two at the door with a playful gaze. "Oh? So that means, they are still your superiors?" Feng Tao did not answer, only coldly staring at Qin Lang, glancing over at the still dripping wardrobe, his tone calm but laced with warning. "Qin Lang, do you know that just now, that blow nearly ruined our plan? Now, in the name of the Bureau, I demand you cease all actions immediately." Qin Lang raised an eyebrow, his eyes dangerous. "Oh? What plans do you have here?" Feng Tao said, "I have no obligation to explain anything to you. In any case, this place will be sealed by us, and then we will investigate slowly." Qin Lang scoffed, glancing sideways at Feng Tao, his tone thick with sarcasm. "The strangeness of this place is right before your eyes, and only now do you think about investigating properly? Sorry, but I have no need to cooperate with you." Feng Tao's face suddenly darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade, his voice low and filled with menace. "What do you mean?" He did not expect Qin Lang to be so ungrateful. "What do you mean?" Qin Lang shook the ghost-slaying knife in his hand, pressing the blade against the wardrobe, revealing a playful smile. "It's very simple, I can't possibly give this thing to you." The air in the room instantly froze. Feng Tao's eyes were cold and fierce, his fists slightly clenched, as if he was suppressing his anger. And Su Lily, standing aside, adjusted her glasses, looking at Qin Lang with a complex expression, seemingly not surprised by his reaction. "Do you know who you are opposing?" Feng Tao said in a deep voice, carrying a hint of threat. "We are the Secret Investigation Bureau, fully authorized to decide your life and death. Qin Lang, I have been particularly lenient with you because you have special talents. Now, by interfering with our actions, you not only may ruin our investigation but also cause the situation to spiral out of control." Qin Lang shrugged, appearing indifferent. "You guys are professionals?" His gaze swept over the bleeding wardrobe, his tone sarcastic. "Then why don't you tell me what happened to Hanjua's hand just now? I see you are more like spectators, wanting to see how many people these strange things can kill, right? Your behavior seems much like that of the Undaunted Society." Chapter 199, You Are the Prey. Feng Tao was momentarily rendered speechless by Qin Lang's sharp retort, his face growing darker. He took a deep breath, striving to suppress his anger, his tone becoming even deeper. "Qin Lang, I warn you, this is not a place where you can run wild. Do you think you can deal with the Undaunted Society?" Qin Lang laughed. "Oh? From the sound of it, you are also here for the Undaunted Society?" Su Lily spoke up. "Of course, we have been keeping an eye on the Undaunted Society for a long time. In the archives of the Secret Investigation Bureau, the Undaunted Society is listed as one of the most dangerous evil organizations. There are even rumors that they have mastered some terrifying abilities that go beyond common sense, even being able to manipulate the strange itself. This instance was modified by the leader of the Undaunted Society, and many of our investigators have already fallen here. Now is our best opportunity, you had better not get in the way." Qin Lang replied casually, "But to me, the one in the way now is you." Feng Tao looked at Qin Lang coldly, his tone steady yet filled with threat. "The Undaunted Society is our prey. You are just an unrelated person, don't get too deeply involved, or you won't even know how you died." Qin Lang slowly put away his smile, the corner of his mouth still carrying a hint of disdain. "The Undaunted Society is your prey, but they are also my enemies. I can't possibly give them to you." Feng Tao finally couldn't contain his anger, suddenly stepping forward, coldly shouting, "Are you looking for death?" His eyes were sharp as a knife, and the aura emanating from him became extremely sharp, the air pressure around them seeming to drop suddenly. However, Qin Lang still stood in place, a casual smile on his lips. "What's wrong? Do you want to fight?" "Fine, before dealing with this strange thing, I can use you to practice." Just as Qin Lang finished speaking, Feng Tao's expression completely darkened. "Looking for death?" He shouted angrily, his figure rushing out like a fierce tiger, his right fist suddenly swung out. At the moment his fist was about to strike out, his entire arm was suddenly engulfed in a layer of intense flames, the flames dancing between his muscles and bones, the red glow lighting up the entire room. The high temperature of the flames instantly caused the air to start violently distorting, even the walls of the room were shaking from the heat. "Wow, someone is playing with fire." Qin Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, and before he could act, Ling Wei had already struck hard. The air suddenly split open with a black crack, and an entrance to a different space instantly appeared. Feng Tao's flaming fist directly blasted into the different space, and the scorching flames exploded instantly within. Ah! However, although the different space successfully swallowed the flames, Ling Wei was also injured, her arm severely burned by the high temperature, causing her entire body to stagger back several steps. "Sister Ling Wei!" Song Niancy exclaimed, hurriedly supporting her. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." Ling Wei gritted her teeth, but her palm was trembling slightly. Feng Tao's fiery power was even difficult for her alternate space to fully bear. This man's strength was clearly much stronger than they had imagined. Song Niancy shouted, "Hey, are you being too much?" Feng Tao frowned upon seeing his attack neutralized, his cold gaze sweeping over Ling Wei. "As a member of the Law Enforcement Bureau, you actually want to stop me? Who is your leader?" Ling Wei said, "Our leader instructed us to follow Qin Lang's command during this operation. Now that you want to attack him, I naturally have the obligation to help." A cold voice suddenly rang out, "Stop right there." Su Mobai's figure, at this moment, seemed to transform into a black shadow, slowly rising from the darkness. Her eyes were blood red, and her pale fingers slowly lifted, with a deep blood red aura wrapping around her fingertips. Blood Demon Technique Release. Boom! The room's temperature plummeted as a malevolent blood red energy exploded violently. Su Mobai's figure instantly blurred, turning into an afterimage, the floor beneath her feet cracking as her ghostly body quickly rushed towards Feng Tao, her 5 fingers sharp like claws, her blood-red nails slicing through the air, each attack carrying a terrifying killing intent. Feng Tao dismissed it, continuing to counterattack with his fiery fists. "Do you think you are the only one who can play with fire?" Su Mobai's voice was deep, and in the next moment, her nails suddenly stabbed towards Feng Tao's chest, the blood-red energy wildly surging at her fingertips, blue ghost flames leaping on top as if wanting to drain the life force from her opponent completely. Feng Tao's pupils constricted, knowing he definitely couldn't take this blow head-on. He gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and his entire body suddenly retreated violently. can you dodge? Su Mubai's figure suddenly split into several shadowy images in midair, with blood-red ghost claws simultaneously reaching out towards Feng Tao from all directions. Feng Tao chuckled coldly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, but a disdainful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. No wonder you are an A-class anomaly, you really have some skill. His gaze locked onto Su Mubai, the flames on his body once again flaring up, the roaring flames reflecting off his slightly twisted smile. But an A-class anomaly is still not enough for me. As soon as the words fell, his figure shot out once more. Billowing flames carved a blazing path through the air, resembling a falling meteor, carrying destructive force as it rushed towards Su Mubai. Yet Su Mubai was completely unafraid, a cold smile spread across her lips, the blood-red mist swirling around her fingertips. With a slight twist of her wrist, her ghostly figure suddenly vanished, transformed into a blood-red afterimage that instantly evaded the direct impact. Feng Tao was about to continue the attack but sensed something was off. Qin Lang hadn't made a move, but why hadn't his previous attacks been effective? Lily, cooperate with me. Seeing that this wave of attacks was ineffective, Feng Tao decisively requested cooperation. Su Lily, standing not far away, frowned slightly, retreating 2 steps. She didn't immediately join the fight but instead covered her eyes with 4 fingers. After a moment, Su Lily raised her hand to point at a corner nearby, her voice low, "Be careful of that old lady with the smoking pipe." Feng Tao's heart tightened slightly. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly felt an unusual chill under his feet. He suddenly lowered his head, only to see that around his feet, several wisps of grayish-white smoke had quietly wrapped around him without him noticing. It was like a ghostly shackle, slowly tightening and locking his movements. The chains of smoke twisted and swirled, revealing a chilling and eerie power that was gradually absorbing his heat. Standing not far away, Granny Goldenleaf gently exhaled a puff of smoke, the tobacco in her pipe glowing faintly red. Her eyes, shrouded in smoke, revealed a hint of cunning amusement. "Young man, don't play with fire." Feng Tao's expression changed slightly as he suddenly summoned all the power of fire within him, trying to break free. But the chains of smoke, it seemed, possessed some strange rule. After absorbing his heat, they became even more resilient. Granny Goldenleaf puffed out another cloud of smoke and chuckled, "What's the Secret Investigation Bureau? It's nothing like that." He. Feng Tao let out a cold laugh, "You are the prey.